Family, this novel is so exciting. The protagonist, Chi Su, travels to the Douluo Continent, equipped with a system that specifically targets Tang San, impersonating a Tang Sect elder to scold him, making Tang San submit. When they awaken their martial spirits, both he and Tang San possess full innate soul power, yet they both awaken blue silvergrass and are reported to the Spirit Hall by Su Yuntao. What happens next? Let me tell you, I've recently discovered a novel that's simply amazing. The protagonist travels to the Douluo Continent and immediately looks for trouble with Tang San. This is not your average prank. He directly impersonates a Tang Sect elder and angrily scolds Tang San. And the scene is just so thrilling. Hey-race the story. Chi Su, after crossing over, brings along a character affection manual system, which rewards him for increasing the affection of characters from the original work. He has long found Tang San displeasing, thinking he is double-standard and arrogant. So, upon crossing over and discovering that Tang San is only 6 years old and has not yet awakened his martial spirit, he decides to take action. Can you believe it? Chi Su actually made his way from the Stardo Forest to Holy Soul Village to find Tang San. That place is filled with vicious soul beasts, and he, an ordinary person, is risking his life to venture there. What's even more ridiculous is that the system gave him a fixed-point teleportation, but it ended up misdirecting him, landing him far from Holy Soul Village. Relying on his harmless appearance, he managed to scrounge food and drink along the way until he finally arrived. One day, just as dawn was breaking, Chi Su sneaked onto a small hill near Holy Soul Village and indeed saw Tang San practicing the Xian Tiangong. He couldn't help but marvel, only to be instantly subdued by Tang San. This kid, although young, is quite agile, using the Tang Sect's ultimate techniques like Purple Extreme Demon Eyes, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, and Ghost Shadow Misty Steps with ease. Tang San questioned Chi Su on how he knew about the Tang Sect's techniques, his tone laced with killing intent. Chi Su thought to himself, this kid is indeed not easy to deal with. But he remained unfazed and directly said, Tang San, do you know your crime? This instantly broke Tang San's defenses. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, hurriedly releasing Chi Su and stepping back, his face pale. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Su began his performance, listing Tang San's crimes, such as stealing Inner Sect ultimate skills and misusing Xian Tai to forge the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Tang San trembled all over, breaking out in cold sweat. Chi Su even deliberately mentioned that Tang San's death caused Tang to be heartbroken, leading to the collapse of the Tang Sect and the slaughter of his entire family. Hearing this, Tang San completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and wailing, repeatedly bowing his head in confession. Watching Tang San cry uncontrollably, Chi Su felt no waves in his heart. He thought that someone like Tang San would do anything for his own interests and was not worth any sympathy. The next day, Chi Su began his scheme of deception. He first pretended to be profound and mysterious, saying that Tang Sect disciples should not kneel easily, then used provocation, claiming he wanted to revive the Tang Sect together with Tang San. This kid, Tang San, was immediately fooled, declaring on the spot that he would follow Chi Su and restore the glory of the Tang Sect. Chi Su was overjoyed, thinking that Tang San was indeed easy to deceive. The system then timely rewarded Chi Su with a twin martial spirit and full innate soul power. Goodness, now Chi Su was impressive, directly becoming the chosen one. However, this martial spirit was not given freely, it required a lottery draw. Chi Su, with his bad luck, almost drew 2 useless martial spirits. Fortunately, at the last moment, he exploded and drew a mysterious element martial spirit, also with full innate soul power. Tang San looked at Chi Su, who was frowning one moment and grinning the next, unable to help but ask what was wrong. Chi Su quickly found an excuse to brush it off and then started to deceive Tang San again, saying he also crossed over by jumping off a cliff and had lost his memory. To his surprise, Tang San believed him and even offered to transcribe the Tang Sect techniques for Chi Su. Chi Su thought, this Tang San is really an honest person. To prevent Tang San from becoming suspicious, Chi Su actively shifted the topic to martial spirits, giving Tang San a crash course on the knowledge of the Douluo Continent. Tang San listened with great interest, filled with anticipation for his martial spirit. Later, Tang San took Chi Su home, where they met his drunken father, Tang Hao. To avoid raising suspicion, Chi Su lied, claiming he was a vagrant looking to work as a blacksmith for food. Tang Hao, not thinking much of it, agreed. Not long after, the old village chief, Jack, came to inform Tang San about the martial spirit awakening. Chi Su thought to himself, now, there's a good show to watch. He began to consider whether to reveal his twin martial spirit and join the Spirit Hall, or to hide his strength and follow Tang San's plot. Considering that working for others had no future, Chisu ultimately decided to conceal his strength and follow Tang San's storyline. He believed that only in this way could he better collect the affection of the girls and reach the peak of life. On the day of the martial spirit awakening, Chisu followed Tang San to the Spirit Hall sub-temple. Upon seeing Su Yuntao, Chisu couldn't help but complain that this level 26 Battle Soul Master was too weak. He and Tang San together could probably knock him down. The first few children awakened useless martial spirits, and when it was Tang San's turn, Su Yuntao thought he was about to get lucky, only for Tang San to awaken Blue Silvergrass. All the kids laughed at Tang San, while Chisu stared intently at Tang San's right hand, eager to see if he would reveal the Haotian hammer. Let me tell you, just when everyone thought Tang San's full innate soul power was the highlight of the day, the climax was just beginning. It was my turn. As soon as I stepped into that hexagonal formation, the entire rickety wooden house was instantly blinded by golden light. That radiance burst forth like it was free, illuminating the shabby house, as if it were a heavenly palace, far greater than the earlier commotion from Tang San. Su Yuntao froze, his eyes bulging, and his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in there. I bet his mind was already playing out a full script of promotions, marrying a rich beauty and reaching the pinnacle of life. The intensity in his gaze was so fiery, it could ignite me, fixated on my left hand, as if he wanted to shout, "Give me a god-level martial spirit." To be honest, that feeling was quite pleasant, warm, and cozy. My left palm felt itchy like a kitten scratching, but my right hand was another story. One moment, it felt like it had fallen into an ice hole. The next, it felt like it was being roasted over a fire, completely contrasting sensations. As the golden light gradually dissipated, Su Yuntao's expectations reached their peak, just waiting for me to reveal my martial spirit. I slowly opened my left hand. A flash of blue, particularly pure. Blue? Su Yuntao was stunned again. I felt like his DNA was reacting, experiencing PTSD. But he quickly reassured himself that this color, this aura, absolutely could not be blue silvergrass. Was it the legendary deep-sea demon whale? Or some extraordinary weapon, martial spirit? His fists were so tense they were sweating, more excited than I was. Then that flash of blue in my hand condensed into a plain blue silvergrass. I heard the sound of heart breaking. Su Yuntao's expression turned to stone on the spot. The feeling of plummeting from the clouds to the abyss, no, not just to the abyss, but all the way to the earth's core, and then falling twice. Who in the family understands this feeling? He started to lose it, muttering, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With such a grand display, how could it be blue silver grass again?" That I was almost unable to hold back my laughter, but managed to suppress it. I opened my left hand, showcasing my blue silver grass, while my right hand was tightly clenched, refusing to show him. Beside me, Tang San also looked bewildered. He felt that my commotion did not seem like that of a useless martial spirit, and his gaze drifted to my tightly clenched right hand. This kid was quite perceptive. I quickly interrupted Su Yuntao's self-doubt, blinking my big, innocent eyes, and in the cutest tone said, "Uncle, please help me test my soul power." Su Yuntao sighed, probably resigned to his fate, realizing he hadn't checked the calendar before leaving home. He patted my head with a face full of regret and handed me the crystal ball. I placed my hand on it. The next second, the crystal ball emitted a brilliant blue light, identical to Tang San's with a buzz. Another innate, full soul power. At this point, Su Yuntao's brows were furrowed so tightly they could squash a fly. One innate, full soul power with a useless martial soul could be considered a coincidence. One village, one morning too? This situation felt downright eerie. His mind raced, likely contemplating that if he didn't report this and something went wrong in the future, he might lose his job. "All right," he called Tang San and me over, his tone turning serious. "Your situation is too special. Two innate full soul power blue silvergrasses. I must report this. The Spirit Hall will send someone to handle it. Don't worry, the elders won't make things difficult for you." My heart sank. It was over. I had been hiding to avoid the Spirit Hall, and now you're going to bring them right to me? And not just anyone, but the big shots from headquarters? In that moment, as I watched Su Yuntao prepare to leave, a killing intent surged within me. He'll tell you, I had my hand raised, and my purple extreme magic I was activated. He was just a level 26 soul master with Tang San, and me teaming up, we could easily send him packing with a set of Tang Sect's ultimate skills. But I lowered my hand again. Killing him would mean the Spirit Hall would investigate, and the entire Holy Soul Village would suffer. Moreover, this guy, though not very bright, wasn't malicious. He was just doing his duty. So I forget it. As it stood, Tang San and I, these two bugs, were about to be exposed right under the nose of the Spirit Hall. Especially Tang San, if his father's identity was discovered right from the start, the plot would completely fall apart. "Teacher, what's wrong?" This kid, Tang San, actually sense the fleeting, killing intent I had just exhibited. I waved my hand. Let's talk later. At the door, Grandpa Jack, the old village chief, was still waiting. As soon as Su Yuntao stepped out, he sighed, "Two innate full soul powers." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Jack almost jumped for joy. But seeing Su Yuntao's troubled expression, he was taken aback. "What a pity, they're all blue silvergrasses." Su Yuntao spoke each word deliberately, then patted Grandpa Jack on the shoulder. "The Spirit Hall will send someone in the next few days, tell them not to run around." Grandfather Jack was utterly astonished, nodding vacantly. On the way home, Tang San kept stealing glances at me, seemingly hesitant to express his thoughts. I feigned ignorance, yet my mind was racing with calculations. Who would the Wuhuan temple send? Would it be Gui Ju and those two hidden talents? What if Bai Bai Dong herself were to grace us with her presence? To be honest, I harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her, having been thoroughly deceived by Yu Shaojiang and Qian Xuanji. If only I had encountered her earlier. Alas, here I am, a mere fifth-rate warrior, contemplating such trivial matters. Upon arriving at Tang San's doorstep, Grandfather Jack earnestly reminded us to perform well in hopes of catching the Wuhuan temple's attention. His genuine gaze touched my heart. This old man truly cared for us, unlike certain deities who remained indifferent to those who sincerely cared for them. Once Grandfather Jack departed, Tang San could no longer contain himself. Gritting his teeth, he confided in me. "Teacher, I feel that I possess more than one Wuhuan." This lad has chosen to trust me after all. I immediately shifted into my actor mode, wearing an expression of childlike curiosity. "Oh, what else do you have?" He opened his right hand, revealing a small black hammer. I feigned shock as I grasped his shoulder. Could it be the fabled twin Wuhuan? "What is a twin Wuhuan?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. I promptly elucidated Yu Shaojiang's theory, embellishing it with my own insights. My aim was not to overshadow him, but rather to nurture him into an ally, a young man of sound principles and lofty ideals, rather than the cold and selfish deity portrayed in the original work. His eyes widened in admiration as he listened. At that moment, Tang Hao's rugged voice echoed from within the house. "Xiao San, come in." The urgency in his tone was palpable. As we entered, Tang Hao, reeking of alcohol, demanded, "What's your Wuhuan?" Tang San obediently revealed his grass and hammer. Tang Hao was momentarily stunned, his eyes reddening as he spoke of protecting the grass with the hammer of his right hand. Standing beside him, I couldn't help but scoff internally. It was easy for him to say when he had failed to protect his own grass. Just as I was mentally critiquing him, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped me. I felt my bones creak as I turned to meet Tang Hao's icy gaze, brimming with lethal intent. My heart raced. I had forgotten that this father, much like his son, was ruthless. If he discovered I recognized the Haotian hammer, he would undoubtedly silence me. "Do you know what this is?" He pointed at the hammer in Tang San's hand, his voice chilling. My mind raced as I forced myself to remain calm. I plastered the most innocent smile on my face and in a childlike voice said, "Isn't this the hammer you use for forging, Uncle? Xiao San's Wuhuan must be hereditary, right? It seems his mother-s Wuhuan is the blue silvergrass." I deliberately mentioned his wife, Ain, hoping to soften his heart. Sure enough, upon hearing Yin's name, the murderous intent in Tang Hao's eyes dissipated, replaced by deep longing. Even Tang San couldn't resist inquiring about his mother. The father and son engaged in a tender exchange, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief as I felt my back dampen with sweat. Tang Hao, you bully the weak. I shall remember this grievance." He pretended to apologize to me, and I cheerfully replied, "It's all right, Uncle." Just then, a chime resonated in my mind. Tang Hao's favorability level, 10, unlock level 1 reward. Choose Wuhuan Spirit Skill 1. Goodness, the wealth and fortune have finally come my way. Just wait, Tang Hao. In the next moment, a colossal sphere of light appeared in my mind, filled with an array of colorful spirit ring fragments. I casually glanced over them, dismissing a 79-year-old worthless spirit ring. Then I spotted a 999-year-old spirit ring. The Crimson Flame Magic Tiger, a fire tribute that indeed complemented my second Wuhuan element. Yet, I felt it would be unwise to act hastily. Just as I was about to select the 999-year-old ring, an extraordinarily radiant milky white fragment caught my eye. Its white hue, as pure as jade, stood in stark contrast to the gaudy others. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the small inscription glowing. 24 hours, 1 year spirit ring, milky white, condensed from the world's primal water. I was dumbfounded. A 1 year spirit ring? What version is this? The Douluo Continent has undoubtedly been altered. This world is far more perilous than I had imagined. Fortune favors the bold. Gritting my teeth, I reached out for that milky white fragment. I was betting on it. In this life, I would no longer be at the mercy of others. A warm current surged through my body, so pleasurable that I felt inclined to succumb to slumber. The milky white light enveloped me, and my spirit power began to surge uncontrollably, erupting forth like a volcanic explosion. Moments later, the radiance dissipated, revealing a milky white spirit ring peacefully encircling me. Ding! 1 year spirit ring absorption complete. Acquired spirit skill. Blue silver grass water prison. Elemental annihilation. Host spirit power level has reached that of a level 20 great spirit master. I had leaped from level 10 to level 20. I quickly summoned my Wuhuan. My blue silver grass now resembled a young sapling, with water droplets glistening on its leaves, exuding an air of elegance. With a mere thought, I commanded, "Water prison." A massive water cage materialized instantly, an exceptional group control technique. Then came my second Wuhuan element, now transformed into a droplet of water. I experimented with its spirit skill. Annihilation. Boom! A torrential flood manifested out of nowhere, potent enough to engulf the entire Shenghan village, practically obliterating everything in its path. However, this technique was ferocious. It drained a significant portion of my spirit power, nearly causing me to lose my balance. "Teacher, are you all right?" Tang San's voice snapped me back to reality. I turned to see him shouldering a small bundle. "What are you doing?" I inquired. "Dad said to take me to seek refuge with relatives and learn about Wuhuan cultivation." Suddenly, it dawned on me. Tang Hao had caught wind of something, and, fearing that the Wuhuan temple might come looking for us, was preparing to flee. The storyline had shifted. If Tang San did not attend the Nuoding Academy, he would not encounter Xiao Wu. I patted his shoulder solemnly, saying, "Go ahead, study hard." Yet inside, I was elated. "Tang San, you can roam with your father. I shall take it upon myself to introduce you to your wife." "Ah, no, your classmate Xiao Wu. Nuoding Academy, here I come." Just after sending Tang San off, still pretending to pat his shoulder, I was in high spirits. Then, to my surprise, Tang San offered me an homage worthy of a disciple, proclaiming his intent to follow his teacher and restore the glory of the Tang Sect. I nodded and urged, "All right, hurry along with your father. If you delay, your wife may just be whisked away by me." That old scoundrel, Tang Hao, had also packed his belongings, pulling Tang San along while feigning concern for me, promising that my reward would be forthcoming upon their return. I, embodying my actor mode, sweetly replied, "Of course, uncle. Go forth without worry." As I watched their figures recede into the distance, I spat in the direction of Tang Hao's back. Did he think me a fool? This old fellow left me here merely to act as a shield. Both Tang San and I are born with innate full spirit power and twin Wuhuan. The Wuhuan temple would undoubtedly come to investigate. Fearing exposure, he hastily fled, leaving me, a mere 6-year-old child, to draw the fire. Such cunning, truly a master of deceit. Yet, I had no recourse. After all, he was a titled Douluo and could extinguish me with a single blow. I would remember this death. 30 years of ebb and flow, just you wait. The scene shifted to Wuhuan City. Let me tell you, this place is the sacred ground for spirit masters. The Hall of the Pope is resplendent, yet the atmosphere within is profoundly grim. A man sat upon the throne, flanked by a woman. That woman, my heavens, seemed as though she had stepped out of a painting, clad in a black and gold robe, wielding a jeweled scepter, exuding both nobility and sanctity. However, the man beside her had a lecherous gaze, frequently stealing glances at her and licking his lips, clearly of ill intent. This man is Qian Xuanji, the current pope, lost in the memories of his previous depravity within the secret chamber with the woman beside him, none other than Bai Dong. She lowered her head, yet the murderous intent in her gaze was almost palpable. Alas, Qian Xuanji, that fool, remained oblivious. Bibi Dong concealed her malice, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect. Teacher, there is a village in the FAC Nuo province that has produced two innate full soul power waste martial souls. It is rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, Qinshu and G2 found it strange. How could innate full soul power be associated with waste martial souls? And two at once? He waved his hand dismissively. Dongya, take the old ghost with you to investigate. If there are any issues, bring them back. I must tell you, that old rascal is quite cunning. He was just gravely injured by Tang Hao, his strength severely diminished. With Bibi Dong's rising prestige in the Martial Soul Hall, he has begun to fear her. By sending Bibi Dong away, he intends to seize the opportunity for a grand purge within the Martial Soul Hall, reclaiming all power for himself. When Bibi Dong returns, he will be a solitary figure, easily manipulated. He reveled in his own scheming, nearly laughing aloud, unaware that Bibi Dong, upon exiting the Grand Hall, resembled a queen poised to usurp the throne. The scene shifted back to me in Shenghun village. I sat on the threshold of Tang Hao's dilapidated blacksmith shop, boredom threatening to consume me. Run? Where could I possibly flee? I lacked a title Douluo for a father. The entire continent belonged to the Martial Soul Hall, and as a mere 20-level soul master, I would be apprehended before I could traverse even a couple of miles. Thus, it was wiser to bide my time. With my Oscar-worthy acting skills, it should be easy to deceive them. As the sun began to set, I was lamenting the lethargy of the Martial Soul Hall's operations, preparing to return indoors when suddenly, a voice as melodious as heaven itself wafted into my ears. Is this cheat, son, my child? My heart skipped a beat as I turned abruptly. Good heavens! I was momentarily stunned. That face, those eyes, that skin, simply perfect, almost unreal. She smiled at me, a small beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, utterly enchanting. Hello, little friend. I was utterly captivated, waving at her foolishly. Hello, beautiful sister. This simple compliment elicited a delightful laugh from her, akin to the sound of silver bells. Absolutely enchanting. Just as I was lost in her charm, a notification rang in my mind. Bibi Dong Favorability 3. Bibi Dong. My pupils dilated in shock. The radiant and gentle older sister before me was the future, cold and noble, Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. She approached, bent down to stroke my head, and I could see her genuine joy, as if she hadn't smiled like this in ages. In a moment of impulse, to avoid looking at anything I shouldn't, I lunged forward and embraced her waist, using my most innocent voice to ask, I'm Chitsa. What brings you here, sister? She was caught off guard, torn between stepping back and worrying about hurting me, ultimately allowing me to hold on. She leaned closer and whispered in my ear, I was sent by the Martial Soul Hall. Show me your martial soul. The words sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to release my hold and present my blue silvergrass. Naturally, I conceal my soul rings. Awakening at level 20 would surely make me a target for experimentation. Bibi Dong regarded the small grass in my palm with confusion. How could a waste martial soul possess innate full soul power? She took my hand, her touch soft and warm, and asked, Is there another little friend? I replied. His father took him to visit relatives. No sooner had the words left my mouth than Bibi Dong's brow furrowed. Her mind was racing. If the Martial Soul Hall came to investigate and he had fled, and with the surname Tang, the notion of blue-silver grass having innate full soul power was suspicious. But what if it were Blue-Silver Emperor? She immediately inquired, Little Tsa, does that little friend have a surname Tang? My heart lurched. Goodness. Was this sister's mind a quantum computer? She understood instantly. I dared not lie any further, merely blinking my innocent eyes and nodding. It was indeed Tang Hao and his son. Bibi Dong quickly reached a conclusion, her smile radiating pure joy. She had been troubled about how to deal with Qinshu and Ji, but now she could simply present Tang Hao's whereabouts to him, an opportunity to orchestrate a perfect scheme. The system chimed again, Bibi Dong Favorability 3. She examined my martial soul once more, confirming it to be the most ordinary blue-silver grass, and sighed, her eyes filled with regret. Perhaps she felt I was a likable child, but lamented my poor talent, realizing that bringing me back to the Martial Soul Hall would lead to my demise. She turned to leave, but I, driven by instinct, dashed forward and hugged her from behind. Sister. She had no choice but to turn back. Leaning close to my ear and asking, "What is it, little Tsa?" I gazed up at her with my most sincere eyes and articulated, "Sister, you must be happy every day." I swear, my initial intention was merely to increase her favorability. Yet, she froze, her eyes glistening with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Everyone urged her to grow stronger, to become a queen, yet no one ever inquired about her happiness. My simple words pierced her defenses, and she wept openly in my embrace. I was taken aback, feeling her sorrow deeply as I patted her back, saying, "Sister, there's no need to be sad. I'm here." She smiled through her tears, squatting down to pinch my cheek. "There are many bad people around me, and your presence won't change that." I grew desperate, declaring, "I can become strong. Once I become a truly powerful person, I'll come to marry you, and no one will bully you." She paused, her voice trembling as she asked, "Are you serious?" I nodded vigorously, even sealing the promise with a pinky swear. She laughed through her tears, replying, "Then it's a promise. When you become very powerful, you must come and marry me." After sealing our promise, she embraced me once more, crying as if releasing all the grievances of her life. I held her tightly, my head nestled against her soft chest. Although I struggled to breathe, it was an exceptionally comforting sensation. After what felt like an eternity, she finally ceased her tears, transforming back into the noble saintess. She then placed a gentle kiss on my cheek. I was utterly petrified, standing there in shock. Her face flushed as she gazed at me, tilting her head with a smile. "I'll be waiting for you." With that, she turned and walked away, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon her, rendering her as beautiful as a painting. Once she had distanced herself, the system notification erupted. BB Dong favorability 20, unlocking first and second tier rewards. However, at that moment, I was too engrossed in thoughts of her to care about the rewards. I admitted I was smitten. "You Xiaojiang. Qinxuanji, you rascals, just wait for me." Outside the village, BB Dong had resumed her icy demeanor as the Ice Queen, while Gui knelt trembling on the ground. BB Dong coldly informed him that she had discovered Tang Hao and his son's whereabouts, instructing him to report back immediately. Upon hearing Tang Hao's name, Gui Duo nearly soiled himself, but his fear of BB Dong was greater. He understood that this saintess was destined for greatness. The stakes had already been set. As BB Dong watched him depart, a cold smile graced her lips. "What a scheme of dog-eat-dog," she mused. She had waited far too long for this day. Once everyone had left, she turned back, gazing in the direction of Shenghun village, whispering softly, "Little one, I'm waiting for you to come and marry me." Meanwhile, I sat on the threshold, resolute in my determination. I could no longer afford to take my time. BB Dong could not wait. I must grow stronger, and at the fastest pace possible. I composed myself and opened the system rewards. The first tier reward was an encyclopedia detailing soul beasts, martial souls, locations, essentially an almanac of the entire Douluo Continent. As I flipped through the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, I was astounded to find entries on the Dragon God, Silver Dragon King, Deep Sea Demon Whale King, and Emperor Tian Douluo's various forms. The Silver Dragon King was still sleeping in the Stardow Forest? I must call upon him at the first opportunity. Then, I opened the Martial Soul Encyclopedia, which categorized souls into SS, S, A, B, and C rankings. The six-winged angel and nine-treasure glazed tile pagoda were classified as SS-level divine martial souls. Then, I encountered a name that nearly took my breath away, Yuansu. To my astonishment, my second martial soul also turned out to be an SS-grade divine martial soul. I had drawn a divine martial soul from the lottery. Good heavens! I was utterly astounded. Fortune has finally smiled upon me. No wonder absorbing the first soul ring posed no difficulty, and I soared directly to level 20. I am not merely endowed with innate soul power. I possess innate soul power at level 20. It is fortunate that I did not opt for the Tang Sect's techniques back then. Otherwise, I would be lamenting over the secret manual now. I must say, the storyline is simply explosive. I immediately jumped to the scene where Chi Su first perused the Martial Soul Illustrated Guide. Upon discovering that the Haotian Hammer and the Blue Silver Emperor were merely S-grade martial souls, his sense of superiority surged, as he mused that his divine martial soul was indeed remarkable. Then, he recalled the hypocrite Yu Xiaojiang, which ignited a surge of anger within him, prompting him to stir up trouble at Nuoding Academy. Returning to Qi Su, he flipped through the illustrated guide and discovered that his first martial soul was indeed blue silvergrass, which caused his spirits to plummet. However, after a moment's contemplation, he thought that perhaps he might achieve a second awakening in the future, and his mood brightened once more. Then, he noticed the location guide, and the ice and fire Yinyang Valley was immediately locked in. That was the very place where the Shrek's 7 devils took flight. He had to acquire the celestial herb, especially the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang, which could evolve Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glaze tile into the 9-treasure glaze tile. This was truly a treasure for courting maidens. With such a generous level 1 affinity reward, Qi Su hastily checked the level 2 rewards. To his astonishment, it was Bibi Dong's selectable external spirit bones, the 8 spider lances, the dark gold terror claw, the evil eye magic orb. He was instantly struck with indecision. He resolutely discarded the 8 spider lances, not wishing to be akin to that little thief Tang San. After a moment's hesitation between the dark gold terror claw and the evil eye magic orb, considering his lack of explosive power, he ultimately chose the dark gold terror claw. Who could withstand a close combat mage? The absorption process was remarkably smooth. Indeed, a divine martial soul is unparalleled. After absorbing the dark gold terror claw, Qi Su pondered that he must promptly assign a soul ring to the blue silvergrass, lest it hinder his advancement. Thus, Nuoding Academy, Stardow Forest, Ice and Fire Yinyang Valley, and the 7-treasure glaze sect were all swiftly arranged. Early the next morning, old Jack was shouting for Tang San outside, leaving Qi Su speechless, pondering why he still remembered Tang San after his departure. Old Jack rambled on about securing a work-study position for Tang San, now that the person had vanished, which truly vexed him. Listening to old Jack's complaints, Qi Su thought to himself that he would undoubtedly secure that work-study position. Sure enough, old Jack turned to ask Qi Su if he wanted to go, and Qi Su naturally wore an expression that radiated, "I will not disappoint you." 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, with Qi Su diligently practicing the Tang Sect's ultimate techniques. The purple extreme magic eye was of paramount importance, as strong mental fortitude was essential for mastering twin martial souls. In terms of hidden weapons, the Dragon Whisker Needle and the Zhuge crossbow were in place. Finally, the day arrived for Qi Su to attend Nuoding Academy. Old Jack accompanied him on the journey, and upon reaching Nuoding City, Qi Su beheld the towering city walls. Feeling no emotion, and even suppressing a smile, upon entering the city, the two inquired about directions and finally located the Nuoding Primary Soul Master Academy. Indeed, there was a disdainful gatekeeper at the entrance of the academy. Qi Su mused that Tang San had nearly lost his life due to this gatekeeper's pettiness. At that moment, the gatekeeper stopped old Jack and Qi Su, speaking in a condescending manner. Qi Su, witnessing old Jack's forced smile, felt a pang of pity. He activated his purple extreme magic eye, using a voice that belied his youth, and the gatekeeper instantly wilted, his legs trembling. Qi Su thought to himself that such individuals must be dealt with in this manner, giving them a taste of their own medicine, and he promptly became compliant. Upon entering the academy's main gate, Qi Su did not wander far, but rather waited for Yu Xiaojiang to appear. As anticipated, a middle-aged man approached, and Qi Su directly inquired, "Master Yu Xiaojiang?" Upon hearing someone call his true name, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, for everyone now referred to him simply as Master. He approached Qi Su and asked what he wanted, to which Qi Su casually tossed him the work-study proof and awaited his display of arrogance. Upon seeing the proof, Yu Xiaojiang indeed commenced his performance, a dual martial soul. By this reckoning, he is the third individual with a dual martial soul in a century. Qi Su internally scoffed while feigning shock, observing how Yu Xiaojiang would analyze it. Upon seeing Qi Su's astonished expression, Yu Xiaojiang beamed with pride and began his analysis. "I once investigated 647 individuals whose martial soul is blue silvergrass." Qi Su quietly regarded him, his gaze calm, even tinged with a hint of mockery. "I must say Yu Xiaojiang has truly lost his mind. Chi Su, with his sharp tongue, ruthlessly countered Yu Xiaojing, driving him to the brink of collapse, rolling on the ground with his head in his hands, wailing pitifully. A crowd of students gathered, pointing and laughing, some even imitating him on the ground, reveling in the hilarity. As for Chi Su, he remained unfazed, sitting by the flower bed, propping his chin on his hand, smiling as he watched, his expression reminiscent of a spectator at a performance. I must emphasize that this is not the end. Someone, unable to bear the spectacle, hurriedly summoned a teacher. What happened next? The teacher arrived and, without a word, immediately sought to strike Chi Su, unleashing his martial soul with 2 rings of soul power springing forth. Just as Chi Su was about to be pummeled, Yu Xiaojing suddenly sprang forth, shouting for him to halt. Then, more shockingly, Yu Xiaojing, with a thud, knelt before Chi Su, bowing his head. He implored, "Master, please take me as your disciple." I assure you, the entire scene left everyone dumbfounded. No one expected the plot to twist in such a peculiar direction. Chi Su was equally astonished, pondering whether Yu Xiaojing had truly lost his wits. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojing was a remarkable talent. Kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, he declared that only Chi Su could complete his theory on the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls. He even mentioned that he wished to etch their names into history together. My friends, who can comprehend this? Chi Su was left tongue-tied, hastily urging him to rise, pondering what on earth was transpiring. I assure you, this is still not the conclusion. Yu Xiaojing was utterly determined to become his disciple, directly proclaiming, "Once a master, always a father." Upon hearing this, Chi Su chuckled, thinking to himself that who would refuse such a generous offer of a surrogate father? However, truth be told, Yu Xiaojing's dedication to academic research was commendable. Once he set his sights on something, he truly committed wholeheartedly. I must say, the absurdity continues. The burly teacher, witnessing this situation, also underwent a drastic transformation. Previously fierce, he now bowed and scraped before Chi Su, exuding obsequiousness, inquiring what Chi Su's purpose at the academy was. Chi Su, uninterested in engaging with him, tossed his admission proof at him. The teacher, upon seeing the proof, was instantly terrified, addressing Chi Su as "my lord," and respectfully leading the way in front of him. This teacher hurriedly shooed away the other students, preventing them from gossiping, likely fearful of Chi Su's identity being revealed. Chi Su, perplexed, wondered what was occurring. He merely came to attend school. How had he become my lord? However, since someone was willing to show him respect, he could not appear timid, promptly adopting an air of enigmatic profundity and following the teacher. Along the way, Yu Xiaojing advised Chi Su to steer clear of those who flattered the powerful. Upon hearing this, Chi Su found it amusing, thinking to himself that wasn't he also guilty of this? He gently patted Yu Xiaojing's head, saying, "Good disciple, stick with me, and your name shall surely resonate throughout the continent." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing became so excited he bowed repeatedly, pledging his loyalty with unwavering dedication. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Chi Su dismissed Yu Xiaojing, only to be blocked at the door by a burly individual. This man, named Wang Sheng, claimed to be the leader here and inquired about Chi Su's intentions. Chi Su thought to himself that he was familiar with this routine. The newcomer was to be bullied by the older students. He boldly declared to Wang Sheng, "From this day forth, I am the leader here, I assure you." Upon hearing these words, Wang Sheng was instantly enraged, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to strike Chi Su. However, nearby, someone quickly pulled him aside and whispered a few words, likely revealing Chi Su's identity. Subsequently, Wang Sheng knelt down, crying and exclaiming that he had failed to recognize the towering figure before him, even slapping himself in the face. Chi Su quickly stopped him, saying, all right, I'm not that petty." Wang Sheng, a clever individual, immediately changed his tone to call him boss upon hearing Chi Su's words, showering him with flattery. Chi Su understood that these working study students were well versed in the ways of the world from a young age, adept at navigating social dynamics. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from the doorway. "Is this Chi Su?" Chi Su instantly perked up upon recognizing that it was Xiao Wu arriving. "Allow me to tell you, a charming young lady stood at the entrance, positively radiant. Her large eyes sparkled, her delicate face flushed like a ripe peach, tempting one to take a bite. Dressed simply yet immaculately, she exuded an aura of pure beauty. "Hello, everyone. My name is Xiao Wu, the one who dances." Upon hearing this, Chi Tse was momentarily stunned, a wave of inexplicable sentiment washing over him. In his youth, he had grown up reading Douluo, and his affection for the book was genuine. To his astonishment, he had just heard Xiao Wu's iconic line. The feeling was indescribable. "I must say, who among you understands this?" I was ready to explode with excitement. Chi Tse, having just arrived at the dormitory, dared to challenge Xiao Wu, claiming that all newcomers had to spar with the boss. But who was Xiao Wu? She was the legendary 10,000-year soul beast, the master of playing the fool to deceive the strong. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu smirked, her eyes gleaming mischievously, and without hesitation. She shed her school uniform and delivered a swift kick toward Chi Tse's chin. The speed was remarkable, but Chi Tse was no pushover. He deftly sidestepped and countered with a technique to seize her leg. Xiao Wu was even more adept. She leveraged her leg and wrapped both around Chi Tse's neck. The pose was undeniably provocative. Chi Tse, emboldened, could not resist inhaling the fragrance emanating from her, secretly relieved she was wearing pants. I was truly baffled. Was he here to fight or to flirt? Xiao Wu was not to be underestimated either. She pushed off the ground, attempting to throw Chi Tse off with her strength. However, Chi Tse was prepared. With a sudden surge, he propelled her into the air. They crashed to the ground with a thud, Chi Tse deliberately wrapping his arms around Xiao Wu, becoming her cushion. The situation became even more intimate, with Chi Tse lying on the floor, holding Xiao Wu close. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly got up, anxiously asking if Chi Tse was all right. Chi Tse, being the dramatist he was, seized the opportunity to feign injury, lying on the bed and refusing to rise. The surrounding working study students looked on with envy, as if they could devour Chi Tse with their eyes. Xiao Wu, feeling guilty, sat at the edge of the bed, her cheeks still flushed. Observing this, Chi Tse could no longer maintain the act. He chuckled and sat up, making a silly face at Xiao Wu. "I'm fine, just kidding." Xiao Wu, realizing she had been teased, rolled her eyes in exasperation and raised her foot to kick him. Chi Tse quickly raised his hands in surrender, prompting laughter from the others. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly inquired about Chi Tse's soul power level. Chi Tse, emboldened by his courage, leaned closer to her and whispered in her ear, "That's a secret, isn't it? We all have secrets." My goodness, this lad was brimming with charm. Xiao Wu's face turned beet red, and she pushed Chi Tse away. Feigning composure, "If you don't want to say, then don't." Chi Tse laughed heartily. "You tell me a secret, and I'll tell you one." Xiao Wu seemed intrigued, about to speak, but hesitated. Chi Tse thought to himself, surely this girl wouldn't reveal her secret of being a soul beast, would she? Just then, a teacher entered, asking, "Is Chi Tse here?" Chi Tse stood up and walked to the doorway. Xiao Wu's gaze towards him grew complex. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Wang She, "Why do you call him sir?" Wang She, with an air of mystery, replied, "I don't know which noble young master is here to experience life. The students in the academy are all saying there's a new student with an impressive background, and even the teachers greet him with smiles." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu fell silent. The teacher brought a bedding set, claiming it was prepared for Chi Tse by Dasher, stating that Chi Tse had never enjoyed such luxuries and would be treated like a working study student. Chi Tse thought to himself, "You Xiao Gong, you really have a vivid imagination." Seeing Chi Tse with bedding while she had none, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words. Noticing her discomfort, Chi Tse waved the bedding, asking, "Don't you have one? How about we share?" Xiao Wu snorted and ignored him. Chi Tse sighed, turning to Wang She. "Whose bedding can she use?" Wang She immediately offered, "Sister Xiao Wu, just use mine." He brought over a tattered blanket. Xiao Wu frowned but finally couldn't contain herself, saying to Chi Tse, "Bring over the bedding." Chi Tse deliberately teased her. "What did you say? Speak louder, I can't hear you." Frustrated, Xiao Wu kicked him and snatched the bedding, heading to an empty bed to spread it out. Chitsa followed suit, pushing his bed next to hers to create a larger sleeping space. With hands on her hips, Xiao huffed. "What are you doing?" She glared at him, her eyes wide with suspicion, yet undeniably adorable. Chitsa shrugged. "To share, of course. Otherwise, what will I cover with if you take mine?" Left without a choice, Xiao relented, allowing him to sit on the bed. She then placed her bundle between the two beds, saying, "Put your bundle over here. This will be our boundary. If you cross it, don't blame me for being rude." Chitsa raised both hands. "We're just kids. Why fuss over such things?" After saying this, he playfully patted her head and took her boundary bundle. Xiao huffed, but said nothing more. After all, she was using someone else's bedding. And being a 10,000-year-old beast, what was there to fear? At that moment, Wang Shi announced, "It's time for lunch. Sister Xiao Wu, boss, shall we go together?" Upon hearing about lunch, Xiao jumped up excitedly, asking, "Great, what delicious food will we have?" Wang Shi and the other working study students exchanged wry smiles, saying, "What good food can we working study students have? Just buy some cheap meals to make do." Xiao Wu's enthusiasm instantly deflated. Chitsa, with a wave of his hand, declared, "I'm here, so you can have whatever you want." I must say this situation was absurd. Just after acquiring a million-year soul ring, the attached spirit was a chatterbox in my mind, insisting he was my brother. Why should that be? As a million-year soul beast, how could I be a soul ring for a mere great soul master? Such a temper. But could I indulge him? "You activated Mizet Yi Mon Tongo." And with a surge of mental energy, I smacked him across the face. He immediately softened. Truly, he succumbed. Stop it, brother. You are indeed my brother. I am but a little silkworm. Who among you understands? The key was to recognize one's father on the spot. I maintained that in my presence. If you were a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must lie down. This matter traces back to when I had just taken down that million-year soul beast. Upon opening my eyes, lo and behold, I was no longer in the Wan Shota, but rather directly in my own spiritual sea. That place was a vast expanse of white, filled with countless specks of light, resembling a galaxy. In the center, 10 enormous light rings hung, suspended, alongside a small gray light cluster, solitary and seemingly anxious. I immediately recognized this. Was this the routine for Hou How to establish his spiritual world? The system was about to recreate a famous scene from the original work. Goodness, was Tang San's 8 spider lances and the million-year soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king not queuing up to wait for me? With this thought, I took off in excitement. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Why am I here?" I thought to myself, "Who are you?" "Oh, Tangmen San. Well, that's fine." I didn't bother with pleasantries and directly informed him, "You have become my soul ring now. Don't struggle." The result was an explosion. He began wailing in my mind, lamenting how a million-year soul beast, a future beast god, could be reduced to the soul ring of a great soul master. I became irritated and shot back, "You be quiet. Had it not been for me, you would have been torn apart by a pack of ferocious beasts as soon as you emerged from the icy abyss." "Do you believe that?" He was momentarily taken aback. "How do you know who I am?" I thought to myself, "Not only do I know who you are, but I am also aware of your trivial matters. However, what hurts me the most is your incessant self-reference as bro. Could you refrain from calling me bro? At this moment, I am your older brother." My tone was laced with impatience. I am not like Hou How, who seeks a partnership of mutual benefit. To me, you are merely an accessory, an addition to my spirit ring. Do you understand? Where do you derive the audacity to act like the big brother here? He remained defiant. The 10 light spheres in his spiritual sea began to thrash about in agitation, attempting to intimidate me. I let out a cold laugh. The brilliance of my ZGMO Tong erupted instantaneously, directly targeting those 10 light spheres. The gray light sphere nearby was clever enough to evade swiftly. The next moment, the anguished cries of Tian Mengbing can reverberated throughout the entire spiritual realm. It was a heart-wrenching sound. Bro, you are truly my brother. I was wrong." An illusion of a small ice silkworm manifested above the light sphere, desperately pleading for mercy. I felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, in my domain, no matter how formidable your spiritual power is, you must kneel. No longer addressing me as bro, I teased him intentionally. No, you are the one and only brother. I'm just a small silkworm. His demeanor was incredibly humble. Having dealt with this master of verbal sparring, I began to assess my recent gains. Let me tell you, this haul is immensely rewarding. The million-year spirit ring from Tianmenbing can granted me 4 soul skills, a brand new ice, a tribute martial soul, and an abundance of energy, sufficient to elevate all my future soul rings to the level of 100,000 years. What a remarkable concept. I am currently only in my 20s, but considering all my hidden cards, even a soul sage would have to ponder whether they could withstand a single blow from me. Not to mention, I will possess 3 martial souls and 27 soul rings in the future. A mortal body, rivaling the divine. This narrative is one I am well acquainted with. Upon summoning my martial soul, I noticed that my left hand's Lan Yin Shao was adorned with numerous golden patterns, with 2 soul rings floating beneath it. Here comes the crucial part, dear friends. Both are white. One is the year-old source water, and the other is the million-year Tianmenbing can. Let me tell you, this configuration is the pinnacle of disguising a pig to eat a tiger. In the future, anyone who dares to fight me, upon seeing these 2 white soul rings, would surely burst into laughter. Then, I would retaliate with a million-year soul skill right in their face. The imagery is simply exquisite. The only minor regret is that the soul ring was added to Lan Yin Shao, and I did not acquire my second martial soul element. However, that is acceptable. One mustn't be overly greedy. Although Lan Yin Shao is deemed a useless martial soul, it has the advantage of being versatile, capable of accommodating any attribute. I then attune myself to the new soul skills available, mental interference and mental detection, both of which are psychic in nature and require Lan Yin Shao for release. None of this poses a problem, as Lan Yin Shao is abundant and has low soul power consumption. I can swiftly blanket the entire battlefield. While I was reveling in my findings, Tianmenbing timidly approached me, anxiously inquiring about its current predicament. I looked at it and suddenly realized a grave issue. The timeline appears to be disrupted. According to the original narrative, Tianmeng was supposed to break through to 1,000,000 years in the Star Do Great Forest. Why has it happened prematurely? I was jolted. I thought I was following the script of a feel-good male protagonist. Yet it seems I'm facing a hellishly difficult beginning, with the ripple effect of a butterfly's wings. Could the ferocious beasts of Douluo 2 and the abyssal demons of Douluo 3 emerge prematurely to throw a party? This will not do. I must accelerate things. I regained my composure, noting that Tianmeng was still gazing at me expectantly, and I benevolently divulged its intended fate. I narrated how it would be kept as reserve food, raised, and ultimately struck down by divine retribution, with only the option of finding someone to sacrifice. I spoke until my throat was parched, and Tianmenbing was left utterly dumbfounded. It seemed to genuinely recall some vague memories, as if it had indeed experienced the events I described. It became utterly obedient, and its gaze towards me transformed. It realized that following me would not only spare it from becoming a snack, but could also present the opportunity to ascend to godhood, to be reborn and attain true immortality. Its heart surged with excitement, and even the 10 golden light spheres began to tremble in anticipation. Bro, do you think you could become a god? It cautiously asked. I laughed, adopting a tone that convinced even myself. Let's see which deity comes knocking first. Tianmenbing was left speechless. The very notion of a deity seeking me out? What immense confidence! Yet, upon reflection, it acknowledged that only someone of such caliber would be worthy of my unprecedented million-year wisdom soul ring. I was also contemplating that with 2 martial souls, plus 1 from Tianmeng, and perhaps another from Eli Kasai in the future, I would possess 4 martial souls. Have you ever heard of such a thing? No? Because I am the first. Tang San and Hui Hao are merely side characters, while I am the wealthy powerhouse, standing atop this continent. When I emerged from the spiritual sea, the system notified me that my tower climbing opportunity was exhausted, and my soul power had soared to level 28. Turning, I noticed Xiao Wu puffing out her cheeks, glaring at me fiercely. What is it? I feigned ignorance. You ignored me when I called you just now. Her tone was a mixture of pouting and anger, tinged with a hint of playfulness. I chuckled inwardly. This little rabbit is quite proud. I quickly placated her. Oh, I was just lost in thought for a moment. She was not satisfied, huffing and turning her head away. I promptly ordered some carrot stew. Just like that. One moment she was fuming, and the next, as the dish arrived, she dived in with an appetite that was simply delightful. This little rabbit is practically my electronic pet. Easy to please. At that moment, a raspy voice called out, "Teacher, you are here too?" Without lifting my head, I knew it was my second apprentice, Master Yu Xiaojiang. Fearing he would drone on about his theories, I hastily invited him to sit and eat with us. Xiao Wu poked me curiously, asking, "Why does he call you teacher?" I replied mysteriously, "Because I am a jack of all trades." She scoffed, "If you don't want to say, then forget it." Then she began stabbing the carrots in her bowl with her fork, as if they were me. I couldn't help but feel amused. I looked at her seriously. Xiao Wu huffed, provocatively asking, "Then tell me, who am I?" I laughed. Meeting her gaze, I spoke clearly, "You and I are not the same." Xiao Wu's face drained of color, her body trembling. She thought I had uncovered her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. I reached out, no longer patting her head as before, but gently tousling her hair, as if comforting a frightened little rabbit. "Do not worry," I said softly yet firmly. "From another perspective, we're all the same." Xiao Wu suddenly looked up at me, her eyes glistening with emotion. It seemed she recalled many things, those nightmarish memories, but this time, it felt as if someone stood before her. Previously, it had been her mother. Now, it seemed to be me. The system notification chimed again, indicating an increase in affection by 2. Xiao Wu's gaze towards me shifted from that of a lively, proud little girl to a gentle, obedient little rabbit, quietly enjoying her carrots. I found this quite agreeable. As long as she remains true to herself and not a tool living for someone else, that is sufficient. Perhaps due to Yu Xiaojiang's arrival, the atmosphere at the dining table became eerily quiet. I detest such silence and called out to Yu Xiaojiang, "Stop eating, speak up." Yu Xiaojiang appeared bewildered. "Teacher, what should I say?" I replied curtly, "Then share your theory on the 10 core competencies of martial souls." Upon hearing this, he immediately perked up, clearing his throat and launching into his lengthy discourse. The first core competency of martial souls. The level of innate soul power is directly proportional to the strength of the martial soul. The students below looked at each other, bewildered as if to say, "Is that it?" Yu Xiaojiang appeared somewhat embarrassed and quickly threw out a second statement. "There are no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters." His tone lacked conviction, and he cast a furtive glance in my direction. I rolled my eyes, not waiting for him to recover, and launched a cold, piercing question. "Do you believe your slower cultivation compared to those from the Lan Dianbaowang Long family is due to your being a worthless individual?" Yu Xiaojiang stood frozen, his fists clenched tightly. I seized the opportunity to present my theory. Martial spirits possess different grades: divine, top tier, excellent, ordinary, and worthless. A worthless martial spirit is indeed worthless. Its potential is limited and cannot be compared to that of a divine martial spirit. Your entire theory is fundamentally flawed. Just consider, if Lan Sao were so formidable, why would Tang San need to undergo a second awakening to become Lan Huang? Upon uttering these words, I could see Xiaojiang struck, as if struck by lightning. Utterly stunned, he trembled all over, muttering to himself, his expression reminiscent of someone who had wandered through a dark tunnel for decades and suddenly glimpsed the light of a flashlight. Completely bewildered, suddenly, he let out a loud exclamation. "So, it's like this. Martial spirits have grades. I'm not worthless. I'm not worthless." This outburst invigorated me. He cried and shouted simultaneously, tears and snot flowing freely, overwhelmed with emotion. The other students in the cafeteria, mere children, shrank back in fear. Who had witnessed such a spectacle? An adult crying like a 300-pound child. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, wearing an expression that suggested she thought he was quite mad. Then, with great interest, she turned to glance at me, her gaze implying, well, you certainly know quite a bit. I must say, this little rabbit's gaze toward me was becoming increasingly peculiar. She likely found me mysterious. After all, I was a 6-year-old child whose strength and knowledge belied my age, exuding an aura of someone who had lived for several generations. However, upon reflection, she probably thought, "Hey, I'm also a 10,000-year-old rabbit." In that light, We truly were of the same kind. The moment she recalled my previous assertion that we were alike, her little face flushed bright red, akin to a ripe apple. She stole a glance at me from the corner of her eye, only to discover that I was also looking at her, causing her heart to race, likely skyrocketing to 180 beats per minute, and she quickly turned her head away. My heart swelled with delight. Teasing such a proud little girl was indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. Just as we exchanged glances, with an atmosphere thick with unspoken affection, Yu Xiaojiang, lacking any sense of subtlety, suddenly knelt down with a thud. Hearing a teacher's words is worth 10 years of study, he exclaimed, banging his head repeatedly against the floor. I was utterly speechless. Does anyone understand how one could be so quick to kneel at the slightest disagreement? I casually tossed a peanut from my plate, hitting him squarely on the forehead. Get up, don't waste time. Struck by my throw, he obediently stood up, resembling a wronged puppy, gazing at me with big, watery eyes. The other students, who had initially watched him in fear, now regarded him with unabashed disdain. It was hardly surprising, a teacher crying and kneeling before a 6-year-old child. Who wouldn't he find that odd? Yet, Yu Xiaojiang was oblivious to their judgment. His heart and mind were filled with thoughts of me, his teacher. He likely envisioned me as a legendary figure in the realm of martial spirit research, a solitary sage whose like could not be found across the continent. I could almost hear his silent vow. I must cling to my teacher's side. This is my only path to success. At that moment, a notification chimed in my mind. Yu Xiaojiang's affection level 7. I nearly burst into laughter. What a performance. Crying and kneeling. And he only gained 7 points in affection? It felt as if I was nurturing a white-eyed wolf. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became, flinging another peanut at him. Tell me, do you think I'm too strict? He hesitated, wanting to speak, but not daring to. I sent another peanut flying. Speak up. Finally, he stammered out. The teacher can be a bit fierce at times. I scoffed, activating my PUA mode, and shouted at him. How old are you? Do you not understand the principle that a strict teacher produces capable students? If I am not stern with you, how will you succeed? How will you become a master theorist? Yu Xiaojiang was left in a daze, responding blankly, You are right, teacher. I must say, Yu Xiaojiang's internal monologue was rather rich. He felt immense pressure being near me, akin to a courtier walking on eggshells, yet he also regarded me as the light of his life, capable of helping him construct a towering edifice of martial spirit theory, ensuring his name would be remembered through the ages. Moreover, let me share a classic piece of gossip. He was secretly reveling in his situation, believing he was not being manipulated by me, but rather that I had the right to manipulate him. He even recalled how he had once outsmarted BB Dome, a character of no great talent, merely by pretending to be profound and downcast, ultimately winning the affection of the saintess of the martial spirit hall. He felt proud, convinced that having rejected the goddess was the pinnacle of his life, irrefutable proof of his worth. This was the quintessential case study for a misguided man in 2025, a notion that made me want to retch from several meters away. His pursuit of theoretical research and romantic conquest stemmed from a deep-seated insecurity. Born into the Lan Dianboang Long family, he had ended up with a martial spirit that had mutated into a mere Lu San Pao, akin to a pig. While others' martial spirits evoked awe, his elicited laughter. The disparity had warped his psyche, leading him to seek validation through other means. Thus, when he realized that his theory of no worthless martial spirits was merely self-deception, and that winning over the saintess did not change how others viewed him as trash, he pinned all his hopes on that nonsensical list of 10 core competencies. Now that I had appeared, not only could I help him realize his theory, but I could also elevate it. In his eyes, I was a divine messenger, his sole opportunity for redemption. So, kneeling was but a small price. He would willingly do anything. He was lost in thought, entering a sage-like state, and I tossed several peanuts at him without eliciting a response. My frustration boiled over, and I shouted, What are you daydreaming about? Can you not hear a teacher speaking? He snapped back to reality, hurriedly banging his head against the ground again. I'm sorry, teacher. I was wrong. Observing him treating kneeling as commonplace brought me immense satisfaction. It was not that I enjoyed seeing people bow, but rather witnessing Yu Xiaojing, that scoundrel, kneel. I even counted mentally, one for Bibi Dong, the next for Liu Erlong, and the next for Fu Lan Day. To be honest, among this lot, I despised Tang Hao the most, followed by Tang San, and only then Yu Xiaojing. Tang San's hypocritical nature was particularly irksome. When he was a sole emperor, he would plead for his father's redemption. But once he became a titled Douluo, he transformed into a judge, declaring, "You all should know your sins." Hu Yanar risked her life for him. Yet he only used her. Qianren Xue spared him, and he repaid her by stripping her of her divine status, condemning her to a lifetime of mediocrity. He spoke of righteousness, yet ambushed an ordinary titled Douluo with a divine artifact. Can the actions of a protagonist be deemed despicable? The thought alone made me sneer. You are no longer the protagonist, and if you continue this way, you will eventually be met with dire consequences. In the cafeteria, everyone had long since finished their meals and lost interest in witnessing Yu Xiaojing's antics. Xiao Wu had also finished her carrots, yet she remained, her gaze fixed on me. Sensing that the atmosphere had reached a tipping point, I turned and patted her head. This time, she surprisingly did not flinch, her face merely reddening again. But in the next moment, she suddenly slammed her hands on the table, leaped to her feet, and like a startled rabbit, dashed down the stairs, moving so quickly that she left an afterimage. All eyes in the cafeteria turned to me, their expressions seemingly asking, "What have you done to our leader?" I was utterly perplexed, rolling my eyes as I casually tossed a peanut at the still kneeling Yu Xiaojing, coldly stating, "You all continue eating. I shall investigate the matter." With that, I rose and went outside. In the dormitory, I found Xiao Wu, who was cocooned in her blanket, her entire form curled up, shoulders trembling. I approached and gently tapped the bulge, asking, "Why are you crying? If you keep this up, the blanket will be wet, and you'll owe me money." After a moment, a small head adorned with a scorpion braid emerged, her eyes red and tear-streaked. As soon as she appeared, she grabbed a pillow and hurled it at me. I fell back, landing perfectly atop her, and, in that moment, the air seemed to thicken with an indescribable tension surrounding us. We remained frozen, neither of us daring to move. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Wu finally reacted, hastily pushing me away, her face flushed and her gaze somewhat dazed, resembling a ripe peach. Seeing her like this caused my heart to skip a beat, and I instinctively leaned closer. She stared wide-eyed at me, a hint of fear in her expression, yet her body remained still, almost as if filled with anticipation. Our proximity diminished, close enough to feel each other's breath. Just as our noses were nearly touching, she abruptly shut her eyes, her lashes fluttering. I felt a surge of amusement and reached out, gently pinching her rosy cheek. Xiao Wu's eyes flew open, shock and anger written across her face. "What are you doing?" I shrugged nonchalantly, just pinching her cheek. Her anger flared again, and she seized the pillow to throw it at me. I quickly caught it, softening my tone like a gentle older brother comforting his girlfriend. "What's wrong? If something's bothering you, just tell me." Upon hearing my softer voice, her anger dissipated slightly, but she still remained silent, burying her head in her knees like an ostrich. I sat beside her, our shoulders touching, and gently rubbed her head. "Why are you so unhappy on the first day of school?" She continued to ignore me. Sighing, I forcibly lifted her head and made an exaggeratedly ugly face at her. This tactic proved effective as she burst into laughter, even producing a snot bubble, looking both silly and adorable. I couldn't help but laugh along, and we shared a moment of foolish joy. Once her laughter subsided, she became aware of her earlier embarrassing display, her face flushing as she grabbed the pillow to throw it at me again before rushing off to wash her face. After washing her face, it seemed she remembered to maintain her aloof persona, murmuring to me, "Why do you care?" I gazed at her, my smile radiant, my eyes sparkling like stars, of course. "I care." These words acted like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, leaving Xiao Wu momentarily stunned, the phrase echoing in her mind. Indeed, who would care for her? Her mother was gone, and Deming and Erming were her younger brothers. She had to look after them. In this world, it seemed there was no one left to care for her. I must tell you, who among our family understands? Xiao Wu sank into despair right there. Previously, without anyone to supervise her, she felt like a free-spirited bunny, roaming wherever she pleased. Yet now, she realized that without anyone to care for her, she was utterly alone. An orphan, wasn't she? The sorrow engulfed her like a flood released from a dam, and she cried. She had to cry. Chisu, watching Xiao Wu sobbing on the ground, was equally bewildered. Wasn't he this the proud little rabbit who feared nothing? She appeared to be a pitiable soul without a home. He wished to console her, yet found himself in no better position, for he, too, was unsure of where home lay. In the dormitory of Building 7, 2 children, each more emo than the other, Xiao Wu curled up, hugging her knees and crying, while Chisa sat nearby, staring blankly at the dilapidated ceiling. After a long while, Xiao Wu finally raised her walnut-like eyes, red and pitiful, gazing at Chi-Su as if waiting for him to say something. Do you have a home? Chi-Su suddenly blurted out. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment. Home? The starry forest? And a Ming and Air Ming? But with her mother gone, she was no longer a spirit beast. What kind of home was that? Thus she shook her head, no. Upon hearing this, Chi-Su smiled. A brilliant smile that shone like sunlight, warming Xiao Wu's heart. Neither do I. Xiao Wu looked at him, suddenly yearning for a hug, as if embracing family. And then, she genuinely leaned in closer. They were so close now that they could feel each other's breath. Xiao Wu shut her eyes, awaiting fate's decree. Suddenly, a fleeting, dragonfly-like touch brushed against her. She opened her eyes to find Chi-Su grinning at her. What did you do? Xiao Wu erupted in surprise, her face reddening like a monkey's backside, flustered and at a loss. Chi-Su shushed her. It's a secret. He beamed with delight, akin to a cat that had just caught a mouse. Xiao Wu dared not inquire further, though inwardly, she understood he must have stolen a kiss. The thought sent shivers through her, and her face grew even warmer. All right, stop crying, get up. Seeing her return to normal, Chi-Su helped her up. He finally grasped why the lively and cheerful Xiao Wu from his memories had transformed into this fragile version of herself, prone to tears. With his presence, the world had turned upside down. Xiao Wu was not encountering Tang San but him, and thus everything had changed. Let's go out for a stroll. Chi-Su ruffled her hair, taking her hand as they walked outside. Remarkably, Xiao Wu did not resist, allowing him to lead her. As they passed by the work-study students, they exchanged knowing smiles and cheekily called out, "Hello, boss." "Hello, Xiao Wu." At first, Xiao Wu felt shy, attempting to free herself from Chi-Su's grasp. But realizing it was futile, she surrendered, deliberately maintaining a stern face to avoid being seen by others. Before long, they arrived at the academy's playground. Notting Academy was not vast, and there was little to explore. The weather was delightful, cool yet not cold, and the stars twinkled brightly against the darkening sky. Look, so many stars. Chi-Su casually pointed, marveling at the sky filled with countless stars, breathtaking to behold. Not as many as in the forest, Xiao Wu muttered softly. Chi-Su pretended not to hear, continuing to wander aimlessly, hand in hand with her. They circled the playground, enveloped in silence. As they walked, Xiao Wu seemed to grow impatient, abruptly shaking off Chi-Su's hand. What exactly do you want? She fixed her gaze on him, her eyes burning with a hint of anger. Chi-Su then took a moment to truly observe her. Her delicate oval face, youthful yet charming, glowed with a rosy hue like a red apple hanging from a tree. As he gazed, he found himself drawn in, stepping forward to envelop her in his embrace. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback before she began to thump his chest, attempting to push him away. Chi-Su, however, tightened his hold, gently stroking her hair. As warmth radiated from above, Xiao Wu gradually calmed, resembling a little rabbit soothed by its owner. Her rabbit ears pressed against Chi-Su's chest, allowing her to clearly feel his heartbeat. A unique sensation surged within her, one that was both warm and comforting. It reminded her of the feeling of being cradled in her mother's arms, yet it was different. Her mother's embrace was filled with warmth and nostalgia, while Chi-Su's hold brought a sense of security, like a wall shielding her from the cold winds. She suddenly realized how much she cherished this feeling and did not want to let go. The 29th chapter, A Promise Once More. At this moment, the world was enveloped in tranquility, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths. Chi-Su gently cradled Xiao Wu's face, and she obediently lifted her head. Her gaze hazy, resembling a bewildered little rabbit. In contrast, Chisu's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. The moonlight cascaded upon them, rendering the scene as exquisite as a painting. Chisu gazed at her and slowly pressed his lips against hers. This time, Xiaowu did not react, merely swallowing hard as she continued to stare at him. Chisu's hand, trembling slightly, rose not out of nervousness but from a sense of inner conflict. Although he had constantly reassured himself that the Xiaowu before him was merely a 10,000-year-old rabbit, in truth, she was undeniably a proud little girl. Xiaowu noticed his trembling hand but did not shy away. Instead, she leaned closer. His warm hand caressed her face, and she nuzzled against it comfortably. Sensing her initiative, Chisu cast aside his hesitation, one hand cradling her delicate face while the other encircled her waist. Xiaowu shivered, leaning feebly against him. "Since we are both homeless souls, let us depend on each other," Chisu whispered in her ear, his breath warm and ticklish against her skin. Xiaowu remained still, like a lonely little girl nestled in his embrace. She was at a loss for words, her heart racing as if she were faced with a significant choice. She raised her head, her teary eyes searching Chisu's for answers, yet she found nothing. His eyes lacked the innocence of a child. Instead, they bore an unusual firmness, as if he would uphold his earlier words for a lifetime. "If one day many come to kill me, and they are foes you cannot defeat, can we still rely on each other?" Xiaowu asked, her eyes reddening as she spoke deliberately. Without a hint of hesitation, Chisu gazed tenderly at her, smiled, and made a funny face. "Then let them walk over my corpse?" He had intended to say something different, but after much contemplation, he found that this line from the original story, spoken by Tang San, was the most effective. Of course, the one by her side now was him, not Tang San. Even if someone truly aimed to harm Xiaowu, it would be his body they would step over. Nevertheless, Chisu felt resolute in preventing her from encountering such peril. Killing one's wife to achieve enlightenment? He could never bring himself to do that. Xiaowu stared blankly at him, speechless. Seeing her reaction, Chisu chose not to say more and turned her head to gaze at the starry sky. Unbeknownst to them, they sat side by side, hand in hand, on the grass, jointly admiring the night sky. After a long while, Xiaowu finally spoke softly. "All right." Her response was an affirmation of Chisu's vow. The system's notification chimed, indicating that Xiaowu's favorability had reached 20, unlocking the second and third tiers of rewards, with only 2 more points needed for the 4th tier. The notification disclosed that she had gained a substantial 20 points all at once. Consequently, Xiaowu's favorability of 38 points now stood as the highest among all characters, overshadowing Tang Hao's 10, Tang San's 14, Bibi Dong's 20, and the unfortunate Yu Xiaojing, who languished at a mere 7 points. The thought of Yu Xiaojing's pitiful favorability ignited Chisu's ire, prompting him to consider lecturing him further. As for Xiaowu's sudden leap in favorability, it mattered little to him. After all, her heart held more significance than any reward. When 2 homeless individuals cross paths and vow to rely on one another, the uncertainty of the future only enhances the beauty of their bond. From this moment on, they were no longer lonely souls. They became each other as family and proof of their existence. The two shared an unspoken understanding, sitting quietly on the playground, observing the ebb and flow of people and the stars twinkling above. As the night deepened, shadows grew sparse and the starlight dimmed. Xiaowu blinked her eyes and curiously asked, "Aren't they supposed to call you Lord? Why are you also a homeless person?" Her confusion lay not in why Chi-Su was not a nobleman, but rather why he shared in her plight. This subtlety revealed her perception of him as an exceptionally important figure, devoid of any doubt. Chi-Su had never grasped the peculiarities of Xiaowu's character until now. It was his ambiguous identity that had driven her to seek closeness while simultaneously instilling fear. He burst into laughter, playfully tugging at her braided hair, and replied, "That's just their wild imagination. They think I'm someone important, so I go along with it. After all, who would refuse free meals and labor?" Xiaowu was amused, a delightful dimple gracing her face, making her all the more adorable. "So you really have nothing to do with the Wuhuan temple?" She pressed, still unconvinced. Chisu raised both hands, exclaiming, "I truly have no connection." He spoke no lies, as his ties to Bibi Dong were still non-existent. However, there was a promise from long ago, and he wondered if the future High Priestess even remembered it. As for how to resolve any conflict between Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu if he were ever to recruit her, that was a matter for another time. Chisu pondered this, feeling a headache coming on. After all, this was not a trivial issue. It involved the death of her mother, ultimately resulting in a soul ring. When they next met, it would undoubtedly be a battlefield. Good heavens, with a million-year soul beast and the ZG demon eye, the buff stacked high. Did they think they could devour him? He would ascend in spirals right then and there. Let me tell you, Chisu was genuinely unafraid, closing his eyes to absorb the energy. Yet, the next moment, the once golden mental sea before him transformed into an endless expanse of white. There was nothing left, only an overwhelming chill. Those who understand that feeling know it was akin to being thrown into a frigid Arctic abyss, with no corner left untouched. Chisu attempted to mobilize his mental energy in defense, but to no avail. The chill seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly assaulting him. He could not tell how long it lasted before he regained his composure and returned to his golden mental sea. However, this time, he had not emerged empty-handed. Upon inspection, he discovered a strange aura lingering in his mind, akin to a fool incessantly circling within, which was quite uncomfortable. This presence was likely the aura of slaughter. Chisu mused that a trip to the Slaughter City was now imperative. As a level 26 control-type battle soul master with a blue silvergrass, dual elemental martial souls, and the dark gold terror claw from the Tang Sect, he felt invincible, perhaps even able to confront a soul saint who had awakened their martial soul's true form. At that moment, the system chimed again. The Beast Tower challenge attempts have been updated. Would you like to proceed with the challenge? Upon hearing this, Chisu felt elated. Last time, he had battled a 10-year wind monkey, which had granted him a million-year soul ring and the consciousness of Ilex. What treasures awaited him this time? Before he could fully immerse himself in speculation, the scenery around him abruptly transformed, transporting him directly to the Douluo forest. With his ZG demon eye fully activated, he unleashed a torrent of mental energy. Suddenly, a rustling sound captured his attention. Chisu held his breath, instantaneously wrapping his blue silvergrass around his hand, prepared to strike at any moment. Following the sound, he was astonished to see a massive black spider, over 1.5 meters in diameter, with 8 legs resembling spears, glaring at him with predatory intent. Yet, instead of fear, Chisu felt an exhilarating thrill. Wasn't this the person-faced demon spider that yielded the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances? The golden-patterned blue silvergrass surged wildly, attempting to ensnare the person-faced demon spider. However, the spider was no pushover. Its 8 legs flailed with such speed that they left after images. Nevertheless, with the assistance of his ZG demon eye and the mental power of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, every movement of the person-faced demon spider was laid bare before him. As the Renminmo Zhu was about to charge forward, Chisu's lips curled into a slight smile, and his right hand instantly enlarged, transforming into an enormous bear paw with dark golden claws. With a resounding clap, he struck down, wielding a terrifying force that tore through the fabric of space, piercing directly through the body of the Renminmo Zhu. Chisu violently slammed the creature to the ground, black liquid gushing forth, a sight that evoked nausea. With a swift gesture, he unleashed his first soul skill, the water prison from the lawn Yin Chao. Countless strands of lawn Yin Chao shot up from the earth, instantly forming a transparent water prison that ensnared the Renminmo Zhu within its confines. Following this, Chisu retrieved a black box, the Zhuge crossbow. With a series of mechanical clicks, 16 shadowy bolts were unleashed, all striking the Renminmo Zhu. A piercing scream echoed through the forest as the colossal creature writhed in agony, ultimately transforming into a violet Millennium Soul Ring. Chisu stepped forward, preparing to absorb the Soul Ring for his second martial soul element. A millennium's worth of the Renminmo Zhu as his second Soul Ring was quite satisfactory, especially since it came with an additional soul bone, the 8 spider lances. After absorbing the soul ring, a violent eruption occurred behind him as 8 purple-black spider legs grew wildly, finally stabilizing at a length of 3 meters. With the dark golden claws and the Renyan Moju, he could contend with higher-level soul masters without even employing his martial soul. With such rewards, becoming a title Douluo capable of slaying gods was not merely a dream. Chi Su marveled at his fortune, suddenly recalling Bai Bai Dong, who was far away in the spirit hall, wondering how she was faring. At that moment, the system chimed in again. Xiao Wu's affection level reached 3, granting a choice of divine artifacts: the Shura sword, the sea god trident, or the angelic holy sword. Astonished, Chi Su felt a surge of excitement. These were treasures one could only touch upon reaching the threshold of the divine realm. However, upon reflection, although the Shura sword was impressive, it was likely in Tang Chen's possession. If he were to discover its loss, Chi Su would surely face dire consequences. Thus, he opted for the more prudent choice of the sea god trident. With a flash of azure light, a pitch-black trident appeared in Chi Su's hands. Weighing over 100,000 caddies, it felt manageable at 108. Just then, a fierce headache struck, causing Chi Su to scream in agony within his spiritual sea. Golden patterns etched themselves into his forehead, appearing as if carved by a blade. Even the demigod Ilex seemed unresponsive, instinctively retreating to a corner, clearly unwilling to intervene. What was this force? At that moment, Chi Su craved power more than ever before, unparalleled strength. He clenched his teeth, reminding himself of his own perceived weakness. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity, until the golden markings on his forehead finally ceased, solidifying in place. The sensation of pain dissipated, and, upon inspection, he discovered that the mark on his forehead was indeed the sea god's imprint. Could it be that acquiring the sea god trident had drawn the sea god's attention, intending for him to inherit divinity? While he pondered this, an ancient and authoritative voice echoed within his mind. If you wish to inherit my divine seat, go to Sea God Island in the future. The sea god had indeed sought him out. Chi Su marveled at this revelation, silently marking Sea God Island on his map. Exiting his spiritual sea, he found Xiao Wu still peacefully nestled in his embrace. He placed a gentle kiss on her cherry-red lips before drifting into slumber. The following morning, Xiao Wu awoke with a start, realizing she was draped over Chi Su like a sloth. Seeing her tender, rosy cheeks sparked Chi Su's interest, prompting him to lean in for a kiss before hastily rising, anxious not to be caught. After freshening up, Chi Su took Xiao Wu for a stroll. He decided to temporarily set aside his plans to recruit Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina, and Qian Renxue, choosing instead to focus solely on enhancing his affection with Xiao Wu. After all, the rate of increasing soul power was too slow. Nurturing their bond would yield higher rewards. Chi Su devised a plan to cultivate Xiao Wu into a devoted partner over the next 6 years, ensuring that she would crave his affection daily. Unable to eat without him, as the sun rose, casting brilliant rays, the two strolled hand in hand through the academy, exuding youthful innocence. Chi Su would often steal kisses from Xiao Wu's cheeks as they walked. Before long, they reached the teaching area, where most classrooms were locked tight, save for one that stood open. With no other destination in sight, they entered. "Teacher?" A startled exclamation pulled Chi Su's attention from Xiao Wu's rosy visage. Scanning the classroom, he spotted Yu Xiaojiang seated at a desk, surrounded by scattered sheets of white paper. He knelt respectfully, holding out a belt, and bowed his head. "I cannot formally pay my respects yesterday. Please accept my apprentice gift." Chi Su chuckled, taking the belt with interest. "Is this the famed 24-bridge moonlit night?" He began explaining the 10 core competitive theories of martial souls to Yu Xiaojiang, while Xiao Wu found a spot of her own, resting her chin in her hand. Watching Chi Su with a sense of ennui. Would he always stay by her side? He had said that if anyone wished to harm her, they would have to step over his corpse first. Could he truly do that? Xiao Wu repeatedly questioned in her heart, not wanting to lose him again. She yearned to be with Chi Su, even if it meant facing death together. They simply had to remain together. Countless thoughts surged within her mind, overwhelming her breath. And she could not fathom why she was thinking so deeply. Perhaps it was because this person before her was so different. They exchanged knowing smiles, locking eyes as if time had come to a standstill and the world around them was at peace. Suddenly, Chisu recalled a line from a poem from his previous life. The young man rode his bamboo horse, circling the bed while playing with the green plums. He found it quite evocative. Outside the window, butterflies flitted about, tracing elegant arcs in the air, dancing around the two for years to come. 6 years later, in the southern region of the Tiando Empire, in the kingdom of Balak, a friend recounted, "Let me tell you, the scene back then was simply incredible. My buddy Chi-Su, with such nonchalance, looked at that golden-haired fellow and simply uttered 2 words, 'Get lost.' I was completely taken aback. Those words were like thunder, leaving the other guy speechless. But let me start from the beginning. My friend Chi-Su, as you know, was accompanied by his darling Xiao Wu, whom he had nurtured for 6 years. The two had just graduated from New Oding Academy and made their way to Soto City. This place was no small village like New Oding. It was the grand entrance to the southern region of the Tiando Empire, a military stronghold bustling with activity. Under the blazing sun, they entered the city, the handsome young man and the adorable girl, with Xiao Wu hanging on a Chi-Su's arm, playfully stating, "Husband, I'm tired." Chi-Su, ever the doting partner, pinched her cheek and teased, "What is wrong with being tired?" Xiao Wu blushed, lightly punching his chest, her voice barely above a whisper. "I want to find a place to sleep with you. Let me tell you, this 6-year cultivation plan has yielded remarkable results. That once proud little bunny who would call me sister has transformed into a charming human accessory, sweetly calling him husband at every turn. The relationship between the two is reminiscent of newlyweds, sweet to the point of being overwhelming. Of course, you might assume that my friend merely indulged in romance over the past 6 years. But wait until you hear about his remarkable achievements during this time. Your jaw will drop. The affection level of Xiao Wu soared from over 30 points to an astounding 72, earning him a plethora of system rewards. Can you believe it? He is now merely 12 years old, yet he has already attained the rank of a 51st level Soul King. A 12-year-old Soul King. This is indeed a heavy weight on the entire continent. And this is just the foundation. The rewards from his affection level allowed him to draw a mutated beast martial spirit. And guess what he got? A sky blue bone dragon. What makes this extraordinary? It is akin to Master S. Luo San Pao, capable of external summoning, without the need for a martial spirit to be embodied. This means my friend can possess one martial spirit while simultaneously having an immensely powerful companion by his side. The sky blue bone dragon, with a lineage superior to the blue electric tyrant dragon, left Xiao Wu astonished, as she remarked it bore some relation to her Ming. Typically, it appears as a small blue bone snake coiled around Chi-Su, and in battle, its draconic might is truly impressive. Furthermore, his blue-silver grass has experienced a second awakening, thanks to the affection rewards. Instead of following Tang San's path to become the blue-silver emperor, it transformed into blue-silver swordgrass. The blades of grass resemble swords, and once ignited, all grass becomes a sword. Who could possibly resist the joy of 1,000 swords returning to the fold? From now on, any place with grass will be his domain. The most outrageous aspect is his divine martial spirit element. Over the 6 years, he has obtained 5 soul rings, representing 5 different elements: water, poison, gold, time, and space. Can you imagine? Time, space. How does one even compete with that? The 4th soul ring, derived from the dark demon Evil God Tiger, granted him a time attribute. The 5th soul ring, from the 10,000-year Moonwolf King, conferred a space attribute and even yielded a piece of spiritual skull. Coupled with the external spirit bone from the dark golden terror claw bear, he is now a treasure trove, possessing 3 soul bones. Thus, Chi-Su has become a mobile soul skill cannon. He himself states that in times of poverty, he strikes with precision, while in wealth, he unleashes overwhelming firepower. Currently, he is the wealthiest, engaging in combat without a second thought, simply unleashing soul skills one after another. He estimates that merely due to the sheer strength of his soul power, he could rival a 70-level soul sage. However, his next goal is not to level up further, but to attend Shrek Academy. Why? Because Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing are about to make their appearances. Xiao Wu's affection level is nearing its peak, necessitating the introduction of new characters. Of course, he also intends to settle scores with a few old friends. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, those scoundrels who toy with young women's feelings, have long irked him. Hence, when he goes to Shrek, he does not intend to be a student. He aims to be a teacher. He even had Master Yu Xiaojing write a letter of recommendation, which was so flattering that Chi Su himself felt embarrassed. By the way, during these 6 years, this fellow has also found time to establish a side business, opening a chain of blacksmith shops named Shun Duanpu. With his forward-thinking business strategy, it has already become the leading enterprise in the Fasnuo province. And Chi Su has amassed considerable wealth, basking in opulence. Now, returning to the present, as they stroll through the streets, Xiao Wu immediately sets her sights on the Rose Hotel. Chi Su, fully aware of the unfolding plot, remains silent, affectionately kisses Xiao Wu, and leads her inside. Upon entering, the fragrant aroma of roses and the intimate atmosphere envelop them. As Chi Su approaches the front desk and requests a room, the attendant responds with a knowing smirk that any man would understand. Xiao Wu blushes beside him, playfully pinching his waist. Just then, a brash voice intrudes. "I believe this room should belong to me." Enter Dai Mubai. Chi Su leisurely turns around to find a golden-haired handsome man, flanked by 2 identical twin beauties, strutting toward them with an air of arrogance. That fellow is indeed Dai Mubai, with his uniquely captivating eyes that seem to suggest everyone owes him money. He doesn't even glance at Chi Su, instead barking at the attendant. "Don't you know to reserve a room for me? Get your manager." When the attendant scurries away in fright, Chi Su finally speaks. "What a great show of power you have." Dai Mubai then notices Chi Su, his gaze sweeping over him before lingering on Xiao Wu, a flicker of admiration and greed flashing across his face. "You have quite a power. Do you have an issue with that?" "Indeed," Chi Su replies with a smile. "What issue would that be?" Then he delivers the astonishing line, "You can leave." Xiao Wu bursts into laughter beside him. Dai Mubai's face turns dark as he glares at Chi Su. "You are also soul masters, aren't you? Come, let us battle. If you can defeat me, the room is yours. If not, you perform a role. Is that acceptable?" The twin beauties giggle and step aside, ready to enjoy the spectacle. What happens next? Xiao Wu laughs uncontrollably, clutching Chi Su's arm, unable to stand straight. "Darling, he says he wants to fight you, and also us. Who understands? A soul master in the 30s challenging a 51st level soul king. Isn't that utterly ridiculous?" Dai Mubai feels deeply humiliated, his face turning green with rage as he shouts, "If you want to fight, then get lost." Only then does Chi Su cease his laughter, fixing a cold gaze on him and beckoning with a finger. "Come here." Dai Mubai snorts disdainfully, his right fist raised, ready to deliver a punch to Chi Su. However, the moment his fist is lifted, he hasn't even taken a step when Chi Su, in a flash, appears right in front of him. The speed is such that only a shadow remains. What follows is a resounding slap, crisp and clear. Dai Mubai is sent flying, crashing against the hotel wall with a thud, leaving a dent. Chi Su delivered that slap without using any soul power, purely physical force. Minimal damage, but immensely humiliating. The twin sisters stand dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. The once arrogant Dai Mubai is now a wall decoration. Dai Mubai, dazed, rises from the ground. The first thing he does is adjust his disheveled hair, which is truly astonishing. He then fixates on Chi Su with a venomous glare, as if he wants to devour him, muttering, "Very well, very well." Initially intending only to make them leave, he twists his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds as he declares, "Now, no one is leaving." I reckon this fellow has never received a proper beating in society. Still believing he can hold his own, the next second, he explodes with fury. White tiger, possession. With a loud shout, his muscles ripple and expand, transforming him into a humanoid white tiger. 3 soul rings emerge beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple. A 37th level battle soul master. He strikes a dramatic pose, declaring, "Dai Mubai, martial spirit white tiger, 37th level battle soul master. Please instruct me." Upon witnessing this, the twins straightened their backs, their chins nearly reaching the sky, eagerly anticipating Chi Su's fearful expression. What happens next? Chi Su and Xiao will regard the scene as if watching a monkey perform, not only unafraid, but barely raising an eyelid. Dai Mubai, bewildered, maintains his flamboyant stance, asking, "What is your martial spirit?" Finally, Chi Su condescends to speak, his tone icy enough to freeze. "Do you think you're worthy?" That is a heart-stopping blow to the ego. Xiao Wu beside him claps and cheers, thoroughly enjoying the chaos. Dai Mubai, utterly flustered, roars and lunges forward, his hands sprouting white claws as he strikes at Chi Su. But Chi Su, as if taking a leisurely stroll, merely sidesteps, dodging effortlessly. Then, with a swift motion, he grasps Dai Mubai's wrist, executing a technique that lifts him like a chicken, and then slams him down with a resounding crash. Dai Mubai, without even releasing a single soul skill, resembled a mere toy, being pressed down and rubbed against the ground. Chi Su casually placed a foot upon him, akin to squashing an ant. Dai Mubai let out a wretched scream, causing the two twins to squeal in fright and flee without a trace. Kichik croaked down, gripping Dai Mubai's neck, a devilish grin spreading across his face as he whispered once more in his ear, "You truly do not deserve it." At that moment, Dai Mubai's face turned a deep shade of purple, his legs flailing in a futile struggle, his mouth gasping for breath, on the verge of losing consciousness. The hotel manager, initially intending to intervene, was so terrified by the scene that he shrank into a corner, daring not to breathe. Just as Dai Mubai was about to roll his eyes in defeat, Chi Su suddenly released him, then raised his leg and kicked him like refuse against the wall. Dai Mubai slumped to the ground, clutching his neck and gasping for air, his eyes fixed on Chi Su, filled with anger, resentment, and predominantly a sense of relief and fear for having survived. Chi Su sauntered over and patted his face. "Get up." Dai Mubai trembled in terror, perceiving the figure before him not as a human, but as a demon. He could not fathom how he, a 14-year-old soul master and a genius from Shrek Academy, could be so easily overpowered by someone younger than himself, without even unleashing their martial soul. His pride and faith were shattered in an instant. "Do you hate me? Or fear me?" Chi Su continued to pat his face, his gaze reminiscent of one teasing a small pet. Then, with a cheerful smile, he dropped a bombshell. "Dai Mubai, the third prince of the Xing Luo Empire, right?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's pupils dilated instantly, his entire being trembling as if shaken by a sieve. He recoiled in terror, his voice trembling. "Why, you're from the royal family." It was over. He believed he had successfully fled, only to be found again. The coward within him seized the high ground. He cowered in the corner, hugging his head, shouting, "Don't kill me. I don't want a throne. I don't want anything. Please don't kill me." The once arrogant young noble transformed into a sobbing coward, crumpled on the floor. Chi Su scoffed disdainfully, "I am not here to kill you." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai thought there was hope, immediately pledging his loyalty. "I'll give you anything you want. I can provide you with anything. Do you know why I struck you?" Chi Su nudged him with his foot. Dai Mubai, trembling, replied, "I was wrong. I should not have competed with you for the room. That's one reason." Chi Su nodded, but not the main one. He gestured for Dai Mubai to continue thinking. Dai Mubai racked his brain, but could not come up with anything, humbly begging for mercy. "Sir, I am dim-witted. Please enlighten me. To toy with innocent maidens is a grave sin." Chi Su articulated deliberately. Xiao Wu stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai. Internally, Dai Mubai was still defiant. "What I do with women is none of your business." Yet, he hastily added an explanation. "It was all consensual. Chi Su let out a cold laugh and kicked him again. "Without your identity and status, would they willingly consent? Dare you claim that those twins were not tools for your perverse desires?" Xiao Wu, infuriated, stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick between Dai Mubai's legs. His scream echoed throughout the hotel, causing even me to wince in sympathy. At this point, Dai Mubai completely broke down, half kneeling on the ground, slapping himself repeatedly while crying out, "I am guilty. I was wrong. I should not have toyed with others' feelings. I am a scoundrel." His voice was hoarse. Chi coldly interjected. Oppressing the weak and the commoners is a second sin. Dai Mu Bai was taken aback. He had always believed in the rule of the jungle, thinking it natural to bully the weak. How could this also be deemed a crime? But he dared not question it, continuing to slap himself and shout, I am guilty. I should not oppress the commoners. Chi Su, observing his deranged demeanor, could not be bothered to converse any longer, waving his hand. Enough, stop. If I catch you engaging in such vile acts again, next time it won't be as simple as just beating you. Now be gone. Dai Mu Bai felt as if he had received a reprieve, scrambling out in a flurry. However, just as he reached the door, a thunderous explosion erupted. The hotel's wall blew apart. Bricks and debris flew everywhere, and amidst the dust, a gigantic figure barreled in like a bulldozer. Chi Su swiftly pulled Xiao Wu behind him, focusing intently. It was a muscular middle-aged man, his face etched with fury. Bu Dongming Wang, Zhao Wu Ji. Chi Su recognized the newcomer. Who dares to lay a hand on our Shrek people? Zhao Wu Ji bellowed like thunder. Following closely, the two fleeing twins and two other men entered. One was a handsome man with a bushy beard and peach blossom eyes named Oscar, and the other, a chubby red-haired boy named Ma Hongjun. Chi Su chuckled upon seeing them. The trio of Shrek's notorious rogues has gathered. The chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, leered at Xiao Wu, saying in a lewd manner, What a beautiful little girl. I wonder what she tastes like. I was ready to charge at him with 2 punches. Xiao Wu's expression instantly turned cold. Had Chi Su not intervened, she would have likely flown at him. Seeing his teacher arrive emboldened Dai Mu Bai, who ran back to complain, Teacher, they plotted against me. Zhao Wuji shot him a glare. I heard you provoked a master and got beaten up instead? Oscar and Ma Hongjun struggled to suppress their laughter, nearly injuring themselves. Zhao Wuji, uninterested in further conversation, pointed at Chi Su. Boy, apologize to my student and leave that girl behind, and you may walk free. Chi Su was infuriated. You demand my apology without inquiring about right or wrong. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. Right or wrong? In this continent, the weak are wrong, and the strong are right. Not daring to cause trouble is the mark of a fool. This is our Shrek's rule. What a bandit logic. I was incensed just listening to it, as it was all about reversing black and white. Ma Hongjun was still drooling. Teacher Zhao, give her to me. I promise to let her experience true pleasure. Oscar chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Chisa's gaze turned icy. Initially, he had only intended to teach a lesson, but it seemed these people would not learn until faced with dire consequences. Have you heard of the name Bu Dongming Wang? Zhao Wuji began to boast. Chisa nodded and recounted the glorious tale of how Zhao Wuji had fled from an attack by 16 bishops from the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wuji beamed with pride. However, Chisu's tone shifted, his expression filled with disdain. I must say, what is there to boast about for a stray dog? Zhao Wuji exploded with rage. You won't escape. I will beat you until you beg for mercy and take that girl away. Chi Su shook his head, instructing Xiao Wu to head upstairs, then faced the 4 adversaries alone, calmly stating, Come at me together. Today, not a single one of you shall leave. Zhao Wu Ji snorted coldly, signaling the others to stand back. He intended to face Chi Su alone. Boom! He stomped his foot, shaking the ground. In an instant, his body swelled, transforming into a towering bear over 2 meters tall. 7 soul rings rose around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Zhou Vuyi, a 76-level assault-type soul master, with a martial soul of the great strength diamond bear. By declaring his name, he acknowledged Chi Su's strength. Chi Su too finally made his move. Soul rings erupted around him. Though only 5, the configuration left the opposing side speechless. Chi Su, a 51st level assault type, Soul King, with a martial soul of blue-silver swordgrass. I tell you, when Chi Su's title was announced, the entire venue erupted. I watched in awe as 5 soul rings burst forth around him. White, white, black, black, black. Just these 2 colors rendered everyone present utterly silent. Does anyone understand? A boy of merely 12 or 13 years was actually a Soul King. This is no longer mere genius. It is as if a celestial being has descended. The so-called monstrous students of Shrek appear to be mere children playing in his presence. Oscar was rendered speechless, mumbling, "What monsters? These are devils, indeed." Meanwhile, the chubby figure of Ma Hongjun, aspiring to be a rogue, was drenched in cold sweat, likely regretting his choices for provoking a future title Douluo. How could he expect to have a good life thereafter? Yet, the most amusing aspect was that everyone was fixated on his 2 white tenure spirit rings, their faces adorned with bewilderment. This configuration resembled driving a supercar to a construction site, utterly incomprehensible. Even Zhao Wujin wore a face of regret, mistakenly believing that Su had traversed a difficult path due to a lack of guidance in his early days. However, that moment of regret was fleeting. The next moment, his expression transformed into one of intent to strike. After all, he was a soul sage of over 70 levels, and when he unleashed his aura, his physique surged to an imposing height of 2.5 meters, resembling a formidable bear spirit. As his 3rd spirit ring glimmered, a terrifying gravitational force enveloped the entire hotel. The Shrek students nearby were instantly subdued, their faces turning purple from the pressure. But cuisse? He moved as if gliding on oil, effortlessly evading the gravitational force, as if it were a mere tickle. Furthermore, as his 2nd spirit ring shone, a purple light flickered in his eyes, and an invisible spiritual shockwave surged towards Zhao Wujin. Although Zhao Wujin was a soul sage, his mental prowess paled in comparison to that of the seemingly ghostly Su. He was momentarily incapacitated, just for that fleeting moment. Su, like a phantom, appeared before him, his right hand producing a massive dark golden claw, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Zhao Wujin's chest. With a muffled thud, Zhao Wujin's bear-like armor was torn asunder, and he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground with a tremendous thud. The Shrek students could hardly believe their eyes. Over 20 levels lower, and he had sent the indomitable Zhao Wujin flying in a single encounter? Was this truly reasonable? Daimu Bai, unable to contend with Su, was struck by the realization of his overwhelming strength and harbored murderous intent. He felt Su posed a grave danger and resolved to eliminate him before Shrek faced dire consequences. He whispered to Ma Hongjun and then hurried off to seek their dean, Flinder, for assistance. While Daimu Bai fled, Oscar and Ma Hongjun remained, oblivious to the peril. As Zhao Wujin rose from the pit, his gaze fixated on Su's dark golden claws, his eyes widened in greed, drool nearly escaping his lips. He recognized it as the external spirit bone of the dark golden terror claw bear. It was indeed a top-tier treasure. In that instant, Zhao Wujin's mind turned to thoughts of murder and treasure seizing, his eyes no longer regarding Su as a mere mortal, but as a veritable walking treasure chest. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Oscar and Ma Hongjun continued to banter with Xiao Wu upstairs, boasting about their sausages and the allure of their evil fire. My fists clenched in disbelief. Was this not a blatant invitation to death? What sort of person was Su? Could he tolerate such insolence? I watched as he vanished in an instant. Just as Zhao Wujin registered the danger, he could only shout a warning, but it was too late. The dark golden claws descended from the heavens, striking Oscar's delicate face with a swift series of blows. Oscar emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His face instantly transformed into a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, reduced from handsome to monstrous, collapsing to the ground in tears of despair. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. In a swift motion directed at the lecherous Ma Hongjun, Su sprouted 8 spider legs from his back, one shimmering with purple light. And with a crack, he executed a physical cleansing in the blink of an eye. Those who understood the gravity of the situation could only gasp. Ma Hongjun's scream was an octave higher than Oscar's, trembling as he touched his blood-soaked hands, collapsing in shock, weeping as if he had lost a loved one. Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene from above, clapped her hands in delight, shouting through cupped hands, "Well done." Su turned to her, making a playful face, his affection palpable. Zhao Wujin, now completely enraged, his eyes aflame, faced a dilemma. How could he explain to Flinder when 2 of his students had been so grievously harmed, one disfigured? the other rendered impotent, he let out a furious roar, illuminating all 7 spirit rings, causing the hotel walls to collapse with a resounding crash. He pointed at Chi Su, bellowing, "Why such cruelty at such a young age?" Chi Su, amused by the accusation, summoned countless blue-silver grasses that appeared like swords, framing him as a sovereign of blades. How could they bully him, seek to kill him, and make lewd remarks towards his woman, yet expect him to remain passive? As soon as he finished speaking, his 4th black spirit ring suddenly ignited. The sky was filled with blue-silver sword grasses, as if commanded by an army, ruthlessly shooting towards Zhao Wujin. The spectacle was akin to a rain of swords. Zhao Wujin, terrified, hastily activated his first soul skill, Immovable King Body, enveloping himself in a radiant golden light to withstand the onslaught. Yet Chi Su's sword grasses were relentless. Soon, Zhao Wujin's golden barrier shattered with a resounding crash. Countless flying swords pierced into his body. Zhao Wujin was transformed into a veritable hedgehog, bleeding profusely. His rage reached a boiling point as his 7th spirit ring soared into the sky, activating his martial spirit's true form. His body swelled, morphing into a colossal, mountainous golden giant bear. He shook off the sword grasses and roared as he charged at Chi Su, simultaneously unleashing his 5th soul skill, gravity compression, attempting to draw Chi Su closer to crush him into pulp. The true form of his martial spirit? Chi Su chuckled coldly, for he had awaited this moment. Rather than resisting the pull, he surged forward. Zhao Wujin, seeing him approach, was elated, raising his massive bare paws, poised to strike down with earth-shattering force. Roaring die. The spirit bone is mine. However, just as the bare paw was about to descend, Chi Su effortlessly sidestepped the attack, leaping onto Zhao Wujin's massive shoulder. In the next instant, 8 spider spears emerged from his back, plunging deep into Zhao Wujin's nape. The effects of poison and absorption activated instantaneously. Zhao Wujin let out a heart-wrenching scream, his enormous body thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge Chi Su, but with every movement, the toxin spread more rapidly, draining his soul power. His once ferocious aura visibly dwindled. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were left in shock, forgetting their pain, unable to believe that their teacher, in his martial spirit's true form, could not even graze Chi Su's clothing before being reduced to such a state. Ma Hongjun cursed Dai Mubai, who had fled 1,000 times. What kind of deity had they provoked? Time was up. Chi Su stood upon Zhao Wujin's shoulder, calmly declaring as he yanked out the 8 spider spears. A torrent of purple-black toxic blood erupted skyward. With a casual wave, a blue-silver sword grass appeared in his hand, immediately enveloped in a golden light, transforming into a magnificent sword radiating imperial majesty. Chi Su raised the golden sword high, shouting, "Blue-silver sword grass, 5th soul skill, imperial slash." I tell you, the scene was akin to a real-life rendition of One Slash, and you may die. The golden sword light surged with overwhelming might, descending upon Zhao Wujin's blood-spraying neck with a single stroke. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. Then came the muffled thuds, as a colossal bear head rolled away from the body. Dead? The indomitable Zhao Wujin, a renowned soul sage, had been decapitated by a mere soul king? Oscar and Ma Hongjun lay in a pool of blood, gazing at the headless corpse, still oozing blood, paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. They gazed upon the figure of Chi Su, standing beside the corpse, feet planted firmly on a flying sword, immaculate and unblemished. In their hearts, only one thought prevailed. This is no devil, but a reaper come forth from the depths of hell. Ma Hongjun was utterly shattered, muttering to himself, "To avoid trouble is the mark of a mediocre talent. Now I have truly angered a deity." In truth, Chi Su's maneuvers flowed seamlessly, all meticulously calculated. He had not even deployed his true trump card. With merely a blue-silver sword grass martial soul, he had lethally toyed with a soul sage. First, he utilized a mental assault to create an opening, then closed in with the dark gold fear claw to breach defenses, subsequently forcing out the true form of the martial soul with a rain of swords, and finally, seizing upon the weakness revealed in its enlarged state. He leapt onto its nape, applying the debuff of the 8 spider lances. After a series of continuous strikes, he finally unleashed his most potent 5th soul skill, the Emperor's Slash, delivering a fatal blow. Let me tell you, the might of this 5th soul skill is formidable, obtained from a 6,000-year-old Emperor 9-headed lion. In the pursuit of slaying that beast, comparable to a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Chisu had exhausted all his hidden cards, nearly sacrificing himself in the process, ultimately relying on the sea god's trident to emerge victorious. Thus, the power of that strike was beyond the capacity of Zhao Wujia's defenses to withstand. But do you think that was the end of it? Allow me to enlighten you. This 5th soul skill was not Chisu's greatest treasure acquired from the lion. The true marvel was a left-arm soul bone that the lion had dropped. Chisu referred to it as the left hand of God. Those in the know would understand that its function is akin to a triple chain combo in the realm of soul skills. No, it is a 9-fold chain. It can replicate another soul skills, storing up to 9 at once. Naturally, it has its flaws. It can only replicate skills from those with weaker mental strength, and using it incurs a cooldown period of an hour. This means in a group battle, one can at most unleash one of the 9 skills. Yet even so, it is utterly extraordinary. I tell you, Chisu is now adorned with treasures galore. 3 external soul bones, the 8 spider lances, dark gold fear claw bones in both arms, along with 3 ordinary soul bones, the explosive right arm bone, the spirit mirage skull, and now this replicating left arm bone. With such an arsenal, when facing Zhao Wujia, he had not even utilized half of his strength. It was simply a matter of bullying the weak. Once the battle concluded, the scene in the hotel was nothing short of devastating. Oscar was wailing, clutching his face, while Ma Hongjun writhed on the floor in agony. In the center lay a headless corpse, and there stood Chisu, effortlessly cool. The manager and staff had long since fled. Only Xiao Wu, resembling a mischievous sprite, perched on the second-floor railing, swinging her long legs, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Chisu disinterested in the 2 misfortunes, one disfigured, the other rendered a eunuch, considered it a form of retribution for the girls they had previously harmed. To be honest, this punishment was rather lenient compared to their misdeeds. Nevertheless, it was Chisu's first experience with murder, and gazing at the pool of crimson, he felt an unsettling discomfort, refraining from further bloodshed. He waved to Xiao Wu on the upper floor, who immediately responded with a radiant smile and a thumbs up. I tell you, as a soul beast, Xiao Wu inherently harbors disdain for humans, particularly for someone like Oscar, who speaks so crudely. Thus, witnessing their plight brought her immense satisfaction, and she thought Chisu had executed his task splendidly. She leapt down from the second floor, and Chisu, with a graceful jump, caught her in a princess carry. The little rabbit began to nuzzle against him, showering him with compliments, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Over the years, Chisu had thoroughly educated Xiao Wu. She seamlessly switched between calling him husband, brother, and master with ease. Upon returning to their room, the atmosphere became palpably intense. Xiao Wu was adamant, keeping Chisu occupied throughout the entire night. I assure you, it was a taxing endeavor for him, more exhausting than his duel with Zhao Wujia. Afterward, Xiao Wu gazed at him with satisfaction, while Chisu found himself reflecting on the situation, pondering the repercussions of being unable to resist her allure. What would he do if he encountered a captivating being like Hulaina? The more he contemplated, the more restless he became. Hastily donning his clothes and sitting cross-legged to cultivate, forcing himself into a state of tranquility. Xiao Wu, seeing his strained expression, burst into laughter, finding it amusing. With a sweetly uttered good night, she snuggled under the covers and drifted off to sleep. Not long after Chisu entered his meditative state, chaos erupted downstairs. Dai Mubai arrived with a middle-aged man in his 40s in tow. This man, I must say, had an extraordinary appearance, his face resembling a shoehorn, adorned with square glasses that exuded cunning intelligence. This was none other than Flender, the headmaster of the Shrek Academy, a soul sage of level 78. Upon seeing him, Oscar and Ma Hongjun rushed forward like they had spotted their father, exclaiming, "Headmaster, you finally arrived. Teacher, Zhao is dead." Oscar's already unfortunate visage contorted further in anguish, while Ma Hongjun pointed at Zhao Wuji's corpse, sobbing uncontrollably. Flinder and Dai Mubai stood frozen in shock, emotions of disbelief, terror, fury, and sorrow flashing across their faces like a kaleidoscope. Suddenly, with a thud, this seasoned veteran, this soul sage of 78 levels, dropped to his knees. All strength seemed to drain from his body as tears streamed down his face. Disregarding the blood-soaked ground, crawling towards Zhao Wuji's lifeless form like a dog. Dai Mubai and the others were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed their headmaster in such a vulnerable state, resembling a frail old man on the verge of death. Flinder reached the corpse, trembling as he touched Zhao Wuji's neck, the fatal sword wound shattering him completely. From murmurs of despair, he erupted into a frenzied roar. How could this happen? How could this happen? He remained there, weeping for what felt like an eternity, until his tears ran dry. Dai Mubai's mind was a blank canvas. He never anticipated that a mere incident would nearly obliterate the entire Shrek Academy. With the vice principal beheaded, one student disfigured, and another rendered a eunuch. All orchestrated by a mere 12-year-old boy. The idea that avoiding trouble is the mark of a mediocre talent made Dai Mubai want to retch. Was he provoking a mediocre talent? No, he had incited a demon. Flinder rose shakily, his gaze settling on the pitiful state of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, and his heart sank anew. The three men embraced, once more engulfed in tears. Dai Mubai stood aside, his heart a tumult of emotions. Ultimately, he had instigated this calamity. Yet what was the outcome? Teacher Zhao was dead, little Oscar disfigured, and Hongjun rendered a eunuch. As for himself, he had merely endured a few slaps and bowed his head a few times, emerging virtually unscathed in comparison. After sufficient weeping, Flinder wiped his tears, his expression suddenly turning icy. He sought vengeance. However, he was no fool. He gestured to Oscar. Little Oscar, tell me, how did old Zhao meet his end? As Oscar recalled the events, he began trembling anew. The image of that boy wielding the golden sword haunted him like a nightmare. Flinder transmitted a portion of his soul power to stabilize Oscar's spirit, allowing him to recount the battle's proceedings. He emphasized the 8 spider legs, the dark golden claws, the myriad flying swords, and the emperor-like aura, insisting that it was not a battle, but a one-sided slaughter. A soul king of level 51 had dominated a soul sage of level 76 throughout. Upon hearing this, Flinder's face turned ashen. He whirled around and delivered a resounding slap across Dai Mubai's face. Dai Mubai staggered back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, looking both shocked and furious. Flinder's eyes were as cold as steel. Kneel! Dai Mubai, defiant, attempted to argue back, but a wave of soul sage pressure forced him down, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Unable to contain himself, he cried out, "Why? Why?" Flinder's voice was colder than the Siberian chill. If you hadn't provoked this disaster, would teacher Zhao be dead? Would Oscar be disfigured? Dai Mubai, with a purple visage, guilt and rage intertwining, retorted, "Isn't it true that avoiding trouble is the mark of a mediocre talent? Wasn't that your teaching? That may be so, but one must consider whom one provokes." Flinder nearly roared. "Did you provoke a mere human? No, you provoked a demon, a soul king of 51, slaying a soul sage over 20 levels higher. Such a feat is unheard of. What right did you have to confront such an individual? A mere Shrek cannot bear such a burden. As he grows, your Xinghua Empire shall also find it insurmountable." This statement fell like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing all the fervor within Dai Mubai. Deflated, he crawled beside Zhao Wuji's lifeless body, weeping profusely while striking his own face. Yet, Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked upon him with nothing but resentment, devoid of any sympathy. Flinder observed his performance with cold detachment, already formulating a new strategy in his mind. Suddenly, he seized Dai Mubai by the arm and dragged him upstairs like a lifeless dog. Terrified, Dai Mubai assumed Flinder intended to hand him over as a scapegoat, instantly summoning his martial soul to resist. How laughable! Before a soul sage, his feeble strength was no different than that of a chick. Flinder paid him no mind. steadily pulling him step by step toward the second floor. In that moment, Dai Mubai's guilt evaporated, replaced by an all-consuming hatred. He loathed Chi Su, despised Flender, and resented Shrek Academy. He believed these so-called brothers and teachers had molded him into this state, only to now treat him as a sacrificial pawn. These so-called comrades abandoned him in his hour of need, no different from the cold-blooded royalty of the Xinghua Empire. Before long, Flender dragged him to the second floor and bellowed down the corridor, "My lord." Flender of Shrek Academy brings a guilty party to atone. Hearing this, Dai Mubai's soul seemed to flee in terror, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Dean, please. That is a devil. Just look at what happened to Xiao, Ao, and the others. I am the last hope of the academy." Below, Oscar and Ma Hongjun listened, exchanging knowing smirks. The last hope? So we are to perish then? At that moment, I was meditating in my room, disturbed by the commotion, perplexed as to what Flender was up to. Having killed his vice dean and incapacitated 2 of his students, he should be fighting back. Yet here he was, offering reparations? This cunning old fox surely harbored ulterior motives. I opened the door and was greeted by a most astonishing sight. Flender was using his soul power to force Dai Mubai to kneel, dragging him like a small chick, step by step toward me. With each step, he pressed Dai Mubai's head against the ground, causing a resounding thud with each bow. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, trembling with humiliation. As he approached me, bowing with each step, Flender's intentions were clear. Revenge? Nonsense. This was no enemy. This was a walking golden opportunity. As long as we secured this leg to cling to, would Shrek not rise to become the foremost academy on the continent? Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, a chilling glint flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes as he etched our names into a list of vengeance. I must tell you, the scene was suffocating. Dai Mubai, autuar decomposed, was likely sharpening his knives in secret. Now, returning to the present, you won't believe it. The very Chi Su who had turned Zhao Wujia into mush stood there, utterly bewildered like a wooden stake. The other Shrek members regarded him as if he had risen from the depths of hell, their fear palpable. Even more astonishing was the sight of Flender, that old fox, kneeling with Dai Mubai and the others. Can anyone fathom this? The headmaster of Shrek Academy, accompanied by a cadre of talented students, bowing before a boy who appeared to be no older than 12 or 13. The absurdity of the scene was staggering. Chisa's lips twitched, likely pondering. How many times has this happened? Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, Wang Sheng, and now another way from Shrek. I have received more bows in my lifetime than meals. Get up, speak quickly, and if you have anything to say, do so. Chisa's commanding words exuded an air of authority. Flender immediately rose, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face, saying, "My lord, we at Shrek Academy have failed in our duties and disturbed you." Chisu waved dismissively, displaying his impatience. The dead are gone. I cannot be bothered to dwell on it. With that, he turned to leave, presumably to meditate and digest the shocking events of the day. I must tell you, Chisu had initially planned to teach us Shrek, hoping to woo Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, but now his regard for Shrek had plummeted to an abyss. "My lord, please wait." Flender, unwilling to relent, reached out to stop him but hesitated to make physical contact, awkwardly holding his hand in midair. A glance from Chisu sent Flender retreating, retracting his hand at lightning speed. Flender commenced his performance, passionately declaring, "My lord," as our name suggests. Shrek Academy is a school for monsters dedicated to nurturing monstrous talents. Before encountering you, I truly believed we had produced a gaggle of little monsters. But now I realize we are nothing but rubbish. You are the true monster. Dai Mubai and the others felt a tumult of emotions. Yet, in the presence of Chi Su, they were compelled to acknowledge their own inferiority. As Flender grew increasingly animated, spittle flew towards Chi Su's face. "My lord, before meeting you, I feared Shrek was doomed to destruction at my hands. But after seeing you, I understand that Shrek will not only survive, but will ascend to greater heights, ushering in its glorious era. And you shall be the navigator of this new age." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, as if a grand epic was unfolding before him. Chisu stifled laughter, recognizing that this old man would be wasted as anything other than an orator. Yet, he was curious to discover Flinder's true intentions. What could this mean? Chisu raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he scrutinized Flinder. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others remained kneeling, creating a stark contrast. I wish to invite my lord to teach at Shrek Academy, to enlighten these unworthy students, Flinder exclaimed, gesturing toward Dai Mubai and the others, almost wishing to send them back to their mothers for a recreation. The others felt even more disheartened. Having been the pride of their generation, they were now reduced to acknowledging their own inadequacies beneath the heel of a mere boy. Chisu rolled his eyes, thinking, am I a monster? Your entire family is a collection of monsters. I must tell you, Flinder had previously aspired to cling to Chisu's leg, aiming to elevate Shrek Academy to the top of the continent. However, with a few words from Chisu, Flinder's ambition skyrocketed. He decided to establish an academy for the common folk, dedicated to nurturing monsters. He aimed for soul masters around the world to take pride in entering Shrek, regretting it if they could not. The old man was swept up in fervor, weeping as he cried out to hand over the position of headmaster to Chisu. Seeing the old man in such a state, Chisu felt a warmth in his heart. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, since I am the headmaster, I shall set the rules. The entrance exam shall be postponed by 3 days. Let be known far and wide that Shrek Academy is open to all aspiring individuals, regardless of their current strength, as long as they possess the determination of a monster. Tuition will be waived, and there will be subsidies. Flinder turned pale at this. My lord, the funds may not suffice. Chisu chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. I have wealth. Flinder immediately changed his demeanor, ingratiatingly responding, my lord is truly omniscient and endowed with innate talent. Chisu rolled his eyes, urging him to cease. Moreover, the assessment must be revised. It cannot only consider soul power. We must provide opportunities for those common students who lack resources but possess ambition. Flinder listened intently, increasingly convinced that Chisu was a young man of grand aspirations and vast knowledge, a veritable savior for the common students. Chisu continued. The admissions process shall follow 2 paths. 1, the old rule, for geniuses at level 20 by age 12, and the other, for those who may be lacking in inherent ability but possess perseverance, the late-blooming monsters. Oscar and Ma Hongjun listened nearby, their blood surging with excitement as they felt themselves partaking in a momentous endeavor that could alter the world. Puis se pose de momentarily. Then his tone sharpened. The second path entails hunting soul beasts alone in the Qingdou Great Forest, with life and death resting solely on your shoulders. Life and death resting solely on your shoulders? Flandra was somewhat bewildered. Those below level 10 must hunt soul beasts for a decade. Those below level 20 must hunt century-old soul beasts. You must act alone, bearing the consequences of life and death. Chisu's words were nothing short of exhilarating, embodying the courage to challenge fate, the wisdom to combat life and death, and the patience to await the opportune moment. Of course, a touch of luck was also essential. Naturally, the notion of bearing life and death was meant for external ears. The academy would secretly dispatch instructors to monitor, ready to intervene in dire situations, Chisu added. But what if they arrive too late? Flandra expressed concern. Life and death are dictated by fate. If one dares to challenge destiny, one must accept its unpredictability. Flandra nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Chisu yawned and remarked, let's leave it at that for now. We shall meet again in 3 days. He then self-deprecatingly added, time to get busy. 3 days later, Chisu and Xiao Wu prepared to set off for Shrek Academy. However, during those 3 days, Xiao Wu's antics left Chisu feeling a twinge in his back. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Wu teased, brother, are you not up to it? Chisu playfully tapped her on the head, chastising, what are you saying? A man cannot admit defeat. Upon reaching the outskirts of Suatawa City, Chisu and Xiao Wu ventured southward. Brother, why are we not there yet? Xiao Wu feigned a sulky tone. Chisu pointed to a distant village. We have arrived. It is right over there. Xiao Wu squinted at the sight, expressing disdain. Huh? Is that it? It looks so shabby. Chisu pinched her cheek. Once we have wealth, We shall relocate the academy to Tiando City. Tiando City? Is there a lot of delicious food? I want to go too. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were greeted by a throng of people. Is it because the tuition is free that everyone is gathered here? Puis cependant, somewhat surprised. A table was set up at the entrance with an elderly man seated and a tattered sign above read Shrek Academy, accompanied by a green monster emblem. This is utterly dilapidated, Xiao Wu exclaimed in further disgust. Chi Su felt embarrassed, thinking he must replace the sign by nightfall. They approached the old man and took a seat beside him. Just as the old man intended to scold them, he caught sight of Dai Mubai's startled expression, instantly transforming his demeanor into a beaming smile. Ah, esteemed guest, you have arrived. Chi Su waved his hand dismissively. Just carry on with your duties. The crowd murmured in dissatisfaction, but Chi Su ignored them. Quickly spotting a girl without parental companionship, a girl in a white dress with a neat bob cut and fair skin. None other than Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chi Su's eyes lit up, but a sudden pain shot through his waist as Xiao Wu glared at him indignantly. Which beauty are you staring at? Chi Su pointed towards Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu huffed, turning her head away. I was just teasing you. Chi Su made a face at Xiao Wu, successfully placating her. Ning Rongrong seemed to sense Chi Su's gaze and turned her head, revealing her stunning features. Chi Su's lips curled into a radiant smile, akin to sunlight illuminating an ancient city. Ning Rongrong blushed at this smile, hastily burying her face back into the crowd. Chi Su was taken aback. Why are you blushing like a teapot? Meanwhile, a boy with a wheat-colored complexion and a sharp haircut peeked out, excitedly exclaiming, Teacher, it's wonderful to see you again. The noise in the crowd escalated, prompting the old man to chuckle twice before suddenly exuding a formidable aura. Goodness, the plot is taking off. A 12-year-old child slaying a soul sage. What an explosive premise. And Ning Rongrong, instantly transformed into an infatuated admirer, showering affection and seeking collaboration. This adorable contrast was enough to make me swoon. Let me tell you, Ning Rongrong undoubtedly possesses something special. She immediately inquired about his name, revealing her identity as the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, clearly eager to gauge Chi Su's reaction. Yet, when Chi Su simply replied, I am Chi Su. You may call me principal, her astonishment was palpable. Thus began a series of formalities, which Chi Su found tiresome and promptly delivered a playful flick to her forehead. My goodness, the trajectory of this narrative is simply unparalleled. After Ning Rongrong was playfully reprimanded, she adorably pouted, warning, if you flick me again, I shall become a fool. The tone and expression were utterly charming, melting my heart. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong confessed her desire to collaborate with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even offering a heartfelt hug. This display left me utterly speechless. Kuisu, being an earnest individual, stood there in shock after the embrace, likely feeling a flurry of emotions within. In summary, this segment of the narrative unfolded with rapid pace. A plethora of exhilarating moments and an abundance of twists and turns, making it an absolute favorite among short video enthusiasts. My dear friends, who understands? Here I am, orchestrating a freshman assembly, when suddenly Ning Rongrong, the little princess, burst into tears and ran off. I was left utterly bewildered, and Oscar, that rascal, attempted to chase after her, only to be promptly sent back by my foot. What on earth is happening? This matter must be revisited from the moment I finished conversing with Ning Rongrong. Let me tell you, my primary objective upon arriving here is to enhance my favorability ratings, especially with beauties like Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Bibi Dong. One cannot simply max out the favorability and claim it is purely a brotherly bond, can they? That would be utterly absurd. I am someone who believes in genuine reciprocation. If someone truly develops feelings for me, I cannot act like a scoundrel. I must take responsibility. Unlike Tang San, who treats a girl's affections as a stepping stone, I could never stoop so low. Just after my conversation with Ning Rongrong, a system notification chimed. Ding. Ning Rongrong's favorability level, 10. What a delightful surprise. I was reveling in this when I looked up to see Xiao Wu's head peeking from behind the door, squinting at me like a little detective. You haven't done anything shameful, have you? I raise my hands in mock surrender. Of course not. I open my arms in welcome. But the little bunny turned her head away, huffing. Oh dear, her adorable temper. I swiftly pulled her into my embrace. She did not resist, immediately clinging to me like a koala, refusing to let go. I ruffled her hair and teased. Why are you so clingy? She mumbled softly, saying nothing, only tightening her hold. I chuckled, kissed her forehead, and began to walk away, but she froze, her eyes filled with longing. Really nothing? Really nothing. I raised both hands in surrender. She was unconvinced, pouting, and exclaimed. I saw her blush as she ran away. How on earth do I explain this? I could only smirk mischievously. Perhaps your husband is just too handsome, haha. This ignited a powder keg, with Xiao Wu's eyes welling up, looking at me with an expression of pure grievance, her demeanor resembling the latest emo meme of 2025. You've grown tired of me. You've already grown tired of being with me. My dear friends, who understands? I am well aware she is pretending, but she is a young girl, and I must indulge her. I quickly pulled her back into my arms and showered her with compliments. How could that be? Xiao Wu is the cutest. Really? Absolutely. Her mood shifted instantly, from a pitiful pout to a radiant smile, as she clutched my arm and sweetly said, Brother, let us go. I finally grasped it. Xiao Wu's acting skills deserve an award. Honestly, my plan to cultivate this relationship is too successful. Xiao Wu is now inseparable, resembling a clingy little rabbit. It has become difficult to converse with other girls. Upon returning to the hotel, after coaxing Xiao Wu to sleep, I began to assess my gains from this encounter. Zhu Zhuqing's favorability reward. Instant teleportation to any location once. Goodness, this is a life-saving skill. An extra life. Ning Rongrong's favorability reward. Protective golden light, once. Capable of withstanding any harm. I was momentarily taken aback. What was this about another life-saving gold body system? What could it possibly mean? Was misfortune looming over me? That shouldn't be the case, with my current prowess. As long as I refrained from provoking those formidable 99th level limit Douluos, I could traverse this continent with ease. A wave of doubt began to creep into my mind. Upon reflection, this timeline was even more chaotic than my electronic pickled vegetables. The original narrative had no mention of a soul ring appearing within a year, and the plot featuring Bai Dong's ascension had been postponed by a full 6 years. What had transpired in between? This was beyond the scope of my butterfly effect. There was a fundamental issue with this world itself. At that moment, I caught sight of the final reward. Tang San's affection level 2 reward, explosion ring. I felt my scalp tingle. My dear friends, the system was truly intensifying my capabilities. Let me tell you, the explosion ring allows one to utilize soul rings like bombs, resulting in an instantaneous surge of power. However, the aftereffects are severe. Once used, one becomes extremely vulnerable and must endure a lengthy cooldown. A pure, life-risking skill. Instant teleportation, invincible gold body, and explosion ring. This life-saving trifecta had been bestowed upon me. It was as if the system was afraid I might perish at any moment, frantically providing me with protective items. A profound sense of crisis enveloped me. I understood now. The system was not merely concerned about my reckless behavior. A colossal threat, of which I was unaware, was on the horizon. Was I still here, nurturing relationships with the young ladies? Time was of the essence. No more dilly-dallying. I had to take proactive measures. I immediately resolved that 2 days after the Shrek recruitment concluded, I would directly seize the Ice and Fire Duality Valley from Douluo Bo. Why bother with brotherhood and healing? There was no time to waste. I would take it by force, consume the celestial herbs, and elevate my strength. In this world of the survival of the fittest, I was determined to discover whether my poison skills could rival his poison Douluo. 2 days later, at the dilapidated lawn of Shrek Academy, the new students gathered. Zai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ning Zongzong, Zhu Zhuqing, and 2 newcomers who had passed the Stardow Forest trial, totaling 7. All right, Mahong Jun had yet to arrive. That lad, after I had dealt with him, was further neglected by Zhu Zhuqing, now resembling a block of ice, utterly aloof. Oscar, donning a mask to create an air of mystery, revealed himself to be a food-type soul master at level 29, leaving the two new commoner boys stunned. When it was Ning Rongrong's turn, she persistently stole glances at me, her expression exceedingly complex. I could tell immediately that this little princess had developed a crush. She furtively looked at me, then glanced at the cheerful Xiao Wu beside me, and her expression fell, her demeanor turning despondent. I sensed something was amiss, so I called out to her, "Ron, it's your turn." She abruptly looked up, staring at me in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. I inquired again, "What's wrong?" To my surprise, my question seemed to unleash a floodgate. Tears streamed down her face, and she turned to flee, not looking back. The entire assembly was left in shock. Oscar attempted chase after her, but I kicked him back with irritation. Who did he think he was? I waved at Zhu Qing and said, "Zhu Qing, go check on her. Girls are easier to talk to." Sigh. This situation had escalated. I contemplated finding an opportunity to discreetly comfort Xiao Wu later, for it is during the most fragile moments that gaining affection is most effective. I cleared my throat, redirecting everyone's attention. "It's your turn." Tang San and his so-called genius friends had subconsciously begun to band together, ostracizing the two commoner newcomers who had fought for their place here. Yet, I was determined to provide them with an opportunity. A girl named Gugu spoke first, 14 years old and level 18, with a common red thread as her martial soul. After introducing herself, she lowered her head in self-deprecation. I immediately gave her a thumbs up. Not bad. A girl brave enough to venture into the Stardow forest alone and kill a century-old soul beast. Impressive. At my words, her eyes lit up, and her face broke into a radiant smile. This was precisely the fighting spirit I sought. The last boy, named Gu Ming, was 13 years old, level 11, with a wooden sword as his martial soul. He wore a perpetual blank expression and stammered while speaking. I asked, "Level 11, and you killed a century-old soul beast?" He replied with 2 words, "Level 10. My heart jolted. Level 10, wielding a mere wooden sword, had single-handedly defeated a century-old soul beast? This was far more impressive than Tang San's exploits with hidden weapons. I patted his shoulder. "Well done." The lad showed no reaction to my praise, resembling a wooden doll. Yet, I understood, he was a born sword enthusiast. Such individuals, when given the chance, could wield even a wooden sword to extraordinary heights. Now that all these young ones had introduced themselves, it was time for me, the main character, to make my entrance. I cleared my throat, stepped in front of them, and donned a mysteriously profound smile. For some reason, perhaps due to the impending confrontation with Dugu Bo, I felt unusually calm, even finding the presence of Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hong Jun more tolerable. My mind was set on a single thought. I hoped these unruly children would cease to view the avoidance of trouble as a mark of mediocrity, and refrain from falling for every attractive figure they encountered. I am Chi Su, 12 years old. My voice was soft yet clear. My martial soul is blue-silver swordgrass, level 51, Soul King. I delivered my introduction as if reciting a grocery list, nonchalantly. Dai Mu Bai and the others had seen me in action before, so they remained relatively composed. However, the two newcomers, Gugu and Gu Ming, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Hearing of a Soul King at the tender age of 12 was indeed a staggering revelation. Although I was the dean, I pointed to the side, indicating Flender, but I merely held the title. I wasn't versed in the specifics of teaching. You would primarily follow Vice Dean Flender and my second disciple. Upon hearing this, Flender puffed out his chest with pride. I had previously informed him that Yu Xiaojiang was my disciple. This old fellow held Yu Xiaojiang's theories in high regard, so he had no doubts. However, Tang San, standing nearby, uttered an exclamation, his eyes brimming with astonishment. I could easily guess his thought process. He was likely imagining, "Goodness, my teacher is remarkable, just casually accepting a second disciple who can teach a Shrek. To revive the Tang Sect, my teacher is certainly playing a grand game." You could see his face instantly transform, filled with admiration, his fists clenched tightly, as the spark of ambition to rebuild the Tang Sect ignited into a roaring flame within him. The way he looked at me shifted from perceiving me as a somewhat capable mentor to seeing me as the destined leader of his fate. Tang San, come here for a moment. I gestured for him to approach. I needed to give him some personal guidance. He immediately complied, and Xiao Wu, understanding the situation, stepped aside, not eavesdropping on our conversation. I strolled with Tang San around the academy, and after a considerable distance, I leisurely spoke. So, how have the past 6 years treated you? He hesitated momentarily before attempting to deflect. I went to my aunt's house with my father, training while learning about the history and etiquette of the continent. Not a single mention of his father being a titled Douluo, nor of the grueling training regimen. I was fully aware of what was unsaid. He chose not to bring it up, and I would not press the issue. I remembered how Tang Hao had treated me as cannon fodder back in the day. I would settle that score with interest one day. I shifted the conversation to the crux of the matter. What do you think we need to do to rebuild our Tang Sect in this continent? Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately perked up, his eyes shining. Teacher, the Tang Sect is based on hidden weapons, while the Douluo Continent reveres soul power. To reconstruct the Tang Sect, we must possess top-tier hidden weapons and titled Douluo-level strength. Both are indispensable. Indeed, this boy has a clear line of thought. I nodded in agreement and pressed further. And after the reconstruction, what do you envision for the Tang Sect? After the reconstruction, his tone shifted sharply, filled with determination. The Tang Sect must be the #1 sect in the world. All other sects must acknowledge the Tang Sect as the foremost authority. I couldn't help but chuckle at the abstract perspective of the young lad before me. Raising an eyebrow, I gazed at his earnest little face and playfully inquired, "Oh, does it have to be the #1 in the world?" He nodded emphatically, his expression conveying an intensity that seemed to insist upon my ambition to be first. He believed that if he could not become the leader, then what significance would there be in rebuilding the Tangmen? Who could understand this sentiment? At that moment, I felt an urge to delve into his mind. Thus, I decided to impart a lesson and asked him, "Do you know why our Tangmen's ancestors chose to establish this sect in Shishu?" He was momentarily taken aback, clearly having never pondered this question, and could only awkwardly respond. "Isn't it said since ancient times that it is the Tangmen of Shishu?" I tapped his little head, beginning to speak with a serious tone. "The roads of Shu are perilous, more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Shishu is a region that is easily defended, yet difficult to attack. What is our Tangmen known for? We specialize in hidden weapons and assassination, never engaging in direct confrontation. With so many enemies, if we do not find a secure place to hide, we would have long been annihilated." With this gentle prodding, the clever child Tang San suddenly understood. He realized that the Tangmen existed as shadows in the realm of assassins, relying on cunning rather than the title of the world's #1. What mattered was the lethal precision and the fearsome deterrence that accompanied their reputation. His notion that Tangmen should be revered by all sects was utterly misplaced, as it contradicted the very foundation of Tangmen's existence. "Teacher," he abruptly halted, bowing deeply before me, his eyes brimming with admiration, as if to say that my insights were far more profound than his simplistic thoughts. I felt a sense of secret delight, maintaining an air of wisdom as I continued walking, hands clasped behind my back. The Tangmen should be like a blade concealed in darkness. It should remain sheathed until the moment it strikes, ensuring a fatal blow. "Do you understand?" "I understand, Master." He nodded vigorously, looking at me as if I were a celestial being, likely reflecting on how he paled in comparison to my wisdom. Satisfied with the lesson, I patted his shoulder and shifted the topic. "How has your father, Uncle Tang Hao, been these past few years?" Tang San immediately donned a cheerful expression. "My father is doing quite well, as usual, working with iron, enjoying a drink, and maintaining his robust health. He even mentioned you, saying you were exceptional material for forging." I couldn't help but chuckle. Had I not known the true nature of that old fox Tang Hao, I might have believed him. I chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage further. "All right, our conversation has concluded. You may head back now." I waved him off, sending him on his way. Did you think I truly had the leisure to impart lessons on Tangmen philosophy? Nonsense. I was creating a private moment. You see, that girl, Xiao Wu, clung to me tightly. If I didn't send Tang San away, how could I seek out Ning Rong? Watching Tang San walk away, I sighed with satisfaction and hurried to find my little heiress. The Shillake Academy was quite compact, and I soon located Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The two girls were seated side by side on the grass, with the aloof Zhu Zhuqing maintaining her usual stoic demeanor, while Ning Rongrong had buried her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling. I stealthily approached and plopped down beside them. Zhu Zhuqing shot me a surprised glance, about to speak, but I immediately gestured for silence. She, being perceptive, promptly lowered her head, pretending nothing had occurred. I said nothing, merely sitting there in silent companionship. Sometimes, simply being present is far more comforting than uttering 1,000 reassurances against tears. After a long while, Ning Rongrong finally lifted her head, her tear-streaked face resembling a delicate flower drenched in rain, tugging at my heartstrings. As she caught sight of me through her tear-filled eyes, the tears that had nearly subsided surged forth once more, as if she had suffered an immense grievance. I felt a bit at a loss. I wanted to embrace her, yet Zhu Zhuqing was still nearby. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing, though cold in demeanor, possessed a warm heart, abruptly stood up and declared, "You can comfort her yourself, Principal. I shall take my leave." With that, she exited, leaving me with ample space to act. Once Zhu Zhuqing was gone, I tentatively opened my arms. In the next moment, to my astonishment, Ning Rongrong lunged towards me, crying as she pounded her little fists against my chest, resembling a small kitten venting its emotions. I instinctively wrapped my arms around her, resting my hand on her head and gently stroking her hair. I must admit, her hair was incredibly soft, reminiscent of a silk advertisement. Gradually, her sobs diminished, leaving only gentle sniffles. She remained silent, pressing her face against my chest and holding me tightly. My heart was a tempest of contradictions. I initially sought to increase my affinity with her, but now it felt as if I had received an unexpected gift. Had I done so little that she had come to me so willingly? She shifted in my embrace, looked up, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening with moisture, and softly asked, "Why are you holding me?" I was momentarily taken aback. "My dear, weren't you the one who initiated this? Was this a new form of entrapment?" I blurted out my thoughts. "Did you not just leap into my arms?" Her previously dazed expression sharpened, filled with irritation as she huffed and attempted to break free. I couldn't allow her to escape. I tightened my embrace and whispered in her ear, "First, let us clarify this." She stilled in my arms, burying her face against my chest, refusing to let me see her. "Who has wronged you?" I gently rubbed her head, deliberately adopting a fierce tone. "Tell me, and I shall deal with them." As soon as I spoke, a sharp pain pricked my arm. Looking down, I saw that she had unexpectedly raised her head and was glaring at me with wide eyes, having bitten down on my arm. I felt a twinge of annoyance. Here I was, trying to comfort her, yet she treated me like a chew toy. I was about to scold her when I met her tear-filled gaze, brimming with grievance and defiance, and my heart softened instantly. Just as I sighed and prepared to let her vent her frustrations, she suddenly released her grip and leaned in, planting a kiss on me. By the time I processed the situation, she had pushed me away, glaring at me with a mix of mischief and apprehension, like a child who had just pulled a prank and was now frightened. With determination, I stepped forward and pulled her back into my embrace. "Rongrong, what is troubling you?" I asked softly. She gazed at me with a dreamy expression, her lips parted, yet no words came forth. I gently patted her back, hoping to soothe her. In truth, my heart was a tangled mess as well. The proverbial window had been shattered. Eventually, she regained her composure, raising her head, her gaze now steady and resolute. "I like you," she exclaimed with all her might, and after uttering those words, she melted into my arms, her eyes filled with a blend of hope and fear, staring intently at me. In the eyes of others, she was the esteemed and gifted young lady of the Qinbao Lulazong, but before this young man, she likely felt far less significant. Achieving the rank of Soul King at the tender age of 12, he undoubtedly possessed a power that rivaled or even surpassed that of the Qinbao Lulazong. What could it be? The Spirit Hall? The royal family? Or perhaps some unknown force? When it came to talent, he probably regarded her abilities as no more impressive than those of ordinary individuals within her sect. What she took pride in, their talents and backgrounds, seemed utterly insignificant before him. What then could possibly capture his attention? Her beauty? Ning Rongrong was aware of her allure. recognizing the greedy glances that others cast her way. Yet, what of the young man before her? The girl beside him, sporting scorpion braids, was hardly lacking in beauty either. What advantage did she possess? Would he truly be drawn to someone as ordinary and unremarkable as herself? A wave of uncertainty washed over Ning Rongrong, lingering in her heart. As these thoughts surged, she failed to notice that the proud and almost witch-like Ning Rongrong had vanished, replaced by a girl burdened with inexplicable emotions. Chisu was momentarily taken aback by Ning Rongrong's sudden confession, instinctively tapping her forehead, admonishing her not to call him that. "Then what should I call you?" she retorted, casting aside her tangled thoughts, glaring at Chisu with evident resentment and anticipation. Observing Ning Rongrong in this state, Chisu silently lamented that such a delightful girl should not be turned into a resentful woman. He hastily comforted her with gentle words, suggesting that she call him whatever she liked. "Then I shall call you Darren," she replied, sticking out her tongue with a playful smile, resembling the little which Chisu remembered. "Darren? Why does that sound akin to Zhu Ren?" Chisu thought it odd, yet fearing further mischief from Ning Rongrong, he chose not to elaborate, simply nodding in agreement and suggesting, "Let us go with Zhu Ren then." An inexplicable thought suddenly crossed Chisu's mind, prompting him to ask Ning Rongrong to refer to him in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong froze, her face flushing a deeper crimson than during their previous prolonged kiss. Coming from a noble family and having frequented aristocratic circles, she was aware that some powerful figures had peculiar preferences. Chisu's spontaneous suggestion evoked secretive memories, rendering her face unbearably red. She quickly covered her face with one hand, while playfully hitting Chisu's chest with the other, repeatedly exclaiming, "Darren, you're so bad." Her charmingly shy demeanor piqued Chisu's interest, and he gently lifted her chin, bringing her face closer to his, speaking in a tone of undeniable authority. "What shall you call me?" Startled by his tone, Ning Rongrong hesitated. "Zhu Ren?" Upon hearing her address him as master, Chisu felt a surge of joy, tenderly caressing her head. "From now on, call me Darren in public, and Zhu Ren in private," he stated with a smile, his heart buoyant as he gazed at her. Witnessing Chisu's elation, Ning Rongrong gradually brightened, her eyes dreamy as she shyly nodded. She was uncertain why, but despite the embarrassment of uttering Zhu Ren, she felt there was nothing inappropriate about it while being met with Chisu's cheerful gaze. To see him smile like a celestial being and to call him Zhu Ren seemed perfectly acceptable. Chisu lightly kissed her forehead, dispelling the earlier gloom from her spirit. One could hardly blame Chisu. Who could resist the charm of a once proud which transformed into a gentle girl, calling him Zhu Ren? He mused within. If Ning Fengji were to learn that his cherished daughter now called another Zhu Ren, he would undoubtedly summon the two-titled Douluo to deal with him. After all, Ning Rongrong was the direct descendant of the seven-treasured glazed tile school, and Chisu had no genuine intentions beyond playful banter, seeking only a moment of joy. "Since you have called me master, you must heed my words." Chisu gently stroked Ning Rongrong's head, akin to a devoted pet owner. She promptly nodded, appearing exceptionally obedient and adorable. For her, being near Chisu, regardless of her title or status, was all that mattered. She longed to be by his side rather than merely watching him from afar as a latecomer. Ning Rongrong's affection level rose to 20, unlocking her second and third tiers of affection. The system's voice chimed in at the expected moment, and the substantial gain of 20 points granted her 2 tiers of rewards. Chisu recalled that he had previously achieved 2-tier reward from the same person on 3 occasions. The first was during his initial meeting with Bai Bai Dong, where they made a powerful pact to marry her at a time of great strength, resulting in a 20-point affection gain. The second occurred at Nodding Academy, when he pledged to protect Xiao Wu against any formidable adversaries, also netting him a 20-point affection gain. And now, the third was with Ning Rongrong. Suddenly, Chisu brought Ning Rongrong's face close to his, regarding her with utmost seriousness, his eyes sparkling like countless stars. Ning Rongrong felt a bit flustered, unsure of why he was staring so intently. "Once you call me Zhu Ren, you must stay close to me. I will not let you slip away," Chisu said, making a playful face yet maintaining his solemnity. This marked his third vow on Douluo Continent, a promise made to the girl who would soon become his companion. I will not lose you. The weight of these words echoed in Ning Rongrong's mind, leaving her momentarily speechless, lost in thought. Chisu did not rush her, gently caressing her head as if caring for a cherished pet. After a while, tears glimmered in her eyes, yet they sparkled with brightness as she looked at him and declared, "I will stay close to Zhurun." As she spoke, she laughed. But soon her laughter turned to tears, creating a whimsical blend of emotions that seemed almost incoherent. Despite this, her tearful laughter appeared remarkably beautiful, devoid of any sense of madness. Observing her in such a state, Chisu felt a surge of compassion and tenderness. He embraced Ning Rongrong tightly, having already come to see her as someone of great significance. Chisu had always felt like an outsider on Douluo Continent, no matter how well he adapted. A sense of belonging eluded him. It was only with the arrival of Bai Bai Dong and Xiao Wu that he began to feel a connection. Now, promising Ning Rongrong solidified his identity as a part of this world, surrounded by those he cared for and wished to protect. Dofhim, Bibidon, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were no longer mere characters from a novel, but vibrant individuals he was devoted to safeguarding. A profound sense of peace washed over him, dispelling the earlier anxieties stemming from an uncertain fate. What was there to fear? He possessed a system and those who cared about him, individuals for whom he would strive. A fiery determination ignited within his gaze, as if to incinerate the looming shadows of the unknown. No matter what or who sought to take everything from him, he would not allow it. In his heart, Chisu silently vowed, as if addressing an unseen shadow in the distance. Before the threads of fate and at the farthest reaches of the world line, it seemed as if a pair of hands had already orchestrated everything, waiting for the day of reckoning. Yet, Chisu no longer harbored fear. His heart was ablaze. Chapter 64. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Conference Hall. On the northern side of the Grand Hall, facing south, there sits an intricately carved chair made of sour wood, adorned with a large piece of jade embedded in its backrest. The jade, a rich emerald green, emanates a gentle warmth, epitomizing the essence of opulence. Seated upon this exquisite chair is a man whose visage is as refined as jade, with a straight nose and a square jaw, exuding an aura of elegance and gentleness. Clad in a pristine white robe, unblemished and immaculate, he appears to be in his 40s, his gaze soft and inviting, resembling that of an ordinary individual. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes reveals a remarkable presence. His long, supple black hair cascades casually down his back, creating an impression of effortless grace, devoid of any pretense. At this moment, he gazes down kindly at a young man kneeling before him, dressed in a white ensemble. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has been accepted into the Shrek Academy and has sent back a confidential letter for your review. The young man presents the letter with utmost respect to the sect master, Ning Fengji. A flicker of curiosity crosses Ning Fengji's face, given his little ancestor Ning Rongrong's nature. It seems unlikely she would send a letter back. Could it be that she has encountered some trouble? He had previously sent a letter to Flender, instructing him to properly guide this little witch. Is it possible that Rongrong has returned seeking clarification due to some grievance with Flender? A helpless smile graces Ning Fengji's features as he shakes his head and opens the letter. His brow furrows upon reading the first line, but soon it relaxes and transforms into a countenance of pure joy, as though he has received some exceedingly delightful news. The young man below watches in astonishment. It seems the sect master has not smiled so genuinely in a long while. Logically speaking, it should not be surprising for someone of the young lady's talent to gain admission to Shrek Academy. So why is the sect master so elated? It appears that Rongrong has matured, taking on the responsibilities of the sect. Ning Fengji chuckles while patting his leg, then gestures for the young man to withdraw. Suddenly, a robust and powerful voice reverberates through the hall, as if emanating from all directions, causing the hall to tremble. Fengji, are you truly at ease allowing Rongrong to be alone out there? And so cheerful about it? No, I must bring Rongrong back. An elderly man with a head of white hair, his face as tender as that of an infant, emerges from the back hall. He casually pulls out a wooden chair and sits beside Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji pays little heed to the elder's words, still engrossed in the letter. His face alight with joy. Uncle Jian, look at what Rongrong has accomplished. Ning Fengji hands the letter to the elder he refers to as Uncle Jian, who takes it and examines it with a furrowed brow. Before long, he gasps in disbelief, staring at Ning Fengji with incredulity. How can this be? How can there be such a genius in the world? As one of the few titled Douluos on the continent, Jiandao possesses a deeper understanding of martial souls. Soul power, soul skills, and soul bones than ordinary soul masters. Yet, regardless of his extensive knowledge, he remains astonished and incredulous at the claims made in Ning Rongrong's letter. A 12-year-old soul king? How is that possible? Even if she awakened her martial soul at the age of 6 with innate full soul power, how could she have directly elevated to level 41 in 6 years, reaching the Soul King realm? Moreover, what astounds Jiandao even more is that this 12-year-old Soul King has slain a level 76 Soul Sage. This Soul Sage is no nameless figure, but rather Zhao Wujin, the unmoving king, who escaped the siege of the martial Soul Hall. Such an occurrence seems nearly impossible. Fengji, could it be that Rongrong has fallen for some young man and is deceiving us for support? Jian Douluo speculates, clearly skeptical of the letter's contents. After a brief moment of surprise, his eyes flash with a hint of anger. It appears he believes a young rogue has manipulated his precious Rongrong into seeking their support. Is it that scoundrel Chiso? I'm going to confront him at this Shrek Academy right now. Jian Douluo exclaims, fuming as he prepares to leave. Ning Fengji bursts into laughter, interjecting, Rongrong must be speaking the truth. I have heard that the headmaster of Shrek Academy has been replaced by a 12-year-old boy with his Soul King power, has slain a Soul Sage. Jiandao raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that true? From what Ning Rongrong's letter conveyed, Jiandao had initially doubted her claims, but if it comes from Ning Fengji, it is likely authentic. After all, as the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the foremost sect following the retreat of the Haoyin School, Ning Fengji's words carry considerable weight. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is immensely wealthy, with a network of informants across the continent, second only to the Martial Soul Hall in terms of intelligence. Indeed, Ning Fengji replies with a wry smile. Rongrong mentioned we should recruit such a talented young man as a consecrated member of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Jiandao inquires further, and Ning Fengji nods, clearly pleased with Ning Rongrong's decision. A hearty laugh erupts from Jiandao, resonating throughout the conference hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Excellent, 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 he exclaims joyfully. His long-standing concern has been the lack of successors for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. While it is recognized as the premier support-type martial soul, without formidable battle soul masters to protect it, the sect could easily become a mere illusion. Given that both he and Old Bone Dragon are of advancing age, they can only safeguard the sect for a few more decades. In a few decades, if the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School lacks a new title Douluo to protect it, its status will undoubtedly decline. However, the news brought by Ning Rongrong dispels all of Jian Douluo's worries. A 12-year-old Soul King, what a concept! This is akin to a future title Douluo in the making. Moreover, this individual is destined to be among the elite within the ranks of title Douluos, not merely one who struggles to break through at levels 91 or 92. With such a title Douluo in their ranks, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will not merely be the foremost sect following the Haoyin School's retreat, but will rightfully claim the title of the premier sect in the world. Rongrong is indeed a remarkable child, growing up under the guidance of both Old Bone Dragon and myself. Jiandao exclaims with unbridled joy. In Chapter 65, Heartfelt Longing, Ning Fengji also laughs heartily, a rare occurrence. He agreed to send Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy, partly to help her temper her spoiled nature, and partly to encourage her to forge friendships with talented peers, which would aid in her future leadership of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong, endowed with exceptional talent from a young age, is not only Ning Fengji's cherished daughter, but also his most valued heir. Now, having just entered the academy, she brings forth momentous news about a prodigious young man with whom she has formed a commitment. The agreement is that the seven-treasure glazed tile school will provide unwavering support for the young man's development into a titled Douluo. In exchange for his assistance during any crises threatening the sect, it appears that Qibao Liulizong has incurred significant losses, expending vast resources to cultivate a youth into a titled Douluo without any apparent expectation of return. However, in truth, this venture is remarkably lucrative. The wealth of Qibao Liulizong, which rivals that of nations, is not solely attributed to ancestral accumulation, but is also a testament to the business acumen of the contemporary patriarch, Ning Fengji. In comparison to this matter, Ning Fengji undoubtedly possesses a broader vision than the sword Douluo, Qinxin. A youth who reaches the Soul King level at the tender age of 12 is practically assured to become a titled Douluo, a fact that warrants unconditional support from Qibao Liulizong. Furthermore, a soul master achieving such a rank at such a young age must be backed by a formidable and substantial force. Although Ning Fengji is unaware of whether this force is the Wuhuan Temple, Haotianzong, or the royal family, it is likely an unknown power that is no less formidable than these factions. The addition of such an ally is undoubtedly a cause for celebration for Qibao Liulizong. Uncle Jian, shall we personally meet this youth? Ning Fengji, in a buoyant mood, contemplated directly visiting Shrek Academy with Sword Douluo Qinxin to seek out Qi Su. Sword Douluo readily agreed, saying, "Sure, I'll summon Old Bone Dragon to join us." Before he finished speaking, Sword Douluo vanished from sight, leaving Ning Fengji alone in the vast hall, chuckling to himself. Truly, heroes emerge from a youth. Ning Fengji abruptly rose from his wooden chair, his laughter robust and unrestrained. Entirely unlike the previously genteel patriarch. In Wuhuan City, within the resplendent and magnificent halls of the Wuhuan Temple, which stand as a beacon for countless soul masters across the Douluo Continent, only two solitary figures were present. One sat upon the golden throne that symbolized the authority of the Pope, while the other stood respectfully beside her. Surprisingly, both figures were women. The term woman hardly suffices to describe the standing figure. Girl would be more appropriate. A girl of enchanting beauty. She possessed a cascade of lustrous black hair that flowed like a waterfall, delicate willow-like brows, captivating eyes that ensnared the soul, a refined nose, cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and cherry-like lips, all framed by a face as exquisite as jade, with smooth, snow-like skin. Her figure was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding both allure and charm, embodying both joy and melancholy. She was indeed mesmerizing, akin to a fox transformed into human form. Yet even this stunning maiden paled in comparison to the woman seated on the golden throne. The latter was adorned in an opulent gown of radiant gold that fitted her perfectly, sparkling with over 100 gemstones in red, blue, and gold. Atop her head rested a 9-curved purple-gold crown, glimmering with brilliance, while in her hand she held a scepter approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with countless jewels. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage rendered her strikingly unique. The noble and sacred aura she exuded could not help but inspire feelings of reverence. Her beauty was astonishing, embodying elegance, grace, and tranquility. A myriad of splendid adjectives could aptly describe her. Although no longer youthful, the passage of time seemed to have left no mark upon her. She was none other than the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong. 12 years prior, Qian Xuanji pursued the 10,000-year-old blue-silver Emperor Spirit Beast. And in a climactic moment, the blue-silver Emperor sacrificed itself for Tang Hao, forcing him to become a titled Douluo with a 10,000-year spirit ring. Qian Xuanji returned to the Wuhuan Temple grievously wounded. At that time, Bibi Dong had already harbored intentions of murder, planning to seize his life while he was heavily injured and ascend to the papal throne herself. However, just as she was about to act, a man clad in black suddenly appeared within the Wuhuan Temple, thwarting her intentions and establishing a pact that forbade her from killing Qian Xuanji for 6 years. Consequently, Qian Xuanji unknowingly gained 6 years of life, until 6 years ago when the term of that agreement expired and Bibi Dong finally struck, slaying him. The reason Bibi Dong adhered to the 6-year promise was due to the overwhelming power exhibited by the man in black. The aura emanating from him evoked a familiar, yet utterly foreign sensation in Bibi Dong. It was familiar because of the immense strength that inspired no inclination for resistance. A presence she had also felt from Douluo. It should be noted that Douluo, as the high priest of the angel god, was a peak title Douluo of level 99, his power akin to that of a demigod. The man in black similarly possessed a terrifying aura, suggesting he was at least a level 97 powerhouse, possibly even a peak title Douluo. Having meticulously plotted for years, Bibi Dong was not inclined to take such risks. She heeded the man in black's counsel and spared Qian Xuanji's life 12 years ago, only to kill him 6 years ago after ascending to the papal throne. Since then, 2 individuals have occupied her thoughts. One she pursued with all her might, while the other remained a cherished memory. The latter was the young boy she encountered in Shenghan village, a figure who had long been the gentlest light in her heart, providing her unwavering strength and warmth during countless restless nights. What about you? You promised to become the strongest and find me. I will always be waiting. Bibi Dong's gaze drifted far away, her eyes filled with tenderness. Chapter 66. The Conspiracy of the Peak Title Douluo. With her current power, it would be relatively simple for Bibi Dong to seek out that boy from her past, yet she was unwilling to intrude upon his life. To her, he was a distant light, a beacon whose presence or absence mattered little as long as she knew that such a light existed amid her dark existence. As for the promise made by the boy, Bibi Dong had little faith that a boy with a blue-silver grass spirit could become the strongest person on the continent. Yet she silently harbored hope akin to a beautiful dream. The doors of the Pope's Hall were exceedingly tall, even from a distance. Bibi Dong could only gaze up at the apex, unable to truly see the distant horizon. Her gentle glance lingered outside briefly before returning to the equally gentle visage of the girl beside her, Hulaina. Bibi Dong felt a profound resemblance between Hulaina and her younger self, a self untouched by setbacks or suffering. Thus, she often felt a sense of fondness and protectiveness towards Hulaina, contrasting starkly with her feelings for Qian Renshua, as Hulaina seemed more like a daughter to her. "Laina, come here," Bibi Dong beckoned to Hulaina. The obedient girl approached, kneeling before Bibi Dong, and then, like a small fox, nestled into her lap. Only at this moment did Bai Dong appear less like the commanding and imposing empress before others, and more like a gentle mother gazing upon her daughter. "Teacher, news has arrived from the Balik Kingdom within the Tiando Empire, stating that there is a 12-year-old Soul King," Hulaina softly remarked as she leaned against Bai Dong's knee. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong was momentarily taken aback. Her hand, which had been tenderly stroking Hulaina's hair, fell still, and she inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Is that true? A 12-year-old Soul King, if genuine, would undoubtedly be hailed as the most gifted individual since the inception of Soul Masters." The fact that such a prodigious youth had eluded the knowledge of the Spirit Hall until reaching the rank of Soul King instilled great unease in Bai Dong. Indeed, the unmoving King Zhao Wuji, who once escaped from our Grand Bishop's siege, also perished at his hands. Hulaina spoke with an agitation that contrasted sharply with her usual demeanor, as if she were shaken by the improbability of the revelation. Before she could finish, Bai Dong abruptly rose, startling Hulaina, who had been resting on her knee. "A level 50 Soul King has slain the unmoving King Zhao Wuji?" Bai Dong's face was awash with disbelief, while her eyes revealed a flicker of inscrutable intent. "Yes, teacher." Hulaina, too, was profoundly astonished. She had always believed that, as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, she should be among the continent's most exceptional talents. How could someone so much younger surpass her in rank by such a margin? "Nana, take Gue Douluo and Judo Luo with you to investigate thoroughly. Ensure that you uncover all information about this individual, including any affiliations and whether he has a teacher." Bai Dong's gaze darkened, a hint of chilling apprehension seeping through. As though she feared something, there was an inexplicable feeling that this young Soul King was intricately connected to the mysterious man in black who had thwarted her 12 years prior. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she believed she should be well acquainted with all matters in the Soul Master realm. The presence of so many unknown figures clearly instilled a sense of profound insecurity in her. Understood, teacher. Hulaina, momentarily taken aback by Bibi Dong's directive. Silently acknowledged the gravity of the situation, realizing that the teacher was indeed placing great importance on this matter by sending 2 elders. Go now, Nana. Do not alert the snake in the grass. Focus solely on your investigation. Bai Dong gestured for Hu Lai not to depart. In the depths of her mind, it felt as if the enigmatic man in black and this suddenly emerging 12-year-old Soul King were intricately linked. Bai Dong could not allow any Soul Master to slip beyond her control. She aspired to become the empress of the entire continent, reigning above all. Hu Laina nodded, not lingering any longer, and stepped out the door. With Hu Laina's departure, a twisted purple-black door materialized behind Bai Dong. The door was irregular and distorted. At that moment, Bai Dong's once exquisite and regal visage contorted into a grotesque expression, as if something had warped her features. An ominous aura began to rise, enveloping her in resentment and malevolence, before she stepped through the distorted purple-black door. Simultaneously, within another hall of the Spirit Hall, the Elder Hall, 2 solitary figures stood side by side beside a grand and sacred angelic statue. One appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, strikingly handsome, with a faint smile gracing his face. His calm and serene aura provided an immensely comforting sensation, akin to an angelic embodiment on earth. He was tall, but not robust, clad in a simple gray robe, with long black hair neatly arranged behind him. Despite his humble attire, his mere presence inspired reverence. This was Qian Dao Lu, the esteemed Grand Priest and Elder of the Douluo Hall, a level 99 limit Douluo. Beside him stood a man in a black cloak, his face concealed within the shadows of his hood. Although his features were obscured, one could still discern the sharp angles of his profile, revealing an undeniably handsome visage. The 2 stood near the angelic statue, their inscrutable gazes fixed upon the grand and holy figure at the center of the hall. Do you truly not wish to reemerge? The man in black broke the silence, disrupting the somewhat awkward stillness between them. Upon hearing this, Qian Dao Lu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he shook his head in denial. I made a promise long ago. Having guarded this place for so many years, I shall not break it for you alone. He had once pursued Bo Saishi alongside Tang Chun, but returned to the Spirit Hall after his own failure, choosing to remain uninvolved in worldly matters, content to oversee his Douluo Hall and Elder Hall. Even when he became aware of Bai Dong's actions against his son, Qian Sunji, he refrained from intervening. For Qian Sunji's past actions had indeed left him feeling some disdain. Furthermore, with the birth of Qian Rinshui, Qian Sunji's standing in Qian Dao Lu's heart had plummeted. Even upon learning of Bai Dong's brutal actions against Qian Sunji, Qian Dao Lu still supported her ascension as Pope for the greater good of the Spirit Hall. After all, in his view, Bai Dong was indeed a more suitable candidate for Pope than Qian Sunji. The black-cloaked man, whose capabilities and identity remained a mystery to Qian Dao Lu, had initially sought his assistance under the pretext of intercepting Bai Dong's murderous intent towards Qian Sunji. Qian Dao Lu had resolutely declined. Now, 12 years later, the man in black had once again come to the Spirit Hall, requesting Qian Dao Lu's emergence. Qian Dao Lu could distinctly sense that the man's aura had grown stronger since their last encounter, now rivaling his own, having reached the level of a limit Douluo at 99. In a vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, only he, Tang Chun, and Bo Saishi had once attained the rank of 99 limit Douluo. Among them, both he and Bo Saishi served as divine priests, touched by divine grace, while Tang Chun stood out as the most exceptional of the 3. It was unexpected that, in so few years, another powerhouse comparable to the 3 of them had emerged. Moreover, this individual bore no affiliation with any of the continent's top forces, appearing almost as if conjured from thin air. After all Soul Masters aspired to leave their names in the Douluo Hall of the Spirit Hall, taking pride in their titles, and the vast majority of Soul Masters would be registered within the Spirit Hall. Yet, this formidable black-cloaked figure seemed to have descended from the heavens, as if he had never existed in the world before. Lu was perplexed as to why the man in black was so insistent on requesting his emergence. However, for Lu, he had long ceased to pursue worldly ambitions. He entrusted the spirit hall to Bai Dong, which brought him a sense of relief. What he yearned to witness was merely the continuous growth of his granddaughter Qian Rinxue, aspiring for her to reach the pinnacle of inheriting the angelic position. Qian Rinxue possessed the most extraordinary talent he had ever encountered, rivaling even Bai Dong's dual martial souls. Lu held immense hopes for Qian Rinxue's ascension to divinity, and beyond that, he found little interest in anything else. The intentions of the man in black held no intrigue for Lu, regardless of his strength, as long as he had not achieved godhood. Lu felt no fear and thus deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with him. The man in black seemed to have anticipated Lu's response. A somewhat sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth beneath the shadow of his hood. The world is vast and full of wonders. Why confine yourself to the confines of the spirit hall? The man's voice carried an insidious allure, reminiscent of a devil walking among mortals. Ordinary individuals, upon hearing such words, would likely lose their composure, becoming like puppets obediently following his every command. However, for Lu, as a devoted servant of the God of angels, he would naturally not be swayed by such trivialities. At that moment, a radiant sensation within him dispelled the enchantment. He waved his hand, and the previously benevolent demeanor now bore strands of ire. This is the Wuhuan Palace. Even if you're a level 90 limit Douluo, you must measure your worth. Lu spoke these words with remarkable calmness, yet their underlying meaning was undeniably authoritative, showcasing the majesty of the limit Douluo. The man in the black robe chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by the warning embedded in Lu's words. You jest. I harbor no malice. The black-robed figure continued to stand before the angelic statue. Yet his gaze was not one of reverence like others, but rather of a greedy longing, as if he wished to consume the majestic and sacred idol. Then you may leave. I have no interest in the matters outside. Lu gestured dismissively, choosing not to engage further with the man in black, resolutely issuing an eviction command. The black-robed man feigned ignorance, a smirk of derision curling at his lips. No thoughts at all. What about Bo Sai Shi? Upon hearing the sudden mention of Bo Sai Shi, Lu momentarily froze, a tumult of disjointed memories surging forth, evoking an exceptionally complex emotion within him. His eyes widened in disbelief, a chill coursing through him as he fixed his gaze intently upon the man in black. How do you know Bo Sai Shi? Regarding his connection with Bo Sai Shi and Tang Chun, Lu had never disclosed these matters to anyone. How could this black-robed stranger be aware? How I know is of little consequence. What matters is, can you truly forget Bo Sai Shi? The man's voice took on an increasingly beguiling tone, resembling the embodiment of a devil seeking to drag an angel into the abyss. Lu regarded him warily. Yet the mention of Bo Sai Shi undeniably stirred something deep within. Could he ever forget her? Impossible. Yet, when Bo Sai Shi made that pact with him and Tang Chun, declaring that whoever ascended to godhood would be with her, as a servant of the God of angels, knew he could never achieve divinity. Bo Sai Shi's words had effectively been a veiled rejection of him, choosing Tang Chun instead. Disheartened, he had returned to the Wuhuan Palace, choosing to withdraw from worldly affairs. But after all these years, could he truly forget? He could not. She had always remained hidden in the depths of his heart. How could he deceive himself? The black-robed man's words echoed incessantly in Lu's ears, refusing to dissipate. He even hesitated to wield the power of the angel god to erase these words, unwilling to obliterate Bo Sai Shi from his mind once more. Seeing Lu in such a state of bewilderment, the black-robed man suddenly erupted into laughter. You cannot forget, can you? He stepped closer to Lu, performing a nobleman's bow. Join me in assaulting the sea god island. We shall obliterate the legacy of the sea god. And Bo Sai Shi will naturally be liberated from her bondage as the sea god's servant. At that moment, who could possibly prevent you from being with Bo Sai Shi? The man's laughter resonated loudly, reminiscent of a demon reveling in the impending fall of an angel. Lu was once again rendered speechless. Assaulting Sea God Island? Destroying the Sea God's relics? Would that truly allow him to be with Bosai Shi? Yes, yes. Bosai Shi was merely constrained by his position as a servant of the Sea God. She surely did not genuinely love Tang Chun. It couldn't be. It simply couldn't be. Once guarded by the radiance of the angel god, Lu found himself inexplicably lost in confusion. He was torn between the unwillingness to expend considerable power on an uncertain endeavor and the glimmer of hope that perhaps he could truly be with Bosai Shi. Lu looked at the black-robed man with uncertainty. Do you have the confidence to attack Sea God Island? The black-robed man nodded with unwavering conviction, speaking in a tone laced with seduction. I am willing to lend you my strength. In an instant, 9 soul rings illuminated around the black-robed figure. Black, 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 red, red, red. You are an inheritor of the divine? Lu gazed at the soul ring configuration that was impossible for an ordinary person to possess, incredulity washing over him. The black-robed man nodded affirmatively. Do you still believe you have a chance? Countless thoughts surged within Lu's mind. After a prolonged silence, the limit Douluo, who had been confined within the Wuhuan Palace for many years, finally stammered. Then let us fight. Chapter 67. Visitors to the Wuhuan Palace in the Balik Kingdom, Soto City, at the Rose Hotel. Chisu had initially intended to venture to the Sunset Forest to forage for celestial herbs at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Isun. But due to the incessant antics of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, he found himself unable to find a moment's peace and was reluctantly forced to postpone his plans. After establishing her bond with Chisu, Ning Rongrong had become inseparable from him, akin to the most loyal of companions, a little maid. Naturally, Xiao Wu was displeased by the presence of this little tail following Chisu, as she too was a little tail in her own right. How could she allow Chisu to have two? As a result, the relationship between Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong became exceedingly strained, their interactions fraught with tension. Ning Rongrong was not one to shy away from confrontation. With her spirited nature from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she showed no fear of Xiao Wu. On the contrary, she was eager to compete, aiming to usurp Xiao Wu's position as the primary companion. Thus, for several days, Chisu found himself mediating between the two, often turning around only to witness them engaged in fierce combat, devoid of any semblance of the grace expected of two peerless beauties. Of course, given the order of arrival, Chisu often had to comfort Xiao Wu, encouraging her to accept the reality of Ning Rongrong's presence. Initially, Xiao Wu was adamantly opposed, but after several rewards and a mix of persuasion and coercion from Chisu, she reluctantly agreed. As for Ning Rongrong, though she was a lady of high standing and reluctant to share, she could only remain alongside Xiao Wu, both of them staying near Chisu. However, despite Chisu's considerable efforts to bring harmony between the two, each time he momentarily lost focus, they would revert to their previous hostility, as if encountering sworn enemies. Their rivalry palpable. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chisu relaxed, rubbing his waist and casting a wary glance at the exhausted forms of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were now fast asleep. Only when they were both asleep could he find a moment of tranquility to savor. Now he understood the meaning of the saying, "Those in drought die of thirst, and those in flood drown." With a self-reflective sigh, Chisu donned his clothing and left a letter he had penned earlier on the bedside. With the matter of gathering celestial herbs at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang, I delayed for 3 days, due to the two, now seemed the perfect opportunity to depart. It was not that Chisu was unwilling to take both of them along. Who could refuse the companionship of two beautiful women with such different styles? However, for Chisu, the journey to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang, I would undoubtedly involve a fierce battle, specifically against a genuine title Douluo. A level 51 Soul King facing off against a level 91 title Douluo, no matter how many trump cards he possessed. Chisu did not believe he could genuinely defeat Douluo. In the realm of Douluo Dalu, the supremacy of soul power reigns. Yet the gap between levels 40 is an enigma that Kais cannot fathom. An impending battle is inevitable, and with the adversary being a title Douluo specializing in poison. Kais is reluctant to bring along two companions, fearing that they might succumb to snake venom, thus complicating his own strategy. After securing the envelope, Kais gently tapped the foreheads of the two sleeping individuals before quietly departing. However, just as he stepped out, a figure emerged from below that set off alarm bells in his mind. "Your Excellency, does that boy truly reside in such a place?" The voice was raspy and almost ghostly, tinged with disdain and skepticism. "According to that student with peculiar eyes, this must be the right place," replied a youthful voice, exuding an alluring charm despite its innocence. "This boy is of considerable age and seems to indulge in extravagant pursuits, residing in a place befitting adults." Another voice, distinctly male yet unnaturally delicate, interjected. Kai's heart raced as he deduced from these few sentences that the individuals were indeed searching for him. He swiftly extended his spiritual consciousness to gauge their strength. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy is the key to victory, and with unknown visitors at his doorstep, Kais was on high alert. The moment his spiritual sense brushed against three presences, it recoiled as if striking an invisible barrier. Kais furrowed his brow. The retreat of his spiritual power indicated that among the trio was a being whose soul power vastly exceeded his own. Was it a soul, Da, or perhaps a title de law? What do they possibly want? A sudden thought struck him, tinged with regret. Could it be that the slaying of Zhao Wuji had drawn the attention of certain powers? Sighing inwardly, Kais lamented his youthful impetuosity for not having dealt with Zhao Wuji's demise more discreetly. Refusing to remain passive, he sought a vantage point, peering down from the second floor in hopes of discerning the appearance of the three. What he beheld was utterly shocking, further unsettling his already agitated heart. One among them resembled a specter, their visage obscured. Another possessed skin as delicate as an infant's, their captivating beauty evoking a unique allure. It was impossible to ascertain their age from their voice. Had it not been for the prominent Adam's apple, one might mistake them for a woman. Adorned in a resplendent crimson robe, a privilege reserved for titled Douluos, the garment was embellished with intricate patterns of gold and silver, particularly accentuated by a gem the size of an infant's fist, radiating golden brilliance, a symbol of opulence. In their hand rested a yellow daisy, contributing to their ethereal femininity. The third individual was a young girl whose cherubic face, while undeniably youthful, exuded an air of seduction that belied her age. Her figure strikingly mature for one so young, reminiscent of Zhu Zhuqing, who also matured early. Kai's astonishment stemmed from an immediate recognition of their identities. The infamous duo from the Spirit Hall, Jiuwan and Ge Ogume, along with the Holy Maiden, Hulaina. How could they possibly be here? The notion left him perplexed. Had the Spirit Hall dispatched them to investigate the slaying of a soul saint by someone of Soul King rank? This seemed the only plausible explanation. For what else could warrant the presence of two titled Douluos and the Holy Maiden herself? A sigh escaped Kais as he reminisced about the most noble and splendid woman in the continent, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Since their last parting, he had held fast to his promise to become the strongest in the land and to marry Bibi Dong, that beautiful yet tragic figure. Perhaps for Bibi Dong, expecting a child from an obscure village to rise as the mightiest was a fanciful notion, but for Kais, it was a vow he was determined to fulfill. He could have sought refuge under Bibi Dong's wing when she ascended to the papacy 6 years ago, yet he chose not to. He longed not for her assistance, but for the strength to shelter her from the storms of life. Upon seeing that the emissaries from the Spirit Hall were not Bibi Dong, Kais felt a mix of disappointment and relief. When we meet again, we shall each stand as sovereigns, he silently vowed, eagerly anticipating their reunion. Is there a lad named Kais residing at your establishment? Gue Doa inquired in a voice that sent chills down the receptionist's spine. The receptionist, trembling at the sight of the ghostly figure, felt a profound reluctance to resist. Despite their duty to protect guest privacy, grabbing the ledger, they prepared to search for the information. Before they could proceed, a voice echoed from the staircase above. "I am Kais. What brings you here?" Kais, maintaining his composure, descended the stairs with a smile, unperturbed by their presence. The trio turned their gaze toward the staircase simultaneously. Witnessing a young man of exquisite appearance and noble attire gracefully making his way down, his eyes sparkling like the dawn, Hulaina appraised the descending youth, silently acknowledging that her brother and Yin were indeed less handsome. She had anticipated that a boy who achieved Soul King at the tender age of 12 and had slain a Soul Saint would be a rough, fearsome figure. Instead, she was met with an unexpectedly charming young man, stirring emotions within her that she swiftly suppressed. Kai's confidence stemmed from his familiarity with these individuals, as they played significant roles in the original narrative. He understood that without a direct command from Pope Bibi Dong, they would not resort to violence. Moreover, Bibi Dong had no reason to send two titled Douluos on a mission to eliminate a rising talent. The most likely scenario was that she had dispatched them to gather intelligence on him, and should he lack any opposing forces, they might extend an olive branch. With this reasoning, Kais shed his trepidation and boldly descended the staircase. Had he not deduced this, he would have hesitated, aware that he faced two genuine titled Douluos capable of executing a formidable fusion technique, the two extremes stillness domain. Without careful consideration, he would have had little chance to escape, let alone engage in combat. A shadow flickered beside Kais in an instant. It was Gay Kagame. Listen well, boy. From this moment onward, I will ask the questions. The spectral figure of the ghostly elder entwined itself around Chi Su, emanating an unusually chilling tone, reminiscent of a cold wind howling past one's ear. Yet, Chi Su remained unfazed, for the Shintian gong operated quietly within him, entirely unaffected by the ghostly elder's presence. Ignoring the ghostly elder, Chi Su strode directly to Hulaina, executing a flawless noble bow. My dear lady, may I inquire what business you have with me? Chi Su stood before Hulaina, a gentle smile gracing his face, exuding the demeanor of a gentleman inviting a dance partner. Hulaina was taken aback by Chi Su's abrupt gesture, momentarily frozen in place, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the ghostly elder, feeling slighted, manifested a colossal black hand from his spectral form, akin to a wraith poised to strike Chi Su. Sensing the chilling aura approaching from behind, Chi Su's heart raced, and his soul power surged forth in preparation to counter the imminent attack. However, the chill dissipated in an instant, not manifesting as Chi Su had anticipated, prompting him to rein in his soul power. Upon turning around, Chi Su discovered that Yu Guan, the Judoa, had appeared beside the ghostly elder, thwarting his intentions. His Holiness, the Pope merely instructed us to gather information. We ought not to complicate matters further. Yu Guan's voice, possessing an undeniably effeminate quality, whispered into the ghostly elder's ear. It seemed he dismissed Chi Su's mental prowess, as they did not form a cohesive bond, allowing Chi Su to hear their conversation distinctly. Hulaina, now surprised, approached the ghostly elder, expressing her discontent with a few words. Only then did the ghostly elder relent, stepping back with a menacing glare directed at Chi Su. As a titled Douluo, he had never encountered anyone daring enough to treat him with such contempt. The audacity of this mere child, perhaps 12 or 13 years of age, disregarding his words, was intolerable. Regardless of your talent, you must understand that as a mere soul king, I could extinguish you as easily as one might crush an ant. The ghostly elder's spectral form contorted, revealing the fury simmering within. Yu Guan refrained from further intervention, as long as the ghostly elder did not resort to violence against this young man. It was evident that verbal intimidation posed no threat. Hulaina, too, furrowed her brow in silence, not daring to oppose. Though she was the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall and the designated successor to the next pope, the vast chasm of power between her and the ghostly elder left her with little recourse. Do you believe yourself formidable? Chi Su raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. The ghostly elder, incensed by this expression, enveloped the entire establishment in a shadowy shroud, transforming the ambience into one of oppressive darkness. The front desk staff trembled in a corner on the second floor, relieved they had vacated the area early. Why is it that after this young master arrives, legendary soul masters seem to frequent this humble establishment? The staff, now cowering, craned their necks to glimpse the unfolding drama below. Although fear gripped them, the allure of witnessing the astounding prowess of these soul masters compelled them to stay. The last encounter had been a shocking spectacle, where this young master had bested the formidable Dai Xiao, leaving him battered and fleeing. Those who had come to aid Dai Xiao had similarly been subdued, with one powerful soul master, boasting 7 soul rings, meeting a dire fate at the hands of this young man. Curiosity ignited within the staff, who resolved to observe the impending clash, eager to witness the spectacle that had previously unfolded. As Chi Su provocatively challenged, "Do you think yourself powerful?" The ghostly elder's wrath surged anew, and in the blink of an eye, darkness engulfed the hotel. Amidst this chaos, Hulaina regarded Chi Su with perplexity. Just moments ago, he had exhibited the grace of a nobleman, yet now he brazenly provoked the ghostly elder. Perhaps it was understandable. Having attained the realm of Soul King at such a tender age, he must possess a certain pride. Were I to reach such heights at his age, I would be even more brazen, she mused, somewhat sympathetic to Chi Su's sudden shift in demeanor. Yet, despite his impressive feats, he was still young and brash. Having slain a soul sage, an extraordinary achievement, but he was now provoking a genuine titled Douluo. Hulaina reflected on the boy's naivete, perhaps a result of being sheltered from the harsh realities of the world. He treats me with utmost respect, she thought, recalling Chi Su's courteous demeanor, which stirred a gentle ripple of emotions within her. Her cheeks flushed again, and any observer would detect an alluring charm emanating from her. I shall intervene when the ghostly elder truly intends to harm him, she resolved, though she harbored a certain fondness for Chi Su. Her role as the Holy Maiden required her to maintain authority and ensure compliance. Do you truly believe that having slain a soul sage grants you invincibility? The ghostly elder's ominous voice echoed, and a grotesque visage flickered momentarily within the shadows, seemingly intended to intimidate Chi Su. Upon hearing the ghostly elder's words, Chi Su confirmed his earlier surmise. The Spirit Hall had dispatched 2 titled Douluo to investigate the reports of a soul king slaying a soul sage, particularly one so young. Do not presume that your title as a titled Douluo permits you to shout at me. Chi Su raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. These individuals had come to investigate him, not to enact any ulterior motives. Otherwise, they could have easily arrested him with their combined strength. Consequently, Chi Su felt no fear, even provoking them with intentional taunts. How do you know I'm a titled Douluo? A wave of coldness rushed toward Chi Su, and in the next instant, the ghostly elder had circled around him, a shadowy hand hovering above his head, poised to strike. Initially, the ghostly elder believed this boy's arrogance stemmed from ignorance of his own power, but to his surprise, the young man was aware of the titled Douluo's strength. Knowing I am a titled Douluo, yet remaining so arrogant, the ghostly elder was perplexed. If this youth could achieve the rank of Soul King at such a young age, he must possess a profound understanding of soul power and the terror of a titled Douluo. What does it matter if he has slain a soul sage at such a young age? He is merely the first of his kind in history. At this moment, this young man is merely a humble soul king. What gives him the audacity to contend with me? A titled Douluo? Could it be that a titled Douluo stands guard over him? Douluo originally intended to descend and teach this lad a lesson, but his hand hesitated in mid-air. Caught in a moment of doubt, Bibi Dong had only instructed their group to investigate thoroughly and had not issued any further commands. To act recklessly could invite the wrath of Her Holiness, the Pope. Thus, Douluo swallowed his anger, snorted coldly, and retorted, "Call forth the titled Douluo behind you. You are not worthy to engage in conversation with me." He refrained from attacking the boy, choosing instead to regain some dignity through disdainful words. At this juncture, Hulaina began to discern the true nature of the situation. Initially, she believed Chi Su was merely arrogant, overestimating his own capabilities and daring to provoke Douluo. However, it now appeared that Chi Su was well aware of the power of a titled Douluo and remained utterly unafraid, suggesting he had a formidable titled Douluo protecting him. Do you believe you have the right? Chi Su suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Alone and without any titled Douluo behind him, he took pleasure in Douluo's misjudgment. After all, With such bravado, one could only expect Douluo to react with desperation, potentially leading to severe consequences for Chi Su. As Chi Su laughed, an overwhelming chill surged forth from in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, Douluo's arm had transformed from a mere shadow to a massive limb. Its skin now a striking purple, veins prominently visible. Rings of soul energy ascended from Douluo's shadowy figure. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 rings in total. The front desk attendant was rendered utterly speechless, unable to believe his own eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4. He could scarcely muster the courage to count the final soul ring. Although he was merely an ordinary person, he understood that the most powerful soul masters were titled Douluo, those with 9 soul rings. Chapter 69. The strike of a titled Douluo. The front desk attendant could hardly fathom the sight before him. A titled Douluo. There might be only a handful of such beings across the continent. And now, the legendary and formidable soul master stood before him, with a genuine 9 soul rings. A true titled Douluo. At this moment, he felt no desire to witness the unfolding spectacle, only wishing to escape this dreadful place. Legend spoke of a titled Douluo being capable of annihilating an entire city. Surely this small and could not withstand their havoc. Ignoring the startled guests, he gritted his teeth, forced his weak legs into motion, and dashed into a room, leaping from the second-floor window. When celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. He had no thoughts other than to distance himself as far as possible. How remarkable was this young man? Just recently, he had slain a soul sage, and now found himself pursued by a titled Douluo. The front desk attendant marveled at Chi Su's extraordinary circumstances while frantically fleeing. Meanwhile, Douluo, revealing his 9 soul rings, ceased his idle chatter. His massive arm, enveloped in swirling black energy, lashed out, unleashing 4 black claw-like projectiles with tremendous force. The hotel's structure began to warp and collapse, and this was still a mere fraction of Douluo's strength. Otherwise, a single swipe would have reduced not just the hotel, but the entire street to ashes. In the blink of an eye, Douluo realized she could not intervene in time, helplessly watching as the black projectiles surged toward Chi Su. Anger flickered in her brow. As a junior, she had restrained herself from confronting Douluo, an elder. Yet now, Douluo blatantly disregarded Bibidong's orders, directly using his soul power against Chi Su without holding back. As indicated by the activation of his first soul ring and his unleashed soul skill. "Do not worry, Saintess. I am holding back," Douluo attempted to explain. Observing Douluo's ire, he spoke truthfully. Had he truly unleashed his full power, the first soul skill, Giant Ghost Hand, would have laid waste to a 100-mile radius, reducing Chi Su to nothing but ashes. The black claws of energy raced toward Chi Su at an alarming speed. With no time to evade, Chi Su gritted his teeth, bracing himself to withstand the full force of Douluo's strike. 5 soul rings, 2 white and 3 black, materialized around Chi Su as countless blue-silver swords coalesced before him, forming a myriad of sword-like shields. Why are the first 2 soul rings white? Douluo marveled at the unusual sight, sensing a profound anomaly. A 12 or 13-year-old Soul King must have an exceptionally talented mentor and a significant backing. It was inconceivable for someone with such potential to possess only a decade's worth of soul rings. Furrowing her brow, Douluo found the young man increasingly enigmatic and exceptional. The claw-like energy blades unleashed by effortlessly tore through the blue-silver sword shields, advancing towards Chi Su with lethal intent. 8 spider lances. Chi Su bellowed as the energy blades closed in. Instantly, 8 purple lances erupted from his back, forming a protective cocoon around him. Yet, even this defense was insufficient. The claws sliced through the lances, merely dulling their potency. As the lances were ripped apart, a searing pain shot through Chi Su's spine, akin to having his arm brutally wrenched from its socket. The 8 spider lances, an external soul bone, had fused with him. Hence, being severed by Douluo's soul skill inflicted unbearable agony. Soon, a greater torment followed as Douluo's energy blades pierced through the remnants of the 8 spider lances. Striking Chi Su directly. With no barrier to protect him, He was sent flying like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently against the hotel wall and breaking through it. Chisu fell to the ground, coughing up blood. A self-deprecating smile curled at the corners of his mouth, unable to reveal his other external soul bone, the dark old fear claw, or his second martial spirit. He could only rely on his blue-silver sword and the 8 spider lances to endure this onslaught. It was clear he could not withstand the full force of a titled Douluo's soul skill. For Chisu to contend with a titled Douluo, he would need to unleash all 3 of his martial spirits, blue-silver sword, element, and Tianqing bone dragon, alongside the external soul bones, dark old fear claw, and 8 spider lances, as well as all the soul bones throughout his body, complemented by his divine artifact, the sea god trident. Only then would he possess a fighting chance to bridge the 40-level gap in soul power. However, with Yuguan present, Chisu dared not reveal the full extent of his martial spirits and soul bones. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing treasures invites trouble. Although they were restrained by Bibidong's orders from harming him, exposing his true abilities could lead to unforeseen consequences. Therefore, Chisu chose to endure this strike rather than risk revealing his true strength. At this moment, Hulaina furrowed her brows as she gazed at the fallen Chisu, who was coughing up blood. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of concern and compassion arose in her heart. She had harbored some affection for Chisu, and now, witnessing him struck down by Gue Da, her sympathy deepened. Hulaina shot a glare at Gue Da Gue Mei and contemplated approaching to assess Chisu's condition. However, as she took a step forward, she was intercepted by Ju Da Yuguan, who insisted, "Your Excellency, this boy deserves a lesson." Yuguan stood resolutely in front of Hulaina, preventing her from advancing. Reluctantly, she halted, her eyes brimming with worry. Gue Da, with a demeanor reminiscent of a specter, stepped towards Chisu, his gaze laced with mockery. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he looked pityingly at the bloodied Chisu. "Come on, boy, why the silence now?" Gue Da's laughter echoed, grating yet unmistakably filled with delight. With great effort, Chisu, despite his weakened state, beckoned Gue Da closer. The latter, puzzled yet eager to ridicule, approached with a sense of superiority. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. Chapter 70. The realm of nightmares. Gue Da Gue Mei, brimming with arrogance, drew nearer to Chisu, only to find a surge of purple light emanating from Chisu's eyes. An intangible violet beam surged forth, striking Hui Douluo Hui Mei. Given their proximity, even as a titled Douluo, he had no time to evade, and the purple gaze impacted him directly. Meanwhile, a smirk of cunning satisfaction graced Chisu's lips, for he was activating the nightmare ability of the Zhuan Yu Wolf King's spirit bone. As Gue Da was struck by Chisu's mental force, Chisu simultaneously unleashed the nightmare skill from his head spirit bone for the first time. The Zhuan Yu Wolf King, akin to a ferocious beast, possessed 2 terrifying racial traits: spatial manipulation and illusion. The spatial ability allowed the Zhuan Yu Wolf King to teleport instantaneously over short distances without preparation. A truly fearsome power that had once required Chisu considerable effort to master. Additionally, the Zhuan Yu Wolf King possessed a long-distance spatial transfer capability, albeit one that necessitated prior marking and extensive preparation time, which was nonetheless remarkable. After all, space and time are among the most enigmatic elements in nature, and any spirit beast associated with these elements is deemed formidable. Examples include the dark demon evil god tiger linked to time and the Zhuan Yu Wolf King associated with space. Furthermore, the Zhuan Yu Wolf King's other racial trait, illusion, was equally potent. The crescent mark within its eyes was said to be derived from stealing the moon's power. Anyone who gazed directly into the crescent would be ensnared in an endless illusion, ultimately leading to their demise. Fortunately, Chisu was not significantly troubled by this terrifying racial trait, as he wielded the purple extreme magic eye and the mental fortitude bestowed by the million-year spirit beast Tianmen Bing Can, making it impossible for him to fall prey to the illusions of the Zhuan Yu Wolf King. After vanquishing the Zhuan Yu Wolf King, Its spirit rings and spirit bones granted Chi Su distinct spirit abilities. The spirit ring enhanced Chi Su's secondary martial spirit, bestowing him with a spatial transfer ability, while the wisdom spirit bone endowed him with the illusion ability of the Zhuan Yu Wolf King, manifesting as a nightmare skill. The nightmare ability could create an illusion that awakened the deepest fears within a person's heart, plunging them into a realm of nightmares from which they could not escape. In this moment, Chi Su first used his mental force to momentarily stun Gue Dao's soul power, and then instantaneously activated the nightmare skill, drawing Gue Dao into the illusion. Within Gue Dao's perception, the scenery shifted rapidly. He was no longer in the hotel shrouded by his own shadow, but rather within a dense forest, filled with towering trees, casting long shadows, and an abundance of blue silver grass. Blue silver grass, blue silver grass, blue silver emperor. Suddenly, Gue Dao recalled something. Becoming dazed in this forest, unable to take a single step, during this moment of stupor, a figure slowly emerged from the distant shadows of the branches. The silhouette was indistinct, but it was discernibly that of a remarkably robust man, holding a massive black object that exuded a frightening aura. The Haotian hammer. Gue Dao suddenly recognized the colossal black object, and an overwhelming dread spread through his heart, transporting him back to the terror he had experienced many years prior at the hands of the Haotian hammer. On that day, the enormous Haotian hammer had descended from the heavens, wielding unparalleled power that crushed him as if he were a mere chicken. Years had passed, and he had thought he had forgotten that fear, that sense of helplessness, the day he was dominated by the Haotian hammer. Yet now, as the Haotian hammer reappeared before him, all those suppressed emotions surged forth, plunging him back into an abyss of terror. Gue Dao stared as the towering figure approached, wielding the immense black Haotian hammer, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any will to resist. The muscular man let out a thunderous roar, causing the leaves to rustle in response, before leaping high and gripping the massive hammer tightly, then descending with a forceful swing aimed at Gue Dao. A chilling scream erupted, echoing like the wails of countless vengeful spirits, excruciatingly piercing to the ears. Zhu Douluo Yuguan and Hu Laina watched in astonishment as Gue Dao, now cradling his head in despair, emitted cries reminiscent of a tormented ghost wandering the mortal realm, leaving them bewildered about what had transpired. The Gue Dao, who had been laughing with delight just moments before, now appeared to be in excruciating agony. This transformation left Hu Laina and Zhu Douluo Yuguan in a state of disbelief, although they were uncertain why Gue Dao had suddenly fallen into this frenzied state. Their experience led them to recognize that Chi Su must have caused this bizarre phenomenon. At this moment, Hu Laina's gaze toward Chi Su was no longer filled with pity, but rather deep-seated fear and envy. A 12 or 13-year-old Soul King had slain a Soul Sage and now, through some unknown means, had rendered a titled Douluo who bore no wounds, utterly mad, as if drowning in endless suffering. Given time, it was likely that this individual would not fall short of her teacher in any regard. With a sigh, Hu Laina felt a mix of excitement and despondency. She was thrilled to witness such a prodigy, one that would not emerge for millennia, yet disheartened. She pondered what title of genius she could claim in comparison to the boy before her. Throughout her life, Hu Laina had been regarded as a prodigy, not just an ordinary one, but a truly exceptional genius renowned across the continent. If it weren't for her remarkable talents, it would have been impossible for Bai Bai Dong to champion her as a saintess. Yet now, in comparison to the boy before her, how could she still consider herself a genius, reaching the Soul King level at 12 or 13? Such thoughts were laughable. Even if she devoted herself tirelessly to meditation and cultivation, it would be an unattainable feat in the realm of the Soul Masters. The notion of a Soul King vanquishing a Soul Sage is preposterous, especially one of such formidable defense and long-standing renown as the 76th level Soul Sage. To even contemplate slaying such an entity is a folly. Merely escaping with one's life would suffice to honor the teachings of one's mentor over the years. The thought of driving a titled Douluo into despair and tears is utterly inconceivable. Chapter 71. The Finger of God. Below the title Douluo rank, all are but ants. Hu Laina, having accompanied her teacher Bibi Dong for many years, possesses a profound understanding of the dread that title Douluo instills. If she were to face a title Douluo, her fate would be sealed. There would be no possibility of causing one to lose composure as the youth before her has done. At this moment, Ghost Douluo, tormented and wailing, appears to be ensnared in a nightmare. Seeing that Ghost Douluo remains in his pitiful state, Zhu Tuguan feels a surge of murderous intent, and a myriad of cold glimmers emanate from him. Chisu's lips bleed profusely, yet he refrains from wiping away the blood, instead casting a cold gaze at the unabashedly murderous Zhu Douluo. Though he believes these two dare not resort to lethal measures, desperation may drive them to extremes, compelling Chi Su to invoke Bibi Dong. Chi Su is reluctant to confront Bibi Dong so soon. He is still far from fulfilling their previous agreement, and this encounter feels premature. However, should these two title Douluo prove ruthless, he would have no choice but to awaken the slumbering Yiliks, as his demise would be inevitable otherwise. Yet, Yilik's divine essence is Chi Su's final safeguard, one he cannot afford to expend on these two. Thus, invoking Bibi Dong becomes his only option. Zhu Tuguan steps forward, directly confronting Chi Su, extending his delicate hand, reminiscent of a woman's, and viciously grips Chi Su's neck. Release him. If not, you shall perish, he speaks in a voice that, despite its softness, resonates with undeniable fury, laden with murderous intent. Tianmeng Binkan arise. Chi Su's golden consciousness surges like a boiling sea. The 10 luminous orbs, previously tranquil, now writhe restlessly as if sensing their master's wrath. The figure of Tianmeng Binkan materializes within one of the golden spheres, peering curiously at Chi Su's manifestation in the sea of consciousness. Grant me your power, swiftly. Chi Su can only roar in desperation, leaving no time for explanations. Tianmeng Binkan, startled, realizes that this time it is Chi Su who is in dire straits, a stark contrast to their usual dynamic. It is only then that Tianmeng Binkan extends its psychic energy outward into the external realm. Title Douluo, 2 of them. The excitement within Tianmeng Binkan swells, filled with profound admiration for Chi Su, a 51st level Soul King provoking 2 title Douluo, and not just any, but the formidable 91st level ones, is sheer folly. Though title Douluo may not seem formidable in the long run, given a few years, they would be rendered as insignificant as paper before him. Yet, for now, the 51st level Soul King is no different from an ant in the face of 2 title Douluo. Hurry, I offer you a chance to enter the divine realm. Chi Su, gripped fiercely by Zhu Tuguan, experiences immense pain, his spiritual essence flickering like a candle flame. He is unwilling to awaken Yiliks or invoke Bibi Dong, leaving him with no choice but to harness Tianmeng Binkan's strength. Upon hearing Chi Su's mention of a chance to enter the divine realm, Tianmeng Binkan is filled with exhilaration, causing the golden orbs to tremble with joy. Good. Tianmeng Binkan responds with a subservient tone and then vanishes into the golden sea of consciousness. A surge of icy blue radiance erupts within the sea of consciousness. An immensely powerful soul force instantaneously fills Chi Su's entire being. Meanwhile, Zhu Tuguan is astonished to find that the youth he is choking exhibits no fear or plea for mercy, but rather a chilling calmness. His gaze icy as he regards Yueguan. A wave of coldness envelopes the surroundings, not merely the chill of murderous intent, but a true, bone-chilling cold. In that moment, the tavern no longer resembles a humble establishment in Soto City, but rather the vast, desolate ice fields of the extreme north. The intense cold spreads throughout the tavern, causing Hu Laina to tremble as she feels the penetrating chill invade her very core. She immediately channels her soul power, summoning her spirit, the fox demon, to fend off the relentless, encroaching frost. Could it be that a title Douluo with ice attributes has arrived? Zhu Tuguan feels a twinge of fear. The Pope Bibi Dong merely dispatched them to gather information and did not authorize them to engage. However, the situation has escalated to a point where a peaceful resolution seems impossible, and a fierce battle is now inevitable. At the same time, Chisu's purple eyes suddenly transform into a profound white, reminiscent of eternal ice. A white soul ring rises from Chisu, now no longer simple and unadorned but dazzling, pure as the divine, and almost immediately shifts to a radiant gold, brilliant, resplendent, and supremely noble. From the epicenter of Chisu's being, an expanse of snowy terrain, hundreds of meters in diameter, materializes instantly, with frigid winds howling and ice crystals piercing through. Zhu Yuguan gazes in terror at the sudden transformation before him, scanning his surroundings. Hulaina has become a human-shaped ice sculpture, her spirit not even having had time to retract. And the sculpture still retains the allure of her long foxtail. Ghost Douluo, covered in frost and snow, continues to wail in agony, the sound more pain than before. Evident that he is suffering not only from his original torment, but also from the merciless, icy winds. Zhu Yuguan's eyes blaze with fury. Two titled Douluo, and one considered the strongest among the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, have been thoroughly outmatched by this unknown youth. Should word of this reach others, while Hulaina may escape unscathed, the humiliation of Yuguan and Ghost Douluo would be insufferable. Murderous intent surges within him, and Zhu Yuguan pivots, releasing his soul power with a flourish. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure coalesces in the air, not merely the oppressive aura of a titled Douluo, but a force even more formidable and awe-inspiring. Chisu slowly raises his right arm. His index finger has transformed into an icy blue hue, and a radiant white light glimmers in his eyes. A voice, frigid and suffused with chill, echoes through the air. The youth, whose lips have turned to ice shards, speaks venomously. He extends his index finger forward, and in an instant, a beam of icy blue light flashes through the air, as if a divine finger had descended to deliver judgment upon the mortal plane. Chapter 72, The Awakening of Yilix. As Chisu's seemingly delicate gesture is made, the temperature surrounding Zhu Yuguan plummets even further. If previously his surroundings resembled the frigid northern lands, they now embody the very depths of that realm, where nothing could be sensed but the despairing cold. The two individuals were already in remarkably close proximity. With a mere gesture from Chisu, Douluo Yuguan found himself bereft of any means to evade, unable to even summon his martial soul, and was struck directly by Chisu's pointed finger. An icy blue aura enveloped Douluo Yuguan, its frigid essence penetrating to the bone. Even a formidable titled Douluo like him let out a cry of agony, clearly in immense pain. The icy blue light penetrated his body, and in an instant, he was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing violently into a field of ice. Brother, flee. With a single strike, those two titled Douluos cannot contend with us. Within Chisu's spiritual sea, the form of Tangmen can coalesce once more amidst the light, appearing exceedingly anxious and concerned, having just glimpsed the hope of eternal life within the divine realm. He was unwilling to see his brother perish here. Chisu had just instilled in himself the belief of attaining entry to the divine realm, and Tangmen can harbor no doubts about it. After all, if someone of Chisu's caliber could not ascend to godhood, Tangmen can believe no other human could either. The urgency in Tangmen-Bing's desire for Chisu to escape stemmed from a wish to preserve the life of the one who could guide him to the divine realm, ensuring he did not perish before fully realizing his potential in this insignificant inn. This was not due to Tangmen-Bing's fear of death or reluctance to confront Zhu Douluo Yuguan and Douluo Guimei, but rather because, despite being a million-year-old soul beast, he possessed no combat capabilities. The strike he had just delivered relied solely on his immense soul power, delivering a blow reminiscent of a deity. Yet, after that strike, Tangmen found himself powerless. After all, Chisu's body was merely that of a soul king at level 50. Although bolstered by numerous soul bones that could accommodate greater soul power, even at its limits, it could only muster enough strength to severely injure a titled Douluo. Chisu disregarded Tangmen-Bing's cries within his spiritual sea, instead forcing himself to rise. bracing against the overwhelming sensation of dizziness. Once upright, he stood as erect as a towering pine, showing no signs of being gravely wounded. Simultaneously, Douluo Yuguan, despite having coughed up blood and collapsed, also managed to stand. With a roar, he bellowed, "You shall die." A series of soul rings erupted from his body, 9 in total, perfectly aligned in color. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Countless chrysanthemum petals cascaded from the heavens, transforming the icy landscape into a breathtaking scene of swirling blossoms. Yet to Chisu's eyes, this beauty was utterly horrifying. He could see that Douluo Yuguan had lost all rationality, likely disregarding Bibi Dong's orders, consumed only by the desire to annihilate him and erase his humiliation. This humiliation was undeniable. 2 titled Douluos had been toyed with by a mere soul king, one driven to madness and the other grievously injured. It was well known that aside from their encounter with the 100,000-year soul beast Ein and Tang Hao, they had never suffered such a significant setback when working together. No matter how powerful a titled Douluo might be, when confronted by the 2 of them in unison, they would treat even another titled Douluo as though it were a mere mouse at the hands of a hunter. Yet, this insignificant soul king had inflicted upon him the gravest injury he had endured in 12 years. What disgrace! Douluo Yuguan could not tolerate this. With a furious shout, he unleashed his 9th soul skill, Ju Hua Can, which promised devastation. Accompanied by another roar, the peculiar chrysanthemum once more shattered in his palm, transforming into countless swirling petals, each resembling a crescent blade, amalgamating into a colossal golden whirlwind that surged toward Chi-Su with unparalleled pressure befitting a titled Douluo. Douluo Yuguan had abandoned any pretense of taunting or provoking Chi-Su. Instead, he sought to obliterate him, to eradicate this ant that had dared to wound him. Chi-Su gazed coldly at the approaching golden vortex, his eyes filled with icy resolve. He regarded the blood-soaked Douluo Yuguan and the still delirious Douluo with the detached perspective of one observing the dead. A golden symbol quietly manifested upon Chi-Su's forehead, a trident-like emblem, which, if observed closely, would reveal its intricate design. Simultaneously, a golden trident materialized in his right hand. Initially, he had no intention of revealing his various hidden cards, as he understood that the threats he needed to guard against were not merely Douluo Yuguan and Douluo. However, the circumstances had shifted. Not only had Douluo Yuguan developed murderous intent toward him, but Chi-Su too harbored a desire to eliminate both Douluo Yuguan and Douluo. An immense surge of soul power erupted from within Chi-Su, fortifying him against the oppressive weight of the titled Douluo's 9th soul skill. Concurrently, various colored markings appeared upon his left hand, signaling that he would soon engage in his first elemental martial soul confrontation. A dragon's roar resonated as the Tianqing bone dragon was poised to emerge from within him. With 3 martial souls, blue silvergrass, elemental, and Tianqing bone dragon, coupled with the divine artifact, the sea god trident, Chi-Su's resolve to slay Douluo Yuguan and Douluo had solidified. Do not unleash your martial soul. Titled Douluos are on their way. An ancient, somber voice suddenly echoed within Chi-Su's golden spiritual sea. Chi-Su, momentarily startled by the abrupt interruption, responded, "You?" He recognized the voice of Ilex awakening but feigned ignorance. Grasp the sun and moon, and pluck the stars. There exists no one like me in this world. Chapter 73. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo laughter resonated through Chi-Su's golden spiritual sea, vibrant and lively, starkly contrasting with the solemnity of the earlier voice. I am known as the cataclysm of the undead, the god of necromancy, Ilex. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe, mysterious and formidable, materialized from the previously quiet gray light within the golden spiritual sea. Tian Mengbing cautiously peered out, his demeanor tinged with fear as he regarded Ilex. He had long speculated that the gray light held extraordinary origins. Now, it appeared even more potent than he had anticipated. "Greetings." Chisu's form also materialized within the golden spiritual sea, bowing respectfully to Ilex. Recognizing Ilex as an authentic demigod, Chisu deemed it prudent to display courtesy. I originally did not belong to this realm, but upon my demise, my divine essence was too potent, resulting in a fragment of my divinity not perishing. It broke through the limitations and arrived in this realm, drawn by the immense energy generated by your absorption of something. Ilex, upon noticing the curious gazes of Tianmeng Bing, Kan, and Chi Su, chose to forego any veil of mystery and directly divulged his origin. Chitsuro nodded, appearing to comprehend the situation. I will take this blow for you. There are stronger forces approaching, and their intentions are uncertain. You need not reveal your trump cards just yet. Eliax spoke in a gentle tone. Stronger forces? A flicker of doubt crossed Chi's mind. Could it be another titled Douluo approaching? Who might it be? Indeed, as Eliax had indicated, Chisu could not ascertain whether the incoming titled Douluo were friend or foe. Thus, he decided to follow Eliax's advice and conceal himself. A gray mist spread through Chi's spiritual sea, transforming the entire golden expanse into a world shrouded in mystery and death. His eyes mirrored the mist's hue, enveloping his entire being in a cloak of gray, rendering his true form invisible to outsiders. In that moment, his gaze was devoid of bloodlust and chill. It was simply a manifestation of death, cold and impersonal, akin to a grim reaper. He raised a hand from within the mist, pointing directly at the formidable golden petal tornado that had coalesced before him, exuding an intimidating pressure. Just as Chisu was about to unleash the power of Eliax and the Tianmeng ice silkworm, a long sword suddenly fell before him. The sword's aura was so potent that it violently tore apart the golden tornado, diminishing its once mighty presence to mere wisps of residual energy. Is this how the Spirit Hall conducts its affairs? Two titled Douluo bullying a mere child? A resonant voice echoed across the expanse. Unbeknownst to Chi-Su, a figure had materialized before him, lifting the fallen sword and effortlessly dispelling the golden vortex. It was an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, yet showing no signs of age. Instead, he stood tall and upright, exuding an extraordinary presence. Clad in a pristine white robe, his silver hair flowed behind him like a moonlit cascade, and his visage was ancient yet remarkably youthful. The elder's expression was indifferent, his eyes seemingly blind to the world around him, simply standing there with his sword, radiating an aura of supremacy over all. Chisa stared at the old man in a daze, soon deducing his identity. Jian Do Chun Xan. What brings him here? A flurry of thoughts raced through Chi's mind. Did Rong relay the earlier attempt to recruit me as a guardian for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school back to the sect? Did Ningfengji send Chun Xian directly? Gazing at the imposing figure of Jiandao Chun Xian, Chisu felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Chun Xian was likely a level 95 or 96 title Douluo, more than capable of handling the severely injured Ju Douluo, known for his formidable offensive prowess. Even at his peak, Yueguan would find it impossible to withstand Chun Xian. Honestly, you two should be ashamed of yourselves, bullying a child like this. A crack in space materialized, and a gaunt figure emerged, wearing a mocking grin as he regarded the injured Ju Douluo. It was none other than Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo, famed for his exceptionally deceptive attacks and unparalleled defenses. Chisu was taken aback by Gu Rong's appearance. He had initially assumed Chun Xian had come alone, not realizing that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school valued him so highly as to dispatch two title Douluo. Yueguan's face twisted with fury, his anger palpable and unrestrained. With both title Douluo from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school present, he had lost any chance of eliminating Chi-Su and could only roar in impotent rage. The Spirit Hall has no right to meddle in our affairs. Unable to exert dominance, Yueguan sought to leverage the Spirit Hall's authority as a means of intimidation against Gu Rong and Chun Xian. Yet, both title Douluo remained unfazed, one casting a disdainful glance, while the other maintained a mocking smile. The Spirit Hall. How impressive, how terrifying. Chisa couldn't help but laugh heartily at their words, feeling an immense sense of relief. Since arriving on Douluo Continent, He had only faced a full-force battle against the 60,000-year-old Emperor Nine-Headed Lion. No other encounter had compelled him to unleash his full potential. Just moments earlier, he had resolved to activate all his martial souls and soul bones to engage in a desperate struggle with the injured Yueguan. However, the appearance of the two guardians from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had halted his momentum. Initially feeling somewhat disheartened, Chisu's spirits soared at Gu Rong's sarcastic remarks, prompting him to burst into laughter. Yueguan's face darkened, the humiliation of being gravely injured and ridiculed after so many years gnawed at him, fueling an endless rage within. Not only had he failed to regain his dignity, but he would also undoubtedly face severe retribution from Pope Bibidong upon his return. What should I do? The mere thought of the exalted Pope sent chills down his spine. He and the ghostly figure understood better than anyone the terror she instilled. Chapter 74. Once again on his knees, he and the ghostly figure had effectively offended this prodigious youth and the formidable forces backing him. And it seemed the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had already established connections with this young man. The rift had irrevocably placed them in opposition to the Spear Hall. This had created two formidable adversaries, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and an unknown powerful entity, leaving him in a precarious position to explain to Pope Bibidong. Yueguan's gaze slowly turned towards the frozen Hulaina, his expression growing increasingly fierce. The Pope was currently focused on breaking through her level, and many significant matters within the Spirit Hall were decided collectively by him, Guimei, and Hulaina. Given her youth, Hulaina often merely acted as a monitor for Bibidong, while the real decisions were made by him and Guimei. I can suppress this incident today, provided Hulaina does not report it to Bibidong, Yueguan mused, myriad thoughts racing through his mind, ultimately leading him to the conclusion that he must keep this under wraps to avoid the Pope's wrath. Following this confrontation, he would simply relay the events to the Spirit Hall S branch in Soto City, and they would naturally assume it was an order from the Pope, not daring to speak against it. As for Chi Su and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they would undoubtedly refrain from confronting the Spirit Hall for an explanation. No matter how powerful the forces behind this young man were, they would pale in comparison to the Spirit Hall. Yueguan harbored no concerns in this regard. His only worry was Hulaina, the sole person with the ability to communicate with Pope Bibidong. Hulaina had repeatedly urged both of them to reconsider. If this matter reached Bibidong's ears, she would surely gain favor over him, solidifying her position as the saintess, while he and Guimei would bear the brunt of the Pope's fury. Though she would not take their lives, the repercussions could be severe, potentially jeopardizing Bibidong's overarching plans. Death might be avoided, but the consequences would be dire, and their standing within the Spirit Hall would likely regress to a marginalized status. No, absolutely not. Douluo Yueguan clenched his teeth, consumed by fury at the thought. He had sacrificed so much to attain his current status, and he would not permit anyone to strip it away, not even if she were the holy maiden of Wuhuandian. At this moment, the glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he regarded Hulaina. If she consented to keep their secret, all would be well, but should she refuse, he would see to it that she paid the ultimate price, even if she were a holy maiden. Moreover, her demise could be conveniently blamed on the young man before him, forcing him to bear the repercussions of his audacious actions and the ensuing wrath of Pope Bibidong. With this thought, Douluo Yueguan ceased his entanglements with Jian Douluo Chenshin, Gu Douluo Gurong, and Chitsa, revealing a smile that was both sinister and effeminate as he slowly addressed them. You are many. We shall meet again. As he approached Gui Douluo Guimei, intending to take them both away, he found Gui Douluo still wailing in a frenzied state, as though trapped in a boundless nightmare from which there was no escape. Gu Douluo's expression darkened. A title Douluo reduced to madness by a mere soul king was utterly disgraceful. Release him, he commanded Chitsa, turning around. Chitsa chuckled. You think it's so simple? ISNT your Wuhuandian, supposed to be formidable? Surely someone there can resolve this. He paid no heed to Gu Douluo's reprimand, and instead regarded him and Gui Douluo with a mocking gaze. The two of them, powerful as they were, resorted to bullying a mere soul king, and now that the situation was unfavorable, they sought to intimidate him with the name of Wuhuandian. Chitsa would not tolerate such insolence. Were it not for my prior agreement with Bibidong, I would march straight to Wuhuan City and see how you two would handle it. He had no desire to be a pawn in this game, for his standing in Bibidong's eyes would ensure a dire fate for both Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo. Indeed, your Wuhuan Dian is so powerful. Why not call for them to resolve this? Gue Douluo Garong, though puzzled by Gue Douluo's current state, seized the opportunity to further mock Zhu Douluo. Seething with rage, Zhu Douluo gritted his teeth, barely restraining the surge of soul power within him. Yet, upon witnessing the two titled Douluos from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, both at the pinnacle level of 95, he ultimately quelled his temper, no longer commanding with arrogance. What must I do to free him? He asked Chitsa, his tone now tinged with a hint of pleading. For many years, he and Gue Douluo had been the best of partners, their bond deep and unbreakable. Seeing Gue Douluo in such torment pained him deeply, and he desired to liberate him. Upon hearing this, Chitsa raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. Utterly unfazed by the presence of a wounded titled Douluo, "You must kneel and bow 3 times," he said, tilting his head, his smile radiant as sunlight. This smile pierced through Zhu Douluo, draining the color from his face as an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from within him. Golden petals of chrysanthemums swirling about him in a furious display of anger. "Do not take me for a fool," he bellowed at Chitsa, unable to contain his fury any longer. Douluo Qinshin shot him a cold glance, raising his massive sword to point directly at Zhu Douluo. "ISNT at you who has gone too far? Kneel if you wish." Chitsa sneered, showing no fear of a titled Douluo's wrath. In truth, the arrival of Gue Douluo and Douluo was more a blessing for Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo than for Chitsa. Otherwise, these two would likely have already met their icy end. Zhu Douluo glared at Chitsa with lethal intent, countless golden petals swirling around him, an outward manifestation of his fury. Yet in the end, he dared not make a move. The 7-kill sword, a fierce offensive weapon spirit comparable to the Haoyan hammer, made it clear to Zhu Douluo that he could not harm Chitsa without incurring grave consequences. He clenched his fists, long nails digging into his palms, blood seeping forth. With a thud, this titled Douluo, who had dominated the realm of soul masters for decades, knelt before a mere boy of 12 or 13. He raised his bloodied hands to the sky, pleading with Chitsa, "Please grant my companion release." Seeing this, Gue Douluo erupted into laughter, reveling in the spectacle. "How fitting," he exclaimed, his enjoyment of the unfolding drama evident. Chitsa mirrored his amusement, feigning a look of relief while secretly reveling in the absurdity of the situation. He suddenly realized that the madness Bidong exhibited in the later chapters of the original text might not solely stem from the influence of the Rushashin, but perhaps also from the machinations of these two unscrupulous characters who had tarnished the once revered Wuhuan Dian under their stewardship. After this life and death crisis had passed, he would undoubtedly seek an audience with Bibidong. Chitsa felt the urgency. He could not delay until he became the strongest on the continent to confront her. By then, Bibidong might have succumbed entirely to the Rushashin-esque corruption, her mindset warped, and with the likes of Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo at her side, Wuhuan Dian could descend into chaos. No, this cannot happen again. He resolutely clenched his fists, determined to meet Bibidong sooner rather than later. "Rise." After witnessing Zhu Douluo bow 3 times, Chitsa spoke coldly. Zhu Douluo stood, his gaze urgent as he looked at Chitsa. "Just take him away. He will recover in a few hours." Chitsa raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes as he observed Zhu Douluo's turmoil. Realizing he had been played, Zhu Douluo shot a murderous glare at Chitsa. Aware of Douluo Qinshin and Gue Douluo Gurong's presence, he recognized that even in defeat, he could not retaliate. He turned to hoist Gue Douluo onto his back, simultaneously striking the ice encasing Hulaina, shattering it. As the ice broke, Hulaina staggered, her martial spirit fading, on the verge of collapse. Chitsa swiftly stepped forward, catching her as she began to fall, enveloping her within his soul. "I'm truly sorry," he murmured, a hint of regret in his voice. Harnessing the power of the Tianming Bingsan, he unleashed a surge of soul power beyond his control, leading to Hulaina's icy entrapment. Now freed from her icy prison, Hulaina appeared disheveled, her garments clinging to her in a half-drenched state, exuding an alluring beauty that was both ethereal and enticing. Yet, Chitsu was not in a mood to admire her beauty. His focus remained fixed on her face as he leaned closer, whispering, "Be cautious." Hulaina suddenly seemed to grasp something. Her gaze fixated on Chitsu, while her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Douluo. She, being chosen by Bai Dong as the next successor to the papacy, is undoubtedly exceptionally astute, fully aware of the implications behind Chitsu's cautious words. The two elders? Today's events are bound to stir up a tempest, and Douluo Mei, along with Douluo Yuguan as the instigators, will undoubtedly face the wrath of their mentor, Bai Dong. The sole means to avert this calamity lies in one truth: that Bai Dong remains oblivious. As someone who is able to converse directly with Bai Dong, I will inevitably be subjected to the coercion and threats from Douluo Yuguan and Douluo Mei. At this moment, Hulaina, held in Chitsu's embrace, felt no warmth. Instead, an icy chill coursed through her, not merely from the prolonged exposure to the ice sculpture, but also due to the uncertainty of what Douluo Yuguan and Douluo Mei might do. "Saint Lady, let's depart," Douluo Yuguan said, approaching while carrying the erratic and weeping Douluo Mei, positioning himself before Hulaina, his gaze unclear, concealing unknown intentions. Hulaina, raising her youthful yet beguiling face, looked at Douluo Yuguan with a mix of fear and trepidation. Douluo Yuguan's expression had returned to normal, appearing calm and indifferent as he regarded Hulaina. However, to her, he seemed exceptionally menacing. Gritting her teeth, she broke free from Chitsu's embrace and clung tightly to his arm. "My mentor has entrusted me with certain words. I intend to speak with him shortly. You may take the Elder Gui back for some rest." Despite leaning on Chitsu, Hulaina felt her weakness acutely, struggling to maintain her footing. Yet, she forced herself to utter these words, unwilling to gamble on whether Douluo Yuguan and Douluo Mei would dare to pressure her at the risk of Bai Dong's ire. After all, should she lose this gamble, the stakes could very well be her own life. It was wiser to part ways with Douluo Yuguan for the time being and devise a plan. Douluo Yuguan was taken aback by Hulaina's sudden actions and words. He had intended to coerce her into not reporting this matter to Pope Bai Dong on their way back to the Wuhuan Palace. Yet he did not anticipate Hulaina's reluctance to accompany him. Momentarily at a loss, Douluo Yuguan merely regarded her with a cold stare. If he were to forcibly take Hulaina, it would signify a public confrontation, and should anything happen to her, how could he shift the blame onto Chitsu? Surely, Bai Dong would seek vengeance for her loss, and both he and Douluo Mei would meet a dire fate. After an unusual silence, Douluo Yuguan managed to muster a strained smile, bowing respectfully to Hulaina. "Saint Lady, then we shall take our leave." He planned to retreat several miles away to hide, waiting for Chitsu and the others to depart before taking Hulaina away. Hulaina seemed to perceive Douluo Yuguan's intentions and promptly added, "Elder Ju, you should return to San'sEarly City Wuhuan Palace. I will follow shortly." Douluo Yuguan sneered internally. No wonder Bai Dong had favored this girl. She was indeed cunning. He chose not to prolong the conversation, carrying the still delirious Douluo Mei out of the hotel. The golden petals of the chrysanthemum faded away, not in a beautiful manner, but rather in a pitiful escape, akin to a defeated hound fleeing in disgrace. Once Douluo Yuguan's figure had vanished from sight, Hulaina finally sighed in relief and turned to Chitsu, her tone softening with a hint of allure as she expressed her gratitude. Chitsu shook his head, smiling broadly, seemingly unfazed. Chapter 76. The interrogation of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. At this moment, within the ruins of the hotel, only Hulaina, Chitsu, Douluo Gurong, and Douluo Chun Xian remained. The two stood with faint smiles, observing Chitsu, who was crouched down, cradling Hulaina in his arms. We were hoping to play matchmaker for Rong Rong, Douluo Gu Rong remarked with a chuckle. Douluo Sin, rarely in agreement with Douluo Gu Rong, concurred. Indeed, they are quite well suited. Having watched Ning Rong Rong grow up, they were exceedingly fond of her. Even more so than Ning Fengji. Ning Rong Rong's spoiled disposition largely stemmed from their indulgence. Ning Fengji often complained about her temper, but Douluo Xian and Douluo Gu Rong paid it no mind. To them, Ning Rong Rong was destined to inherit the position of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader. So what if she was spoiled? As for whether her future partner could tolerate her temperament, that was not their concern. In their eyes, no man was worthy of their Rong Rong. However, the current circumstances had shifted unexpectedly, as they both found themselves in agreement that the youth before them was rather impressive. Not only was he a prodigy of unparalleled talent, but his demeanor was equally extraordinary, unfazed by the Wuhuan Palace, exhibiting neither fear nor deference. Such a person caught the attention of the two titled Douluos and was deemed worthy of their Rong Rong. Grandpa Gu, Grandpa Jian, what brings you here? Just as they admired Chi Su, a melodious voice rang from the second floor of the hotel, carrying a hint of confusion and delight. The group below looked up to see two strikingly beautiful young women leaning over the railing. The short-haired, fair-skinned girl gazed joyfully at Douluo Xian and Douluo Gu Rong, while the girl with scorpion braids, Xiao Wu, glared at Chi Su, who was holding the enchanting Hu Lai Na in his arms. Xiao Wu puffed her cheeks in indignation and quickly poked Ning Rong Rong's arm, urging her to look at Chi Su. Ning Rong Rong turned her gaze toward Chi Su, a blend of surprise and anger flooding her heart. The surprise stemmed from her earlier belief that Chi Su had departed after leaving her a letter, only to find him still present. The anger arose from his embrace of the alluring Hu Lai Na. Ning Rong Rong's initial jealousy dissipated as she exchanged glances with Xiao Wu, both nodding in unison, immediately rushing downstairs. Chi Su, realizing the situation, intended to push Hu Lai Na away, but she clung tightly to his arm, trembling as she said, "Cold, so cold." Her complexion was pale, and her voice was weak. A wave of guilt surged within Chi Su. He ultimately chose to keep Hu Lai Na in his embrace, refusing to distance himself. After all, Hu Lai Na had been the one to advise against the actions of Douluo Gu Mei and Douluo Yuguan, showing him kindness from the outset. His unintentional freezing of her with the power of the Tianmeng Bing Qin was his mistake, and he could not simply abandon her now. Moreover, Douluo Yuguan was likely waiting for Hu Lai Na outside. If he neglected her, she could be in grave danger. Chi Su was not like Tang San, who would discard others after using them. Since Hu Lai Na had stood up for him and had been inadvertently harmed, he naturally felt compelled to take responsibility. Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu arrived downstairs, their expressions filled with anger as they glared at Chi Su, clearly intent on demanding answers. Douluo Gu Rong and Douluo Xian looked on in confusion, unable to decipher the tangled relationships among the group. Surely, Rong Rong hasn't already gotten involved with this kid, has she? Douluo Gu Rong remarked with interest. Douluo Xian wore a perplexed expression. His heart, devoted to the sword, rendered him somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships, which he found utterly inscrutable. Nevertheless, it seemed advantageous that matters had reached this point, alleviating future concerns for Rong Rong. Observing the young man, he noted how popular he appeared to be. It is indeed a curious case. Douluo Xian remarked calmly. At that moment, even the blind could perceive Chi Su's considerable popularity, as he cradled an enchanting maiden in his arms, while two other uniquely charming young ladies circled around him. While his popularity was his own affair, should he cause any distress to my dear Rong Rong, regardless of his talents, he would first face my wrath. Douluo Gu Rong chuckled as he made this menacing declaration, casting his gaze toward the youthful assembly. Wait a moment. Douluo Xian suddenly furrowed his brow, gesturing toward the girl with the scorpion braid. Douluo Gu Rong shifted his attention to Xiao Wu, astonishment flooding his features. Is she truly a 100,000-year-old beast transformed into a human? He pressed. His voice taut with intrigue as he sought confirmation from Douluo Continent. Jian si not det hap fi mai si, with both of them recognizing the truth. There was no room for error. A flicker of concern danced in Douluo Rong's eyes. Should they inform Rong of this revelation? After a moment of contemplation, Douluo Continent ultimately shook his head, deciding that matters of the young should be left to the young. Douluo Rong burst into hearty laughter, patting Douluo Continent on the shoulder. It is rare to see you so perceptive, you old curmudgeon. Douluo Continent shot him a sidelong glance, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Many years prior, he would have approached Xiao Wu with lethal intent, demanding to uncover her true identity and motives. Yet at this stage in life, he had come to accept many things with equanimity. For Douluo, three matters now held paramount importance: that his beloved Rong find a suitable companion, that the Qi Bao Liuli sect remain safe, and that he continue to advance his own soul power. Regarding other matters, he believed it best to let things unfold naturally. At this juncture, Qi Su, holding Hulai Na, found himself at a loss for words as he faced the furious duo. Speak. What is the meaning of this? Ning Grong. In stark contrast to her usual obedient demeanor as Qi Su's subordinate, revealed her true nature, akin to a spoiled young lady or a witch. Why only leave a letter? Xiao Wu glared coldly at Qi Su, her nurturing persona dissipating. Who is she? Before Qi Su could defend himself, both women pointed accusatorily at Hulai Na nestled in his embrace. To their eyes, the woman appeared delicate and vulnerable, yet even so, she exuded an alluring charm. Clearly a formidable rival. Understanding oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. Thus, they were determined to clarify the situation. Young ladies should not be too reckless. Douluo Rong remarked with a chuckle, recalling how Rong would once rush towards him with excitement. Now, however, she was engaged in playful banter with a young man, drawing attention. Chapter 77. Qi Su's path confronted by the aggressive inquiries of the two women. Qi Su found himself momentarily speechless. To placate them, he stepped closer, lightly kissing each of their foreheads. This gesture brought a modicum of calm to Xiao Wu and Ning Rong. With a sigh, Qi Su began to recount the entire story from the beginning. As he clarified the circumstances, the animosity felt by Ning Rong and Xiao Wu towards Hulai Na noticeably diminished, shifting to a shade of sympathy. After all, both women possessed tender hearts, and upon hearing the explanation, they ceased to mind Hulai Na's close proximity to Qi Su. Suddenly, Xiao Wu extended her arms. Fixated on Qi Su, who, taken aback, failed to grasp her intent. I'll hold her. With Qi Su still unwilling to relinquish his hold on Hulai Na, Xiao Wu's previously calm demeanor flared new. Qi Su offered an awkward smile, handing Hulai Na over to Xiao Wu. In that moment, the absence of the delicate figure in his arms left a chill in its wake, though he maintained a strained smile to soothe the two women. Ning Grong. Seizing the opportunity of Qi Su's freed hands, swiftly moved to his side, entwining her arm with his and resting her head on his shoulder, embodying the essence of a spoiled young lady. Both Douluo Rong and Douluo Continent exchanged astonished glances, for in their recollection, Ning Rong was a tempestuous and imperious figure, one who commanded respect. How could she appear so delicate in the presence of this young man? Rong, has finding a suitor made you forget your grandfather? Douluo Rong teased, observing Ning Rong's affectionate demeanor towards Qi Su. Startled by his words, she quickly released his arm. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled the presence of Douluo Rong and Douluo Continent. She hurried to them, playfully exclaiming, "Grandpa Gu, you tease me again." Douluo Rong laughed heartily, ruffling Ning Rong's hair. In this state, I wonder what your father would think. Ning Rong giggled in response, her thoughts shifting as she quietly asked, "How did you find us here?" Douluo Continent assumed a serious expression. "We came to assess this young man. He seems quite promising." He nodded to himself, but soon shook his head. "However, it appears he attracts the ladies quite easily. Rong, do not let yourself be at a disadvantage." He worried that with Ning Rongrong's temperament, conflicts might arise in their relationship. After all, this Qi Su seemed rather proud, and with Ning Rongrong's own noble disposition, the potential for discord was apparent. Yet, seeing her now so tender and affectionate, his concerns were somewhat alleviated, though he remained wary of her being surrounded by so many young ladies. Rest assured, Grandfather Jian, who do you think I am? Ning Rongrong replied confidently, patting her not-so-prominent chest. Gudo Luo Gurong and Jiando Luo Chanxian, observing her self-assured demeanor, ceased their worries and turned to Qi Su. What are your plans from here? We cannot linger for too long. We must return to the Qi Bao Liuli sect shortly. The Qi Bao Liuli sect, primarily composed of support-type soul masters, was somewhat vulnerable without the presence of two titled Douluos. Their visit aimed to gauge Qi Su's character and strength. Having accomplished their objective, they sought to depart for the Qi Bao Liuli sect. Yet, they were uncertain of the intentions of Judo Luo Yuguan and Guetho Luo Ge Mei. Leaving hastily might place Qi Su and his companions in jeopardy. Once Hu Laina awakens, we shall escort her to the Wuhan Palace. As a saintess of the Wuhan Palace, she will easily navigate her surroundings and need not concern us. Qi Su had earlier feared that Hu Laina might face peril at the hands of Guido Luo Gue Mei and Judo Luo Yuguan. But upon her arrival at the Wuhan Palace, surrounded by numerous allies, she would be safe. As for himself, he intended to proceed as planned to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye in the Sunset Forest, thus evading any potential retribution from Guido Luo Gue Mei and Judo Luo Yuguan. The reason he had managed to gain the upper hand against them was that Guido Luo Ge Mei had underestimated him, allowing him to seize the opportunity to unleash the nightmarish skill of his wisdom soulbone. Had Guido Luo Ge Mei not been ensnared by the nightmare, lost in the illusion, facing the combined assault of two titled Douluos would have forced him to reveal all his trump cards merely to survive. However, should we meet again, it is evident that such an opportune moment will not present itself. The disparity between a titled Douluo and a lower-ranked titled Douluo is indeed vast. If Qi Su were not endowed with numerous advantages, he would appear no more significant than an ant in the eyes of Guido Mei and Judo Luo Yuguan, easily crushed underfoot. The matter of the ice and fire two elemental eyes cannot be delayed any further. Qi Su let out a silent sigh. His current soul power and physical prowess are evidently insufficient to support his existing 3 great martial souls and various soul skills. Merely through arduous training, his soul power of 51 at the age of 12 has already reached a pinnacle, making further progress without external aid exceedingly challenging. Yet, should he consume the celestial herbs associated with the ice and fire two elemental eyes, such barriers would dissipate, enabling a substantial enhancement of his soul power. Presently, I have 3 significant avenues to substantially elevate my strength. First, the celestial herbs from the ice and fire two elemental eyes. Second, the ice attribute martial soul obtained from the extreme north. And third, the martial soul manifestation acquired by transcending the soul sage threshold. Qi Su reorganized his thoughts, mapping out a swift path to greater strength. There lingers a sense that something may soon approach him. With his current rank as a soul king, he is evidently ill-equipped to withstand it and would suffer considerable losses. As for the matter of hidden weapons, it is best entrusted to Tang San. Qi Su does not harbor strong objections to concealed weapons, for the value of any weapon lies not in its inherent quality, but rather in the skill of its wielder. However, for Qi Su, mechanical hidden weapons hold limited utility, as they require exceptional materials and crafting expertise compared to skill-based concealed weapons. Even the legendary Fo Nu Tang Lien pales in comparison to the foremost skill-based concealed weapon, Guanyin Yulei. Of course, the primary advantage of mechanical hidden weapons is that they impose minimal requirements on the user. Even an ordinary individual wielding Fo Nu Tang Lien can slay numerous soul Douluos or even titled Douluos. This is the true essence of their terrifying nature. Chapter 78. The arrangement of Hu Laina in the eyes of soul masters. Ordinary people are no different from the ants on the roadside, and they naturally do not give them much thought. Yet an ant-wielding Tang Sect hidden weapons could still bring down an elephant. This is the formidable nature of Tang Sect concealed weaponry. Although Chi Su harbors some discontent regarding Tang San from the original narrative, having arrived in this world, he assumes the guise of the Tang Sect elder to persuade Tang San to become his disciple, thus willingly accepting the responsibility of rebuilding the Tang Sect. However, it will be according to his vision, rather than the foundation laid by Tang San, which is tied to the Haotian sect and its 4 affiliated sections: celestial herbs, hidden weapons, and ice martial souls. These 3 elements are the pathways Chi Su has identified for his immediate enhancement. With his current strength, he is already capable of employing the 3rd-ranked skill-based concealed weapon, Yen Wang Tai. As for the 2nd-ranked Shui Pu Ti and the 1st-ranked Guanyin Yulei, he is unable to utilize them. Even if he attempted to force their use, he would likely find himself gravely injured before inflicting any damage upon the enemy. My lord, a melodious voice interrupted Chi Su's musings, bringing him back to reality. He noticed Ning Rongrong gazing at him with some displeasure, evidently irked by his momentary distraction. Xiao Wu, unable to approach Chi Su due to her embrace of Hulaina, cast a somewhat resentful glance in his direction. Bon Douluo Guiyong, keenly aware of the awkward atmosphere, promptly interjected, "Why don't we escort the Saintess back to Wuhuan City? This way, you can avoid any trouble with those 2 old geezers." Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. Chi Su pondered briefly and found Gu Yong's proposal quite reasonable. If they were in a hurry to return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, it would indeed be too risky for him to escort Hulaina back alone. It would be better for the 2 titled Douluos to take her. As the Wuhuan Palace has yet to sever ties with the major factions and is still maintaining amicable relations. With this in mind, Chi Su reached to take Hulaina from Xiao Wu, intending to hand her over to Gu Yong and Jiando Chenexen. However, upon receiving Hulaina, she clung tightly to him, her eyes fluttering as she murmured, "No, don't take me back now." She felt cold to the touch, indicating her considerable weakness. Chi Su felt a pang of guilt at the sight of Hulaina's frailty. His earlier attack on Zhu Douluo Yuguan, bolstered by the immense power of the Heaven Dream Ice Silkworm, had no hint of restraint, and Hulaina, caught in the aftermath, had been frozen solid. Her current state revealed the severity of her injuries. Although Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were initially irritated by Hulaina's reluctance to leave, upon seeing her icy demeanor and evident injuries, they chose not to press the issue further. "All right," Chi Su nodded gently, acquiescing to Hulaina's plea. Only then did she close her eyes, as if succumbing to unconsciousness in Chi Su's embrace. "I want to go to the Sunset Forest now." Chi Su promptly changed his mind and addressed the group. Initially intending to settle Hulaina before bidding farewell to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong and heading alone to the Ice and Fire 2 elemental eyes in the Sunset Forest to confront Dugabo and procure the celestial herbs, he now resolved to head directly to the Sunset Forest to utilize the celestial herbs there for Hulaina's healing, given her severe injuries from the frigid aura. Why do you wish to go to the Sunset Forest? Before Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong could speak, Jiandalo Chenexin inquired with curiosity. The Sunset Forest, alongside the starred Do Great Forest, is another significant gathering place for soul beasts. It stands to reason that Chi Su, not yet in need of soul rings, would suddenly express a desire to venture to the Sunset Forest. There is a sacred site within the Sunset Forest known as the Ice and Fire 2 elemental eyes, abundant with celestial herbs. I intend to utilize that place to heal her, Chi Su candidly explained. Bon Douluo Guiyong nodded in agreement. Heading straight to the Sunset Forest would allow them to avoid unnecessary trouble with Zhu Yuan and Gei Ogoime. Jiandalo Chan Xian also expressed his concurrence, choosing not to elaborate further. After exchanging pleasantries with Ning Rongrong, the 2 took their leave. Chichiper forum da respectful salute. Watching their figures fade from sight, he held a favorable impression of these 2 titled Douluos from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, Chi Su couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy regarding their fates. They perished while retrieving Tang San's body, with only Ning Fengji mourning their loss. I hope this time, the 2 elders can enjoy a favorable conclusion, Chi Su sighed. At this moment, only Hulaina, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Chi Su remained in the inn. The three exchanged glances, enveloped in an awkward silence. Chi Su, feeling the weight of the moment, attempted to hand Hulaina over to Xiao Wu, but to his surprise, she puffed up her cheeks and stubbornly declared, "You carry her." Chi Su turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong, who also shook her head, displaying her unwillingness. "You all insisted that I hold her. It is not my concern." Chi Su shrugged, expressing a hint of exasperation. Xiao Wu, pouting, retorted, "You said you'd carry her." Chi Su playfully flicked Xiao Wu's forehead, teasing, "You talk too much. Carrying her is exhausting. Do you want to tire out your husband?" Hearing Chi Su's words in front of everyone, Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, arousing a strong desire to feast. At a loss for words, unable to counter Chi Su, she swiftly turned and dashed upstairs. "Where are you going?" Chi called out to Xiao Wu's retreating figure, urging her to gather her belongings. With a hearty laugh, he immediately followed up with his intentions after just asserting his independence. He found great satisfaction in Xiao Wu's thunder nature, which uplifted his spirits. Indeed, he was correct. Carrying was undeniably more comfortable than dragging. The softness he felt when holding her was irreplaceable. Though he had no ulterior motives, it was only natural to choose the more pleasant option when available. As Ning Rongrong observed Xiao Wu heading upstairs to tidy up, she realized something. She approached Chi Su and planted a kiss on his cheek, playfully declaring, "I shall tidy up too, master." With Xiao Wu absent and Hulaina unconscious, Ning Rongrong blushed as she called out to him again. Chi Su felt a wave of delight at her words and playfully patted her back, encouraging her to head upstairs. This gentle gesture deepened her blush, and with a shy glance toward Chi Su, she turned to ascend the stairs. With such a devoted wife, what more could a husband desire? Qui su spirit lifted. Momentarily dispelling the gloom cast by Gue Douluo and Juve Douluo. After a hearty laugh, he directed his gaze toward the distant horizon, where the gathering of spiritual energies awaited him at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. "I am coming," he whispered to himself. Chapter 79. Martial soul elements. As twilight descended upon the sunset forest, a quartet traversed the towering trees. One man and three women, their beauty and grace were exceptional. The sunset forest lay 100 miles east of Tiando City, a prominent habitat for wild soul beasts within the Tiando Empire. Although not as expansive as the Stardo Forest, it harbored numerous high-ranking soul beasts. In a flash, a white figure leaped gracefully from the towering trees, revealing a youthful, cherubic face, elongated and toned legs, a petite yet resilient waist, and a long scorpion braid cascading to the ground. None other than Xiao Wu. Chi Su and Ning Rongrong, upon witnessing Xiao Wu halt her swift movements, promptly descended from the trees and inquired, "What is the matter, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu's complexion appeared pale, suggesting she was not in optimal condition. "Brother, you should go on without me," she murmured, somewhat bashfully. Chi Su, initially bewildered, soon grasped her reasoning. She feared that his pursuit of trouble with the title Douluo would expose her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. With a smile, Chi Su embraced Xiao Wu, reassuring her. "It's all right." He had no intention of bringing Ning Rongrong and the others into conflict with Douluo. Although Douluo was relatively weak in one-on-one encounters with titled Douluos, he was fearsome in widespread devastation. Taking them along would not only be unhelpful, but a liability. Though the Sunset Forest was considerably smaller than the Stardo Forest, its core housed formidable soul beasts, and Chi Su was reluctant to leave the unconscious Hulaina and Ning Rongrong with Xiao Wu. Fortunately, Douluo's territory was a small hill surrounded by poisonous formations, deterring any reckless soul beasts from entering. Upon reaching this point, Chi Su instructed Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu to remain at the foot of the hill, watching over the unconscious Hulaina while awaiting his return. "Can you handle it, my lord?" Ning Rongrong's gaze was filled with concern, reflecting her fear of Chi Su confronting the title Douluo. Unlike Xiao Wu, who had grown up with Chi Su and understood his hidden depths, Ning Rongrong, knowing Chi Su to be a once-in-a-millennium genius who had reached the Soul King level at the tender age of 12, still felt trepidation at the prospect of a life-and-death struggle with the title Douluo. I should have asked Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu to return later, she muttered, her eyes reddening with dissatisfaction. Chisa laughed heartily, pinching Ning Rongrong's cheek, teasing her, still doubting me? Just wait and see how I deal with you upon my return. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed again, playfully striking Chi Su's chest and chiding. Why are you always so improper? Rongrong, you're the one thinking inappropriately. Chi Su found amusement in teasing both her and Xiao Wu. After enjoying this playful banter and a bit of physical teasing, he waved them goodbye and ascended the hill. As he reached the halfway point, an overwhelming pressure accompanied by layers of mist surged down from the mountain peak toward Chi Su. The mist was a vivid green, rendering the surrounding flora lifeless. Chi Su squinted, lightly exhaling. By Lin Shidu, such a vast area of serpentine poison was impossible to evade. Thus, Chi Su stood firm, channeling his soul power as soul rings of various colors. White, purple, purple, and black rose around him. A cloud of black mist materialized before him, shielding him from the onslaught of the Bai Lin Shidu, though it appeared fragile. In mere moments, the poison broke through this barrier, threatening to engulf Chi Su. Yet he remained resolute as a torrent of water surged behind him, crashing against the green mist like a roaring leviathan. The water, however, could not withstand the mist's advance and dissipated upon collision. Suddenly, Chi Su snapped his fingers, and a fissure appeared in the air before him, as if the space had been torn apart. Countless wisps of mist were irresistibly drawn into this void, restoring the environment to clarity. 5 distinct objects surrounded Chi Su in a circular formation: a droplet of water, a wisp of black mist, a sharp blade, a dark orb with a swirling vortex, and a miniature spatial rift. These 5 items represented the 5 elements of Chi Su's second martial soul: water, poison, metal, time, and space. The water element awakened from the origin water of a year, the poison element from a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider, the metal element from the dark golden terror-claw bear, the time element from the dark demon evil god tiger, and the space element from the greedy moon wolf king. As these 5 elements encircled him, Chi Su truly resembled a youthful deity walking among mortals. A gentle smile graced his face, unfazed by the impending approach of a tidal dome. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. This was his first opportunity to showcase his second martial soul in battle, and he felt a surge of excitement. Among Chi Su's 3 martial souls, the Lan Yin Jiansa, Tianqin Gulong, and the elemental soul, he knew that, despite his greater proficiency with the Lan Yin Jiansa, his second martial soul, the elemental soul, was his most formidable and terrifying weapon. Just how powerful was this elemental soul? Chi Su believed that when utilizing it, he could hardly categorize himself among conventional soul masters: offensive, agility, control, or support. He was none yet all at once. This is precisely where the terror of the elemental martial souls lies. The interplay of 5 distinct elements presents countless possibilities capable of transforming the battlefield. When the elemental martial soul is elevated to the 9th ring, Chi Su even contemplates that he might, through his mortal form, rival the divine. After all, deities are merely masters of specific domains, while he commands 9 disparate elements, rendering him no less formidable than any god. Surrounded by these 9 elements, with a physique akin to that of a deity, it may well be that a mortal can slay a god. In Chapter 80, The Awe of the Sea God S. Trident, when facing a tidal Douluo, Chi Su neither hesitates nor holds back. Upon encountering the venomous presence, he immediately unleashes the elemental power of his second martial soul. Are you out of your mind? A voice, aged and oppressive, resonated from afar, but the next instant, an old man materialized before Chi Su. He was tall and lean, resembling a javelin, with hair and beard of deep green, his eyes shining like emeralds. His expression was devoid of emotion, or rather, entirely rigid, with sunken cheeks and disheveled green hair, clad in a simple gray robe, starkly contrasting with Chi Su's noble attire. At that moment, the man slightly raised his eyes, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent and bewilderment. Those deep green eyes, devoid of any vitality, seemed to chill the very air around them as they opened, emanating not only coldness but a cruel malevolence. He did not meet Chi-Su's gaze directly, instead casting a disdainful glance, akin to a person who, having stepped on an ant at their doorstep, merely glances down in indifference. Indeed, Chi-Su replied with a smile, extending his hand. This is the residence of poisoned Douluo. Before Chi-Su's words faded, a terrifying pressure enveloped him, the unmistakable aura of a title Douluo. The golden trident emblem appeared on his forehead, and with a burst of brilliant golden light, the sea god's trident materialized in his grasp, radiating strands of golden glow. With the emergence of the divine artifact, the oppressive force from Douluo was palpably intensified. Douluo was taken aback. He had assumed that Chi-Su was merely an ant with some ability that had wandered in, but it now seemed that this sudden appearance might represent something far more formidable than an ant, a ravenous wolf. Despite the 5 vivid soul rings adorning Chi-Su, marking him as a genuine soul king, Douluo, who could effortlessly eliminate such beings in the past, now felt an unsettling sense of danger in the presence of this peculiar youth. The configuration of his soul rings, white, purple, 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 black, was exceedingly irregular. What could account for such an arrangement? And what of the trident he wielded? Even Douluo, with his extensive knowledge, could not discern its nature. Each time he directed his gaze upon the trident, a subtle wave of fear would rise within him. How could a mere soul king possess something that instilled such trepidation even in a titled Douluo like himself? A complex interplay of greed and fear danced in Douluo's eyes. He suppressed his murderous intent and, with a tone laced with condescension, inquired, "Since you recognize me, Douluo, you must also know that if I wished to kill, it would be as easy as squashing an ant." Intrigued, Douluo contemplated the youth before him. If he were indeed alone and without backing, such a fortuitous opportunity would be too good to pass up. Oh, Chi-Su raised an eyebrow. Surrounded by 5 elements and brandishing the golden trident, akin to a divine being walking upon the earth, he offered a scoffing laugh, seemingly dismissing Douluo's words entirely. In truth, Chi-Su was not overly concerned about this battle. After all, in terms of raw combatability, Douluo was far inferior to Juth Douluo Yueguan and Ghost Douluo Guime. His strength lay in group poison damage, and in a one-on-one confrontation. The pressure he exerted upon Chi-Su was considerably less than that posed by Yueguan and Guime. Nonetheless, a titled Douluo remains a titled Douluo, despite Chi-Su's confidence. He knew he must remain vigilant to conclude this combat successfully. "Care to try stepping on me?" Chi-Su seemed to intentionally provoke Douluo. The latter, clearly incensed by Chi-Su's words, found a mist of cyan green energy swirling around him. Yet he appeared somewhat apprehensive of the sea god's trident in Chi-Su's grasp, hesitant to act rashly. Suppressing his murderous intent, Douluo continued, "It seems you have come prepared. What is your purpose here?" Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Despite Douluo's perception of soul masters below titled Douluo as mere ants, he remained cautious when facing an ant wielding a blade, behaving like a true serpent king, lurking in wait for the perfect strike. "I claim to seek herbs for a friend. Do you believe me?" Chi-Su, entirely unafraid of Douluo's barely concealed pressure, spoke with a calmness tinged with arrogance. "Is this your attitude when seeking a favor?" Douluo scoffed, a growing chill evident in his emerald-hued eyes. "Do you expect me to kneel and beg you for a few herbs?" Chi-Su erupted into laughter. Douluo was no benevolent figure. Had it not been for Tang San's extensive knowledge of Tang Sect herbs and poisons, he would have perished long ago. Had Chi-Su not revealed his second martial soul element and the sea god's trident, Douluo might have already struck him down without hesitation. Now, how could he maintain a calm discourse? Ultimately, in Douluo Dalu, strength reigns supreme. It is only when one possesses sufficient power that others will engage with them on rational grounds. Lacking such power, one is subject to the whims of the stronger, trampled mercilessly. Chi-Su understood this principle well, which is why he had no intention of appealing to Douluo's sense of reason or emotion. Since Douluo regarded himself as a titled Douluo and viewed those beneath him as mere ants, Chi Su, as an ant, was determined to demonstrate that even an ant could contend with a dragon. Douluo felt his pride wounded by Chi Su's words, immediately incensed, and with a cold snort, a torrent of cyan green mist surged into the air. A colossal serpent shadow loomed behind Douluo. Initially, he intended to engage the enigmatic youth in conversation to glean information regarding the Golden Trident. But it now appeared that this youth was exceptionally astute and reluctant to divulge any information, continuously provoking Douluo as if urging him to act. Since you seek death, do not blame me for using my strength against you. The emerald light in Douluo's eyes glimmered ominously amidst the mist. Chapter 81. The martial soul is the sole response of the soul master. The overwhelming cyan green mist surged forth, and Douluo was entirely incensed by Chi Su's provocations. He had initially aimed to subtly extract the origins of the Golden Trident from this unexpected visitor, to consider how to seize it for himself. For many years, he has traversed the realm of soul masters. Although since ascending to the rank of titled Douluo, few have dared to provoke him. After Chi Su's challenge, Douluo approached the conversation with a cautious mindset. After all, this young man had suddenly intruded, exuding an air of fearlessness, clearly having come prepared. Yet at this moment, Douluo felt he could no longer endure. As a titled Douluo, he was entitled to the dignity and authority befitting his rank. Regardless of any hidden cards Chi Su might possess or the unknown level of weaponry he wielded, any challenge to a titled Douluo must bear consequences. Now is the time for Douluo to ensure that Chi Su faced the repercussions of his audacity. A piercing howl erupted from his lips, and an emerald light burst forth from within him. As he unfurled his body against the wind, the first 7 soul rings ignited simultaneously, and his tall, lean form swelled amidst the verdant glow, soaring upward. Chi Su narrowed his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his heart ablaze with fervor. His intent in seeking out Douluo was not solely to harvest the celestial herb to enhance his martial soul's path, but also to engage in a truly unrestrained battle with the titled Douluo. Given Chi Su's prowess, Douluo was the ideal sparring partner for a vigorous soul master duel. The presence of Ju Douluo Yuan and Gay may linger close by. Chi Su would not seek a battle with them unless he himself had reached the rank of soul sage or even soul Douluo. Other titled Douluo on the continent, such as Jian Douluo Chan Xian and Gu Douluo Gurong, were also options, but battling them would not allow for unbridled engagement. After much contemplation, it became clear that Douluo alone could provide both the opportunity for acquiring the celestial herb and the chance for an exhilarating fight to test his gains from recent years. As Chi Su pondered, Douluo rapidly completed his martial soul manifestation. His ascending form was adorned with emerald diamond-like scales, resembling a mosaic of jade. The human figure vanished, replaced by a colossal emerald serpent, measuring 30 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel. In contrast, Chi Su appeared diminutive, akin to a firefly beside the moon, starkly different in scale. The serpent's enormous, green-hued eyes glared coldly at Chi Su, its forked tongue flickering as dense green mist enveloped its form. Clearly, Douluo was taking this encounter seriously, immediately revealing his martial soul's true essence. Chi Su regarded the vast serpent without a hint of trepidation. Instead, he eagerly anticipated a soul master battle that would ignite his very spirit. In his previous life, Chi Su had experienced the tales of Douluo Continent, having watched 2 of the 5 adaptations, Douluo Delu and Douluo Delu, Juesher Tangmen. He had not pursued the subsequent series, as they diverged from his preference for the raw, visceral combat depicted in the first installment. The introduction of soul-guided devices in the second series had diminished his interest, and upon encountering the battle armors in the third series, he could no longer continue. To Chi Su, Douluo Continent would always embody the world where martial souls flourished. Devoid of soul-guided devices and battle armors, only martial souls remained. This purity of martial soul combat was what he truly yearned for. Fortunately, he was now on the verge of experiencing such a battle. As Douluo's serpent opened its maw, releasing a torrent of green mist. The 9 soul rings encircling its massive form exuded a terrifying presence. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The arrangement of rings appeared far superior to Chi Su's own configuration of white, purple, 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 and black. However, Douluo's keen intuition as a title Douluo prevented him from underestimating Chi Su, even with an additional 4 soul rings. Instead, he unleashed the true form of his martial soul, the mist serving as his initial probe. The vapor surged toward Chi Su like a tidal wave. Unflinching, Chi Su waved his hand and bellowed, "Come forth." Tianqing Gudlong. Perhaps due to his past life experiences with Pokemon, Chi Su always proclaimed this phrase with fervor. A blue skeletal dragon materialized in mid-air, resembling a small serpent at first glance, undetectable as a dragon without closer inspection. 5 soul rings encircled the Tianqing Gudlong. Black, 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 an almost impossible configuration for an ordinary individual. Initially, Douluo dismissed the small dragon, even finding it somewhat amusing. Yet, as the 5 soul rings manifested, a deep sense of astonishment and an instinctual terror began to well within him. He had assumed Chi Su's martial soul consisted solely of the peculiar entities surrounding him, not realizing that this small serpent in the air also bore soul rings. Furthermore, the presence of 5 black 10,000-year soul rings signified something profound. Douluo, with his extensive experience, recognized the implications. This was a twin martial soul. Throughout the millennia of Douluo Continent, few possessed such a gift. Rumors suggested that the Pope of the Spirit Hall might have a twin martial soul, yet Douluo had never witnessed this firsthand, leaving him skeptical. However, standing before Chi Su's twin martial soul, he was genuinely astonished. 5 black soul rings indicated that upon reaching the level of title Douluo, he would wield 9 black soul rings, granting him an inherent advantage over peers of equal rank. No wonder Chi Su had the audacity to provoke him. Yet, should he believe this was sufficient, he would pay with his life. Before the emerald mist could dissipate, the massive serpent lunged toward Chi Su, resembling a mythical beast intent on obliterating the world. In an instant, the entire mountain trembled, stones flying in a dazzling display as the overwhelming aura caused the surrounding soul beasts to scatter in fear, no longer daring to approach. Chapter 82. Confrontation, perhaps due to the small serpent's emergence and the pressure it exerted as the soul rings ascended. Douluo felt compelled to rush forward and crush this small snake. His martial soul, the Bai Lin Shi Huang, though the king among serpentine souls, was still inferior to dragons, which were revered as the pinnacle of soul beasts. Any entity associated with dragons bore immense strength, not to mention the true dragon that was the Tianqing Gudlong. The colossal serpent, entwined with a torrent of toxic green mist, surged toward Chi Su, who stood resolute as the small serpent coiled gracefully before him, its 4th soul ring glowing. In an instant, its form expanded dramatically, growing to match the size of the emerald serpent. The massive dragon bones gradually materialized in the air, their hue of vivid blue, imbued with an unusual vitality that balanced the essence of life and death in a perplexing equilibrium. This is the effect of Tianqing Gudlong's 4th soul skill, Longzuan, which causes its body to enlarge, revealing its true form and achieving a state akin to the martial soul's true body. Although it does not match the form of the martial soul's true body, it allows for an early possession of some of its powers, which has left Chi Su quite satisfied. The 4th soul skill, Longzuan, is derived from the ancient Shandong giant dog, a creature that, upon revealing its true form, resembles a mountain in size. According to Chi Su's Soul Beast Manual, the Shandong giant dog seemingly possesses the bloodline of the Mountain Dragon King, thus exhibiting extraordinary strength. Even at merely 10,000 years of age, Chi Su believes it would not pale in comparison to any soul beast of 60 or 70,000 years. The soul ring obtained from the Shandong giant dog also grants the ability to enlarge itself, equivalent to a weakened version of the martial soul's true body. At this moment, The colossal Tianqing Gudlong brandished its claws and let out a roar at the approaching emerald-green giant serpent. The originally swift speed of the Bailin Snake Emperor was momentarily halted by the sudden roar of the Tianqing Gudlong. That overwhelming dragon might instilled fear even in Douluo, a title de law. This was not merely a matter of soul power, but rather the quality of the martial soul. Clearly, the Tianqing Gudlong was intent on firmly suppressing the Bailin Snake Emperor, despite the latter being of royal lineage among serpents. It ultimately remained a snake in comparison to true dragons. As the green toxic mist surged toward the bone dragon, it remained unperturbed, allowing the poison to envelop it. Soon, the Tianqing Gudlong was surrounded by the emerald green mist, yet did not suffer as Douluo had anticipated. Instead, it spiraled freely, baring its teeth and claws. Douluo, transformed into a massive serpent, was taken aback, muttering to himself in disbelief, immunity to poison? Meanwhile, Chisu, standing still, smirked and murmured, trying to use poison. Huh! His laughter echoed, as the reason he felt confident in overcoming Douluo was largely due to his indifference to the latter's most potent poison. The Tianqing Gudlong, being a skeletal entity, belonged to a necrotic category of beings, thus exhibiting no sensitivity to toxins. No matter how potent the poison, its skeletal form rendered it impervious, immune to any intrusions. Concurrently, a fissure appeared before Chi-Su, as if someone had forcibly torn through space, a pitch-black void that seemed to gaze into the abyss. Without a moment's pause, Chi-Su stepped into the dark rift, and in the next instant, a similar fissure appeared above the Tianqing Gudlong, from which Chi-Su emerged quietly. The rift vanishing behind him as he stood atop the bone dragon, brandishing a golden trident. The fifth elemental soul skill, Kongji Liha, allows the user to tear open a spatial rift at any marked location, facilitating spatial transfer through these rifts. This skill was acquired from the 10,000-year soul beast, Tan Yulang Wang, resembling a short-range, unrestricted teleportation, enabling appearance at any previously marked location. However, distance imposed limitations. Short-range teleportation required no preparation time, while longer distances necessitated considerable preparation and exhibited significant instability. Initially, Tan Yulang Wang leveraged its spatial transfer ability to befuddle Chi-Su, preventing him from landing the final blow to obtain the soul ring, until he ultimately resorted to using the elemental poison to exhaust the creature to death. At this moment, Chi-Su showcased the spatial element, executing the fifth elemental soul skill, Kongji Liha, and directly arrived atop the bone dragon. Unlike the fifth soul skills of the other two martial souls, Chi-Su's elemental fifth soul skill consumed remarkably little soul power, negligible in comparison to his recovery rate. Upon witnessing Chi-Su's sudden appearance atop the bone dragon, Douluo was again astonished, yet he hesitated not, since poison had no effect on the bone dragon. He resolved to crush it with overwhelming soul power. Chi-Su's risk of entering the emerald-green toxic mist to reach the Tianqing Gudlong's head was in pursuit of an opportunity to confront Douluo. After all, Douluo, in the form of a massive serpent, posed a significant challenge for Chi-Su's small stature to approach. Chi-Su possessed only the ability for spatial transfer, lacking flight capabilities. Without a foothold on the colossal bone dragon, he could not contend with Douluo's martial soul true body. At that moment, the enormous emerald-green serpent lunged forward, and the bone dragon, suspended in midair, suddenly shifted sideways in response to the Bailin Snake Emperor's attack, extending its foreclaws to strike at the serpent's vital spots. A fierce melee ensued between the dragon and the serpent, akin to titanic beasts clashing from mythological tales. As the encounters progressed, the bone dragon's might diminished, while the green serpent continued to exude formidable power. Yet, Douluo acutely sensed that although the bone dragon's strength was inferior to his, it exhibited remarkable agility, rendering him increasingly reactive in the face of the now ineffective toxins. Furthermore, despite the bone dragon's considerable size, it remained remarkably nimble, deftly engaging with its sharp claws. Chi-Su's eyes narrowed, purple light emanating from them as his mental energy enveloped the battlefield. The Bone Dragon, after all, was supported by 5 rings of soul power. Although Chi Su's soul power was more refined, it was incomparable to that of any Soul King, and still fell short when matched against the title Douluo. At this juncture, Chi Su needed to take decisive action rather than wait for the Tianqing Gudlong to be overcome by Douluo Bo's martial soul true body. Chapter 83. The Soul Skill of Tianqing Gudlong. With a roar from Chi Su, the Tianqing Gudlong, previously appearing ethereal due to the relentless attacks from Douluo Bo's serpent form, became solidified once more. A stream of darkness, akin to an abyss, surged from the Bone Dragon's eyes, propelled by the wrath from the depths of hell, transforming the battlefield, once saturated with green mist, into a realm engulfed in darkness. Although it was dusk, the fading sunlight had still cast a semblance of brightness. Yet, upon Chi Su invoking the Tianqing Gudlong's 5th soul skill, Wang Ling Ji Qi, the soaring black vapor instantly blotted out the setting sun, plunging the day into night. The 2 immense beasts became locked in a fierce standoff amidst the blackened expanse. Countless tendrils of darkness coalesced in this nocturnal landscape, morphing into dragon-like entities with 4 wings, seemingly answering the call of their master as they surged towards the giant serpent that was Douluo Bo. These beings appeared devoid of intelligence. Their sole purpose for manifesting in this world was to heed the call of their master and eliminate his foes. In this instance, the emerald green serpent was undoubtedly the enemy of the master. Douluo Bo's colossal serpent form lashed out with its massive tail, striking at the Tianqing Gudlong as if it were a mountain, exuding power and lethality. Yet, just as the serpent's tail was about to connect, the Tianqing Gudlong split into 3. One of the fragments was shattered by the tail, scattering countless azure dragon bones across the battlefield, while the other 2 pressed forward without hesitation, charging directly at Douluo Bo. At this moment, Douluo Bo found himself enduring the onslaught of the dragon-like entities while simultaneously swinging his serpent tail to fend off the Tianqing Gudlong. However, he was taken aback to discover that although he had destroyed one of the 3 dragons, 2 others continued to surge towards him with ferocity. The 5th soul skill of the Tianqing Gudlong, known as Wangling Ji Qi, is derived from a skeletal spirit that has existed for 60,000 years. This ability, acquired through the absorption of the corresponding soul ring, grants the power to summon the undead, transforming the surrounding area into a realm of the deceased. Within this domain, the user can summon an unlimited number of undead beings. So far, Chitsa has only summoned dragon-like creatures, without any other legendary undead. The terrifying aspect of this skill lies in the unrestricted quantity of summoned undead. As long as one soul power is sufficient, countless undead wyverns can be called forth. To halt this relentless summoning, one must defeat the wielder of the soul skill. In essence, as long as the Tianqing Gudlong remains alive within this designated area, the undead will be inexhaustible. To Douluo Bo, these undead are akin to mere ants, even more fragile than the insects themselves. Yet, the deathly aura that emanates from each fallen undead accumulates over time. Although for a title like Douluo Bo, it may seem negligible, the persistent infiltration of this deathly energy can eventually corrupt even a title Douluo. Despite their soul power being capable of resisting it, their strength would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Henceforth, this deathly aura would swirl around their body like an incurable affliction, not lethal, but excruciatingly painful. This encapsulates the horror of the Wangling Ji Qi. As long as the body remains intact, it reigns supreme in this domain. The 3rd soul skill, Long Ji Shuing, is derived from a 10,000-year-old shadow bat, renowned for its innate ability to create clones. Chitsa is pleased that the soul ring absorbed from the shadow bat grants this very cloning ability. The Long Ji Shuing allows the user to manifest 3 copies of themselves, each possessing 1/3 of the original strength. If one clone is destroyed, the remaining 2 will each retain 50% of the original's power. While this skill may not initially seem outstanding, splitting one's strength into 3 is often not the wisest decision. The combination of this 3rd soul skill with the Wangling Ji Qi becomes exceedingly formidable. The true terror of Wangling Jiqi lies in the fact that as long as the original remains alive, an endless tide of undead can surge toward the enemy. While the Longji Shuing significantly enhances the survival capacity of the Tianqing Gulong, allowing it to persevere on the battlefield and assert its dominance over the territory. Ultimately, regardless of the king's authority, survival is paramount. Death renders any king merely a corpse. The Tianqing Gulong is evidently not a fragile monarch. Upon unleashing the fifth soul skill, Wangling Jiqi, and completing the division of Longji Shuing, it stands as the undisputed ruler of the battlefield. At this moment, one of the dragon shadows has been annihilated by the colossal serpent transformed by Douluo, leaving only two remaining shadows, each possessing 50% of the original's power. Despite this, there is no hint of fear. Instead, they charge boldly towards Douluo. Douluo realizes that while these dragon-like undead are no more than ants in terms of strength, the sheer number of them surging forth, even if each is weak, accumulates a palpable deathly energy that begins to inflict pain upon him, the transformed giant serpent. As a titled Douluo, Douluo's perspective is sharp. He understands that the relentless flow of these undead stems from the immense Tianqing Gulong. Thus, he disregards the minuscule dragon-like undead and directly strikes with his tail to crush the Tianqing Gulong. This strike utilizes the full extent of his tidal level soul power, showing no mercy. The massive form of the Tianqing Gulong has no opportunity to evade, yet the outcome defies Douluo's expectations. Although the Tianqing Gulong cannot dodge the attack, it mysteriously divides into three, with Douluo's strike only managing to eliminate the central form. Moreover, the two remaining Tianqing Gulong are undeterred and charge straight towards him. A surge of anger wells up within Douluo. Since his ascension to title Douluo, he has never faced such provocation on the continent. Yet today, not only has an unexpected and audacious youth challenged him without reservation, but the spirit summoned by this youth also shows no regard for him. They shall pay the price. The colossal serpent, embodying Douluo, lashes its massive body in fury. Chapter 84. Ning Rongrong's concern the Bailan Shahuang appears utterly enraged, its immense serpentine form coiling in the air, as if to declare its wrath. Black energy clashes with emerald light, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Rocks are sent flying, creating a dazzling spectacle, while the overwhelming aura drives the surrounding soul beasts to flee in terror. At the foot of the mountain, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu both sense an exceedingly potent disturbance. They gaze towards the mountaintop, where a battlefield enveloped in swirling black energy lies. The sun has been completely obscured, resembling an abyss of darkness. The giant bone dragon of Tianqing dances in the air with the enormous green serpent, alongside countless dragon-like creatures that continuously emerge from the emerald serpent. Ning Rongrong watches the battlefield with concern, though she knows that Qi possesses extraordinary talent. A figure like him may only emerge once in several millennia. Her anxiety grows upon learning that Douluo is a titled Douluo. After all, what does it matter if Qi can defeat a soul sage? To a titled Douluo, a soul sage is as insignificant as the lower-rank soul masters. Below the titled Douluo, all are but ants. Qi is merely a soul king, barely at the 51st level. And the disparity between him and a titled Douluo is not just vast. It is incomparably different. Ning Rongrong has never witnessed the battle between Qi and the Soul Sage, Dudong Mingwang Zhao Wuji. In her mind, even if Qi indeed defeated a Soul Sage, it must have been after a fierce struggle. However, such victories over Soul Sages do not guarantee success against titled Douluos. In terms of soul power, soul rings, and soul bones, the differences between titled Douluos and other soul masters are colossal, akin to the gap between ants and dragons. At this moment, Ning Rongrong clasps her hands together at her chest, her gaze filled with deep concern as she watches the battlefield on the horizon. For reasons unknown, she has come to regard Qi as an essential part of her life. Initially, she thought she was merely seeking a sense of security, a fulfillment of her long-cherished dreams. But after truly being with Qi, each utterance of master has made her realize that she has grown accustomed to his presence. With him around, she feels an extraordinary sense of safety, free from the burden of overthinking. In the eyes of outsiders, Ning Rongrong is perceived as a spoiled young lady, capricious and prone to tantrums. However, she has never cared about others' opinions. What truly matters to her are her Grandpa Gu, Grandpa Jian, her father, and the Qibao Liuli Zone. The Qibao Liuli sect appears to be the second most powerful sect in the world. And even after the Haoyan sect was forced into retreat by the Wuhuan Palace, it subtly seems to be on the verge of claiming the title of the foremost sect. However, Ning Rongrong understands that this so-called richest sect in the world is merely a facade of strength, concealing its fragility. Ultimately, the Qibao Liuli sect is founded upon auxiliary soul masters. Even though the sect's martial soul, the Qibao Liuli Tower, is indeed the premier auxiliary martial soul. What does that signify? It remains an auxiliary spirit, and regardless of its superiority, any aggressive soul master, even one of a lower rank than those from the Qibao Liuli sect, could easily defeat them. How then do the soul masters of the Qibao Liuli sect survive? Do they rely on their unparalleled auxiliary powers to seek out partners? Yet, what purpose does that serve? For lower-ranked soul masters, possessing a soul ring is essential, making a Qibao Liuli soul master crucial in a team. But what about the title Douluo? A title Douluo has already acquired all their soul rings, and their soul bones depend solely on fortune. For title Douluo, soul beasts are virtually irrelevant. In other words, to become stronger, they must elevate their soul power level. And how does the Qibao Liuli sect assist in that endeavor? The renowned auxiliary martial soul, the Qibao Liuli Tower, proves beneficial only on the battlefield. Outside of it, it offers no aid to the title Douluo. So what draws title Douluo to the Qibao Liuli sect? For them, it might be more comfortable to quietly cultivate rather than to guard the Qibao Liuli sect, avoiding the complexities of reality. Presently, the Qibao Liuli sect maintains its position as the second most powerful sect, effectively the first since the Haoyan sect's withdrawal, solely due to the presence of title Douluo. However, these two title Douluo, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, were brought in by her father, establishing no true affiliation to the sect, but rather being close friends of her father's. With two title Douluo currently in the Qibao Liuli sect, what will happen in the future? What will become of the sect after Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu depart? How will the Qibao Liuli sect continue to exist? Ning Rongrong, often labeled as spoiled, contemplates far into the future, envisioning the day when Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu leave. What will remain of the Qibao Liuli sect on that day? It would be akin to a flock of sheep deprived of their shepherd, possessing succulent meat and soft wool, yet exposed to the predatory gaze of ravenous wolves. Once the hunting dogs perish, those wolves will pounce upon the defenseless sheep, tearing them apart and slaughtering them mercilessly. The flock stands no chance against the ferocious pack. Hence, Ning Rongrong refuses to be a fragile lamb. She aspires to embody the qualities of a shepherdess, safeguarding the Qibao Liuli sect, much like her father, Grandpa Gu, and Grandpa Jian have done. Therefore, she remains indifferent to others' perceptions of her being spoiled. What of it? Spoiled or not, having pledged to protect the flock, she shall never bow down or conform to the image of a docile girl in others' eyes. She intends to live freely and boldly. With this mindset, Ning Rongrong ventured beyond the Qibao Liuli sect and arrived at the peculiar Shrek Academy, where she encountered a mesmerizing youth, a boy whose brilliance she felt compelled to cherish for a lifetime. He was like a radiant light, softening her proud heart. She realized that perhaps she need not stubbornly become the guardian of the flock. Instead, she could find a lion to protect the sheep. With a lion guarding the flock, what wolves would dare to covet them? Chi Su is that lion, granting Ning Rongrong an unparalleled sense of security. She could be a little tail, following the lion-like youth, calling him with tenderness. Chapter 85. Do you have a home? Thus, Ning Rongrong harbors a wish for Chi Su to remain alive, not wanting to part from him. Do not die, she silently hopes. Beside her, Xiao Wu seems unconcerned, neither gazing at the battlefield suspended in midair nor looking at the worried, affectionate Ning Rongrong. She simply sits on the ground, turning her back to the mountainside and the battlefield, her gaze fixed on the forest at the foot of the mountain. The towering trees, their bare resemblance to those in the San'sEarly forest, albeit less dense. Nevertheless, it undeniably imparts a sense of warmth that is both familiar and foreign to Xiao Wu. She harbors no worries for Chi Su. She possesses unwavering faith in him. That enigmatic youth is always brimming with confidence, turning the impossible into the possible. Back at Nodding Academy, during their initial days, they were short on money. Yet Xiao Wu longed for various delights, pastries, candy figures, plush toys, all requiring funds. Despite humanity's flaws, the world of mortals possesses its beauty, warranting nostalgia. Yet lacking money, Xiao Wu could only gaze longingly, relishing a single hearty meal courtesy of Chi Su's connections, courtesy of a fellow student. However, such circumstances did not persist for long. Within a month, Chi Su suddenly came into a fortune, and not just a trivial sum, but an abundance of wealth. He would take her to acquire delightful little trinkets, such as combs and hairpins. Xiao Wu never questioned the source of Chi Su's wealth. She was merely content, knowing that whatever she desired, he would invariably find a way to procure it. She felt no anxiety, for he was a wondrously mysterious and powerful individual, seemingly capable of achieving anything. Xiao Wu held a near-blind confidence in Chi Su. Even when he stated he was going to confront a titled Douluo, she remained unfazed, merely smiling and playfully urging him to return soon. To her, facing a titled Douluo was just another ordinary event for Chi Su. Why such blind confidence? Xiao Wu could not articulate it, yet felt right. Chi Su was meant to be a figure of grandeur, akin to a deity. Thus, she turned her back to the battlefield, not even casting a glance, instead directing her attention to the expansive forest at the foot of the mountain. That forest exuded a sense of familiarity, yet strangeness. The differences between the San'sEarly forest and the Sunset forest are stark. Although Xiao Wu spent many years in human society, she can still distinguish between the two. She merely felt a pang of nostalgia upon seeing the tall trees that bore a slight resemblance to those from her past. She had believed that upon her mother's death, transformed into a soul ring, and her escape from the San'sEarly forest into human society, she had lost her home. Yet now, it seems she still has a home. She is not homeless. 6 years ago, she ceased to be. 6 years ago, Chi Su had vowed to her that they would rely on each other and become family. Therefore, when Xiao Wu gazes at the towering trees reminiscent of the San'sEarly forest, she cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Recalling the time when she had a mother, a home with the Ming and Air Ming, and now, this home with Chi Su, albeit with Ning Rongrong as an addition. I consider myself quite a fortunate rabbit. At this moment, Xiao Wu sat on the ground, propping her chin with her hand, gradually revealing a remarkably beautiful smile. She cast her gaze towards the distant horizon, her eyes crescent-shaped, exuding an air of contentment. Do you have a home? Is there a warm girl waiting for you there? Yes, came the radiant response from Xiao Wu, her smile dazzling. Where is this? A soft, slightly alluring voice broke into Xiao Wu's thoughts, interrupting her reverie. Turning her head, she saw that Hulaina, who had been unconscious for some time, had awakened. She lay on a blanket under the moonlit bridge, somewhat dazed as she inquired. Before Xiao Wu could respond, Ning Rongrong also turned around, holding the 7-treasure glazed tile, which floated in her grasp. The 7-treasure glazed tile, with the first attribute being strength and the second speed. Ning Rongrong's 2 yellow soul rings shone simultaneously, and 2 distinct glimmers of light surged into Hulaina's body. In an instant, Hulaina felt less cold and weak. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile lacked healing properties, with Ning Rongrong's assistance, Hulaina felt significantly better, receiving effective boosts during this time. The flickering flames of the campfire left by Chi Su illuminated everyone's faces in the darkness, each reflecting a unique emotion. The girl with scorpion braids wore a face tinged with nostalgia, while the short-haired girl from the 7-treasure glazed sect displayed evident concern, which Hulaina perceived from their expressions. But what about me? Hulaina pondered, realizing her face must be filled with confusion and curiosity. Seeing that Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile had alleviated Hulaina's condition somewhat, Xiao Wu recounted the events from beginning to end. However, Upon hearing that Chi Su had faced a titled law alone to procure medicine for her, Hulaina could no longer bear to listen. Has he lost his mind? Going to battle a titled Douluo for someone he barely knows? At this moment, Hulaina was half reclining, despite the lingering chill within her body preventing full movement. Ning Rongrong's support helped her regain clarity of mind. Yet, she couldn't help but feel Chi Su was not thinking clearly. Is it worth it? Is it worth risking so much for a stranger? Having spent so many years by Bibi Dong's side, Hulaina had witnessed countless treacherous affairs and could hardly believe anyone would act in such a manner. Why? Hulaina's voice trembled with a hint of tears, unsure whether it was due to her grievous injuries or something else entirely. Ning Rongrong seemed to comprehend Hulaina's inquiry and softly replied, "He accidentally injured you, and now he is saving you. It is that simple." Hulaina listened in disbelief, a multitude of thoughts flooding her mind, recalling many people and events. Yet, never had anything or anyone made her feel such a sudden urge to cry. She had always thought that only her teacher was worth her tears, and no one else mattered, not even her brother, Xieyu. Chapter 86. The Girl by the Campfire. But for some inexplicable reason, at that moment, at the foot of this mysterious mountain, she felt an overwhelming desire to weep. Although Hulaina had recognized Chi Su's strength in his previous encounters with Ghost Douluo and Jute Douluo, she questioned the necessity of it all. Why risk everything for a stranger? Accidentally injuring me? Saving me? Is it really that simple? Accustomed to the unpredictable nature of life, Hulaina found herself consumed by sorrow, sensing that she had gained something only to lose something else. The echoes of the mountain's collapse still resonated in her ears as she turned to gaze at the sky. Witnessing a colossal dragon and serpent entwined in a fierce battle, a sight she had never encountered before. Despite being within the Spear Hall, surrounded by many titled Douluo, she had never seen them engage in combat. The only two times she had witnessed such power were during the earlier encounters at the hotel with Elder Gui and Elder Ju, as well as the two titled Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glaze sect. Moreover, in the city of Soto, both sides had restrained themselves, deliberately minimizing the scope of their soul skills. Unlike this time, with a battle unfolded openly in a vast expanse, striking awe in those who beheld it. Do not die. Do not let me die. Hulaina's heart felt as if it were weeping, countless tears cascading into the lake of her heart, leaving her unable to find peace. Xiao Wu, noticing Hulaina's expression of guilt and worry, felt her perception of her improve significantly. She too was puzzled by Chi Su's determination to save Hulaina. Was it simply because of her beauty? Yet, even if Xiao Wu could not fully understand, she chose not to dwell on it. Chi Su would do as he wished, and she would not concern herself with the details as long as she could remain by his side. To be honest, when Xiao Wu first encountered the enchanting girl resting in Chi Su's arms, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no anger. After all, it had taken her considerable effort to accept sharing Chi Su with Ning Rongrong, who had not been present for long. But soon, with the addition of another person, Xiao Wu found it hard to come to terms with the situation, leading her to request Chi Su to allow her to hold Hulaina instead. She was certainly reluctant to share Chi Su with anyone, but if Chi Su genuinely had an interest in this enchanting girl, Xiao Wu would not obstruct it, considering her as an additional family member, provided that this family member was trustworthy. Thus, though Xiao Wu was initially wary of Hulaina's nature, seeing her tearful expression filled with shame and guilt made Xiao Wu feel that having another person in their midst could be quite pleasant. Being together created a sense of home. Do not worry, he can handle it. Xiao Wu gently patted Hulaina's shoulder, speaking with the confidence of an elder sister. Hulaina was taken aback by Xiao Wu's words. In her perception, these two exquisitely different girls should harbor animosity towards her. How could they be so gentle? According to her understanding, the girl with scorpion braids and the fair-skinned girl seemed to share a deep connection with Chi Su. Given that Chi Su was taking such significant risks for her, they should be exhibiting considerable hostility towards her instead. Hulaina, perplexed, inquired, "Why do you not seem to harbor any animosity towards me?" She spoke candidly, refraining from employing the cunning tactics she had learned at the Spear Hall. It was not that she couldn't. Rather, she chose not to. They could be sincere with the unconscious version of her. So why should she hide her thoughts? Xiao Wu tilted her head and smiled at Hulaina, replying, "It is not that there are none. It is just that they have diminished." Ning Rongrong pointed towards the battlefield in the sky, indicating that her mind was fully focused there, leaving her with no time to express any hostility. Though Xiao Wu had assured her that Su would be fine, Ning Rongrong still felt a twinge of worry, fearing that something unexpected might occur. Thus, at this moment, Ning Rongrong supported Hulaina with the Qibao Lioli Pagoda while casting a worried glance towards the battlefield suspended in midair. She paid little attention to the conversation between Xiao Wu and Hulaina. Both Hulaina and Ning Rongrong harbored deep concerns for Su, albeit expressing their feelings in contrasting manners. One gazed mournfully at the battlefield, while the other dared not even cast a glance in that direction. What is missing? Hulaina inquired further. She suddenly recognized that these two young women were truly admirable, which explained why they could accompany such a formidable and enigmatic youth. "I can see that you are also quite worried," Xiao Wu remarked nonchalantly. "Furthermore, it is not as if you compelled him with a blade. He chose to embark on this path himself. Why should we harbor so much hostility towards you?" Hulaina appeared momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a long pause, tears welled in the corners of her eyes as she laughed and cried simultaneously while gazing at Xiao Wu, nodding emphatically. At that moment, Xiao Wu resembled a joyous little rabbit, returning Hulaina's smile. Their laughter, rich with youthful exuberance, echoed like the delightful sounds of playful girls. Amidst Ning Rongrong's initial trepidation, the cheerful laughter resonating from behind prompted her to turn, gazing in bewilderment at Xiao Wu and Hulaina. Witnessing Ning Rongrong's perplexed expression, Hulaina and Xiao Wu laughed even more heartily, sharing whispers like intimate friends. As Ning Rongrong observed their mirth, she too began to chuckle, and in an instant, the heaviness that had clouded her heart dissipated, replaced by a sense of lightness. By the campfire, the three uniquely beautiful young women radiated joy. Like the brightest lights in the darkness, their faces illuminated by the flames, warming the soul. Xiao Wu felt that this atmosphere was simply perfect. What worries could possibly exist in such a setting? They could gather around a bonfire in the night, sharing laughter and tears, awaiting the return of that almost divine young man, a person as remarkable as he required no concern from her. He would return safely, waving from afar and calling out to them, "Did you miss me?" Xiao Wu would wave back, conveying her feelings of longing. It was not worry, but rather a gentle concern. A youth who resembled a deity would surely achieve his goals. And all she needed to do was wait for him like a general anticipating a victorious return. Chapter 87. Su versus Douluo at this moment. On the battlefield, suspended in midair, the jarring sound of friction echoed from the colossal serpent formed by Douluo as two Tianqing bone dragons silently approached his side, their sharp claws striking his body and producing a shower of sparks. However, as a tidal Douluo's defenses were formidable, and even the simultaneous assaults of the two Tianqing bone dragons could not breach his protection. Nonetheless, while he withstood the claws of the Tianqing bone dragons, Douluo felt the effects of their attacks. The essence of death and despair contained within their strikes had begun to infiltrate his body, despite his physical form remaining unbroken. The excruciating pain caused the Bai Lin Shi Huang to sway violently, suffering immensely. At this juncture, Su stood atop the skull of the Tianqing bone dragon to the right of the Bai Lin Shi Huang. His gaze narrowed, as if searching for an opportune moment. Just as the Bai Lin Shi Huang writhed in agony, the Tianqing bone dragons did not relent. Both dragons simultaneously flapped their bony wings in the air, the sound of countless bone spikes slicing through the wind resonating across the battlefield, akin to a multitude of swords suspended in midair. Tianqing bone dragon's second spirit skill, Dragon's Grave. With Su's furious shout, countless bone spikes rained down from the sky, plunging directly towards the thrashing serpent. The second spirit skill of the Tianqing bone dragon, Dragon's Grave, derived from the ancient Imong, unleashed a wide area of damage, summoning numerous bone spikes for a mass assault. serving as one of the dragon's primary offensive techniques. As the bone spikes cascaded down like rain, Douluo, filled with fury and alarm, could only barely evade by rolling aside, simultaneously spewing forth a greenish orb that enveloped his massive form within a semicircular emerald shield. The clash of Tianqing blue and emerald light resulted in a dazzling explosion, sending the two Tianqing bone dragons soaring from the force. While the Bai Lin Shi Huang twisted violently, enduring relentless assaults along with the incessant attacks from the dragon-like creatures, Douluo felt humiliated, his rage boiling over. How could it be that a titled Douluo found himself in such a dismal position while contending with a junior? Initially, Douluo had transformed into a giant serpent to leverage the strength of his martial soul to crush Qi Su, believing the enormous Bai Lin Shi Huang would overshadow any hidden cards Qi Su might possess. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that Qi Su was a legendary dual martial soul wielder, with his second martial soul being a beast type that could exist independently, capable of flight. The most critical factor was that his beast martial soul was of the flying variety, making the skies his domain. In contrast, the giant serpent form of Douluo lacked the ability to fly, relying solely on his soul power to maneuver in the air while contending with the Tianqing bone dragons, which placed him at a significant disadvantage. The aerial battlefield was not Douluo's territory, and he often found himself in a passive position, caught in a predicament unbefitting a titled Douluo. Now, as he expelled his inner core to shield his massive body from the attacks of the Tianqing bone dragons, Douluo's fury reached its zenith. "Junior, do you truly seek death?" thundered the colossal serpent formed by Douluo, its cavernous mouth wide open in a fierce roar. The massive tail of the serpent struck fiercely against the mountainside, simultaneously drawing in the surrounding green toxic mist, while the muscles beneath its head flattened, and half of its serpentine body reared upright, its originally emerald eyes transforming into terror-inducing white. A layer of white radiance enveloped the serpent's head. While he could not unleash the devastating powers of his latter two soul rings, Douluo had accumulated numerous hidden techniques throughout his years as a titled Douluo. Despite his title being poison, his abilities were not limited to poison alone. Two beams of pale white light shot forth from the Bai Lin Shi Huang's now white eyes, hurtling towards the left Tianqing bone dragon, while its tail, as thick as a water barrel, lashed out toward the right Tianqing bone dragon. Upon witnessing the pale white beams, Qi Su's lips curled into a slight smile, as his previously motionless form atop the Tianqing bone dragon's skull finally stirred. He could distinctly sense that these were not abilities belonging to Douluo's soul rings. The transformation of the serpent's head was undoubtedly a manifestation of the capabilities bestowed by a soul bone, specifically the crucial head soul bone. While head soul bones were immensely powerful, they also caused the wielder's spiritual strength to plummet to a critical low upon activation, creating an opportunity for Qi Su. The pale beams of light surged forth with astonishing speed. This head soul bone was among the elite of serpent-type soul beasts, a soul bone only produced by the Medusa, known as the Queen of Serpents. Anyone illuminated by its radiance, even if their very essence were to be transformed into stone, would feel the overwhelming power of the soul bone emanating from Douluo's head, suggesting that this relic must have originated from a 10,000-year-old Medusa. The Tianqing bone dragon on the left, due to its colossal form, had no chance to evade such an assault and was directly struck by Medusa's gaze, plummeting to the ground like a massive stone statue. The forest erupted with a thunderous sound, sending the soul beast within it into a frantic flight once more. Simultaneously, the colossal tail, akin to a water tank, was poised to strike the sizable body of the Tianqing bone dragon on the right. However, inexplicably, the one dragon that should have been hit suddenly maneuvered through the air with the grace of a swimming dragon, deftly dodging the attack and swiftly charging towards Douluo. In a moment of desperation, Douluo unleashed Medusa's gaze once again, but for reasons unknown, the previously swift pallid light had now slowed dramatically, as if hindered by the passage of time. As Douluo witnessed the Tianqing bone dragon effortlessly evade the now lethargic light and advance towards him, A figure leapt from the dragon's massive skull, brandishing a golden trident high above. A purple beam shot forth from the figure's eyes, striking Douluo with an impossible speed, rendering him momentarily dazed and devoid of consciousness, as though the world had come to a standstill. When he regained his senses, the youth had raised the golden trident, preparing to bring it down upon his head with a fiery force. Chapter 88. Mental and soul power. The golden trident exuded an aura of sacred inviolability, instilling a primal fear in Douluo. His instinct warned him that he must not allow himself to bear the brunt of such a formidable weapon. Resolved, he could no longer afford to refrain from using his eighth soul skill, despite his initial fear that it might affect his precious territory. Yet, for reasons unknown, Douluo found his soul power seemingly frozen in time, rendering him unable to muster it. Without the ability to harness his soul power, the immense might of his eighth and ninth soul skills remained unreachable. Helplessly, Douluo could only watch as the golden sea god trident descended from above, crashing heavily upon his head. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted from the impact, illuminating the previously dark battlefield as if the heavens had opened. Puis se chuted, thrusting the sea god trident further into the head of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor, eliciting a piercing cry of agony that echoed through the skies, as though something were enduring the most excruciating pain imaginable. Douluo, who was already suspended in midair by the power of his soul, was now pierced by Chi Su's formidable trident, which pressed down with overwhelming force. In that moment of intense suffering, the soul power he had barely managed to maintain shattered, and he plummeted from the sky, crashing into the sunset forest, injuring and killing numerous trees and soul beasts. In an instant, a multitude of colorful soul rings surrounded him, as countless dying soul beasts wailed in despair. Had there been a hunting party nearby, witnessing the plight of these dying creatures would have surely brought them immense joy, akin to finding a fortune from the heavens, as they would only need to strike a final blow to claim the desired soul rings. However, given the previous tremors caused by the giant snake and dragon, any hunting teams would have already fled from such a fearsome spectacle. Now gravely injured by the sea god trident and lying amidst the forest, Douluo reverted to his original state, his martial soul having been forced back to its true form. Chi Su, holding the sea god trident, gasped for breath, visibly exhausted from the strain on his soul power. Meanwhile, the lone dragon remaining in the sky circled several times before shrinking in size, eventually transforming back into the earlier slenderbone dragon, flying directly into Chi Su's body. Chi Su, now significantly drained of soul power, found it increasingly difficult to sustain another martial soul release. Additionally, with Douluo's martial soul in ruins, the Tianqing bone dragon held diminished significance, prompting him to retract it to restore some soul power. Once the Tianqing bone dragon was withdrawn, the dark mist that had enveloped the sky dissipated, revealing the starlit expanse above. The battle, which had commenced at dusk, had now progressed into the depths of night. Douluo, somewhat unsteady on his feet, stood up, blood streaming from his head and staining his once dark green hair crimson. His long robe was also splattered with blood, rendering him a picture of disarray and desperation. "You shall pay for this! You shall pay for this!" Douluo, consumed by fury, unleashed a tempest of soul power that radiated from him, causing the previously ailing soul beast to instantly perish, transforming into swirling rings of varying colors. Chi Su tapped the sea god trident, deflecting the overwhelming pressure away from himself. He had previously utilized the purple extreme demon eye, enhanced by the million-year soul power of the Tianmeng Eye Silkworm, alongside his fourth soul skill, Zero, and the sea god trident, supplemented by the Tianqing bone dragon. This had nearly depleted his soul power, leaving him unable to deliver a final blow to Douluo. However, Chi Su felt that his initial objective had been achieved. Shattering Douluo's martial soul and inflicting severe damage was his true aim. To accomplish this, Chi Su had first summoned the Tianqing bone dragon, employing the fourth soul skill, Dragon's Sovereign Amplification, to lure Douluo into aerial combat. He then exploited his aerial advantage to continuously entangle Douluo, gradually exhausting his strength. Once Douluo could no longer endure, Chisu initiated an assault with his head soul bone skill, hoping to deliver a decisive blow to the Tianqing bone dragon. From that moment on, Douluo had completely fallen into Chisu's trap. In truth, Chisu had always understood where his advantages lay, not in his 12-year-old 51st rank soul power, nor in the multitude of soul rings and soul bones, but in his mental prowess. Although his soul power might appear astonishing compared to others of similar age, in the face of a title Douluo, the distinction between a 12-year-old Soul King and a 13-year-old Soul King was negligible. A Soul King was merely an insignificant insect compared to a titled Douluo, easily crushed underfoot. As for soul rings and soul bones, while Chi-Su possessed many, the efficiency of his current soul power was not comparable to that of a titled Douluo's soul bone skills. Thus, his most fundamental advantage lay in his mental strength. With the support of Tangmen's ultimate skill, the purple extreme demon eye, and the million-year soul beast Tianmeng eye silkworm, Chi-Su faintly sensed that his innate system also bestowed him with formidable mental power. Under the influence of these enhancements, Chi-Su's mental prowess reached an astonishing level, truly capable of rivaling that of titled Douluo. Most titled Douluos possess little understanding of spiritual power, often displaying indifference toward it. Their elevated spiritual strength compared to other soul masters stems from the growth of their soul power rather than personal cultivation. For them, spiritual power is merely a supplementary gift accompanying the enhancement of their soul power, which remains their fundamental focus. In stark contrast, Chi-Su is an entirely different entity. Having lived 2 lives, his spiritual power far exceeds that of the average person. Furthermore, with the aid of the ZGMO Tong, the system, the Tianmeng Bing Can, and even the divine essence of Ilex, these elements collectively contribute to the formidable strength of Chi-Su's spiritual power. Thus, despite being merely a level 51 Soul King, Chi-Su's spiritual power is comparable to that of a titled Douluo. When Douluo, incited by Chi-Su, utilized his head spirit bone, his spiritual power became exceedingly weak during the brief interval following its use, revealing a critical vulnerability. In Chapter 89, Shirling, taking advantage of the momentary lapse in Douluo's spiritual strength after he activated the head spirit bone's ability, Medusa's gaze, Chi-Su decisively unleashed his own spiritual attack, plunging Douluo into a fleeting silence. Subsequently, he employed his elemental martial soul, 4th soul skill, Shirling, to decelerate the passage of time for Douluo while simultaneously accelerating his own temporal flow. Consequently, when Douluo regained consciousness from Chi-Su's spiritual onslaught, he found himself ensnared by the effects of Chi-Su's 4th soul skill, rendering him incapable of any reaction, merely staring blankly as the golden trident descended upon him. Had it not been for the significant disparity in soul power between Chi-Su and Douluo, and the absence of Douluo's mastery over the sea god's trident, the impact of that strike could have proven fatal, given the trident's divine might. Chi-Su's 4th element is time, derived from the 1,000-year-old and Mo Sieshun, a particularly unique soul beast. It possesses the malevolent attributes left by the evil god and harbors a notoriously domineering nature. Its growth does not stem from personal cultivation, which is exceedingly arduous. Instead, it requires the consumption of the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters to elevate its strength rapidly. Chi-Su initially believed that the soul ring derived from the Mo Sieshun who would bestow upon him this overwhelmingly domineering, devouring element. However, it ultimately did not manifest as anticipated. Nonetheless, Chi-Su was not overly disappointed, as the other element, time, is equally remarkable. The Mo Sieshun who is incredibly powerful. Generally, soul beasts can serve as martial souls for humans, but this particular beast is an exception, as no human has ever possessed it as a martial soul. It is not inherently a dark attribute, but rather embodies the extreme malevolence left by the evil god, a state beyond human endurance, residing within the Stardo forest, and is imbued with attributes of evil, darkness, thunder, wind, time, and space, exhibiting high intelligence. Legend has it that an evil god descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate, transforming its original light attributes into dark ones, manifesting black wings representing corruption and a scorpion-like tail with an evil god's hook. The creature Chisu encountered was 1,000-year-old, an Mo Sieshun who. In the original narrative, Tang San encountered a 6,000-year-old, an Mo Sieshun who when bestowing a soul ring upon his Haotian hammer, which was more fearsome than a 10,000-year soul beast and nearly cost Tang San his life, only to be defeated through the use of Zhuge's crossbow. Chisu could not ascertain whether the Mo Sieshun who he faced was the same one encountered by Tang San, as its domineering, devouring attributes could allow it to grow from 1,000 to 10,000 years within a decade. However, unlike Tang San's hunt, Chisu regrettably did not discover any orbs dropped by the Mo Sieshun who. The soul ring, transformed from the Mo Sieshun, endowed Chisu's elemental martial soul with the element of time, granting him the fourth soul skill, Ling, which allows manipulation of time's passage. It is essential to clarify that this manipulation does not involve long-term temporal alterations, such as rejuvenation or sudden aging. Ling can only influence the immediate, localized flow of time, slowing down the surrounding temporal pace or accelerating it, thus rendering opponents sluggish while enhancing the speed of the user. Within the brief span of battle, Chisu utilized Ling 3 times. The first instance occurred as Du Gubo's transformed giant serpent lashed its tail toward the Tianqing Gulong, where Chisu first employed Ling, accelerating the flow of time around the dragon and easily evading Du Gubo's assault. The second use of Ling was to slow down Du Gubo's head spirit bone skill, Medusa's Gaze. Concurrently, through the acceleration of time, Chisu leapt from the head of the Tianqing Gulong, wielding the golden trident to strike at Du Gubo's head. In the third instance, thanks to Ling, Du Gubo was rendered utterly unresponsive, while the speed of Chisu's attack with the sea god's trident surged, enhancing the trident's might to an overwhelming degree, ultimately shattering the true form of Du Gubo's martial soul with a single blow. The true terror of Ling does not solely reside in the transformation of speed, but also in the amplification of soul skill's power. Any skill subjected to the temporal deceleration of Ling experiences significant weakening, even if it strikes the target, reducing its potency to a fraction of its original force. Conversely, under the acceleration of time, the strength of the skills is greatly magnified, equating to a doubling of their original impact. This is the true essence of Ling. Even more formidable is Ling's ability to influence the flow of time within a given radius, making it a wide-ranging skill rather than merely affecting a single target. This enhancement is not inferior to that of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, the consumption of soul power required to execute such a skill is considerable. Even with Chisu's refined soul power, continuous use, coupled with a strike from the sea god's trident, exhibited signs of depleting his soul power, necessitating the withdrawal of the Tianqing Gulong to recuperate some energy. At this moment, Du Gubo roared in rage, appearing exceedingly furious, with dense mist swirling around him, symbolizing the immense killing intent of the title Douluo. The 8th soul ring around Du Gubo flared to life, casting a black glow that enveloped his serpentine form, transforming its emerald hue into a dark green. Shaking his blood-streaked head, he expelled the emerald ore from his mouth once more. An eerie spectacle unfolded, as both the pale-faced Chisu and the myriad of flickering soul rings around them seemed to freeze in place, with everything around them, even the wind, suspended in midair. "You shall perish," Du Gubo uttered menacingly as everything solidified. His body hovered in midair, his right hand directing the emerald orb toward Chisu's position. The 8th soul skill he was invoking was Time Freeze. This skill possesses destructive potential rivaling that of his 9th soul skill, capable of obliterating an entire city when combined. However, the soul power required to wield this skill is immense for Du Gubo, and he would only resort to it in desperate circumstances. Nevertheless, as a title Douluo, despite his wariness of Chisu, his pride and the desire to protect this valley had prevented him from deploying his 8th soul skill until now. Chapter 90, Floating Life. myriad blades, however, when his martial soul true form was shattered and he suffered the heavy blow of the golden trident, leaving him bloodied and in a state of disarray. Douluo resolved to no longer hold back. It is important to note that when the golden trident truly descended upon him, he felt an overwhelming aura of death. Had this young man not been a soul king, but rather a soul emperor or soul saint, that strike could very well have claimed his life. The notion lingered in Douluo's mind, inciting a growing sense of dread and terror. A soul emperor challenging a titled Douluo? What manner of being is this? Why would such a person exist? How could this be possible? Had anyone told Douluo prior to today that a soul king or soul emperor could contend with a titled Douluo, he might have dismissed it with a wave of his hand. But from this day forward, he believed such individuals truly existed in this world. Regrettably, from this day onward, they would no longer be. Douluo, of course, had an eye for talent and did not mind imparting wisdom to those juniors he found captivating. However, this was not the case with Chi Su. Despite being more talented than any genius Douluo had ever encountered, and indeed, in comparison, the so-called geniuses of the outside world appeared as mere fools. He initially believed his granddaughter and her partner to be commendable. Yet in light of this young man, they undeniably paled in comparison. Yet, no matter how extraordinary Chi Su may be, he must perish. From this day forth, such talent will cease to exist. A surge of madness rose within Douluo, overwhelming him with fury and murderous intent. Ultimately, he was still just a soul king. His gaze turned frigid as he approached Chi Su like a specter. Mirje. The emerald light in Douluo's eyes blazed brilliantly as a green orb floated directly toward Chi Su. In an instant, the verdant glow expanded, casting the surrounding space into a deep green hue. Douluo's eighth soul skill, Time Freeze, was intended to immobilize everything within its designated area. However, he found it perplexing that, as his internal orb drifted toward Chi Su, the latter remained unfazed, not succumbing to the verdant influence. On the contrary, Chi Su slowly raised his right hand to wield the golden trident, while his left hand gently gestured forward, pointing. In that moment, the already frozen realm became ensnared once more, including Douluo himself. Douluo stood frozen in terror, realizing he was trapped by his own soul skill. Unable to move an inch, simultaneously, Chi Su shouted, and in a display of tremendous force, hurled the golden trident. As the trident soared, the 4 soul rings on Chi Su's body shattered with a resounding blast, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to one knee. The 4 shattered soul rings comprised the white source water ring, the purple human-faced demon spider ring, the purple dark demon evil god tiger ring, and the black greedy moon wolf king ring, leaving only the purple dark gold fearclaw bear ring. The reason for the destruction of the 4 soul rings while retaining the latter was that this ring bestowed the element of gold, enabling control over all metallic weapons. The element from the dark gold fearclaw bear's soul ring granted the 3rd soul skill, floating life, myriad blades, allowing the manipulation of all metallic weapons within its range and augmenting their power to reveal their true might. At this moment, the sea god trident was propelled toward Douluo under the influence of floating life, myriad blades. Douluo's pupils widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something unfathomable. How could this be? The golden trident, akin to a falling meteor, exuded an unmistakable aura of death. It was as if a deity had cast down their divine artifact to punish humanity. A soul king, a soul king. How could such a being unleash such a strike? Regret and fear flooded Douluo's eyes. He had no time to ponder why he was ensnared by his own soul skill, for what he feared now was death, true, imminent death. Moreover, his most protective internal orb rushed toward Chi Su, leaving him no opportunity to recall it. Douluo harbored no doubt that he might perish from this blow. How could this be? How could a mere soul king bring about his demise? He was but an ant. A titled Douluo could not endure such humiliation, could not be slain by a mere soul king. He was an ant indeed. Spare me. I will comply with your every demand. As the golden trident was poised to pierce Douluo's chest, he suddenly let out a desperate scream. In the face of true death, nothing else mattered. The dignity of a titled Douluo, his status, his pride, none of it held significance. Survival was paramount. Once dead, all be lost. Yet, it seemed he had cried out too late. The golden trident did not halt for his abandonment of all else. Instead, it pierced through his chest, propelling Douluo's body several meters before driving him into the ground, creating yet another crater. The stasis of space shattered, and Chi-Su rose, forcing himself to steady his wavering form as he trudged toward Douluo. For this strike, Chi-Su had nearly expended all his soul power. Compounded by the forced breach of Douluo's 8th soul skill and the impact of the shattered rings, leaving him quite weak. Any 1,000-year soul beast could easily slay him. Nonetheless, Chi-Su was not overly concerned. After all, the soul beast had long since fled. The aftermath of the battle between himself and Douluo had reverberated throughout the sunset forest, crushing countless soul beasts under the oppressive aura of a tidal Douluo, forcibly transforming them into soul rings. In such circumstances, no soul beast dared to linger nearby, so Chi-Su felt no urgent need to hide and recuperate, instead dragging his injured form toward Douluo. In truth, this tremendous effort could have easily slain Douluo, now devoid of the protection of his internal orb. However, at the final moment, Chi-Su had a change of heart, opting not to let the sea god trident pierce through Douluo's heart, but rather exit through his chest. The most formidable aspect of the poisoned Douluo was, after all, his poison. Once the divine aura of the sea god trident rendered his poison ineffective, Douluo's strength significantly diminished. In such a state, releasing his internal orb left him bereft of his most potent means of defense, akin to a tiger stripped of its claws. Chapter 91. The transaction. Chi-Su's left arm soul bone was derived from a 60,000-year-old emperor nine-headed lion, which he referred to as the left hand of God. This soul bone's ability bestowed upon him the power of replication. He could replicate another's soul skills for his own use, and not just one. He could replicate as many as 9. Of course, this soul bone had considerable limitations due to its age. For instance, the spirit power of the replicated being must be inferior to his own, and each time he released a replicated skill, there would be a full hour of cooldown. In the midst of battle, even if Chi-Su possessed 9 perfectly replicated skills, he could only unleash one at a time, as most fights seldom extended beyond an hour. Nevertheless, despite these constraints, the left arm soul bone had already achieved a status akin to a miracle. The soul bone skill that Chi-Su had just executed was the 8th soul skill of Douluo, known as time solidification, replicated from this very left arm soul bone. When Douluo activated his 8th soul skill, time solidification, Chi-Su was indeed expected to be immobilized by the formidable soul skill. However, thanks to the divine aura of the sea god's trident and his own immensely powerful mental strength, coupled with Shiliang's resistance to time solidification, Chi-Su managed to transcend the limitations of time, allowing him to employ his soul skill, although he could not fully break free and remained momentarily fixed in place. The execution of his soul skill proceeded without a hitch. First, he utilized the time solidification derived from the left arm bone to freeze Douluo in place. At that moment, with his inner core exposed and devoid of any potent means aside from poison, Douluo was naturally immobilized by this 8th soul skill. Chi-Su then wielded the sea god's trident, detonating the soul rings of his second martial soul, leaving only the singular metal element soul ring, and unleashed the 3rd elemental soul skill, floating life's 1,000 blades, directing the sea god's trident to strike Douluo with a lethal blow. Having been frozen in time and stripped of the protection of his inner core, Douluo would have undoubtedly perished had the attack pierced his heart. However, at the final moment, Chi-Su suddenly altered his approach. The trident veered slightly upward, delivering a grievous wound to Douluo, but sparing his life. The immense force of the explosive soul ring propelled Douluo's body backward for thousands of meters, forcing Chi-Su to navigate toward the spot where Douluo lay. Guided only by the trident's aura, Douluo found himself firmly pinned in a pool of blood within a massive crater, incapable of any movement. His life force felt exceedingly weak, akin to a frail, dying elder, devoid of any semblance of the powerful tidal Douluo he once was. Chi-Su approached Douluo. Crouching slightly, a smirk of mockery curling at the corner of his lips. If only you had let me gather some celestial herbs earlier, we could have avoided this confrontation, and you wouldn't be in such peril. The forest around them lay in eerie silence, an unsettling aura permeating the air. In that stillness, only Chisu's voice echoed in Douluo's ears. In excruciating pain, Douluo felt the golden trident embedded in him, radiating an inexplicable energy. As if he were being seared by an unseen force, the agony rivaling that of his own poison affliction. Do you understand why I spared your life? Observing Douluo's contorted and anguished expression, aware of the profound discomfort inflicted by the divine radiance of the trident. Yet Chisu was in no rush to extract the trident. After all, a title Daw was inherently proud, and it was only fitting he endure some suffering before negotiating terms. Douluo, in turn, harbored confusion, logically being frozen in time and with his inner core exposed. He should have been instantly slain by the golden trident strike. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had deviated at the last moment, sparing his life. Despite the brief interaction, Douluo recognized the ruthless decisiveness of the youth before him, rivaling that of any seasoned soul master, making it clear this was not an act of mere mercy. If not for a plea for help, then surely there were ulterior motives at play. With a glimmer of hope for survival, Douluo pondered where his path lay. To plead for mercy from a soul master, even as a title Daw, was a profound humiliation. Yet having been bested, he could view Chisu as an equal. To seek life and mercy was no longer a heavy burden on his conscience. After all, beyond his own desire to live, he had a granddaughter whose life depended on him. Without him, her serpent poison would be insurmountable. Survive, survive, he thought, fixating solely on that imperative. Chisu posed another query. Do you know why I spared you? Douluo promptly shook his head, then hurriedly replied, I do not wish to die. I will do anything you ask. His words came out in a rush, and the strain on his already frail body caused him to cough up blood, evoking a sense of pity in Chisu. Here was a title Daw, once a formidable presence across the continent, now reduced to such subservience in the face of mortality. The so-called title Daw, capable of obliterating a city with a flick of their wrist, were still mere mortals, susceptible to greed and fear. When death looms, all are equal, revealing their most vulnerable selves. Serve as my protector for 5 years, unwaveringly, and after that, you may depart, Chisu declared, extending a hand to indicate 5 years. For him, facing the impending threat to his life, it was imperative not only to significantly enhance his strength in the short term, but also to have a companion, one of title Douluo caliber. Most title Douluos on Douluo Continent were affiliated with their own factions. Chisu had no intention of poaching from others. However, Douluo was different. He had always acted independently, unbound by any forces, making him an ideal ally, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. Having a title Daw by his side would undoubtedly provide a measure of security. 5 years, Douluo exclaimed upon hearing Chisu's terms. Although 5 years was not an extensive period for him, having been stuck at the threshold of level 91 for years, attending to herbs without any other pursuits, he was still a title Daw. Furthermore, with his poison affliction requiring the suppression of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes celestial herbs, leaving this place for 5 years was inherently unsafe. Chapter 92, The Deal Reached. Leaving the ice and fire yin-yang eye for 5 years. Without the means to suppress his poison, he might very well succumb to its effects on the way, rendering the delay of death meaningless. In this light, dying from his poison seemed far less absurd than perishing beneath the golden trident. Hearing Chisu's proposal, Douluo's resolve hardened, and he decisively shook his head. Change your terms. I cannot serve as your protector for 5 years. I might perish along the way. Although he did not understand why Chisu, possessing such formidable strength, needed a protector, he recognized the ice and fire yin-yang eye as his lifeline and could not afford to stray too far for too long, rendering him unable to accept Chisu's offer. Are you afraid of dying from your poison? Chisu inquired with a cold laugh, raising an eyebrow. Douluo, taken aback by the question, stared at Chisu in shock, as if beholding a devil. How did he know about the deadly poison coursing through his veins? A chilling dread crept over Douluo, leaving him trembling. How could it be? Even if my strength falls short of yours, you cannot twist truth into falsehood. I am a titled Douluo, renowned for my poison. How could I possibly succumb to it? He stubbornly gazed at Chisu, unwilling to concede to the reality of his toxic affliction, for this had long been the greatest secret he harbored. A titled Douluo, known for his poison, suffering from its torment. What a ludicrous predicament. Chisu suddenly burst into laughter, dismissively snorting, "Is it truly so? Then let me ask you, when it is not yet overcast with rain, do you not experience an itching sensation beneath your ribs, which gradually intensifies? It strikes once at noon and once at midnight. And given your current condition, each episode should last at least an hour. Moreover, during the deep of night, around the third watch, do you not feel a stabbing pain at the crown of your head and your heart? Your entire body convulses for at least half an hour. I need not describe the torturous process of such pain, for it is unbearable. If it were not for poisoning, would such symptoms manifest? You have not only been poisoned, but the venom has also seeped into your very marrow." These observations were apparent to Tang San, and naturally, Chisu, well-versed in the Xian Tian Bao Lu, could discern them as well. To completely subjugate Douluo, Chisu aimed to execute his plan with utmost perfection, ensuring that Douluo would willingly become his protector. If he failed to genuinely subdue Douluo, securing a title Douluo as an ally would be impossible. Instead, having him nearby would render him a ticking time bomb. The flicker of indecision in Douluo's eyes confirmed Chisu's assertion. Before this battle, Douluo's greatest torment was not external foes, but rather the very poison he took pride in. Behind his formidable power lay unimaginable suffering, each episode rendering him on the brink of death, a pain indescribable by mere words. "How do you know?" Douluo asked, his voice trembling. Chisu chuckled softly. "What does it matter how I know? What is important is that I can provide you with an antidote." In that moment, the youth appeared as a devil enticing a transaction, a cryptic smile curling at his lips, mocking the humanity that sold itself. Douluo lifted his bloodied head, gazing intently at Chisu, as if seeking to uncover something in his eyes. Yet Chisu's gaze resembled that of an ancient well, revealing nothing, far from that of a mere 12 or 13-year-old boy. "How do I know you can truly cure me? Are you not merely deceiving me?" Douluo inquired, anxiety creeping into his voice. The fact that a mere soul king could defeat him had already astonished Douluo, and now he had laid bare his toxic affliction, an ailment that transcended the understanding of any genius or monster. Chisu seemed less than concerned about the severity of Douluo's injuries, delivering a heavy blow to his head that evoked a pained cry. "Do you perceive any options? You may either die now or serve as my protector for 5 years, during which I shall cure you of your poison. After 5 years, your freedom will be restored, and you shall no longer suffer from this torment." Chisu's eyes narrowed, resembling the most cunning of devils. Douluo remained silent for a long while, pondering his choices. Chisu was not in a hurry, knowing that, based on his understanding of Douluo, the latter would eventually acquiesce. As anticipated, it was not long before Douluo let out a deep sigh, resignedly stating, "Very well, I shall be your protector for 5 years, and in return, you will cure me. After 5 years, we shall have no further ties." After much contemplation, he arrived at this decision. Indeed, Chisu was correct. At present, he was already a vanquished foe, and Chisu could end his life with but a flick of his finger. He had no other path but to agree, and this opportunity to cure his poison was a twist of fate not to be missed. Although he had no understanding of how Chisu would cure him, based on his observations, this boy possessed many extraordinary abilities, and Douluo was already convinced to a large extent. However, taking a bargaining stance, Douluo inquired multiple times, but Chisu was unfazed by such tactics, leading Douluo to eventually concede. Recognizing that Douluo had agreed, Chisu refrained from further rambling. He believed in employing those he trusted and distrusting those he did not. He swiftly extracted the sea god's trident that had pinned Douluo, and with a cry of anguish, the weapon vanished from Chi Su's grasp, alongside the golden trident that had adorned his forehead. In that instant of extraction, Douluo endured unparalleled agony, but once freed, the absence of the searing pain brought him a degree of relief. He shakily rose to his feet, a low growl escaping his lips as a green inner core flew back into his body, instantly replenishing some of his soul power, alleviating his previous near-death condition. Chi Su did not overly guard against Douluo. Though Douluo had a harsh disposition, he was a man of his word. As a titled Douluo, he followed his own principles, neither making promises lightly nor breaking them easily. Furthermore, Chi Su had offered him the hope of an antidote, a lifeline he would undoubtedly cling to. Why do you, with such formidable strength, require a protector? Though Douluo had already consented to Chi Su's arrangement, he still wished to inquire for safety's sake. With his power, any enemies would have to be titled Douluo of level 95 or above. Chapter 93. A joyful reunion. Chi Su chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. Having an extra hand is never a mistake. Douluo raised an eyebrow, feeling that something was amiss. Logically, if he truly had formidable enemies, he would not appear so relaxed. However, since Chi Su chose not to elaborate, Douluo decided not to press further. If the situation turned dire after Chi Su had cured his poison, he could simply flee. Thus, Douluo refrained from dwelling on the matter and instead asked, "I still do not know your name." After all, they were to coexist for 5 years, and he could not remain ignorant of such a basic detail. "My surname is Chi, and my given name is Sil. You may call me Xiaozhu," Chi Su remarked, noticing that Douluo had yet to adjust to his role as protector, as there was no need for a protector to speak so formally. Douluo was momentarily taken aback by the title Xiaozhu, but upon reflection, he considered that such a gifted individual likely had a powerful background, whether it be the Wuhan Palace, royalty, or some unknown force. "Is Xiaozhu a saint of the Wuhan Palace?" Douluo inquired tentatively. Chi Su chuckled softly, shaking his head. "In truth, if we were to consider my relationship with the Wuhan Palace, I would be the future consort of the Pope." Knowing Chi Su was reluctant to reveal his true identity, Douluo ceased his inquiries, recognizing that at present he was merely a protector, and a protector ought to say less. "Can you move?" Chi Su asked, observing Douluo's instead. Douluo nodded, despite his severe injuries. The retrieval of his inner core had restored some strength, allowing him to walk without issue. "Very well, then follow me for now," Chi Su gestured, turning toward the mountain where the ice and fire yin-yang I was located. Douluo squinted slightly, watching Chi Su's retreating figure. After unleashing such a powerful attack, surely he had little strength left. At that moment, Douluo's gaze resembled that of a coiled viper, icy and menacing. A green light coalesced in his hand as he cautiously approached Chi Su, his figure wavering. He fixed his eyes upon the slender, frail silhouette, hesitating momentarily. Should he kill him? Killing him would mean that no one would know of the humiliation I endured today, and I would no longer have to humbly serve as a guard for 5 years. However, what would happen to the poison within me if I did so? He is not wrong. It won't be long before, without an antidote, I succumb to the poison and perish. The orb of green light lingered in Douluo's hand for a considerable time before it ultimately dissipated into the ether. With a sigh of resignation, he relinquished this opportunity to avenge his previous disgrace. A soft sound of surprise emerged from the front, causing Chi Su, who had been advancing, to halt abruptly. He turned and, with a lopsided grin, asked, "Why don't you make a move?" Douluo was startled, gazing at Chi Su's mischievous smile, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Do you know I intend to act?" Douluo did not hide his intent and asked candidly, "Haven't you refrained from acting?" Chi Su responded, turning away and continuing on his path, seemingly unconcerned. Douluo watched the figure of the young man, a shiver coursing through him, deepening his apprehension towards Chi Su. Is he testing me? The more he pondered, the more terrifying it seemed, and he felt a sense of relief. Had he acted earlier, he would likely not have waited 5 years to gain his freedom. He might have met his demise right here in the Sunset Forest. Fortunately, he had held back. Douluo sighed inwardly and quickly caught up with Chi Su, following him like a devoted guardian. The two, one old and one young, ambled forward, their figures somewhat unsteady. Thankfully, the small mountain housing the ice and fire Inyang, I was not far. They had not traveled long before they reached the mountain's base. At this moment, three young women were seated around a bonfire at the foot of the mountain. Upon spotting the two figures approaching, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming familiarity, while Hulaina regarded the pair with a hint of fear and caution. The two could hardly contain their excitement as they sprang to their feet and rushed toward him. Utilizing his ZGMO Tong and the immense soul power of the Tianmeng Bing Can, had noticed the three women gathered around the fire from a distance. When he saw Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu racing toward him, his spirits lifted, and he opened his arms to embrace them. However, perhaps due to their overwhelming excitement, the two girls nearly toppled Chi Su, whose already unsteady frame was almost knocked to the ground. As the two wept before Chi Su, they expressed their concern over the scent of blood that clung to him. Though Xiao Wu had always believed that Chi Su would triumph and emerge unscathed, witnessing his bloodied appearance filled her with immense worry and sorrow, causing her to sob uncontrollably against his chest. Ning Rongrong, who had been deeply concerned for Chi Su, feared for his safety in his battle against the titled Douluo. Seeing him covered in blood only fueled her imagination, conjuring images of a life and death struggle, leading her to weep even more heart-wrenchingly. Chisa found himself enveloped by the two girls, their tears falling upon his chest, leaving him little room to speak as he permitted them to express their emotions. Dugubo observed this scene with a mix of astonishment and speechlessness. After a considerable time, he finally gave Chi Su a thumbs up, feeling a twinge of envy towards him. These two young women, one possessing a figure of golden proportions and exquisite beauty, while the other had fair skin and an air of elegance, would undoubtedly be renowned beauties in the continent as they matured. It was remarkable that this young man had captured their affection, despite Dugubo's long-standing disinterest in women. The sight of two stunning girls weeping over Chi Su stirred a hint of envy within him. Just then, a sultry voice laced with allure floated into Dugubo's ears, prompting him to look up and discover another breathtaking young woman had appeared before him. She had long black hair and an almost perfect figure, her delicate face exuding an irresistible charm that captivated all who beheld her. At the same moment, Chi Su raised his gaze and noticed Hulaina approaching. Her previously cold demeanor seemingly thawed. Concerned, he remarked, "Why are you up? You should rest a bit longer. I will fetch some medicinal herbs for you." His concern for Hulaina stemmed not only from his guilt over having injured her, but also as a means to garner favor and earn rewards from the system. Upon noticing Hulaina's arrival, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of embarrassment and released their hold on Chi Su, standing beside him with one arm draped around him. Although the three had shared laughter and camaraderie by the bonfire earlier, their instinct to unite against an unexpected presence, Hulaina, came to the forefront. "Thank you," was all Hulaina could manage to say, as many words swirled in her mind. However, with two beautiful women already by Chi Su's side, any further advances would seem somewhat unbecoming. As the holy maiden of the spirit hall, she possessed her own pride and would not lower herself to a humble position. Dugubo, observing the scene with a slight smirk, relished the awkward tension. Having lived many years, he could easily discern the dynamics at play and watched with a sense of schadenfreude as Chi Su navigated the complexities of his relationships with these exquisite young women. Noticing Dugubo's amusement, Chi Su shot him a glare, his eyes glinting with irritation. It was then that the women realized there was an elderly man present, prompting them to inquire about his identity, though Ning Rongrong and Hulaina had already deduced who he was. As the young mistress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and a direct disciple of Bibi Dong, they were well aware of the renowned poison Bo surprised. They regarded Dugubo with astonishment, wondering if Chi Su had indeed formed an alliance with a poisoned Douluo to combat a tidal Douluo. This line of thinking struck Ning Rongrong as plausible, considering the bloodied state of both Chi Su and Dugubo after their encounter with a formidable opponent. Realizing that the enormous serpent that had battled the mighty dragon was none other than the poisoned Dugubo himself, she couldn't help but admire his prowess. worthy of his title as the spirit of the green phosphor serpent. As her thoughts crystallized, she felt a surge of gratitude towards Douluo and promptly expressed, "Thank you, Lord Douluo, for assisting my master." With a smile, she performed a graceful bow, embodying the demeanor of a noble lady. Both Douluo and Chi-Su were momentarily taken aback by Ning Rongrong's words, perplexed by her reasoning. "What do you mean? I aided him?" Douluo asked, bewildered. As Ning Rongrong observed his perplexity, she too expressed her confusion, exclaiming, "Isn't it my esteemed master who faces formidable foes and summoned you for assistance?" Her demeanor was one of innocent curiosity. Upon hearing this, Chi-Su erupted into hearty laughter, embracing the bewildered Ning Rongrong. "My dear Rongrong, the strong adversary you speak of is none other than this old man." He gestured towards the now pallid Douluo, his mirth unabated. Douluo, filled with a mix of embarrassment and helplessness, felt an intense surge of anger rising within him, his expression darkening. Helena, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle, her movements imbued with an alluring charm, as if her every gesture was designed to captivate. Even a simple smile from her was enchanting, her eyes sparkling like silk threads, seemingly capable of ensnaring the very souls of onlookers. Helena's favorability has reached 10, unlocking the first tier of rewards. The system's announcement resounded, a familiar sound to Chi-Su, who was not at all surprised. After all, given his efforts, it would be rather unfeeling for Helena's favorability to remain stagnant. At that moment, he refrained from checking the specifics of the rewards, as there were pressing matters at hand. The atmosphere was jovial, with everyone in attendance, save for Douluo and Xiao Wu, laughing heartily. Only Xiao Wu, trembling with trepidation, nestled behind Chi-Su, casting wary glances at Douluo. Initially, she believed he was Chi-Su's ally, but after Ning Rongrong's revelation, she realized he was the titled Douluo, a formidable being of level 91. Could he discern her true nature? Xiao Wu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she observed Douluo, her body quivering like that of a frightened rabbit. If he were to discover that I am a soul beast, would he still cherish and protect me? She timidly glanced at Chi-Su, who was laughing brightly, exuding warmth and sunlight. In stark contrast, Xiao Wu's heart was tumultuous, akin to being engulfed in flames, each passing moment fraught with discomfort. After a few more hearty laughs, Chi-Su noticed Xiao Wu's distress and regarded her with a puzzled expression, uncertain of what was amiss. As her eyes brimmed with tears, she felt a surge of emotion, her gaze reddening as if she were on the verge of weeping. Chi-Su, taken aback by her demeanor, did not press for answers. Instead, he enveloped her in his arms once more, gently stroking her head as one would soothe a frightened little rabbit. Xiao Wu, comforted by his tender touch, found herself battling her own turmoil. With a quivering voice, she asked, "If I am not what you envision, would you still hold affection for me?" Her eyes were swollen and red, tears streaming down like a gentle brook. Ning Rongrong, Helena, and Douluo were all momentarily caught off guard by Xiao Wu's sudden lament, each gazing at her in bewilderment. Ning Rongrong and Helena were merely puzzled, while Douluo scrutinized Xiao Wu closely, first expressing mild surprise, followed by a gaze that was both covetous and peculiar as he glanced at Chi-Su and Xiao Wu. A soul beast of 100,000 years? Douluo found himself increasingly intrigued by the young man before him, whose existence seemed to transcend the ordinary, as if he and his companions were from an entirely different realm. Chapter 94. Moonlight shining by the campfire at this moment, Xiao Wu, with tear-filled eyes, looked at Chi-Su with a mix of fear and anticipation, uncertain of his reaction. Chi-Su began to grasp the essence of her concerns, realizing that her anxiety stemmed from Douluo's presence, fearing that her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast would be revealed, prompting Chi-Su to reject her. Internally, he chuckled softly, thinking Xiao Wu was overthinking. Her being a rabbit soul beast was not a detriment, but rather an asset. Although he was not particularly drawn to fortune, one must admit, who could resist the allure of a humanoid bunny girl? Seeing Xiao Wu's eyes glisten with worry, Chi-Su found it somewhat amusing. He leaned in, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, whispering softly Do not fret, my dear. Regardless of what you are, you will always be my Xiao Wu. The one and only Xiao Wu. His words were as delicate as a breeze, like a flurry of feathers cascading through the air. Yet, Xiao Wu did not experience this gentle caress. Instead, she felt an overwhelming sadness, bursting into tears as she buried her face in Qi Su's chest. Her arms wrapping tightly around him, her slender legs entwining with his, resembling a sloth clinging to a tree. They maintained this peculiar posture for a long while, enveloped in silence, the only sound being Xiao Wu's soft sobs. Ning Rongrong stood nearby, perplexed by the sudden shift in Xiao Wu's mood, unsure of how to react, yet acutely aware that there was a reason behind it. Why? Ning Rongrong's gaze fell, her heart a tumult of complex emotions. On one hand, she felt concern for Xiao Wu's sudden sorrow. On the other, a twinge of envy for the closeness shared between Xiao Wu and Qi Su. Though both she and Xiao Wu were companions of Qi Su, she felt that Xiao Wu, having been by his side from the beginning, must hold a more significant place in his affections. A sense of bitterness and longing permeated Ning Rongrong's thoughts. She pondered her own, standing in Qi Su's heart. Was it akin to Xiao Wu's? Or was she far inferior? What if she had been the first to encounter him? Would he have favored her more? Ning Rongrong watched Xiao Wu and Qi Su with a frown, her mind swirling with thoughts. It was not that she harbored any ill will toward Xiao Wu. Rather, after days of bonding, and with Yelena's arrival, she and Xiao Wu had become closer, like intimate friends. Consequently, she felt a strong urge to protect Xiao Wu, fearing she might encounter distress, while simultaneously envying her for being the first to capture Qi Su's heart. In this moment, silence enveloped the gathering. Each member lost in their thoughts as they observed Xiao Wu clinging to Qi Su, their gazes revealing a myriad of emotions. Dugabo watched with an amused expression, while Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with both concern and envy. Helena, however, appeared profoundly shaken, grappling with her understanding of such sentiments. To her, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had initially seemed like mere confidants of Qi Su, but now it was evident that their bond transcended simple friendship, resembling that of lovers bound by life and death. Helena was bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of these emotions. Throughout her life, she had sensed unusual gazes directed at her from a young age, but only later did she realize those gazes were filled with greed, desire, and restlessness. It is well understood that due to the nature of her martial soul, she invariably emanates a beguiling aura, making it nearly impossible for anyone to regard her with normalcy. Instead, they either covertly exhibit the nauseating glint of avarice or openly observe her with the predatory gaze of insatiable desire. Hulaina despises such looks and those who cast them upon her. Consequently, she harbors a profound aversion to any form of contact with men, even refraining from allowing yen, her childhood companion who has consistently expressed affection, to touch her. It is not for lack of reason, but rather a loathing for those covetous eyes, coupled with a fear of whether those who approach her harbor such greedy intentions, akin to concealed vipers. Hulaina dares not take that gamble. Thus, she has always maintained a respectful distance from those who seek to draw near, desiring no interaction whatsoever. Her exchanges with Yen are merely due to their shared history with her brother, Xieyu. Otherwise, had it not been for that bond, she would have long since retreated to the farthest corners of the world. She once posed a question to her teacher, Bai Dong, inquiring about the reasons that draw two individuals together. Hulaina has long pondered this enigma, unable to comprehend why two would unite. Was it the allure she occasionally exudes? Or was it merely her essence, devoid of any other factors? Hulaina remains uncertain, unwilling to wager on such a choice. After much contemplation, she approached her teacher, the most beautiful and noble woman on the continent, seeking insight into the nature of companionship and the prerequisites for such a union. For the first time, her omniscient mentor appeared momentarily silent, as if grappling with the same quandary. After a prolonged silence, Bai Dong, with reddened eyes, spoke of the numerous reasons for togetherness, and equally, the multitude of reasons for separation. This was a sight Hulaina had never witnessed. Her teacher, who had always seemed regal and detached, now appeared as an ordinary woman reflecting on the past, filled with nostalgia and sentiment. Although Hulaina grasped only fragments of her teacher's wisdom, she understood that the reasons for companionship are manifold, yet questioned whether that multitude truly exists. After much deliberation, she formed her own conclusion. Her reason was singular, merely the absence of that unsettling gaze. She yearned to be with someone whose eyes were clear and pure, free from the tormenting scrutiny that had plagued her. What would it be like to be together? Hulaina imagined it would be a state of perpetual joy and carefree happiness. However, upon witnessing Xiao Wu and Qi Su in their current state, she found herself uncertain. They appeared anything but joyous. They were weeping, seemingly engulfed in sorrow. Yet paradoxically, she envied them deeply. As she observed the embracing pair, a myriad of thoughts swirled within her. Perhaps being together does not necessitate constant happiness. It can also encompass moments of tears and distress. Hulaina quietly watched, suddenly realizing that the simplicity of their embrace, accompanied by their silent weeping, was truly beautiful, devoid of any extraneous complexities. Had her teacher, too, once shared such moments with another? What was she like then? And what of her now? Did she still harbor a desire for companionship? Hulaina remained perplexed, acutely aware of the many mysteries that surrounded her. As the designated saintess of the martial soul palace, appointed by Bai Dong, she possessed an abundance of knowledge, yet paradoxically, she found herself woefully ignorant of many things. For instance, her teacher, Bai Dong, were the dynamics between Qi Su, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. The proud and imperious young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, known for her formidable reputation, appeared meek as a kitten in the presence of the boy before her, a stark contrast to her rumored persona as a little demoness. As someone who was a key focus of cultivation within the martial soul palace, Hulaina had a clear understanding of the continent's political landscape and the significance of various sects and royal families. Thus, witnessing Ning Rongrong's demeanor beside Qi Su was astonishing, leading her to question her perception. However, the two titled Douluos from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Jianduo Chanexen and Douluo Gurong, could not be mistaken. The only girl who could be so intimately associated with them was indeed Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the sect leader, Ning Fengji. If Hulaina could rationalize Ning Rongrong's behavior, she was utterly baffled by Xiao Wu's presence beside Qi Su. After all, Qi Su, at merely 12 or 13 years of age, possessed the strength of a soul king, capable of contending with two titled Douluos, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. In comparison to him, all other talents on the continent, including herself, seemed like mere fools and mediocrities. Such an exceptional youth, a once-in-a-millennium figure, represented the future. A future any faction would be eager to entrust with their hopes. Even the martial soul palace would not turn away a 12 or 13-year-old capable of competing with titled Douluos. Given time, he would undoubtedly become the strongest individual on the continent, the foremost leader. It was hardly surprising that the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would act so obediently in his presence. Yet what of Xiao Wu? Who was she? Ning Rongrong was the esteemed daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. But what of Xiao Wu, the girl with the scorpion braid, whose figure epitomized the golden ratio? Must surely possess some remarkable identity, perhaps a royal princess, a sex heiress, or something even more enigmatic. Hulaina suddenly felt that her own identity as the saintess of the martial soul palace was not as formidable as she had once believed. For so long, she had taken pride in her status, as those designated as saints were typically the next in line to become the pope. Thus, it was only natural for her to feel a sense of superiority. Yet, would it truly signify? She realized that her title as the saintess of the martial soul palace held little weight. Even as the saintess, she was still subject to the malice and hostility of figures like Ghost Doage Mei and Juve Douluo Yuguan. Ultimately, this was a world governed by martial souls, where soul power reigned supreme, and martial souls should be the sole answer for any soul master, with nothing else bearing significance. What does being the saintess of the martial soul palace amount to? In the face of absolute power, it is merely an empty title. What allure could it possibly hold for him? Surely none, for beside him stood the daughter of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and a mysterious girl of unknown lineage. What significance does the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Hall hold? Hulaina suddenly shook her head violently, feeling that her thoughts were overly convoluted. Why should I ponder what I mean to him? He accidentally injured me and is now searching for herbs on my behalf, which is only right. Although he has taken on considerable risk, I can repay him in other ways. Why then do I find myself contemplating whether I possess any allure in his eyes? After an arduous journey, Hulaina's thoughts became flushed with a sudden realization, as if she had stumbled upon an inappropriate notion. She hastily shook her head, trying to cast aside these thoughts. Yet, the more she attempted to do so, the more entrenched they became, firmly imprinted in her mind, impossible to dispel. How could this be? Why am I thinking this way? Hulaina did not understand, and could only gaze blankly at Qi Su and Xiao Wu. Her eyes filled with unspoken emotions. After what felt like an eternity, as the night deepened and the stars shimmered ever brighter, the moonlight illuminated the faces of everyone gathered near the campfire. Brother, I am a soul beast, 100,000-year-old soul beast. Xiao Wu, after weeping for quite some time, finally lifted her gaze and whispered into Qi Su's ear. Qi Su seemed to have anticipated her words, showing no surprise, but rather a serene calm as he gently cradled her face in his hands, kissing her softly on the lips. What of being a soul beast? It matters not. You are you, the one and only Xiao Wu, the person I wish to protect with my life. Qi Su whispered tenderly into her ear. Xiao Wu suddenly recalled words Qi Su had spoken many years prior. If one day many wish to kill me, and you cannot defeat them, what then? Let them tread over my corpse. Xiao Wu had always believed in his words, unwaveringly. Do you mind? Xiao Wu inquired. Not at all, Qi Su replied. Really? She pressed again. Indeed, he affirmed. The onlookers observed the whispered exchange between the two, each harboring their own distinct thoughts. Chapter 95. Another great battle. Qi Su and Xiao Wu continued their soft whispers, a rhythm of questions and answers, entirely oblivious to those around them. In their world, it seemed only they existed, the expanse of the universe reduced to just the two of them. They remained nestled together for quite some time, indifferent to the passage of time. Observing their stillness, Douluo lost interest in spectating and, using his soul power, fashioned a makeshift bed where he reclined at ease. Hulaina, having watched for too long, felt fatigue set in and laid down in her previous spot by the fire. She still bore remnants of the cold, so she was wise enough not to linger standing. Only Ning Rongrong remained, gazing at the embraced pair, her eyes reflecting a mix of envy and melancholy. As Ning Rongrong stood for an extended period, inevitably growing weary, Qi Su's voice suddenly shattered her drowsiness. Rongrong, come here. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Su and Xiao Wu had finally released their long embrace and now stood side by side, Xiao Wu smiling brightly at Ning Rongrong. A bit flustered, Ning Rongrong approached, only for Qi Su to unexpectedly pull her into his arms, his other hand brushing against her in an intimate manner. Instantly, Ning Rongrong's face flushed a deep crimson, her earlier feelings of envy and melancholy evaporating in an instant. Hush! Qi Su placed a finger to his lips, signaling for quiet before he led Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu stealthily up the mountain. It wasn't too long before the trio arrived at a hidden cave, evidently constructed for habitation, rich with the essence of humanity. This was indeed the dwelling Douluo had established in this treasured land. While Douluo slumbered at the foot of the mountain, Qi Su stealthily guided Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to this location. Come fort, Tianqing Gudlung, Chiche whispered, summoning the serpent-like creature which he instructed to guard the cave entrance. Ning Rongrong looked curiously at the cave's entrance, beginning to discern Qi Su's intentions. Her already flushed cheeks grew warmer, and as she touched them, she realized they were quite hot. Her breath quickened, a blend of fear and anticipation fluttering within her. Due to the late hour, the cave was enveloped in darkness, with only faint glimmers of moonlight filtering through. In that pitch-black space, the three huddled together, each only able to hear the rhythm of their own breaths. Initially, their breaths were synchronized, but as time passed, they grew increasingly disordered. It seemed that either Ning Rongrong or Xiao Wu's breath faltered first, causing the remaining two to follow suit. In an instant, the cave was filled solely with the chaotic sound of their breathing, the atmosphere thickening with an enigmatic and intimate tension. They inched closer to one another, as if striving to merge into one entity. Gradually, amidst the chaotic breaths, an indescribable allure permeated the air, stirring the imagination. The essence of spring seemed to break forth into the dark cave, unleashing a gentle yet tempestuous spring rain. The following morning, Chi-Su, having been afflicted by lingering back pain after several days, led the two down the mountain. Perhaps due to their early rise, when they reached the foot of the mountain, they found Hulaina still peacefully asleep by the campfire. In slumber, her innate charm, characteristic of her wuhuan, diminished significantly, rendering her more like an innocent girl, oblivious to the world around her. The campfire, sustained by soul power, had burned throughout the night and continued to radiate warmth under the rising sun. In stark contrast to Hulaina's serene beauty and sleep, Douluo's repose appeared far more wild, sprawled in an ungainly manner. Devoid of the dignified presence one would expect from a titled Douluo, resembling instead an eccentric old man. Awake, awake, Chi-Su. Recalling Douluo's amused expression from the previous day as he observed Chi-Su and Xiao Wu's whispered conversation, seized the opportunity for a bit of vengeance and delivered a firm kick to Douluo's backside, rousing him from slumber. Douluo awoke in a fury, but upon seeing Chi-Su, his expression shifted to a forced chuckle. "Young master, is there something you need?" Chi-Su huffed with indifference. "Lead the way. We're going to the place where you gather herbs. I will prepare the antidote for you." Douluo, eager for Chi-Su's assistance with the antidote, was overjoyed by the direct offer of help. He nodded vigorously, quickly taking the lead, casting aside any semblance of the arrogance expected from a titled Douluo. This is not a matter of Douluo being humble simply because he has the chance to detoxify. In the original text, Tang San had proposed to cure Douluo. Yet Douluo first administered 3 types of poison to Tang San, compelling him to find the antidote. The situation changes dramatically when Chi-Su enters the picture. Tang San's strength pales in comparison to Douluo's, and his only hope of survival lies in leveraging the antidote as a bargaining chip. However, Chi-Su's approach is different. He is not negotiating for his life with the antidote, but rather offering it as an exchange, even a benevolent gesture. After all, when Chi-Su struck down, Douluo's life hung in the balance, and by sparing him, Chi-Su also provided the antidote, a scenario that naturally rendered Douluo incapable of maintaining the aloof demeanor of a titled Douluo as he did with Tang San. Instead, he appeared quite humble, resembling a devoted guardian of a young master. Ultimately, this situation underscores the issue of strength among soul masters, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Chi-Su, with his rank of Soul King at level 51, possesses the power to defeat the titled Douluo, thus affording him the authority to treat Douluo with such deference. At this moment, Douluo, leading the group with a cheerful demeanor, shows no trace of the anger he initially felt when Chi-Su kicked him awake. Rather, he is in high spirits. Hulaina has also been roused by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who support her as they ascend the mountain together. As the sun rises, Douluo walks ahead, guiding everyone, while Chi-Su trails behind the 3 women, resting his hands on his head, admiring the 3 distinct yet graceful figures before him, which lifts his spirits immensely. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Hulaina walk in a playful manner, akin to joyful sisters, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Chapter 96. A heart full of regret. Chi-Su is not a person of thin skin. Having navigated the complexities of romantic entanglements for many years, he has developed a thick facade. Yet, this particular situation is unprecedented, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. To apologize would seem insincere, while claiming responsibility could come off as rather unscrupulous, akin to taking advantage of a vulnerable moment. Thus, Chi-Su stands frozen, observing Hulaina as she crouches and weeps. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong glare at him with reproachful eyes, unmistakably expressing their discontent. They are well aware that Chi-Su's wandering hands have inadvertently caused this embarrassing predicament. However, they too are uncertain of how to address it, should they find themselves in a similar situation. Being publicly teased by someone with whom they have no established relationship would surely evoke feelings of intense shame and a desire to hide away. Consequently, both girls cast him indignant glances, clearly displeased with his indiscreet actions. Chi-Su, feeling both guilty and helpless, raises his hands in a gesture of surrender and shrugs. At this juncture, Douluo halts, turning to behold the awkward scene, before quickly averting his gaze, stifling a laugh. Having witnessed the commotion earlier, Douluo will not openly gawk, but instead he discreetly chuckles to himself, reflecting on how each generation surpasses the last. He sighs, lamenting that he is no longer young, no longer in an era where he could engage in playful banter with young girls. At this moment, Chi-Su is engulfed in a profound sense of guilt, feeling a pang of sorrow. Though he never intended to exploit the situation, the outcome is undeniably a result of his actions, leaving no room for him to argue whether it was deliberate. Throughout, Chi-Su has perceived Hulaina as a somewhat pitiful girl in the original story. She harbors feelings for Tang San, who, in turn, views her merely as a tool, never reciprocating her affection and repeatedly exploiting her love for his own gain. Yet, Hulaina remains foolishly devoted, wishing for Tang San's well-being, while he thrives, and her beloved mentor, Bai Dong, meets a tragic end. Chi-Su has always felt a twinge of sympathy for her. After all, Hulaina has never committed any wrongdoing, merely being a lovesick girl unable to attain true affection. As for Tang San, does he feel any guilt? Certainly not. He has never harbored remorse for anyone. Upon entering Tang Sect, he believes it is his father's fault that he must bear the burden. Once inside the sect, he questions what fault his father has, deeming the sect cowardly and fearful. In Tang San's eyes, only strength matters, akin to a snake adept at lurking in the shadows. However, Chi-Su is different. Unlike Tang San, who was never afforded the benefits of 9 years of compulsory education, Chi-Su's education instills within him a sense of morality, prompting him to weigh his actions against a moral scale. Perhaps this journey to the continent may not change the world, but what of it? All he seeks is a clear conscience. He has taken Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang as disciples, vanquished Zhao Wujia, reformed Shrek Academy, and confronted the ghost Douluo Mei, the moon Douluo Yuguan, and the poison Douluo Dubo. Each of these actions he can justify to himself, finding a rationale within that shields him from the burdens of guilt. As for Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, he feels no remorse for having taken what belongs to Tang San in the original narrative. After all, this is akin to a parallel world where he and Xiao Wu encountered each other first, pledging their promises to one another. What is there to regret? Furthermore, Chi-Su believes he can surpass Tang San, for at the very least, he will never demand Xiao Wu to sacrifice herself for a soul ring. In a similar vein, Chi-Su will genuinely ensure that his enemies tread over his own corpse to reach Xiao Wu, rather than allowing her to be transformed into a mere soul ring before him. As for Ning Rongrong, their affection blossomed naturally, without the need for further elaboration. Regarding Oscar, he is free to find his own path. Initially, Oscar's interest in Ning Rongrong stemmed from the 3 girls in the academy. With Xiao Wu and Tang San as a couple and Dai Mubai pursuing Zhu Zhuqing, he naturally set his sights on Ning Rongrong. Such intentions were inherently distasteful, akin to a mere pursuit for conquest. Chi-Su harbors no guilt regarding this matter. However, Hulaina is different. Chi-Su, in borrowing the power of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, inadvertently injured her, leaving her gravely wounded. Hulaina has never shown him any malice, even attempting to dissuade the ghost Douluo Mei and the moon Douluo Yuguan from confronting him. Given this context, Chi-Su's accidental injury weighs heavily on his conscience. He intended to use herbs to heal Hulaina and even planned to present her with a celestial herb. But his recent blunder led to her public embarrassment, a scenario that would evoke shame in anyone, let alone a proud girl like Hulaina, who must endure the torment of her own feelings. Thus, Chi-Su is filled with remorse for Hulaina, perhaps becoming the first person to harbor such sentiments since arriving on this continent. Nana, look up at me. He suddenly crouches down before Hulaina, gently patting her back. Speaking softly. Initially, Hulaina wished to ignore Chi Su, but upon hearing him call her Nana, she felt an inexplicable sensation within her heart, compelling her to raise her head, her tear-streaked face and disheveled hair turning towards him. The name Nana is typically reserved for those who are either very close or believe themselves to be so. The former resembles my mentor, Bai Dong, while the latter behaves like a tenacious, stray dog, relentlessly pursuing me. And what about the youth before me? Which category does he belong to? Is he someone I consider close? Or does he think of himself as someone dear to me? Hulaina gazed at Chi Su in a daze, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment and shame stemming from the previous predicament. As she lifted her head, Chi Su's face suddenly drew near, unyielding in its proximity, not retreating even slightly. Strangely, Hulaina found herself unable to evade, their faces merely inches apart, locked in mutual gaze. Logically, one would divert their eyes and hastily retreat when an unfamiliar person encroaches so closely. Yet, Hulaina stood there, seemingly frozen in place, unsure whether it was due to her lingering embarrassment or the inability to escape that earnest, pristine visage. That face was remarkably clean and sincere, as if he had something profoundly significant to share with her. Hulaina was perplexed. She did not comprehend the anticipation swelling within her for his words. Why this yearning? She should, by all accounts, harbor disdain for him. A person of his ilk ought to be kept at a distance. The persistent advances of Yin had never breached her personal space. Yet this individual not only had the audacity to approach, but also provoked feelings within her that were difficult to contain, exposing her to embarrassment before others. Such a person should be detestable. Yet, why did she find herself yearning for what he might say? It dawned on Hulaina that it was his eyes, clear like a tranquil lake, yet brimming with guilt. Throughout her life, she had encountered a myriad of gazes, envy, greed, lust. Having grown up amidst such scrutiny, she had become desensitized to the scornful remarks from passers-by, indifferent to their disdainful glances. Men would often survey her with a mix of obsession and greed, while women would glare at her with contempt, branding her seductress. In truth, Hulaina could easily reveal her spirit rings, and they would bow and apologize upon realizing she was a soul master. However, she had long since grown accustomed to these peculiar stares, no longer inclined to concern herself with their judgments. It seemed to her that the world was inherently filled with such base and discomforting glances, rendering any further consideration unnecessary. Thus, she had ceased to care about how others perceived her. Yet now, she suddenly recognized that not all gazes were steeped in greed and envy. There existed another kind, one of clarity and guilt. This revelation emanated from Chi Su's eyes, mere inches away from her own, imparting a sense of understanding that she had never encountered before. His gaze was devoid of lustful greed and the invasive scrutiny she had grown accustomed to. It resembled a pool of water, exceptionally clear, revealing the presence of swimming fish. Beyond that pristine quality, there was an unmistakable sense of guilt, genuine remorse, not feigned or born out of a desire for self-soothing. It was a true empathy, coupled with a profound sense of regret. Hulaina found herself bewildered by the existence of such a gaze within Chi Su, an expression she had never before witnessed. In that fleeting moment, she forgot her embarrassment, her shame, and her disdain for him. Her mind was a blank slate, fixated solely on the unfamiliar gaze, yearning to remain within its warmth. Observing Hulaina's lack of resistance, Chi Su felt a slight sense of relief. He gradually leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "I'm sorry, Nana." Hulaina's mind was a void. She could not even recall the reason for his apology, nor did she respond. Chi Su, bewildered by her silence, had initially believed that her proximity was a sign of her affection, prompting him to employ his most effective tactic, whispering sweetly into her ear. He had always thought that speaking softly near a girl's ear stirred emotions, igniting physiological responses that clouded rational thought. Under such circumstances, a girl would often respond with a dreamy acquiescence. However, it was evident that his strategy had failed this time. Hu Laina remained unresponsive, staring intently at Chi Su's face as if she were a machine designed for facial recognition. Chi Su felt a surge of confusion. Logically, Hu Laina should have expressed some grievance, allowing him to comfort her further. Why did she appear so dazed? Had he wounded her too deeply? A sudden alarm gripped Chi Su, fearing he had reduced the proud saintess of the Wu Hun Palace to a figure of public ridicule, causing her psyche to shatter into this bewildered state. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. If he had rendered Hu Laina into this foolishness, not only would others be affected, but Chi Su himself would grapple with guilt. In a sudden motion, he opened his arms wide, embracing Hu Laina tightly amidst the astonished gasps of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. The unexpected hug startled Hu Laina, breaking her trance as she looked around. Flustered and uncertain, she grappled with the dilemma of whether to push Chi Su away and escape his embrace. Logically, she should, given how he had embarrassed her. Yet, inexplicably, this abrupt embrace enveloped her in an extraordinary warmth, akin to a little girl returning to her campfire after enduring hardship. Chi Su's embrace felt like that very fire, dispelling her confusion and embarrassment, leaving only warmth in its wake. In his arms, Hu Laina felt an absence of turmoil, an alleviation of shame. All she perceived was warmth, reminiscent of a blazing fire that beckoned her to remain enveloped in its comforting glow. Behind her, his hands radiated a similar warmth, akin to that of campfire. Unconsciously, Hu Laina placed her small hand cautiously on Chi Su's back, as though grasping at a lifeline. "Do not be afraid," Chi Su murmured as he held her tightly. He, too, was taking a chance, wagering that Hu Laina did not resist his touch. After all, if she truly harbored animosity toward him, she would never allow him to embrace her so closely, nor would she place her hand upon him. Thankfully, Chi Su's gamble paid off. Hu Laina indeed did not resist his embrace. At this moment, she had ceased her sobbing and was quietly cradled in Chi Su's arms, resembling a little fox seeking warmth by a campfire. Beside them, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged peculiar glances, silently deducing the shared thoughts in each other's minds. Was another sister about to join their ranks? Unexpectedly, they both arrived at the same conclusion. Chapter 98. Exceptional Talent. No other choice, the dissipated chill inexplicably surged forth once more, as Hu Laina, who had merely rested her hand lightly upon Chi Su's back, suddenly tightened her grip. Clutching him closely, she trembled slightly, whispering anxiously, "So cold, so cold." Chi Su, taken aback by this unexpected embrace, felt his sturdy frame shudder in surprise. Yet, it was only for a brief moment. He quickly regained his composure, placing a hand gently atop Hu Laina's head, soothing her as one would a shivering fox in their embrace. Under Chi Su's tender ministrations, Hu Laina's trembling heart gradually calmed, and her once icy body began to regain warmth. He lifted her effortlessly and softly whispered into her ear, "We will arrive shortly." His gaze remained pure and laden with guilt. Hu Laina gazed intently into Chi Su's eyes, her focus unwavering, as if they were the only two souls in existence. She nodded lightly, then turned slightly, burying her face into Chi Su's chest, much like a little fox seeking solace. Chi Su chuckled softly, resuming his pace. After calling out to Douluo, he continued forward with Hu Laina in his arms. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong positioned themselves on either side of Chi Su, choosing silence. Under normal circumstances, Chi Su embracing another woman in front of them would have undoubtedly incited their displeasure. However, given that Chi Su was in the wrong and had inadvertently placed Hu Laina in such an awkward predicament, they harbored no grievances in this instance. Instead, they looked at Hu Laina with concern, fearing for her well-being. As Hu Laina's chill resurfaced unexpectedly, Chi Su, anxious for her safety, urged Douluo to quicken his pace. Douluo finally altered his leisurely stride, moving up the mountain path with ease. Though he appeared to be moving slowly, each step he took covered a considerable distance, creating an impression of vertical ascent. Before long, the group reached the mountain summit under Douluo's guidance. Upon arrival, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were taken aback by the terrain before them. They found themselves at the edge of a conical depression, with thick, humid heat rising from within, carrying a hint of sulfuric aroma. Chisu's mood began to stir with excitement, for he knew that the ice and fire yin-yang eye, one of the three great treasures, lay just ahead, along with the coveted Xiangxi Duan Changhong, Qi Luo Eugene Xiang Ba Jiao Xinbing Chao, and the rare Qi Rong Tong Tianju, all extraordinary herbs seldom seen in a millennium. "Follow me," Douluo Bo announced, leaping down the seemingly bottomless precipice. Due to the morning fog and the steepness of the cliff, his figure vanished in the mist within moments. Chisu wasted no time. Releasing his blue-silver sword grass and forming three long swords, allowing the three of them to descend upon them. Douluo Bo was astonished to see Chisu and the others riding down on the long swords, but his shock deepened upon noticing the soul rings shimmering around Chisu. 5 soul rings surrounded him, 2 white, 3 black, a most peculiar configuration. None of Chisu's 3 martial spirits adhered to conventional soul ring pairings. Each bore an extraordinary arrangement. The soul rings of the Tianqing Bone Dragon were black, while the blue-silver sword grass exhibited a mix of white and black. The elemental martial spirit was even more bizarre, displaying a pattern of white, purple, 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 and black. Each configuration was astonishing, leaving all in awe of their mystery. Douluo Bo could only tremble in disbelief as he gazed at Chisu, not because of the oddity of the soul rings, but due to the sword-like form of the blue silvergrass. What did this signify? He was not merely a twin martial spirit wielder. He was a triple martial spirit master. Since the emergence of soul masters, there had never been a triple martial spirit. Douluo Bo shook with astonishment, his mind blank. A palpable pressure filled the air, rendering him breathless. This pressure was not tangible, but rather an intangible sensation that bore an overwhelming weight, far surpassing that of the golden trident. This force emanated from Chisu's seemingly impossible third martial spirit. How could someone possess 3 martial spirits? Had Chisu not been standing right before him, he would never have believed in the existence of a third martial spirit. Even if Chisu stood there with his blue-silver swordgrass, Douluo Bo would have felt as though he had encountered a ghost. He suddenly felt fortunate that when Chisu had entrusted his back to him, he had restrained his murderous intent. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise. As he counted his blessings, Douluo Bo also felt a sense of relief. After all, he reasoned, even a twin martial spirit should not possess such a dense and refined soul power at the Soul King level. Douluo Bo reassured himself that he had not been defeated by a mere Soul King, but rather by the first triple martial spirit master in 10,000 years. This realization made his loss somewhat more palatable. With this thought in mind, Douluo Bo's spirits lifted, and he ceased trembling, approaching Chisu with a broad grin, asking with feigned humility, "Young master, are you truly a triple martial spirit?" Chisu scoffed, casting him a sidelong glance. "Haven't you seen enough?" In truth, Douluo Bo was the first to witness Chisu's 3 martial spirits, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong recognized Chisu's extraordinary prowess. They had never fathomed that he possessed 3 martial spirits. Naturally, they did not inquire further, and Chisu chose not to elaborate. Upon hearing Douluo Bo's acknowledgement of Chisu as a once-in-a-millennium triple martial spirit, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong regarded him with profound astonishment. Even Xiao Wu, who had always perceived Chisu as mysterious and formidable, felt a chill of disbelief. Despite her mental preparation, she regarded Chisu with an expression akin to that of encountering a monster. Chisu shrugged, offering a somewhat resigned smile. Exceptional talent, a gift from birth. One cannot help it. Chapter 99. The ice and fire yin-yang eye. At this juncture, Chisu wore a playful grin, appearing decidedly provocative. However, those present were not his adversaries and could only exchange awkward chuckles. Hu Laina, in her dazed state, seemed to have caught wind of Chisu's triple martial spirit. Turning to gaze at him with an expression of incredulity, her eyes filled with wonder. 3 martial spirits? How could that even be possible? Having a teacher with a dual martial soul is already an unparalleled genius in the continent. How could there possibly be a triple martial soul? Her body trembled uncontrollably. seemingly frightened by Chi Su's triple martial soul. Noticing the movement in his arms, Chi Su chuckled softly and gently patted Hu Lai Na's head, reassuring her. The fear and anxiety within Hu Lai Na began to settle, allowing her to nestle back into Chi Su's embrace like a small fox. Her trepidation stemmed from her constant proximity to Bai Bai Dong, making her acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by this extraordinarily noble woman. One of Bai Bai Dong's greatest assets was her dual martial soul, which had facilitated her ascent into the spirit hall, eventually leading her to the position of saintess and then to pope. The sudden emergence of someone with a triple martial soul was indeed shocking for Hu Lai Na. However, she was relieved that such an individual was not her enemy. Although she was uncertain about Chi Su's relationship with the spirit hall, she felt assured regarding her own standing. After all, why else would she be able to lie quietly in his embrace, enjoying his gentle touch? Yet, she secretly wished that he would not become an adversary of the spirit hall, for her teacher and brother were still there. She sighed inwardly, reflecting on how Douluo Mei and Douluo Guan had overly relied on the power of the spirit hall over the years, offending numerous factions across the continent. Although the strength of the spirit hall meant that the resentment of those factions posed little immediate danger, such dependence could lead to a buildup of issues that might one day culminate in an explosive downfall of the spirit hall. However, as a saintess, Hu Lai Na felt constrained in her ability to voice her concerns. After all, both Douluo Mei and Douluo Guan were titled to law, and as a junior, she had no right to criticize them. Moreover, they were staunch supporters of her teacher, Pope Bai Bai Dong, and had significantly contributed to consolidating her influence and power within the spirit hall. Fortunately, most matters, great or small, had to pass through her teacher's scrutiny, and neither Douluo Mei nor Douluo Guan dared to abuse their authority excessively. Yet, in recent years, her teacher had become increasingly elusive, making it difficult even for the saintess to see her. Consequently, Douluo Mei and Douluo Guan had monopolized the power within the spirit hall, leading to criticism of the institution for its oppressive tactics and ambitions. Hu Lai Na hoped that Chi Su would not harbor any reservations about the spirit hall due to the actions of the two. However, perhaps she was overthinking. After all, Bai Bai Dong was within the spirit hall, and Chi Su would certainly not oppose the organization, as it was the domain of his future wife. Why would he seek to disrupt it? Following the revelation of Chi Su's triple martial soul identity, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. After a lengthy pause, Du Gubo finally regained his composure and returned to the matter at hand. At this point, Du Gubo felt that nothing could shock him further after witnessing the bizarre phenomena surrounding Chi Su. After all, the existence of a triple martial soul and a weapon imbued with divine essence made any unusual occurrence associated with him seem entirely plausible. This is my treasure. Du Gubo proudly opened his arms to Chi Su and the others, as if welcoming guests into his domain. Xiao Wu and Ning Rong began to seriously observe their surroundings, while Chi Su coldly scoffed, showing no deference to Du Gubo's display. Du Gubo, Fazed, continued to smile. Angry? What a joke. Standing before him was a soul master with a triple martial soul and a wielder of a divine weapon. Such an individual could easily become the strongest soul master in the entire continent. To hear the words of a person like him, who could potentially cure the poison of the title de law known as poison de law, was far from an exaggeration. Even if he did not consider his own interests, he had to think of his granddaughter and thus cling tightly to this powerful ally. This was why Du Gubo wore a fawning expression. Devoid of the imposing aura typical of a title de law, the group scanned their surroundings carefully, discovering a hot spring within the valley. Although modest in size, it was divided into two sections, with the water in the oval-shaped pools appearing milky white and crimson. Strangely, although they coexisted within the same pool, the two waters remained distinctly separate, each maintaining its own territory. Rising steam enveloped the area, generated by the juxtaposition of the two springs, dissipating gradually at the mountain summit. At this moment, Chi Su's heart raced with excitement, his violet eyes sparkling with fervor. Undoubtedly, this was one of the three great treasures the ice and fire yin-yang eye. According to legend, the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, two of the 9 great dragon lords, perished simultaneously in the sunsetting forest. Their corpses buried beneath the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which thus came into existence, nourishing all life. This place was rich in heavenly materials and earthly treasures, many of which were non-existent in the outside world, some of which, when consumed, could even restore life. Chisu took a deep breath, calming his racing heart, and waved his hand at Douluo Bo, saying, "You may leave for now. I will send you an antidote in a few days." Initially reluctant at being dismissed, Douluo Bo's demeanor shifted entirely upon hearing the promise of an antidote, and he beamed, replying, "As you say, young master." With that, he leapt into the air, his toes lightly touching the mountain wall, soaring upwards like a great bird. As he distanced himself, his voice echoed back, "Young master, be careful not to touch those 2 springs. Their heat and cold are beyond even my endurance for long." Watching Douluo Bo gradually disappear into the mist, Chisu's lips curled into a smile. Douluo Bo was indeed considerate, warning him against the waters. After Douluo Bo's departure, Chisu could no longer contain his excitement and hurried to the side of the crimson hot spring within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. At this moment, the surface of the tranquil spring appeared devoid of any heat, resembling an ordinary hot spring. Ning Rong Rong, standing nearby, expressed her desire to dip her foot into the water, smiling at Chisu as she suggested, "My lord, shall we take a soak?" Chisu had no desire for a communal hot spring bath and quickly pulled Ning Rong Rong aside, casually tossing a stone into the spring. Contrary to expectations, the stone did not sink but disintegrated into ashes upon contact with the water. Ning Rong Rong gasped in surprise, covering her mouth and stepping back, her heart racing with apprehension. "How could this be?" she exclaimed, looking at Chisu with a mix of fear and innocence. Chisu, placing Hulai Na in Xiao Wu's care, stood resolutely before the spring, declaring, "This is no ordinary hot spring. This is the rare ice and fire yin-yang eye." Ning Rong Rong was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what the term Binghuo Liang Yin referred to. As the esteemed young lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, she possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding the secrets of the Soul Master Realm, yet she had never encountered any mention of the Binghuo Liang Yin. Chisu, noticing the distressed expression on Ning Rong Rong's delicate face, promptly explained that the Binghuo Liang Yin was a unique geological formation born from the convergence of celestial energies and the essence of the earth. Its name signifies the extraordinary spring that lies before them, characterized by a dual nature, where 2 opposing forces coexist. This remarkable sight, which could take millions of years to form, was home to a tranquil red liquid whose temperature rivaled that of molten lava. Should one succumb to curiosity and touch it, the consequences would be dire, as any point of contact would be seared away instantly. Ning Rong Rong, still somewhat bewildered, nodded in understanding and exclaimed with delight, "You are truly remarkable." At that moment, she resembled a young girl trailing behind her esteemed guardian, completely shedding her persona as a powerful sorceress or a proud heiress. Chisu smiled gently and continued, "The Binghuo Liang Yin is often referred to as a treasure trove, but this treasure is not of the ordinary kind. Rather, it serves as a sanctuary for rare medicinal plants, creating a unique natural environment where ordinary flora cannot thrive due to the peculiar climate. However, this treasure trove acts as a nurturing ground for precious plants, significantly accelerating their growth. In simpler terms, if a Lingji mushroom were to grow in this paradise for a decade, it would possess the potency of a century-old specimen." Upon hearing this, Ning Rong Rong's earlier confusion dissipated, replaced by a profound admiration for Chi's knowledge. She covered her mouth in awe, clearly shaken by his revelations. Hulaina and Xiao Wu, upon hearing Chi's words, also turned their gazes towards the Binghuo Liang Yin, filled with curiosity and astonishment. Among them, Xiao Wu exhibited the greatest surprise and intrigue, for as a sole beast of 100,000 years, she understood the challenges of plant growth far better than Chi, Su, and the others. The notion that a location could expedite plant growth tenfold was nothing short of miraculous. The significance of such a place to flora likely surpassed even the central lake of the Star-Do forest in importance to soul beasts, given that the lake was long claimed by the powerful soul beasts the Ming and Air Ming. It was reasonable to assume that the Bing Huoliang Yin housed some of the rarest treasures of the plant kingdom. It was no wonder that her husband would risk everything to confront a tidal Douluo for the sake of this place. Xiao Wu's thoughts deepened, and she gazed at Qi Su with even more reverence. If Ning Rongrong was Qi Su's adoring fan, then Xiao Wu was undoubtedly his most devoted disciple. Even in the face of a battle against a tidal Douluo, Xiao Wu believed wholeheartedly in Qi Su's victory, contrasting sharply with Ning Rongrong's anxiety and unease. Meanwhile, Hulayina bit her lip, looking at Qi Su with a sense of confusion. Was he here for his precious herbs or to heal her wounds? A wave of melancholy surged within her heart, akin to a sorrowful tide rising from the depths of a riverbed. Surely, it must be for the herbs. How could he possibly risk his life against a tidal Douluo for a mere stranger? It had to be this way. They were mere acquaintances. And even if he had inadvertently harmed her, what obligation did he have to heal her? He was likely just seeking his herbs while coincidentally tending to her injuries. Unconsciously, Hulayina lowered her head, the warmth she had felt from Qi Su's embrace dissipating, leaving her feeling despondent once more. After all, he was already surrounded by two stunning young women. What could she possibly offer to capture his interest? A torrent of suppressed emotions surged forth in Hulayina's mind, as if indelibly etched into her heart, leaving an unforgettable scar. No. What did his thoughts have to do with her? They were merely strangers. He sought his herbs, and she sought her healing. Mutual benefit was all that mattered. Why should she feel sorrow? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her knee, overwhelming her with a desire to weep. Yet, in the end, Hulayina stifled her urge to cry, burying her head in silence, like a hollowed-out fox devoid of any desire. Indeed, it had nothing to do with her. Hulayina felt as if she were a marionette, endlessly repeating this thought in her mind. Yet, the more this notion echoed within her, the louder another voice protested vehemently. If it were truly irrelevant, why did it hurt so much? Why? Was it because she had believed she had encountered someone she liked, someone with pure eyes and a serious demeanor, someone she thought she could be with? But these were mere illusions of her own making. In truth, there was no opportunity for togetherness, no desire for it. He would gather his herbs, and she would tend to her wounds, and that was all. With this thought, Hulayina found herself feeling less despondent, achieving a sense of tranquility. Yet, this tranquility left her with an unsettling sensation, as if something essential had been drawn from her heart, leaving her devoid of even the faintest ache. It was as though a charming fox had suddenly lost its heart, a truly bizarre experience. Akuisu, Xiao, and Ning Rongrong eagerly gazed at the Bing Huoliang Yin. Hulayina sat alone in a corner, exhibiting an unusual stillness. However, it seemed that amidst the collective joy, no one noticed her unusual demeanor. Qi Su stood before the Bing Huoliang Yin, his eyes shimmering with violet light as he activated his purple extreme magic eyes. The crystalline purple essence coalesced within his gaze, and under the influence of the Xintian art and the mental prowess of the Tianming iceworm, everything before him became exceptionally vivid. Despite the misty surroundings, Qi Su could discern every detail clearly. Countless plants surrounded the Bing Huoliang Yin, resembling a gathering of rare treasures in a lost paradise, each one exhibiting a unique and precious form. Even if Qi Su had arrived on Douluo Continent and found himself in this treasure trove, he might not have recognized the valuable herbs within it. However, having studied the Xintian Baolu and with the enhancement of Tianming iceworm's mental energy, Qi Su's understanding surpassed that of Tang San. As he surveyed the area, he quickly identified the plants surrounding the spring. Not far from him, near the edge of the milky white hot spring, lay a cluster of small, insect-like entities, the finest example of winter worm summergrass, known as snow silkworm. Winter worm summergrass was already a highly regarded restorative, and the snow silkworm, being its prime variant, was exceptionally rare. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of medicinal herbs would be driven to madness at the sight of this exquisite specimen. Yet, Chisu remained largely indifferent to it. For him, the primary objective of this journey was to acquire a few types of celestial herbs that could significantly enhance his soul power and physical attributes. As for everything else, he would gather it all later. Qirong Tong Tianju, Yuluo Yu Jingxiang, Liehua Xingjiao Shu, Bajiang Zuanbinko, an array of celestial herbs swiftly flitted through Qi Su's mind, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. At that moment, a gentle fragrance wafted in, interrupting his thoughts. It was a subtle aroma, devoid of any overwhelming heaviness, akin to a delicate and ethereal scent that brought him immense comfort. This fragrance was enchanting. Even Hulaina, who was engulfed in sorrow, gradually lifted her head, instinctively inhaling the air imbued with this delightful scent. For a brief moment, Chisu's thoughts momentarily clouded, and suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed loudly, Yoxiang Qilua Xianpin. Ning Rongrong, perplexed by his exuberance, had always perceived Qi Su as composed and unflappable. Yet here he was, genuinely excited. With a hearty laugh, he noticed her confusion and promptly clarified, Yoxiang Qilua Xianpin is the nemesis of all poisons, possessing the ability to neutralize toxins. While it does not directly detoxify, it can suppress all forms of venom. Its fragrant essence is elegantly subtle, rendering any poison ineffective within its vicinity. The aroma itself neutralizes myriad toxins. In truth, for Qi Su, this seemingly unparalleled celestial herb held little significance, as he was shielded by the spectral aura of the undead calamity, Yalaikizi, and the divine protection of the sea god Trident, leaving him impervious to any form of toxin. In other words, no toxin in existence could breach his defenses from the outside, barring entry through a wound. It was precisely due to his innate immunity to poison that he felt no trepidation regarding his confrontation with Douluo. He could rely solely on the explosive rings to easily defeat Douluo, as the title Doa, specializing in poison, posed no threat to him, akin to a tiger rendered toothless. His excitement upon encountering Yoxiang Qilua Xianpin stemmed primarily from the fact that it was the first celestial herb he had discovered, naturally heightening his spirits. Moreover, the bearer of this herb would be impervious to all toxins, allowing Qi Su to entrust it to Xiao Wu and the others, alleviating his concerns about their potential misfortunes. Following the scent of Yoxiang Qilua Xianpin, he arrived before it, a large pale pink flower, leafless, with a stem measuring 3 feet in length. The blossom was immense, its diameter exceeding a foot, and each petal appeared crystalline, translucent, gently swaying with the mist, flourishing at the confluence of red and white springs. His hands suddenly became as pure as jade, a manifestation of Tangmen's exquisite skill, Xian Yusho. Qi Su delicately plucked the celestial herb and, with a smile on his face, looked at the others and jested, Who among you wishes for this herb, which grants immunity to all toxins? Qi Su intended to distribute the suitable herbs among himself, Xiao Wu, and the others, select one for Douluo, and take the remaining herbs with him. Should fate allow, he might consider gifting one to Gu Gu or Gu Ming of Shrek, and if Oscar harbored no ill intentions, he might even give him a celestial herb. Among the original companions of Shrek, Qi Su felt the least aversion towards Oscar compared to Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun. After all, Dai Mubai was a beast unable to control his desires, while Ma Hongjun viewed young women merely as tools for his own gratification. In contrast, although Oscar had his flaws, he still embodied some semblance of normalcy. As for Gu Gu and Gu Ming, both entered Shrek Academy through a secondary pathway, and Qi Su harbored a favorable impression of them. Gu Gu appeared to be from a modestly affluent family, likely with parents who were sole masters in a small town, fostering an optimistic and energetic demeanor, akin to a little son. Upon encountering the peculiarities of Shrek, Gu Gu only experienced a momentary dip in spirits before quickly recovering, and Qi Su admired this resilience. Regarding Gu Ming, Qi Su sensed a unique aura emanating from him. While he appeared exceedingly ordinary, he resembled a sheathed sword, ready to shine brilliantly once drawn. Although Chi Su could not articulate the source of this intuition, he felt compelled to trust his instincts. Gu Ming was undoubtedly a latent gem, destined to reveal his brilliance one day. Chapter 102. A flower for the fair maiden at this moment. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong gazed at Youxiang Chilua Xianpin, clearly captivated by its appearance and fragrance. However, when Chi Su inquired if they desired it, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong bashfully declined. For a while, neither was willing to take a step forward. Kui se chuckled, somewhat exasperated, observing the deep sisterly bond between them, making it difficult for either to be the first to ask for the herb. His gaze then fell upon Hulaina, who was quietly curled up, hugging her knees in a corner, seemingly enveloped in desolation. Chi Su paused, taken aback by her somber demeanor. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, noticing the shift in Chi Su's expression, followed his gaze and were surprised to see Hulaina looking profoundly sad and withdrawn. Sighing, Chi Su approached her, crouching down to her level, and softly inquired, "What troubles you, Nana?" Hulaina seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to bury her head in her knees, indifferent to his presence. However, Chi Su, relying on his mental acuity, could hear her muffled sobs, soft, yet laden with sorrow. "Lift your head and see what this is," Chi Su urged, but when Hulaina remained unresponsive, he changed his tone, gently patting her head. Hulaina raised her head, her tear-streaked face gazing at the magnificent flower. The aroma of the flower still lingered in the valley, and even in her state of despair, Hulaina found herself captivated, her cries subsiding. "A flower for the beautiful maiden," Chi Su said with a playful smile. Initially, he intended to offer the flower to one of the two. Yet, as Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong hesitated due to modesty, and seeing Hulaina so disheartened, he decided to directly gift it to her. Reaching out, he wiped the tears from Hulaina's face and, with a tender smile, added, "What's wrong? You can share your troubles." Hulaina extended her hand, wanted to take the flower from Chi Su, but ultimately recoiled, hesitant. Chi Su gently pressed the flower into her hands, proclaiming, "Youxiang Chilua Xianpin. The bearer is immune to all toxins." Hulaina did not fully grasp his words, merely staring blankly at the flower thrust into her hands, and asked, "Why are you giving this to me?" Hulaina lifted her originally charming brows, gazing at Chi Su with a hint of confusion. Chi Su was momentarily taken aback, and then, with an air of irritation, he abruptly lifted Hulaina into his arms. "What do you think?" he asked, a frivolous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Had it been anyone else displaying such a smile, Hulaina would have certainly felt a sense of aversion. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found Chi Su extraordinarily handsome when he smiled like that. At that moment, Hulaina was cradled in his embrace, resembling a whimpering little fox that had been unceremoniously picked up. "No, that cannot be right. I should loathe him." Hulaina suddenly shook her head vigorously, attempting to dislodge Chi Su's face from her mind. In a fit of frustration, she nibbled lightly on Chi Su's arm, as if a distressed little fox were pouring out all its emotions. Chi Su furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing, allowing Hulaina to bite his arm, while he gently stroked her head, as if soothing a restless fox. Upon witnessing Hulaina's sudden bite, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's expression soured, their gazes directed at Hulaina with discontent. However, upon noticing that Chi Su himself remained silent, they too refrained from voicing their grievances, albeit still casting disapproving looks at Hulaina. Although both of them harbored positive feelings towards Hulaina, it was Chi Su who truly held their concern. Thus, Hulaina's unexpected aggression toward him did not sit well with either Xiao Wu or Ning Rongrong. "Are you feeling better?" Chi Su inquired softly and tenderly. At that moment, Hulaina showed no signs of relenting, still firmly biting Chi Su's hand. However, as she perceived his calm demeanor and gentle reassurances, her heart felt as though it was shattering. Gradually, she released her bite and began to sob loudly, enveloping Chi Su in her embrace, akin to a little fox fearful of abandonment. "Why don't you blame me?" Hulaina asked, her voice thick with tears and confusion. She had anticipated that her unreasonable antics would evoke disgust from Chi Su, yet contrary to her expectations, he displayed no sign of displeasure, instead offering her gentle and considerate care. Hulaina was baffled. She could not comprehend Chi Su's thoughts, nor discern her place in his heart. Unable to unravel the mystery, she poured all her confusion into her sobs, resembling a complete mess of tears. "Why would I blame you?" Chi Su responded, equally perplexed. "I'm the one who has been crying and even bit you." Hulaina lamented, suddenly realizing how much she had changed. She was Hulaina, the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Temple, the future pope, and a true prodigy of the golden generation. How had she devolved into this weeping little girl? "Is it because something is bothering you? Speak up," Chi Su said, his face adorned with a gentle smile, as if coaxing a wrong child. At that moment, something in Hulaina's heart stirred, causing the tears that had begun to subside to surge forth once more. Chi Su remained silent, continuously stroking Hulaina's head, patiently and tenderly soothing her. As a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, Chi Su understood how to comfort a girl when a girl is in distress. Lecturing her is the most foolish approach. Instead, a gentle, soothing demeanor invites her to express her feelings of grievance and insecurity. Engaging in lengthy explanations would only complicate matters further, potentially exacerbating the tension. Once Hulaina had calmed down, she slowly spoke in her soft, alluring voice. "Did you come here for the celestial herbs despite the risk of confronting the title Douluo?" Chi Su was momentarily taken aback by her question. Suddenly, he understood why Hulaina was so heartbroken, resembling a fox bereft of its heart. She had initially believed he came to her aid, risking his life against Douluo, and surely her heart was moved by such a gesture. However, upon arriving at the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, she realized that his true purpose was the countless celestial herbs, and her rescue was merely a secondary concern. The stark contrast between her expectations and the reality was unbearable for Hulaina, leading her to retreat to a corner to weep in solitude. It was not unreasonable for Hulaina to feel this way. Had any of them been in her shoes, they would have felt equally heartbroken and disappointed. Now that Chi Su had surmised the cause of her renewed sorrow, he gently remarked, "I came for the celestial herbs and for you." Hulaina paused, initially expecting Chi Su to either say he came solely for the herbs or to comfort her by claiming he came for her. How could he say such an ambiguous statement? Chi Su noticed that Hulaina's mood had improved, although she still appeared somewhat dazed and confused, no longer resembling a mere puppet. He patted her head, as if educating a disobedient child, saying, "If it were solely for the celestial herbs, I could have prepared more thoroughly. Why would I rush to confront Douluo immediately after battling the ghost Douluo and the Jew Douluo?" Upon hearing this, Hulaina lowered her head, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Chi Su was right. Just the day before, he had engaged in fierce combat with the ghost Douluo and the Jew Douluo, sustaining severe injuries and exhausting his soul power. He could have taken time to recover, allowing his strength to return before facing Douluo. Did he rush up the mountain out of concern for her? Was it because she was afflicted by the chill that he chose to confront a genuine title, even in a compromised state? A wave of guilt and gratitude surged within Hulaina's heart. With her head bowed, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to face Chi Su. For a mere acquaintance, he had been willing to risk his life against the title Douluo while still recovering. Yet what had she done? Upon his return, instead of expressing gratitude, she had acted out of spite, even biting him in frustration. Yet, he displayed no hint of displeasure, continually regarding her with a gentle tone and a pair of sincere eyes, as if none of those events had ever transpired. In that moment, Hulaina felt an overwhelming urge to curl up and bury her head in her knees, crying once more. Who in this world truly cared for her? Certainly, there was her teacher, Bai Dong, and her brother, Xiaoyu. Beyond them, was there anyone else? It seemed not. Yet now, it appeared she had gained another, this clear-eyed youth before her, akin to a tranquil pool of water. Why? Why was he so kind to her? Did she deserve such kindness? Hulaina could not fathom it, but the desire to cry welled up within her. She lifted her head, her once tear-stained eyes now glistening with fresh tears. Hulaina gazed into Chi Su's clear, pristine eyes, resembling a tranquil pool of water, and tremulously asked, "Why? why are you so kind to me?" Chisu was momentarily taken aback. As he beheld Hu Lai Na's tearful visage, he fell into contemplation. Why indeed? Was it to garner her favor and secure system rewards? Or was it to cultivate a rapport with her, perhaps to facilitate an encounter with Bai Bai Dong later on? Or perhaps it stemmed from a long-held pity for Hu Lai Na's plight in the original narrative, a compassion that had lingered within him? Yes, all of these reasons intertwined, yet none at all. She was not the exalted saintess of the spirit hall as depicted in the original tale, nor merely a tool exploited by Tang San. She was a tangible, living girl. She could cry, laugh, throw tantrums, and even bite. Hu Lai Na resembled a girl of his own acquaintance, seemingly possessing a lofty and proud status. Yet beneath it all, she was merely a small child, profoundly lacking in a sense of security. She could weep in a corner over a fleeting thought, a stark contrast to the Hu Lai Na he had previously envisioned. But what of it? She was simply the kind of girl, the one he wished to keep close and provide with ample security. Initially, Chisu had no intention of infusing their interactions with profound emotions. He merely sought to enhance his favorability and reap rewards, allowing their relationship to unfold naturally. However, upon their first meeting, Hu Lai Na had dared to defend herself against two titled Douluos while he was still establishing his position in the Spear Hall. And in a moment of misfortune, he had inadvertently harmed her due to the powers of the Tianmen Bing Can. This alone had filled him with guilt. But after bringing her up the mountain, an embarrassing incident had further deepened his remorse for putting the exalted saintess of the Spirit Hall in such a predicament. Beyond these two instances of guilt, Chisu harbored a genuine fondness for Hu Lai Na. This sentiment could be traced back to his days of reading novels and comics, wherein he felt a great deal of sympathy for her repeated emotional exploitation by Tang San. Carrying the girl along this journey had only intensified his feelings for her. And at this moment, he regarded Hu Lai Na as someone he wished to protect because she deserved it. "Because you are worthy," Chisu articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai Na's tears transformed into laughter, radiating an extraordinary beauty akin to blooming peach blossoms. The simplicity of the 5 words resonated in her mind as if they were imprinted there instantaneously. The phrase echoed in her ears, rhythmic and deliberate. She had speculated numerous reasons, conjectured various things some might say, pondering whether he would utter some cliché romantic line or deliver an elaborate declaration of love. Yet he did not. He simply spoke those 5 unembellished words. And those 5 words were sufficient for Hu Lai Na. What could possibly surpass the profundity of "because you are worthy"? At that moment, her brows and eyes relaxed completely, shedding the sorrow that had previously enveloped her. She leaned closer to Chisu and whispered softly in his ear, "I really like you." Chapter 103. Breakthrough in Soul Power. Chisu was momentarily stunned by Hu Lai Na's unexpected confession, their gazes locking in an inexplicable atmosphere that lingered in the air. After a prolonged silence, Chisu chuckled softly and replied, "So do I." Subsequently, they fell into a comfortable silence, with Hu Lai Na resting her head on Chisu's shoulder, drifting peacefully into slumber. Hu Lai Na's favorability had reached 20, unlocking the 3rd tier of her affection. The system's voice shattered the tranquility of the moment, intruding upon Chisu's thoughts. He gestured for Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to join him, signaling them to take a seat nearby. He intended to organize the various rewards obtained through the system's favorability, as well as to review his knowledge of the numerous types of celestial herbs. After all, the diversity and peculiarities of these herbs warranted careful consideration to avoid potential mishaps. Upon seeing Chisu's beckoning gesture, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong approached without hesitation, though only one could lean on his other side due to the presence of Hu Lai Na on his left. They initially contemplated declining, but Chisu pulled them closer, one resting in his embrace while the other leaned on his right side. Soon enough, the valley returned to a serene silence. Chisu let out a sigh of relief and shifted his consciousness back to the golden sea of knowledge. Within this golden expanse, 10 golden orbs hovered at the center, while a solitary gray orb drifted in the corner. After utilizing the Tianmen Bing Can to repel Douluo Yuguan, the power of the Tianmen Bing Can had diminished somewhat and the golden orbs no longer shone as brightly as they once had. Chisu was not overly concerned, for he would soon consume a significant quantity of celestial herbs, which would naturally replenish the energy expended by the Tianmengbing can. As for Ilex, it had awakened for the first time during the battle against Gui Douluo Mei and Judo Luo Yuguan. However, Chisu's ability to harness Ilex's power was limited, for Ilex was not a complete entity like the Tianmengbing can. Ilex was merely a fragment of divinity, and each time Chisu drew upon its power, it constituted a depleting resource. Unlike the Tianmengbing can, whose energy could be restored, Ilex's energy would gradually diminish with each use, leaving Chisu unable to replenish it in the short term. Overexerting Ilex's power could potentially lead to the fragment disappearing entirely from existence. Naturally, Chisu was reluctant to exploit Ilex's abilities excessively. At this moment, Chisu had accumulated 4 unrevealed rewards in the Golden Sea of Knowledge. Ning Rongrong's second-tier favorability reward, third-tier favorability reward, Hulaina's second-tier favorability, and Hulaina's third-tier favorability reward. The reason he had not yet checked Ning Rongrong's favorability reward, despite its prompt arrival, was that he wished to observe whether any changes would occur if he waited a while before reviewing the rewards. After all, the previous 3 rewards, Invincible Gold, Explosive Destruction, and Fixed-Point Teleportation, were all related to survival. Now, having waited several days, he was curious if the favorability rewards would still pertain to life-preserving items. The second-tier reward for Ning Rongrong's favorability allowed the selection of any soul ring's age to be increased by 50,000 years. Chisu was momentarily taken aback by this reward. An increase of 50,000 years? This could potentially create a 100,000-year soul ring. Among all of Chisu's soul rings, the 5 rings of the Tianqing Bone Dragon were derived from 50,000-year soul beasts, while both the Blue Silver Sword Grass and Elemental Martial Soul each possessed a 6,000-year soul beast-derived soul ring. The 6,000-year soul ring of the Blue Silver Sword Grass was derived from the Emperor Nine-Headed Lion, while the 6th soul ring of the Elemental Martial Soul stemmed from the Greedy Moon Wolf King. In juxtaposition, Chisu no longer hesitated. He directly unleashed his Elemental Martial Soul, augmenting Ning Rongrong's secondary affinity reward onto the 5th soul ring of the element, atop the 60,000-year-old Tan Yu Wolf King. At this moment, due to the prior detonation of the soul ring, the Elemental Martial Soul, which originally possessed 5 rings, was reduced to merely a single purple-hued dark gold claw bear soul ring, while the other rings were but faint phantoms. However, upon Chisu opting to accept the reward, the faint black soul ring phantom coalesced once more into a tangible form, encircling him. Initially, a hint of red permeated the black, and in an instant, the red completely enveloped the black, transforming the black 10,000-year soul ring into a blood-red hue. Beneath this sanguine shade, the other soul rings, which had previously turned to phantoms due to the detonation, gradually emerged and solidified anew. White, purple, 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 red. The configuration of Chisu's second martial soul's soul rings remained extraordinarily peculiar, yet ominous. The 5th soul ring, being of 100,000-year lineage, would undoubtedly instill profound dread in any adversary upon the manifestation of his martial soul. A surge of potent energy surged into his body as the soul rings solidified, akin to a long-suppressed deluge erupting at the moment barriers were breached. Chisu contained the urge to roar, surveying his own state. Level 53? To his astonishment, he discovered that after absorbing the 5,000-year soul ring, his soul power had remarkably ascended 2 levels. He had previously believed that his 12-year-old physique had reached its utmost capacity at the Soul King level and was poised to encounter a formidable threshold. This understanding elucidated why Chisu had engaged in battles with Ghost Douluo Mei, Jutho Yuguan, and poisoned the bow, without feeling the slightest trace of ordinary fatigue. He had assumed that only after consuming celestial herbs would his physical quality undergo significant enhancement, allowing him to endure greater soul power at such a young age, thus providing an opportunity to elevate his soul power level. Yet unexpectedly, The absorption of the 50,000-year soul ring had facilitated a two-level breakthrough. It must be the soul power I have long suppressed that was entirely released through this detonation and the subsequent recoalescence of the soul rings, enabling this elevation. After careful contemplation, Chisu realized that the enhancement of his soul power level stemmed not solely from the absorption of the soul ring's lineage, but was significantly influenced by the surge of soul power brought forth by the detonation, which allowed him to transcend his physical limitations and elevate two levels of soul power. At this juncture, Chisu felt no trace of fatigue from his consecutive encounters with Ghost Douluo, Juth Douluo, and Poison Douluo. An overwhelming force surged within him, prompting him to feel as though his aura had reached its zenith. Chapter 104. The Soul Skill of the 100,000-Year Soul Ring. In truth, during Chisu's initial conflict with Ghost Douluo and Juth Douluo, he should have broken through the bottleneck of his 51st level soul power. However, due to his own physical limitations having reached a threshold, he was unable to advance amidst the clashes with tidal Douluos. When the soul ring detonated and the soul power it contained lay dormant within him, relying on the enhancement from the 50,000-year soul ring, the long-standing bottleneck was finally breached, causing the soul power to surge back into the soul ring as if it were gushing forth, elevating him by two levels. Level 53, Soul King? Chisu murmured to himself, somewhat taken aback by his unexpected ascent. It appeared that after consuming several celestial herbs in the coming days, he would attain the rank of Soul Emperor. Soul power is the most relied upon asset of a soul master, and a breakthrough of such magnitude naturally filled him with elation. Upon reaching Soul Emperor status, he could bestow a soul ring upon each of his three martial souls. The enhancement of three 50,000-year soul rings would allow him to fully absorb the effects of the celestial herbs without leaving any residue. Although Chisu was a 12-year-old soul king, seeming to ascend rapidly in levels, he was intentionally suppressing his soul power to avoid a state of instability. The augmentation provided by the soul rings and soul bones should have been substantial, even without training for years. Relying solely on these enhancements would suffice to reach a soul power level of 40. Not to mention, Chisu had initially acquired a 10-level soul power boost through the affinity reward. Had he not consciously restrained himself, he could have forcibly exceeded his physical limits, potentially reaching levels 57 or 58, or even directly attaining the rank of Soul Emperor. However, such a forcible elevation of soul power, while resulting in a higher numerical level, would undoubtedly compromise the refinement of his soul power. The drawbacks of an inflated soul power are numerous. If Chisu recklessly pursued mere level elevation, even with the celestial herbs before him, the presence of numerous soul rings and soul bones would only allow him to consume one herb due to the inflated state of his soul power. Without a solidified foundation of soul power to support rapid elevation through the consumption of celestial herbs, it was evident that such an approach would be futile. After absorbing one herb, the effects of the second would either stagnate, rendering it impossible to absorb, or diminish significantly, resulting in a waste. The optimal approach, as demonstrated by Chisu, was to continuously suppress his soul power level, allowing it to become sufficiently refined and substantial, thus enabling him to absorb multiple herbs. With the potency of these celestial herbs, he could leap forward to the rank of Soul Emperor, and upon achieving that status, further utilize the enhancements from three 50,000-year soul rings to fully absorb any remaining effects. Only in this manner could he attain his desired soul power level in the shortest time possible, without leaving any hidden dangers. Even as a 12-year-old Soul Emperor, the refinement of his soul power at this stage would not pale in comparison to those who had stagnated at that level. Rather, it would be significantly superior. After clarifying the pathway to his soul power enhancement, Chisu exhaled deeply and began to examine the fifth soul ring of his second martial soul, the elemental one. The red 100,000-year soul ring stood among all his soul rings, three of which were particularly unique. The first was a 1-year soul ring shared by his blue-silver sword grass and elemental martial souls, formed from the essence of the world's primordial waters. Chisu had always considered this soul ring to be exceptionally special, even likening it to the 1,000,000-year soul ring of the Tianming ice silkworm. After all, a one-year soul ring could arguably be termed a billion-year soul ring, as it represented the primordial waters of the world, which should have existed since the very inception of reality. Of course, Chisu pondered this notion, though in actuality, the one-year soul ring had not demonstrated any significant power in practice. This one-year soul ring granted his two martial souls a water prison and a devastating soul skill. While they sounded formidable, their actual efficacy paled in comparison to the later acquired Emperor's nine-headed lion and the Tanyu Wolf King's soul rings. As for how the essence of the world's primordial waters merited such a title, Chisu believed that time would eventually reveal the latent power of what appeared to be an ordinary white soul ring. The two special soul rings, notably the million-year soul ring of Tang San, need no further elaboration, as it is undoubtedly one of Kai's unique advantages, providing immeasurable assistance. Firstly, it enhances his abilities with an additional 4 soul skills, and secondly, it grants him an extra ice attribute martial spirit, which is a beast martial spirit distinct from his current 3, thereby significantly augmenting his powers. Additionally, Tang San can empower Kais in moments of peril, serving as a crucial means of survival. The final special soul ring is the 10,000-year red soul ring from Tan Yue Long Wan, which adds an impressive 50,000 years to his soul ring's lifespan. One of the most remarkable features of a 10,000-year soul ring is its capacity to bestow 2 soul skills upon its host. At this moment, Kais was examining the second soul skill he had acquired. The first skill granted by the Tan Yue Long Wang soul ring is called Kong Ji Liahan, enabling short-range, instantaneous movement as well as long-range, spellcasting mobility. The second skill, known as Kong Jinji Huan, allows him to swap his position with any movable object within the casting range, ensuring his safety or ensnaring his adversaries within his attacks. Kais chuckled to himself, thoroughly pleased with this soul skill. At first glance, it might seem that these 2 skills conferred by the 10,000-year soul ring lack any offensive capabilities and thus do not seem worthy of such an esteemed age. However, when combined, the abilities granted by the Tan Yue Long Wang soul ring can be exceedingly formidable. Kong Ji Liahan allows Kais to be elusive on the battlefield, while Kong Jinji Huan can catch his enemies off guard. One might ponder, when a titled Douluo unleashes their powerful 9th soul skill upon him, if he simply disregards it and activates Kong Jinji Huan at the moment of impact, even a titled Douluo would find themselves succumbing to their own 9th soul skill. As Kais contemplated this, a smile crept across his face, as if he could foresee that moment approaching. Chapter 105. Chong Tong, or Zhizungu currently. Kais possesses 3 soul skills related to Tan Yue Long Wang, all of which bring him immense satisfaction. 2 of these skills, Kong Ji Liahan and Kong Jinji Huan, are derived from the spatial attributes of Tan Yue Long Wang's 10,000-year soul ring. While these 2 skills may not possess any offensive power, they offer far more utility on the rapidly changing battlefield than any damage-oriented soul skill could provide. The remaining skill among the 3 can also be regarded as divine, equally as impressive as the 2 skills bestowed by the 10,000-year soul ring. This skill is derived from the head soul bone produced by Tan Yue Long Wang, which includes the soul skill Meng Yanji Jing. This is a mental attack skill that can draw the targeted individual into a dreamscape composed of their deepest fears. However, there exists a significant disparity between the upper and lower limits of this skill. If the target possesses a steadfast mind and a heart devoid of fear, they will be unaffected by this skill. Conversely, if someone haunted by nightmares is struck by this skill, they will be engulfed in the dream, unable to escape, regardless of their soul power level, unless they confront and overcome their innermost fears. This explains why Kais was able to incapacitate the ghost Douluo Gui Mei with a single head soul bone skill, rendering them almost insane. It was due to Gui Mei's unresolved inner turmoil, which represented their deepest fear, that they were ensnared in a nightmare by Kai's Meng Yanji Jing, leaving them powerless against him, despite their significantly higher soul power level. Nevertheless, Kais harbored some dissatisfaction regarding this skill, as the nightmares produced by Meng Yanji Jing are time-limited. Once the time reaches its peak, even those deeply ensnared within the dreamscape can return to reality. Had Ming Yin Jing been devoid of any time constraints, those trapped within would remain indefinitely unless they could muster the strength of their convictions to break free. In such a case, it would be a truly divine skill. Unfortunately, it is not an external soul bone. Otherwise, with continuous evolution, it could potentially attain such a status. Kais felt a tinge of regret over this, recognizing that aside from external soul bones, all other soul bones are fixed at the moment of their creation, lacking any opportunity for growth. The inherent limitations of a 10,000-year soul bone's soul skill prevent it from achieving the true terror of a divine skill. However, it is not entirely impossible for soul bones to evolve. Should Kais inherit divinity, and all soul bones coalesce into a soul bone armor, they could indeed reach a new stage of development. Nonetheless, such a scenario feels akin to a double-edged sword. After all, once one inherits divinity, the relevance of the soul bones diminishes as their levels become inconsequential. The strength of a deity primarily hinges on two factors: the level of their artifact and their divine rank. The five great enforcers of the divine realm, combined with a super artifact, can undoubtedly dominate the Douluo world. Due to a prior favorable impression, Kais received the sea god trident as a reward, which garnered the attention of the sea god and left behind a divine mark. He does not reject the prospect of attaining the sea god's rank. The most powerful divine rank on the Douluo Continent is the Shura divine rank, followed by the sea god divine rank. If Kais aspires to become the strongest in the Douluo world, attaining the Shura divine rank is essential, or he must follow in the footsteps of Tang San and inherit both the sea god and Shura divine ranks. Kais is determined to visit the Sea God Island, planning to acquire the fourth ice attribute beast martial spirit from the extreme north before promptly heading to the Sea God Island to undergo the Sea God's 9 trials. Opportunities to rapidly enhance one's soul power without leaving lasting drawbacks are limited on the Douluo Continent. The immortal herb of the ice and fire yin-yang is one such opportunity, and the Sea God Island is another. By participating in the Sea God's 9 trials, Kais can not only swiftly elevate his soul power, but also receive various divine rewards, even learning the divine skill of the Sea God, the 13 tridents. The potential benefits are immense, and Kais is resolute in his pursuit. Taking a deep breath, Kais once again organized his thoughts. He is a person who always plans before acting. If something is not well thought out, he will never act recklessly. Even with the protection of his system and various safety nets, Kais meticulously strategizes each step to ensure his invincibility. The reward for achieving a second level of goodwill with Ningrongrong was a 5,000-year increase in soul ring lifespan, which Kais found moderately satisfactory but not particularly surprising. It is a rather commonplace reward compared to artifacts, martial spirits, and soul power levels. However, the 5,000-year increase in soul ring lifespan granted him a soul skill that can be deemed divine, which far exceeds his expectations. His consciousness once again focused on his spiritual sea, opening the second light sphere before him. This was the third-level goodwill reward from Ningrongrong. Upon activating this light sphere, the mechanical voice of the system resounded suddenly. Kais was momentarily stunned by this reward, rendered motionless in his golden spiritual sea. The acquisition of devouring evolution attributes for all soul bones signifies a profound transformation. This indicates that every soul bone possessed will be endowed with the vital evolutionary attributes characteristic of external soul bones. It is well understood that external soul bones are significantly more precious than ordinary ones due to their unique evolutionary qualities. Even a seemingly mundane millennium soul bone can evolve through persistent enhancement to the level of a 100,000-year soul bone or even ascend to divine grade status. This is the most formidable aspect of external soul bones. Now, the astonishing evolutionary attributes of external soul bones are accessible to Chi's entire collection of soul bones. This implies that Chi could potentially forge a set of divine soul bone armor even before inheriting a divine position, an utterly formidable prospect. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Chi Su, as this unexpected reward truly took him by surprise. Not long ago, he had been lamenting the suboptimal effects of the nightmarish realm brought about by his head soul bone. However, This reward now allows him to continuously evolve his head soul bone until it reaches the 10,000-year threshold, at which point the soul skill will undergo a qualitative transformation, rendering the nightmarish realm a genuine divine skill. Chisu possesses 3 external soul bones: the Baju spear, the right claw bone of the dark gold terror claw, and the left claw bone of the dark gold terror claw. Additionally, he has 3 ordinary soul bones: the explosive right arm bone produced by the 10,000-year Liang Snake Phoenix, which carries a soul skill that inflicts localized explosive damage; the mental head soul bone produced by the 10,000-year Greedy Moon Wolf King, which grants the ability to create illusions; and the left arm bone produced by the 10,000-year Nine-Headed Emperor Lion, which possesses the ability to replicate soul skills. At this moment, all these soul bones possess the capability of devouring evolution, indicating that every one of them can evolve to their utmost potential, growing into something truly formidable. This favorable reward is an extraordinary boon for Chisu, as he perceives its assistance to be on par with attaining a level 10 soul power. He once again calmed his mind, allowing the previously turbulent golden sea of consciousness to settle. At this juncture, the Tianming Ice Silkworm emerged, peering curiously at Chisu, acutely sensing the remarkable surge in his power within a mere instant. This fellow is truly impressive. The Tianming Ice Silkworm found it perplexing why Chisu's aura would suddenly escalate so dramatically at intervals. Nevertheless, despite the confusion, the Tianming Ice Silkworm welcomed the progression. For who could resist the opportunity to ascend to divinity? As Chisu grows stronger, the likelihood of achieving divinity also increases, much to the delight of the Tianming Ice Silkworm. Initially, it felt a sense of grievance at becoming Chisu's soul ring so inexplicably, considering itself the only million-year soul beast in the continent, yet so easily reduced to a mere soul ring for a soul master. However, over the years, it has come to view its transformation into Chisu's soul ring as a fortuitous turn of events. After all, as Chisu rightly stated, should it enter the mortal realm, it would undoubtedly be confined by the soul beasts of the Douluo Forest, not allowed to venture even a step away from them. In contrast, becoming Chisu's soul ring allows it to retain its consciousness and the opportunity to attain divinity. Given Chisu's terrifying rate of advancement, it is conceivable that within a decade, he may even touch the threshold of divinity. In just a few short years, the prospect of achieving divinity becomes tangible. Even if it lacks a physical form during this period, the Tianming Ice Silkworm does not feel at all disadvantaged. For it, this is a risk-free venture. After all, a mere decade or so is but a fleeting moment in the lifespan of a soul beast like the Tianming Ice Silkworm, akin to merely taking a brief nap. Who could refuse such an enticing temptation? The Tianming Ice Silkworm certainly feels it cannot. Once the golden sea of consciousness calmed, Chisu opened the secondary affinity rewards from Hulayina. The affinity levels with Ning Rongrong and Hulayina appeared as floating orbs of light within Chisu's golden sea of consciousness. However, the Tianming Ice Silkworm and Ilex could not perceive the luminous orbs enveloping the system's affinity rewards. Chisu was unaware of the reason behind this. It seemed the system's status far exceeded that of Ilex and the Tianming Ice Silkworm. In other words, the system possessed at least a divine king status, perhaps even surpassing divine rank. Chisu harbored a profound apprehension of the unknown, as evidenced by his meticulous planning before taking action. The system, evidently, encompassed elements beyond his comprehension and control. However, for Chisu, regardless of the nature of the system, it remains his greatest trump card in his journey of empowerment within the Douluo world. Even if the system harbors issues and regards him merely as a pawn, Chisu firmly grasps the rewards it offers, ensuring that even as a pawn, he is a formidable one. For now, the system stands as his most significant asset, enabling him to defy fate and grow stronger in this world. The secondary affinity reward from Hulayina presents a choice between the heavy eye or the supreme bone. As the mechanical voice of the system resonated, the golden sea of consciousness surged as if it were on the brink of unleashing a cataclysmic wave. This turmoil reflected Chisu's inner restlessness, even surpassing the agitation he felt upon acquiring the devouring evolution attributes for his soul bones. Heavy Eye? Supreme Bone? What do these terms signify? They are the innate divine abilities of the Emperor of the Wild Heaven and San'sEarly. They are not even from the Douluo world. Instead, they hail from another realm rife with darkness and turmoil, teeming with prodigies from forbidden zones. How could items from that world manifest here? Why would they appear in the Douluo world? Countless questions surged in Chisu's mind as he found himself unable to deliberate between the Heavy Eye and the Supreme Bone. For these are not artifacts of the Douluo Continent. A chilling realization coursed through Chisu's body as a terrifying thought slowly took shape in his mind. Am I not merely extending my reach within the Douluo world? Is it possible that I exist across the myriad realms? A wave of dread washed over Chisu, forcing his previously tumultuous heart to submit to this cold realization. The Douluo world, in the grand tapestry of myriad realms, is considered an exceedingly low-tier plane. Even if he were to ascend to divine king status, he might merely be a local tyrant in another world. I must grow stronger, powerful enough to claim the title of emperor among the myriad realms, earning respect from all. A resolute determination ignited in Chisu's eyes. While he had previously reveled in the prospect of becoming the strongest in the Douluo world, the system's inquiry regarding the choice between the Supreme Bone and the Heavy Eye shattered his complacency. The universe is vast, and all beings are but specks. The journey ahead is long. Chisu clenched his fists and took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset as he contemplated his two reward options: Supreme Bone or Heavy Eye. Both are terrifying innate existences in the perfect world. The Supreme Bone belongs to the Emperor of the Wild Heaven, San'sEarly, while the Heavy Eye is possessed by San'sEarly, the Emperor's cousin. After a moment of contemplation, Chisu ultimately chose the Heavy Eye. The Heavy Eye, also known as the Celestial Eye, is a pair of eyes imbued with intricate symbols, shrouded in mystery, possessing the might of the divine. Those born with the Heavy Eye are inherently bestowed with the demeanor of a sage, recognized as innate supremes from a young age. In the beginning, San'sEarly's dual pupils even caused the renowned Huang Tiandi how to suffer significant losses during their battle at the same realm. Comparatively, the quality of San'sEarly's first piece of Supreme Bone is indeed superior. After all, San'sEarly has possessed 3 Supreme Bones in total. The first was taken by San'sEarly's mother, the second was gifted to his half-brother, and the third has accompanied Huang Tiandi in his campaigns. Now, as Chisu prepares to choose, he naturally selects the dual pupils, which are heralded as the manifestation of a sage. Chapter 106, The Surge of Power of the Dual Pupils, also known as Xian Tong, are said to penetrate all illusions. It is rumored that upon reaching their pinnacle, they can effortlessly discern the myriad laws of the world, revealing the intricate tapestry of Tao and principles that govern existence. At this moment, as Chisu's eyes open and close, one can distinctly observe the emergence of the dual pupils. A swirling aura reminiscent of chaos dances within, as if it is on the verge of creation. Countless celestial mysteries momentarily unfold in Chisu's gaze. The world appears devoid of secrets, as if he stands upon an expansive landscape. The terrifying power emanating from his dual pupils embodies the force of time, the shifts of space, and the transformations of ages, suffused with unparalleled might that transcends the epochs. He can acutely perceive that upon acquiring this dual pupil, his mental prowess has significantly amplified, rivaling even the highest realm attained through the cultivation of the Tang, known as vastness. In other words, through the awakening of his own dual pupils, Chisu has already reached the pinnacle of cultivation that the Tang aspires to achieve. At this moment, the world holds no secrets from Chisu. Every movement, every whisper of the wind, is discerned by his formidable mental acuity. However, the utility of the dual pupils extends far beyond the mere enhancement of mental power. They can unravel myriad laws, wield pupil techniques to slay, and decipher the inscrutable machinations of fate. Even without other hidden cards, Chisu can thrive in this continent solely through the prowess of his eyes. After all, the dual pupils embody the essence of a sage, provided they develop normally. They could easily surpass even the so-called divine kings of the Douluo Continent, rendering them powerless before the awakening of the pupils. At this moment, Chisu's heart is tumultuous, unable to find peace. Although the attributes that could be evolved and devoured from all previous soul bones astonished him, he managed to suppress his inner turmoil. Yet now, having obtained these dual pupils, he is unable to calm his excitement. Within his gaze, it seems as though countless stars are in perpetual motion, exuding an extraordinary terror. Chisu now possesses immense confidence. If he were to confront Douluo Bo at this moment, he would not need to tread carefully nor exert himself to the utmost, relying instead on explosive rings to conclude the battle. With the dual pupils at his disposal, should he engage with Douluo Bo once more, the latter would likely find himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Even against Gui Do Luo Gui Mei and Ju Do Luo Yuguan, Chisu believes he could easily vanquish them before they manage to unleash their martial soul fusion techniques. This illustrates the formidable nature of the dual pupils, a dimensional strike from a higher realm. After the first 3 rewards of goodwill brought Chisu considerable surprise, he approached the last one with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. The 3rd level goodwill reward from Hu Lai Na grants an increase of 50,000 years to any soul bone. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chisu's surging golden sea of consciousness as usual. However, having experienced the rewards of dual pupils and supreme bones, Chisu felt remarkably composed regarding this reward. Although the addition of 50,000 years to a soul bone sounds like a substantial reward, it pales in comparison to the dual pupils. Thus, upon hearing the system's prompt, Chisu did not dwell on it. Instead, he began to deliberate on which soul bone to augment with the 50,000 years. Chisu possesses 3 external soul bones: the Baju Spear, the Dark Golden Claw right hand bone, and the Dark Golden Claw left hand bone. Additionally, he has 3 ordinary soul bones: the explosive right arm bone from the Wan Yen Lai Yang Shi Feng, which carries a small range explosive damage ability; the mental head bone from the Wan Yen Tanyu Lang Wang, which can create illusions; and the left arm bone from the Wan Yin Jiu 2D Wang Shi, which possesses the ability to replicate soul skills. The 3 external soul bones are all of the 1,000-year level. The Baju Spear, having absorbed several human-faced demon spiders, is nearing the 10,000-year mark, while the 2 Dark Golden Claws remain unchanged at a few thousand years. The other 3 soul bones have just reached their 50,000-year limit. The Lai Yang Shi Feng soul bone has only recently attained this milestone, while the Tanyulang Wang's head bone and the Jiu 2D Wang's left arm bone both boast 60,000-year limits. This indicates that applying this 50,000-year goodwill reward to any of the 3 soul bones would allow them to evolve into the most precious 100,000-year soul bones on the continent. Among these soul bones, Chisu first eliminated the one from the Lai Yang Shi Feng. This soul bone grants him a small-range, explosive damage soul skill, akin to summoning fireballs to strike the enemy, which, despite its explosive damage and flashy nature, pales in comparison to the other 2 soul bones. After all, the soul skills of the latter 2 have far greater implications. One can ensnare a person in an illusion, plunging them into terror, while the other can replicate soul skills, akin to the left hand of a deity. However, the abilities offered by these 2 soul bones are not without flaws. Although the Tanyulang Wang's head bone can create illusions, they are time-limited. Once the time elapses, even those trapped in the illusion, despite remaining in fear, can break free. Conversely, the left arm bone of the Jiu 2D Wang necessitates that the user possess greater mental power than their opponent. Yet, with the awakening of his dual pupils, Chisu finds that aside from Qiandao Lu, Bosai Shi, and Tang Chun, there are few who can rival his mental prowess on the Douluo Continent. Under such conditions, the barrier for replicating soul skills no longer poses a challenge for Chisu. Nevertheless, despite the removal of one limitation, the left arm bone of the Jiu 2D Wang still carries a significant drawback. Once the replicated soul skill is used, it enters a cooldown period of 1 hour. During this hour, the soul bone effectively ceases to exist. At this moment, the 50,000-year soul bone limit reward essentially determines which of these 2 soul bones can compensate for his deficiencies and provide a soul skill that can truly be deemed divine. After contemplating for a long while, Qi sighed and ultimately chose the left arm bone of the Jiu-Tu Diwan. While the capability to create illusions is formidable, it proves ineffective against individuals with unwavering hearts, whether they are virtuous or wicked. Such individuals remain resolute and impervious to the influence of illusions. In contrast, the left arm bone of the Jiu-Tu Di Wang can be employed in any environment against any adversary. Even when facing foes from other realms, Qi can calmly replicate their skills, positioning himself in an invulnerable state. In comparison, the ability to replicate soul skills is undoubtedly more versatile. After Qi applied the 50,000-year limit reward to the left arm bone of the Jiu-Tu Diwan, he could distinctly feel a surge of formidable power coursing through his being. He could distinctly sense that his physical constitution had further strengthened, even surpassing the power derived from a 50,000-year soul ring. What puzzled Qi was that upon acquiring the Zhongtong through the favor reward, he only experienced a qualitative leap in mental strength, yet his body showed no signs of change. Logically, something as transcendent as the Zhongtong should have transformed him entirely, granting him an invincible physique. However, despite his complaints, Qi felt no significant dissatisfaction. After all, one should not be insatiable. The acquisition of the Zhongtong was already the most delightful surprise among the rewards for his favor, and it was unreasonable to expect that this singular reward would propel him to great heights, enabling him to vanquish the unrivaled Douluo or challenge the divine. Qi took a moment to calm his mind, allowing the surging golden sea of consciousness to gradually settle, before he began to examine his solitary 10,000-year left arm soul bone. This left arm soul bone now bestowed upon him two soul skills. The first was Sindrzhuoso, Shunjizhuo, a replication skill. Originally, this skill could replicate the soul skills of enemies with lower mental strength than his own, allowing him to store up to 9 replicated skills. After using any replicated skill, he would enter a cooldown period, during which he could not use any replicated skills for 1 hour. However, upon evolving from a 50,000-year soul bone to a 10,000-year soul bone, this skill experienced a comprehensive enhancement, making it a true divine art. Firstly, the requirement for replication was abolished. Rather than needing to possess a higher mental strength than the target, he could now replicate any soul skill from any individual without conditions. Secondly, the limit of 9 stored soul skills changed from requiring a cooldown after using one to requiring a cooldown only after all 9 had been utilized, although the cooldown duration extended from 1 hour to 12. This meant that Qi could unleash all 9 replicated soul skills without consuming any of his soul power or waiting, entering a single day of cooldown afterward until he sought to store another set of 9 skills. The skills released from this left arm bone were essentially the soul skills themselves, not Qi's own. In other words, the skills stored in the left arm bone acted like disposable tools. Qi merely needed to release them without expending any of his own soul skills, and unlike before, he could unleash them in succession, 9 at a time. This was the true divine art. One could only imagine that when Qi faced an opponent, and both expended similar amounts of soul power, he could unleash 9 ninth-level soul skills of a title Douluo. Under such an offensive onslaught, who could possibly survive? Even demigods would bleed profusely. Only a true deity could withstand several consecutive 9th-level soul skills. Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling assured that he had made the right choice. The enhancement of the 50,000-year soul bone on the Diwan Jitushi left arm bone had not disappointed him. On the contrary, he was exceedingly joyful, with the 50,000-year soul bone augmenting the Diwan Jitushi left arm bone to the level of a 100,000-year soul bone. It granted him a second soul skill, Yishang Jishinjiyu, regardless of the severity of his injuries, as long as he did not perish in an instant. He could recover at an astonishing speed. This skill resembled a mobile spring of water, ceaselessly bestowing Qi with immense vitality. Qi se marvelle d'internally, realizing that this second soul skill was quite similar to the soul bone skill sacrificed by Tang San's mother, in the original narrative. Both bore healing capabilities. reminiscent of the phrase, wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring breeze brings new life. However, compared to the healing effects of that soul bone, Chisu's was evidently far more formidable. Chisu speculated that this soul skill from the Diwang Dosu stemmed from its ability to regenerate, akin to its immortal nature. Each of the 9 heads of the Ding Dosu possessed unique innate skills, all functioning as one entity. Even if one head was severed, it could regrow within a short time, often awakening new innate abilities upon regeneration. The battle against the Diwang Dosu had been the most perilous encounter Chi-Su faced since arriving in the Douluo Continent. In that clash, he unleashed all 3 of his martial souls, revealing his soul bones and soul rings. Yet, even so, in the contest against the 60,000 Diwang Dosu, he found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, he relied on the divine aura of the sea god's trident to slow the healing capability of the Diwang Dosu, thereby managing to slay it and transform it into the 5th soul ring of a Lanyin Jiansao. At this moment, the 2nd soul skill of his 100,000 Yuan Osher left arm bone, Jishangzhi, derived from the terrifying regeneration ability of the immortal 9-headed lion. Chisu felt fortunate for his choice. The ability of Jishangzhi would greatly enhance his survival on the battlefield, truly establishing him in an undefeated position. In the short term, the significance of this healing ability was arguably on par with that of the Zhongtong. After all, while the Zhongtong did not visibly alter Chi's physique, the Jishangzhi ability provided him with a semblance of an immortal body. With the unparalleled Douluo out of the picture, he already considered himself the foremost individual on the continent. At this moment, Chi-Su brimmed with confidence, believing that with the newly acquired 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, along with the saintly Zhong, he was indeed capable of contending against anyone beneath the unparalleled Douluo. Previously, even when facing a super Douluo, he would find himself at a disadvantage despite revealing all his trump cards due to the vast disparity in soul power. However, from this moment onward, soul power could no longer serve as a chasm between him and the title Douluo. With the Jishangzhi ability of the Diwang Dodoshur left arm bone, Chi-Su could freely detonate his soul rings without fearing the violent backlash of energy. Moreover, the recovery time for detonated rings could be reduced from the original month to a mere day. Chi-Su could easily obliterate all soul rings of any martial soul when confronting a super Douluo, as he possessed an abundance of martial souls and thus soul rings. This meant that thanks to the Jishangzhi ability, Chi-Su could mitigate the effects of detonating rings to an almost negligible degree, using the explosion of an entire martial soul's rings to achieve a temporary surge in soul power, compensating for his lower soul power level. Currently, Chi-Su's 3 martial souls each possessed 5 high-quality soul rings. Upon reaching the Jiburi Jigi Jibeji, he would gain an ice attribute beast martial soul, and by then, he would surely attain the level of a soul emperor with 4 martial souls and 26 soul rings. Even against a 98-level title Douluo, Chi-Su could still contend effortlessly after detonating the rings of 2 of his martial souls. Naturally, a 99-level limit Douluo would still be a formidable obstacle. Even with all his means, Chi-Su could only hope to survive and seek to avoid death. After all, a 99-level title Douluo had already brushed against the threshold of divinity, with every move radiating divine essence, starkly contrasting with soul masters below 99 levels. If Chi-Su were to reach the level of soul sage and awaken the true forms of his 4 martial souls, he could certainly engage in a life-and-death struggle against a limit Douluo. Yet, as he currently stood at the level of a soul king, there remained a discernible gap between him and the limit Douluo. However, among the 3 limit Douluos on the continent, Qian Daolu resides in the Wuhuan Temple, Poseidon on the Sea God Island, and Tang Chun in the City of Slaughter. As long as these 3 do not emerge, I am already in an invincible position. Chi-Su squinted his eyes, feeling a surge of excitement within. The vow he made with Bai Dong to become the strongest in the continent and marry her was about to be fulfilled. With the 3 limit Douluos absent, Tang Chun is controlled by the obsession of slaughter, while Poseidon and Qian Daolu serve as high priests to deities. making it nearly impossible for them to appear in the realm of soul masters. In other words, at this moment, Chisu can be regarded as the strongest soul master in Douluo Continent. After all, with the three-limit Douluos not emerging, who could possibly rival Chisu? It is almost safe to say that no one can. The four rewards of goodwill have led to a qualitative leap in Chisu's strength. One reward was the 50,000 year soul ring limit from Ning Rongrong's level 2 goodwill, which Chisu utilized for the 5th soul ring of his second martial soul, the greedy Moon Wolf King, transforming it into a 100,000 year soul ring, endowed with the soul skill of space exchange. The second reward, from Ning Rongrong's level 3 goodwill, granted all soul bones the devouring evolution attribute akin to external soul bones. The third reward, a level 2 goodwill from Hulaina, was the twin pupils, derived from the manifestation of a sage from a high-level plane. The fourth, a level 3 goodwill from Hulaina, increased the 50,000 year limit of a soul bone, which Chisu applied to the left arm bone of the Emperor Nine-Headed Lion, making the left hand of the god a true divine skill, and added a healing soul skill named Ultimate Healing. Among these, the two most crucial enhancements to Chisu's power are the twin pupils, which bestow upon him unparalleled mental strength and various divine abilities, and the ultimate healing soul skill, which, when combined with the explosive ring, allows Chisu to disregard any disparity in soul power with soul masters below the limit Douluo level. With these abilities, should the three-limit Douluos remain absent, Chisu is already undoubtedly the number one in the world. He took a deep breath, calming the tumult within his heart, allowing the surging golden sea of consciousness to settle once more. In the past, Chisu would have been unable to sleep from excitement and pride. But now that he understands the world encompasses countless realms, he has become exceptionally calm and cautious. Even if he undoubtedly ascends to godhood as the strongest god king of Douluo world, he remains uncertain of what realm he might reach in other planes. Perhaps he would be as insignificant as an ant, hardly worth mentioning. This is also the reason Chisu's mood remains tranquil and devoid of arrogance. After receiving all the goodwill rewards and clearing his thoughts, Chisu exhaled deeply and withdrew from his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the three women were already deep in slumber. Chisu gently nudged each of them before slowly drifting off to sleep himself, spending a night in silence. As dawn gradually broke and the night faded away, Chisu slowly opened his eyes as the first light of morning appeared on the distant horizon. He chose not to disturb the sleeping women and made his way to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. As the sunlight emerged, the mist billowing from the ice and fire yin-yang eye could not obscure the heavenly light, resembling a white mist dragon that spiraled upward, swirling in the air. Chisu, aided by the mental strength bestowed by the Tianmeng Eye Silkworm and the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, was completely undisturbed by the thick fog of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Not to mention, with the twin pupils now awakened, Chisu perceived the world with clarity, as if it were a flat expanse of land laid bare before him. Chisu did not linger before the ice and fire yin-yang eye, relying on the mystery of the twin pupils to swiftly approach a white medicinal herb and come to a halt. At that moment, Chisu channeled all his energy into the Xiantian skill, causing a faint white mist to envelop the surface of his skin. This mist was a result of the chilling aura emitted by the extremely cold fairy herb, the octagonal Xianbing grass. Although Chisu could withstand the cold aura due to his current abilities, it remained uncomfortable for it to invade his body. So he would not foolishly allow the cold to permeate him. He drew a small dagger from his waist, the 24-bridge Mingyue Knight, and swiftly cut down the octagonal Xianbing grass. The top of this white herb resembled a large white flower, octagonal in shape, its center sparkling like ice crystals. No fragrance escaped from it, and its location was precisely at the center of the cold extreme Yin Spring. Chisu wasted no time, grasping the dagger to swiftly harvest the octagonal Xianbing grass. For Chisu, these fairy herbs served two significant purposes. One was to rapidly enhance his soul power, and the other was the unique effects of certain special fairy herbs. Among them, the octagonal Xianbing grass. In conjunction with the fire and ice immune golden body refined from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, was essential for Qi Su. Therefore, once he activated his twin pupils to survey the surroundings, Qi Su did not hesitate and began by harvesting the octagonal Xianbing grass from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Both the octagonal Xianbing grass and the fire and ice apricot blossom, when consumed alone, were akin to poison. The octagonal Xianbing grass induces a chilling sensation, freezing the central nervous system. Its cold aura can be felt within a 10-meter radius, and prolonged exposure results in heart-freezing poison that is incurable. Not only is it dangerous to consume, but even proximity to it can lead to misfortune. To harvest it, one must use gold or iron tools. The fire and ice apricot blossom represents an opposing property to the octagonal Xianbing grass. Both herbs can be classified as highly toxic fairy herbs, not for healing, but rather for harm. Yet, if consumed correctly and in an environment conducive to their synergy, they can neutralize each other to create a water and fire-resistant golden body. At this moment, Qi Su had already harvested the octagonal Xianbing grass and the fire and ice apricot blossom. He leaped into the spring, allowing the two poisonous fairy herbs to intersect at the spring's edge. The octagonal Xianbing grass was enveloped in a faint red glow, while the fire and ice apricot blossom was shrouded in a delicate white mist. Qi Su understood that he could not afford the slightest hesitation. After their intersection, despite being restrained by each other's aura, their effects would dissipate completely within 10 breaths. This 10-breath window was the optimal moment to consume these two fairy herbs. Qi Su forcefully retrieved both herbs, stuffing them into his mouth without a moment to chew, swallowing them whole. The icy blue and red essences continuously transformed within Qi Su's body, placing him in a purgatory of ice and fire. However, with the ability of ultimate healing, Qi Su did not find it overly uncomfortable, especially as the effects of the herbs clashed with the spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, making him feel exceptionally comfortable, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Typically, if an ordinary person were to use such a method to refine their golden body, they would have to endure a grueling immersion in the spring for a day and night, as depicted in the original narrative with Tang San. However, due to Qi Su's ultimate healing ability, he was unaffected by the pain and impact of the ice and fire refining process. After approximately an hour in the spring, he leaped out and began to fervently gather the fairy herbs. Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, Nana, wake up. Quickly wake up. The three little pigs, rise and shine. The early bird catches the worm. After Qi Su completed the refining of his water and fire-resistant golden body, he eagerly began to scour the fairy herb from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. However, unlike Tang San, who uprooted all the herbs, leaving only the roots, Qi Su selectively gathered those that would be useful for himself and Xiao Wu. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, all things possess a spirit, and while one may acquire them justly, it is wise to leave a margin for goodwill in human interactions. Those who are insatiably greedy are destined to be forsaken. Amidst the incessant chatter of Qi Su, Xiao Wu and her companions gradually roused from their slumber. The manner in which each of them awakened bore subtle distinctions, eliciting a barely concealed smile from Qi Su. Upon waking, Xiao Wu instinctively extended her arms, signaling Qi Su to embrace her, while Ning Rongrong leaned forward, inviting a kiss. Among the trio, Hulaina appeared the most disoriented, rubbing her eyes in a daze as she gazed at Qi Su. I have a gift for each of you, Qi Su announced cheerfully. The three exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about the cause of his early morning exuberance and the nature of the gifts he intended to present. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, though confused, enthusiastically clapped their hands and joyfully exclaimed how wonderful it was to have a husband like him. Hulaina, evidently new to this camaraderie, could only mimic their applause in a somewhat dazed manner, casting shy glances at Qi Su, clearly unsure of herself. Qi Su made a shushing gesture and then produced a jade box from the enchanting night beneath the 24 bridges, first handing it to Hulaina. Nana, please open it. Hulaina stared at the jade box, momentarily lost in thought, before slowly lifting the lid. As the box opened, A rich and fragrant aroma enveloped the ice and fire yin-yang eye, invigorating each individual present. Inside the box lay a delicate 8-petaled orchid, its petals quivering slightly, radiating an ethereal white that imparted a sense of purity and transcendence. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Hulaina were all taken aback by the herb within the box. Although lacking pharmacological knowledge, they instinctively recognized its extraordinary value. In that moment, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong cast envious glances at Hulaina. Noticing their reaction, Chisu affectionately ruffled their hair, smiling as he said, "Each of you has a gift." Hulaina, rendered speechless by the sight of the celestial herb, recalled how Chisu had gifted her an exquisite fragrant plant the day before, and now he presented her with another, whose quality seemed equally remarkable. Puis se continued. This is called the 8-petaled immortal orchid, also a divine herb. It must be housed in a jade vessel. As long as it remains within such a container, it will not wither for a millennium, nor will it fade over 100 generations. Its properties are exceedingly mild, yet profoundly nourishing. It is easy to absorb, but requires time. It strengthens the foundation and cultivates essence, expelling impurities from the body, while dispelling cold energy. It not only accelerates the cultivation of soul power, but also alleviates concerns about rapid growth leading to instability. In the original text, this 8-petaled immortal orchid was a gift from Tang San to Oscar, but now Chi-Su had swiftly claimed it for Hulaina. Listening to Chi-Su, Hulaina felt a lump in her throat. She could discern the rarity of this herb from his words, yet he had given it to her without hesitation. "Thank you," she stammered, at a loss for words. Chi-Su playfully responded with a gentle tap on her forehead, saying, "What is there to thank? We are all family. If you wish to express gratitude, you should address me properly." It was clear that Hulaina had not yet fully integrated into the familial warmth shared by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, remaining somewhat reserved. Prompted by Chi-Su's teasing, she shyly murmured, "Thank you, husband." Chi-Su's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this, and he pressed a light kiss on her forehead, encouraging her to consume the 8-petaled immortal orchid immediately, as it would not only alleviate her cold poison, but also facilitate a breakthrough. Hulaina nodded and began to consume the orchid. "What about me?" Ning Rongrong asked playfully, her tone laced with a hint of flirtation as she grasped Chi-Su's arm, her expression sweet and endearing. Chi-Su chuckled, pinching Ning Rongrong's cheek as he replied, "You will surely love it." With a flourish of his hand, he summoned another celestial herb into existence. This unusual herb featured roots and leaves resembling fine tendrils, yet at its apex bloomed a radiant golden tulip. The rich fragrance immediately overtaking the air and evoking a sense of opulence. Ning Rongrong was captivated by the enchanting sight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Chi-Su. Although she was the cherished daughter of the Qibao Liuli sect, she had never encountered such a precious object. After all, this type of celestial herb was invaluable, and even a sect as affluent as the Qibao Liuli sect would struggle to find a single specimen in the world. Chi-Su, noticing Ning Rongrong's eagerness, wasted no time and directly stated, "Rongrong, your martial spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tower, is remarkably unique. After careful consideration, I have selected this herb for you. It is called the Douluo tulip, resplendent and majestic. Consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of the heavens and the brilliance of the sun and moon. Your 7-treasure glazed tower is inherently a treasure-class martial spirit. With the aid of this Douluo tulip, you will achieve a mutually beneficial effect. This flower cannot be swallowed. You must gently inhale the petal's essence, allowing it to permeate your body as you cultivate your soul power gradually, ensuring the medicinal effects circulate throughout your entire being. The effects and consumption methods of these celestial herbs were documented in the Xiantian Bao Lu, and Chi-Su aimed to optimize their efficacy by adhering to its guidance. Thus, Chi-Su's words mirrored those spoken by Tang San in the original text. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong leaped with joy, her face alight with happiness. She leaned forward to plant a kiss on Chi-Su's cheek, sweetly exclaiming, "You are amazing." Just like Hulaina, she retreated to a quiet corner to enter a state of meditation. Although Xiao Wu also bore an expression of eager anticipation, she remained composed, confident in her cherished place in Chi Su's heart, believing that whatever treasures her companions received, she too would not be left wanting. At that moment, she turned to Chi Su with a radiant smile, her eyes shining like the moon, her braids cascading gracefully behind her, embodying a blend of swift agility and serene poise. Chi Su, returning her smile, reached into his robe and produced yet another celestial herb. This one appeared rather unassuming, a white flower about the size of a palm. Resembling a peony, devoid of leaves and rooted in a hefty black stone that hinted at its remarkable weight. The flower bore striking red accents, vivid as blood, evoking a sense of both beauty and danger. This was the fabled Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, the heartbroken red, which in the original text had granted Xiao Wu a chance at resurrection after her sacrifice. The power of this flower lay in its ability to revive the deceased, rendering it one of the most formidable treasures among celestial herbs. Certainly, Chi Su would never allow Xiao Wu to sacrifice herself in his presence. Having declared his intent to protect her, he would ensure that no harm befell her, and she would not be reduced to a mere soul ring to prolong his existence. This herb is known as Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, Chi Su stated earnestly. For me, its enhancement is the finest among these celestial herbs. Although the acquisition of the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong poses considerable challenges, Chi Su does not shy away from its complexities. This was something he had always intended to bestow upon Xiao Wu. Among the individuals present, it is undoubtedly Xiao Wu, who has shared countless moments with him over the past 6 years, that holds the deepest bond with him. Their relationship can be described as both childhood sweethearts and inseparable companions. Regardless of the term employed to characterize their connection, it is undeniably significant, impervious to any barriers. Chi Su harbors no concerns that Xiao Wu might harbor ulterior motives that would prevent her from absorbing the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. Xiao Wu gazes at the flower in a daze, pondering the essence of this divine herb. Merely possessing a single herb is a rare treasure. One can only imagine the wonders contained within this extraordinary specimen. Observing her bewilderment, Chi Su, suppressing his smile, solemnly explains, "This flower is a remarkable entity, bound to its master. When plucking it, one must focus on their beloved with unwavering sincerity, offering a drop of blood upon its petals. Should there be the slightest hint of hesitation, even if one were to bleed to death, the flower remains unattainable. Once acquired, it will never wither as long as it is near its master. However, if forcibly destroyed, the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong will lose its potency entirely. Consuming this herb grants one the potential for immortality, and I conservatively estimate it can elevate one's soul power by at least 10 levels, along with a comprehensive enhancement of the body." Xiao Wu furrows her brow momentarily before relaxing, without a trace of hesitation. She places her palm against her chest and releases a mouthful of blood, which cascades like rain upon the scarlet blossom. The Xiangxi Duanchang Hong does not tremble in the slightest, yet it has silently detached from the Wuju stone, landing gently in her delicate hand. As anticipated, the flower acknowledges Xiao Wu as its master. Xiao Wu's eyes remain bright and glistening, her hair swaying gently in response to the flower's aura. She tilts her head to gaze at Cheese, a mixture of laughter and tears adorning her face, an expression that straddles the line between joy and sorrow. In that moment, as her blood touches the flower, a cascade of memories floods her mind, each one flashing like scenes from a vivid tapestry. There are memories of their first encounters, shared meals in the cafeteria, Chi Su playfully urging her not to eat the adorable rabbit, and moments spent quietly admiring his profile in class beneath the night sky as they made wishes together. An overwhelming rush of recollections engulfs her, leaving Xiao Wu momentarily uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Although only 6 years have passed, it feels as if a lifetime has slipped by. 6 years, with many more to come. We must always be together, right? She gently inquires. Chi Su hears her soft plea and, moved by her conflicting emotions of joy and sorrow, takes a step closer to embrace her, tenderly stroking her hair. "Consume it, Xiao Wu," he whispers, his voice gentle. The The Xiangxi Duanshanghong possesses immense potential for enhancing soul power. With its healing properties, Xiao Wu's soul power can leap 10 levels, propelling her to the threshold of the next tier, and upon absorbing the soul ring, she can ascend several levels without any lingering risks. This is the terrifying efficacy of such divine herbs. Xiao Wu shakes her head in Qi Su's embrace, expressing her desire to keep it. As a being of spirit, the Xiangxi Duanshanghong recognizes her as its master, forging an inexplicable bond between them, and thus she is reluctant to consume it. Keeping it as fine, Qi Su concedes, gently ruffling her hair and bestowing a soft kiss upon her lips. Meanwhile, Hulaina and Ning Rongrong are engrossed in absorbing their respective divine herbs in a corner, while Qi Su sits beside Xiao Wu by the spring, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Often, those in companionship may not have countless words to exchange, yet it matters not. Even in silence, leaning against one another, they can profoundly sense the love that binds them. Thus, Qi Su and Xiao Wu sit in quietude, unspoken yet understanding the affection residing in each other's hearts, as if time itself stands still, serene, and untroubled. After a while, their gaze shifts to Hulaina and Ning Rongrong, who are in the throes of absorbing their divine herbs. Both are undergoing significant transformations. Hulaina sits quietly in her corner, exuding a unique fragrance reminiscent of the Ba Ban Xian lawn, with ethereal white mist enveloping her figure, radiating a gentle aura. Though Hulaina's allure remains captivating, the absorption of the Ba Ban Xian lawn imbues her with an ethereal elegance, merging the enchanting charm of a fox spirit with an otherworldly grace, creating an extraordinary presence that captivates all. Even Qi Su finds himself astonished by her beauty. In stark contrast to Hulaina's tranquil demeanor, Ning Rongrong's transformation is resplendent. The seven-treasure glazed tile floats gracefully before her, adorned with a dazzling halo of colors, accentuated by a rich golden light emanating from her being, infused with the fragrance of tulips. Each surge of golden radiance enhances the brilliance of her seven-treasure glazed tile, making it appear even more resplendent. Ning Rongrong's early consumption of the divine herb yields superior effects. As the earlier one consumes such herbs, the better the results, particularly at the tender age of 11 or 12, which is ideal for such an endeavor. As for Hulaina, she had not consumed divine herbs in the original narrative and fell behind the Shrek's 7 monsters due to her emotional entanglements. However, Qi Su is determined to prevent such a fate for Hulaina. As time flows like a gentle tide, the sunlight streaming through the ice and fire yin-yang rises and sets, marking the passage of time. Xiao Wu and the others, fatigued from their absorption, retreat to a corner to rest. Qi Su vigilantly watches over them. Although divine herbs are powerful, they are not without risks. Should any mishap occur during their absorption, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Qi Su serves as their protector, ensuring Hulaina and Ning Rongrong can safely absorb the herbs. As for Qi Su himself, he has consumed 4 divine herbs: the Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao, the Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu, the Han Yuan Xian Chao, and the Xing Luo Ling Zhu. Typically, one should only consume a single divine herb, as exceeding that may result in diminished effects or severe backlash. However, Qi Su, due to possessing numerous enhancements, found his body to be akin to an insatiable abyss, requiring abundant restorative substances. Thus, he consumed 4 varieties of celestial herbs without any adverse effects. Had another individual ingested these 4 herbs, they might have succumbed to an overdose, perishing from the overwhelming potency. Among these herbs, the Baijiao Zunbinko and the Liehua Xingjiao Shu conferred upon Qi Su a body impervious to water and fire, while the Hanyuan Xianchao significantly augmented his soul power. The Xingluo Ling Zhu, in turn, harmonized these forces, allowing Qi Su's tumultuous soul power to attain a state of tranquility and purity. Apart from the exquisite Xiangxi Duanshanghong, which is renowned for enhancing soul power, the Hanyuan Xianchao also greatly elevates it. Unlike other celestial herbs that possess myriad unique attributes, the Hanyuan Xianchao is characterized solely by its dense Hanyuan aura. When this aura enters the body, it transforms into an immense soul power that merges with one's own, causing a dramatic surge in soul power during its absorption, achieving a terrifyingly rapid enhancement. Through the absorption of this Hunyuan Xianqiao, Qi Su's soul power leaped from level 53, that of a soul king, to a full 60, that of a soul emperor, a staggering increase of 7 levels, a testament to the formidable nature of the Hunyuan Xianqiao. In stark contrast to the overwhelming aura of the Hunyuan Xianqiao, the Xingluo Lingzhu exudes a gentle essence, far more tranquil than the 8-petal immortal orchid, being one of the most soothing and human-friendly herbs among the 10,000-year-old celestial herbs. Each night, the Xingluo Lingzhu absorbs the essence of the stars and moon to enhance itself. Its branches are a rare black, crowned with a palm-sized golden fruit. Qi Su consumed the Xingluo Lingzhu to harness its gentle effects, suppressing the chaotic soul power within him, striving for a return to purity devoid of impurities. Under the influence of the Xingluo Lingzhu, Qi Su need not fear the overly domineering effects of the Hunyuan Xianqiao, which might render his soul power ephemeral rather than concentrated. Beyond its calming effects, the Xingluo Lingzhu also contributes significantly to the enhancement of soul power, although its efficacy remains constrained by the limitations of soul rings. Qi Su speculated that the Xingluo Lingzhu could allow him to ascend 3 levels upon any of his martial souls, achieving a breakthrough to level 61, thus reaching the realm of a level 64 soul emperor. Naturally, these 3 levels would also include residual effects of the Hunyuan Xianqiao, enabling him to leap 3 levels even within the realm of soul emperor. Just as Qi Su was lost in thought, a gentle yawn resonated around him, prompting him to shift his gaze. Hulaina was stretching languidly, revealing her alluring curves, captivating Qi Su's attention completely. "So comfortable," she remarked with a smile, unashamed as she noticed Qi Su's unwavering gaze upon her. A faint glimmer enveloped Hulaina, resembling a beguiling fox spirit that was both ethereal and enchanting. Chapter 109. Come back to the Wuhuan Hall with me. Seeing Hulaina safely finish absorbing the celestial herbs brought immense joy to Qi Su, who playfully gestured for her to be quiet, indicating that Xiao Wu had fallen asleep in the corner. Upon noticing Qi Su's gesture, Hulaina immediately quieted, her alluring gaze fixed upon him. Having completed her absorption of the celestial herbs, not only was the coldness within her body eradicated, but her previously stagnant soul power had also made significant progress. If she were to return to the Wuhuan Hall and meet her teacher, she would surely be overjoyed, solidifying her position as the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall. With this thought, Hulaina felt elated and gracefully approached Qi Su, planting a fragrant kiss upon him. Qi Su instinctively embraced Hulaina, awaiting Ning Rongrong's absorption of the celestial herbs. "Shall we return to the Wuhuan Hall together?" Hulaina suddenly inquired as she lay in Qi Su's arms. Qi Su was momentarily taken aback by her question, feeling a twinge of anxiety. They had agreed that once he became the strongest in the continent, he would seek out Bibi Dong to marry her. Yet upon meeting, he discovered himself to be her student-s partner. What an absurd twist of fate. The more he pondered, the more his head ached, involuntarily twitching the corner of his mouth as he awkwardly laughed, feeling somewhat guilty as he asked, "Is something the matter?" Hulaina gazed at Qi Su with infatuation, akin to a young girl gazing at her beloved. She tenderly caressed his face, stating, "I want to take you back to meet my teacher." Qi Su's previously twitching mouth fell into a state of utter disarray upon hearing this. He touched his nose and shifted his gaze elsewhere, appearing quite flustered. However, Hulaina seemed oblivious to his discomfort, her eyes still filled with anticipation and affection for him. "Qi Su, forcing a smile, curieux. What made you suddenly want to take me back?" Hulaina replied in a light-hearted tone, "I want my teacher to meet you." The Wuhuan Hall, being the most powerful force on the continent, would surely entrust you with great responsibilities if you chose to join. She genuinely wished for Qi Su to become part of the Wuhuan Hall, not only because they needed such a talented youth, but also to work alongside him. Seeking her teacher's approval, Qi Su's heart quivered at this thought, and he immediately shook his head, declaring, I cherish my freedom and will not join any faction. He spoke truthfully, for he was merely an honorary member of the Seven Treasure Glazed-Tile School and an honorary dean of Shrek Academy, truly not aligned with any faction. For someone like Chi Su, who had endured the grueling trials of past lives, nothing was more precious than freedom. This was also a significant reason he had unleashed his twin martial souls when the Wuhuan Hall had come to investigate at the tender age of 6. Should Hulaina attempt to persuade him to join the Wuhuan Hall with this rationale, Chi Su would categorically refuse, even though he harbored feelings for her. Principles were principles, and he maintained a clear boundary. Noticing Chi Su's resolute shake of the head, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure, refraining from further discussion. After all, whether Chi Su wished to join the Wuhuan Hall was ultimately his own decision. Given his extraordinary strength at such a young age, he undoubtedly had a formidable hidden backing, likely rivaling the Wuhuan Hall. As for whether that force was friend or foe, Hulaina did not dwell on it. As long as the young man remained by her side, that was enough amidst the chaos of the world. Then surely, let my teacher meet you. Hulaina tugged at Chi Su's arm, pouting slightly. Her plea was not the kind of cutesy act typical of young girls like Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Instead, her allure bore a potent charm that effortlessly drew one into her orbit, making it impossible to refuse any request she made. Chi Su let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat conflicted. To decline would be ungracious, as a girl inviting you to meet her parents and you refusing would indeed seem unreasonable. Yet accepting was evidently a recipe for melodrama. Furthermore, there seemed to be a deep-seated animosity between Xiao Wu and Bibi Dong. If the two were to cross paths, it would surely lead to a scene of chaos. As the central figure in this potential turmoil, Chi Su could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. As if surrounded by 4 women, all coldly scrutinizing him. A sudden chill inexplicably enveloped Chi Su, causing him to involuntarily yawn and smile awkwardly. All right, I will attend to this matter after I finish what I am currently engaged in. Since this issue was challenging to resolve, he believed it best to delay. After all, there would inevitably be a way when the time came. Chi Su saw no problem in this approach. Hulaina, upon hearing Chi Su's agreement, felt a surge of joy. In her heart, she had already regarded Chi Su as someone of great importance, naturally wishing to introduce him to her brother and her mentor. If she could gain their blessings, it would undoubtedly bring her immense happiness. She mused that given Chi Su's talent and strength, neither her brother nor her mentor would likely oppose him. In her heart, Hulaina whispered to herself, in the Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. Chi Su, possessing the power to rival a title de law at such a young age, would surely be treated with special regard by her mentor. As for Yan, who had long pursued her, upon witnessing the vast disparity between himself and Chi Su, he would certainly come to understand and resign himself. Lost in the joyous imagery of bringing Chi Su back to the Wuhuan Palace, Hulaina couldn't help but smile, feeling that everything was simply splendid. However, in contrast, Chi Su did not feel as at ease. Although he had postponed the matter, it was not a long-term solution. Eventually, he would have to face Bibi Dong. He sighed, resolved to take things one step at a time. In truth, he had originally intended to meet Bibi Dong to assess her current state, fearing that she might be significantly affected by the Rakshasa god. Since Hulaina had brought it up again, Chi Su was naturally inclined to prepare for that meeting, albeit not at this moment. Noticing Hulaina's renewed happiness, Chi Su let out a quiet sigh and attempted to steer the conversation in another direction. When do you plan to return to the Wuhuan Palace? And how do you intend to handle the matters with Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo? The prolonged absence of the Holy Maiden from the Wuhuan Palace was indeed a significant issue, and Hulaina could not remain by his side indefinitely like Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. She needed to find time to return to the palace. Upon hearing Chi Su broach the subject, Hulaina immediately shook her head, looking somewhat bewildered as she replied, I haven't figured out how to deal with the Elder Ghost and Elder Ju yet. Although Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo did not take Hulaina, the Holy Maiden, seriously and instead resorted to intimidation, they were undeniably the right and left arms of her mentor, leaving Hulaina unsure of how to proceed. Reporting the truth would surely invite severe punishment for the two, and such a course of action would incite their resentment, which was not favorable for someone in her position as a holy maiden whose status was not entirely secure. Conversely, if she chose to remain silent, she would feel guilty. After all, she had long been dissatisfied with the actions of Gui Douluo and Jutes Douluo that tarnished the reputation of the Wuhuan Palace, and they had grievously injured Qi Su, prompting her desire to avenge him. As for returning to the Wuhuan Palace, that could happen at any time. Hulaina paused here, casting a flirtatious glance at Qi Su and murmuring, "But I want to spend more time with you." She deliberately elongated the final syllable, exuding a captivating charm that made one feel weak at the knees. Chisa let out a hearty laugh and pulled Hulaina closer. For him, the thought of Hulaina leaving too soon was not appealing. However, as the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Palace, her prolonged absence would surely stir significant waves. He did not intend to interfere with her decision about when to return, as that was hers to make. Qi Su had already resolved to remain in the Sunset Forest for several months, seeking a suitable soul ring for his 3 great martial spirits, while also absorbing and solidifying the effects of the medicinal herbs, transforming their potency into soul power. Although the quantity and quality of soul beasts in the Sunset Forest were far inferior to those in the Stardow Forest, it remained a primary gathering place for soul beasts, harboring some rare creatures. If he truly could not find a suitable soul beast, Chisu still had the opportunity to navigate the 10,000 Beast Tower, where he would encounter soul beasts previously slain by Tang San and Huyu Hao. At this moment, within the ice and fire yin-yang well, Xiao Wu was quietly asleep in a corner while Chisu jovially embraced Hulaina, watching the resplendent Ning Rongrong, who radiated with golden light, resembling a celestial maiden. Gradually, the abundant golden glow diminished, becoming faint and slowly vanishing. Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes, filled with astonishment and delight. "My soul power has increased so much," she exclaimed joyfully. Initially, she had merely been a 26-level Great Soul Master, but after consuming the divine herb, Ning Rongrong felt as though she had reached the threshold of the 30th level, poised to easily surpass it upon acquiring a soul ring. Furthermore, the effect seemed even greater, suggesting that she could soon approach the 40th level following her breakthrough. Such a terrifying rate of advancement was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. At this thought, Ning Rongrong gazed at Qi Su with a look akin to that of a monster, marveling at how he remained humble despite such a significant leap to the rank of Soul King. Moreover, as she looked at him, she sensed a change in his aura, which seemed to have grown stronger. "Sir, are you nearing the level of Soul Emperor?" Ning Rongrong asked, her curiosity piqued. Qi Su shook his head, and Ning Rongrong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A 12-year-old Soul Emperor would surely be a terrifying prospect. The most outstanding student of Shrek Academy, renowned as the second fastest to reach the Soul Emperor rank, Qin Ming, would pale in comparison to Qi Su. "I still need a soul ring," Qi Su quickly added. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, dashed over and playfully struck Qi Su's chest a couple of times, pouting, "You are so annoying." Qi Su chuckled heartily and pointed to Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, asking, "Did you not notice any changes in your martial spirit?" Ning Rongrong gasped and replied, "I do feel that my martial spirit has undergone some changes, but I am unsure what they are." Qi Su tapped Ning Rongrong's head playfully and said with a smile, "Check how many layers your 7 Treasures Glazed Tower has now. In fact, it should now be called the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower." Ning Rongrong paused for a moment, finally realizing the transformation of her treasured tower. She looked down, counting aloud, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9? How could it be? How did it become 9 layers? She exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through her, causing her voice to tremble. The transformation of her 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower signified something monumental. It meant that she had surpassed the boundaries of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, achieving what was once a lifelong goal of her father, Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Tears welled up in her eyes as she suddenly leaped into Qi Su's embrace, holding him tightly and letting her tears soak his garments. Hulaina, sensing the moment, discreetly stepped aside. As the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Palace, She was well aware of the significance of the 9 treasures glazed tower to the 7 treasures glazed sect. It was known that even Ning Fengji, hailed as the revitalizing sect master, had never attained the legendary 9 treasures glazed tower. Yet this legendary artifact had now appeared in the hands of such a young girl, undoubtedly causing her to be overwhelmed with emotion. Even outsiders like Hu Liena can perceive the significance of the Jiao Bao Luli Tower, let alone Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the Qi Bao Luli sect, who undoubtedly understands the essence of the Jiao Bao Luli Tower better than anyone else. At this moment, with a quivering voice, Ning Rongrong spoke in Qi-Su's embrace. "My lord, thank you, thank you." Upon hearing this, Qi-Su promptly offered her 2 chestnuts. Yet before he could utter a word, Ning Rongrong quickly changed her tone, exclaiming, "Thank you, dear husband, you are truly wonderful." Upon hearing this endearment, Qi-Su smiled contentedly and gently wiped the tears from beneath Ning Rongrong's eyes. "My lady, the matter of the Jiao Bao Luli Tower is of utmost importance. I wish to return home for a while," Ning Rongrong softly expressed while nestled in Qi-Su's arms. From this moment onward, the Qi Bao Luli sect was already indebted to Qi-Su, while the immortal herb Qi-Su gifted to Ning Rongrong was merely a personal exchange between the two. The transformation of Ning Rongrong's Qi Bao Luli Tower into the Jiao Bao Luli Tower transcended the personal connection between her and Qi-Su. The entire Qi Bao Luli sect would owe a debt of gratitude to Qi-Su due to this immortal herb. For at this moment, the Qi Bao Luli sect was no longer just the Qi Bao Luli sect. It was on the verge of becoming the Jiao Bao Luli sect. Chapter 110. A day off tomorrow. I have an examination on criminal procedure, and I haven't studied a word. I request a day off to review. After the break, I will begin to release more chapters. Please forgive me. Chapter 111. Assault on Sea God Island. When do you plan to return? Qi se gentil incroyable. His decision to give away the immortal herb had inadvertently led to 2 individuals weeping for their return home, which truly left Qi-Su feeling somewhat troubled. Yet, he thought to himself, little Wu is the most obedient. Such significant matters typically warranted immediate communication with his father, Grandpa Gu, and Grandpa Jian regarding the sect. But Ning Rongrong's company was something he wished to prolong. I will remain at the Bing Huoliang Yin for 3 months. After that, I shall escort you back to the sect. Qi-Su contemplated for a moment before responding. At this juncture, the pressing concern was to fully absorb the effects of the immortal herbs, and the Bing Huoliang Yin was the most suitable location for that purpose. So Qi-Su would not easily depart from this place. Once he had absorbed the effects, Qi-Su intended to venture to the extreme north to acquire his 4th martial soul. And it would be upon his return from the extreme north that he would meet Bibi Dong once again. As for Ning Rongrong and Hu Liena, Qi-Su planned to send them, one to the Qi Bao Luli sect and the other to the Wuhan temple. After leaving the Bing Huoliang Yin, leaving only little Wu to accompany him on his journey to the extreme north. After all, little Wu was originally a 100,000-year-old beast transformed into human form. Should her true identity be discovered, she would undoubtedly face threats. Qi-Su was unwilling to let little Wu stray from his side, allowing that risk to manifest. Upon hearing that Qi-Su would send her away after 3 months at the Bing Huoliang Yin, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Having spent so many days in close company with Qi-Su, she had grown accustomed to his presence, and the mere thought of separation brought tears to her eyes, threatening to spill over. Qi-Su, fully aware of Ning Rongrong's sentiment, gently supported her head, signaling for her not to be too sorrowful. However, the more comforting he was, the more reluctant she felt, clinging tightly to Qi-Su and burying her head in his embrace. "Where will I find you after I handle the sect matters?" Ning Rongrong lifted her head, gazing at Qi-Su with imploring eyes, her delicate and noble visage evoking a profound sense of pity. Even Qi-Su could not resist planting a kiss on her forehead and said, "You can return to Shrek Academy. I will come to find you." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong ceased her weeping and revealed a smile once more. Standing nearby, Hu Liena could not help but ask, "Then how will I find you?" After all, she was the holy maiden of the Wuhan temple, not merely a student of an academy. Wuhan City was not an easy place to enter. Although Hulaina had no doubts about Qi Su's strength, the city was indeed filled with hidden talents, and even for Qi Su, entering and leaving easily would be quite challenging. Naturally, Hulaina did not wish for Qi Su to take such risks and sought to arrange an alternative meeting place. "I will come to the Wuhan temple to find you and visit your teacher," Qi Su replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, then smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. If she were to enter Wuhan City for this reason, she could openly bring Qi Su to meet her teacher Bibi Dong without worrying about powerful soul masters posing a threat to him. Hulaina's smile was irresistibly charming, akin to a fox radiating allure, while Ning Rongrong nestled in his arms grew increasingly restless, playfully brushing against him. As night fell, Qi Su's lips curled upward, observing Ning Rongrong and Hulaina with the gaze of a wolf eyeing its prey. After nightfall, the grand hall of the Wuhan temple, which should have been empty, now stood 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman. The regal figure at the forefront, facing the 2 men, was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Wuhan temple. She furrowed her brow, seemingly troubled by something. Yet, despite her frown, her beauty remained unblemished, adding a touch of warmth compared to her usual aloof demeanor. She parted her crimson lips, laced with a hint of coldness and skepticism, and asked, "Are you confident in assaulting Sea God Island?" The 2 men facing Bibi Dong, one old and one young, though the latter's age was indiscernible, were cloaked in black robes, resembling messengers from the underworld, instilling discomfort in Bibi Dong. The other man was Douluo, the supreme elder of the Wuhan temple, a level 99 limit Douluo, and the father of the former pope, Xuanji. Bibi Dong held complex feelings towards Douluo. While she harbored deep resentment towards Xuanji, naturally, she also felt animosity towards his father, Douluo. However, on the other hand, Douluo had never exerted pressure upon her. Even after she had killed his son, he did not retaliate and actively supported her ascension to the papacy, largely due to the influence of Qianren. Nevertheless, this made it difficult for Bibi Dong to harbor hatred for Douluo. Today, she had initially planned to retire to her quarters for rest, but Douluo arrived with a man in black robes seeking an audience. This puzzled Bibi Dong, as Douluo had always refrained from meddling in the affairs of the Wuhan temple, focusing solely on his duties in the Elder Hall. Yet today, not only had he come seeking her out, but he had also brought along a man whose aura was distinctly formidable. The man, shrouded in black robes, emanated an exceptionally terrifying pressure, akin to the faint yet palpable aura of Douluo. Bibi Dong speculated that this black-robed figure was likely another powerful entity who had brushed against the threshold of divinity, a level 99 limit Douluo. The visit from 2 level 99 titled Douluos rendered Bibi Dong, who is still undergoing the trials of the Luo Sha-9 tests, somewhat apprehensive. Although Bibi Dong is confident that in approximately 10 years, she could become the strongest individual in the entire Douluo Continent, that is still a decade away. For her current self, these 2 titled Douluo at level 99 would undoubtedly pose formidable opponents if they were to stand against her. Not to mention the 2 extreme Douluo. Even the great priest Douluo, when compared to her current strength, is not someone she can contend with. Therefore, when a man in the black robe proposed to mobilize the entire power of the Spirit Hall to attack Sea God Island, although Bibi Dong found it absurd, she refrained from immediately rebutting, instead opting to inquire tentatively. After all, the threat posed by 2 level 99 extreme Douluo is simply too great for her. Chapter 112. Bibi Dong's inquiry. In Bibi Dong's perception, Sea God Island was merely a legendary location. However, after receiving the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, she began to speculate whether Sea God Island could be the fabled site of the Sea God's legacy. The arrival of this man in the black robe has further solidified Bibi Dong's belief that Sea God Island indeed holds significance regarding divine inheritance. Yet, she remains perplexed as to why Douluo would collaborate with this individual and why this person desires to attack Sea God Island. Logically speaking, as a level 99 extreme Douluo, serving as a priest to the angel god, would seemingly have no opportunity for ascension to godhood. Having reached the pinnacle of level 99 should render him devoid of desires. Why then? Would he suddenly ally with an enigmatic powerhouse to prepare an assault on the distant and legendary sea god island? At this moment, Bai Dong, with a hint of perplexity in her tone, inquired whether they had any certainty in conquering sea god island, subtly probing into the true intentions of the man in the black robe. The man, shrouded in black, uttered not a word in response to Bai Dong's inquiry. Instead, he slowly extended his arms, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that seemed to carry the essence of divinity, pressing down upon her. 9 soul rings, black and red, began to ascend from his form, creating an eerie and horrific spectacle. It is worth noting that even Bai Dong, having undergone the 9 trials of the Rakshasa god, possesses only 1 red soul ring of 100,000 years. Yet this mysterious man boasts an astonishing 3 red soul rings of such age. The sheer terror of this is palpable. A flicker of fear flashed in Bai Dong's eyes, though she concealed it masterfully, regaining her composure as if nothing had transpired. To my knowledge, Sea God Island should be a site of divine inheritance, likely protected by a deity. Even with 2 extreme Douluo leading the Spirit Hall in an assault, it would be difficult to gain any advantage, she mused, still furrowing her brow in confusion over the idea of attacking Sea God Island. The Spirit Hall's focus has always been on the continent, and these years have marked its most prosperous period. According to Bai Dong's plans, within 20 years, the Spirit Hall could dominate the world, leaving no distinction between the Xinglua Empire and the Tiando Empire, ultimately culminating in a singular Spirit Empire. However, should Qian Daolu choose to lead the Spirit Hall as full might against Sea God Island, it would inevitably grant the various forces on the continent an opportunity to breathe, potentially jeopardizing her years of meticulous planning, an outcome Bai Dong is determined to avoid. Even if Sea God Island has divine protection, it is merely guarded by an extreme Douluo. Moreover, even deities cannot directly intervene in mortal affairs. Both Qian Daolu and I have attained the status of extreme Da and possess semi-divine bodies. Thus we need not fear the essence of the gods. With your assistance, our expedition to Sea God Island is bound to succeed. The man's voice was eerily enchanting, akin to a messenger from the depths of hell, seducing one into a contract that would lead them to perdition. However, such a sinister tone held no sway over Bai Dong, as her acute sensitivity to malevolent thoughts, stemming from her status as the Rakshasa goddess inheritor, rendered her impervious to such tricks. Despite the man's terrifying power, his demeanor was surprisingly humble. Addressing her with utmost respect, unlike what one would expect from a level 99 extreme Douluo. Yet, despite the man's apparent humility, Bai Dong remained deeply suspicious, unable to fully trust him. After all, a level 99 extreme Douluo, whose background is entirely unknown, suddenly seeking collaboration with the Spirit Hall to assault the far-off and legendary Sea God Island is indeed perplexing. As for Wei Qian Daolu, who typically shuns worldly matters, would agree to such an absurd proposition, Bai Dong could not fathom. Nevertheless, even with the 2 extreme Douluo before her, she was reluctant to acquiesce, as the attack on Sea God Island could potentially unravel her years of strategic groundwork. Despite her intense hatred for Qian Xuanji, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bai Dong could not allow the institution to crumble under her watch. Setting aside her years of painstaking efforts, she questioned what benefit could be derived from attacking Sea God Island. Would they gain anything left behind by the deity? Bai Dong found herself at a loss, unwilling to engage in an endeavor to assault Sea God Island. The vastness of the ocean poses an uncertainty. Even if the Spirit Hall were to expend all its resources to attack Sea God Island, how many would reach it safely? All of these factors remain unknown, making Bai Dong hesitant to take such a perilous risk. Even if they were to conquer Sea God Island, what advantage would it offer the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong coldly inquired. Although her opponents were both level 99 extreme Douluo, Bai Dong exuded an air of authority akin to a queen, refusing to lower her crown even in the presence of armed adversaries. Qian Daolu remained silent, harboring deep secrets regarding Sea God Island, Poseidon, and Tang Chun, which he was unwilling to share with anyone, even his son, Qian Xuanji, or his beloved granddaughter Qian Renxue. As for the black-robed man's knowledge and arrival, Qian Daolu was indifferent. If indeed, as the man claimed, he could liberate Poseidon from her position as the great priest of Sea God Island, Qian Daolu was willing to take that gamble. Throughout the years, he had devoted himself to the Spirit Hall, purging countless adversaries against it. After the incident concerning Sea God Island, he had drawn a line, refraining from meddling in Spirit Hall affairs. However, upon this man's arrival, Qian Daolu was unwilling to remain confined to his boundaries, deciding to act on impulse, even if it meant the Spirit Hall would suffer significant damage. After all, at his age, he was not particularly concerned with many matters, only two: his unwavering obsession with Poseidon and his granddaughter Qian Renxue. Beyond these, few things held much importance. While his life's work with the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly significant, it pales in comparison to Poseidon. Chapter 113. The scheme of the man in the black robe upon hearing the somewhat chilling inquiry from Bai Bai Dong. The man in the black robe exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he calmly articulated that Haishan Island is the sacred ground of the sea god's legacy, a place teeming with countless treasures, including the legendary weapon of the deities, the sea god's trident. He continued, asserting that if they could conquer Haishan Island, all these treasures, even divine artifacts, would belong to the Spirit Hall. With such resources, launching a counteroffensive against the Douluo Continent would be effortless. His voice was imbued with an eerie charm, as though he were unfurling a grand tapestry, elaborating with embellishments and fervor about the prospects to Bai Bai Dong. After a brief pause, he added that while he was aware the Spirit Hall possessed the legacy of the angel god, that was of little consequence. Other locations could also serve as sites for divine inheritance. What if they were to seize the legacies of other deities? In time, the entire world's divine inheritances would be firmly in the grasp of the Spirit Hall, solidifying its position as the undisputed ruler of the continent. As he reached the climax of his rhetoric, the man nearly shouted, his voice resonating with a terrifying intensity, as if he were proclaiming a grand revelation to the world. The vivid imagery he conjured was undeniably captivating. Should they conquer all sites of divine inheritance, the Spirit Hall would indeed emerge as the most formidable power on the continent, and even the deities would have to yield to its members. Undoubtedly, this proposition was enticing, particularly for someone like Bai Bai Dong, who harbored a distorted yearning for power. However, she was no fool. She recognized that while the idea sounded splendid, the reality would be fraught with challenges. First and foremost, launching an assault on a divine inheritance site would require immense resources, and even then, success was not guaranteed. Furthermore, if the deities associated with those sites were to harbor resentment, the Spirit Hall could be denied the inheritance altogether, or worse, face divine retribution for their audacity. Although deities could not directly interfere with the mortal realm, their capabilities were vast. Should they choose to retaliate, the Spirit Hall would find itself utterly defenseless. Even individuals like herself, who bore the aura of a deity, might remain unscathed, but what of the other bishops, clerics, and elders of the Spirit Hall? They would be left with no chance of survival, likely to be obliterated without a trace. In such a scenario, even if they succeeded in capturing a divine inheritance site, rendering it forsaken would render their efforts meaningless. Bai Bai Dong found herself perplexed by these considerations. And what do you stand to gain from this? Bibi Dong inquired, her eyes narrowing slightly, imbued with an icy demeanor, questioning the man in the black robe with the authority of a queen, unperturbed by his status as a limit de law. Qian Dao Lu observed Bai Bai Dong with surprise. His initial support for her ascent to the papacy had been born of necessity. He had no desire to take on the affairs of the Spirit Hall, and Bai Bai Dong's exceptional talents far surpassed those of his own son, Qian Sunji. Additionally, Qian Sunji had made grave errors, which led to Bai Bai Dong receiving his backing for the coveted papal throne. To his astonishment, Bai Bai Dong had excelled in her role, achieving far more than he had anticipated. Over the years, the Spirit Hall had grown increasingly powerful, dominating all other forces on the continent, and Bai Bai Dong's presence had transformed into that of a true queen, far removed from the innocent, laughter-filled saint she had once been. Once again facing Bai Bai Dong's inquiry, The man in the black robe remained unruffled, seemingly having anticipated her question. With an eerie tone, he replied, "I seek nothing for myself. I only desire to become the one who controls the divine lands for the Spirit Hall in the future." His tone, while ghostly, bore a sincerity akin to that of someone expressing a cherished dream, earnest and forthright. However, his candid declaration did not sway Bai Dong. It seemed that to limit Douluo's willingness to join the Spirit Hall, merely to oversee the divine lands without further demands, should have prompted her to embrace him wholeheartedly. Yet, she sensed something amiss. It was too good to be true. A mysterious limit Douluo, proposing an enigmatic agenda, appeared splendid, yet the undercurrents felt fraught with deception, leading her to doubt his words. Bai Dong furrowed her brow in contemplation, grappling with her indecision. With two limit Douluos united in their inquiry, even her dissent might prove futile. After all, despite her position as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, her authority paled in comparison to that of Qiandao Lu, who commanded the loyalty of the elders and other high-ranking members. They often disregarded her orders, which is why she had entrusted many affairs to Gui Do Luo Gui Mei and Judo Luo Yuguan. Though Bai Dong was aware that the two had exploited the Spirit Hall's power to bully others, she chose not to dwell on it. They were, after all, her loyal subordinates. Moreover, their soul fusion skill, the two extremes stillness domain, was invaluable to her, and thus she felt compelled to retain them. Caught in a dilemma, Bai Dong was reluctant to acquiesce to this path that could lead the Spirit Hall into uncertain territory, yet equally hesitant to outright refuse and provoke these two formidable limit Douluos. She was a woman adept at patience. Otherwise, she would not have bided her time, harboring murderous intent near Qiansunji for so many years, awaiting the opportunity to exact vengeance. 10 more years. Just grant me 10 more years, and there will be no one left on the continent to thwart my will, Bai Dong inwardly declared, though her expression remained calm, even gracing them with a gentle smile. Perhaps you could allow me some time to ponder this matter, as it bears significant implications and could alter the Spirit Hall's schemes for decades. I cannot make a hasty decision. The sight of this noble woman smiling was a striking tableau, akin to a queen bestowing her grace, inspiring loyalty and devotion in others. Qiandao Lu cleared his throat, initially intending to voice his thoughts, but refrained upon noticing the man in the black robe's silence, deciding to withhold his own words. Internally, he wrestled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he yearned to seize Haishan Island and liberate Bosai Shi. On the other, he recognized that such an assault would undoubtedly diminish the Spirit Hall's influence on the continent. Yet he felt compelled to act. Chapter 114. 12 years ago, he had already devoted a significant portion of his life to the Spirit Hall, and at his age, seeking a modicum of reward. A fraction of interest should not be considered unreasonable. Qiandao Lu sighed, attempting to comfort himself with this rationale. He had indeed dedicated much of his life to the Spirit Hall, battling across the realms. After returning from Haishan Island, he had withdrawn from the management of Spirit Hall affairs, and now he sought to reclaim Haishan Island, regardless of the cost. He was determined to liberate Bosai Shi from the position of High Priest of the Sea God. He longed for her to acknowledge him, even if the truth would break his heart. "Then I shall not disturb your holiness any further. I will return in 3 days to hear your response," the man in the black robe said with a bow, his demeanor no longer humble, but now tinged with an undercurrent of threat. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong immediately furrowed her brows and coldly retorted, "Are you threatening me?" Before her sentence had fully escaped her lips, an unexpectedly formidable pressure surged through the grand hall, akin to a terrifying force. Bibi Dong, taken aback by this sudden onslaught, felt a tightness in her chest, unable to suppress a light cough, which resulted in a mouthful of blood being coughed up. Enraged, Bibi Dong seethed. Since ascending to the position of Pope, no one had ever dared to defy her in such a manner, inciting her profound fury and an almost uncontrollable desire to unleash her Rakshasa divine power. However, this thought flitted away in an instant, as she ultimately restrained herself. After all, even if she were to employ her Rakshasa might, the opponent clearly possessed the legacy of a deity and was shielded by other divine powers. Furthermore, considering the 6 black and 3 red soul rings he bore, it was evident he had undergone a significant degree of divine trial, possibly even reaching the 8th test. At this juncture, revealing her status as a Rakshasa, divine inheritor, would yield her no tangible advantage. Thus, it was better to endure for the moment. Having withstood such years of hardship, she could certainly endure this fleeting moment as well. In response to the oppressive aura, Bibi Dong laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed by the terrifying pressure of the limit Douluo. What a splendid limit Douluo, she mused, a trace of blood staining her lips, lending her an oddly tragic beauty. The man cloaked in black robes revealed a chilling smile, disdain evident in his voice as he remarked, "Your Holiness, do take care of your health. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again in 3 days." Upon finishing his words, he abruptly lifted his head, his cold gaze fixated on Bibi Dong. The moment Bibi Dong met his eyes, she stood frozen, disbelief washing over her as she beheld the man in black. Throughout his entrance into the hall, he had kept his head bowed, which had allowed Bibi Dong to overlook the gaze he now directed at her. Only now, as he voluntarily raised his gaze, did she notice the sinister, chilling depths of his eyes, black as the abyss, like a messenger from hell or a demon from the heavens. Strange, yet eerily familiar, these eyes transported her back 12 years. 12 years ago, this was the person who had thwarted her attempt to kill Qian Xuanji. Originally, after Qian Xuanji had sustained grievous injuries from Tang Hao and returned to the Wuhuan Palace, he should have perished at her hands. Yet it was this man, possessing those hauntingly cold eyes, who intervened, warning her not to take Qian Xuanji's life for 6 years. 12 years prior, he had already attained the rank of 99 level limit Douluo. Why? Why had he returned now? What was his purpose? Countless questions flooded Bibi Dong's mind, overwhelming her composure. She gazed at the man in black, her expression betraying an unmistakable fear, contrasting sharply with her previous regal demeanor. How could this be? 12 years. The man before her was likely no longer merely a 99 level limit Douluo. Who was he? What manner of being was he? Qian Daolu, observing Bibi Dong's bewilderment, noted the fear reflected in her eyes, unable to comprehend the unfolding mystery. Although he was not intimately familiar with Bibi Dong, he knew her to be a fiercely proud individual who would not easily succumb to fear merely because someone exuded the aura of a 99 level limit Douluo. What then could possibly instill such dread in her? The black-robed man, seemingly reveling in Bibi Dong's fear, allowed a sinister smile to grace his lips. "Your Holiness, I bid you farewell," he said, deliberately elongating the phrase. His expression was one of satisfaction and disdain. Bibi Dong's lips trembled slightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. As she watched the retreating figures of the man in black and Qian Daolu, an icy resolve began to rise within her. Regardless of who he was, should she ascend to divinity, he would meet his end. Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed with cold fury, her countenance suffused with a fierce determination. A violet vortex enveloped her, embodying the malevolent essence of the world. Rakshasa, divine power. I require more Rakshasa, divine power. Even as blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, she did not rush to wipe it away, but instead cast her gaze toward the distant horizon, where darkness loomed, devoid of light. With a heavy sigh, she too felt lost, uncertain of the path leading to the Wuhuan Palace. A twisted violet portal materialized behind her, the purple aura surrounding her growing ever more intense. She took a step back, vanishing into the void. Beneath the moonlight, Qian Daolu walked alongside the man draped in black robes. He understood that this figure was a divine inheritor or perhaps a high priest, yet he remained ignorant of the specific deity he represented. After all, the Douluo Continent was vast, and Qian Daolu could not fathom every corner. Nevertheless, for him, the identity of the black-robed man and the deity he served was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he could assist in conquering Sea God Island and liberate Poseidon from her position as the High Priestess. Beyond that, Qian Daolu had little interest in other matters. Having lived for a century, he could discern that the black-robed man's motives were likely far from pure, at least not as he had professed. Yet what did it matter? Each had their own needs. as long as he could secure an opportunity for unrestricted dialogue with Poseidon. Qian Daolu was willing to gamble, even risking the entirety of the Wuhuan Palace if necessary. Chapter 115. The Polar Worlds and the Far Northern Lands. Wind and snow swirled chaotically. In this desolate expanse, a trio trudged forward against the storm. 2 men and 1 woman, 2 young and 1 old. The young boy was clad in sumptuous silks, appearing as if he were the scion of a prominent power, though such attire was impractical in the frigid wilderness. Typically, one would expect travelers to be bundled in heavy coats with hoods, yet this boy stood out, dressed in thin garments that sharply contrasted with the surrounding snow. Remarkably, he exhibited no sign of shivering from the biting cold. Rather, he appeared remarkably composed, as if the tempestuous weather held no sway over him. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that a sphere of flame surrounded the boy, dissipating the swirling snowflakes within a 3-foot radius, as though they had never existed. Thanks to this protective fire, the boy remained untouched by the snow, impervious to the chilling winds. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years of age, with short black hair that appeared neat and tidy. A belt adorned with 24 precious stones cinched his waist. Certainly, it is not the external appearances that captivate the eye, but rather the countenance of the boy. He possesses a fair complexion envied by many girls, delicate and seemingly fragile, as though a mere breeze could shatter it. His long, thick eyelashes gently curl, casting a shadow over a pair of bright, profound eyes. The calmness reflected in his gaze evokes an air of mystery, further enhanced by his handsome stature that exudes a regal demeanor. Yet, even in light of such remarkable beauty, the girl beside him equally commands attention. Her naturally arched eyebrows frame large, sparkling eyes that, coupled with her slightly rounded, rosy face, not only radiate beauty but also a hint of charm. The term adorable seems tailor-made for her. Her silky black hair is neatly styled into a long braid, which, despite being a plait, cascades down past her calves. Though she stands slightly shorter than the boy, she is still quite tall for her age. She dons a pink garment that snugly embraces her developing figure, and her slender waist elicits envy from countless women. The flames surrounding the boy are mirrored by those enveloping the girl, ensuring her light attire remains untouched by the snowflakes, impervious to the chill in the air. The elder, who could have been perceived as imposing, now pales in comparison to the striking duo. His expression is devoid of emotion, his features rigid, with sunken cheeks and remarkably dark hair. He wears a plain gray robe, lacking the heavy winter attire one might expect. This is not to suggest that the elder lacks presence. Rather, it is the extraordinary beauty of the youth that diminishes his stature. In juxtaposition, they appear as a match made in heaven, rendering the elder conspicuously out of place. These 3 individuals are Qi Su, Xiao Wu, and Du Gubo. Having just departed from the Binghua Liang Yiyan, the trio spent a total of 3 months in the Binghua Liang Yiyan, where they each absorbed the medicinal properties of the celestial herbs while hunting numerous soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. Qi Su, in particular, secured his 6th soul ring from the 6,000-year-old Qi Yin Pan Long, acquiring the fire element for his elemental martial soul. Initially, Qi Su did not harbor high hopes for the soul beasts of the Sunset Forest, merely searching with a sense of chance. However, upon awakening his dual pupils, he was able to discern the soul beasts with clarity, ultimately discovering the reclusive Qi Yin Pan Long, a dragon-type fire attribute soul beast known for its formidable flames that could incinerate all. With its terrifying fire, this 6,000-year-old beast could rival ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, classifying it among the ferocious. Generally speaking, even a titled Douluo would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the Qi Yin Pan Long, with the risk of fatality looming large. Yet, regrettably for the beast, it encountered Qi Su, who, as a protagonist endowed with extraordinary advantages, effortlessly vanquished it, claiming it as his soul ring. Qi Su pondered over which of his martial souls should receive the Qi Yin Pan Long soul ring. Logically, since it belonged to the dragon category, it should enhance his Tianqing Gu Long martial soul. However, due to the Qi Yin Pan Long's fire attribute, He ultimately decided to bestow the soul ring upon his elemental martial soul, thus acquiring the fire element. Now, Chisu utilizes this fire element to protect himself and Xiao Wu as they traverse the frigid northern lands. As for Douluo, there is no need for concern. Chisu has alleviated the venom that plagued him for years and selected a celestial herb for him. Douluo has since ascended to the level of a 92nd rank title Douluo, rendering the harsh northern climate inconsequential to him. During their 3 months in the Binghuoliang Yin, the group enjoyed a splendid time, engaging in playful banter and laughter. Even Douluo found himself integrating into Chisu's circle, joining in on roasting meat over the fire or enjoying hot pot. The latter culinary delight was introduced by Chisu as Douluo Dala lacked such a method of dining. After Chisu prepared a hot pot for everyone, they eagerly requested it daily, with Douluo irresistibly drawn in by the enticing aroma. Chisu often mused that had he not possessed any systems or formidable martial souls, his 9 years of compulsory education would have sufficed for him to thrive in this realm governed by soul power. Indeed, the Shun Duan Institute, now widespread across the FAC Nua Xing province, had never leveraged Chi's own soul power for its operations, nor did its shareholders realize their esteemed leader was, in fact, a powerful soul master. He contemplated returning to establish a chain of hot pot restaurants, having considered this notion numerous times, albeit without action. If he wished to instigate change within this continent, he recognized that power and wealth were his primary tools. Power, derived from one's strength, is the cornerstone of Douluo Dalu's reliance on soul power. With sufficient might, one could command the obedience of the entire world. Yet, power is not omnipotent. Wealth is equally essential. Only with riches can one accomplish greater deeds and transform Douluo Dalu into something extraordinary. After all, strength is fleeting. Once Chisu departs from this world, it may dissipate as if it had never existed. Wealth, however, can endure. If Chisu accumulates substantial wealth, those who inherit his ideals can utilize his legacy to effect positive change. No longer should martial souls dictate one's fate, nor should bloodlines determine all. Every individual deserves an equal opportunity to ascend, provided they possess unwavering conviction. Chisu is acutely aware that achieving this vision is immensely challenging, perhaps even an insurmountable task. Yet, he remains resolute in his desire to strive for it, to the best of his abilities. Having traversed this realm of Douluo, he yearns to leave behind something worthy of remembrance. Such legacies cannot be achieved merely through godhood or by becoming the strongest soul master on the continent. In truth, the presence or absence of a deity is inconsequential when juxtaposed with the lives of ordinary people who, due to their bloodlines, inherit subpar martial souls. What difference does it make? It amounts to little more than fodder for post-meal conversation. This world lacks not gods, but rather the impetus for change. It suffers from a stagnation caused by bloodline inheritance and the rigidity of martial souls. When countless commoners aspire to ascend and lead lives of dignity, relying solely on mutations. How terrifying is such a society? Powerful bloodlines intertwine, producing offspring with formidable martial souls, while weaker bloodlines merge, yielding generations of ineffective martial souls. From birth, these two generations are separated by an insurmountable chasm, with only a fortunate few capable of transcending through mutation. But what of the rest? Generations of ineffective martial souls. Generations of the downtrodden, trampled and humiliated by the lofty soul masters. Can they resist? They cannot. How can those born with ineffective martial souls contend with those endowed with powerful martial souls? Even if their hearts brim with fervor, even if they are consumed by resentment, even if they cry out words akin to "Is there truly no lineage among nobles and commoners?" What difference does it make? In the end, they can only helplessly accept the grim reality of possessing a useless martial soul, resigning themselves to a fate of witnessing the tragic destinies of generations as one of the downtrodden. Such a world is profoundly despairing. Everything is predestined from the moment of birth. All one can do is gradually come to terms with it, until ultimately becoming numb and indifferent. The world of Douluo is not merely adorned with dazzling soul skills. It is not solely defined by an array of formidable martial souls or vicious soul beasts. More prevalent in this realm are the ordinary individuals, wielding hoes, sickles, wooden sticks, and weeds, these worthless martial souls. This resplendent Douluo world bears no relation to them. The only soul masters they can envision are the legendary soul saints, yet they will never grasp the true nature of that realm or its powers. It remains irrelevant to them. If the world is divided into two sides, one vibrant and splendid, the realm of martial souls, and the other cloaked in darkness, the latter is where the unseen dwell. From a young age, the inhabitants of the dark world listen to tales of the brilliant martial world, filled with yearning and intrigue. Yet they understand that it is a realm belonging to others, entirely disconnected from their own existence. Some realize this upon awakening their martial soul at the tender age of 6, while others only come to this understanding after toiling for years to reach the threshold of a 20-level Great Soul Master. That world was never meant for them. It is a domain claimed by those of powerful bloodlines for generations, utterly unattainable for themselves. A fortunate few may enter that dazzling realm, yet from that moment forth, they no longer belong to the obscured world. The others can only gaze enviously at those who have crossed into another world, hoping that their offspring might experience similar fortune. In reality, such possibilities are infinitesimal. They find themselves powerless, unable to effect change. All they can do is hope again and again, accepting their fate until they ultimately acknowledge their meager and weak lineage. What tragic world this is. Everything is predetermined the moment one awakens their martial soul at 6. It is akin to being sentenced to death, forever languishing in this dark world, forced to view the radiant martial realm with longing eyes. Chisu detests such a world. It instills fear within him, even though he has nearly reached the pinnacle of this continent. But what if he were not himself? Just an ordinary villager from a small hamlet on Douluo Continent? What trajectory would his life have taken? Inheriting the hoes, sickles, wooden sticks, or weeds of his parents' martial souls. Such martial souls are typically devoid of soul power, merely slightly more convenient than ordinary tools. If fortune smiled upon him, he might possess a soul power of level 1 or 2. The villagers would gaze upon his meager soul power with envy, while mockingly reminding him that a worthless martial soul remains just that, a worthless martial soul. Of course, he would not believe in destiny. He firmly holds that through effort, one can achieve rewards. Suppose he toils diligently, and his parents trust him enough to allow him to devote himself entirely to training, neglecting all agricultural work. Ultimately, after 5 years of relentless effort, he ascends from a soul power of 1 or 2 to the threshold of 10. Overjoyed, he envisions himself soon becoming a revered soul master, escaping the confines of his humble village filled with hoes and sickles to explore a grander world. However, upon stepping out of the village for the first time, he discovers the absurdity of his 11-year-old self, wielding a wooden stick or sickle with a mere 10 levels of soul power. He remains unconvinced by fate, even when confronted by 11 or 12-year-old great soul masters or the terrifying martial souls that make him tremble. He still believes that with effort, he can integrate into that dazzling world of martial souls, breaking free from the confines of his insular village. Yet, when he first enters the soul beast forest and encounters a soul beast, he realizes just how arduous this path truly is. Even the weakest soul beast appears immensely powerful, capable of effortlessly ending his life. If fortune favors him, if he possesses enough tenacity, he may eventually slay a 10-year-old wind baboon, becoming the soul master he aspires to be. Elated, he thinks that since he can be a soul master, perhaps he can also become a great soul master, or even ascend to higher realms, despite not knowing what those levels entail. Yet, to his surprise, after achieving the status of a soul master, the ascent of his soul power becomes increasingly arduous. In the past, after a day and night of training, he could perceive some change. Now, despite his relentless efforts, his soul power shows no sign of advancement. Many years later, as he reaches the threshold of a great soul master, He finally comprehends that some matters were predetermined from the very beginning. No matter how hard he strives, he will struggle to surpass certain limits. Chapter 116. Titan Snow Demon King. Not everyone will experience a smooth journey like the protagonists in novels. Even at this moment, Chisu feels akin to a character in a gratifying tale, yet he remains dissatisfied with this world. The extreme north, situated at the northernmost reaches of the Douluo Continent, is a perilous and frigid region, often referred to as a forbidden zone for humanity. Among the 10 fearsome beasts, the third-ranked Snow Empress, Ice Heaven Snow Woman, and the 7th-ranked Ice Emperor, Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion, reside here. In Douluo Continent, the events related to the extreme north are limited to Oscar's 5-year experience, without extensive elaboration. However, in Douluo Continent 2, Peerless Tangmen, the protagonist Hui Yuhao has a significant connection to the extreme north. Currently, Chisu and his companions journey to this remote land to acquire the ice attribute martial soul bestowed upon him by the million-year-old Tianmeng ice silkworm. This ice attribute martial soul is destined to be a beast martial soul, and upon Chisu infusing it with its first soul ring, the ice attribute will become fixed, establishing the state of this ice attribute soul ring's soul beast. The extreme north can be considered a paradise for ice attribute soul beasts due to its remoteness. Few soul masters venture here to hunt soul beasts. In contrast, the Stardo Great Forest is heavily coveted by human soul masters, with countless individuals entering daily to hunt soul beasts. The extreme north, being an area of extreme cold, serves as an ideal environment for the growth of ice attribute soul beasts. Chisu's interest lies in only 2 soul beasts, the Ice Emperor, the pinnacle of ice, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion, and the Titan Snow Demon King. As for the Snow Empress, the foremost among the 3 fearsome beasts of the extreme north, Chisu is not particularly intrigued, as the Snow Empress's true form, the Ice Heaven Snow Woman, is evidently unsuitable for his ice attribute martial soul. Apart from these 2 formidable beasts, the remaining ice attribute soul beasts, Chisu intended to wander around with a mindset of exploration. After all, compared to the age of the soul rings, Chisu was more concerned about the quality of his ice attribute martial soul. The Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion and the Titan Snow Demon King are indeed among the most elite of ice attribute martial souls. However, this does not imply that there are no other remarkable and high-quality martial souls outside of these 2. In pursuit of the best, Chisu naturally had to conduct a thorough search. The biting cold wind did not deter the 3 of them in the slightest. They continued to walk steadily. The ice and fire duality, I was quite a distance from the extreme northern region, akin to traversing from the southernmost part of the continent to its northernmost point. Even with the strength of Chisu and Dugu Bo, both titled Douluos, it took them a full 7 days to arrive at the vast expanse of white ice. Subsequently, the trio spent another 3 days advancing slowly through the extreme northern ice field. In truth, if Chisu maintained his original speed, he could quickly reach the innermost depths of the extreme north. With a stroke of luck, they might even easily encounter the 2nd-ranked beast among the 3 formidable beasts of the extreme north, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion. However, while Chisu and Dugu Bo were relatively unfazed, it was difficult to say the same for Xiao Wu. Even with Chisu's fire element protecting her, entering the deepest part of the extreme north at such a rapid pace would undoubtedly be unbearable for her. Thus, after arriving at the extreme north 3 days ago, the trio slowed their pace, proceeding with the measured steps of ordinary soul masters, unhurriedly making their way deeper. As dusk approached, they gathered around a fire to prepare for roasting meat. The ingredients for roasting naturally came from the soul beasts of the extreme north that Chisu and his companions had provoked. Generally, if the soul beast did not possess qualities that could pique Chisu's interest, he would not bother with them. After all, although Xiao Wu had transformed into a human, she had once been a living soul beast. Engaging in indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts might cause her some discomfort. However, if these soul beasts willingly approached, Chisu would certainly not mind feasting. Over the past few days, he had sampled various meats, from bear to silkworm, and found them quite delectable. prompting even Douluo to exclaim how delicious they were. As they ventured further north into the extreme north, the temperature dropped significantly, and the snowstorm intensified. According to Chisu's estimation, the trio had now reached the edge of the core area of the extreme north. Not far ahead lay the central region, where large soul beasts and even ferocious creatures congregated. "Brother, I'm hungry," Xiao suddenly tugged at Chisu's sleeve, gazing up at him with eager eyes. Chisu glanced at the sky, amidst the white expanse. The sun that should have been high above was now nearing the distant horizon, signaling the impending arrival of night. He gently patted Xiao Wu's head and softly replied, "All right," before beginning to take out special wood and meat from the 24 bridge moonlit night. Douluo's eyes gleamed as he moved closer. It could be said that mealtime was Douluo's favorite time of day. Despite the protective layer of soul power he had, he was still subject to the chilling air, truly a torment. The only thing that offered him a semblance of comfort was Chisu's roasted meat. For some reason, Chisu always managed to master the perfect degree of doneness when roasting meat. A minute too long would turn it charred, while a minute too short would leave it lacking flavor. Chisu's roasting was always just right, leaving an unforgettable impression. Even Xiao Wu, who wasn't particularly fond of meat, would invariably find ways to request Chisu's roasted dishes after tasting them. At this moment, with the sky still light, Xiao was playfully asking for dinner, eager to sample Chisu's roasted meat. As the bonfire crackled to life, Chisu crouched beside it, diligently turning the meat. He truly relished this process, as he felt that roasting meat was akin to a journey of self-reflection, allowing his heart to find peace and to feel guiltless. Just as roasting meat to perfection requires a balance of heat, neither undercooked nor burnt. Douluo and Xiao Wu gathered around Chis, watching him attentively as he turned the meat on the grill, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Suddenly, a gust of frigid wind howled through with overwhelming force, extinguishing the bonfire in an instant, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Logically, with Chisu and Douluo's presence, even the chilling winds of the core area of the extreme north should not have extinguished the fire. However, a single gust snuffed it out completely, suggesting only one possibility: a soul beast. A powerful soul beast, perhaps 10,000 years old, or even stronger. It was unlikely that anything could breach the barriers set by Chisu and Douluo. Merely the pressure of its soul power was enough to extinguish the flames. Chisu slowly rose, his brow furrowed, not out of concern for the formidable soul beast's arrival, but rather out of annoyance at this unexpected interruption to his roasting. Roasting meat is an inherently complete act, one that should not be fragmented. Yet, at this moment, the sudden chill had disrupted Chisu's process. Just as he was beginning to enjoy this delightful experience, being interrupted midway was exceedingly frustrating. "Who dares?" A sudden shout echoed across the ice fields of the extreme north. Not from Chisu, but from Douluo. Powerful soul power swirled around him, and his eyes burned with fury as he stared forward. Clearly, Douluo was more agitated than Chisu at the interruption of their meal. 9 soul rings gradually rose around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. An exceedingly standard configuration. Chisu's eyes sparkled with swirling stars, revealing the white expanse of land devoid of concealment, allowing him to observe any movement around them freely. Under the scrutiny of Chisu's unique vision, he discerned a colossal figure moving towards them, its immense form reminiscent of a gigantic gorilla, leaving a flurry of snow in its wake with each step. "A 200,000-year soul beast. Do as you see fit," Chisu remarked. "Finding Douluo furieux de manière somewhat amusing." Initially furious, Douluo appeared as if he might blame the heavens, but upon hearing Chisu's words, he froze in place, promptly retracting his soul rings and stepping back behind Chisu. "What a mere 200,000 years. Isn't young master here?" Douluo chuckled awkwardly. If he were alone, he would have fled at the mere mention of such a beast, but with Chisu around, despite being only a soul emperor, Douluo held unwavering trust in him. After all, Douluo had no idea about the true extent of Chisu's strength. His visible strength was that of a soul emperor, while a 13-year-old Soul Emperor was indeed astonishing, leaving a significant mark in the annals of Soul Master history. To Douluo, a Soul Emperor was still just a Soul Emperor, no matter how remarkable one's talent. It bore no relevance to his status as a titled Douluo. Yet Chi Su was entirely different. He was not merely a 13-year-old genius Soul Emperor destined to become the strongest on the continent. Chi Su had been capable of suppressing Douluo even at the 51st level, and by the time he reached the Soul Emperor stage, he could easily contend with or even overpower Soul Masters at levels 95 or 96. Thus, when Douluo realized he had misspoken in front of a 200,000-year soul beast, he promptly retreated behind Chi Su, seeking refuge. Upon reflection, Douluo found a certain humor in the situation. Ordinarily, as the bodyguard summoned by Chi Su, his role should have been to ensure the latter's safety. Yet now, the roles seemed reversed, with him cowering behind the very person he was meant to protect. Fortunately, Chi Su appeared unfazed by this ironic twist, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Although his brow furrowed in annoyance at being interrupted during a barbecue, his eyes sparkled with joy. If his dual pupils weren't mistaken, the immense figure that had extinguished their campfire with an overwhelming presence was none other than the Titan Snow Demon King, ranked third among the 3 ferocious beasts of the extreme north. The oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings, causing even Douluo, a titled Douluo, to shudder involuntarily. Chi Su unsheathed his divine artifact, the Sea God Trident, and plunged it into the ground to shield Xiao Wu from the terrifying pressure. While the divine aura emanating from the trident also provided some protection to Douluo, Chi Su had no intention of shielding him. After all, Douluo was a titled Douluo. Even if he were to traverse this frigid expanse naked, he would remain unscathed. However, Xiao Wu was different. Being in close proximity to the core zone, surrounded by the Titan Snow Demon King's oppressive aura, if Chi Su did not assist her, she might very well become a frozen rabbit in this desolate land. As the pressure intensified, the colossal form of the Titan Snow Demon King came into view. Covered in white fur and towering in size, even its foot measured a staggering 5 meters. With each step, the ground trembled beneath its weight, leaving behind enormous footprints. Chi Su remained silent, his eyes fixed on the enormous Titan Snow Demon King as it approached. In the blink of an eye, the creature was before him. Yet it did not behave as Chi Su had anticipated. It did not inquire or utter a word. Instead, it simply raised its foot to stomp down, akin to a passerby casually crushing a few ants without a second thought. Alas, the Titan Snow Demon King encountered Chi Su, and not just any ordinary soul master. Had a commoner been in its path, that enormous foot would have struck with such terrifying pressure that it would have rendered them incapable of resistance. However, Chi Su was no ordinary individual. He gazed up at the descending foot without the slightest hesitation, raising his sea god trident beside him. When the foot came crashing down, instead of squashing the ants it sought, it instead met with an unexpected sting. The Titan Snow Demon King felt a sharp pain emanating from its foot, followed by an enraged roar that stirred a flurry of snow. It lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. The tremendous form, over 100 meters tall, fell upon the white expanse, causing a tempest of wind and snow to swirl violently, intensifying the chill in the air. What manner of soul beast is this? Even Douluo, with his experience as a titled Douluo, could not suppress his astonishment. This creature was said to be a descendant of the ancient ice god, a titan left behind by the Titans. Known as the Titan Snow Demon, this race was undoubtedly the most powerful in the frigid lands, boasting hundreds of kin. When united, they became an invincible force. Titan Snow Demons were born towering over 10 meters, and adult specimens exceeded 50 meters in height. The Titan Snow Demon King before him surpassed 100 meters, undoubtedly the largest creature on the Douluo Continent, with few equals even in the ocean. San'sEarly, Chapter 117, QI The Titan Snow Demon King. Douluo's expression grew serious as he gazed in trepidation at the fallen Titan Snow Demon King. Standing at 100 meters, the colossal figure evoked awe, even in Chi Su, who found himself momentarily breathless at such enormity. It was understood that even without any other abilities, the sheer size of the Titan Snow Demon King rendered it a formidable soul beast. After all, brute strength could easily shatter countless defenses. One stomp from such a giant would spell doom for any soul beast or soul master, regardless of their quality or power. Douluo felt that even if he were to unleash his martial soul's true form, transforming into a massive serpent to battle the Titan Snow Demon King, he would likely be swatted away with a single blow. He had always been wary of such rugged and resilient creatures, filled with fear. After all, Douluo's greatest asset was his poison, and he preferred to keep his distance from beings that appeared impervious to his toxic influence. Initially, upon hearing of a 200,000-year-old soul beast, Douluo had contemplated fleeing. However, seeing that Chisu showed no intention of retreating, he resigned himself to hiding behind Chisu. Given Chisu's indeterminate strength, Douluo could not afford to abandon him, especially since Chisu displayed no fear of the 200,000-year-old soul beast. Yet, upon the appearance of the 100-meter Titan Snow Demon King, even from his shelter position behind Chisu, Douluo was deeply shaken by the sheer magnitude of the creature. When the giant foot came crashing down, he trembled, fearful that their trio would be reduced to mere pulp beneath it. Meanwhile, Chisu calmly grasped the golden trident and struck at the Titan Snow Demon King's foot, an action that, unexpectedly, caused the Titan to lose its balance and crash to the ground. With the Titan Snow Demon King's fall, snow erupted in a torrent, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the realm. The surrounding snow-capped mountains trembled and began to collapse. Chisu furrowed his brow and summoned the blue-silver swordgrass, taking Xiao Wu on a one blade, while Douluo stood alone on another. The trio soared into the air, evading the collapsing mountains. The avalanche surged forth like a tsunami in this desolate northern expanse. Amidst the white chaos, another louder, angrier roar erupted as the Titan Snow Demon King, fully covered in white fur, rose once more, extending its massive claws toward Chisu and his companions. "Those who tread here shall surely perish," a low growl echoed through the air. Douluo gazed in astonishment at the Titan Snow Demon King, as if observing some bizarre creature. Though he had heard tales of 10,000-year soul beasts capable of speech, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon firsthand. The sight of the 100-meter Titan Snow Demon King articulating words left him utterly astounded. However, when he glanced at Chisu and Xiao Wu, he noted their complete lack of surprise at the beast's ability to speak, while he himself felt like an unsophisticated onlooker. Xiao Wu, being a 10,000-year soul beast in her transformed state, was unfazed. As for Chisu, it was only natural for him, being an eccentric himself, not to be astonished by such abnormalities. Chisu did not hasten to take action. Instead, he deftly manipulated the Lan Yin Jian Chao to evade the giant hand that came crashing down. As for Douluo, Chisu paid him little heed. For Douluo was indeed a rank 92 title Douluo, and despite being a ferocious beast of 200,000 years, it would not easily bring about Douluo's demise with Chisu present. Had they not yet entered your core area? Upon hearing the Titan Snow Demon King's somewhat threatening tone, Chisu immediately retorted. He spoke no falsehood. The trio indeed resided outside the core area, as it was the Titan Snow Demon King who had ventured out to attempt to crush them. Those accursed ants. The Titan Snow Demon King roared in fury, evidently displeased at having been bested by what he deemed mere ants. It was understandable. Had he intended to stomp on a few ants, only to be bitten back, he would surely have felt anger. However, his mistake lay in underestimating Chisu, treating him as an ant to be easily manipulated. Clearly, Chisu was no mere ant, but rather a formidable dragon. At that moment, the Titan Snow Demon King let out a roar that was markedly different from his earlier outburst of rage. Within this bellow, Chisu could distinctly sense a tremendous, overwhelming power brewing, as if it were on the verge of erupting, threatening to render this already white world even more blindingly white. Countless waves of immense energy surged forth from the Titan Snow Demon King's roar, spreading outward in rippling waves. Douluo's expression shifted. The seventh black spirit ring on his body instantly ignited, transforming him into an enormous green serpent, which lashed its tail toward the sound waves. He could have taken refuge behind Chi Su, allowing him to handle the sonic assault. However, as Chi's guardian bound by a 5-year contract, it was only natural for Douluo to exert himself in this situation, especially since it posed no life-threatening danger and provided an opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Yet the sonic attack exceeded Douluo's expectations. Even in his true martial spirit form, he was still sent hurtling for dozens of miles, crashing heavily to the ground. Nevertheless, his defense was not in vain. After Douluo intercepted the powerful sound wave, its intensity significantly diminished. By the time it reached Chi's, it was no longer the initial terrifying pressure, but rather a considerably weaker force. Without hesitation, Chi Su conjured a Lan Yin Jianchao from thin air and struck the sound wave with it, simultaneously releasing the Tianqing Gulong martial spirit, not to contend with the Titan Snow Demon King, but solely to shield Xiao Wu from the encroaching threats of other soul beasts. At that moment, the Tianqing Gulong coiled protectively around Xiao Wu, akin to a small serpent. Xiao Wu extended her palm, and the Tianqing Gulong, displaying remarkable sentience, spiraled into her hand. As Chi Su's martial spirit, the Tianqing Gulong naturally exhibited affection towards those Chi Su cherished. And since Xiao Wu was undoubtedly the closest to him, the Tianqing Gulong approached her with great fondness, as if it were a serpent she had raised herself, eager to respond to its master's call. The Tianqing Gulong was adorned with 6 spirit rings, exuding the regal aura of a high-ranking dragon-type soul beast. With a sense of relief, Chi Su grasped a Lan Yin Jianchao in one hand and stepped onto another, propelling himself toward the Titan Snow Demon King. Upon witnessing that ant charging towards him, the Titan Snow Demon King grew even more furious, using both hands in an attempt to swat Chi Su down. As if he were an insufferable fly, Chi Su coldly scoffed, leaping into the air, and as he descended, he conjured another Lan Yin Jianchao beneath his feet, using it as leverage to leap again, successfully bypassing the Titan Snow Demon King's massive palm and landing securely on its shoulder. The reason he did not employ the technique Kongji Lai Ko was that it required prior marking of the surrounding spatial coordinates, which he had not done on the Titan Snow Demon King's shoulder, precluding him from utilizing the spatial rift ability of his second martial spirit for an immediate transfer. Now perched upon the Titan Snow Demon King's shoulder, Chi Su felt an expansive space due to the creature's colossal size. However, he scarcely had time to relish this vantage point before a colossal hand descended towards him. In an instant, Chi Su detonated all 6 of the spirit rings associated with his Lan Yin Jianchao, causing a surge of soul power that far surpassed that of an ordinary titled Douluo. He dashed along the Titan Snow Demon King's broad shoulder, executing a deft sidestep just in time to evade the descending hand, and then leapt forward to reach the creature's neck. For humanoid soul beasts, no matter how massive or resilient their form, they invariably possess unavoidable vulnerabilities: the neck, the eyes, and the heart. Among these, Chi Su was uncertain of the heart's exact location, as its position could vary, and he was unaware of any unique features the Titan Snow Demon King might possess. However, both the eyes and neck were undoubtedly critical points. Thus, as Chi Su sprang from the Titan Snow Demon King's shoulder, he instinctively made his way to the nearest vulnerable spot, the neck. With the support of his Jin Kong Zhua and Baju Mao, Chi Su steadied himself to avoid falling from the Titan Snow Demon King's neck. After all, the Lan Yin Jianchao, which would have been more convenient, had detonated all of its spirit rings, making it more reliable to rely on his current support. The golden trident materialized in Chi Su's grasp. For him, the most potent single attack was not a 10,000-year soul technique or soul bone, nor even the Jin Kong Zhua's external soul bone. Chi Su's most formidable strike resided solely within the control of his elemental martial spirit, the Sea God Trident. Although Chi Su did not possess true mastery over the Sea God Trident, nor had it acknowledged him as its master, the sheer power of this super artifact was sufficient for Chi Su to unleash an unparalleled attack. Moreover, having detonated 6 high-quality spirit rings, including one formed from the essence of the world's primordial waters and another from a million-year Tianmeng Bingcan. The force derived from this detonation far exceeded that of his initial encounter with Douluo. In that moment, the sea god trident radiated an incomparable golden light, transforming the predominant hue of the surroundings from the previous white expanse to a dazzling, resplendent gold, so brilliant that it was almost blinding. This golden radiance enveloped the entire sea god trident, resembling a divine golden sword projected towards the Titan Snow Demon King. A horrific and tumultuous scream resonated throughout the realm, distinctly different from the Titan Snow Demon King's previous sounds. This new roar conveyed unmistakable agony, as though it had been grievously wounded by a blade. The sea god trident, as the primary artifact of the sea god, was entirely dark-hued, with the blades on either side being relatively slender, while the central blade extended 2 feet in length and half a foot in width, exuding an imposing presence reminiscent of a sword. In that moment, this spear resembling a sword unveiled its terrifying might. Chisu did not engage in the meticulous calculations he employed during his initial confrontation with Douluo and Zhao Wuji, allowing the battlefield to appear as though it were under his complete control. In this encounter with the Titan Snow Demon King, Chisu adopted a remarkably straightforward and forceful approach, eschewing any preparatory tactics. He directly thrust the sea god's trident into the Demon King's neck without hesitation. Typically, Chisu would have gradually set the stage to confront the Titan Snow Demon King, revealing his ultimate strike only at the opportune moment. The usual procedure would involve first diminishing the Demon King's defenses with his mental prowess, followed by inflicting various injuries with other soul techniques, culminating in a decisive blow with the sea god's trident. However, this time, Chisu boldly deviated from his customary style, launching his most powerful strike as the initial move, catching the Titan Snow Demon King off guard and causing him immense pain. In that moment, the Titan Snow Demon King collapsed to the ground, black blood gushing from his neck, staining the once white earth with darkness. Chisu, wielding the golden sea god's trident, strode over the fallen body of the Demon King, resembling a hunter surveying his prey. Although he was aware that such a direct assault, despite being his strongest attack, would not immediately slay the Titan Snow Demon King, Chisu remained unconcerned. He desired an act of sheer violence, a true demonstration of power and authority. Given the Titan Snow Demon King's colossal physique and immense strength, Chisu chose to confront him with raw force, devoid of any strategy or subtleties. He opted for a primal battle, relying solely on the most fundamental strength. While Chisu could have meticulously planned his attack, as he had in the past, such a style of combat was not always necessary. At times, it is more effective to confront challenges directly, and this explains his decision to initiate with his most formidable strike. Chapter 118. The Crisis of the Spirit Hall in the Spirit Hall of Wuhan City. Bibi Dong sat upon the Pope's throne, her eyes ablaze with fury as she regarded the man in the black robe below. 3 months ago, this man, whom she had not seen in 12 years, had suddenly appeared in the Spirit Hall, conspiring with Qian Daolu regarding an assault on Sea God Island. Although it was termed a discussion, it was in essence a coercion, leaving her no room for negotiation. She had no choice but to acquiesce to the combined might of these two titled Douluos. Bibi Dong had openly stated that she required 3 months of preparation to mobilize the forces of the Spirit Hall. However, this was merely a facade, as she intended to use this time to discreetly send away some of her trusted soul masters. She did not wish to lose her long-cultivated confidence in a single attack on Sea God Island. What infuriated Bibi Dong was that the very soul masters she had dispatched to avoid this battle were being summoned back one by the man in black, who insisted they join the assault on Sea God Island. Among them was Laina, the individual Bibi Dong cherished most within the Spirit Hall. It could be said that, compared to Qian Renshue, Laina resembled Bibi Dong's daughter more closely. Bibi Dong often entertained the thought that had Laina been her daughter, it would have been for the better. Yet, each time this notion arose, she would vigorously shake her head, attempting to cast it aside. In truth, Bibi Dong's relationship with Qianrenxue was not born from disdain for Qianrenxue herself, but rather, whenever she beheld Qianrenxue, memories of that sordid chamber and the painful past would resurface. Even after she had personally slain Qianxuanji, she could not cleanse the tainted recollections. For Qianrenxue was a glaring reminder of those memories, elements Bibi Dong wished to forget and whom she did not wish to encounter. At that moment, the black-robed man held a roster containing the names of those Bibi Dong was reluctant to send to participate in the battle at Sea God Island. Yet, he had managed to gather them all, demanding their presence in the conflict. Naturally, Bibi Dong was exceedingly enraged if her long-trained confidants were to perish in this battle. Her years of scheming would come to naught. Hulaina, somewhat timid, cast a glance at the black-robed man, unable to meet his gaze. Following 3 months spent in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes with Chi Su, she had been escorted back to the Spirit Hall by him. Bibi Dong, overjoyed at hearing news of Hulaina after 3 months of silence, promptly inquired about her experiences. Hulaina recounted her encounters with Gue, Douluo Mei, and Zhu Douluo Yuguan, detailing her adventures with Chi Su. However, she conveniently omitted significant portions regarding her relationship with Chi Su, only mentioning that he had gifted her an immortal herb, which she had absorbed over the past 3 months before returning to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong scrutinized Hulaina, noting the considerable increase in her soul power. She had undoubtedly become the foremost of the younger generation in the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong felt a mixture of joy and anger, joy at Hulaina's return, who resembled her more than Qianrenxue, and anger that Gue and Zhu Yuguan had concealed this matter, failing to mention it all. After listening to Hulaina, Bibi Dong could not help but mentally curse those 2 damned old men, questioning why she had not seen them for months. With a cold snort, a glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Had it not been for the unwavering loyalty of Mei and Zhu Yuguan, along with their rare soul fusion technique, Bibi Dong would have turned a blind eye to their actions. They had been overly favored, emboldening them to disrupt the peace and focus their attention on the Spirit Hall Saintess. Bibi Dong chuckled coldly, her noble and graceful visage adorned with such a smile. An oddly unsettling sight. Even Hulaina felt a shiver at Bibi Dong's expression. Unbeknownst to Hulaina, during her brief absence of merely 3 months, the Spirit Hall had undergone a terrifying upheaval. 299th level limit Douluos had conspired to usurp the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock everyone on the continent. After all, even the Spirit Hall's Saintess was taken aback, let alone the rest of the continent. There would undoubtedly be much speculation regarding the affairs of the Spirit Hall. In the Grand Hall, Hulaina encountered for the first time the 99th level limit Douluo that Bibi Dong had mentioned, a figure shrouded in black robes. This man exuded an inexplicable yet familiar aura, evoking in Hulaina a sense of déjà vu, though she could not recall where she had encountered such a presence. She cast a sidelong glance at Bibi Dong, whose stunningly beautiful face was now unmistakably marked by rage, as though someone had provoked the most powerful figure in the realm of soul masters. Hulaina understood her teacher well. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong rarely displayed overt emotions of anger or joy, typically maintaining a facade of calm and poise, embodying the majesty of a queen. However, the black-robed man had forced her emotions to the surface, revealing her deep-seated fury. Hulaina found the notion of attacking Sea God Island utterly absurd. Even though Hulaina, as the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, had never heard of this place, she could not deny its existence, especially since the extreme Douluo had mentioned it. However, she found it hard to believe. After all, a location associated with deities must be exceedingly difficult to conquer. The Wuhuan Temple had abandoned its long-planned strategy for the mainland to assault Sea God Island, which surely resulted in significant casualties. As for what they might gain, that remained an utter mystery. It was no wonder that her teacher, Bibi Dong, was so enraged. Anyone would feel infuriated if asked to forsake years of planning for an uncertain endeavor. For Hulaina, the idea of attacking Sea God Island seemed utterly unreliable. If she were to become the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, she would certainly oppose such a plan. Nonetheless, as merely the saintess, though destined to be the next pope. Her authority held little sway against the title Douluo. Even the pope could not dictate the thoughts of the extreme Douluo, let alone a mere saintess like Hulayina. Thus, she merely stood timidly beside Bai Dong, casting anxious glances at the man in the black robe. At that moment, Bai Dong slammed her hand against the armrest, rising angrily to confront the man, demanding to know his intentions. She was perplexed about the true motives of this mysterious figure. In Douluo Continent, strength was paramount. Being a 99th level extreme Douluo, it was clear that Bai Dong would be at a disadvantage, her authority undermined by his provocations. The man in the black robe chuckled dismissively, seemingly unconcerned with Bai Dong's words. His actions appeared devoid of any purpose other than to incite her fury. After all, with his unparalleled strength, he had no need to sacrifice any allies of Bai Dong. In essence, even if she lost those close to her, it would not affect him in the least. All he sought was her anger, which seemed to be precisely what he needed. "Your Holiness, please do not let your anger harm your health," the man said, spreading his arms wide, his gaze fixed on Bai Dong, filled with disdain. Hulayina, observing the man's demeanor, felt a flicker of disdain herself, though it quickly vanished, fearing he might perceive her contempt. To Hulayina, there were only 3 individuals of significance: her teacher Bai Dong, her brother, and Chi Su. Aside from these 3, she cared little for anyone else. Witnessing someone deliberately provoke her esteemed teacher, Hulayina felt compelled to defend her. Yet, as an extreme Douluo, a mere glance from him extinguished any desire she had to speak. In that moment, Hulayina came to realize her own insignificance. Although she had taken pride in being the foremost of the younger generation after obtaining the immortal herb, she now felt like an ant compared to the continent's top figures. She understood why Chi Su had achieved such great success at a young age. It was because his aspirations reached far beyond her generation. To him, they were merely children playing games. Only those like Bai Dong, Gui Douluo, and Jian Douluo were on the same level as him. Hulayina suddenly felt the vast distance between herself and Chi Su. What advantages did she possess to earn his affection? In terms of beauty, she felt she could not compare to Xiao Wu or Ning Rongrong. Although she had always been confident in her appearance, when juxtaposed with them, her once prized beauty seemed to lack merit. As for her character, she pondered what it truly was. It seemed she had always been the one receiving help from Chi Su. What had she ever done for him? Hulayina could not recall any significant contributions. She felt fortunate that Chi Su liked her. But her affection was not merely for his formidable strength or his innate talent to contend with title Douluo at such a young age. What she cherished most was the clarity of his eyes, like a tranquil lake, captivating her heart. She had never encountered such a gaze before, nor would she likely find it again outside of Chi Su's eyes. Though they had been apart for less than 10 days, Hulayina missed him profoundly, as if they had been separated for an eternity. She did not understand why she felt this way. Perhaps it was what people often refer to as love. She stole another glance at the man in the black robe, and a thought suddenly surged in her mind. I must become stronger, powerful enough to stand beside Chi Su, rather than being a burden requiring care. Hulayina realized that her time at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang had not been true to herself. She was the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, a pivotal figure in the Golden Generation. She should be the one caring for others, leading them. Yet she found herself being cared for instead, by Chi Su, by Xiao Wu, by Ning Rongrong. She had grown fond of that atmosphere, gathered around the campfire, laughing, sharing roasted meat, singing little songs, gazing at the moon and the scenery, while countless stars twinkled above, reflecting in everyone's hearts. However, she could not remain in that state forever. Hulayina could not always be the one needing protection. She should not be a frail woman. She was the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, the future pope. She ought to be as noble and cold-blooded as her teacher. Only then could she secure her position as pope, worthy of being addressed as Your Holiness by countless soul masters, and only then could she stand alongside Chi Su. As Hulayina contemplated her thoughts, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the man in the black robe, flooding the space around them. 9 soul rings ignited around him, 6 black and 3 red, a truly fearsome display. It was Ulaina's first encounter with such an intimidating manifestation of soul rings. Although Chi Su also possessed peculiar soul rings, as a soul emperor, his presence was nowhere near that of this black-robed figure. So this is what a 99th level extreme Douluo feels like. Ulaina struggled to breathe under the weight of his overwhelming presence, her heart in turmoil. Bai Dong snorted coldly, her own 9 soul rings illuminating as well. This time, she did not choose to endure as she usually did, but instead resolved to confront him directly. However, it was not a matter of brute force. Bai Dong believed that as the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, she could no longer afford to be complacent. The formidable aura of a titled Douluo emanated from Bai Dong, colliding with another equally terrifying presence, causing the entire hall to tremble with the force of their clash. Fortunately, the main hall of the Wuhuan Temple was sufficiently fortified, preventing destruction from the immense energy released by the 2 titled Douluos. However, Ulaina clearly suffered greatly, as the mingling of these 2 auras sent her hurtling backwards, crashing violently against the wall and causing her to spit blood. Bibidong gasped in alarm, her eyes reflecting not only fury but also concern for Ulaina. "Do as I instruct, Your Holiness," the figure in the black robe scoffed with contempt, treating Bai Dong as if she were a caged bird, deliberately provoking her. In truth, given his strength, he could have effortlessly slain Bai Dong at that moment without any resistance. Yet, for reasons unknown, he continued to taunt her without delivering a fatal blow, refraining from revealing the full extent of a level 99 limit Douluo's terrifying power. Chapter 119. Soul Power Transformation Armor. Bai Dong grasped this reality. The black-robed man before her did not require convoluted tactics to provoke her. For a limit Douluo of his caliber, eliminating Bai Dong with sheer strength would be trivial. Such machinations were unnecessary. Nonetheless, the black-robed man persisted in this behavior, which puzzled Bai Dong. He seemed like an entity not belonging to this world, suddenly appearing with an unmistakable sense of disconnection. Although she could not articulate this feeling of estrangement, it was evident that he did not fit within the fabric of her reality. How could the black-robed man, a limit Douluo 12 years ago, still retain that status after all this time? If he were indeed still at that level, it could only imply one possibility. The black-robed man was undergoing the divine 9th trial, the final test to ascend to godhood. This last trial was a pivotal step toward becoming a deity. Contemplating this, everything began to make sense. Perhaps the divine position he inherited mandated this 9th trial to assault Sea God Island. The reasons behind the deity's decision remained a mystery to Bai Dong. Do you aspire to become a god? Bai Dong thought to herself, narrowing her eyes in disdain. Dream on, she silently vowed. She would not permit the existence of any god in this world, especially not one who could ascend to divinity before her. Should the black-robed man achieve godhood ahead of her, all her years of scheming would be rendered futile. Bai Dong quickly recognized the gravity of the situation regarding the assault on Sea God Island. She had initially believed that, even under the pressure of a limit Douluo, a unified assault on Sea God Island would only result in the loss of her plans over the past decade. If she bided her time, remaining patient, there would come a day when she could achieve godhood, and all that she had lost would eventually return. However, if someone else ascended before her, the implications were dire. After all, compared to true deities, even titled Douluos and limit Douluos were like ants. Bai Dong would never allow herself to be reduced to such a status. Suddenly, she lifted her head, blinking her captivating eyes, and adopted a new demeanor. Since you require them to go to Sea God Island, so be it. This matter is of great importance, and indeed necessitates the full strength of all Wuhuan Temple elites. The black-robed man frowned at Bai Dong's words. Logically, given his provocation, she should have been filled with rage. As anticipated, Bai Dong unleashed her martial soul, forcefully clashing with his oppressive aura. The ensuing pressure not only harmed Bai Dong, but also affected Ulaina, known to all as Bai Dong's beloved disciple. There was no reason for her to remain so composed. The black-robed man, puzzled by this, noted Bai Dong's smiling face. Ultimately, he snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and departed. Once he left, only Hulaina and Bai Bai Dong remained in the hall. Bibi Dong muto existe Hulina. Her gaze filled with concern and warmth. Nana, are you gravely injured? Hulaina shook her head, feeling rather indignant on her teacher's behalf. That man is excessively arrogant. Bai Bai Dong, however, remained remarkably calm, her gaze distant and icy. He will pay the price, she softly declared. Hulaina was taken aback, momentarily stunned. She understood her teacher's nature. Bai Bai Dong was not one to exhibit magnanimity or tolerance, often harboring a desire for revenge. Hearing her teacher speak in such a manner brought Hulaina a sense of reassurance. She trusted that Bai Bai Dong had her own plans. Bai Bai Dong was one of the most formidable high priests of the Wuhuan Temple. Even though the black-robed man was a level 99 limit Douluo, Hulaina felt certain he would not meet a favorable fate in the future. Hulaina harbored a deep-seated loathing for the black-robed man. In her eyes, her teacher was an imposing figure, a sovereign-like priestess, commanding respect and authority that none would dare challenge. Even the grand offering Qian Daolu, when conversing with her teacher, adopted an attitude of utmost equality. Yet, this black-robed man repeatedly provoked her teacher, leading Hulaina to believe that Bai Bai Dong had already sentenced him to death, and all that remained was to await the day of reckoning. Interestingly, Hulaina did not fear the level 99 limit Douluo. She could not pinpoint why, but whenever she encountered powerful soul masters, she found herself unconsciously comparing them to Qi Su. In doing so, they appeared remarkably ordinary. After all, she had already encountered one of the most gifted soul masters in the world. By comparison, everyone else seemed mediocre, even this level 99 limit Douluo. Hulaina mused that for Qi Su, this limit Douluo was hardly an opponent. Qi Su, at just 13 years of age, had already established himself as a true soul emperor. In less than a decade, he would likely step into the realm of title Douluo. With his prowess, how could a level 99 limit Douluo stand against him? Reflecting on this, Hulaina felt her thoughts veering into the realm of madness. She could not recall when she had begun to underestimate the powerful. In the past, even as a favored daughter of destiny, a saint of the Wuhuan Temple, she had always been filled with reverence in the presence of title Douluos, let alone a limit Douluo of level 99. Had she encountered such a soul master before, she would have undoubtedly gazed upon them with admiration. In her understanding, it seemed that the only level 99 limit Douluo in the entire Douluo Continent was Qian Daolu, the grand offering of the Wuhuan Temple, who remained indifferent to worldly affairs. Thus, aside from Qian Daolu, there were practically no other level 99 limit Douluos on the continent. Hulaina gazed upon the scene with immense admiration. However, for her, the esteemed title of the 99th ranked Douluo felt less like an unattainable dream and more like a mere number, a concept that would inevitably be surpassed by Kais. This notion seemed quite audacious, yet to Hulaina, it appeared entirely reasonable. After all, Kais was now capable of contending with a title Douluo, even defeating one with ease. Given time, he would certainly not fear the limitations of the 99th ranked Douluo. Under the high-hanging moon, the Wuhuan Temple exuded an exceedingly cold atmosphere. In the extreme northern lands, the Titan Snow Demon King collapsed once more, using its colossal palms to grip its neck tightly, attempting to staunch the flow of black blood. Kai stood 10 meters away, brandishing a golden trident, and charged directly toward the Titan Snow Demon King without hesitation. He leaped high, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of countless stars. In an instant, the dual-eyed technique manifested, predicting all of the Titan Snow Demon King's movements. In that brief moment, Kais discerned the optimal solution. The sea god trident was raised high, descending with the force of a raging inferno. Yet, just as the strike was about to land, countless snowflakes suddenly coalesced in the air, forming a semicircular transparent shield that stood before the Titan Snow Demon King. The sea god trident struck heavily against the translucent barrier. In an instant, the shield shattered, sending Kais flying backward for several dozen meters due to the rebound force. He managed to stabilize himself, leaving a long fissure in the ground as he relied on the sea god trident. He had somewhat underestimated the Titan Snow Demon King's strength. As one of the largest species on the continent, its innate power was unparalleled, even surpassing that of Air Ming, the current ruler of the Stardo Forest. It is important to note that Air Ming, belonging to the Titan giant ape clan, possessed an already terrifying strength. Yet Kais estimated that in a pure contest of power, the Titan giant ape would still fall short when compared to the Titan snow demon king before him. This was indeed a rather alarming realization, considering that the Titan snow demon king not only wielded immense strength, but also possessed formidable ice attributes, showcasing a mastery over the icy domain. It was this very ability that allowed it to transform countless snowflakes into a transparent barrier, effectively blocking the sea god Trident's blazing assault, while simultaneously using the rebound force to send Kais sprawling backward. At that moment, the snowflakes in the air coalesced into blocks of ice, resembling arrows that flew toward the Titan snow demon king, subsequently forming armor-like structures upon its colossal form. Eventually, the Titan snow demon king, towering at a height of 100 meters, appeared to don a suit of armor forged from ice, evoking the image of a legendary king among giants, truly formidable. Kais chuckled softly, feeling intrigued. If he were to vanquish this Titan snow demon king with a single blow, it would be a disservice to its reputation as one of the three great beasts of the extreme north. In fact, this situation was advantageous. The longer the Titan snow demon king could withstand Kais' onslaught, the more valuable its soul rings and bones would be for absorption, potentially allowing it to become Kais' ice attribute Wuhuan. Although Kais initially aimed to acquire the ice crystal Emperor Scorpion, he did not view this as a rigid requirement. Should another quality Wuhuan be available as a substitute, he would not linger on the matter. Both the ice crystal Emperor Scorpion and the Titan snow demon king Wuhuan piqued Kais' interest, particularly the ability of the Titan snow demon king to transform ice into armor. It is worth noting that Kais lacked certain defensive capabilities as opposed to his abundant offensive means. Besides the invincible golden body provided by the system and life-saving teleportation techniques, he possessed only the spatial transference from the Void Rift and the extreme healing ability. Outside of these abilities, Kais' physical form remained rather fragile. In confrontations with titled Douluos, he could achieve a qualitative leap in soul power by detonating all the soul rings of a Wuhuan, allowing him to match, if not surpass, a titled Douluo. His mental fortitude also exceeded that of a titled Douluo. However, Kais' corporeal form appeared exceedingly vulnerable in comparison to a titled Douluo. Despite possessing extreme healing capabilities, should he be struck by the ninth soul skill of a titled Douluo, he feared that he might perish in a single blow, leaving no time for healing. Now, witnessing the Titan Snow Demon King's ability to transform ice into armor, Kais felt a surge of interest. After all, with a 100,000-year soul bone and a 100,000-year soul ring, 4 skills could likely be inherited quite effortlessly, with the soul skills derived from such ancient artifacts. Kais' physical form would undoubtedly become immensely powerful, rivaling that of a titled Da capable of manifesting their Wuhuan's true form. Kais harbored confidence that once his ice attribute Wuhuan had reached full potential, along with the blue-silver swordgrass, ice attribute Wuhuan, the sky blue bone dragon Wuhuan, and the 4 elemental Wuhuans at his disposal, he would be able to contend with the 99th ranked Douluo, even if he could not defeat them. He was certain that preserving his life would pose no issue. At that moment, the Titan Snow Demon King, encased in ice armor, charged forward with great strides, moving with a speed that belied its massive physique. This velocity caused the ground to tremble, and the earth appeared as though it would fracture beneath its feet. Numerous fissures emerged, as if the Titan Snow Demon King had forcefully stomped them open. Kais unleashed his elemental Wuhuan, 6 elements swirling around him. With a snap of his fingers, he instantly returned to the spot where he had initially raised the sea god trident. Upon witnessing Kais' sudden disappearance, the Titan Snow Demon King abruptly halted its frenzied charge, crouching down and unleashing a furious roar as it pounded the ground with its colossal hands. Countless mountains, along with the accumulated snow, crumbled, and the earth finally split open with multiple chasms. Kais glanced with concern at Xiao Wu, who was being protected by the sky blue bone dragon. The sky blue bone dragon, attuned to Kai's thoughts, immediately transformed into a massive form, carrying Xiao Wu high into the sky, away from the impending collapse of the snow-covered mountains and the splitting earth. Douluo Bo had long since withdrawn from the battlefield, watching from a distance as Kais engaged with the Titan Snow Demon King. While the Titan Snow Demon King roared and hammered the ground, causing mountains to crumble and crack. The scene resembled an apocalyptic event. Yet Kais felt no fear. His sole concern for Xiao Wu had been alleviated, as she was now safely airborne atop the sky blue bone dragon. No longer burdened by worries, countless flames ignited around him. He raised his hand high, and from the flames emerged a magnificent dragon. This dragon, unlike the Western lizard-like dragons, was a familiar Eastern fire dragon, enveloped in what appeared to be celestial flames. Chapter 120. Slaying the Titan Snow Demon King. The fire dragon, enveloped in a blazing crimson flame, is the sixth spirit skill bestowed by Kai's elemental martial soul. This sixth skill, known as Honglong Nuyans, is a group-based explosive damage technique. Honglong Nuyans enables the condensation of a dragon of Eastern origin entwined in scarlet flames from the fire element. This dragon, infused with an unparalleled intense heat, charges towards the enemy, culminating in a spectacular explosion. Although Kais is uncertain of the exact potency of this sixth spirit skill, it is derived from a soul beast that has existed for 70,000 years, suggesting it is formidable. Moreover, with the enhancement provided by the explosive spirit ring, the Crimson Dragon achieves a terrifying level of power. Should this spirit skill strike directly, even a titled Douluo would suffer grievous wounds, incapacitated in battle. At this moment, with a slight wave of his hand, the dragon enveloped in scarlet flames surged towards the Titan Snow Demon King, bearing the weight of immense power. As mountains crumbled and snow swirled, the red dragon maneuvered through numerous obstacles, heading straight for the Titan Snow Demon King. Kais, utilizing the fifth spirit skill of his elemental martial soul, Kongji Jihuan, successfully evaded the tumultuous scene of falling mountains and flying snow. Simultaneously, a swirl of purple energy coalesced into a serpent at Kais' wrist, which he then launched in a parabolic arc towards the Titan Snow Demon King. The purple serpent darted forth like an arrow, aimed directly at the Titan Snow Demon King, while the Crimson Dragon and the purple serpent advanced in unison. Instead of retreating, the Titan Snow Demon King, with its colossal form, rose to its feet and opened its wide maw, audaciously swallowing the incoming Crimson Dragon whole. The dragon was unable to unleash its explosive power before being consumed. The purple serpent followed closely behind, entering the Titan Snow Demon King's belly, rendering it akin to a legendary beast of gluttony, devouring the very essence of the world. Kai squinted slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he observed this act of consumption. This was the fourth attribute he had discerned about the Titan Snow Demon King. The attributes of the Titan Snow Demon King are quite apparent. Firstly, its immense strength surpasses that of the Titan Great Ape from the Stardow Forest. Beyond strength, the Titan Snow Demon King possesses exceptional control over ice and snow, a mastery Kais estimates to rival that of the Extreme Ice, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion, or the Snow Emperor, born of the heavens and earth. In addition to these two attributes, Kais has identified two more through combat, one being its defensive capability, transforming ice and snow into armor. Kais surmises that the Titan Snow Demon King, clad in ice crystal armor, has significantly enhanced its strength, making it capable of withstanding any single spirit skill of his. He can no longer rely solely on the explosive spirit ring and the power of the sea god trident for a direct assault. The final attribute he has recently uncovered is the Titan Snow Demon King's capacity for consumption. The Crimson Dragon, upon contact with the Titan Snow Demon King, should have detonated, blossoming into a fiery red lotus amidst the world. Yet, contrary to expectations, the dragon was swallowed whole, disappearing without a trace, along with the purple serpent. The serpent, a manifestation of Kai's elemental martial soul and a toxic spirit skill, known as Ziki Yushi, was meant to infiltrate the Titan Snow Demon King's body. delivering excruciating pain akin to poison coursing through the victim. Kais had intended for the Crimson Dragon to breach the Titan Snow Demon King's defenses, allowing the purple serpent to find its way inside. However, the Titan Snow Demon King's hidden ability to consume thwarted Kais' plans, rendering both spirit skills futile. Yet, Kais remained unperturbed. Regardless of the Titan Snow Demon King's strength or its concealed capabilities, he was unfazed. In his eyes, the Titan Snow Demon King was merely a soul beast of 200,000 years, incapable of reaching the level of a human rank 99 limit Douluo. Given that it could not attain such heights, Kais felt no fear. In fact, the Titan Snow Demon King's continued existence was a result of Kais' leniency, as he sought to probe its full power to determine whether to absorb it as his own and forge a new martial soul. With 2 spirit skills consumed, the Titan Snow Demon King appeared quite pleased, thumping its chest and roaring triumphantly. Noticing Kais suspended in midair, the Titan Snow Demon King stood tall once more, swatting at Kais like a fly. Kais smiled, his eyes shimmering like stars. A terrifying beam of light erupted from his starry gaze, striking the Titan Snow Demon King before it had a chance to react, directly hitting its eyes. Upon impact, the Titan Snow Demon King clutched its eyes in agony, emitting pained groans as if its sight had been abruptly taken by arrows. This beam emanated from Kais' unique ocular technique, a power not of Douluo Continent, but rather akin to a dimensional strike from a higher plane. As the Titan Snow Demon King was overwhelmed by the onslaught of Kais' immense spiritual force, it fell into blindness, losing all awareness of its surroundings. Kais remained suspended in the air, smiling as he observed the Titan Snow Demon King's frenzied state, as though he were witnessing a farcical spectacle. Just then, as the Titan Snow Demon King roared in fury, Kais exclaimed, "The chrysanthemum withers, leaving sorrow in its wake. The flowers fall, and hearts break." Suddenly, amidst the white expanse, an abundance of chrysanthemums appeared. Countless golden petals danced through the air, slowly forming a colossal vortex. This golden chrysanthemum whirlwind, accompanied by the sound of howling winds that seemed to tear through space, charged towards the Titan Snow Demon King. Stripped of its senses, the Titan Snow Demon King was unable to evade the golden whirlwind and was swept into its embrace. The multitude of petals sliced through the Titan Snow Demon King's flesh like blades, yet even as it stood dazed amidst the golden vortex, the only consequence was the damage to its icy armor, sustaining no substantial harm. Kais found himself increasingly impressed by the Titan Snow Demon King's resilience. The chrysanthemum, with its petals scattered and its beauty diminished, embodies the essence of Douluo's 9th soul skill. This ability, an exquisite manifestation of Kais' divine left hand, is a soul skill replicated from his left arm's bone. At this moment, Kais unleashes the replicated 9th soul skill of Douluo. Even though the Titan Snow Demon King has lost all perception, the golden chrysanthemum tornado of the 9th soul skill merely damages the icy armor, leaving the Titan Snow Demon King's essence unscathed. The mere construction of this armor is sufficient to withstand a full force strike from a tidal Douluo of over level 90. The Titan Snow Demon King, indeed, stands as one of the most formidable soul beast species. At this juncture, the Titan Snow Demon King appears increasingly irate, yet, deprived of perception, he can only remain stationary, angrily pounding his fists against himself, fearful of stepping onto the fractured ground, apprehensive of the unknown lurking ahead. This reaction is an instinct shared by all living beings, a primal fear of the unknown. Even one as powerful as the Titan Snow Demon King, upon losing mental awareness, succumbs to darkness and inevitably spirals into panic. Kais' mental prowess, bolstered by the million-year-old Tangmen Eye silkworm and the cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye, alongside the awakening of his dual pupils, has ascended to a level where he could be deemed the foremost in mental strength across Douluo Continent. In contrast, soul beasts inherently possess weaker mental faculties. Even a 200,000-year-old soul beast's mental strength equates to that of a soul Douluo, let alone someone of Kai's unparalleled caliber. Thus, when the Titan Snow Demon King, having consumed Kai's two soul skills, revels in his arrogance, Kai swiftly employs his ocular technique. With unparalleled mental power, he blinds the Titan Snow Demon King, causing his mental faculties to disperse, rendering him devoid of control over his environment, perception, and exploration. Consequently, the Titan Snow Demon King no longer exudes the aura of a ruler of ice and snow. Instead, he resembles a furious giant, helplessly standing in place, consumed by rage. It seems my firepower is insufficient, Kais muses with a smile. He gently raises his left hand and, with a delicate gesture, freezes the entire expanse of space. Even the mountains crumbling and the snow flying seem to pause in the final moment. Everything is seemingly suspended in time. As Douluo witnesses this temporal stasis, his eyes widen in astonishment, for this is indeed his 8th soul skill. Now, it has been employed by Kais. Under the shroud of temporal suspension, the Titan Snow Demon King stands like a colossal ice sculpture, frozen in place. Suddenly, a verdant sphere appears in midair, soaring towards the Titan Snow Demon King. Kais exclaims, "Break!" In an instant, the frozen space around the Titan Snow Demon King shatters like glass, and simultaneously, the icy armor enveloping him fractures, revealing his true form. A single ice armor successfully blocked the 9th soul skill derived from Douluo and Douluo's 8th soul skill. This level of defense is indeed commendable. Kais chuckles to himself, stating, "Well then, it is time to send you on your way." In a flash, his previously suspended figure vanishes, only to reappear before the Titan Snow Demon King. Brandishing the golden sea god's trident, he lets out a fierce roar. The Tianqing Bone Dragon Martial Spirit, which had been swirling around Xiao Wu, sees all 6 of its soul rings explode, leaving only the one that sustains the Tianqing Bone Dragon's magnification. Kai's soul power surges to an alarming degree as he leaps high, landing atop the Titan Snow Demon King's head. The Titan Snow Demon King, having lost his mental perception, only realizes Kai's presence above him when Kais is already poised to strike. With a mighty roar, as he raises the sea god's trident high, he brings it crashing down, piercing the Titan Snow Demon King's enormous skull. An unparalleled scream echoes through the icy expanse. The massive figure, hundreds of meters tall, explodes upon the trident's impact, limbs and body parts scattering across the snowy terrain. Silence returns to the world, leaving only a white void and pools of dark liquid. Kais approaches the scene. Amidst the whiteness, a red soul ring and a solitary left leg bone remain at the center of where the Titan Snow Demon King once stood, an item absent from Kai's collection. He cannot help but feel fortunate. In truth, Kai's soul bone already possesses the ability to devour and evolve, alleviating any concerns about duplication. Regardless of the soul bone unearthed, he can assimilate it for evolution, thus avoiding regret over the rarity of multiple soul bones. Naturally, possessing more is preferable, especially since Kais currently lacks a complete set of soul bone armor. Gathering all soul bones is paramount. Suddenly, the golden consciousness sea reacts, sensing a disturbance. Kais immediately returns his awareness to the golden sea to discern the issue. There, he sees a golden silkworm, appearing somewhat apprehensive in the light. This golden creature is none other than the Tianmen ice silkworm. Kais gazes at it in confusion. What is happening? Why is there a disturbance in my golden consciousness sea? He inquires mentally. Upon seeing Kais' figure materialize in the consciousness sea, the Tianmen ice silkworm scurries to his side as if it has found a savior. "Brother, you must know that the 3 great ferocious beasts of the extreme north jointly govern the region. They rise and fall together. Now that you have slain the 200,000-year-old Titan Snow Demon King, it will not be long before the other 2 ferocious beasts come seeking you. You must understand, those 2 are not to be compared to the Titan Snow Demon King. They are truly terrifying beasts that rival humanity's greatest powers." Chapter 121. The Ice and Snow Emperors. Upon hearing the Tianmen ice silkworm's words, Kais lets out a soft gasp, filled with perplexity. In his understanding, The legendary three great ferocious beasts of the Douluo Continent, as mentioned in the novel Douluo Continent, the unrivaled Tang Sect, primarily refers to the Ice Empress and the Ice Emperor, who were depicted as close sisters. There was no mention of their relationship with the Titan Snow Demon King, and it subtly implies an adversarial stance between the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice and Snow Emperors. He wonders how, even after vanquishing the Titan Snow Demon King, he could provoke the Ice and Snow Emperors. He promptly inquires, what connection do the Ice and Snow Emperors have with the Titan Snow Demon King? Although Kais has read the novel and possesses considerable knowledge about the affairs of the extreme north, he acknowledges that he cannot rival the indigenous insight of the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Given its assertion, it must possess some knowledge, prompting Kais to ask directly. The Tianmeng ice silkworm, filled with concern and trepidation, replies, though the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice and Snow Emperors do not share a friendly relationship, even harboring some conflicts, they collectively govern the extreme north. By slaying the Titan Snow Demon King upon your arrival, you are essentially challenging the dignity of the soul beasts of the extreme north, and they will undoubtedly come seeking you. As Chisa listened to the words of Tianmengbing Kan, he gently nodded, momentarily unfazed by the prospect of being sought out by the Ice and Snow Emperors. Rather, he felt a flicker of joy. Sensing Chi Su's elation, Tianmengbing became alarmed, hastily exclaiming, "Brother, do not let the defeat of the Titan Snow Demon King cloud your judgment. One must remember that the other two formidable beasts of the extreme north, the Ice Empress and the Ice King Scorpion, have both existed for nearly 700,000 and 400,000 years respectively. They are genuine soul beasts of terrifying caliber, akin to the most powerful tidal Douluo among humans. We must take flight at once." At this point, Tianmengbing Kan's voice quivered, revealing a palpable fear of the beings he referred to as the Ice Empress and the Ice King. Raising an eyebrow, Chi Su retorted, "Are you questioning my capabilities?" In response, Tianmengbing hurriedly bowed his head in a gesture of submission, insisting, "I dare not, brother. Yet, one's life is paramount. If they come for us, and you are unable to fend them off, we may not have time to escape. Where could I possibly find another host as powerful as you? Please, do not perish." As he spoke, Tianmengbing Kan's voice trembled with a hint of tears, almost as if he were wishing for Chi Su's demise. Chi Su, with a swift motion, slapped Tianmengbing Kan, sending him flying to another orb of light. "I shall live for 100 years. Do not curse me." With that, Chi Su's consciousness withdrew from the golden sea of knowledge and returned to the vast expanse of ice and snow. Ice Emperor and Snow Empress. Suddenly, Chi Su chuckled to himself, having initially thought that locating the Ice and Snow Emperors would require considerable effort. To his surprise, they were coming to him, thus saving him a great deal of trouble. Consequently, he need not hastily absorb the Titan Snow Demon King's soul ring. Perhaps the Ice King Scorpion would be a more suitable choice for him. Casting a glance at the crimson soul ring suspended in midair, he refrained from absorbing it immediately. Ordinary soul rings dissipate within an hour if left unabsorbed after the death of their respective soul beasts, but a 100,000-year soul ring is different. Even without absorption, it remains for 3 days before vanishing from the world. Chi Su's reluctance to absorb the red soul ring also stemmed from his desire to draw out the Ice and Snow Emperors. As Tianmengbing indicated, his sudden intrusion into the extreme north would be perceived as a provocation by the Titan Snow Demon King, and leaving the soul ring unabsorbed would be a blatant affront to the entire region. As the rulers of the extreme north, the Ice and Snow Emperors would undoubtedly seek him out to eliminate him. With this in mind, Chi Su elevated the red 100,000-year soul ring high into the air, ensuring that all soul beasts in the extreme north could see its striking hue. Meanwhile, he stored the 20,000-year left leg bone of the Titan Snow Demon King within the 24 bridges under the moonlight, intending to absorb it after concluding his journey in the extreme north. At this moment, the battle between Chi Su and the Titan Snow Demon King had reached its conclusion. The Tianqing Bone Dragon returned, carrying Xiao Wu back to Chi Su, before transforming into a small serpent and re-entering Chi Su's body. Dugu Bo was also released from the time freeze, hastening to Chi Su's side with a few flattering remarks. Chi cast him a sidelong glance and waved him away, signaling him to keep his distance. Next, Chi retrieved a substantial quantity of timber from the 24 bridges under the moonlight and stacked it on the ground. With a snap of his fingers, the pile ignited, forming a campfire. He then constructed a wooden frame atop the flames and resumed the interrupted roasting of meat. Dugubo, curieux, incroyable. Why do you not absorb the 200,000-year soul ring? His eyes gleamed with desire as he gazed at the crimson soul ring. It was well known that 100,000-year soul rings were coveted by all soul masters. Dugubo recalled the fierce battle between the Spirit Hall and the Sect, which had been ignited by a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang Hao's wife had been a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, and the Spirit Hall had pursued her relentlessly to acquire her soul ring. Ultimately, the 100,000-year soul beast sacrificed herself to become a soul ring for Tang Hao, allowing him to escape the Spirit Hall's encirclement and vanish from the world, while the Sect withdrew from public affairs, leaving the mightiest sect in the world to fade from sight. The Spirit Hall suffered immense losses in that battle, gaining nothing of value. That a mere 100,000-year soul ring could incite such bloodshed among the continent's most powerful factions underscored its rarity. Now, before Chi lay a 100,000-year soul ring, yet he paid it no mind, focusing instead on the roasting meat, leaving Dugubo astonished. Although Dugubo enjoyed roasted meat, it paled in comparison to the allure of a 100,000-year soul ring. Not to mention that this crimson soul ring was not merely a 100,000-year ring, but a genuine 200,000-year treasure. How could he leave it suspended in the air without fear of attracting unnecessary chaos? Suddenly, a realization struck Dugubo. Chi was doing this intentionally. He had deliberately placed the 100,000-year soul ring in midair to lure forth even more formidable beings, allowing him to acquire an even more powerful soul ring. A shiver ran down Dugubo's spine as he regarded Chi with a mixture of awe and trepidation, as if staring at a demon from the depths of hell. He lamented not having acted decisively when standing behind Chi. Had he done so, he might now be nothing more than a pile of bones, devoid of the antidote for the poison plaguing him. Noticing the fearful gaze that Dugubo cast upon him, Chi turned his head slightly, intrigued. Do you desire it? Would you like to absorb it yourself? Dugubo rolled his eyes, replying, My soul rings are already full. Besides, I did not slay the soul beast, so how could I absorb it? Then you speak nonsense. My soul ring is mine to control. Dugubo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, vexed by Chi's audacity. In his eyes, possessed un numéro mûri. Firstly, his innate talent was unparalleled, making him arguably the most exceptional soul master in millennia. Secondly, he had a knack for creating bizarre yet delectable dishes, coupled with his sharp tongue and kind heart, having promised to cure Dugubo's long-standing poison after 5 years. He had instead dispelled it entirely within just 3 months in the Ice and Fire Valley. However, these virtues could not overshadow Chi's shortcomings. His manner of speech was far from appropriate for a 13-year-old and instead resembled that of an ancient being. This often caused Dugubo to overlook Chi's youthful appearance during their conversations. At this moment, Xiao Wu stared blankly at the 100,000-year crimson soul ring suspended in the air, a flicker of something mysterious glinting in her eyes. Chi, noticing her unusual demeanor, turned to her and inquired, What is it, Xiao Wu? Yet, Xiao Wu did not meet his gaze, her attention still fixated on the soul ring high above. After a long silence, she remarked that her mother had also transformed into a spirit ring, only to be absorbed by someone later. Chi was momentarily taken aback. An overwhelming sense of sorrow engulfed him as he recalled that Xiao Wu's mother was also a 10,000-year spirit beast, hunted down by spirit masters before becoming a 10,000-year spirit ring herself. Perhaps the one who absorbed Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ring was none other than the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibidong. The mere thought of this troubled Chi, for he realized that this scenario was exceedingly distressing. He stepped behind Xiao Wu, gently extending his arms to embrace her, softly murmuring that they were different. Her mother was gentle and kind, never harming any innocent spirit beasts or spirit masters, whereas the Titan Snow Demon King was a violent and ruthless entity. responsible for countless spirit beasts and spirit masters devoured over millennia. This was the fate he deserved. However, Chisu's words seemed to have the opposite effect, igniting Xiao Wu's fury instead, causing her to break free from his embrace and shout, "So what? My mother is dead too. She is also transformed into a spirit ring, absorbed by your kind." As she continued to shout, tears streamed down her face, her voice choking as despair overtook her. She sank to the ground, cradling her head in a futile gesture of anguish. Chisu stared blankly at Xiao Wu, momentarily lost for words. He had never witnessed such sorrow or rage in her before. All along, Xiao Wu had been like a well-behaved little rabbit by his side, obediently complying with his every request. Yet now, it seemed that the sight of that red 10,000-year spirit ring had triggered a profound breakdown in her, rendering her unable to hear anything he said. Duga Bo stood to the side, observing the discord between Chi Su and Xiao Wu, clicking his tongue in disapproval before turning away to grant them space. Chi Su slowly approached Xiao Wu, sitting beside her and placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, drawing her closer. Initially, she resisted fiercely, but as his embrace tightened, she leaned into him. Suddenly, she collapsed into his arms, resembling a desperate little rabbit without a home. She pounded her fists against his chest, crying out, "You humans are all wicked. You stay in your forests, never harming anyone. Yet you invade our territory time and again, turning spirit beasts into your spirit rings, transforming us into your power." Her voice was filled with desperation, as if recounting an inescapable truth. Chisa said nothing, holding her tightly and allowing her to strike against his chest. The conflict between humans and spirit beasts was indeed an unavoidable reality. In the second installment of Douluo Continent, Yu Hao established the Chuanling Tower, which somewhat alleviated the tensions between humans and spirit beasts. Yet it could not fundamentally resolve the underlying issues or the diminishing numbers of spirit beasts, nor the increasing difficulty for humans to obtain spirit rings. By the time of the third installment, Legend of the Dragon King, spirit masters had nearly vanished, relying instead on artificial spirit souls. However, neither the spirit soul summoning of the Chuanling Tower nor the artificial spirit souls of the third installment could exist in the current realm of Douluo Dalu. Even with Chi Su's system and various advantageous rewards, he could not single-handedly alter the course of Douluo Dalu. The emergence of the Chuanling Tower was contingent upon numerous favorable conditions, and in the world of the first Douluo Dalu, such phenomena were simply not permitted. In fact, even if they were, humanity would still lean towards hunting spirit beasts. After all, the number of spirit beasts in the first Douluo Dalu was vast, rendering the need for spirit souls unnecessary. Chisu understood Xiao Wu's sentiments and her thoughts, yet he felt powerless to effect any change. This was a matter of the world's setting, a fundamental logic inherent to this universe. Even with numerous advantages, Chisu could not alter these core issues. Chapter 122. The beast tide approaches some matters are beyond the realm of human influence. One must learn to accept such realities, even when every effort seems futile. Given the current historical context, Chisu was indeed unable to help Xiao Wu achieve a state of harmony between spirit masters and spirit beasts. Thus, as she wept in his arms, he offered no words, merely holding her close and gently patting her back. Douluo Dalu is, in essence, a profoundly distorted world. The distortion lies in its foundational premises, such as the inheritance of martial spirits. A martial spirit is determined by the martial spirits of both parents, with mutations being exceedingly rare. Typically, one inherits from either the father or the mother. This system creates a stark division between spirit masters and non-spirit masters, forming an insurmountable chasm. It effectively divides the world into two sides, the vibrant realm of martial spirits and the bleak existence of commoners. Another foundational premise is that a spirit master's ascension in soul power necessitates spirit rings, which must be acquired from spirit beasts. This premise is the root of the conflict between humans and spirit beasts. To grow stronger, spirit masters must hunt spirit beasts, and even then, there is no guarantee that they will obtain the desired spirit ring. Thus, any spirit master aspiring to reach the rank of Title Daw or below must hunt dozens of spirit beasts. The number of spirit masters far exceeds that of spirit beasts, and humanity's reproductive rate is incomparable to that of spirit beasts. Over time, this imbalance will only lead to a further decline in spirit beast populations, ultimately resulting in a scenario akin to that depicted in the third installment of Douluo. Chisu found both situations to be profoundly unreasonable. However, this predicament is dictated by the fundamental rules of this world. Even with his advantages, extraordinary soul power, and various secret techniques, Chisu could not alter the foundational settings of this universe. After all, it is the author of the story, not a deity or divine monarch, who creates such settings. Thus, even if Chisu were to become a powerful god or divine ruler, Douluo would remain true to its original form, and he would not possess the ability to effect genuine change. At this moment, as Xiao Wu lay in Chisu's embrace, perhaps sensing his warmth, she gradually calmed down, her initial fury subsiding. Like a little rabbit, she nestled against him, timidly gazing at the circle of red spirit rings. Chisu reached out to cover her eyes, shielding her from the sight of the spirit ring above, and whispered in her ear, "To those who wield blades, return them with blades." This sentiment transcended the nature of spirit beasts. The Titan Blood Demon King sought to kill them, perceiving them as mere ants. He wishes to take our lives. We shall do the same to him, and that is the entirety of it, simple and unadorned, with no other complexity. Regardless of whether they are hunch soul beasts or skilled soul masters, anyone who seeks to harm you shall first encounter my sword. Upon hearing these words from Chisu, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze to meet Chisu's steadfast expression, as if he were making a promise of utmost significance. A sudden sense of tranquility enveloped her, akin to someone shielding her from the gusty winds of a tempestuous harbor. Unconsciously, she smiled, reveling in the comfort of resting quietly in Chisu's embrace, free from worries and interruptions. Though she did not feel particularly envious of Ning Rongrong and Hulaina, there lingered a slight discontent within her, for she preferred to be alone with Chisu rather than share him with others. After all, it was always she and Chisu together, relying on one another, with no one else around. They had spent 6 years at Notting Academy, which Xiao Wu considered one of the happiest periods of her life. She cherished 2 segments of time that would forever remain etched in her heart. One was the days spent with her mother in the Sendo forest, where her mother would comb her hair daily, accompanied by Deming and Erming. However, that blissful time faded due to the pursuit of soul masters. The other cherished memory was when she transformed into a human and arrived at Notting Academy, where she encountered Chisu, another lonely soul without a home. 2 homeless individuals leaned on each other, creating their own family, and thus they spent 6 years together. Every moment at the academy was deeply imprinted in Xiao Wu's heart. Subsequently, upon arriving at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong and Hulaina joined their family, and Xiao Wu could no longer monopolize Chisu's company. However, with Hulaina returning to the Wuhuan Palace and Ning Rongrong to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School during this journey to the extreme north, Xiao Wu found herself once again in solitude with Chisu, reminiscent of their earlier days at Notting Academy. With this realization, Xiao Wu felt less sorrowful. The sight of the crimson 10,000-year soul ring suspended in the air stirred her emotions, primarily because it reminded her of her mother and the fleeting moments of happiness that could never return. The past is beyond regret. It is only right to cherish those present. Thus, Xiao Wu chose not to dwell on the matter of the 10,000-year soul ring, fully aware that, as Chisu had stated, the Titan Snow Demon King showed no hesitation and sought to crush them without a word. Such a cruelly created soul beast deserved its fate, and there was no merit in harboring anger towards it. Her annoyance stemmed solely from thoughts of her mother being hunted by soul masters. When Chisu solemnly vowed his promise, Xiao Wu felt no anger to express and quietly nestled into his arms. Douluo Bo observed the couple's affectionate reunion with an amused shake of his head, reminiscing about his own youthful days spent under the moonlight, composing poetry with a partner, lamenting his own aging. The campfire continued to burn brightly under the moon's gentle glow, wafting the savory aroma of grilled meat into the air. It dawned on Chi Su that the meat had begun to char, yet he felt no urgency. Instead, he playfully brushed Xiao Wu's nose, teasingly remarking on her propensity to cry. Xiao Wu shook her head and huffed in denial, prompting Chi Su to burst into laughter and pull her to her feet. They approached the grill, ready to indulge in a delightful feast, while Douluo eagerly scampered over, hoping to partake in the grilled delights. In the midst of the snowy expanse, the air was filled with laughter and the scent of roasted meat. Suddenly, the haunting howls of soul beasts echoed around them, as if a multitude of creatures had gathered nearby. In the dark night, apart from the faint moonlight, the campfire provided the only illumination. Countless soul beasts concealed themselves in the shadows, their diverse eyes fixed intently on Chi Su and his companions, yet none dared to reveal themselves. With the Titan Snow Demon King, the ruler of the extreme north, having fallen, the surrounding soul beasts, imbued with intelligence, eyed the remnants of its flesh with avarice, hoping to consume it and attain the strength of true 10,000-year soul beasts. If one were to observe from above, they would witness an endless swarm of soul beasts encircling the three humans in a vast, ominous circle. At the very center of this circle lay the grill and the trio, while an innumerable host of soul beasts loomed just beyond 100 meters away. The demise of the Titan Snow Demon King had drawn forth a significant number of soul beasts from the extreme north, all intent on devouring its remnants to claim dominion over the land. Chi Su, endowed with formidable spiritual power and the enhancement of his red pupils, soon realized they were ensnared within a veritable tide of soul beasts. The extreme north was not as complex as the Douluo Forest. It was merely an expansive expanse of ice. Even amidst the night, the multitude of soul beasts, forming a surrounding barrier, unleashed a cacophony of roars and an indescribable stench. As the soul beasts congregated, their numbers swelled, seemingly ignited by the fall of the Titan Snow Demon King. Numerous soul beasts that had never dared to show themselves began to emerge, all drawn to the prospect of feasting upon the Titan's remains. At this moment, Chi Su sensed that approximately 30,000 soul beasts lay in wait around the Titan's corpse. No beast dared to take the lead, yet none wished to retreat. Xiao Wu and Douluo soon realized they were encircled by these creatures, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping Douluo's heart. 30,000 soul beasts, Chi Su stated calmly, as if he were merely discussing 3 ordinary soul beasts. However, his tranquil tone did little to soothe Douluo, who had never before witnessed such a sight. This was no mere encirclement. It was a full-fledged beast tide, a genuine beast tide. Even when Douluo had claimed a mountain in the setting sun forest as his lair, setting deadly traps for any beast that dared to intrude, he had never faced such an onslaught. Yet now, due to Chi Su's slaying of the Titan Snow Demon King, they found themselves under the watchful eyes of nearly 30,000 soul beasts, all fixated on the trio. Douluo was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of Chi Su, recognizing that Chi Su's current strength could rival that of a level 95 or even level 96 title Douluo. Yet, what did that truly signify? What consequence did being a title Douluo hold? Title Douluos are still mere mortals, not deities. In the face of an unending tide of ferocious beasts, there will inevitably come a moment when their strength wanes, a moment when their soul power diminishes. When that moment arrives, even a title Douluo could be beset by frenzied spirit beasts and be torn apart until naught but bones remain. It is even conceivable that there would be no bones left, as the spirit beasts might devour flesh along with the bones. Although Xiao Wu did not share Douluo's level of fear, she too felt a shiver of trepidation as she gazed into the night, where the eyes of savage beasts glimmered ominously. As a spirit beast herself, she was acutely aware of the terrifying power that arises when spirit beasts gather. Humans have managed to force spirit beasts into the Douluo Forest, a place of congregation, where they dare not encroach upon human territory, precisely because humans can cooperate with one another, while spirit beasts cannot. The multitude of spirit beast species, diverse in kind, rarely forge alliances. However, the current situation was entirely different. The spirit beasts of varying ages and strengths, each distinct in their species, had now converged around the Titan Snow Demon King. A mere 100 meters away, they seemed poised to encircle a lion, their eyes fixated with predatory intent. Douluo sighed and patted Chi's shoulder, advising him that when the confrontation ensued, they should take to the skies and flee as far as possible. Although there would undoubtedly be flying spirit beasts attempting to impede their escape, it was evidently the simplest route to break through from the air. Douluo was not fond of being indebted to others. Despite being a person of few emotions and a cold demeanor, he prided himself on two principles. First, his commitment to uphold promises. Second, his belief in repaying even the smallest acts of kindness with great gratitude. He had pledged to be Chi's protector for 5 years in exchange for his assistance in curing his poison. And now that Chi had fulfilled his part, Douluo felt compelled to honor his duty as a guardian. Rising to his feet, Douluo took a final bite of the roasted meat before casting the skewer into the bonfire. He surveyed the surroundings and bellowed with laughter, challenging the spirit beasts. "Come at me, you little beasts." Chi was momentarily taken aback by Douluo's sudden bravado, perplexed as to why he would act in such a manner. Was this an act of gratitude? He chuckled to himself and placed the half-eaten roasted meat in Xiao Wu's hands, rising to firmly press Douluo back into his seat. Smiling, he said, "You, my subordinate, have yet to voice your intentions. So what grand declarations are you making? Since I brought you here, I will not allow you to perish." Douluo gazed at Chi, momentarily dazed. Suddenly, he felt a hint of moisture at the corner of his eye. Surprised, he wiped it away, incredulous. How could a seasoned titled Douluo be moved to tears by the words of a child? Chapter 123. Rivers of Blood, are you certain you can withstand this? Young people often boast of their strength, but when faced with life and death, it is best to refrain from such bravado. You should leave. I, an old man, have lived long enough. The only concern I hold dear is my granddaughter, whom I mentioned to you before. Her name is Douluo, studying at the Tiando Royal Academy. If you too can survive, please look after her for me. A resolute determination suddenly flickered in Douluo's eyes, a sense of acceptance akin to embracing death. He smiled calmly, devoid of any fear. Previously pressed back in his seat by Chi, he now stood before him once more. In an instant, 9 spirit rings illuminated around Douluo. The optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings radiated brilliantly under the moonlight. A sharp, piercing howl erupted from his mouth. An emerald green light burst forth from within him, his body expanding as 7 spirit rings shone simultaneously. His tall, slender form transformed into a colossal emerald serpent, stretching 30 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel. With cold, green eyes, the massive serpent surveyed its surroundings, its forked tongue flickering as thick green mist coiled around its body. The encircling spirit beasts seemed to sense the manifestation of Douluo's martial soul. Their howls grew more intense and frenzied, as if issuing a warning to the humans intruding upon their territory in this frigid expanse. Heavenly blue bone dragon, arise. Chi bellowed, summoning a small serpent that spiraled out from his body, coiling around him. With a flick of his hand, the heavenly blue bone dragon soared to Xiao Wu's side, where it expanded dramatically. Chi and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending Chi's intentions. They swiftly mounted the colossal form of the heavenly blue bone dragon, allowing it to elevate them into the air. Death will not come to you yet. Let us unleash our full might. Chi laughed heartily towards the heavens. The great serpent transformed from Douluo echoed in agreement. Indeed. Let us unleash our full might today. The serpent expelled its forked tongue, releasing waves of emerald green poison mist. In an instant, the mist spread outward, and anguished cries erupted among the spirit beasts. One beast emitted a particularly harrowing scream, prompting the previously watchful spirit beasts to charge recklessly towards Chi and Douluo. 6 spirit rings appeared around Chi with no warning. White, purple, black, red, and black. In the night, the vibrant red glow stood out starkly, as if heralding the blood that was soon to flow. Before long, the pristine white expanse of snow illuminated by the moonlight would be stained with an ocean of blood, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Water droplets, poison mist, razor-sharp blades, spatial rifts, time orbs, and flames. 6 elemental forces encircled Chi Su, rendering the young man akin to a divine being. The encirclement of 30,000 spirit beasts posed a perilous challenge. Even the most powerful Douluo might perish beneath such a terrifying onslaught. However, Chi Su remained unfazed by the threat to his life, for he understood that not all 30,000 spirit beasts aimed to hunt down the 3 of them. Most were actually there to seize the flesh of the Titan Snow Demon King. Perhaps Chi Su's slaying of the Titan Snow Demon King had provoked the limits of their territory, yet he believed that as long as he demonstrated sufficient strength, the spirit beasts would prioritize claiming the Titan's flesh over targeting him and his companions. Crimson Flame Dragon's Wrath. Chi Su gestured toward the sky, and the flames surrounding him erupted into a sweeping inferno. From within this blazing conflagration emerged a red dragon, which circled once before descending like a meteor into the heart of the spirit beast throng. With a resounding crash, a blood-red lotus flower erupted amidst the spirit beasts, revealing countless spirit rings shimmering among them. Even as the crimson dragon transformed into a red lotus, bursting forth amidst the throng of soul beasts, it was unable to impede their relentless advance. A vast multitude of soul beasts charged through the night, driven solely by the desire to devour the flesh and blood of the Titan Snow Demon King, as well as to consume the few humans intruding upon this frigid northern expanse. Among the tens of thousands of soul beasts, a leopard-shaped entity was the first to leap forward, lunging fiercely towards Chi Su, its gaping maw wide open. Chi Su vanished into thin air, only to emerge through a rift in space beside the leopard beast, and with the enhancement of his 4th soul skill, times 0, he unleashed a devastating punch that crushed the beast's skull, leaving behind a dark soul ring on the ground. With the explosion of all the soul rings from the blue-silver swordgrass, Chi Su's soul power surged to an astonishing level. After employing times 0 to accelerate the surrounding space, he swiftly dispatched the first 10,000-year soul beast that had rushed to his side. At that moment, all the soul beasts had surged forward, most encircling Chi Su and Douluo, charging fearlessly as though they were indifferent to death. The remaining beasts fought over the flesh of the Titan Snow Demon King, which lay scattered near Chi Su and his companion's original position. Constantly, beasts that seized a severed limb were ambushed and killed by others before they could take a bite. Some cunning ones, clutching flesh in their jaws, attempted to break free from the melee, hoping to escape and absorb the spoils alone. However, there was no safe haven to retreat to. Any soul beast that attempted to back away would be relentlessly pursued and torn apart by those behind. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a scene of chaos. Soul masters clashed with soul beasts, while in the air, the transformed Azurebone dragon battled against flying soul beasts. The once tranquil moonlit landscape now resembled a Shura battlefield, drenched in blood, staining the vast white ground a deep crimson. Soul rings of various colors and diverse soul bones began to manifest across the battlefield. Chi Su adeptly navigated this tumultuous arena, utilizing times 0 and the rifts in space to his advantage. Each time he emerged from a rift, he obliterated a soul beast with a single punch, even finding the time to gather the fallen soul bones into his 24 Bridges bright moonlit night. Currently, he had accumulated 3 soul bones within the 24 Bridges bright moonlit night, 2 from the recently slain soul beasts, and 1 from the Titan Snow Demon King's 200,000-year soul bone. With the flow of time 0 slowing and the rifts in space enabling his evasion, Chi Su suffered no damage from the soul beasts. Even if a beast managed to strike him, he could swiftly heal using his ultimate recovery abilities, emerging unscathed. Yet, Douluo's plight was far more dire. Countless soul beasts clambered upon his massive, serpentine body, their claws relentlessly raking at his scales. Initially, there were merely the sounds of claws scraping against his scales. But soon, countless gashes marred his enormous form, causing him great distress. He thrashed his mighty tail, attempting to dislodge the assailants, but for every beast he flung away, another wave would ascend to continue their assault. Douluo refrained from employing his higher-level soul skills, as manifesting his martial soul's true form required immense soul power. If he unleashed his 8th or 9th soul skills amidst this frenzied assault, he risked collapsing under the strain and reverting to his original state, whereupon he would be overwhelmed and devoured by the soul beasts. He wished to avoid such a fate, so he continued to expel toxic mist while striving to shake off his attackers with his tail. Puis, noticing Douluo Bois prédicament, appear beside him through a rift in space. He unleashed both the 8 spider lances and the dark gold terror claw simultaneously, piercing through the throngs of soul beasts with the lances resembling spider legs. Before long, the soul beasts surrounding Douluo were cleared away. A plan was needed to escape. Continuing this way would lead to inevitable exhaustion. Puis cette expression grew increasingly grave. Although he was effortlessly dispatching these soul beasts, this was contingent upon his ample soul power. If this continued, the rapid depletion of his soul energy due to the use of his external soul bones and dual martial souls would render him vulnerable, reducing him to mere prey for the soul beasts. How long does it take to release your 9th soul skill? Chisu suddenly inquired of Douluo, somewhat perplexed, replied that although his 9th soul skill was exceedingly toxic, it might not significantly affect these soul beasts, given their high resistance to toxins and the presence of poison-type beasts among them. Even if his poison was incredibly potent, in the midst of such a vast tide of beasts, it would likely have minimal effect and instead drain his soul power, hindering his ability to manifest his martial soul's true form, leading to his eventual consumption by the soul beasts. Half an hour of preparation time, he answered, despite his confusion. Very well, prepare to unleash your 9th soul skill now. I will guard you for half an hour, Chisu stated gravely, as if entrusting him with a crucial task. The seriousness of his tone instilled a sense of gravity in Douluo, who chose to trust Chisu and coiled his massive serpent body, poised like a waiting cobra. A swirling cloud of verdant mist enveloped Douluo, visibly intensifying in its emerald hue. Holding the sea god trident, Chisu stood resolutely, with the 8 spider lances at the ready, ensuring that any soul beast that crossed the boundary he established would be met with a lethal strike. Soon, after a few soul beasts fell to his trident, none dared to approach any closer. Just as Chisu thought he could take a moment to rest, the surrounding soul beasts parted, creating a vast pathway. Confused, he pondered whether they intended to let him and his companions escape. It seemed improbable, having slain one of the 3 great beast rulers of the extreme north, the Titan Snow Demon King, and wreaked havoc in this realm. These soul beasts were likely intent on ensuring that the intruders met their demise amidst the biting cold. As Chisu contemplated this, a formidable soul beast emerged from the throng, striding confidently down the newly formed path. It was a massive snow-white, saber-toothed tiger with crystalline ice at its feet, its exposed fangs giving it an imposing and intimidating presence. Chisu regarded the approaching creature with trepidation, recognizing its species, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, a top-tier soul beast comparable to the Titan Snow Demon and the Ice Crystal King Scorpion. Much like the latter two, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger was exceedingly rare, with perhaps only 1 or 2 existing within the vast, icy expanse of the extreme north. Yet, strength often comes with solitude. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, a formidable species of soul beast, remains undeterred by the possibility of encountering no kin throughout its lifetime. Its reputation is unwavering. Each ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, under normal growth conditions, can reach an age of 100,000 years. The one before us is estimated by Chisu to be at least 150,000 years old, perhaps even nearing 200,000, comparable to the Titan Snow Demon King. Upon emerging from the passage, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger strides boldly around the circle drawn by Chisu with the sea god's trident, its fierce eyes fixed intently on him, as if observing a beast trapped in a cage. Chisu had previously succeeded in seizing a considerable piece of flesh from the Titan Snow Demon King. Yet this alone was insufficient. The Titan Snow Demon King became one of the 3 dominators of the icy plains in the extreme north, not only due to its own 200,000 years of power, but also because of the support of its Titan Snow Demon kin. Now, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger stands alone, without any kin to support it. Therefore, it must consume the flesh of the Titan Snow Demon King to surpass the 200,000-year threshold and simultaneously slay the humans invading its territory, establishing its prestige among the soul beasts of the extreme north. Only then will the other soul beasts recognize it as the new ruler of the extreme north, on par with the ice and snow emperors. As the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger circled around Chi Su's drawn circle, it hesitated to make a move, resembling a hunter watching a trapped beast struggling in despair. In contrast, Chi Su remained unfazed, calmly seated as he continued to savor the roasted meat from the campfire. Above, Xiao Wu, protected by the Tianqing bone dragon, was unharmed, as the extreme north is predominantly a plain with mostly foot-based soul beasts and a scarcity of flying ones. The Tianqing bone dragon, empowered by its explosive ring ability, was more than capable of matching a 100,000-year soul beast, ensuring Xiao Wu was safe from any aerial threats. Noticing Chi Su's disregard, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger felt provoked and let out a furious roar, accompanied by a cacophony of gusty winds and swirling snow that brushed past Chi Su's ears. "Human, you shall pay the price for intruding into the extreme north." Its fangs glinted ominously in the night, exuding a fierce menace. Chi Su merely cast a glance and remained indifferent, continuing to chew on his roasted meat. After finishing, he tossed the remaining bones directly at the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, expressing his irritation. "Could you please stop howling?" The bones struck the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, which shattered them with a powerful swipe of its paw, glaring at Chi Su with an intensity that suggested an inner fire was ignited. It sought to establish authority among the soul beasts, not to be humiliated by having bones thrown at it like a dog. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger released another echoing roar, and countless ice crystals began to coalesce around it, resembling a myriad of shimmering mirrors. With a vigorous shake of its massive head, it raised a forepaw high and brought it down with force. Instantly, the surrounding ice crystals shot towards Chi Su like a barrage of razor-sharp blades, an unavoidable onslaught. Chi Su let out a cold breath, sweeping his hand before him as he activated his fourth soul skill, Time Zero, causing the flow of time to slow around him. A spatial rift materialized beside him, and with a swift turn, he vanished into it, leaving no trace behind. In the next moment, Chi Su emerged from a rift beside the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, wielding the golden sea god's trident, and under the acceleration of Time Zero, he aimed a powerful thrust at the beast. To his surprise, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger that should have been struck heavily by his attack vanished from sight, reappearing from one of the ice crystals it had launched at him. Chi Su furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed as he discerned the creature's ability. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger utilized these ice crystals as vessels, meaning that as long as they existed, the beast would not perish. Is this akin to a shadow clone technique? Quite impressive, Chi Su mused, harboring anticipation for this ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. After all, the primary goal in the extreme north was to acquire an ice attribute martial soul and subsequently infuse it with soul rings. Naturally, he sought the finest martial soul available. Initially, Chi Su had his sights set on the Ice Emperor's Ice Crystal King Scorpion and the Titan Snow Demon King's Titan Snow Demon Martial Soul. However, it seemed the capabilities of the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger were equally commendable. Its mirror-like stealth ability intrigued him greatly, and he was eager to discover what other remarkable powers it might possess. At that moment, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger emerged from one of the mirror-like ice crystals, its paws gathering fresh ice crystals anew. Contrary to Chi Su's expectations, it did not charge at him, but instead turned and lunged towards Douluo, who was unleashing his ninth soul skill. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger's fangs elongated dramatically, resembling two gleaming swords, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear. Realizing the imminent danger, Chi Su shouted in alarm and, utilizing the acceleration of Time Zero, opened a rift to teleport in front of Douluo, aiming to intercept the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger's strike. His figure emerged suddenly from the spatial rift before Douluo, and in an instant, the tiger's elongated fangs were upon him. Even with the advantages of time zero, Chi Tzu had no time for a proper defense. Relying solely on his 8 spider lances to form a protective sphere against the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger's attack. The fangs struck the 8 spider lances, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds and leaving a deep gash upon impact. After withstanding the assault, Chi Tzu unfurled the 8 spider lances, thrusting the sea god's trident forward as if to deliver a fatal blow to the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. At that moment, a golden light flickered from the creature's brow, containing some unknown essence that caused Chi Tzu's previously accelerated strike to slow, as if the flow of time had been tampered with. Time has indeed slowed. Qui se murmure softly. The sea god's trident, hindered by this golden light, was evaded by the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger with a sidestep, landing gracefully not far from Chi Tzu. A smile crept upon Chi Tzu's lips. For him, the more innate talents and peculiar abilities the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger possessed, the more advantageous it would be, as he sought a soul of the highest caliber for his 4th martial soul. Originally, under the acceleration of San'sEarly and the deceleration imposed upon the Bingjing Jinni Hu, the movements of the Bingjing Jinni Hu should have been remarkably sluggish. For Chi Tzu, at that moment, was approximately twice as swift as the Bingjing Jinni Hu. He should have been able to effortlessly thrust that strike towards the beast, inflicting grave injury upon it. However, upon witnessing the golden light emanating from the creature's forehead, Chi Tzu felt his own speed diminish drastically, utterly incongruent with the velocity modified by San'sEarly. There could only be one explanation for this phenomenon. The Bingjing Jinni Hu's influence over the flow of time surpassed that of Chi Tzu. After all, Chi Tzu's time flow soul ring was derived from the impersonating Hu. Although this impersonating Hu is a 1,000-year soul beast, and even though a 1,000-year impersonating Hu could rival a 10,000-year one, it remained merely a 1,000-year soul ring. Thus, the soul skills Chi Tzu wielded through this 1,000-year soul ring were inherently limited, lacking the profound alteration of time's passage that the golden light of the Bingjing Jinni Hu possessed. At this moment, the Bingjing Jinni Hu gazed fiercely at Chi Tzu, its beastly eyes brimming with anger and provocation. It sought to prove itself, to validate its existence before the myriad soul beasts, even in the absence of kin. Despite being one of the most formidable species in this frigid northern expanse, it required one thing to affirm its dominance: the blood of this seemingly childlike, yet fearsome human youth. Only when the blood of this young individual spilled upon the ground could it embark upon the path to becoming the sovereign of this frigid land and ascend to the throne of dominion. Chi Tzu, feeling discomfort under the golden light, opened his heavy eyes, and in that instant, his perception of the surroundings became remarkably clear. Since he intended to gauge the strength of the Bingjing Jinni Hu, he could not reveal his full capabilities outright. Should the Bingjing Jinni Hu retreat back into the pack of soul beasts, Chi Tzu believed that tracking it down would prove futile. Thus, he chose to withhold his complete strength, fearing that he might frighten the creature away. He planned to engage the Bingjing Jinni Hu gradually, drawing out all of its abilities before ultimately striking it down. After all, by that time, it would find it challenging to escape back into the throng of soul beasts. Stars sparkled within Chi Tzu's eyes, as though countless celestial bodies were swirling within his gaze, and a palpable aura of terror enveloped his pupils. He gradually closed his eyes, causing the previously pervasive sense of dread to dissipate. Standing still with his eyes shut, he appeared to be in a state of tranquil meditation, momentarily dispelling the overwhelming pressure he had exerted upon the surrounding soul beasts. He resembled a sleepy child standing vacantly in place. Upon witnessing Chi Tzu's closed eyes, the Bingjing Jinni Hu instinctively recoiled a few steps back, as if fearing the release of some devastating soul skill. However, as it retreated, it soon realized that Chi Tzu had indeed closed his eyes, not unleashing any terrifying soul skill, but merely resting. The Bingjing Jinni Hu felt an acute sense of humiliation. Throughout its existence, it had always regarded itself as the most noble of soul beasts, and despite never encountering a kindred spirit in its lifetime, it remained unperturbed. firmly believing itself to be the sovereign among soul beasts in this extreme northern territory. Yet now, this esteemed creature faced repeated indignities from a mere child of humanity. First, it was treated as a pet, akin to a dog, fed bones by humans, and now in combat it was disregarded, with Chi-Tzu closing his eyes and bowing his head. Such a disgrace. Such a disgrace. The Bingjing genie who uttered human speech, its tone rife with fury. Initially, it had intended to leverage the opportunity of slaying the human before it to garner the support of other soul beasts, whether it succeeded or not. The Bingjing genie who would gauge its own strength. If it could slay the human, it would secure its position among the three great sovereigns of the extreme north. Even if it failed, it could leave a favorable impression among the soul beasts, convincing them that it could be their ruling monarch. However, the continuous humiliation inflicted by this human had shattered its aspirations of establishing a commanding presence among the soul beasts. With no retreat left, the Bingjing genie who recognized that if it did not slay this human who had intruded into the extreme north and vanquished the Titan Snow Demon King, it would be forever condemned to a pillar of shame, never to rise again. Even if later it could surpass the limits of 200,000 years or even reach 3, 4, or 500,000 years. This incident would be indelibly etched in the minds of the thousands of soul beasts present. It would be eternally mocked for having been humiliated by a mere human child, ultimately fleeing in disgrace. Thus, the Bingjing genie who was left with no options akin to its earlier considerations. It could not choose to reveal itself only to discover it was no match for Chi-Tzu, retreating once more into the pack of soul beasts. Such an action would only serve to engrave its disgrace upon its very being. Its only course of action was to rend the flesh of this human child until blood flowed freely, thereby cleansing its humiliation upon this vast expanse of white. Stepping forward cautiously, the Bingjing genie who tested the waters, refraining from committing fully, observing that Chi-Tzu remained with closed eyes, seemingly in a meditative state. The Bingjing genie who at last committed its foot to the ground. Holding its breath, its immense form now approached Chi-Tzu with the stealth and grace of a cat. The creature's fur bristled, betraying an underlying fear and concern. It was uncertain of Chi-Tzu's intentions, unsure if he was merely feigning vulnerability. Nevertheless, with Chi-Tzu's eyes shut and devoid of any discernible soul power emanating from him, this was indeed a prime opportunity to seize the boy and sink its fangs into his neck. Should it miss this chance, it may never encounter another. Thus, the Bingjing genie who chose to gamble, betting that Chi-Tzu had truly succumbed to weakness, allowing his aura to dissipate entirely. It crept forward with feline grace, step by step, drawing ever closer. Just as it was about to reach Chi-Tzu, the Bingjing genie who could no longer contain itself, abandoning pretense and launching its massive form towards Chi-Tzu like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Simultaneously, countless shards of ice coalesced around the Bingjing genie who, cascading down toward Chi-Tzu. As the surrounding soul beasts erupted in jubilant roars at the sight, Chi-Tzu's tightly shut eyes finally opened, as though he had been anticipating this very moment. A beam of deep black light shot forth from his pupils, aimed directly at the Bingjing genie who, which was now lunging towards him like a famished predator. The pupils of the Bingjing genie who dilated in sheer terror at the sight of the light emanating from Chi-Tzu's suddenly opened eyes. As the golden light surged forth from its forehead, it collided with the piercing gaze from Chi-Tzu. The light, which should have slowed the flow of time, did not waver. It continued its relentless trajectory towards the Bingjing genie who, akin to an unavoidable blade. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger let out a low growl, its eyes filled with an unfathomable fear. The glimmer in its gaze was an abyssal black, a shade that seemed capable of devouring everything in its path, instilling an overwhelming dread in those who beheld it. Even the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, a ferocious beast of 100,000 years, felt an immense trepidation upon encountering this gaze, as if it were about to face some form of judgment. The beast attempted to stomp its paw, seeking to escape through the ice crystals once more, unwilling to confront the impending strike head-on. However, just as it intended to shift its essence into the ice, it discovered, to its bewilderment that it had inexplicably severed its connection with the surrounding ice crystals. It could not sense any presence of the ice crystals beneath its feet, despite their undeniable existence. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger was perplexed by this strange phenomenon, but regardless of its understanding, it had already lost the capacity for rational thought. The dark glimmer of the gaze pierced through it like an arrow from afar, leaving it with nowhere to evade. The gaze penetrated the body of the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger without any hindrance. Initially, it felt no anomaly, even scanning its body in disbelief. Yet in the next moment, a searing pain surged from its heart, as if someone had burrowed into its abdomen and brutally carved it open. Suddenly, a gaping wound appeared on its massive form. A deep fissure stretching from its neck down its torso, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Amidst the torrent of blood, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger was overwhelmed by waves of excruciating agony, its body seeming to decay after being pierced by that dark gaze. Gritting its teeth against the pain, it gazed at the youth before it, who had opened his eyes slightly, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger found itself in a state of confusion. Why was this being so powerful? How could a mere human child, seemingly fragile, possess such terrifying strength even after battling the ruler of the extreme north and being besieged by soul beasts? The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger could not fathom it. It only wished to establish its authority among the soul beasts to prove its worth without risking its life. It was certain that the individual before it, Chi Su, would be severely weakened after confronting the Titan Snow Demon King and the onslaught of soul beasts. Yet, reality exceeded its imagination. This human youth was anything but weak. On the contrary, he was extraordinarily formidable. Even in its current state, should the Titan Snow Demon King arrive, it would still meet its demise at the hands of the youth. It was incomprehensible, unfathomable. Had it known the youth possessed such strength, it would never have waded into these treacherous waters. It had successfully seized the flesh of the Titan Snow Demon King, advancing significantly towards the threshold of a 200,000-year soul beast, and it should not have been greedy. Seeking to surpass this beast tide to establish itself as the new ruler of the extreme north. Step by step it retreated, its wide tiger eyes filled with terror as it regarded Chi Su, as if staring at a devil emerging from hell. Flee, flee. At that moment, the only thought echoing in the mind of the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger was to escape. It could no longer concern itself with anything else, not with the position of the new ruler of the extreme north, nor the humiliation of being repeatedly insulted by a human child. All that mattered was one thing: to run, to escape, to survive. Life was the utmost priority. Everything else could be sacrificed, even dignity. In a sudden turn, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger pivoted sharply, swatting aside several soul beasts obstructing its path, and leaped heavily, attempting to break free from Chi Su's designated circle and return to the pack. Of course, Chi Su would not allow the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger to succeed. He hurled his golden trident upwards, which then descended with the terrifying power of the floating blades and the weight of time, akin to a divine punishment upon the world, instilling fear. Just as the strike was about to connect with Chi Su, he snapped his fingers. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, which had leaped high into the air to plunge into the beast's tide, suddenly vanished from its place, replaced by Chi Su's figure. The trident, which was destined to strike Chi Su, instead impaled the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, as Chi Su had swapped places with it at the very moment of impact. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had no time to react before the descending trident pierced through its body. The trident unleashed a tremendous pressure, causing the surrounding soul beast to be pushed back several meters by the shockwave. A flurry of snow and mist enveloped the area, and when silence returned and the mist dissipated, only a fragment of the left arm bone and a red 10,000-year soul ring remained at the site. All the soul beasts encircling Chi Su instinctively stepped back. Although the 10,000-year soul beasts lacked intelligence, their primal instincts warned them of the extraordinary danger posed by this human youth, a terror comparable to the universally recognized ruler of the extreme north, the Ice Empress. While the soul beasts retreated, none chose to flee the battlefield, with much of the Titan Snow Demon King's flesh already claimed. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had taken a significant portion of it, and with its fall, new 10,000-year soul beast flesh would emerge on this battlefield, prompting the bloodthirsty soul beasts to remain. Chisu, having swapped into the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger's position in midair, immediately utilized the Rift of the Void to return to his designated circle. In the recent battle with the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, Chisu had employed numerous abilities he had never previously utilized. For instance, he had unleashed the treasure art of the Zhongtong, delivering a devastating blow to the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. The Zhongtong was a power from another dimension, and its associated treasure art was undoubtedly of a higher caliber than that of the Douluo realm. Once activated, it inflicted immense damage on the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, rendering it nearly incapable of recovery. Furthermore, leveraging the terrifying spiritual power of the Zhongtong, Chisu had swiftly severed the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger's connection with the surrounding ice crystals, preventing it from utilizing its shadow clone ability to evade his attack. The Zhongtong's treasure art consumed a considerable amount of Chisu's energy, necessitating that he ensure its effectiveness, lest the effort be wasted. He closed his eyes to meditate, both to provoke and enrage the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger into attacking, while simultaneously allowing himself a moment to recover his soul power. Chisu possessed the effects of numerous divine herbs, with his meridians already unblocked, enabling a significantly swifter flow of soul power than that of ordinary individuals. Even a titled Douluo would find it challenging to match Chisu's recuperative abilities. Thus, Chisu did not hasten to confront the Bingjing Jinni Hu, but instead closed his eyes in solitude, replenishing his soul power while luring the beast. As anticipated, the Bingjing Jinni Hu could not withstand such provocation and the intentionally exposed vulnerabilities, launching an assault on Chisu. Whether it be a soul beast or a soul master, their defensive capabilities are invariably at their weakest during a full-force attack. Therefore, Chisu chose to unleash the heavy ice secret technique the moment the Bingjing Jinni Hu leapt towards him. Indeed, the beast was severely wounded by this technique, instantly losing its desire to fight, overwhelmed with fear and yearning to flee. At that moment, the outcome of the battle was already sealed. Chisu, not wishing to prolong the encounter, unleashed his most formidable strike aside from the heavy ice secret technique. Wielding the sea god's trident enhanced by the powers of Shi Ling and Fu Sheng Wanren, the trident, initially descending straight towards him as if to herald his demise, transformed into an instrument of execution for the Bingjing Jinni Hu upon the utilization of the soul skill. Void exchange. In an instant, the Bingjing Jinni Hu met its end, leaving only its soul bone and soul ring behind. Chisu had initially intended to toy with the Bingjing Jinni Hu longer, but calculating the time, he realized that Douluo's ninth soul skill was soon to be unleashed. Thus, he acted decisively, reducing the overreaching Bingjing Jinni Hu to mere soul ring and soul bone. The left arm bone, Chisu felt somewhat dissatisfied with his soul bone's location. At this moment, he still lacked a right leg bone and a torso bone. He had already acquired soul bones from all other areas, with an abundance of 3 external soul bones as well. Fortunately, Chisu's soul bones possessed the ability to devour and evolve, alleviating any concerns of these bones becoming useless in his possession. Regardless of the type of soul bone, he could absorb them or allow them to devour other soul bones, which naturally filled him with immense joy. At this juncture, Chisu stowed away the 100,000-year soul bone of the Bingjing Jinni, now possessing 4 soul bones amid the bright moonlight of the 24 bridges. 2 of these were the 200,000-year soul bones of the Titan Snow Demon King, while the other 2 were the 10,000-year soul bones that had fallen on the battlefield, all collected by Chisu. This expedition to the extreme north had yielded an unexpected bounty of 4 soul bones. It is worth noting that within the timeline of the first part of Douluo, there were originally no 100,000-year soul beasts. After all, the Stardow Forest, renowned for its accumulation of soul beasts, only harbored the Great Ming and Air Ming among the 100,000-year soul beasts. As for the other soul beasts appearing in the unparalleled Tangmen, Chisu speculated that they were likely in slumber, including the nearly 900,000-year soul beast, Emperor Tian, and the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. Chisu would not disturb these slumbering beasts until he attained semi-divine or divine strength. Apart from the Douluo forest, the only other gathering place for 100,000-year soul beasts lay in the sea regions of Sea God Island. This included the sea god's former steed, Xiao Bai, his nemesis, and the deep-sea demon whale king. Inevitably, Chisu would embark on a journey to Sea God Island to encounter these ancient beasts, especially since he bore the divine mark of the sea god upon his forehead and wielded the divine artifact, the trident. Therefore, a visit to Sea God Island was a necessity. Excluding these two locations, the only other gathering place for 100,000-year soul beasts on the Douluo Continent was the extreme north. Moreover, due to the absence of the Silver Dragon King's command and the distance from human soul masters, the soul beasts in the extreme north did not need to slumber, leading to a higher number of active 100,000-year soul beasts than in the Douluo forest. This explains why Chisu could swiftly slay 200,000-year soul beasts in a single night. In other regions, encountering even 200,000-year soul beasts would be a challenge. At this moment, Chisu, having approached the forbidden zone of the extreme north, was confronted by the Titan Snow Demon King. After swiftly dispatching the Titan Snow Demon King, he inadvertently triggered a beast tide, during which he again vanquished another 100,000-year soul beast. For Chisu, the mere acquisition of the soul rings and soul bones from these 200,000-year soul beasts rendered the venture into the extreme north exceedingly worthwhile. Regardless of whether Chisu absorbed the Titan Snow Demon King or the Bingjing Jinni whose soul rings, the ice attribute martial soul he possessed was destined to have 200,000-year soul rings from the moment it took form. The first and second soul rings would be of 100,000-year caliber, devoid of any divine gifts or enhancements to increase their age, a truly terrifying prospect. Moreover, within the throng of soul beasts, other 100,000-year soul beasts undoubtedly lurked in hiding. Had Chisu not feared that excessive slaughter might incur the wrath of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, he would have charged into the midst of the soul beasts, wreaking havoc. In truth, these 200,000-year soul beasts were the initial aggressors. The Titan Snow Demon King viewed Chisu and his companions as mere ants, wishing to crush them underfoot, while the Bingjing Jinni, who was even more audacious, attempting to profit from Chisu's exhaustion caused by the Titan Snow Demon King and the Beast Tide, seeking to elevate its own prestige among the beasts. Ultimately, it was Chisu who struck it down. Chisu harbored no feelings of guilt for slaying these two soul beasts. His philosophy was straightforward. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, I shall retaliate. Chapter 126. By Lin Shun Guang, the fall of the Bingjing Jinni, who is evidently a profoundly intimidating reality, rendering the previously howling throng of soul beasts eerily silent, akin to sheep cowed by a mighty lion. Yet, despite this, the soul beasts remained unwilling to depart, merely retreating a few steps while still casting covetous glances at Chisu and the scattered flesh and blood of the Bingjing Jinni who. Chisu discerned their intentions and promptly hurled the Bingjing Jinni whose flesh into the midst of the beast tide with the sea god's trident. Instantly, the once quiet throng of soul beasts erupted into chaotic roars. Although the flesh of the Bingjing Jinni, who could incite the beasts to turn upon one another and consume each other, Chisu did not intend to simply exploit this chaos to break free from the tide. After all, the competition for the flesh of the Bingjing Jinni, who is a matter internal to the soul beasts, whereas the encirclement and consumption of him and his companions was an external issue. While these soul beasts would certainly not grasp the principle that one must first stabilize the internal before addressing external threats, they would not allow internal strife to delay their pursuit of their external quarry. Chisu could easily extricate himself from the beast tide, but bringing Xiao Wu and Douluo along would prove exceedingly difficult. Even with Chisu's numerous stratagems, the moment they entered the beast tide, they would undoubtedly be engulfed. Therefore, Chisu's act of tossing the Bingjing Jinni, whose flesh into the midst of the soul beasts, was merely to provoke a disturbance among them, thereby buying time for Douluo to unleash his ninth soul skill. As for anything further, it was beyond his control. In this moment, the soul beasts, embroiled in a fierce struggle over the recently fallen flesh of the Bingjing Jiani, who tore at one another with abandon, while Chi Su, much like before, sat in serene meditation with eyes closed, gathering his spirit. The recent beast tide has attracted nearly 70% of the soul beasts in the extreme northern lands. Given the magnitude of this commotion, it is inconceivable that the rulers of this realm, the Ice Empress Shui Di and the Ice King Scorpion Bing Di, are unaware of the situation. Chisu speculates that they are either in seclusion, unable to arrive in time, or have concealed themselves on site, observing and waiting for something to unfold. This is precisely why Chi Su is now seated in meditation, striving to rapidly restore his soul power. He harbors no fear of either the Ice Empress Shui Di or the Ice King Scorpion Bing Di individually. However, should both sovereigns of the extreme northern territory join forces, Chi Su perceives the encounter as exceedingly formidable. After all, these two legendary beasts possess strength comparable to a super Douluo, and combined with the territorial advantage of the extreme north, even if Chi Su manages to triumph over them, he would undoubtedly pay a significant price. Chi Su is not inclined to incur such costs and thus seeks to seize the opportunity to regain his peak strength. As time passes, Douluo's martial soul, manifested as a colossal serpent, becomes increasingly translucent, almost appearing to blend into the very atmosphere. Wisps of emerald green mist emanate from Douluo, spreading outward. Chi Su glances back at Douluo, surprised to see him nodding, indicating that he has unleashed his ninth soul skill. It is only then that Chi Su notices the added strands of purple essence intermingled with the previously released emerald green mist, creating a stark contrast. This mist, centered around Douluo's massive form, continues to expand, sending a shiver down Chi Su's spine as he passes through the toxic fog. Douluo's ninth soul skill, Bai Lin Shun Guang, upon activation, renders his body transparent after a brief preparation time, subsequently releasing a potent toxin capable of corroding anything. While the individual lethality of this toxin may not surpass that of Douluo's earlier skills, it inflicts devastating area damage. Not even the most skilled soul masters of the Douluo Continent would possess a soul skill more terrifying than this lethal toxin. The Bai Lin toxin is inescapable. One must either rely on powerful soul power or a resilient physique to evade its effects, or succumb to its corrosive nature, ultimately dissolving into a pool of blood. Douluo seldom employs this soul skill. It is often deemed ineffective against high-level soul masters, and its lethality is relatively limited. After all, the corrosive properties of the Bai Lin Serpent's Light can be countered by a soul sage activating their martial soul, not to mention soul Douluos or tidal Douluos. However, for low-level soul masters and soul beasts, the Bai Lin Xinguang is nothing short of a nightmare, a relentless nightmare devoid of any opportunity for self-preservation. If one's soul power is insufficient or one's physical form is lacking, contact with the Bai Lin Xinguang will result in immediate corrosion into a pool of blood. Moreover, this toxin possesses a terrifying transmissibility. Any soul master or soul beast that comes into contact with the blood transformed by the Bai Lin Xinguang will inevitably contract the toxin, facing either excruciating resistance or the fate of becoming blood themselves. This is the terrifying aspect of Bai Lin Xinguang. Even if these soul beasts stood still for half an hour, allowing Chi Su to attack, he would not match Douluo's efficiency. Presently, as the green mist spreads, Chi Su gestures, and the purple haze representing poison around him morphs into a small serpent, merging into Douluo's toxic fog. The purple serpent distinctly differs from the purple hue in Douluo's mist, one being lighter and the other darker. Yet to these soul beasts, there appears to be no distinction. With a snap of his fingers, Chi Su activates his elemental soul skill, San'sEarly. The previously slow-releasing toxic mist now expands at a remarkable speed, devastating the soul beasts encircled at the forefront before they have a chance to react, swiftly transforming them into pools of blood. Observing this eerie scene, Both the soul beasts waiting to reap the benefits and those desperately vying for the flesh of the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger immediately cease their actions and flee, not daring to look back. However, the fleeing soul beasts soon discover that time around them seems to slow deliberately, despite their utmost efforts. They can barely manage to escape 2 or 3 meters, while the expanding toxic mist advances at a speed exponentially greater than theirs. Before long, all these soul beasts find themselves enveloped in the toxic fog. Within this mist, everything appears hazy, save for a small purple serpent that stands out, gliding through the fog as if consuming something. The purple serpent continues to meander, growing larger and longer. As the wails of the soul beasts diminish and the blood flowing through the snow increases, the small serpent finally transforms into a colossal serpent reminiscent of a devouring dragon. Reveling in the thick mist, the original by Lin's Serpent King, a white serpent, feels a twinge of reverence upon sighting the smaller serpent of its kind. Sensing the oppressive aura of superiority emanating from this purple behemoth. Confounded, it wonders why such an aura would manifest upon this giant serpent. Douluo, observing Chi casting this small serpent into the mist, remains oblivious to the reasons behind its transformation or the fear it instills within him. Yet, Douluo is indifferent to these curiosities. For the moment, it seems that the crisis posed by the beast tide has been averted. With Chi delaying time to unleash the ninth soul skill by Lin Shengguang, and utilizing Shizuru to accelerate the toxin while decelerating the soul beasts, he successfully traps them all within the toxic mist. At this moment, tens of thousands of soul beasts find themselves ensnared within Douluo's lethal toxin, their cries of anguish echoing across the terrain. Chi, however, pays little heed, focusing instead on traversing the toxic fog to collect soul bones. While soul bones are rare treasures, with sufficient quantities and high-quality soul beasts, they're not difficult to encounter. The current gathering of soul beasts certainly meets these criteria, with nearly 30,000 present, all drawn to seize the flesh of the Titan Snow Demon King. Thus, Chi navigates through the toxic mist, soon retrieving 3 soul bones. Including the 4 soul bones from his 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night, he now possesses a total of 7 soul bones. Naturally, apart from his own 200,000-year soul bone from the Titan Snow Demon King and the 100,000-year soul bone from the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger, he intends to reserve the remaining soul bones for Xiao Wu and Douluo. Once they have chosen, any leftovers will be consumed for his own soul bone enhancement. As the toxic fog envelopes the area, an ocean of blood saturates the once pristine white ground, transforming it into a crimson expanse. Yet, even amidst this horror, numerous soul beasts struggle within the toxic mist, the least of which are 10,000-year soul beasts. After all, any soul beast below 10,000 years would have succumbed to the poison upon first contact. Additionally, Chi notices a few 100,000-year soul beasts managing to escape the battlefield from the toxic fog. Chi did not obstruct the situation, as he believed in leaving a line for future encounters. He understood that should he annihilate all the soul beasts in this extreme northern land for the sake of obtaining soul rings and soul bones, he would inevitably become the mortal enemy of both the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. This was a fate Chi wished to avoid, for rather than being adversaries with the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, he preferred to hear the Snow Emperor affectionately call him father. After all, who could resist being addressed so by a beautiful sovereign of the extreme north? As the soul beasts encircled him, Chi retaliated with poison, allowing those who managed to escape to rely on their own abilities. He had no desire to pursue them further, for greed could lead to overreach. The soul beasts in the air noticed the changes below and, like birds sensing impending danger, took flight immediately. The Tianqing Bone Dragon then carried Xiao Wu back to the ground, yet it did not return to Chi's body directly. Instead, it maintained its colossal dragon form, vigilantly guarding Xiao Wu. As a unique external martial soul, the Tianqing Bone Dragon possessed its own independent consciousness, yet remained attuned to Chi's powerful spiritual energy, which enabled it to sense the presence of a formidable force lurking nearby. Thus, it stayed alert, constantly prepared to protect Xiao Wu. As time passed, more soul beasts broke free from the poisonous mist and fled in a frenzy. No longer exhibiting the ferocity they had shown when they first surrounded Chi Su and his companions. They resembled pathetic, defeated dogs. Chi Su estimated that nearly half of the soul beasts had perished in the mist, while the other half fled in disarray. As he traversed through the thick fog, his feet were drenched in an uncountable amount of blood. Despite his resolute nature, Chi Su found himself questioning his actions upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground. This was no longer merely a means of escape. It had escalated to a massacre of tens of thousands of soul beasts. Even though they had indeed encircled Chi Su and his companions, seeking to tear them apart, he felt that his response had perhaps been excessively severe. In this tumultuous beast tide, nearly one-third of the soul beasts in the extreme northern territory had perished. What a horrifying notion this was! Even if Chi Su had indiscriminately hunted soul beasts since his arrival, it would have been impossible to eradicate one-third of them in such a short time. Yet now, he had accomplished this. Utilizing only the 9th soul skill of Douluo, along with his own surely and poisonous elements, he had achieved this outcome. He should have felt elated, for this was precisely the result he had envisioned. On one hand, he had resolved the crisis of the beast tide, and on the other, he had instantaneously acquired a substantial number of soul bones, presenting him with an opportunity to further enhance his strength. However, as he observed the soul beast struggling in the poison mist and the blood pooling around him, Chi Su suddenly felt as though he had erred. Not just a minor mistake, but a grave one. In truth, when the beast tide emerged, Chi Su could have sought out a 100,000-year soul beast to request an audience with the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Once found, the soul beast horde would naturally be compelled to obey the commands of the sovereigns. If they agreed, the crisis could have been effortlessly resolved. Even if they declined, at least he would have been free of any psychological burden, allowing him to fight without reservation. Yet Chi Su chose a path that troubled his conscience. He had instructed Douluo to unleash his 9th soul skill upon the soul beasts of the extreme north. It was clear that the slaughter of thousands of soul beasts would yield an extraordinary number of soul bones, potentially equating to the resources amassed by the venerable sects such as Tang Sect and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School overnight. Chapter 127. The Ice and Snow Emperors. It is not that Chi Su was overly sentimental, but the extensive slaughter of soul beasts weighed heavily on his heart, particularly when the blood flowed across the wide expanse of the extreme northern tundra, transforming it into a scene of crimson horror. Chi Su found it impossible to reconcile his actions with his conscience. For him, there were alternative methods to break free from this predicament. However, amidst the contemplation, the allure of the soul bones remained a formidable hurdle, undermining his resolve. Ultimately, he chose the path most beneficial to himself, leading to the massacre of 30,000 soul beasts. Heaven is known for its compassion towards all living beings. These soul beasts had encircled Chi Su upon his intrusion into their realm. It was unreasonable for him to slaughter them so thoroughly. After all, Chi Su was human, while they were soul beasts. There has always been a distinction between soul masters and soul beasts, a line that should not be crossed. If one abandons this boundary, the primal instincts may overshadow the humane side. Chi Su naturally wished to avoid such a scenario. Suddenly, as he traversed through the mist, Chi Su snapped his fingers, causing a crack to silently manifest in midair. This fissure was entirely black, resembling a deep abyss suspended in the air. The mist that had enveloped the beast tide was consumed by this black crack, swirling towards it. Countless soul beasts struggling within the green mist found respite as the spatial rift appeared, hastily fleeing the area. Eventually, as the green mist dissipated, only 7 soul beasts remained standing in the now empty space. The once massive beast tide had collapsed, scattering like startled birds. Chi Su squinted at the 7 soul beasts before him, who held their heads high, unaffected by the green mist. The purple swallowing heaven giant python returned to Chi Su, transforming back into a swirling mass of purple mist. This was the toxic element of Chi Su's elemental martial soul, possessing the ability to absorb toxins, growing stronger with each potent toxin it consumed. With Douluo unleashing his 9th soul skill, Chi Su naturally activated the toxic element to facilitate its absorption and evolution. Although Douluo's 9th soul skill was empowered by Chi Su's toxic element and surely, it still bore no effect on the soul beasts before him. They appeared as mere spectators in this sanguine mist, coldly observing the unfolding events. Chisu's eyes sparkled with stars as his dual pupils rapidly encompassed the entire battlefield. He could distinctly sense the immense power of the soul beasts in front of him, with the strongest among them rivaling one of the three sovereigns of the extreme northern land, the Titan Snow Demon King. 700,000-year soul beasts. Chisu inwardly gasped. The three sovereigns of the extreme north, combined with the recently slain ice crystal saber-toothed tiger and the 700,000-year soul beasts before him, amounted to a staggering 11 soul beasts. This represented an extraordinarily formidable foundation, rivaling even that of the Stardow Forest, the largest gathering place for soul beasts. The frigid expanse of the extreme north, far removed from humanity, presents a harsh and inhospitable environment, rarely traversed by human footfalls. The pressures faced by the soul beasts maturing here are undoubtedly less formidable compared to those in the Qingdao Great Forest. Thus, it is unsurprising that the quality and quantity of soul beasts in the extreme north rival those of the Qingdao Great Forest. At this moment, Chisu gazes curiously and greedily at the 7 soul beasts before him. His avarice is not unfounded. To him, these are not mere 10,000-year soul beasts, but 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones. However, after a night of slaughtering numerous soul beasts, Chisu finds himself weary of further combat. Upon noticing that these soul beasts remain stationary, he gestures for them to depart. Yet, the soul beasts seem disinclined to heed his command. They stand tall, neither advancing nor retreating, as if awaiting the arrival of a regal army. With a furrowed brow, Chisu's attention is drawn to the sky, where snowflakes of considerable size begin to drift down. This snowfall is unlike the earlier flurries. It is a heavy, feathery snow, blanketing the landscape in layers upon layers of white, erasing the blood-red expanse beneath. As the pristine white envelopes the terrain, Chisu senses an unusual vibration emanating from the ground. Frowning, he gazes into the distance, seemingly detecting something amiss, and shouts, "Do not touch the ground." In an instant, he employs the void rift to lift himself, Dugu Bo, and Xiao Wu onto the back of the Tianqing bone dragon. The dragon roars and ascends into the sky. As they look down, they witness a swift spread of ice crystals enveloping everything in their path, freezing all but the 7 soul beasts, which now appear as if they have been intricately carved from wood. Chisu's gaze falls upon 2 women who have suddenly materialized before the standing soul beasts. The woman on the left possesses a strikingly delicate beauty, clad in a green gown, exuding an allure that contrasts with the haughtiness of Bai Bai Dong, and adorned with enchanting green magical patterns on either side of her fair visage. Her long, dark green hair cascades down her back, and her skin is as pristine as freshly fallen snow, with a translucent quality that hints at a shimmering azure glow beneath. Upon her arrival, the temperature around them plummets, as if the extreme north has become even more frigid in her presence. The woman to her right is equally stunning, but possesses a different charm. Her long, pure white hair flows down to her feet, and her sky-blue eyes are ethereal, seemingly able to see through the fabric of reality itself. Her slender figure is flawless, and her simple white gown, devoid of any embellishment, radiates an air of purity and grace, reminiscent of winter plum blossoms standing proud against the frost. The once proud soul beasts bow their heads in an unexpected display of humility as they utter in unison, "We welcome the empresses of ice and snow." A smile of indescribable joy spreads across Chisu's lips as he realizes that their long-awaited meeting has finally come to pass. He had initially thought that the ice and snow empresses would be in seclusion at this hour, making it difficult for him to locate them. Yet, due to his recent triumphs over the Titan Snow Demon King and the Beast Tide, both the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress have descended together. As the heavy snow continues to fall and the ground remains encased in ice, Chisu had already begun to sense the imminent arrival of the Ice and Snow Empresses. True to his intuition, when these 2 women appeared, the previously proud soul beasts lowered their heads in humility, embodying the authority and majesty of the Ice and Snow Empresses, the sovereigns of the extreme north. This was why the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had recklessly sought to slay itself. If it succeeded, it would transcend the threshold of 200,000 years and assume its rightful place as a new ruler of the extreme north, basking in the adoration and fear of the soul beasts. At this moment, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress stand before the 10,000-year soul beasts, their gazes lifted toward the Tianqing bone dragon circling above. Chisu exchanges glances with the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress's eyes are serene, as pure and flawless as the falling snow, devoid of any color but the most exquisite white. In contrast, the Ice Empress's gaze is filled with a palpable fury, as if a long-suppressed anger has finally erupted, radiating a chilling aura that sends shivers down the spine. Without hesitation, Chisu leaps from the dragon's back, landing directly before the Ice and Snow Empresses. Before he can fully regain his composure, the Ice Empress lunges forward, raising her hand to strike him. In an instant, her previously delicate arm is adorned with numerous small, crystalline particles, akin to diamonds embedded within her skin. This is the Ice Empress's power. Her claws transformed into formidable weapons capable of delivering devastating blows. The Ice Empress moves with remarkable speed, launching her attack as Chisu descends, leaving him little time to react. Despite his enhanced perception, he can only instinctively raise the sea god trident to block her strike. The impact sends him hurtling backward for several dozen meters, carving a long, icy gash into the frozen ground. Before he can catch his breath, the Ice Empress has already closed the distance, wielding a blade of ice that she aims directly at him. Infuriated by her relentless aggression, Chisu had initially intended to engage the Ice and Snow Empresses in a civil discussion. However, the Ice Empress shows no inclination to negotiate, attacking him repeatedly without granting him a moment's respite. With a cold snort, Chisu readies himself, watching the icy blade descend upon him. Gripping the sea god trident firmly, he swings it to collide with the Ice Empress's weapon. The once mighty ice blade shatters upon contact, as if it had been forcefully crushed. The Ice Empress is sent reeling backward, her hair disheveled from the backlash. Initially able to knock Chisu back due to his momentary vulnerability upon landing, she now finds herself at a disadvantage, having lost the element of surprise. According to Chi'Tsai's ability configuration, he possesses the perception of the heavy pupil, the ability to see through, and the time flow capability of Shirling. Even if Chi'Tsai's physical form has certain disadvantages compared to other formidable beings of the same level, it is hardly a significant issue, for it is almost inconceivable that anyone could approach Chi'Tsai, who is fortified by the heavy pupil and Shirling's enhancement. The Ice Emperor, due to Chi'Tsai's unstable landing state and his initial intention to communicate with the Ice and Snow Emperors, was caught unprepared for the sudden assault from the Ice Emperor. This allowed the Ice Emperor to land a successful blow, sending Chi'Tsai flying several meters. It is worth noting that prior to this, Chi'Tsai had faced off against two formidable soul beasts, the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger and the Titan Snow Demon King, without sustaining any injuries. Yet, the Ice Emperor's initial strike managed to land a solid hit on Chi'Tsai's arm, and without granting him any respite after he was sent flying, the Ice Emperor relentlessly pursued him, inciting Chi'Tsai's considerable displeasure. In response, Chi'Tsai wielded the sea god trident to shatter the blade formed from the Ice Emperor's ice crystals, simultaneously sending the Ice Emperor hurtling away for dozens of meters. As the Ice Emperor was propelled backward, Chi'Tsai, akin to the Ice Emperor, refused to allow any breathing room and pursued her directly. However, unlike the Ice Emperor's straightforward pursuit of her backward trajectory, Chi'Tsai snapped his fingers and emerged from a spatial rift, landing above the Ice Emperor's retreating form. He then pounced upon her like a ferocious tiger, pinning her to the ground with undeniable force. At this moment, the Ice Emperor found her hands firmly held down by Chi'Tsai. She struggled fiercely, only to be met with the shocking realization that she could not break free from Chi'Tsai's grip. Chi'Tsai, observing the Ice Emperor's futile thrashing, let out a cold laugh, mocking her former bravado. His tone bore a hint of frivolity, reminiscent of a debauched nobleman coercing a virtuous lady. Yet, it was evident that the Ice Emperor was far from a mere virtuous woman. She was the Ice Emperor, one of the three sovereigns of the extreme north, revered and feared by countless soul beasts of that frigid realm. How dare anyone treat her in such a manner? Bound by Cheat's eye, the Ice Emperor felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, akin to receiving a resounding slap across the face. Her fury ignited, the fire in her eyes intensified, and an array of ice crystals soared into the air, swirling together to form a formidable ice tornado, its might seemingly capable of devouring all in its path. "Let us perish together, you scoundrel," the Ice Emperor hissed through clenched teeth. Cheat's eye was taken aback, having underestimated the Ice Emperor's prideful spirit. He had merely intended to teach her a simple lesson, yet she was now intent on dragging him down with her. The ice tornado howled through the realm, as if a furious wolf were summoning the storm. Initially, Cheat's eye had held the Ice Emperor's hands down, but now she was fiercely pulling him toward the oncoming ice tornado, seemingly wishing to face it together. As the ice tornado coalesced, it surged toward Cheat's eye and the Ice Emperor. The once haughty and charming demeanor of the Ice Emperor was now replaced by a countenance shrouded in gloom, as though she had been poisoned. Cheat's eye understood well that the Ice Emperor was a being of great pride. Having been forcibly subdued before her subordinates, her noble facade could no longer be maintained. Her face was aflame with rage, her eyes blazing as she vented her dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, the Snow Emperor, standing aside, furrowed her brow, casting a concerned glance toward the ice tornado. The Ice Emperor had resolved to cling to Cheat's eye and face the ice tornado together, creating an intensely ambiguous atmosphere between them. However, it was clear that they were not lovers engaged in a public display, but rather bitter enemies. The Snow Emperor clenched her teeth and gracefully approached the ice tornado, effortlessly raising her hand to disperse it with a casual strike. Though her gesture appeared light, it effectively shattered the ice tornado into the surrounding space. Upon witnessing the ice tornado being dismantled by the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor realized that she could no longer cling to Cheat's eye for mutual destruction. Suddenly, she was enveloped in ice crystals, breaking free from Cheat's eye's grasp. Cheat's eye was pushed back by the ice crystals surrounding the Ice Emperor, watching her from distance. As the ice crystals shattered, the Ice Emperor transformed from her formerly alluring and proud form into her original beastly state. She stood at 1.5 meters, her body adorned in two colors, icy blue and emerald green. The front half of her body was layered in 4 segments, each slightly over half a foot in length, with her head positioned atop the foremost layer. A silver-white mandible graced her front half, which was covered in hexagonal protrusions. These projections were densely spread across her front half and her 6 long legs. Each of her front pincers measured 1 meter in length, similarly adorned with hexagonal, diamond-like protrusions, while the foremost pincers and mandible gleamed like mirrors in silver. Her eyes were yellow and hexagonal. Unlike ordinary scorpions with numerous segments in their tails, the Ice Emperor's tail consisted of only 5 segments, all a consistent emerald green, widening toward the upper body and tapering as it extended. The final segment bore a diamond-like tail hook, the tip of which shimmered with a silver mirror-like luster. This was the true form of the Ice Emperor, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion. Cheat's eye gazed in astonishment at the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion before him, momentarily awestruck by her inherent beauty. Despite being a soul beast, her true form radiated a remarkably balanced elegance. For beings like the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, although they could effortlessly assume human forms, it was evident that when it came to combat prowess, revealing their true selves was essential. After all, the fundamental vessel of a soul beast's power remained its physical form. Thus, when the Ice Emperor harbored intentions of killing Cheat's eye, unable to suppress her inner wrath, she manifested her original form, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion, to display her most primal and formidable power. Cheat's eye was at a loss as to what had provoked the Ice Emperor. From the outset, she had shown no restraint, and Cheat's eye, unwilling to concern himself with decorum, retaliated with equal ferocity. This fierce response only served to infuriate the Ice Emperor further. deeply wounding her pride and instilling within her a desire for mutual destruction. Chitai had no intention of dying alongside this furious woman. Moreover, even if he stood still and allowed the ice tornado to strike him, he would likely sustain minimal injuries, as death was not a possibility. Conversely, should the Ice Emperor be struck by his lethal blow, she would undoubtedly suffer gravely. Fortunately, her ally, the Snow Emperor, intervened to halt the ice tornado's advance. Otherwise, the Ice Emperor would have faced catastrophic consequences. At this moment, Chi Su gazed upon the Ice Emperor, who had transformed into the Ice Crystal King Scorpion, and felt little desire to engage in battle. Instead, he merely huffed disdainfully at the Ice Emperor and proceeded towards the Snow Emperor. Clearly, seeking the Snow Emperor directly would prove far more effective than toying with the Ice Emperor. Moreover, the Ice Emperor exhibited an air of arrogance akin to that of a pampered heiress, relishing in her unreasonable antics, while the Snow Emperor resembled a refined young lady, gentle, understanding, and exuding an aura of grace. The Snow Emperor's long, pristine white hair cascaded down her back to the ground, and her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, as if capable of penetrating the veil of the world. Her tall, delicate figure was flawless, clad in a simple white gown that, devoid of adornment, rendered her all the more noble and breathtakingly beautiful. She stood meticulously poised, reminiscent of a winter plum blossom, unique and proud amidst the snow, defying the frost. Upon reaching the Snow Emperor, Chi Su performed a noble bow and inquired about her purpose for visiting. The Snow Emperor, with an emotionally detached tone, asked, "Do you know who I am?" Chi Su chuckled lightly and replied, "The true sovereign of the extreme north, the ice goddess, Snow Emperor. This I certainly know." In her eyes, stars seemed to swirl around a galaxy, as if countless celestial bodies were hidden within. Chi Su attempted to glean insights from her profound gaze, but ultimately found himself empty-handed. The Snow Emperor appeared as pure and uncomplicated as the most pristine snowflakes in existence. Even though her dual eyes possessed the terrifying ability to unravel secrets and foresee the future, they could not penetrate the intricacies of the human heart or discern the thoughts harbored in another's eyes. Just as she was about to articulate something, Chi Su suddenly sensed an impending crisis. He quickly retreated, only to see the Ice Crystal King Scorpion's elongated tail tipped with a sharp stinger, lashing towards his face. With a cold scoff, Chi Su calmly wielded his trident, the Sea God Spear, striking out to send the Ice Crystal King Scorpion flying far away. After being struck, the Ice Crystal King Scorpion crashed into the frozen tundra, creating a massive crater, as if countless beings lay entombed within. Chi Su regarded the Ice Emperor, who crawled out from the pit, with a sense of bewilderment. He harbored a considerable fondness for the Ice Emperor, particularly as the original narrative depicted her in human form as an exquisite beauty, possessing a resolute will and a propensity to act decisively. She believed that once a path was chosen, one must commit wholeheartedly, for hesitation only leads to missed opportunities. The Ice Emperor adhered to the tenet that strength begets authority. Although a soul beast, she possessed wisdom on par with that of humanity, and this intelligence endowed her with rich emotions, which often made it difficult for her to recognize her own feelings. Within the original story, the Ice Emperor initially deemed humanity to be insignificant and vile. However, after encountering Hua Yuhao, she discovered that among humans, there existed those who were equally passionate and resolute in matters of the heart. At this moment, it was evident that the Ice Emperor viewed herself as a diminutive and contemptible human. Yet, Chi Su did not consider himself insignificant or vile. "If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you." With a cold huff, flames erupted around Chi Su, who then gestured slightly, gathering an abundance of fire into a single entity, which coalesced into a crimson-hued Eastern dragon. The scarlet dragon surged towards the Ice Emperor, who had just emerged from the depths of the pit, raising her scorpion tail high. The once frozen world around them seemed to freeze anew, as if a divine punishment had encased everything in ice. The Crimson Dragon, poised to make contact with the Ice Crystal King Scorpion, was abruptly halted in midair by the renewed frost, unable to transform into a blossoming blood-red lotus. The Ice Emperor, exhilarated by her dominion over the frozen realm, was ready to charge at Chi-Su and unleash an unknown soul skill. Truly, it was the epitome of the ice domain. Chi-Su could not help but sigh in admiration, just as the Ice Crystal King Scorpion reveled in her frozen domain. The previously suspended Crimson Dragon broke free from its icy prison, hurtling towards the Ice Crystal King Scorpion. Upon contact, the dragon exploded, launching the Ice Crystal King Scorpion several miles away, transforming into a magnificent red lotus that bloomed amidst the heavens and earth. Chi-Su's Elemental 6th soul skill was initially unable to breach the Ice Emperor's icy domain. However, after utilizing his ocular technique to momentarily disorient the Ice Crystal King Scorpion, he managed to shatter the icy confinement and charge once more, striking the Ice Crystal King Scorpion with his Elemental Martial Soul's 6th soul skill. In truth, the Ice Emperor's physical resilience could easily withstand the impact of Chi-Su's 6th soul skill. Nevertheless, this skill possessed two phases. The first was the soaring Crimson Dragon, intent on incinerating everything in its path. The second transformation of this soul skill was vastly different. Upon striking an enemy, the Crimson Dragon would metamorphose into a blooming red lotus, imbued with a repelling force that could even send a formidable soul beast like the Ice Emperor flying. Chi-Su found himself in a quandary regarding how to handle the Ice Emperor. Would he eliminate her to convert her into a soul ring and soul bone? Such an act would unjustly erase a pivotal character from the narrative, rendering it utterly unreasonable. Furthermore, as significant entities, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor were undoubtedly linked to a system of affinity collection, and Chi-Su could not simply treat them as ordinary soul beasts. In the original narrative of Douluo Continent, the Ice Emperor was absorbed by Hua Yuhao not through defeat, but rather due to being ensnared by the Tangmen ice worm as she faced a catastrophic upheaval. Invited to partake in a divine creation plan, the Ice Emperor assisted in shaping Hua Yuhao's second martial soul, using the method of first soul bone and then soul to facilitate the fusion, greatly enhancing Hua Yuhao's physical constitution before merging her own soul power into his body, allowing Hua Yuhao to manifest the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion as his second martial soul. If Chi-Su wished to acquire the Ice Emperor's soul ring and soul bone without resorting to her demise, he would need to follow a similar path, seeking the assistance of the Tangmen ice worm to subdue the proud Ice Crystal King Scorpion. Moreover, to ensure that the Ice Emperor retained her consciousness upon integration, Chi-Su would need to undertake actions akin to those of Hua Yuhao, allowing her to become part of his soul spirit. The emergence of a soul spirit hinged critically upon the Snow Emperor, the first soul spirit within the entirety of Douluo Continent, ranked third among the 10 ferocious beasts and the foremost of the 3 kings of the extreme north. Unable to transcend the 70,000-year threshold to attain human form, the Snow Emperor was captured during her transformation and, after enduring numerous trials, became Hua Yuhao's inaugural soul spirit, sharing her sorrow upon his ascension to divinity. If Chi-Su aspired for both the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor to retain their consciousness and become integral parts of himself, he would undoubtedly have to traverse the path of soul spirits. According to the original timeline, it was foreseen that in 10,000 years, the Snow Emperor would suffer severe damage to her essence following a failed attempt at yin-yang complementary soul core fusion, rendering her incapable of breaking through the 70,000-year bottleneck and heavenly might, due to the inherent difficulty of the Shiwilian in awakening its intelligence. Yet possessing the pure essence of heaven and earth, the Snow Empress utilized a 10,000-year-old Shiwilian as a catalyst to seal her own origin, embarking on the arduous path of re-emerging as a human. However, fate dealt her a cruel hand as she encountered a human who ventured deep into the heart of the extreme north, leading to her being sealed within the Fengshan platform. Transformed into a human form, captured, and subsequently auctioned off by Ming de Tang. It was only later that she crossed paths with Hua Yuhao, and through a series of fortuitous events, ultimately became his soul ring. Yet, Chi-Su clearly lacked such an opportunity, despite his numerous advantages over Huiyuhao. The emergence of soul spirits, after all, is contingent upon the perfect alignment of time, place, and people. Even with Qi Su's impressive array of enhancements, he could not transform the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress into his soul spirits a millennium in advance. In comparison to the Ice Emperor, Qi Su found himself more drawn to the Snow Empress, whose immaculate white dress was indeed captivating. As the Snow Empress observed the Ice Emperor being struck aside by Qi Su's crimson dragon, she furrowed her brow, poised to speak, but ultimately refrained. To her, the Ice Emperor resembled an immature child, her proud and tempestuous younger sister. Thus, it was often the Snow Empress who guided the Ice Emperor, helping her navigate the pitfalls of her haughty temperament. After being sent flying by the Crimson Dragon, the Ice Emperor quickly regained her footing, transforming into the form of the Ice Crystal King Scorpion, exuding both elegance and ferocity. The Ice Crystal King Scorpion raised its formidable pincers and swiftly advanced toward Qi Su. Qi Su, taking refuge beside the Snow Empress, clutched the hem of her white gown, feigning great fear as he looked up at her, resembling a frightened young boy. Despite his height nearing 1.8 meters, his face retained a youthful innocence, akin to that of a boy in his teens. Thus, when Qi Su gazed up at the Snow Empress with such trepidation, she sensed that the boy appeared genuinely afraid of the Ice Emperor's impending assault. However, the Snow Empress was aware of Qi Su's capabilities. During the skirmish with the Ice Emperor, aside from the initial powerful strike, when Qi Su was unsteady, he had sustained no injuries. In their confrontation, it was evident that the Ice Emperor had suffered the greater losses. The boy, having gained an advantage, now feigned a pitiful demeanor, leaving the Snow Empress both amused and exasperated. She gently swatted away his hand from her gown and extended her own to block the Ice Emperor's advance. Ice, do not protect him, the Ice Emperor, in her form of the Ice Crystal King Scorpion, declared fiercely. The Snow Empress shook her head. Calm down, Ice. Her stunning visage bore a hint of serenity, contrasting sharply with the Ice Emperor's evident volatility. Yet, the Ice Emperor, engulfed in her fury, disregarded even the Snow Empress's calming words, resolutely determined to either eliminate Qi Su or perish alongside him. Qi Su's successive defeats of formidable foes, including the Titan, Snow Demon King, and countless soul beasts, had deeply wounded the Ice Emperor's pride, leaving her to feel that the dignity of the extreme north was being trampled upon. To make matters worse, Qi Su's repeated assaults had not only failed to provide her with an outlet for her anger, but had also left her humiliated. Driven by this sense of humiliation, the Ice Emperor's singular thought was to eliminate Qi Su or to bring about mutual destruction. With a powerful leap, she vaulted over the Snow Empress, aiming her diamond-clad pincers at Qi Su once more. Qi Su merely slowed the flow of time around the Ice Emperor, then quietly returned to the Snow Empress's side, exclaiming, "Sister, she is so fierce." Despite the inadequacy of Qi Su's acting, it succeeded in further enraging the Ice Emperor. Enveloped by a layer of ice crystals, the Ice Emperor summoned a tempest of snow and ice, her scorpion tail coalescing with immense power, resembling an abyss that threatened to consume all. "Ice, cease your assault. You are not his match," the Snow Empress remarked, her brow furrowed in concern over the Ice Emperor's stubbornness. She stepped forward, seemingly intent on shielding against the impending strike of the Ice Crystal King Scorpion's tail. Qi Su observed this scene thoughtfully, realizing that the Snow Empress harbored no ill will towards him. On the contrary, she seemed inclined to engage him in calm discourse, unlike the Ice Emperor, whose rage had clouded her judgment. Upon seeing the Snow Empress in front of her, the Ice Emperor halted the power gathering in her tail, and after a flurry of ice and snow, reverted to her human form. Her expression was a blend of indignation and fury, starkly contrasting the haughty demeanor Qi Su had first witnessed. Feeling thwarted by the Snow Empress's repeated interventions, the Ice Emperor approached her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The Snow Empress, sensing her sister's distress, embraced her gently, soothingly patting her back. Gradually, the Ice Emperor's anger subsided, no longer displaying her earlier ferocity. "Sister, we are in this together. Why do you defend him? The Ice Emperor questioned, confusion etched across her face, as if she bore a great injustice. In truth, the Ice Emperor was a proud being, akin to a queen among soul beasts, but before the Snow Empress, she appeared vulnerable. Chisu's thoughts stirred as he suddenly recalled that the Ice Emperor seemed to possess a uniquely profound connection to the Snow Empress. Though the latter regarded the Ice Emperor merely as a cherished sister. "Shui heir is mine. You fierce woman shall not covet her," Chisu muttered inwardly. Hearing the Ice Emperor's plaintive complaints, the Snow Empress sighed and replied, "I am not siding with him. If he were to unleash his full strength, you would be gravely injured." The Ice Emperor paused, surprised, and cast a doubtful glance at Chisu, questioning whether he could indeed wound her. A sense of inexplicable defeat welled up within her. As a ruler of the extreme north, she had always held herself above the Titan Snow Demon King, believing there was no comparison. Yet, after their true confrontation, she began to comprehend the extent of Chisu's formidable power. Previously, her mind had been clouded by anger, preventing her from recognizing this truth. Now, the Snow Empress's candid words brought her to a sobering realization. The disparity between herself and Chisu was indeed substantial. In their encounters, save for the initial surprise, she had never once gained the upper hand. And this had occurred under the condition that Chisu had been holding back. What might the outcome have been had he unleashed his full potential? Chisu noticed that the Ice Emperor was gazing at him with an inexplicable expression. He responded with a radiant smile, but to the Ice Emperor, this smile seemed less bright and more tinged with an eerie quality. In Chapter 130, The Lonely Little Girl, the Ice Emperor suddenly realized the vast disparity between herself and Chisu after a remark from the Snow Emperor. Her anger doused as if by a bucket of cold water, leaving her silent. The seven great soul beasts, astonished by this scene, observed that the revered and commanding ruler of the extreme north, known for her unyielding authority, was suffering a significant setback at the hands of a mere human. This revelation shocked them, as they had always regarded the Ice Emperor with both awe and fear. In their eyes, the Ice Emperor was far more suited to be the true sovereign of the extreme north than the Snow Emperor, who exuded a gentler, cooler demeanor devoid of the Ice Emperor's haughty pride. In reality, many significant affairs of the extreme north were managed by the Ice Emperor, while the Snow Emperor, as the foremost of the three rulers, often took a step back. At this moment, the once mighty Ice Emperor appeared as a wronged little girl, clinging to the Snow Emperor's shoulder with a face full of grievance. Chisu couldn't help but smirk at the sight, recognizing that this pitiful act mirrored his own earlier tactics. The Ice Emperor, entwining her arm with that of the Snow Emperor, lamented, "Shui heir, you have changed. He bullied me, and you did not help me." Amused by this, the Snow Emperor chuckled and gently patted the Ice Emperor's head, as if she were watching her beloved younger sister. The Ice Emperor, captivated by the Snow Emperor's enchanting smile, found herself momentarily entranced, her gaze growing dreamy. Chisu, watching this unfold, suppressed a laugh, amused by the Ice Emperor's infatuation in front of so many onlookers. Noticing the Ice Emperor's behavior, Chisu cleared his throat to interrupt her flirtation with the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor, aware of the Ice Emperor's smitten expression, continued to treat her like a dear sister, harboring no ulterior motives. When Chisu's cough disrupted the moment, the Snow Emperor felt a surge of gratitude towards him. Chisu raised an eyebrow, conveying a knowing expression, while the Ice Emperor shot him an indignant glare, displeased with his interruption. However, Chisu avoided her gaze, pretending that nothing had transpired. The Snow Emperor then cleared her throat to alleviate the awkwardness, gently inquiring about the altercation between Chisu and the Titan Snow Demon King, specifically who had initiated the confrontation. This question held significant weight. If the Titan Snow Demon King had struck first, then Chisu's actions in slaying him would be deemed self-defense, marking the dispute as a personal conflict between the two rather than one involving Chisu and the extreme north. Conversely, if Chisu had been the aggressor, the matter would escalate into a larger conflict involving the three rulers of the extreme north. As the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor could not simply overlook an outsider killing one of their own. Chisu shrugged nonchalantly, stating, The Titan Snow Demon King attacked first while we were roasting meat. He nearly trampled us with his foot, which prompted our response. He was truthful, indeed. It was during their campfire gathering that the Titan Snow Demon King had intruded, leading to Chi's decisive action. Do you have any evidence to support your claim that he struck first? The Ice Emperor scoffed, eyeing Chi Su skeptically. Feeling uncomfortable under her scrutinizing gaze, Chi Su retorted, "Why don't you ask the Titan Snow Demon King?" Realizing she could not outmatch Chi Su's sharp tongue, the Ice Emperor fell silent, merely casting a cold glare his way, as if observing a fool. The Snow Emperor, adopting a gentler tone, asked Chi Su, "Do you possess any proof?" Chi Su shook his head, gesturing toward Xiao Wu and Dugabo, who were still atop the Tianqing Bone Dragon. They could attest that it was indeed the Titan Snow Demon King who had initiated the conflict. Although Chi Su knew that his allies wouldn't provide substantial evidence, he remained unfazed, understanding that the Snow Emperor's inquiries were merely an attempt to provide clarity for the soul beasts of the extreme north, not necessarily to seek the truth. It was apparent that the Snow Emperor harbored reservations about the Titan Snow Demon King and was, in fact, more lenient toward Chi Su. Thus, what Chi Su said was of little consequence. It was the Snow Emperor's desired outcome that truly mattered. If she wished to seek vengeance for the Titan Snow Demon King, she would have acted long ago, rather than engaging in such discussions. Clearly, the Snow Emperor had no intention of avenging the Titan Snow Demon King. Rather, she seemed pleased with Chi Su's actions against him. As anticipated, despite Chi Su's inability to provide compelling evidence to absolve himself of blame or to demonstrate that the Titan Snow Demon King had struck first, the Snow Emperor sighed and said, "Since it was the Titan Snow Demon King who initiated the conflict, this matter shall be considered a personal dispute between him and you. We of the extreme north shall not intervene." The Snow Emperor, clad in a flowing gown, radiated an ethereal grace, her voice melodious, akin to that of a celestial being. Listening to the Snow Emperor's soothing voice, Chi Su felt as though he had been transported to a realm of enchantment. "Thank you, Shui, for your understanding." Chi Su smiled broadly. Upon hearing this affectionate address, the Snow Emperor's pale complexion flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she shot an annoyed glare at Chi Su. The Ice Emperor, incensed by Chi Su's words, glared at him, exclaiming, "Is Shui what you call her too?" Chi Su remanded chef fouli oblivieux, gazing at the Snow Emperor with admiration. "Shui has not objected, so why do you meddle?" Frustrated, the Ice Emperor turned away, choosing not to engage further with Chi Su. The Snow Emperor, feeling uncomfortable under Chi Su's gaze, averted her attention, disregarding his demeanor. The Snow Emperor refrained from pursuing any accountability from Chi Su, as she had always sought an opportunity to eliminate the Titan Snow Demon King. Both the Titan Snow Demon King and Xiao Bai had once had the potential to become one of the three rulers. But the Titan Snow Demon King's formidable stature had secured his position among the rulers of the extreme north. Evidently, since the Titan Snow Demon King ascended to the position of one of the three dominators of this extreme northern realm, he is not engaged in any benevolent acts for the soul beast populace of this land. On the contrary, his numerous acts of brutality are well documented. He either employs sheer force or exerts overwhelming influence. Any soul beast that exhibits even the slightest discontent towards the Titan Snow Demon King faces severe retribution. The Snow Empress has long harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Titan Snow Demon King, for his existence has led to the untimely demise of countless soul beasts without cause. In recent years, it is evident that the number of soul beasts slain by humans pales in comparison to those devastated by the Titan Snow Demon King. The Snow Empress has consistently sought to eliminate him, yet the Titan Snow Demon clan is immensely powerful. And if she were to strike him down solely due to his oppression and slaughter of weaker soul beasts, it would undoubtedly incite great resentment among his kin. Even though the Snow Empress possesses the strength to subdue the entire clan single-handedly, the Titan Snow Demon race holds a significant presence in the extreme north, woven into a complex web of relationships. Should she proceed to kill the Titan Snow Demon King, chaos would inevitably ensue throughout the realm. Thus, The sudden demise of the Titan Snow Demon King at the hands of a human soul master is, in fact, highly advantageous for her. Rather than mourning his death, the Snow Empress rejoices, finding no reason to hold Chi-Su accountable. In truth, the Titan Snow Demon King's death serves merely as a pretext. With the Snow Empress's formidable strength, nearing 700,000 years of cultivation, even the combined might of 10,000 years of soul beasts in the extreme north would not stand a chance against her and the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor has always been in accord with her. Together, they could easily suppress any threat. Regardless of the grievances held by the ancient and powerful Titan Snow Demon race, they would be compelled to remain silent in the face of absolute power. However, all of this hinges on having a justifiable reason, and the Titan Snow Demon King's assault on a human soul master, resulting in his own demise, provides that justification. As long as this reason exists, any objections from the Titan Snow race would be rendered moot, and they would have no choice but to swallow their discontent. Without this justification, the situation would be vastly different, as the Titan Snow race could exploit the opportunity to stir the emotions of the entire soul beast population in the extreme north, leading to turmoil in a previously peaceful realm. As the sovereign of this northern expanse, the Snow Empress is naturally averse to such chaos. Hence, after Chi-Su eliminated the Titan Snow Demon King, she refrained from pursuing any grievances against him, instead feeling elated. At that moment, the Snow Empress, adorned in a flowing white gown, appeared lost in contemplation, resembling an ethereal sprite amidst the snow, graceful and otherworldly. Chi-Su gazed at this enchanting figure, momentarily entranced in thought. In the original narrative, the Snow Empress, being a naturally born ice maiden, had never experienced the warmth bestowed by parental love. She entered the world in solitude. This very solitude has rendered her demeanor cold. After becoming the Snow Maiden, the affection shown by Huiyuhao allowed her to experience familial warmth for the first time, leading her to regard him as a father figure. As she recovered, she grew weary of her isolated existence and yearned for human society. Chi-Su believed that to win the favor of the Snow Empress, he must show her abundant care and concern, ensuring she feels cherished. Following her unsuccessful attempt at the Yin-Yang complement soul core, which severely wounded her essence, she could no longer seek to break through the bottleneck of 700,000 years. The Snow Lotus, difficult to awaken to sentience yet rich in pure essence, led her to utilize a 10,000-year Snow Lotus to seal her own essence, embarking on a path of reformation. Unfortunately, she encountered a human who ventured into the core of the extreme north and was subsequently sealed within the divine sealing platform, transformed into human form. Captured and sealed by humans, she was later auctioned off by the Mingda Hall. When the Tang Sect attacked the Mingda Hall, Huiyuhao infiltrated and destroyed the divine sealing platform, liberating the Snow Empress. She sought to abandon her reformation and return to combat in her original form, but was thwarted by the Ice Emperor, who prevented her self-detonation, only allowing her spiritual power to explode, leaving her essence intact. After losing her original form, the Snow Empress's vast spiritual consciousness lacked a vessel, rendering her unable to continue sealing her essence's power. With the assistance of Ilex, she was sealed and entered a slumber to restore her consciousness. In the Tang Sect, the Ice Jade Empress bed suppressed the Snow Empress, igniting her sealed essence. With the collective efforts of everyone, and after Ilex ignited his own shards of consciousness, the Snow Empress was transformed into Huiyuhao's soul spirit. However, during the fusion process, more than half of her consciousness dissipated, and her physical form reverted to that of a young child. When Huiyuhao sought to obtain the heartbroken red in the twin flame's eye, he was temporarily restored by the influence of the extreme cold ice spring, aiding him in storing its immense energy and intimidating the plant soul beast within the twin flame's eye, ultimately retrieving the book left by Tang San, helping Huiyuhao pass the test before reverting to a juvenile state. Absorbing 13 strands of 10,000-year profound ice marrow restored her memory and original appearance. As Huiyuhao endeavored to condense the Yin-Yang complement soul core, she coordinated with the other soul spirits, ultimately enabling Huiyuhao to successfully forge the core. In an instant, the myriad paths of the Snow Empress from the original text, Douluo 2, peerless Tang Sect, surged within Chisu's mind. He sighed, reflecting that while the Snow Empress appears to be an exalted ice maiden, the sovereign of the extreme north, she is, in reality, a lonely little girl devoid of love. If someone were to extend sufficient sincerity towards her, the Snow Empress would reciprocate with equal fervor. She has always been a solitary figure, homeless and profoundly lonely. Chapter 131. Schwerer, you are truly beautiful. If Chi-Su wishes to win the favor of the Snow Empress, he must provide her with ample care. The significance of this care is inconsequential. What matters is that she feels someone genuinely cares for her. Schwerer, Chi-Su gently called out to the Snow Empress. She was startled from her reverie by his voice and, in confusion, asked him what was the matter. You are truly beautiful, Chi-Su replied with a broad smile. The Snow Empress was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical compliment, staring at him in bewilderment. Nevertheless, a blush crept across her cheeks, revealing her shyness. The Ice Emperor scoffed, exclaiming, "How shameless!" Chi-Su narrowed his eyes, flashing a charming smile, retorting that someone indeed pales in comparison to Schwerer. The Ice Emperor, fuming, radiated a chilling aura as if she were about to act. Qui-se, emphased, merely whistled nonchalantly. The Snow Empress, feeling a touch of awkwardness, coughed lightly, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor despite her racing heart, clearly feeling quite nervous. She quickly cast aside her tension, pondering the matter of the beast tide. This recent beast tide involved nearly 70% of the soul beasts participating in the assault, with half of them perishing in the onslaught, compelling the Snow Empress to clarify the situation. In truth, the Shwedi, with her frigid and aloof demeanor, seldom engages in lengthy conversations with others. However, her favorable disposition towards Chi-Su blossomed after he vanquished the Titan Snow Demon King, whom she had long wished to eliminate. It was this newfound appreciation that prompted her willingness to converse at such length. Chi-Su, having discerned the subtle threads of affection that Shwedi harbored for him, spoke with a teasing undertone. He remarked that the beast tide had little to do with him. It was the soul beast that encircled them, intent on devouring them, and they had merely resorted to certain measures for self-preservation. Otherwise, the sight before her would have been the three of them reduced to mere bones. He shrugged with a casual air. His assertion was indeed valid. Chi-Su had acted solely out of self-defense. Faced with a throng of soul beasts, one could hardly withstand their onslaught without unleashing formidable methods, lest they be torn to shreds. Shwedi furrowed her brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. On one hand, Chi-Su's actions were justifiable. It was unreasonable to expect him to remain passive while being besieged by soul beasts. Yet, from the perspective of the soul beast overlord of the extreme north, Chi-Su had undeniably slaughtered nearly 10,000 soul beasts, marking one of the most catastrophic losses in their history. The extreme north, remote from human settlements and characterized by its frigid climate, had seldom witnessed such a high casualty rate among soul beasts except during significant internal conflicts. If she, as the overlord of the soul beasts in the extreme north, failed to address this calamity, it would be indefensible. However, from Chi-Su's viewpoint, he had committed no wrongdoing. He was merely seeking to ensure his survival. Had the soul beasts not congregated, even with his formidable strength, it would have been impossible to eliminate so many in such a short span of time. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Shwedi's expression darkened, her brow knitting in concern. Chi-Su, perceptive to her unease, tentatively inquired whether she felt conflicted about the soul beasts of the extreme north while simultaneously hesitant to act against him. His sincerity was palpable, as if he genuinely empathized with her predicament. Shwedi, taken aback, regarded Chi-Su with astonishment. How could he have divined her thoughts? This youthful figure among humans possessed such wisdom and formidable prowess. Was he, perhaps, a titled Douluo retaining a youthful visage? A sense of bewilderment washed over her, leading her to suspect that Chi-Su was an ancient being, merely cloaked in the appearance of a child. His words echoed the very dilemma she faced, and in that moment, she scarcely had time to ponder his repeated address of her as Schwerer. Indeed, that was the case, Shuedi softly conceded. Beside her, Bing Di regarded Chi Su with a mix of surprise and newfound vigilance, her eyes no longer ablaze with fury, but rather imbued with a sense of caution, as if fearing Chi Su would usurp Shuedi from her side. This is not insurmountable, Chi Su declared with a playful wink, reminiscent of a clever youth. Shuedi emitted a soft sound of intrigue, her gaze fixed upon Chi Su with a glimmer of hope. Chi Su continued, explaining that only soul beasts over 10,000 years possess true intelligence. For those beneath this threshold, the beast tide was merely a passing event, and they would not incite any turmoil once it had passed. However, the ancient soul beasts, having sustained significant losses, would indeed seek reassurance from their overlord of the extreme north. Should she manage to pacify these ancient beings, the unrest would surely dissipate. Bing Di chuckled derisively at Chi Su's words, her tone laced with sarcasm. You speak so lightly. Is it truly so simple to placate those ancient creatures? Do you even think we require your counsel? To Bing Di, the ancient soul beasts were mere trifles. Yet even she, with her considerable power, understood the limitations of brute force. Attempting to impose her will upon the soul beast through sheer strength would only revert the extreme north to a savage era, shattering the order that she and Shuedi had painstakingly built over the years. Unlike Bing Di, who retorted immediately, Shuedi approached the matter with earnest contemplation regarding its feasibility. Chi Su's logic resonated. Intelligent soul beasts were indeed few, and soothing their grievances could quell the discontent stemming from the recent turmoil. Yet, how could she effectively pacify them? The notion of using her own strength to compel their compliance felt futile. Do you have a method to appease them? Shuedi asked gently, her voice reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, drawing Chi Su's undivided attention. As Shuedi diverted her gaze upon realizing his unwavering stare, she felt a flutter of unease. Chi Su, amused by the contrast between her usual icy demeanor and this vulnerable moment, replied with a bright smile. It is quite simple to appease these soul beasts. Their anger and dissatisfaction stem from their losses during this beast tide. However, if we provide them with sufficient benefits, they will surely abandon any lingering grievances. His gaze remained fixed upon Shuedi, akin to a nobleman captivated by his beloved. Shuedi, unable to meet his ardent gaze, hesitantly inquired, what benefits? She struggled to conceive of any incentive that could allow the soul beast to forget such a calamity. Meanwhile, Bing Di's disdainful expression persisted as she interjected, if we could offer any benefits, would we even need to consult you? Can you not propose something concrete? In Chi Su's eyes, Bing Di's previously regal persona had crumbled, revealing a petulant youth devoid of the calculated cunning that characterized true rulers. Despite Bing Di being a soul beast nearing 400,000 years, she appeared no different than a child in Chi Su's perspective. He turned his attention back to Shuedi, his smile radiant as he proposed, the most direct way to make the soul beast feel appreciated is to enhance their power. Allow those around 10,000 years to strive for the strength of 50,000, and those at 50,000 to aspire to reach 100,000. By elevating their capabilities, any grievances regarding the beast tide will be forgotten. Shuedi paused, then eagerly nodded, urging Chi Su to elaborate further. Chi Su chuckled softly and said, I possess some rare medicinal herbs that can significantly extend the cultivation lifespan of soul beasts, enhance their innate qualities, and greatly increase their strength, all without any side effects. Rather, it will make their foundation more solid. Upon hearing this, Shuedi gazed at Chi Su with disbelief, as if struggling to accept his words. Noticing her reaction, Chi Su produced an array of herbs from his hands, all plucked from the springs of the Binghua Liang Valley. The number of millennium soul beasts in the extreme north cannot compare to the abundance of these herbs. Thus, Chi Su certainly had plenty to distribute among them. Although Shuedi did not recognize these herbs, she could perceive their extraordinary value simply from their fragrance and luster. With a trembling voice, she inquired, Why are you helping me so much? Chi Su grinned and replied, I have also acquired numerous soul bones. Consider this a compensation for the soul beasts of the extreme north. In that case, I shall express my gratitude on their behalf, Shui Di responded, unexpectedly feeling a wave of melancholy upon hearing Qi Su's words. Of course, it is primarily because Shui air is exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, I would have simply taken the soul bones and left without wasting so many herbs, Qi Su added. Upon hearing this, Shui Di's earlier disappointment vanished as she broke into a radiant smile. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor observed the mutual glances exchanged between the two, feeling an indescribable sensation within. In the original narrative, the Ice Emperor was a 400,000-year-old soul beast, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Ranked 7th among the top 10 fierce beasts and 2nd among the 3 kings of the extreme north. When faced with an impending catastrophe, she accepted the proposal of the Tianming Ice Silkworm to reside within Hui Yuhao, aiding him in achieving divinity. After Hui Yuhao ascended, she passed on her emotions of anger, ascending to the divine realm alongside him. Initially, the Ice Emperor, facing a calamity within a century, was ensnared by the remnants of her essence, manipulated by the Tianming Ice Silkworm to participate in its divine creation plan. After being persuaded, she assisted in shaping Hui Yuhao's second martial soul, utilizing a method of first integrating the bones and then the soul, thereby significantly enhancing Hui Yuhao's physique before merging her own soul power into his body, allowing Hui Yuhao's second martial soul to take the form of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, ultimately enabling the Ice Emperor to break through to a 400,000-year cultivation level. Later, upon discovering that Shui Di was trapped within the divine transformation platform after Hui Yuhao destroyed it, the Ice Emperor prevented Shui Di from detonating her source power and transferred it into Hui Yuhao. The Ice Emperor intended to release a portion of her sealed power within Hui Yuhao by utilizing the chilling nutrients emitted by the Wanzai Hanbin Yusue bed, but accidentally ignited Shui Di's source power. With the collaborative efforts of everyone, ignited by the shards of Yilik's consciousness, they successfully enabled Shui Di to survive as Hui Yuhao's soul spirit. Subsequently, the Ice Emperor and the Tianming Ice Silkworm underwent trials in the Qianquan Wenqing Valley, during which they developed a bond. After Shui Di absorbed the Wanzai Xianbing Sui and regained her memories, she feigned killing the Tianming Ice Silkworm to assist the Ice Emperor in clarifying her feelings. Misled into believing the Tianming Ice Silkworm had perished, the Ice Emperor attacked Shui Di, only to realize her true affections lay with the Tianming Ice Silkworm. The latter then passionately kissed the Ice Emperor, who did not resist. All these thoughts about the Ice Emperor flooded Qi Su's mind. He discerned that although the Ice Emperor appeared to harbor genuine affection for Shui Di, it was not the kind of romantic love, but rather an alternative form of attachment, as if projecting her emotions onto another, seeking a vessel for her feelings. For the Ice Emperor, Shui Di was merely a conduit for her emotions. Once the true object of her affection appeared, this attachment would naturally dissipate. Ultimately, in the narrative of Douluo Ju Shi Tangmen, this affection culminated with the Tianming Ice Silkworm, but who it may be presently remains uncertain. Chapter 132. The Heart of the Ice Emperor, then let us proceed as you suggest, Shui Di said, her expression imbued with gratitude as she gazed at Qi Su. Despite her inner turmoil, Qi Su waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. Suddenly, a treasure pouch materialized in his hand, which he extended to Shui Di, saying, "This pouch contains exceedingly precious herbs, highly beneficial for cultivation, enough for each remaining Millennium Soul beast to receive one." Upon receiving the pouch and opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air as countless herbs floated serenely within, evidently stored in a soul guide artifact. Shui Di's smile grew more radiant, enhancing her beauty. "Thank you," she said shyly. Logically, Qi Su had no obligation to assist her. After all, his actions stemmed from a soul beast's attempt on his life, which he had merely retaliated against. And he certainly bore no responsibility for resolving the chaos of the extreme north. In that moment, Qi Su's favorability soared in Shui Di's eyes. Historically, she had harbored a strong aversion to humans, perceiving them as greedy and ruthless soul masters willing to kill for a mere soul bone, showing no restraint whatsoever. However, upon encountering Qi Su, she began to believe that perhaps there were indeed good-hearted soul masters among them. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Shuedi suddenly remembered, realizing she did not know Chi Su's name, and promptly inquired. Given Chi Su's prowess, Shuedi found it unsurprising that he recognized her identity. Chi Su, he replied with a smile. Shuedi nodded thoughtfully. Chi Su is a pleasant name. In her view, humans possessed few merits. However, their ability to create beautiful names stood out, unlike the more mundane names of soul beasts like Bai and Tai. I owe you a favor, she added. In truth, compared to the Ice Emperor, Shuedi was far more challenging to engage with. Unlike the exceedingly proud Ice Emperor, Shuedi exuded an aura of aloofness and coldness, seemingly refraining from interacting with any soul beings in the extreme north apart from the Ice Emperor. The fact that she was conversing so openly with Chi Su was indeed a rare occurrence. As Chi Su gazed at Shuedi, somewhat entranced, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed in his mind. It had been quite some time since he had heard the mechanical prompt after leaving the Bing Huoliang Yi, and its sudden return evoked a sense of nostalgia. He stepped closer to Shuedi, softly stating, "Then consider it a favor owed." Shuedi momentarily froze at his words, given her proud nature. She naturally disliked being indebted to others. She had expected Chi Su to respond with some flattery, but contrary to her expectations, he accepted the favor directly. As Chi Su leaned closer, the two found themselves in close proximity, an inexplicable aura swirling between them, captivatingly enchanting. Upon regaining her composure, Shuedi hastily retreated, momentarily gripped by a sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, Bing Di quickly positioned herself between the two, seemingly fearful that Chi Su might approach Shuedi again. Observing Bing Di, who resembled a young girl, Chi Su found it somewhat amusing and chose not to engage her further, instead circumventing Bing Di to stand beside Shuedi. I intend to absorb the soul ring here. It should pose no problem, right? Chi Su remarked with a smile. Shuedi responded in kind, assuring him, of course. It is no problem. From this moment on, you are a distinguished guest of the extreme north. Bing Di looked at the smile, gracing Shuedi's face with astonishment. For in her memory, Shuedi had never smiled so genuinely, not even when they were together, where her demeanor had always been one of serene indifference. However, after spending only a brief time with this human soul master, Bing Di observed that Shuedi had smiled numerous times. Shui, why do you keep smiling? Bing Di asked, a hint of displeasure in her voice. For as long as she could remember, she had been the sole companion of Shuedi, the only one capable of eliciting a few words or a smile from her. Yet now, this sudden appearance of a human soul master could do so just as well, if not better than herself. It felt as though a cherished treasure she had long adored had suddenly been discovered and claimed by another, engendering a profound sense of loss within Bing Di. She did not wish for this. She did not want her place in Shuedi's heart to be supplanted by another, nor for someone else to engage in the very activities she could share with Shuedi, perhaps even better than she could. Chi Su, hearing Bing Di's words, was perplexed, wondering why one should not allow another to smile. Shuedi, upon hearing Bing Di's comment, was momentarily taken aback, contemplating her own behavior with incredulity. Indeed, as Bing Di had pointed out, she had always spoken little and maintained a rather tranquil visage, devoid of joy or sorrow. It was only in Bing Di's company that she occasionally found herself laughing and speaking, but after encountering Chi Su, she could not quite understand why she felt an uncontrollable urge to smile, the corners of her mouth betraying her amusement. What was happening to her? Logically, it should not be this way. All her life, she had been alone, even with Bing Di's companionship during long stretches of time. It did not alter her solitary existence in this vast realm. Born from the essence of heaven and earth, she had no parents, no siblings, no kin. Shuedi was unique, yet profoundly lonely. The Bingjing Jianqi who, too, struggled to find its kind, yet at least it held on to hope. She, however, did not even have that. From the very moment of her existence in this world, Shuedi understood that she was an exceedingly solitary being. How could one expect such a solitary soul to find joy? Thus, Shuedi had always worn a remarkably serene expression, devoid of happiness or sorrow, for interview. There was not worthy of her joy or sadness. After all, in this vast expanse of existence, She was the only one of her kind, without any ties. How could there be anything to elate or sadden her? Upon reflecting on Bingdi's words, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded Shwedi's mind, and she let out a sigh, withdrawing the smile that had graced her face. For her, it was indeed inappropriate to smile. What was there to laugh about for a pitiful soul without a home? In an instant, Shwedi's expression shifted from elation to a slight furrow of her brow, as if burdened by sorrow. Seeing Shwedi in such a state, Bingdi suddenly realized she might have said something amiss. She opened her mouth, intending to offer words of comfort to Shwedi, but ultimately remained silent, unsure of what to say. After all, she was well aware of Shwedi's inner turmoil stemming from her unique existence, devoid of family or kin. In this boundless expanse of the extreme north, while Shwedi was the sovereign of countless old beasts, she was paradoxically an outsider, detached from all tribes. Aside from Bingdi, she had no kin or friends. Observing Shwedi's troubled brow, Bingdi felt her own spirits plummet. Chisu also noticed the change in Shwedi's countenance, recognizing her apparent sorrow. He stepped forward, gently wrapping his arms around Shwedi. In her moment of shock, Shwedi found herself embraced before she could even think to struggle, and Chisu's tender words reached her ears, "I will be by your side." His words floated like a feather, evoking a tingling warmth within Shwedi's heart. Before she could ponder the meaning behind his statement, Chisu released her and revealed a radiant smile. "Remember to be happy every day," he said, his smile bright as the sun emerging after a heavy snowfall, casting warmth upon all it touched. Staring at Chisu's luminous smile, akin to sunlight, Shwedi found herself in a daze, and after a considerable pause, she finally returned a brilliant smile of her own. Bingdi gazed at Shwedi's newly unveiled smile with disbelief. It was a brilliance she had never witnessed before. The sense of loss within her deepened. Although she felt joy at seeing Shwedi smile once more, a joy she had never seen before. That radiant smile was not meant for her, but for a human soul master she had only just met. The feeling of loss enveloped Bingdi like a drowning sensation, rendering her breathless. It felt as though she was on the verge of losing something she had always treasured most dearly, something that appeared to be slipping away from her grasp, leaving her powerless to retain it. In that moment, Shwedi and Chi-Su exchanged smiles, while Bingdi stood alone, cloaked in shadows and sorrow. With a sigh, she felt utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, Chi-Su and Shwedi seemed to be immersed in an intensely ambiguous atmosphere, oblivious to Bingdi's emotional turmoil. "Thank you," Shwedi murmured softly. She could not recall how many times she had expressed her gratitude this day. It felt as though she had uttered the words, "thank you," more often today than in the countless years of her existence. She could not fathom why this was so. Yet the urge to express her gratitude and smile was undeniable. Ever since this radiant young man had appeared, it seemed that many things had begun to shift quietly. Chisu shook his head, perceiving his actions as nothing more than what was expected of him. "Brother, let me meet Bingdi," a voice echoed in Chisu's mind, that of Tianming Bingcan. In the original narrative, Tianming Bingcan resided in the extreme north, and at the age of 13, narrowly escaped a deadly foe, inadvertently falling into a crevice of ice where she encountered vast amounts of 10,000-year-old ice marrow, consuming it to cultivate for several 100,000 years, much of which was spent in slumber. After fleeing to the land from the sea while evading pursuit, she was sought after by many powerful soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest as a tonic to enhance their cultivation. Upon reaching a cultivation of 1,000,000 years, nearing the end of her lifespan, she attempted to become the 9th spirit ring of a certain spiritual soul master, but her immense energy resulted in the latter's instantaneous explosion. Tianming Bingcan, upon fortuitously encountering the spiritual type soul master Huoyu Hao in the Qingdao Great Forest while searching for its first soul ring, was filled with joy. After applying several seals upon itself, it became Huoyu Hao's first soul ring, allowing its spiritual essence to reside within Huoyu Hao's spiritual sea. To facilitate the complete formation of the second martial soul it bestowed upon Huoyu Hao, Tianming Bingcan led him to the extreme northern lands, persuading the Ice Emperor, the second of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, to become the first soul ring of Hu Yuhao's second martial soul, thus shaping it into the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Upon discovering the Snow Emperor, who had escaped from the divine platform, Tianming Binkan assisted the Ice Emperor in rescuing her. When the source power of the Snow Emperor from Haoyan Sect was inadvertently ignited, they all worked together to alleviate the crisis. After Ilex ignited its own shards of divine consciousness, they saved the Snow Emperor, but Tianming Binkan was gravely injured and fell into a deep slumber. It left its spiritual essence with Hui Yuhao, granting him the skill of Life Reflection Shield, and helped him unravel the spiritual seal left by Niu Tian. Within the Qiankun Wen Qing Valley, Tianming Binkan experienced trials alongside the Ice Emperor and developed a relationship with her. When Hui Yuhao condensed his spiritual soul core, Tianming Binkan merged its source power with him, enabling Hui Yuhao to successfully consolidate his spiritual soul core. After the Snow Emperor absorbed the 10,000-year Xian Bing essence and regained her memories, she pretended to kill Tianming Binkan to help the Ice Emperor realize his true feelings for it, leading to the establishment of their relationship. Tianming Binkan, along with the other soul spirits, assisted Hui Yuhao in condensing the yin-yang complementary soul core, ultimately allowing him to succeed. However, they all fell into slumber until Hui Yuhao and Tang Wutong completed the fusion of the soul core, at which point they awakened. When Hui Yuhao broke through to become a limit Douluo, they successfully aided him in countering the evil Eye Tyrant, culminating in the formation of the third soul core. Memories of Tianming Binkan flooded Qi-Su's mind once more. He understood the feelings Tianming Binkan harbored for the Ice Emperor, and although he would not refuse its desire to meet him, he could not allow Tianming Binkan to employ the same coercive methods as in the original narrative. It was absurd to think that the Ice Emperor could still harbor affection for Tianming Binkan after such an approach. After all, which woman would fall for a villain who forced her? If Tianming Binkan wished to pursue the Ice Emperor, Qi-Su would not obstruct it. But it must be through honorable means. Chapter 133. The choice within Qi-Su's golden spiritual sea, Tianming Binkan could certainly perceive certain matters surrounding him, though Qi-Su had been actively shielding it from the outside world. After all, Qi-Su often engaged in indescribable activities with Xiao Wu and the others, and had no interest in allowing prying eyes to witness. To Qi-Su, Tianming Binkan was merely a resident of his spiritual sea, not a dominant force, and thus should not have the liberty to perceive freely through him. At this moment, perhaps due to Tianming Binkan's enhanced spiritual power in the extreme north, or sensing the Ice Emperor's aura, it unexpectedly requested to meet the Ice Emperor instead of remaining quietly asleep in Qi-Su's mind. Qi-Su did not wish to impose any restrictions. After all, Tianming Binkan had indeed grown significantly in strength and had assisted him. He would not hinder its pursuit of the Ice Emperor, as long as it did not resort to the dishonorable tactics of the original story. At that moment, the Snow Emperor smiled gently, resembling a fairy basking in sunlight, exuding beauty. She shook her treasure pouch, intending to accompany the Ice Emperor in distributing herbs to pacify the restless soul beasts of the extreme north. However, upon turning her head, she noticed the Ice Emperor's expression of despondence, as if troubled by something. The Snow Emperor paused, feeling a sudden emotional stir. She understood the Ice Emperor's sorrow and concern, but felt powerless to change the situation. She had always regarded the Ice Emperor as family, her closest friend, maintaining a close bond, but not one of romantic intimacy. All along, the Snow Emperor had chosen to ignore her own feelings towards the Ice Emperor, pretending to be oblivious. Even now, despite the Ice Emperor's dejection, the Snow Emperor remained silent. Just as the Ice Emperor sighed in frustration at her helplessness, Qi-Su suddenly spoke to him, stating that there was someone who wished to meet him. The Ice Emperor, who had kept her head lowered, looked up in confusion upon hearing Qi-Su's words. Me? She asked incredulously, pointing to herself. Having never stepped foot outside the extreme north, she wondered how this human soul master could possibly know anyone she recognized. Qi-Su nodded and called out, "Come forth, Tianming Binkan." With a snap of his fingers, a golden silhouette of a silkworm materialized in the air. revealing the million-year soul beast, Tianmeng Binkan. The Ice Emperor gazed at Tianmeng Binkan in astonishment, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Brother, show your soul ring," Tianmeng Binkan said, delaying its conversation with the Ice Emperor as it turned to Chi Su with a charming smile. Chi Su rolled his eyes and activated the soul ring on the blue-silver swordgrass. The previously destroyed 6 soul rings had reformed, now emitting an exceptionally brilliant light around Chi Su. Most striking was the second ring, a pure white soul ring that radiated a lustrous glow, pulsating gently around him. In that moment, Chi Su felt his consciousness rapidly extend outward, expanding far and wide, akin to overlooking the earth from the sky. Although it did not match the profound control of the dual pupils over the world, it still represented an impressive level of spiritual perception. This was the state of Tianmeng Bingsan's million-year soul ring, fully activated. Suddenly, the light over the vast expanse of the extreme north dimmed, as if transitioning abruptly from day to night. An invisible authority expanded instantly, accompanied by terrifying spiritual energy that emanated outward from Chi Su's body. Chi Su had always been exceptionally restrained in his pressure, but in this state of Tianmeng Bingsan's million-year soul ring, that pressure expanded fully, instilling dread. Even the ice and snow emperors beside him found themselves gasping for breath, let alone the distant 10,000-year soul beasts, which lay prostrate under this overwhelming force. At that moment, Chi Su seemed to grasp Tianmeng Bingsan's intentions. It appeared to wish to leverage his power to impress the Ice Emperor, much like in the unparalleled Tang Sect, with the aim of having the Ice Emperor become its ice attribute martial soul. Chi Su had no objections to this, as he would be the benefactor. If the Ice Emperor transformed into his martial soul, he could absorb not only the 10,000-year soul ring bestowed by her, but also those of the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger. This meant that upon the formation of his ice attribute martial soul, he could immediately acquire 3 10,000-year soul rings, an incredibly formidable prospect. Should Tianmeng Binkan succeed in persuading the Ice Emperor to become its soul ring, Chi Su would welcome it. If not, it would not matter, as he could still opt for the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger or the Titan Snow Demon King, both of which would not fall short in quality compared to the Ice Emperor Scorpion. At the moment when the mental force unfurled, Chi Su experienced a sensation akin to reigning supreme over the world. The earth and the snow lay entirely subdued beneath his feet, and the feeling of having everything under his control was exquisitely delightful. It seemed that with a mere flick of his hand, he could annihilate all that existed, and with a glance, he could pass judgment upon everything. Amidst the somber sky, thunder began to rumble ominously, and as Chi Su surveyed his body, he noticed it had transformed entirely into a brilliant golden hue. The pearly white halo gradually changed color, shifting from its original white to a pale gold, and then to a radiant gold. The resplendent golden brilliance was incomparable to any soul ring colors Chi Su had ever encountered. The 10-year white soul ring, the 100-year yellow soul ring, the 1,000-year purple soul ring, the 10,000-year black soul ring, and the 100,000-year red soul ring, all were rendered subservient before the majestic golden soul ring that emanated infinite authority. Chi Su could not help but let out a quiet sigh. He had always underestimated the million-year soul ring of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, for in comparison to its power, his own mental strength, augmented by his dual pupils, was not lacking in any regard. However, upon witnessing this dazzling golden light, Chi Su realized he had consistently underestimated the wisdom embodied in this million-year soul ring. In contrast to other soul rings, this million-year soul ring was indeed a unique existence in the realm, unmatched by any other soul ring in its brilliance. At this moment, as the energy sealed within the million-year soul ring unfurled, the true light belonging to him illuminated the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Even the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, who had witnessed countless storms, gazed in astonishment at the shimmering golden brilliance of the 100,000-year soul ring. As soul beasts, they understood the significance of that golden light. This was the authentic hue of the unparalleled million-year soul ring on the Douluo Continent. It was also the first time the Tianming ice silkworm allowed its colors to bloom in the world. The 10-year white soul ring, the 100-year yellow soul ring, the 1,000-year purple soul ring, the 10,000-year black soul ring, and the 100,000-year red soul ring, all were eclipsed by the legendary million-year soul ring, which radiated an unparalleled golden hue. The Ice Emperor found it perplexing how this being had transformed into a human soul ring, and moreover, it seemed that it had not perished, but instead resided within the body of this human soul master. In an instant, countless questions surged within the Ice Emperor's mind as she stared incredulously at this extraordinary yet profoundly shocking scene. The originally pitch-black clouds suddenly quivered violently, and shortly thereafter, a layer of emerald-green radiance swiftly spread from the distant northern horizon. The dark sky transformed instantaneously into a transparent and alluring emerald green, resembling a vast gemstone suspended high above. The oppressive atmosphere that had lingered in the air dissipated entirely in that instant, vanishing into nothingness. The true aura of the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion unfurled completely at this moment, even surpassing the intensity it had when pursuing Chi Su. It was evident how deeply the Ice Emperor harbored the intent to kill the Tianming ice silkworm. When the Ice Emperor had nearly brought the Tianming ice silkworm to its demise, its cultivation had only just surpassed 300,000 years, and now it seemed that it was not far from the 400,000-year mark. The Ice Emperor had previously stated that upon surpassing 300,000 years, it had reached its limit and had sustained injuries to its origins, making it impossible to overcome the 400,000-year threshold. Only by absorbing the vast and pure energy of the Tianming ice silkworm could it potentially break free from its constraints and even surpass the Snow Emperor. Thus, the Ice Emperor had always regarded the Tianming ice silkworm as a treasure trove of flesh, and its sudden appearance naturally incited a surge of murderous intent. Tianming, you're still alive, truly worthy of being the longest-lived creature in our extreme northern lands. After a prolonged silence, the Ice Emperor finally spoke. A crisp voice resonated from all directions. The emergence of this voice was accompanied by a terrifying sound wave, causing the accumulated snow on the ground to rise nearly 3 meters high, like waves suddenly surging. Only within 100 meters of the Tianming ice silkworm's body remained undisturbed, safeguarded by the immense mental force it exuded. When contending with Chi Su, the Ice Emperor had only been focused on killing him, and thus did not exude the same overwhelming presence as now. Ice Emperor, you have yet to perish. Why should I not survive? Do you remember what I said back then? If I do not die, one day I will become your partner. The voice of the Tianming ice silkworm suddenly turned gentle, and the sweetness of its tone sent shivers down even Chi Su's thick-skinned spine. Do you think that by finding a human host, I cannot kill you? The Ice Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, brimming with lethal intent, showing no signs of concealment. She knew she was not a match for Chi Su. But with the appearance of the Tianming ice silkworm, everything had changed. The Snow Emperor faced a formidable tribulation of 700,000 years, and the Tianming ice silkworm that had presented itself was the perfect source of sustenance. As long as they absorbed the energy of the Tianming ice silkworm, both she and the Snow Emperor would have no worries about the impending tribulation, and they could confidently anticipate reaching 900,000 years or even becoming the next million-year soul ring. The host of the Tianming ice silkworm was powerful. But what of it? No matter how formidable he was, he could not surpass the combined strength of herself and the Snow Emperor. Together, they possessed the upper hand in this extreme northern land, and unless a level 99 human soul master intervened, no other soul master would stand a chance. Snow, the Tianming ice silkworm, is a million-year soul beast. Its immense energy is sufficient for us to endure any tribulation. Prepare to join me in action. The Ice Emperor spoke with a tone of urgency to the Snow Emperor. Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Snow Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Her heart filled with conflict. She gazed helplessly at the golden silhouette of the silkworm and Chi Su. As the sovereign of the extreme north, the Snow Emperor naturally recognized the identity of the million-year soul beast, the Tianming ice silkworm. She understood that if she absorbed the energy of the Tianming ice silkworm, she would undoubtedly withstand the forthcoming tribulation of 700,000 years and truly evolve into one of the most terrifying existences among soul beasts. Yet, Chisa had just aided her. Could she truly turn around and seize the million-year soul beast residing within him? The Snow Emperor's eyes were filled with contradictions and confusion, akin to a lost traveler. Snow, do not hesitate. This is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The tribulation is unpredictable, and who can guarantee that we will safely navigate the next great calamity? Only by absorbing the energy of the Tianming ice silkworm can we genuinely find peace of mind. The Ice Emperor's words echoed once more in the Snow Emperor's ears. Simultaneously, Chisa regarded the Snow Emperor with curiosity, eager to see what choice she would make. With Chisu's formidable mental strength, he could easily perceive every word and action of the Ice Emperor, yet he refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting the Snow Emperor's decision. In the original text, the Snow Emperor was ranked third among the 10 fearsome beasts, the foremost among the 3 kings of the extreme north, unable to transcend the bottleneck of 700,000 years to take human form. She was captured during her transformation and, after enduring numerous trials, became the first spirit of Huiyuhao. After Huiyuhao ascended to godhood, she inherited the emotion of sorrow and ascended to the divine realm alongside him. All of it began because the Snow Emperor could not overcome the 700,000-year tribulation. Now, this opportunity lay before her. As long as Xuedi chooses to take action, the energy of the million-year-old Tianming Bingsan will be at her fingertips. With this power, she could smoothly navigate through the looming calamities of the future, even those that threaten her existence for up to 800,000 years. Would she indeed make such a choice? Chitsa was equally eager to know. At this moment, Xuedi, with her flowing azure hair and delicate curls at the ends, adorned with blue ice crystal decorations around her neck, possessed blue eyes and porcelain skin, draped in a flowing white gown, resembled a celestial fairy fallen to the mortal realm. Yet, upon her enchanting visage lingered an expression of sorrow, as if she were troubled by some dilemma. On one side stood the youth she had only recently met, but who had provided her with immense warmth, and on the other, the opportunity to transcend the tribulation. How to choose? Xuedi found herself at a loss. Chapter 134. The God-making plan. She lifted her gaze to Chitsa, who radiated golden light, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Chitsa, in turn, cast his clear gaze upon Xuedi, his eyes as serene as still water. It had not been long since their last shared glance, yet both now harbored their own thoughts, feeling a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. Xuedi hesitated to choose between the million-year energy of the Tianming Bingsan and the boy who had just aided her. While Chitsa pondered what choice Xuedi would ultimately make, would she succumb to the temptation of survival, or would she forsake this chance? In truth, Chitsa bore no grudge against Xuedi's potential choice. Despite having just assisted her, the matter at hand was not one of life and death, but rather a triviality. The million-year energy of the Tianming Bingsan was a different story. Should Xuedi absorb this energy, she would not only secure her passage through the imminent tribulation of 700,000 years, but would also be untroubled by those of 800,000 and even 900,000 years, potentially becoming the foremost among spirit beasts and touching the threshold of divinity. Therefore, Chitsa acknowledged any choice Xuedi made, believing it to be justified. However, if she chose him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a tangle of thoughts clouded his mind. At that moment, their eyes met, but they quickly averted their gazes, each consumed by their own thoughts. Tianming, do you truly believe that the human boy you have found possesses the sole power to challenge us? Sebingdi, her tone icy, her gaze filled with the essence of frost, akin to the most formidable ice of the northern realms. In this instant, Bingdi truly embodied the essence of an emperor of ice and snow, the sovereign of the far north, emanating a formidable aura of royalty. Despite her words being softly spoken, they carried the weight of authority and presence, entirely unlike the playful girl who had just sparred with Chitsa. Although Bingdi's intent to kill was unmistakable, the Tianming Bingsan showed no fear. With a gentle smile, the Tangmen spoke gracefully. I have lived for 1,000,000 years, the majority of which I spent in slumber. Deep within my heart, the only trace remaining, the one that stirs my emotions, is you. In less than 10,000 years, you will face a life and death tribulation, one that is nearly insurmountable. I cannot wait any longer. The length of my life has lost all meaning, and my own existence is fleeting. I have returned to ensure your survival, so we may truly be together. The sincerity of the Tangmen's words was profound, akin to lovers reunited after years apart, filled with nostalgia and concern. And what does that have to do with me? Bingdi replied coldly. A flicker of green light emanated from her palm, and a smirk, tinged with mockery, graced her lips as she provocatively added, "Unfortunately, you are not worthy of my affection. Yet, I must say I am touched that you would offer yourself as a sustenance, merging our beings in such a manner. How could I not indulge you? I shall savor your body and energy, transforming them into part of myself." Take action," Bingdi commanded, her voice slicing through the air as the green light surged forth, akin to a divine strike from the heavens, unleashing a tempest of snow across the vast, icy expanse. In this moment, as the ruler of the extreme north, Bingdi revealed her true power, embodying the essence of an emperor amidst the frigid realm. The emerald light approached Chi-Tsa and the ethereal figure of the Tangmen as if a deity were descending to impose divine punishment. Chi-Tsa narrowed his eyes, raising a hand to conjure a dark spatial rift, as if to engulf all in its path. The green light, upon contact with this black void, was swallowed whole, disappearing into the abyss, leaving no trace of its verdant hue behind. In the distance, Xiao furrowed her brow, concern etching her features as she observed the unfolding scene. "Tianqing Gulong, go and take a look," with Xiao Wu's gentle command. The immense form of the Tianqing Gulong surged towards Chi-Tsa like a devoted pet rushing into its master's embrace. Meanwhile, Xuedi stood frozen, momentarily at loss. When the green light vanished into the black rift, she showed no inclination to act. Bingdi turned her gaze towards Xuedi, perplexed, as if she were gazing upon a stranger. The once mighty empress, who had appeared to command the world, now resembled a powerless girl, crushed by fate, resigned to the harshness of destiny. I cannot make a move," Xuedi murmured, her expression vacant. After countless moments of hesitation and internal conflict, she ultimately chose not to act. At this juncture, Chi-Tsa let out a quiet sigh of relief, a smile creeping into his eyes. His relief did not stem from fear of being unable to contend with the alliance of Xuedi and Bingdi. While he acknowledged the odds, escape was certainly an option. What pleased him was that Xuedi had chosen him in the face of overwhelming temptation, a choice that filled him with joy. Bingdi stared blankly at Xuedi before casting a profound glance at Chi-Tsa. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. The treasure she had cherished was now in another's possession. Tears streamed down her cheeks, akin to a young girl mourning the loss of something precious. Xuedi, unsure of how to respond, stepped forward in a tentative attempt to embrace Bingdi, but ultimately withdrew her hand. The Tangmen, observing Bingdi's sorrowful state, also relinquished her smile, murmuring to herself, "Bingdi, do you know why I came to find you?" In her sorrow, Bingdi remained oblivious to the Tangmen's words, continuing to weep silently, resembling a small girl lost in her grief. The Tangmen, disregarding the Ice Emperor's indifference, expressed profound excitement, proclaiming that what lay before her was not merely an opportunity to endure a tribulation of 400,000 years, but rather the chance to ascend to divinity. As she concluded her statement, her voice echoed with fervor. The Ice Emperor, who had been weeping in despair, looked up in confusion upon hearing the impassioned declaration from Tangmen. "What do you mean?" she asked, her face still streaked with tears, bewildered by the gravity of the proclamation. Not only the Ice Emperor, but also the Snow Emperor gazed at Tangmen with astonishment, utterly perplexed by her words. As one of the most formidable spirit beasts in existence, the Snow Emperor was acutely aware that the most powerful entities in this world were the gods. However, The legends of spirit beasts attaining divinity were virtually non-existent, and she had never dared to hope that she might one day become divine. In that moment, Tianming Bingsan's assertion that the opportunity for the Ice Emperor to attain godhood lay before her stirred profound emotions within the Snow Emperor, who regarded her with a mix of anticipation and wonder. Observing the Ice Emperor's dazed expression, Tianming Bingsan solemnly inquired, "Ice Emperor, which race possesses the greatest potential on our continent?" The Ice Emperor hesitated, glancing at Qi Su, before uncertainly responding, "Are you referring to humans?" Tianming Bingsan nodded affirmatively, speaking with measured clarity, "Indeed, it is humans." While the Ice Emperor momentarily pondered this revelation, Tianming Bingsan continued, "Although some of our spirit beasts, like you, are born with noble lineage and possess formidable physiques, we cannot deny that, in comparison to humans, our potential is vastly inferior. The human body, when juxtaposed with your ice crystal scorpion lineage, could be described as inconsequential. Yet, a remarkably gifted human, after merely decades of cultivation, can rival your kin who have trained for tens of thousands or even 100,000 years. Why is this so? It is due to the disparity in potential. Humans may possess fragile bodies and fleeting lifespans, but their potential is favored by the heavens, a quality we cannot hope to match. This is their advantage, and it is what we lack. Undeniably, Tianming Bingsan spoke with impeccable rhythm, akin to a master of success, swiftly drawing others into her narrative without allowing them any time to react. At that moment, the Ice Emperor was wholly absorbed in her discourse, entranced by the cadence of her words. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that they possessed the qualifications for divinity. After her lengthy oration, Tianming Bingsan delivered her pivotal statement with a weighty finality, akin to the unveiling of a hidden blade, revealing a menacing brilliance. The Ice Emperor was undeniably shaken by the impact of Tianming Bingsan's assertions. The most effective deception is not one of concealment, but rather the illusion crafted from a series of truths woven together. In this moment, it was evident that the Ice Emperor had ensnared herself in the trap laid by Tianming Bingsan. In comparison to humans, spirit beasts indeed lacked the very qualifications for divinity. Regardless of how powerful a spirit beast may be, the heavens would only unleash calamities upon them, rather than opening the gates to divinity. While spirit beasts may seem to be born noble, in reality, they are often far more lowly than they appear. The Ice Emperor gazed at Tianming Bingsan in silence, as if observing a stranger. Noticing the Ice Emperor's silence, Tianming Bingsan seized the opportunity to elaborate, stating, "When we spirit beasts reach a cultivation of 100,000 years, we are presented with a chance to undergo a transformation back into humans. However, very few possess the courage to embrace this path, for we cannot be certain that we can cultivate sufficiently within a mere century. Even if we succeed, our lifespans rarely exceed 500 years. For us, the notion of divinity remains a mere fantasy. The continent has thrived for over 100 million years, and since the dawn of time, long before humans existed, our spirit beasts have roamed. Yet, to this day, how many spirit beasts have achieved the status of eternal divinity through this transformation?" Tianming Bingsan spoke truthfully. The risks associated with reverting to human form were immense, and a single misstep could lead to dire repercussions. At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had been listening intently, nodded in contemplative agreement. Had it not been for her mother transforming into a spirit ring, she would never have considered the arduous path of reverting to humanity. Seeing that the Ice Emperor remained silent, though now with a fire ignited in her eyes rather than sorrow, Tianming Bingsan sensed that she was on the verge of breaching the Ice Emperor's defenses. At this juncture, the Ice Emperor resembled a pile of dry kindling, merely awaiting the spark to ignite her resolve. "I too am reluctant to pursue that illusory path. I do not wish to perish in the process of transformation. As a compromise, I have chosen a different route, the creation of a god, to forge a deity into existence. Although I am not a god, I can partake in the divine's existence, sharing in the boundless life that accompanies it. Therefore, I have chosen to become a spirit ring, a ring of wisdom. I shall utilize my power to assist him in attaining divinity." as Tianming Banking spoke with increasing fervor. It was as though the gates of the divine realm had swung open before her. The Ice Emperor lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with ambition. Despite the devastating blow dealt by the Snow Emperor's fate, she remained the Empress of the Ice Crystal Scorpion, a royal princess whose aspirations soared towards the stars and the vast ocean. Before the prospect of divinity, all external emotions seemed inconsequential and hollow. Only the existence of the divine, only the promise of eternal life, held true substance. You have witnessed his power, yet that is not the most terrifying aspect. Can you guess his age? Tianming Bankan inquired with a light-hearted smile. The Ice Emperor swallowed hard, hesitant to speculate on Qi Su's age. Like the Snow Emperor, she had assumed Qi Su to be an ancient creature who had lived for centuries. However, the reality appeared to be quite different. Before her stood a figure reminiscent of a youthful deity, not an aged specter, but a genuine boy. 13 years old. He is merely 13 years old. Tianming Bankan exclaimed with a hint of madness in her tone, as though she were a devoted acolyte proclaiming the will of the divine. The Ice Emperor was left in a daze, finally comprehending the ultimate purpose of Tianming Bingsan's extensive discourse. Her crystalline yellow eyes fell upon Huiyuhao, revealing a glimmer of peculiar light. She felt a stirring within her heart. No, not just a stirring, but a profound sense of allure. If what Tianming Banking claimed were true, and this boy was indeed only 13, then he was the epitome of a youthful deity. Chapter 135. The Tragic Life of Huiyuhao. 13 years? In the span of her extensive existence, what did that signify? If her life were condensed into a single day, it would be akin to exhaling a breath just as she approached the twilight of her years, only to find a title, law, emerging in the world. A 13-year-old with a strength rivaling that of a title, Douluo. Such a youth was beyond imagination when considering his future. How confident are you? The Ice Emperor cast a deep glance at Qi Su before turning her gaze back to Tianming Bankan. Although she had initially harbored intentions of pursuing Qi Su with hostility, the enchanting vision of divinity and immortality rendered all previous concerns trivial and insignificant. Tianming Bankan paused momentarily before responding, with unwavering conviction, 90%. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor were both astounded by Tianming Bingsan's audacious assertion of such a staggering probability. While they also held great hope for Qi Su's ascendance to godhood, they dared not arrive at such a formidable conclusion. At this very moment, the resolute words of Tianming Bingsan instilled a sense of unwavering conviction in both individuals. He was not merely a promising genius of the future. He was a formidable force, a youthful deity, possessing strength comparable to theirs at the tender age of 13. Tianming Bingsan spoke with great fervor and determination. While the world is replete with prodigies, not all of them can safely evolve into true powerhouses. Before a genius has matured into a genuine stronghold, they remain but fragile entities in the eyes of the truly powerful. The future is fraught with uncertainties. Even if someone today stands as the continent's foremost talent, there is no guarantee they will ascend to become the mightiest. However, Qi Su was different. Not only was he a genius, but he was also a powerhouse in his own right. At merely 13 years of age, Qi Su already possessed the strength to rival anyone on the continent. He could evade the extreme Douluo and was unfazed by those beneath that pinnacle. Unless a deity were to descend, Qi Su was already regarded as the preeminent figure on the continent. This is why Tianming Bingsan felt confident in asserting a 90% certainty in a nebulous endeavor of ascension to divinity. Thus, he posed the question, would you join me in this divine creation? A smile graced Tianming Bingsan's lips, akin to a hunter poised to reap the rewards of a long-anticipated ambush. Bingdi lowered her head, lost in contemplation. The notions of divine creation, ascension, and immortality struck her with overwhelming force, shattering her previously held worldview. Indeed, as Tianming Bingsan had articulated, Bingdi had already sustained damage to her essence during the cataclysmic event 300,000 years ago, making it impossible for her to survive the imminent calamity of 400,000 years. At that moment, Tianming Bingsan presented her with an opportunity for divinity. one she could not dare to refuse. A 90% chance of becoming a deity was no longer a gamble for survival, but a glimpse into the future. Why seek me out? Bingdi needed to dispel all her doubts before she could wholeheartedly agree to Tangmen as proposal. As the one and only million-year soul beast on the continent, I will not only grant the host a million-year soul ring, but also bestow upon them an ice attribute martial soul, the manifestation of which will depend on the first soul ring absorbed. In truth, my claim of 90% certainty is somewhat conservative, coupled with your potential. The likelihood should be more accurately stated as 99%. Tangmen declared slowly. Bingdi pondered Tangmen's words for a long while before finally responding, I agree. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Tangmen's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he turned to Chitsa, saying, Brother, I've secured the arrangement. Chitsa rolled his eyes, choosing to remain indifferent to Tangmen. In truth, for Chitsa, the assistance of Bingdi, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion, made little difference, as both the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger and Titan Snow Demon King were equally formidable. Thus, Chitsa felt no overwhelming gratitude towards Tangmen, recognizing that he undoubtedly harbored his own ulterior motives. Release your mental essence, Tangmen instructed after Bingdi's agreement. Bingdi hesitated, apprehensive about revealing her mental essence. The mental essence is the most vital, yet simultaneously the most fragile aspect. Exposing it is akin to entrusting one's name to another. Bingdi was understandably cautious. With the presence of Shuadi, how could I possibly deceive you? Tangmen quickly reassured her, sensing her hesitation. Bingdi glanced at Shuadi, and upon receiving a nod, she firmly addressed Tangmen, make an oath. Tangmen discerned Bingdi's uncertainty and did not waver, proclaiming solemnly, by the ice god above, I, Tangmen, swear in the name of ice that if I deceive Bingdi, failing to assist her in becoming a wisdom soul ring after she releases her mental essence, may all that belongs to ice be stripped from me. This is the most solemn oath in the extreme north. With this vow in place, Bingdi finally felt reassured enough to embrace the path Tangmen offered, choosing to become Chi's wisdom soul ring and join him in divine creation. Light flickered and countless ice crystals enveloped Bingdi. As the ice crystals coalesced and dispersed, her once graceful and proud form vanished, replaced by the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion. This scorpion measured 1.5 meters in length, adorned in 2 hues, one of ice and the other of vivid green. The front of its body featured 4 overlapping layers, each slightly exceeding half a foot in length, with a head situated atop the foremost layer. Its silver-white mandibles were covered with hexagonal protrusions along the front half of its body and its 6 elongated legs. Each of its 2 pincers stretched to 1 meter in length, similarly adorned with diamond-like hexagonal protrusions, while the foremost claw and mandibles gleamed with a mirror-like silver luster. Its eyes were yellow and hexagonal. Unlike ordinary scorpions with long, multi-segmented tails, Bingdi's tail comprised only 5 segments, all a consistent verdant hue. The segment closest to the upper body was the widest, tapering towards the rear. At the last segment, a tail hook, also adorned with diamond-like particles, culminated in a silver-white, mirror-like glimmer. This was the embodiment of Bingdi, the exquisitely beautiful Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion. Although the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion bore a beastly form, the aesthetic allure it exuded was no less than that of Bingdi in her humanoid guise. In fact, perhaps due to its true form, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion possessed a natural elegance that Bingdi lacked. A gentle, verdant glow began to emanate from the base of Bingdi's tail, rippling backward until it coalesced at the tip of the tail hook. With a flash of emerald light, a small green orb detached, gracefully ascending into the air. Simultaneously, the eyes of the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion dimmed, losing their luster. This emerald orb represented the mental essence of the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion, ruler of the extreme north. Though the process of releasing the mental essence appeared straightforward, it was a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary soul beasts. Only those who had surpassed a significant threshold and reached a cultivation level of over 100,000 years could achieve such a feat. For unparalleled beings like Tangmen San and the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion, it posed no challenge. At that moment, the verdant orb radiated brilliant light throughout the realm. Tangmen San, his golden figure coalescing, surged forth to consume the green mental essence, which subsequently flowed into Chi Su's being. Chi felt a turbulent swell within his mental sea, becoming increasingly crowded. Tangmen San, Bing Di, and the undead catastrophe Alexis, alongside himself, formed a formidable quartet, sufficient to constitute a game of mahjong. This configuration bore some resemblance to Huiyua's. Cheats amused, yet unlike Huiyua, who suffered greatly. He was a protagonist in his own right and could not escape the clutches of Tang San. Reflecting on Tang San's actions towards Huiyua, Cheats aside, feeling a pang of sympathy for Huiyua, a genius ensnared in the puppet strings of Tang San. It could be argued that, without Tang San's convoluted manipulations, Huiyua would have emerged as a peerless powerhouse, rivaling Tang San himself. However, following Tang San's bewildering machinations, Huiyua had been reduced to a mere pawn, perpetually pursued and beleaguered. In the remarkable narrative of Zhu Shi Tangmen, the protagonist Huiyuhao does not owe his extraordinary abilities to the illustrious Tang San, the God King. However, Tang San's series of audacious maneuvers has rendered Huiyuhao's once smooth journey to divinity exceedingly arduous. Originally, Huiyuhao possessed a remarkable configuration. The million-year soul beast Tianmengai's silkworm as a spirit ring and a mentor in mental prowess. The supreme ice-type soul beast Bingdi as his martial soul and a guide in soul techniques. And the demigod-level powerhouse Ilex as another martial soul and mentor in necromantic arts. Are these three mentors not far superior to your Tang San's mentor, Yu Xiaojing, who lacks even a level 30 status? Huiyuhao's three martial souls surpass those of Tang San, and he refrains from utilizing his demigod martial soul to bully Tang San. The 40,000-year ferocious beast, the Emperor Ice Scorpion, is mightier than your 100,000-year blue Silver Emperor. Ultimately, Huiyuhao's cultivation of the true artifact, the spiritual eye, eclipses even the Haotian hammer. While Huiyuhao has successfully transformed his martial soul into a true artifact, you, Tang San, possess two true artifacts bestowed upon you by others. Having none of your own making, how disgraceful. Furthermore, despite Huiyuhao being appointed as a first-level deity for 2 millennia, who would believe it without your oppressive influence? Even in the matters of the continent, had it not been for your daughter leading Huiyuhao back to the Haotian clan and the icy bed incident, Huiyuhao would not have been on the verge of exploding due to bodily strain, ultimately sacrificing his strongest mentor, Ilex, to save him. The continent's auspicious beast, Wang Xiu'er, was destined to fall in love with Huiyuhao due to the intervention of Xian Lao, a teacher at Shrek Academy, who allowed Huiyuhao's spiritual eye to interact with the eye of destiny of auspicious beasts, intertwining their fates. Had you, Tang San, not manipulated your daughter into amnesia and sent her to Huiyuhao's chambers, the lead female character of Zhu Shi Tangmen would have had no ties to your Tang family. If Ilex had not perished, Wang Xiu'er would not need to sacrifice herself. If Wang Xiu'er had survived, she would have been rightfully able to pursue a romance with Huiyuhao and her adoptive father. The continent's most formidable powerhouse, Di Tian, could have legitimately protected Huiyuhao until his ascension to godhood. With the protection of Ilex and Di Tian, what threats could Huiyuhao have faced? If Ilex had lived, vanquishing the Holy Spirit cult would have been a mere child's play, as the million-strong army of the undead would be rendered powerless in the presence of Ilex's eternal tower, while the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult would be insufficient to contend. Yet, your Tang San caused the demise of Huiyuhao's true benefactor, Ilex, only to step forth as his benefactor yourself, demanding Huiyuhao's gratitude. You eliminated the true heroine, Wang Xiu'er, placing your daughter in a position of power to further control Huiyuhao. Ultimately, to prevent Huiyuhao from recalling past affections, you required him to severely injure his future father-in-law, Di Tian, to attain godhood. Oh, Tang San, You are indeed cunning. Throughout the entirety of Douluo II, Zhu Shi Tangmen, Tang San has provided no assistance to Huiyuhao, only creating troubles for him. Without Tang San and his ailing daughter, what configuration could Huiyuhao possibly possess? 3 martial souls, 6 great soul spirits, a dual soul core of yin and yang. The sacred necromancy, the eye of destiny of the emperor auspicious beast, the master of the spirit transmission tower, the father of the little emperor of the sun-moon empire, and the sea god pavilion master of Shrek Academy. By the standards of strength before attaining godhood, he is no less formidable than you, Tang San. With such power, what divine position could he not attain? He could even forge his own divine position. Since establishing a relationship with your daughter, he has been rendered half-disabled and severely injured by the ice and fire yin-yang eye, repeatedly slain in the Qian Quarry Valley, squandering Ilex's last means of preserving his life. You, Tang San, have exploited the bloodline of auspicious beasts, leading to a beast tide. And as he just reached the title of Douluo, he endured a direct attack from DT on. Ultimately, the dual soul core of yin and yang has also been appropriated by your daughter, while you leverage the matter of children to control him. He risked his life for your Tang family, yet you placed a restriction upon Tang Wu Tong, leaving it unbroken even after marriage. Does Huiyuhao need to submit a formal request to you, his father-in-law, just to express affection for his wife? After 20 years of marriage, you, Tang San, merely state that once this matter concludes, we will live harmoniously as a family of 4. Frankly, I would have to consider whether to board my dog or leave it in care while traveling. Huiyuhao's situation is even worse than that of a mere dog. Such a predicament cannot be encapsulated by mere manipulation. The young boy who once ventured into the Stardow forest with a dagger appears to have perished by the end, transformed into a mere puppet, mocked by the exalted God King, Tang San, devoid of any independent thought. He has even forsaken the surname of his deceased mother. The moment the name Dai Yuhao emerged, the boy who once gazed at the stars with ambition, proclaiming he could seize the stars with a single hand, has been utterly extinguished. The inheritor of the necromantic calamity, Ilex, the master of a million-year spirit ring, the possessor of the supreme ice martial soul, and the creator of the spirit transmission tower. These titles have all vanished, leaving only the identity of Tang San's son-in-law, the Tang family's defeated hound. Chapter 136. The boy becomes a god. Chisu is not Huiyuhao. He cannot possess the multitude of advantages that Huiyuhao has, yet ultimately end up as Tang San's lackey, an inconsequential son-in-law to the Tang family. For Chisu, at this moment, Tang San is his disciple. Should Tang San exhibit malevolent tendencies, he could readily eliminate him, preventing a future calamity for the continent. However, if Tang San's perspective were to change, Chisu would not mind allowing him to inherit the position of the future master of the Tang clan. Nevertheless, even in such a scenario, Chisu would not entrust the entire continent to Tang San, inevitably seeking an individual to counterbalance him. As for who this contingency will be, Chisu has yet to determine, awaiting further observation in due time. First the bone, then the soul. The Ice Emperor, having resolved her decision, spoke with a cold yet resolute tone. Tianming Ice Silkworm gazed curiously at the Ice Emperor, seemingly perplexed by her choice at that moment. Are you certain? Tianming Ice Silkworm inquired with some doubt. The order of first bone, then soul, and first marriage, then bone holds no distinction for Chi Su. After all, with Chi Su's prowess, he can effortlessly merge with the Ice Emperor to become his ice attribute martial soul, rather than needing to first utilize the soul bone to enhance his physique before absorbing the Ice Emperor as his martial soul. Tianming Ice Silkworm's astonishment at the Ice Emperor's decision stems from the fact that by choosing the path of first bone, then soul, the Ice Emperor has effectively left no avenue for retreat. Even if the fusion process were to fail, the Ice Emperor, having lost her physical form, would forfeit her spiritual essence, disappearing from existence. In essence, the moment the Ice Emperor chose to become Chi Su's martial soul, she relinquished any chance of retreat. The Ice Emperor nodded, declining to say more. The tone of Tianming Ice Silkworm shifted, gently saying, Ice, it appears you trust me so deeply. This will directly compromise your body, leaving you with no recourse. How touching. Although this Tianmeng ice silkworm has not experienced the confinement of the fierce beasts in Douluo Forest, her cheeky demeanor has remained unchanged. Leave me be. The Ice Emperor's voice turned frigid. When have I ever left a way out? Once a decision is made, one must commit wholeheartedly. Hesitation only allows opportunities to slip away. Stop dawdling with me. Chisa chuckled. At this moment, the Ice Emperor resembled the true Ice Queen, rather than the tempestuous woman she had been with him earlier. After casting a glance at Tianming Bingsan, Bingdi turned back to Chitsa, and his tone, in stark contrast to his earlier conversation with Tianming Bingsan, was notably gentler. Bingdi softly remarked, "Since I have chosen to trust you, I shall naturally give myself to you without reservation." Upon hearing this, Chitsa could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What did it mean to give oneself entirely without reservation? It sounded rather peculiar. He forced a smile and nodded at Bingdi. It was evident that Bingdi's attitude had shifted rapidly. Previously, he regarded Chitsa as an invader challenging the dignity of the extreme northern land and a rival in love. Yet in a mere moment, he began to perceive Chitsa as an ally. Bingdi continued, "Because this is my voluntary decision, the fusion of the soul bone will encounter no issues. Under my control, the power contained within the soul bone will not leak. However, there is one matter you must consider. You will have to endure immense suffering. I have concluded that the most suitable form for my soul bone to take in relation to you is that of a vertebra. Having cultivated for nearly 400,000 years, I am confident that during the fusion, I can replace your vertebrae, ribs, and sternum entirely. Given the overwhelming power of my soul bone, your original skeletal structure must undergo my soul bone's transformation. This process will be lengthy and exceedingly painful, akin to dismantling your bones and reassembling them. Can you withstand such agony? Our strength can protect your body, yet it cannot shield your mind. Should you succumb to despair and experience a mental breakdown, all efforts will be in vain." Her tone was gravely serious, as if discussing a matter of utmost importance. Chitsa nodded, having wished to interject during Bingdi's lengthy discourse, yet he ultimately restrained himself. For Chitsa, armed with a physical strength comparable only to a few limit Douluo on the continent, he harbored no fears regarding any unforeseen complications arising from the fusion with Bingdi's martial soul bone. In fact, he anticipated that it would proceed quite smoothly. After all, for Chitsa, possessing an ancient supreme being's dual pupils was already sufficient to endure any force within the Douluo Continent. Regarding the conversion between the two world planes, Chitsa had conducted meticulous calculations. It was known that the 99th level Bosexi possessed a divinely granted martial soul, equivalent to a divine level martial soul, yet still could not lift the 108,000 pound sea god S trident, implying that the soul power of a 99th level divine martial soul was less than 100,000 pounds. However, we are uncertain of the precise amount. Nonetheless, it would not be significantly weaker, considering that one had already attained the title of Douluo. The weakest among them would still possess a power that is hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary person. In Douluo Continent, Tang San and Liu had once ventured to the Sea God Island as companions. According to the rules of Sea God Island, Tang Hao and Liu would inevitably confront Bosexi. Their combined strength would certainly surpass that of Bosexi, and it seemed that due to geographical factors, Bosexi ended up in a stalemate with Tang San and Liu. Removing the geographical advantage, it was clear that the two were indeed stronger than Bosexi, thus demonstrating that two ultimate martial souls surpassed a single divine-level martial soul. Tang San, possessing dual martial souls, had a martial soul quality approximating that of an ultimate martial soul, with a soul power of 99th level ultimate martial soul being greater than that of the sea god S trident. This indicates that the soul power of a 99th level ultimate martial soul was at least greater than 50,000 pounds. Therefore, the soul power of dual 99th level ultimate martial souls would amount to 100,000 pounds. The original text states that the 100th level possesses twice the soul power of the 99th level. Hence, Tang San's strength exceeds 200,000 pounds. At 6 years old, Shi Hao was at the blood-moving realm, and the text mentions that with a single arm swing, he could exert a force of 108,000 pounds. However, the extent of his effort remains unknown. Thus, a variable emerges. Tang San and Shi Hao represent pure arm strength and kinetic energy respectively. It is known that Tyson's pure arm strength is 100 kilograms, with instantaneous punch kinetic energy at 200 kilograms and charge swing kinetic energy at 400 kilograms. Assuming the strength of Shi Hao's single arm swing is pure strength, then the force of his punch could range between approximately 210,000 and 420,000 pounds. Yet, the speed of Shi Hao's arm swing remains undetermined, making calculations impossible. Tang San's strength, based on pure arm strength, if unleashed fully, could be estimated at 48 million pounds of kinetic energy. However, according to the original text, Tang San inherited divine status before wielding the sea goddess trident, suggesting he may not possess the full 100,000 pounds of pure strength, especially considering that even the angel god could not withstand the sea goddess trident. One can only imagine how formidable Tang San's pure strength is at the 100th level. Consequently, the outcome indicates that Tang San's strength might not surpass that of Shi Hao. Yet Tang San, as a divine inheritor, exhibits extraordinary prowess. He can manipulate water within a radius of 1 kilometer and launch attacks over a distance of 10,000 meters. Given that 1 kilometer equals 109,000,000 meters, and knowing that 1 meter of water weighs 1 ton, we deduce that 10 billion meters equates to 10 billion tons of water. Assuming Tang San stands on the sea surface, he can only utilize the water within a radius of 1 kilometer beneath him, corresponding to a hemispherical volume of 1 kilometer. The formula for calculating the volume of a hemisphere is 2R3, yielding an astounding volume of 26,179,932,700 cubic meters, which translates to 26,179 billion tons of water. Tang San's soul power can control 262 billion tons of water, propelling it to heights of 10,000 meters. The text also mentions the ability to create a tornado effect within a kilometer of seawater, instantaneously obliterating any flying creatures within 10,000 meters. Dr. Fujita, a tornado expert from the University of Chicago, categorized tornadoes into 6 levels, from F0 to F5. F0 and F1 are relatively weak tornadoes, with wind speeds under 50 meters per second. F2 and F3 are categorized as strong tornadoes, with wind speeds between 51 and 92 meters per second, while F4 and F5 are violent tornadoes, with F5 capable of reaching wind speeds of 150 meters per second. If we consider the capability to clear all life forms within 10,000 meters, let us conservatively select an F3 wind speed of 80 meters per second. To mobilize 262 billion tons of material at this speed, we apply the kinetic energy formula, mv, 2 joules, concluding that each second requires an expenditure of 464 trillion joules, approximately equivalent to 485 billion tons of mass moving forward by 1 meter. This energy equivalence exceeds that of 1 gram of matter-antimatter annihilation, surpasses the power of a Chang'e original bomb, and far exceeds that of a Guangdao original bomb. In conclusion, this force, represented as 999,999, is a manifestation of divine power or divine loss. By harnessing the sea goddess divine status, Tang San's combat prowess could amplify by 100 million times, transforming from a mere hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary person to an instantaneous expansion into hundreds of billions of times. Thus, the 6-year-old Shi Hao could not match Tang San. As for the Shi Hao after 6 years, one could only say he wreaked havoc on the divine-level Tang San. Even in his life-and-death struggle with the dual-pupil wielder Shi Hao did not achieve a complete victory over Shi Hao. but rather capitalized on Shuri's carelessness, which led to the unexpected activation of the Supreme Bone, resulting in Shurhao's counterattack. Thus, the conversion becomes considerably simpler. Shurhao at 6 years is inferior to divine-level Tang San, while at 7 years, he surpasses Tang San. Shuri at 7 years exceeds the 7-year-old Shurhao. As another wielder of dual pupils, Qi Tse, at the moment of awakening, should have the potential to reach the pinnacle of power within this plane. However, perhaps due to the constraints imposed by the plane, Qi Tse cannot fully reveal the brilliance of his dual pupils, nor can they manifest their inherent expressiveness. It is worth noting that, in another dimension, the notion exists that possessing dual pupils signifies an invincible path, rendering the acquisition of others' bones unnecessary. This saying has circulated widely. The mere existence of dual pupils establishes an indomitable presence, revealing the terrifying nature of such a talent. At this moment within the realm of Douluo, due to the inherent incompatibility of foreign entities, their true colors cannot be displayed directly, as they are inherently suppressed. After the Ice Emperor finished speaking, Chisu lowered his head in contemplation. Among the 6 most precious soul bones, the head and torso bones are the most valuable, followed by the limb bones. The torso bone referred to here is specifically the vertebrae, rather than all the bones of the torso. Bones such as the ribs and sternum, if a compatible soul bone can be found, are categorized as external attached soul bones, which are esteemed to rival the value of a 100,000-year soul ring, bestowing unique and formidable abilities. Chisu's collection of soul bones was nearly complete. He possessed 3 external attached soul bones, the 8 spider lances, the right claw bone of the dark golden terror claw, and the left claw bone of the dark golden terror claw. Additionally, he had 3 ordinary soul bones, the explosive right arm bone produced by the 10,000-year solar serpent phoenix, which carried a soul skill causing localized explosive damage, the mental head bone produced by the 10,000-year greedy moon wolf king, which granted the ability to create illusions, and the left arm bone produced by the 10,000-year 9-headed emperor lion, which possessed the capacity to replicate soul skills. The left and right leg bones were recently acquired during the battle against the Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger, and the repulsion of the Beast Tide. This meant that once the Ice Emperor manifested Chi-Su's torso bone, all of his soul bones would be completely assembled, potentially allowing for the legendary soul bone armor to emerge. Chisu was filled with anticipation regarding this. Furthermore, the torso bone provided by the Ice Emperor was not merely a simple torso bone. It was a complete entity that encompassed the sternum and ribs as external attached soul bones. The Ice Emperor Scorpion, the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger, and the Titan Snow Demon King contributed 300,000-year soul bones and 300,000-year soul rings. One could imagine the terrifying extent to which Chi-Su would grow after absorbing the Ice Emperor's soul bone, integrating the Ice Emperor Scorpion into his martial spirit, and devouring the soul bones and soul rings obtained from his battle. At that point, Chisu would no longer be merely the foremost among the limit Douluo. He would truly be the supreme being across the entire Douluo. In the absence of divine beings, Chisu would be the singular deity of Douluo. Are you prepared? The Ice Emperor inquired softly. Her voice trembled with a hint of fear. Chisu responded with a quiet affirmation. Though softly spoken, it was resolutely firm. Since the Ice Emperor chose to trust him, Chisu had no intention of disappointing her. His body trembled violently as he was lifted by a surge of emerald green light from the ground, while the Ice Emperor Scorpion swiftly glided beneath him. The intense emerald light pulsated wildly towards the tail hook, and when the green transformed into a dark green, the Ice Emperor Scorpion's tail hook suddenly swung up and pierced fiercely into Chisu's coccyx. Chisu body quaked violently. He felt as if his coccyx was being penetrated by some entity. That sharp and pointed presence pierced through his skin, fascia, and flesh, ultimately embedding itself firmly within his bones. Although Chi-Su felt confident in his body's ability to endure the fusion process, the pain associated with this fusion was entirely beyond his expectations, far exceeding what he had anticipated. Even with Chi-Su's physical fortitude, he could not suppress a groan. However, Just as he felt the pain, his closed eyes unexpectedly opened. Within them, the stars swirled, and in an instant, the pain vanished. As his dual pupils opened, the agony brought forth by the fusion with the Ice Emperor as his martial spirit dissipated instantly, granting Qi Su an overwhelming sense of ease, akin to soaring in the clouds. Upon witnessing Qi Su's rapid calmness, the Ice Emperor felt a twinge of envy. Indeed, the innate talent and potential of humanity surpass even the noblest bloodlines of soul beasts. Yet, the Ice Emperor's envy was merely a fleeting sentiment. Were she to swap places, she would refuse without hesitation. Otherwise, upon reaching 100,000 years of cultivation, she would not have opted to transcend her limits and transform into a human to begin anew. After all, compared to soul beasts, the lifespan of human soul masters is tragically short, akin to a mere moment in the vast expanse of a soul beast's long life. To gamble her immeasurable lifespan for a nebulous future, the Ice Emperor would naturally be reluctant. After all, despite the extraordinary talent of humanity, their lifespans are fixed. Even the mightiest of humans cannot compare to the longevity of soul beasts unless they ascend to divinity. Despite the Ice Emperor's noble and formidable nature, she did not believe that becoming human would grant her any hope of ascension. The prospect seemed too elusive, almost impossible. Hence, Qi Su's emergence genuinely astonished the Ice Emperor. It was not just the words of the heavenly dream ice silkworm claiming that Qi Su had a 90% chance of becoming a deity that held truth. Rather, the Ice Emperor truly sensed within Qi Su a substantial possibility of divinity. In other words, if Qi Su could not ascend, then it seemed unlikely that anyone else could ever hope to achieve such a feat. As the liquid formed from the secret method of the soul bone was absorbed by the Ice Emperor and filtered, it transformed into a vibrant green that surged into Qi Su's body. He felt a gentle warmth enveloping him, much like the golden light orb of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, providing exceptional comfort. At that moment, threads of green liquid began to flow down Qi Su's spine, gradually spreading to his limbs. Naturally, the first to be enveloped was the spine, as the emerald liquid flowed upward, causing Qi Su's ribs to transform into green branches. Slowly ascending, occasional pain arose, yet each instance of discomfort was swiftly alleviated by the power of his dual pupils, dissipating until it finally faded away. When the emerald hue enveloped all the bones of Qi Su's torso, the emerald glow emanating from the Ice Emperor's scorpion began to dim. The soul bone derived from the Ice Emperor's true form represented the essence of its power. Although the transformation process was painful for Qi Su, the future potential of this soul bone far exceeded that of others, significantly benefiting his growth. After all, among Qi Su's current soul bones, the Ice Emperor's torso bone was the oldest. While the soul skill conferred by this torso bone might not be as profoundly impactful as that of his other 100,000-year soul bone, the goddess left hand, it was indeed a soul bone of 400,000 years and the most crucial among the 6 ordinary soul bones. Thus, it would greatly enhance Qi Su's abilities. Although the heavenly dream ice silkworm is a million-year soul beast, in terms of the comprehensive benefits it could provide Qi Su, it would certainly not compare to the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor, with its noble bloodline, was inherently a king and had cultivated for an extensive period. The augmentation it would bestow upon Qi Su would undoubtedly be all-encompassing, far surpassing the impact of absorbing the soul ring from the heavenly dream ice silkworm. At this moment, the intense fluctuations of Qi Su's blood vitality, his pale skin, and the visibly green bones created a terrifying tableau. Only Qi Su's eyes sparkled with a celestial brilliance. As an hour of torment gradually passed, the transition between emerald and dark green stabilized, ultimately crystallizing into a profound emerald green, identical to the color of the Ice Emperor Scorpion's tail. At this moment, Qi Su's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His skeletal structure visibly expanded, nourished by the abundant nutrients, broadening his shoulders slightly and elevating his stature. His muscles, tendons, fascia, blood vessels, and internal organs became significantly more resilient than before. His skin radiated a lustrous sheen akin to jade, exuding an air of nobility in this snow-laden world, as if he were a deity traversing the realm. Exuding opulence while remaining enigmatic, Chi Su felt an extraordinary surge of soul power, unfettered by the exhaustion typically resulting from continuous battles. It was evident that the amalgamation of the Ice Emperor into his martial soul, alongside the integration of a 40,000-year-old skeletal structure, greatly benefited Chi Su. The overall enhancement he experienced was certainly on par with the rewards he reaped from the tempering and herb gathering at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Kui Su Sigid. From this moment forth, he was undoubtedly the foremost individual on the continent. Countless soul masters spent their entire lives without acquiring a single soul bone. Yet Chi Su not only possessed 6 soul bones, but also 3 external soul bones and 3 ordinary soul bones for consumption. In addition, he had access to Tangmen's secret arts, the dual pupils, the sea god trident, the 4 life martial souls, and various soul rings and celestial herbs. All these advantages accumulated, allowing Chi Su to ascend to the pinnacle of power in his 7th year on Douluo Continent, at the tender age of 13. As long as no deities descended upon the world, Chi Su boldly asserted that there was no one on the continent who could rival him. This assertion was not arrogance, but confidence. Although Chi Su had experienced relatively few battles, his earliest life and death struggle was against the Emperor Nine-Headed Lion, followed by encounters with the greedy Moon Wolf King, the sword-wielding Zhao Wujis, the battle with Bo, the slaying of the Titan Snow Demon King, and the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger, as well as the repelling of a Beast Tide crisis. His experiences may not have been numerous, but his growth was substantial. Due to the memories from his previous life, Chi Su did not require any psychological maturation. After all, he was a 40-something worker who awoke in the Douluo Continent. Psychologically, Chi Su was truly an adult, not merely a 13-year-old boy. Thus, he lacked many issues typical for someone of his age, which was a significant factor in his ability to maintain his original intentions. The preservation of one's true self is paramount. Those who lose their essence become rather formidable. In the original text, Tang San evidently represents the kind of individual who has lost his true self. Many of Tang San's actions resemble those of a villain, entirely unlike what one would expect from a protagonist in a novel. In conventional feel-good narratives, the plot typically involves others provoking conflict, with the protagonist tasked to retaliate, creating an illusion of justice, often employing a rhythm of tension before release. Consequently, when the protagonist confronts and silences their adversaries, readers experience a sense of satisfaction. However, Douluo subverts this norm by positioning the protagonist group as the initiators of provocation, defeating their opponents, and questioning what misdeeds the students of Songhui Academy committed. Nothing more than wearing slightly more elegant attire. Instead, the protagonist group insults the opposing teachers and flirts with their female students during the provocation. In essence, the actions of the Douluo protagonist group mirror those of antagonists found in other narratives. While there are instances of antagonistic protagonists, the Douluo protagonist group's behavior, which they justify by claiming that avoiding trouble equates to mediocrity, is quite off-putting. Another example is when Zi Zhenju rescued the injured 6 monsters. Although it can be forgiven that Tang San, unaware of the special healing technique, violently assaulted Zi Zhenju, which was already excessive but can be somewhat excused as a misunderstanding, upon realizing that Zi Zhenju was saving someone, he mocked her methods of assistance. One might even fear that inviting Tang San to dinner could lead to a violent altercation over the inclusion of cilantro in the meal. Tang San's extreme selfishness and double standards are yet another source of irritation. The city of slaughter functions similarly to a prison, and after obtaining the domain of slaughter within, Tang San proceeded to destroy it. Although the city of slaughter publicly proclaims itself as a haven for the fallen, most individuals here are merely fugitives seeking refuge. It is essential to clarify that those who enter the city of slaughter cannot easily escape. Attempting to bypass the enforcement team of the Slaughter King, who can utilize soul techniques, is utterly impossible. Over the course of a millennium, only 8 individuals have managed to leave via the Hell Road. Even a genius like Hulayina would likely falter without Tang San's assistance. Thus, as a prison, the security measures here are quite effective. Furthermore, individuals within the city face two choices: either enter the inner city and engage in life-and-death duels in a 10-to-1 format, facing constant threats to their lives, or remain in the outer city, providing blood on a regular basis, rendering any notion of enjoyment utterly unattainable. And what was Tang San's rationale for destroying this place? He deemed it excessively sinful. Consequently, numerous netizens criticized him, as this act equated to the destruction of a prison for personal gain. Moreover, among those who entered the city of slaughter were not only criminals but also exceptional individuals like Bai Bai Dong, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Hulaina, who sought to obtain the domain of slaughter. Surely, these individuals do not fall into the category of the fallen, do they? While Tang San's actions may sound commendable, readers perceive them as a personal obsession leading to the obliteration of a pathway for future generations' advancement. The same holds true in relation to soul beasts. While the spirit hall hunted Xiao Wu and her mother, avenging them is a personal vendetta. When elevating it to the level of righteousness, one must also consider Tang San's own soul rings before denouncing others as evil. Upon resurrecting Xiao Wu, he nearly eradicated all soul beasts over 50,000 years old in the Sunset Forest, merely to select suitable soul rings. And he refrained from complete extermination only because he adhered to a principle of quality over quantity. Additionally, his behavior towards the 1,000-gene ant triplet exhibits extreme double standards. Were to Ming, Ming, and Xiao Wu truly born in this auspicious land? Not to mention Tang San's earlier ambush that resulted in the death of the ghost Douluo, followed by his declaration that ambushing strong opponents is an utterly disgraceful act, serving as a quintessential example of hypocrisy. This pattern of behavior persisted into subsequent works, with the protagonist's side consistently exhibiting a sense of righteous indignation, indicating that it is not merely a flaw in writing, but rather an inherent belief held by Tang San himself that such actions are justified. For instance, in Douluo 2, during battles between Shrek and other academies, they initially slaughtered several elite students from their opponents who remained compliant. Yet when Ma Xiaodao was injured, Shrek's side immediately sent out a super Douluo to protect her. When the opposing side questioned how they could accept the deaths of their students, yet retaliate at the slightest injury, Shrek's side openly stated that their students could not be compared to those of other academies, exemplifying a blatant display of double standards. Another aspect is the immense disconnect present within Tang San's character. On one hand, he embodies the duality of being both righteous and villainous as a disciple of Tangmen, the quintessential gentleman, which creates a significant disparity. The author forcibly amalgamates these contrasting images into a single character, resulting in a rather awkward representation of Tang San. For instance, the earlier ambush against the ghost Douluo is followed by his assertion that Bai Bai Dong, as a strong individual, should not resort to ambushes. On the other hand, the dissonance between the image the author intends to convey and the one perceived by readers ultimately boils down to the author's skill level. For example, the previously mentioned peculiarities in Tang San's behavior regarding emotions are evident. The author clearly aims to depict Tang San's profound affection for Xiao Wu. It comes across as excessively oily, hypocritical, and reminiscent of a potential manic episode, leading many to jest that Xiao Wu's only purpose was to serve as a sacrifice or to trigger Tang San's berserker transformation. Similar instances can be observed with characters such as Tang Hao and Yu Xiaojiang. In theory, Tang Hao is a man deeply devoted to his wife. However, his actions reflect a disinterest in his son throughout his upbringing. From a young age, Tang San often cooked for himself, and during several life-threatening situations. Had it not been for his own luck and fortuitous circumstances, he might have met his demise. The awakening of his martial soul could have exposed the Hao Ian hammer, while the mandala snake and poison awe could have posed grave threats, and his first attempt at absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring was fraught with peril. Thus, the impression conveyed to the readers is that this father has been woefully inadequate for many years. Yu Xiaojiang is supposed to be a theoretical master, yet the theories he proposes are either pedestrian among high-level spirit masters or erroneous, leading to frequent humiliation. If it were merely the protagonists who challenged him, it might be understandable. However, the fact that he has been repeatedly contradicted by non-protagonist characters while still receiving favorable evaluations from others, such as Ning Fengji's assertion that whoever possesses the master shall conquer the world, creates a sense of dissonance regarding his true worth. When the author's intended character portrayal diverges significantly from the actual depiction, it engenders a sense of disconnection within the readership, leading to feelings of discomfort. Initially, when Chisu first encountered this novel, Tang San was held in high regard, with countless praises attributed to him, such as being deeply affectionate, devoted, wise, and humble. However, over the years, as readers' insights have deepened, the facade of hypocrisy that Tang San wore has gradually been unveiled. His reputation has deteriorated to the point of being universally despised, transforming him into a character that few can endure. Chisu Sigid, realizing he too could not become a character that others would cherish. His only desire was to live without remorse. Just these 4 words encapsulated his wish, simple yet profound. To have no regrets towards heaven and earth, and none towards oneself. Yet, while these words may sound straightforward, the difficulty in achieving such a state is immense. How many individuals go through life burdened by their own guilt? To attain a state of untainted conscience is, in itself, a remarkable accomplishment. In chapter 139, as Chisu stepped outside, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and he stretched lazily, feeling buoyed in spirit. His journey to the extreme north had yielded immense rewards. He had successfully fused with the Ice Emperor Scorpion, claiming it as his martial soul, and had acquired a 40,000-year vertebral bone, as well as the spirit rings and bones from the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger, granting him a total of 4 pieces of 10,000-year spirit bones. The magnitude of this enhancement was beyond even Chisu's comprehension. A circle of dazzling spirit rings ascended from beneath his feet, a sight both extraordinary and captivating. The rings presented an awe-inspiring blood-red hue, noble and chilling, akin to the vastness of a blood sea, exuding an air of unyielding majesty. Intertwined within this crimson aura were 4 golden lines that shimmered faintly. The juxtaposition of red and gold against the backdrop of the snow-covered plains was nothing short of breathtaking. In that instant, Chisu's aura underwent a remarkable transformation, emanating an ancient and primal energy, making him appear as a deity amidst the snow. The Snow Emperor gazed in a daze as the Ice Emperor's form gradually vanished from the realm, leaving no trace behind as if it had never existed. Chisu, observing the Snow Emperor's entranced eyes, inquired within his golden consciousness, "Are you not going to bid farewell to the Snow Emperor?" The golden consciousness was already crowded with 10 golden orbs, alongside a gray sphere formed from the essence of the Elix's divine presence and the humanoid figure of the Ice Emperor. After a long moment of contemplation, the Ice Emperor's human form furrowed its brows and finally shook its head. "Please take care of Shui for me." A hint of reluctance was evident in its expression, as parting is always a poignant affair, whether among humans or beasts. However, the Ice Emperor seemed resolute in abandoning something, choosing not to manifest and say goodbye to the Snow Emperor. Chisu did not press the matter further. Instead, he stepped forward and grasped the Snow Emperor's hand, his heart tightening as he looked into her eyes, which held unspoken emotions. The Snow Emperor, gazing back at Chisu, was puzzled by his intentions. Born and nurtured within the frost, she was immensely powerful, yet inherently solitary. In the vastness of the icy plains, it seemed only the Ice Emperor could converse with her. But now that he was gone, would she not be utterly alone? The ruler of the extreme north, the sovereign of spirit beasts. These titles piled upon one another concealed the loneliness of her spirit. "Will you come with me?" Chisu asked. The Snow Emperor was taken aback, unsure of his meaning. To see the world beyond, Chisu smiled, his youthful visage radiating innocence, reminiscent of a boy offering candy, sincerely inviting her to partake. "Beyond the world of ice?" the Snow Emperor inquired, still bewildered. For her, the expanse of the boundless icy plains constituted her entirety. She had never glimpsed the world beyond. Despite her solitude in the extreme north, it was her home, and she felt an obligation to protect it. Even when the three great rulers existed, the Snow Emperor had not yet emerged, let alone after the Titan Snow Demon King was slain and the Ice Emperor Scorpion chose an untraveled path. In the current context of the extreme north, the Snow Emperor represented the pinnacle of strength. Should she leave, the human spirit masters, including the Super Douluo and Limit Douluo, would be left defenseless, causing her great concern. Though she did not relish such titles, she understood that with them came corresponding responsibilities. To safeguard the extreme north was her duty. In this vast world, where wonders abound, the palette of existence is not merely white. Do you not wish to see it? Chisu spoke earnestly, akin to a child presenting a delightful treat to a companion. Not merely white? The Snow Emperor's gaze fell. Puis sur sa assertion rentrou. Her world had always been a blanketed expanse of white. While the sight might enchant those unaccustomed to snow, for one who had long been acquainted with it, the monotony rendered it almost invisible, devoid of allure. After a lengthy pause of contemplation, the Snow Emperor ultimately shook her head, whispering, "I cannot leave the extreme north." As the mistress of this icy realm, she could not abandon her subjects. Chisu stepped closer, his tone tinged with regret. "No one is irreplaceable." The Snow Emperor frowned, unable to grasp Chisu's words. Could this youth truly possess the wisdom of someone beyond his 13 years? In her eyes, it was hard to reconcile Chisu's extraordinary maturity with his tender age. Such depth of character was not typically found in one so young. "I understand your concerns about the extreme north being left unguarded after your departure. However, the realm of the extreme north has become sufficiently formidable. As far as I know, the most prominent limit Douluo of this era are ensnared in various predicaments, rendering their appearance in the extreme north improbable. Moreover, the soul rings of the Super Douluo are already saturated, making it unlikely they would invade the extreme north." Chisu appeared to sense the Snow Empress's apprehensions and spoke candidly. The Snow Empress furrowed her brow. According to Chisu's assertions, it seemed she need not worry about the matters concerning the extreme north. As a soul beast, do not all you human soul masters wish to slay me to obtain my soul rings and soul bones? The Snow Empress continued. The relationship between soul beasts and soul masters is ultimately one of opposition. Even though Chisu is exceedingly amiable towards her, one can never ascertain the intentions of the soul masters lurking outside. "I am here," Chisu remarked with a smile, as though affirming a certain truth. The Snow Empress paused at Chisu's words, taking a moment before gently nodding and expressing her agreement. She could not quite fathom why she trusted this human soul master, whom she had only recently met, but she nonetheless acquiesced. Observing the Snow Empress's nod, Chisu felt an overwhelming sense of elation, as if he had received a monumental reward. "Xiao Wu, I have selected suitable soul bones for you. Old poison, there are still several soul bones over there for you to choose from. I shall also begin to absorb soul bones now," Chisu stated as he prepared to absorb the soul bones, having concluded matters with the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. Xiao Wu graciously accepted the soul bones from Chisu without uttering a word. Instead, she planted a kiss on his cheek and immediately began the absorption process. Douluo Bo was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe what he had witnessed. "Why not express any disdain? I have taken my share," Chisu remarked, noticing Douluo Bo's hésitation. At this, Douluo Bo burst into hearty laughter, promptly assuring him, "No disdain, none whatsoever." Chisu chuckled and suddenly recalled a question that had circulated online in his past life. If one were to choose a brother among Yi Fan, Luo Feng, Xiao Yan, and Tang San, who would be the most suitable? In Chisu's view, Xiao Yan would be the first choice, as he presents the highest safety factor. At the very least, one would not be killed by villains. The worst that could happen is being caught in a rescue scenario. Furthermore, he became a Dodi at under 40, still quite young, and one would likely have time to ally with him. He would at least offer some modest rewards and would likely consider you a true friend. In the realm of potato novels, akin to youthful, fervent, and heroic manga, the protagonists are always driven by the desire to protect, much like Naruto, who bears the 9 tails. Characters such as Yao Chun, with his noble lineage, and the ancient clans of Shao and the orphaned Uzumaki are complemented by childhood sweethearts like San'sEarly and Hinata, both of whom are ladies of high standing, along with the enigmatic Xiao Yixian and the regretful Sakura. The resemblance between Sakura and Xiao Yixian is quite pronounced, as they embody both healing and unique combat prowess, one being a poison body and the other possessing extraordinary strength. The antagonistic Soul Hall is persistently in pursuit of Xiao Yan's ancient jade, while the Akatsuki seeks Naruto's Nine Tails. Naruto's father, Minato, perished during the Nine Tails rampage, and Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan, was captured by the Soul Hall due to the ancient jade. This genre possesses a purity and vitality, returning to the essence of youth, with protagonists whose values are commendable, albeit susceptible to deterioration in the later stages of the narrative. Nonetheless, there is no doubt about the camaraderie. Luo Feng would be the second choice for friendship. He possesses the ability to reverse time and resurrect others, but his strong sense of justice dictates that one should never engage in wrongdoing. Otherwise, he might enact retribution even against kin, albeit with leniency. If you are fortunate enough to maintain a friendship with him, he could effortlessly elevate you to immortality, granting you countless galaxies and whatever you desire, thus providing the highest return on friendship. Luo Feng resembles an ideal husband and father, having married his childhood sweetheart Su Xian during the earthly arc and quickly having children. In other novels, protagonists often indulge in harems upon entering the universe, but Luo Feng remains devoted, ensuring that even while cultivating, he dedicates time to accompany the female lead. Though he is dubbed a madman within the narrative, he emanates a gentle and vibrant personality. Luo Feng embodies a character of high integrity. When extraterrestrial beings invaded at the conclusion of the earthly arc, where nuclear weapons and martial arts masters proved futile, Luo Feng, equipped with a starship, chose to confront the alien behemoths rather than flee. While this is merely a web novel, the protagonist's values are noble and strikingly clear, yet not rigidly stereotypical, an impressive feat in character development. The third choice is Yi Fan, primarily because the world of Jitian is perilous. Even the Emperor Wang Tung has met his demise countless times. Without fortuitous encounters or exceptional cultivation physiques, one would not survive until Yi Fan achieves his holy body. Even his parents, Qin Yao, and his female disciple have aged or failed their ascensions. For those not of imperial caliber, it is advisable to steer clear of Yi Fan. As stated within the novel, he is universally opposed, and the 13 infamous bandits seldom meet favorable ends. Many of their descendants have also perished. Most of Yi Fan's friends do not fare well, and in this perilous fantasy world, the hierarchy is starkly defined. The comrades who journeyed from Earth have either died or drifted apart, lacking the exceptional allies needed to ascend the celestial path and transcend time and space. Ordinary individuals cannot keep pace with his rhythm. One should never choose Tang San. Rather, it is prudent to avoid him altogether. Encountering him warrants a detour. In his previous life, Tang San was an orphan raised in a sect of concealed weapons, and the education he received exposed him to the darkest aspects of existence. Coupled with his suicide and subsequent reincarnation, which led him to the alcoholic Tang Hao, he never experienced a typical childhood. His nature is devoid of affection and camaraderie, a neutral term, not pejorative. Despite having lived 2 lives, Tang San has never known childhood, love, or friendship. Being friends with Tang San is fraught with danger. If you are an ordinary person without any extraordinary advantages and bare your soul, you may as well be like the village elder, as Tang San would not even remember you. Possessing the broken Xin Tian Gong, he regards it as a treasure. If you have exceptional talent, it is best to avoid entanglements with him. As an adversary, he wields hidden weapons, and your demise would be shrouded in obscurity. As a friend, you would be compelled to sacrifice your dignity to accommodate his pretentiousness, and even if you reach divine rank in the end, you would find yourself devoid of true companions, reduced to mere servitude, with your descendants also becoming his subordinates. A dismal fate indeed. For Chi Su, he finds Lin Dong to be a suitable companion. As the protagonist of a novel that followed Potatoes Do Pa, Lin Dong was often criticized for his similarities to Xiao Yan. However, he embodies the struggles of a character from humble beginnings, burdened by his father's failures as he challenges the gifted Lin Langtian. Lin Dong lacks a signature move, contrasting with Xiao Yan's Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus and Yao Chen's interventions. From the outset, he utilizes mental energy to transform needles, progressing to the Da Huang Prison Sky Finger, often resulting in injuries, as well as the Ape Demon Transformation and the Corpse Puppet technique. His cultivation methods and combat strategies rely heavily on self-harm and mutual destruction, and throughout his journey, he faces battles where survival is uncertain. Lin Dong often finds himself fighting without the backing of Yao Chun, and the little mink relies on Lin Dong to regain its strength. After finally qualifying for the Lin family's internal competition, achieving a stalemate with Lin Langtian and earning a place in the Tang Sect, he anticipated a turning point, only to discover that the three giants of the Yuan Gate were traitors. In summary, compared to protagonists from other novels, Tang San undeniably stands out as the least reliable choice. Tang San, do you wish to be friends with him? Are you a prince of an empire? Do you possess innate soul power? Are you a mutated martial soul? Are you the child of a sect leader from one of the three major sects? If you are none of these, then what makes you think you deserve to be friends with the Lord of Shura? Moreover, even if you were, what pleasant experience could you expect from such a friendship? You find yourself contemplating whether it is to witness your wife, or to observe the solitary demise of his cousin, or perhaps to endure the humiliation inflicted upon you by Tang San. What could possibly compel you to forge a friendship with him? Chapter 140. The Descent of the Divine. The world outside is a mystery. Shui Di, resembling a curious young girl, inquired with wide eyes. At this moment, Dugu Bo was scouring the battlefield remnants for soul bones, while Xiao would already commence the absorption of the soul bones selected by Qi Su for her. Only Shui Di and Qi Su remained side by side amidst the swirling snowflakes. Initially, Qi Su intended to begin absorbing the soul bones and soul rings himself, but he feared that leaving Shui Di alone would render her lonely and desolate. Thus, he graciously allowed Xiao Wu and the others to absorb their soul bones first, opting instead to engage Shui Di in conversation. As Xiao Wu sat in meditation to absorb her soul bones, and Dugu both searched for them, Shui Di began to relax, exhibiting signs of social anxiety. To Shui Di, it seemed that Qi Su and Xiao Wu had long been companions, and inserting herself as a third party would undoubtedly feel awkward. Therefore, she chose not to force her way into their circle. For Shui Di, this journey felt akin to a dream. She could only allow events to unfold naturally, harboring a vague, elusive affection for Qi Su, yet refraining from expressing it, as she believed such emotions should not be overtly displayed. Shui Di, a natural-born sovereign, maintained her regal demeanor even in the realm of love, where all else may appear humble. Qi Su's thoughts remained unknown to her. All she could do was quietly participate in this journey, accepting whatever the future held. The world outside, she mused, was not entirely unfavorable. There existed a place known as Binghuo Yangyin, a spring where ice and fire converged, a site of exquisite beauty, replete with delightful experiences and indulgences absent in the frigid expanse of the extreme north. Qi Su struggled to articulate the nature of the outside world to Shui Di. After all, his 6 years spent in the Ficino province had limited his understanding of the vast Douluo Continent. Yet, he yearned to introduce Shui Di to this world, regardless of its merits or flaws, revealing a personal desire within him. The allure of beauty and power remains an eternal temptation for men, and Qi Su was no exception. Encountering ethereal women such as Shui Di filled him with the longing to have them by his side. Should he forego this opportunity to invite her beyond the extreme north, he might never have the chance to meet her again, for his upcoming plans did not include any destinations related to the northern regions, leaving no prospect of reunion. However, the present moment was different. Qi Su had the opportunity to openly invite Shui Di to accompany him beyond the icy expanse, to remain by his side. Whether Shui Di wished to integrate into his family was not something he sought to impose, for not everyone is willing to share their beloved. Acceptance varied from person to person, and Qi Su was amenable to both outcomes. Nonetheless, he secretly hoped Shui Di would become part of his family, which included Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Hu Laina, Di, and Bibi Dong. Each of these women held a special place in his heart. Even if his connection to Bibi Dong was merely a fleeting promise, and his encounter with Di had lasted only a day. Yet, in Chi Su's heart, he desired to protect them, akin to a beloved plush bear bringing joy to a girlfriend. As Di listened to Chi Su's descriptions of the world, she became lost in thought. Having never ventured beyond the extreme north, her perception of the outside world was colored by the notion of greedy and malevolent soul masters. However, Chi Su's portrayal painted a different picture, one of a world seemingly filled with promise. "How have you attained such prowess?" Di inquired, resting her chin in her hands, resembling a curious child rather than an emperor of ice and snow. Chi Su chuckled softly, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. "The heavens provide sustenance." "The heavens? What is that? A deity, perhaps?" Di pondered, interpreting Chi Su's words as a reference to a divine being. This realization led her to conclude that, as the chosen successor of a deity, Chi Su's abilities were indeed unsurprising. Chi Su chose not to elaborate further, for the memories of Blue Star lay buried deep within him, surfacing only on rare nights when the moonlight evoked a sense of homesickness. While the current environment was pleasant, bolstered by a system and surrounded by beautiful women, there lingered an ephemeral feeling of unreality. He feared that this might all be a dream, leading him back to the solitary existence of a company worker toiling until dawn. "No, it is not a dream." Chi Su shook his head vigorously, suddenly realizing he had nearly succumbed to despair. Such thoughts, if allowed to take root, could grow into towering trees, obscuring his inherent power and causing his very essence to collapse. "No, something is influencing my thoughts." Chi Su's eyes narrowed, a faint aura of menace enveloping him, as if scanning for hidden adversaries. In an instant, his gaze sparkled like countless stars, reminiscent of a galaxy, radiant and resplendent. "Why not reveal yourself?" Chi Su called out boldly to the surrounding cosmos. Upon hearing his words, Di became vigilant, recognizing that in this extreme northern land, no one could evade her senses. Yet Chi Su had perceived something amiss. Puzzled, she trusted Chi Su's judgment, sensing that someone was indeed watching them. Not only was Di perplexed, but Chi Su also felt a surge of fear, even without deliberately activating his heavy pupil. The combination of his innate spiritual power and the enhancement from his million-year soul rings formed a formidable mental barrier. If something could silently invade this space and subtly distort his thoughts, it could only signify one thing. A deity, a divine presence, was observing this realm, subtly manipulating events. Chi Su felt a chilling dread, yet he did not tremble. He did not know which deity he would soon confront, but he was resolute that whatever it was, should it attempt to seize anything from him, it would pay a price, the cost of divinity. It was unclear when a deity had taken an interest in him, but the pressure weighed heavily on Chi Su. Though he possessed the assistance of a system, he lacked the critical protector that other protagonists enjoyed. Yin Yulao and Tang San had their own guardians. Of course, Yin Yulao could hardly be considered protector. Both he and Yu Xiaojiang served as mentors to the two main protagonists, one maintaining a conservative reputation, while the other often faced criticism. Regarding Yu Xiaojiang, in terms of presence, he appeared as a powerless entity, marginalized and ridiculed, with a name that was unappealing and crude. In terms of teaching ability, he imparted knowledge that was merely common sense adorned with grandiose titles, leading his students to arduous trials. The school organized an expedition to seek out the soul rings. He squeezed into a tent and behaved inappropriately towards Lu Erlong, demonstrating unfitness as a teacher. In terms of actions taken for his disciples, he had gifted them blankets and chicken legs, and in the early days of the Golden Iron Triangle, he went to rescue Tang San from Douluo. Given the murderous intent of the poisoned Douluo, it was evident that they could not defeat him. As a teacher, he failed to protect his students, resorting instead to leveraging the reputation of their formidable fathers as a means of intimidation. When his disciple was killed, he furiously dug his nails into his skin. He sought counsel at the Wuhuan Palace regarding twin martial souls for his disciple, yet received no relevant information. When discussing achievements, Early on, he led Tang San to acquire his first soul ring and nearly lost his life to a century-old soul beast, akin to a first-tier magical beast. Midway, the Golden Iron Triangle confronted Douluo and narrowly escaped his deadly intentions. Later, standing atop the city wall, he witnessed Tang San's murder, his fingers clawing painfully in impotent rage. Regarding personality, he was reclusive, eccentric, obstinate, and socially inept. His skills included the mighty Hontian Liendi Luo San Pao, though it is better left unmentioned, as it would be a source of embarrassment for Tang San. In terms of highlights, during the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, he displayed the Elder's decree from the Wuhuan Palace to protect his disciple, yet the Wuhuan Palace still pursued them, ultimately relying on Tang how to rescue them. Concerning physical resilience, he fainted multiple times. In matters of emotion, he was timid and ambiguous, entangled with two women, ultimately needing his disciple to guide him. As for influence, Shrek Academy, with its somewhat mundane name, boasted of its prowess, yet prior to Tang San's arrival, its merits were not apparent, having only a difficult and costly enrollment assessment, and even losing a student during a soul ring expedition. Now, regarding Yao Chun, in terms of his entrance, he was renowned across the continent as the master of medicine. The foremost alchemist, with the name Yao Chun, may no one in the world suffer from illness, may the medicines gather dust, being both striking and poetic. Initially, he revealed his true identity multiple times, igniting fervor within the hearts of many, once during the formation of the Yen Alliance, showcasing his Do Huang and Do Wang strength. However, when concerns arose about the Yunlan sect's Do Zone, Yao Chun revealed his own Do Zone prowess, causing the president of the Alchemist Association in the Jiamat Empire to kneel in awe. His teaching ability was unparalleled. As the continent's leading alchemist, he transformed the novice, Xiao Yan, into a genius in alchemy. He assisted Xiao Yan in absorbing Yao, as without Yao Chun, there would be no Yin Emperor, for he paved the way for Xiao Yan's journey into Yao and alchemy. However, Tang San's path as the sea god originated from the empire, while his Shura god route was guided by Tang Hao. Concerning actions taken for his students, he ventured to the Yunlan sect multiple times, ultimately getting captured while striving to protect Xiao Yan, providing him with pills, techniques, prescriptions, and financial support, anything he needed. Moreover, without the burning decision, there would be no Yin Emperor, only a Yin sect or Yin master crushed by the Soul Sky Emperor. He even bequeathed the Xian Zhong Qi to Xiao Yan, aiding him in numerous ways. As a spiritual entity, he risked exposure to the Wuhuan Palace multiple times, and before his capture, he entrusted Xiao Yan with the Bone Spirit Cold Flame, a touching moment signifying his trust. He consistently cleaned up after Xiao Yan without a word of complaint, whereas Yu Xiaojiang required Tang San's assistance to manage his own affairs. In terms of achievements, he ruthlessly defeated various Do Huang and Do Wang opponents, later resurrecting as a semi-holy being to repel numerous Do Zone challengers, leaving a profound impact on the central state. As for personality, he was amiable and approachable, treating his disciples as if they were his own sons, which led to betrayal and tragedy. He was charming and charismatic, devoid of the airs one might expect from a master. His skills included the flame-dividing and devouring ruler, the 8th level collapse, the Bone Spirit Cold Flame, and even a simple fire-blowing palm, which surpassed the Master's skills significantly. In terms of high points, his appearances were commanding, with memorable declarations such as, "In my heyday, a mere Do Zone dared to harm my disciple. I could annihilate your Yunlan sect with a single word." After his resurrection as a semi-holy being, he asserted, "A few Do Zone dare to lay hands on my disciple." As for physical resilience, even after his corporeal form perished, his spirit remained undiminished. In matters of emotion, the legendary Yao Chun was pursued by several women, yet he remained focused on teaching Han Feng, unyielding to distractions. He was straightforward and decisive, devoid of entanglements. Regarding influence, he was the founder and leader of the Xingyun Pavilion, a name that resonates with power. While the students of Xingyun Pavilion may be few, they are undeniably strong, and when Xiao Yan faced persecution from the Fenglei Pavilion, the vice leader of Xingyun Pavilion, Feng Zun, intervened to ensure his safety, declaring, This person is off limits. In contrast, Shrek Academy's claim, as Shrek disciples, "You cannot harm us," was swiftly disregarded when the Wuhuan Palace easily overpowered them. In comparison, Yu Xiaojiang's research pales in significance. The Wuhuan Palace has endured for so long, encountering instances where individuals, lacking assistance, hunted soul beasts and persisted in cultivation, discovering soul rings that do not limit soul power enhancement. The aristocracy and sects of the empire have surely deduced the most suitable soul rings and their respective ages over generations, exemplified by the Li clan's choice to develop their martial soul characteristics to the utmost with a singular type of soul beast. Yu Xiaojiang had never even reached level 30. During his peak, he was merely mingling with Flanders and Liu Erlong, both of whom were not even soul saints at the time. Lacking any research materials or insights from high-level soul masters, utterly powerless and impoverished. His achievements are merely those of a grassroots individual reaching the 40s, and his so-called research is limited to conjectures stemming from a lack of resources and horizons due to his limited strength. Without Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San would remain Tang San. At worst, he would muddle through to the 40s, supported by Tang Hao and his own 2 lifetimes of experience, ultimately capable of shouldering the responsibilities of a protagonist. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang would silently fade away, leaving no ripple in the world. This juxtaposition of 2 teachers reveals why Yao Chun, the master of medicine, commands respect, while Yu Xiaojiang faces criticism for his conservatism. Yet, for Qi Su, regardless of good or bad, he possesses no protector. All he can rely on is himself, the sea god trident in his hands, and his own dual pupils. Chapter 141. The ice god above Qi Su, devoid of a protector, felt a weighty apprehension upon the appearance of a seemingly divine entity. Logically, no deity should intervene in the world at this juncture. Yet, the ease with which it could sway his thoughts and evade detection by his dual pupils indicated the presence of divine strength. At this moment, the stars swirled within Qi Su's dual pupils, resembling a resplendent galaxy, while the 6 soul rings of the Lan, Yin Jinxiao, also ascended, with the 2nd soul ring radiating an exceptionally brilliant golden light. In an instant, Qi Su's mental power reached a terrifying level, enveloping the entire realm and forming a domain. This domain appeared as if it descended from the heavens, vast and magnificent. However, even within this expansive and grand probing domain, no anomalies were detected. Yet, this lack of abnormalities only heightened Qi Su's unease, for he was acutely aware of a mysterious presence within this realm, yet even at the peak of his mental prowess, he could not uncover it. How could this not instill fear in Qi Su? The Snow Empress also looked around in trepidation, her body enveloped in swirling snow and wind, resembling a regal queen of ice and snow, radiating a breathtaking brilliance. She communicates with the celestial forces of this frigid expanse to enhance her perception of the world around her. Logically, as the sovereign of the extreme north and the true ruler of this domain, the Snow Empress should be able to detect even the slightest disturbances in her territory. However, at this moment, Qi Su's demeanor clearly indicates the presence of an extraordinarily formidable entity lurking within this realm. The Snow Empress not only senses that the majesty of the extreme north has been provoked, but also feels that the entire region is engulfed in peril, which fuels her urgency to connect with the celestial forces and uncover the mastermind behind this threat. No need to search further. I'm already here. Just as the 2 of them were enveloped in tension and fear, an ancient voice resonated, seemingly echoing from 1,000 years ago, or perhaps 1,000 years into the future, imbued with an air of authority and solemnity. Qi Su furrowed his brow, appearing quite perplexed. He extended his mental energy to scan the surroundings once more, but ultimately found no anomalies. Indeed, a deity, Qi Su mused, feeling that the situation had exceeded his expectations. "May I inquire about your purpose for being here? Why not reveal yourself?" He called out loudly to the vicinity. "I'm already present. There is no need for such a revelation," the ancient voice replied once more, echoing softly. The Snow Empress scanned the area, finding nothing but the vast expanse of white snow. Chisu likewise abandoned his mental probing and instead surveyed his surroundings with his own eyes. Before him lay a boundless white terrain, the icy wind howling fiercely, reminiscent of a ferocious tiger approaching from afar. In this realm, apart from the flurries of snow dancing through the air, it seemed utterly devoid of substance. I'm already here? What could that possibly mean? Qui cependant, somewhat bewildered. The Snow Empress, equally confounded, cast her gaze around, her heart filled with questions. Snow. It is the snow. After a long period of scrutinizing the vast white land, Qui se suddenly exclaimed. Since the ancient figure claimed to be present in this realm, and given that this world was empty save for the endless white snow, it was evident. It was the snow, the expansive blanket of white. At the moment Chisu spoke, the once flurrying snow seemed to freeze in time, suspended in midair. Within this stillness, a figure emerged from the snowy tableau. It was an elder with hair and beard as white as snow, yet his visage bore the vigor of youth. The elder waved his hand, and the previously frozen snow began to swirl once more, as if he were a deity of ice and snow, commanding the elements with each gesture. The Snow Empress gazed in shock at the elder stepping forth from the snow. Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly knelt on one knee, much like a devotee before a deity. Great ice god, may the snow crown you. The Snow Empress solemnly intoned this time-honored vow. The ice god is the singular deity worshipped by ice attribute soul beasts, said to have created the realm of ice and snow and to have transformed into the very essence of this domain, safeguarding it for millennia. He is revered by all soul beasts. A vow taken in the name of the ice god is of paramount significance in the extreme north, one that even the most cunning and treacherous of soul beasts would dare not violate. The ice god, Chisu murmured, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. The ice god had been mentioned several times in Jushu Tangmen, yet there were scant records in later accounts. Logically, if Hui Yuhao had documented the ice god's position, it might have posed a significant counter to Tang San's sea god status. The scene at the end of Jushu Tangmen, where Hui Yuhao was relentlessly pursued by his father-in-law Tang San, left Chisu feeling quite uncomfortable. He had long harbored doubts regarding the strength of the protagonists across generations, Tang San, Hui Yuhao, and Tang Wulin. After much contemplation, Chisu concluded that Hui Yuhao would ascend to godhood first, followed by Tang San. Hui Yuhao's martial soul bears similarities to Tang San's. Yet he possesses two advantages: his soul spirit and soul guiding devices. The combat capability of his soul spirit and the defensive prowess of his soul guiding devices, in Chisu's opinion, surpassed Tang San's capabilities prior to his ascension. The cultivation process leading up to Tang San's divinity was indeed more flawed than Hui Yuhao's. Although Hui Yuhao's level ascended rapidly, he did not possess the same flaws as Tang San, and he also had a third soul core. Initially, Tang San focused solely on cultivating his martial soul, while Hui Yuhao was dual cultivating. From the legends of the divine realm, it is evident that Hui Yuhao's innate talent surpasses that of Tang San, as the ethereal eight-ring halo is something Tang San could not achieve. After ascension, Hui Yuhao would falter, for Tang San possesses the ultimate artifact and the apex divine status. Here, a critique must be made of the third and fourth installments. The notion that Tang Wulin cannot surpass Tang San prior to his ascension is absurd. Possessing a 4-character battle armor, the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul, and a soul spirit, how can the 4-character battle armor be deemed so inadequate? Is it not said to significantly enhance the strength of a title Douluo? Even if the Golden Dragon King's bloodline has its flaws, can it truly be inferior to the Haotian hammer? The fourth installment continues to indulge in powers. Yet must Tang Wulin's lineage be so conveniently established as Tang San's son? It is as if the narrative is forced to provide an easy advantage by making him Tang Wulin's offspring. Chisu begrudgingly accepts the dual protagonists. Yet the subsequent advantages become increasingly absurd, with an ever-growing strength and no sign of weakness. Prior to godhood, Hui Yuhao is stronger. After all, Tang San's combat capability before ascension primarily stemmed from the sea god trident and some abilities derived from the sea god, with a minor contribution from the Azura god. As Chisu recalls, he frequently utilized the domain of slaughter prior to his ascension, along with the left arm soul bone from the evil spirit Orca King, the blue-silver Emperor martial soul and related soul techniques, and the Hao-Ian hammer, which is unparalleled in close combat, though the small bamboo shoot that was launched in the television adaptation raises questions. The Tang Sect's hidden weapons and soul bone techniques also play a role. Hui Yuhao, as a soul master, possesses formidable combat abilities through the supreme control of his Lingmu martial soul, along with the ice abilities granted by the Emperor Ice Scorpion martial soul and the capabilities of a necromancer. Chisu has a question regarding the differing titles of Ilex in Shun In Wang Zhua and Jushi Tangmen, one being the Long Sleep Calamity and the other the Undead Calamity. Could it be a mistake on the part of the author? Additionally, he wields soul spirits. The combat prowess of the 7 great soul spirits is not inferior to that of soul masters of the same tier, and possesses abilities derived from the god of emotions. However, he is not merely a soul master. He is also a top-tier soul engineer. The Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus has immense destructive power, yet it is merely a single strike from a soul sage. The 9th-level fixed soul guiding artillery shell represents the full might of a limit Douluo. The Rain of Pear Blossoms can eliminate 2 title Douluo of level 91 or 92. However, a 9th-level soul guiding device, particularly an offensive one, can rival the most frequently encountered tools, while defensive soul guiding devices can withstand the ultimate moves of title Douluo. In terms of their abilities as soul masters, the two are nearly on par, but with the advantages of soul guiding devices, Hui Yuhao undoubtedly prevails. After godhood, Tang San is, without question, the stronger. After all, the god of emotions is merely a special first-tier deity, whose combat prowess is comparable only to that of the sea god, although the 7 blades are indeed divine artifacts. When combined, they merely equate to a super-divine artifact. The abilities that Hui Yuhao possessed before his ascension to divinity remained with him thereafter. Apart from his emotional abilities and a slight enhancement from his soul spirits, other aspects such as his mental power, necromancer skills, and ice and snow abilities proved to be of little utility, particularly in battles of equal rank. Certainly, while Hui Yuhao holds an advantage in mental prowess compared to other first-tier gods, this merely ensures that he has no significant weaknesses on the mental plane. Even with the addition of soul-guided devices, he approaches the status of an ordinary god king. In contrast, Tang San, the sea god and the Shura god, represents a formidable first-tier deity, with the Shura god being an embodiment of martial prowess. The elder Shura god, empowered by the 4 ultimate god kings of benevolence, malevolence, life, and destruction, once cleaved the dragon god into the golden and silver dragon kings, showcasing his extraordinary offensive capability. Tang San's strength is undoubtedly sufficient to contend with 2 or 3 ordinary god kings. If they were to engage in combat, the outcome is beyond question. However, Hui Yuhao's strength, in relation to Tang San, is merely a flag he waves. One can discern from the Douluo, legend of the divine realm, that Tang San regards Hui Yuhao, his son-in-law, with less esteem than one would show towards a pet. The timeline of the legend of the divine realm occurs 20 years after Douluo II, during which Hui Yuhao and Tang San's daughter have been married for 2 decades. As a father-in-law, Tang San's remark about their family continuing to live joyfully after all is settled reflects a profound insensitivity. Should such blatant disdain be worn so openly? If given a chance, Chisu would ask Tang San what grievances he harbors against Hui Yuhao. After all, the ancestral ties between their families run deep, with their forebears having sworn brotherhood. In the divine realm, Hui Yuhao has always executed Tang San's every command diligently as a first-tier deity. On Douluo, he has devoted himself wholeheartedly to Tang San's precious daughter, nearly sacrificing himself in the ice and fire duality, and enduring countless deaths in the Qiankuan Wenqing Valley. All for her sake. Even if there exists an illegitimate child, surely Tang San is aware of the circumstances surrounding such a situation. Furthermore, the decline of the Tang Sect, founded by Tang San, was remedied by Hui Yuhao's efforts in its reconstruction. How is it that Tang San fails to express gratitude? Even a slave, bound by contract, would expect their master to provide sustenance. The beasts of the production team would not be treated so harshly. Yet here Tang San offers nothing, summoning Huiyu Hao at will, offering kindness when pleased, and resorting to threats when displeased. To have such a father-in-law is indeed a misfortune for Huiyu Hao, who bears it all without a single complaint. When Tang San's daughter is in distress, Huiyu Hao is the first to respond. When Tang San's wife is in trouble, Huiyu Hao is the first to assist. When he faces opposition, Huiyu Hao is the first to stand by him, protecting his family from the onslaught of other gods. Had it not been for Huiyu Hao's parents being unable to confront Tang San, he would have long severed ties with such treatment. In Qisu's view, Tang San seeks to manipulate Huiyu Hao's affection for his daughter, reducing him to a mere obedient pawn in the divine realm. The actions Tang San takes are hardly those of a caring parent. Imposing seals upon his daughter, he disrupts the peace of their marriage. After 2 decades of sincere devotion from Huiyu Hao, which equates to 10,000 years in the mortal realm, he receives not even a perfunctory acknowledgement from his father-in-law. For 20 years, he has served the Tang family as princess, yet has not even been afforded gratitude. It is truly lamentable. Huiyu Hao's plight is most unfortunate. With such a brutish, domineering, and ultimately weaker father-in-law, he cannot even entertain thoughts of escape. Despite his belief in his strength, he finds himself unable to breach the barriers imposed by his father-in-law. Were Qisu in his position, he might consider severing emotional ties. For the prospective father-in-law is exceedingly difficult to contend with. His overwhelming desire for control, coupled with formidable strength, presents a terrifying threat. A mere disagreement could result in dire consequences. Furthermore, Huiyu Hao's affection is coerced. Initially believing Wang Donger to be male, he was taken by surprise when this dear friend transformed into a woman, leading him to mistakenly perceive this as love. Wang Donger's intentions were premeditated. While she may have found it amusing, her successful arrangements to stay in Huiyu Hao's dormitory raise questions about the leniency of Tang San, given his personality. At a time when Huiyu Hao was naive to the concept of love, he was gradually indoctrinated with the notion of loving Wang Donger. In a similar vein, Wang Dong, too, was subtly conditioned to feel affection for Huiyu Hao before she understood love. Thus, their friendship, once forged in camaraderie, awkwardly morphed into romance. After all, for Tang San, securing the most exceptional partner for his daughter in the lower realm was paramount, and Huiyu Hao undoubtedly fits that bill as the finest man in that realm. In truth, Huiyu Hao would have been better suited with Zhu Zi. Chapter 142. The blade of the ice god the elder, whose visage mirrored that of a youthful man, paid no heed to the kneeling snow empress, instead advancing directly towards Qisu as if he were specifically drawn to him. Qisu's eyes sparkled like the stars, yet he discerned no hostility or aura of power emanating from this elder. Before long, the golden patterns of a trident materialized upon Qisu's forehead, radiating a brilliant golden light. The elder halted his steps upon witnessing the emergence of the golden trident pattern, scrutinizing Qisu from several meters away. The sea god has taken notice, the elder murmured to himself. The snow empress, still kneeling, felt further reassured in her belief that she had not misidentified this figure. The elderly man, who effortlessly commanded ice and snow, was none other than the god of ice, the quintessential deity worshipped by all ice element soul beasts. The snow empress cast a profound glance at Qisu, correctly surmising that such a powerful soul master at this age could only be a successor of a deity. "Greetings, young friend," the god of ice said with a wave and a smile. The old man appeared as a benevolent elder, not at all resembling a deity capable of solidifying storms at will. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, esteemed ice god?" Qisu inquired with a smile. Not sensing any inclination from the ice god to take action, Qisu relaxed his guard. Furthermore, according to the regulations of the Divine Realm Council, deities are prohibited from intervening in mortal affairs. Should the ice god intend to strike, he would certainly face consequences from the law enforcers of the Divine Realm. "Have you heard of the Divine Realm, young friend?" The elder continued, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "The world to which one ascends upon becoming a deity? Although Chi Su already anticipated the answer, he posed the question nonetheless. Indeed, the elder affirmed, those of the lower realm, regardless of status or strength, ultimately cannot escape the cycle of life and death. Only those of the divine realm transcend such worldly concerns. Achieving immortality, ascending to godhood, is the sole pathway to enter the divine realm. The elder unveiled certain truths that would be considered highly secretive among ordinary soul masters. To a typical soul master, the elder's words would evoke astonishment. However, for Chi Su, who possessed the eye of heaven, such revelations held little mystery. Chi Su deliberately feigned an expression of profound astonishment, his eyes brimming with curiosity and aspiration, as though he harbored an immense desire to attain divinity. Divinity? How can one achieve such a state? He inquired with fervent eagerness. The elder stroked his beard and simply uttered two words, divine position. One must either inherit a divine position or create a new one. This ice god position that I possess was formed through over a century of traversing the harshest regions of the continent, accumulating the faith of countless beings. Times have changed. Back then, creating a divine position was relatively simple due to the void in the divine realm. Today, attempting to enter the divine realm through self-creation is exceedingly arduous. In essence, the sole method of entering the divine realm now is to inherit a divine position. After delivering this lengthy explanation, the elder paused and, with a benevolent smile, asked Chi Su if he would be willing to inherit his ice god position. Chi Su was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implication. The Snow Empress was equally astonished, as if a sudden thunderclap had reverberated in the serene atmosphere. Typically, inheriting a divine position requires locating the remnants of a deity for divine trials or having a deity manifest signs to select a successor. It is rare for a deity to personally appear and extend an invitation after a lengthy discourse. The Snow Empress regarded Chi Su with deep contemplation, increasingly convinced of the extraordinary talent possessed by the youth before her. At merely 13 years of age, attracting the personal attention of a deity was beyond the realm of mere talent. It was a miracle. Chi Su hesitated, lowering his gaze in contemplation. After a considerable pause, the golden trident of the sea god materialized in his hand, radiating a brilliant golden light. This is the sea god's artifact. You should recognize it, Chi Su remarked with a grin. The ice god nodded, fully aware of its significance. I possess one as well. With a mere wave of his hand, the ice god conjured countless shards of ice and snow, coalescing into a long blade of crystalline hue. As the ice god wielded the blade, a resounding roar of ice and snow echoed throughout the realm, leaving a nearly 100-meter-long scar in the air, an awe-inspiring display that Chi Su had never witnessed before. How about this strike? The ice god inquired with a smile. In that moment, the elder did not appear as a frail old man, but rather as a formidable and chilling swordsman, exuding an intimidating aura. Impressive, très impressive, qui se complimented. His admiration genuine. The ice god's display was indeed striking, with a magnitude Chi Su had never encountered. Even his proudest attack paled in comparison to the ice god's casual strike. Such seasoned deities far surpassed the newly appointed ones. Qui se mused San'sEarly. It is worth noting that when the angel god, Shun Ji Qianren Shui, pursued Tang San, despite some leniency, it was rather outrageous for Tang San to pierce his heart with a tear of guanine. Generally, below the deities, all are but mere ants, regardless of one's methods. Without the attainment of divinity, one is destined to be crushed. This is for you, the ice god suddenly laughed heartily, tossing the crystalline long blade to Chi Su. As Chi Su caught the blade, he was momentarily perplexed by the ice god's intentions. This blade is named Bingpa and, like your sea god trident, is also an artifact, the elder explained upon noticing Chi Su's confusion. However, it seems the sea god has also chosen me as a successor. Qui se provocatively remarqued. After receiving the sea god's trident as a reward from the system, the golden patterns of the trident appeared on his forehead, signifying his selection as the sea god's heir. Yet, the ice god, fully aware of this selection, still insisted on passing on the divine position to him, leaving Chi Su somewhat perplexed. No matter. I have yet to inherit the divine position, so it is still uncertain. The elder waved his hand dismissively, seemingly determined to have Chisu accept the artifact named Bingpa. Bingpa was a long blade of crystalline ice, remarkably exquisite, resembling a crystallization of frost. Chisu silently admired the ice god's grand vision. True greatness is inherent. While some impoverished individuals might possess a vast vision, others, despite their wealth, may exhibit a narrow perspective. Tang San, evidently, was one lacking in vision. Speaking of Tang San's organizational capabilities, his greatest ambition upon reincarnation was to rebuild the Tang Sect. Setting aside whether he was qualified to do so, how did he plan to achieve this? By persuading the 4 clans to join. Aside from the Titan clan, which joined voluntarily due to Tang Hao's admiration, the remaining clans only allied out of a desire to avoid complete annihilation by the Spirit Hall. The primary issue for the 4 clans was a lack of financial resources and dispersed military strength, compounded by the external threat posed by the Spirit Hall. In a typical narrative, one would employ carrots and sticks, demonstrating strength while offering a broader platform for joining. However, while the stick was indeed present, it only subdued one clan. His speed was on par with his uncle, and his attack power failed to overpower the Pasol spear. In an effort to ensnare his uncle, he first showcased the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, demanding an exorbitant price equivalent to a year's worth of living expenses for the Minji clan. To entice his uncle's participation, he even wagered the Minji clan's living expenses, displaying a lack of courtesy towards his own people. His uncle, however, was quite cordial, sacrificing the clan's treasures to assist Tang San. Yet, by Chen Xiang, as Tang San's cousin and brother-in-law, was unable to ascend to the divine realm, illustrating just how miserly this boss was. Ultimately, when faced with conflict, he could not subdue Yang Wudi and resorted to tricking him with the essence of the Yoxian. The same applies to recovering Lu Gao, achieved merely through a blueprint of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Except for Lu Gao, a geek, most would find this boss to be quite mad. The rewards for his employees consisted of the opportunity to name any contraptions they created. Even defeated dogs would shed tears at such a grand honor. After discussing how to recover the 4 clans, let us consider how Tang San wooed them. His method of persuasion was the promise of learning Xiantian Gong and acquiring hidden weapons upon joining the Tang Sect. Xiantian Gong was lauded in 5 books, yet could not enhance martial soul attributes. In a world where martial souls dictated everything, what use was Xiantian Gong? It was far less useful than hidden weapons. High-quality martial souls could be cultivated to title Douluo without Xiantian Gong. As for hidden weapons, logically, the 4 clans needed money. If they ventured into arms dealing, their financial strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the Liuli sect. In the end, Tang San directly prohibited the Tang Sect from producing hidden weapons, effectively severing the sect's financial lifeline. You might wonder how the Tang Sect, as a sect, could thrive when the other 3 clans, apart from Piji clan, had no means of generating income. He severed the sustainable development pathway of the Tang Sect. Moreover, when the Tang Sect was established, its funding came from the Tiando Empire and the Liuli sect. As a hands-off leader, Tang San deceived the 4 clans into gaining the Tang Sect without contributing anything. Truly, the subordinates in the Douluo realm are easily led astray. Angel investors are akin to wealth deities. The management of the Tang Sect remains a mystery. How is the sect leader chosen? If one claims it was through popular vote, how could a leader with a useless martial soul be agreed upon by those below? Conversely, if it was not a popular vote, how did the successive leaders, not from the 4 clans, manage to be elected, especially a person with a useless martial soul for over 20,000 years? The leader of the Wuhuan sect for the past 20,000 years has maintained control over his subordinates, while Tang San's relationship with his followers is notably different. As Haishin Dao serves as Tang San's vassal, he allowed the 6 monsters to gain experience when he ascended to divinity, a privilege the Douluo of the Holy Pillar never had. Regarding Lu Gao, he was given a few topics and materials, yet after Lu Gao's demise, he was merely credited for a piece of work. Tangmen created their own equipment with the resources and land provided by the Empire and Liuli sect. Yet Tangmen were expected to exert effort in battles. This raises the question of whether Tang San is essentially exploiting Tangmen. Moreover, Tang San exhibits a darker side towards external parties. When the Liuli sect sought his assistance in manufacturing the Zhuge divine crossbow, he insisted that all components be produced by them, with his role confined to assembly and payment collection. The assembly costs outweighed the material expenses, revealing Tang San as a shrewd businessman. He has exploited the resources of the poisoned Douluo without hesitation. When it comes to his elders, he shows no qualms about reprimanding them if they possess strength. Why should the elders of Haotian sect be immune to criticism for Tang Hao's misdeeds? The Haotian sect cannot afford to be timid. After all, not everyone possesses a divine advantage like Tang San. Concerning the affairs of the divine realm, while Chisu's insights are limited, it is noted that Tang San ultimately banished destruction and allocated the divine positions of life and destruction to his own. The divine realm has essentially become a domain ruled by Tang San's singular authority. If he were the proprietor, he would likely be even more ruthless than a demon, demanding that you construct the factory with your own blueprints, purchase raw materials independently, and hire workers lured by his promises, only to exploit them thereafter. The idea of salaries, promotions, or healthcare would be utterly dismissed. If Tang San's character is merely mediocre, then his vision is undoubtedly that of a cliched online novel protagonist. The hallmark of such characters is their ultimate goal of cultivation, broad-mindedness, strategic insight, and gaming prowess. Regrettably, Tang San's performance in these areas is severely lacking. His training objective in Douluo 5 is merely to find Xiao Wu, while in Douluo 1, he aims to grow stronger without any grand aspirations. His mindset is not so much petty as it is vengeful. Tang San embodies extreme egoism, lacking a broader perspective, as evidenced by his repeated confrontations with the Wuhuan Temple and the City of Slaughter. His strategic acumen is evident from the beginning of Douluo 5, where a deity, in his quest for a wife, chooses to end his own life solely to be reincarnated in the same realm as her. One might question why a deity, with a remnant soul, could not simply locate his wife in the realm using his divine powers. Even dispatching a clone would suffice. What vision does Tang San possess? When a subordinate verbally attacked the elder village chief, Jack, he nearly fell victim to a silent assassination. Is such a reaction warranted? He professes that a teacher is akin to a father for life, yet he harbors thoughts of killing to silence Yu Xiaojing after witnessing him wield a hidden weapon. Is this justified? When Xiao Wu suffers a minor injury, he seeks to incapacitate the offender, and when a trivial dispute arises, he resorts to violence. Is this reasonable? The pursuit led by Qian Xuanji to hunt down Tang Hao and Yin resulted in a yin sacrifice, while Tang San callously massacred the lower ranks of the Wuhuan Temple without a second thought. Is this acceptable? When Tang Hao took him to Tang Yuehua to learn etiquette, they were barred from entry by security for being improperly dressed, resulting in severe consequences. Is this justified? With his 80th level status, he flaunts his superiority over the Haotian sect. Questioning their audacity, he proclaims that Tang Hao is blameless. Rather, the fault lies with the Haotian sect, and he violently admonishes the elders. Is this how one should conduct oneself? Tang San is evidently a meticulous egotist, always considering his own interests. He monopolized the ice and fire yin-yang eyes of Douluo and ultimately did not share even a fraction with him, only to encircle the area with poison miasma during Douluo 2, unbeknownst to even Tangmen. Only his daughter and the dog he had reserved were permitted entrance. To seize the luck of soul beasts, he divided his daughter into thirds and cast her down, usurping the auspicious beast and forcibly establishing a connection with the dog he had reserved for her. He imposed restrictions on his daughter, believing no mere dog should dare approach the daughter of Tang Xinhuan. He manipulates the life of Hua Yuhao, the destined child, to ensure he serves his daughter. He obstructs the unification of the Sun-Moon Empire, demanding a renaming to Tiando Empire. In Chapter 143, one cannot help but wonder why he was chosen. Chisu curiously toyed with the ice soul in his hand while inquiring of the ice god. Although his talents are unparalleled in Douluo Continent, it does not necessitate finding a super genius to inherit the divine position. Furthermore, he already bears the mark of the sea god. which should preclude other deities from considering him a candidate for succession. This is due to the coldness of his heart. At this moment, the ice god ceased his playful demeanor, adopting a grave and serious tone. Chisa paused, taken aback, and then asked how this was discerned. He found the ice god's assertion perplexing. His heart was not cold, or else he would have unleashed a massacre in this frigid expanse. Do you remember the delusion that stirred within you moments ago? The ice god's eyes narrowed, resembling a wily old fox. Chisa recalled the influence of a peculiar power that had led him to doubt the reality of his circumstances, fearing it might all be a mere dream. It appears this power emanated from the ice god, deliberately inciting his doubts. Fortunately, Chisa's conviction remained unwavering, preventing him from being ensnared by such thoughts. Otherwise, the outcome might not have been the divine being personally appearing with an invitation and bestowing divine artifacts. Had Chisa succumbed to self-doubt, he would have been consumed by his own skepticism, leading to the collapse of his faith and rendering him a mere shell of a man. Contemplating this, Chisa felt a chill of sweat, recognizing the fine line between heaven and hell. A momentary lapse in his thoughts could have led him to eternal damnation. At this juncture, he raised his gaze towards the ice god, whose demeanor had grown colder, no longer filled with the earlier fervor. The ice god, observing Chisa's transformation, erupted into laughter, expressing delight in his newfound coldness. Such an icy gaze and heart are precisely what is desired. While ordinary individuals might have succumbed to confusion at the earlier thought, for those of significant power, such as titled Douluo and Super Douluo, the impact is profound. They possess far more than the average person, naturally leading to a greater fear of loss, ultimately resulting in self-doubt and trepidation, sinking them into despair. To be candid, you're the fifth successor I have selected in thousands of years. The previous four were driven mad by such thoughts, plummeting from the pinnacle of Douluo Continent to being regarded as fools. Fortuitously, you have not become a fool. As Chisa silently absorbed the elder's words, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. Although this was merely the divine being's method of selecting a successor from Chisa's perspective, it was evident that the god viewed himself as superior, displaying an air of disdain for mortals. As a deity, he wields the power to dictate the lives of others, causing them to tumble from greatness to insignificance in an instant. Yet, what becomes of those chosen? Originally, one lived a fulfilling life, step by step reaching the pinnacle of the mainland. Yet it was the arrogance of this deity that obliterated the lives of others. Indeed, in Douluo, the law of the jungle prevails. As the apex of the food chain, the deity looks down upon the insignificant insects below. Chisa slowly raised the ice crystal-colored long blade, gripping the hilt firmly, lifting the weapon above his head, and then, with a momentum akin to igniting the heavens, he struck downward. A towering blade mark, soaring 100 meters into the sky, surged forth with the power to cleave the sun, moon, and stars, heading directly for the ice god. A flicker of coldness passed through the ice god's eyes, but it was fleeting, replaced by a glimmer of delight. With a wave of his hand, another blade mark manifested in the air, and the two colossal marks collided, resulting in an instant cataclysm. Rocks and snow flying in all directions. Having already absorbed the soul bone, Xiao Wu, at the moment of collision, exerted all her strength to rush toward Chisa. She discerned that the elderly figure before her, appearing youthful, was, in fact, a lofty deity. Uncertain as to why Chisa suddenly attacked a deity, Xiao Wu nonetheless understood that he was no match for such a being. Beneath the deity, all were mere ants. Even Xiao Wu, who had always been confident in Chisa, found herself devoid of faith in that moment. That was a god, a divine entity. Thus, when the elder waved his hand, creating the blade mark, Xiao Wu resolutely decided that she would die alongside Chisa. Tears streamed down her face as if she were on the verge of losing her beloved. Amidst the cataclysm, with rocks and snow swirling about, the girl with scorpion braids desperately stumbled forward, yearning to embrace the figure wielding the blade. As Xiao Wu ran erratically, the blade mark behind her surged forth, slicing toward Chisa. She was directly in line with it, seemingly on the brink of being slain by that mark. Douluo Bo, with a heavy heart, observed this scene unfold. The months spent with Chi Su and his companions had forged a bond akin to that of cherished friends. Previously, aside from his granddaughter, he had been a solitary figure in this world. However, encountering Chi Su and the others allowed him to joke freely and savor culinary delights he had never experienced before. As Xiao Wu appeared poised to be struck down, and with Chi Su, who had provoked the deity, seemingly without a path to survival, Douluo Bo felt an overwhelming sorrow, akin to the impending loss of something precious. Similarly, Xue di Farod Erbrau, her expression sorrowful as she gazed upon the blade mark about to descend upon Xiao Wu. She could not comprehend how, just a moment ago, there had been joyous celebrations, and now violence erupted. Although she had known Chi Su for a brief time, she recognized that he was not the reckless type. His willingness to confront a deity bore reason. Yet, what significance did reason hold in the face of death? When life is at stake, there is little room for rationality. Do not perish, Xue Di silently chanted in her heart. You promised to take me out to see the world beyond. Suddenly, her voice trembled with emotion as she shouted. However, at that moment, Chi Su lacked the energy to divert his focus. He had not anticipated Xiao Wu would rush into the chaos of battle. The blade mark was but a breath away from Xiao Wu, rendering him unable to safely remove her from danger. He had only one recourse, the void exchange. A sudden urge to laugh surged within Chi Su, mocking the twisted reality of Douluo. This world seemed crafted by the author with extreme distortion. The narrative and plot development of the Wuhuan Temple felt disjointed, while Tang San's storyline posed no significant issues, revolving around love and vengeance against villains. The Wuhuan Temple's narrative raised questions of morality regarding unification. It could be deemed neither inherently virtuous nor evil, depending on the outcomes of its unification. Yet, the premise indicated that such unity might lead to the dissolution of aristocracy and create pathways for commoners, which, while flawed in its exclusive focus on talent, could be seen as beneficial for societal progress. This creates a disconnect with its antagonist identity. A progressive force, even if misguided, warrants respect, making its shortcomings more understandable. Moreover, the portrayal of the antagonist, Bibi Dong, as a multifaceted character, intertwines vengeance, a noble motivation, with her identity as a woman, a political figure, and a victim, thereby eliciting complex emotions from readers. Her daughter, despite the latter narrative flaws, also embodies the duality of youth and beauty, prompting similar emotional responses. Both characters ultimately fail, creating a sense of tragic beauty. In contrast, Tang San's character, stripped of external aids, appears rather simplistic, marked by genius, rebirth, loss of family, and later a spouse, where rebirth and loss stand out as significant highlights. While Xiao Wu's sacrifice peaks the narrative, the overshadowing of parental issues by rebirth diminishes character depth, leading to a lack of exploration despite the plot's thrill. In summary, the intricate characterizations within the Wuhuan Temple complicate readers' emotions amidst national conflicts, rendering the main storyline comparatively shallow, devoid of the necessity for profound contemplation. Once a narrative becomes thin, its flaws seem inexplicable and irrational. It is perplexing that, despite the protagonist's extraordinary advantages, they remain deeply flawed. The protagonist embodies the correct worldview of the narrative, allowing for personal flaws, yet the work itself must maintain integrity. Notably, both antagonists are women, having endured the pain of love, while male characters often aspire to rescue the wayward, and female characters elicit further compassion. Thus, another series adeptly simplifies its antagonists, rendering them two-dimensional, allowing readers to easily choose between the protagonist and the antagonist without delving into complex motivations. In contrast, the Wuhuan Temple and Tang San present a challenging dilemma, as Chi Su observes the author's penchant for crafting complex supporting characters, often leading to their untimely demise for various absurd reasons, eliciting strong emotional reactions from readers before the disheartening realization of the underlying motives. The disdainful demeanor of the author, akin to a lofty aristocrat looking down upon the diligent efforts of ordinary individuals, is profoundly etched in the works of Tang San, particularly within the Douluo series. As the story unfolds, one cannot help but find it increasingly peculiar that the characters who endure immense suffering often meet with tragic fates, while only those of noble lineage attain success. Even Huayu Hao can be said to have faced hardship without a favorable outcome. Chisu's most favorable impression of Douluo lies in its initial premise, specifically the cultivation system of martial souls and soul rings, a uniquely distinctive framework that greatly facilitates character development. This world, where martial souls collide with one another, is indeed a realm that Chisu yearns for. For instance, among the relatively minor characters in Do Pa, Chisu's clearest impression is of Lin Xiuya. Whenever Lin is mentioned, Chisu envisions an ethereal and elegant figure, thanks to his distinctive personal combat style that vividly showcases the characteristics of wind attribute battle chi. However, aside from this foundational setting, other aspects of Douluo and its character portrayals fall short, even revealing contradictory elements, of which Chisu can provide numerous examples. In Douluo, the depiction of soul master battles includes the setting of the soul battle arena, where soul masters announce their levels, martial souls, and combat styles prior to engagement. Duelists can propose bets, with any party violating the agreement facing condemnation from the entire soul master community. At first glance, one might think, what a peaceful and honorable world this is. Yet, what manner of behavior is exhibited by the protagonists? In the contest over the Fengwei Jigwatch, the conflict between Shrek and the Snake Lady is essentially a trivial matter. The Snake Lady first discovers and injures the Fengwei Jigwatch, inadvertently driving it toward Shrek's group during her pursuit. Ultimately, the soul beast is subdued by Shrek, yet both parties vie for ownership. Zhao Wujia, rather than contemplating negotiation or establishing a bet, resorts to the notion of killing to silence. If Zhao Wujia's disregard for honorable conduct reflects a personal moral failing, let us consider others. Titan, intrigued by the conflict between his grandson Tai Long and Tang San, establishes a bet requiring Tang San to pledge allegiance to the Strength clan upon losing, only for Tang San to stubbornly refuse defeat, prompting Titan to think, "If I cannot have you, I shall destroy you." The unscrupulous merchant Flander raises his price without hesitation. Shrek Academy exploits students through exorbitant registration fees without refunds. It still seeks to glorify itself, claiming its instructors are virtuous and unwilling to sell their integrity for profit, resorting instead to such tactics to accumulate funds for the academy. Is this not a contradiction? This world has long been a source of both admiration and aversion for Chisu. He yearns for the extraordinary realm filled with countless unique martial souls, yet despises the underlying vulgar logic that comprises this world. The ice god evidently evokes memories of Chisu's disdain for this reality. In chapter 145, You Killed Him, as Chisu invokes the technique of void exchange, he and Xiao Wu instantaneously swap places. The wound that was meant for Xiao Wu is now borne by Chisu. Time stop. Chisu bellows, attempting to slow the passage of time for the inflicted wound. Yet, at this moment, the usually infallible time stop seemingly falters, failing to delay the impending strike. The colossal blade, radiating an aura that threatens to cleave heaven and earth asunder, descends upon Chisu, with no means of evasion. Chisu grits his teeth and braces himself to endure the ice god's blow. His sea god trident and the ice spirit are simultaneously sent flying. While Chisu's garments are torn asunder, a massive gash carved in his chest, blood splattering and staining the surrounding snow crimson. He summons the 8 spider lances, struggling to remain upright, blood pouring from his mouth as he clearly sustains grave injuries. Since arriving in the Douluo world, Chisu has never suffered such debilitating wounds. Even during his battle with the Imperial Nine-Headed Lion, he was merely exhausted, not gravely harmed. Truly, divine beings are on a different level. Chisu mutters to himself, spitting blood. Upon realizing her sudden disappearance, Xiao Wu immediately comprehends that Chisu has utilized void exchange to take the hit for her. Without a moment's hesitation post-exchange, she turns and rushes towards Chisu, who has been wounded by the blade. It's all my fault. If I hadn't come to find you, you would have been hurt, she cries, tightly embracing Chi-Su, unconcerned about staining her clothes with his blood. Chi-Su gazes at her with gentle eyes, softly caressing her head. It's not your fault, he replies, turning his head to cough blood onto the snow, unwilling to sully Xiao Wu with his injury. Didn't I say, if anyone wishes to kill you, they must first step over my corpse. At this moment, Chi-Su's condition is dire. The ice god's casual strike carries divine power, rendering all of Chi-Su's soul techniques ineffective. The time stop that should have delayed the wound's progression proves futile, and the ultimate healing ability from his soul bone does not activate, resulting in relentless blood loss and excruciating pain throughout his body. His current state is so grievous that had the blade struck Xiao Wu, she would undoubtedly have perished without a trace. Youth, do temper your anger. The ice god leisurely approaches, a mischievous grin on his face, as if he had never engaged in combat. Chi-Su scoffs coldly. It is merely a matter of lacking skill. He acknowledges the vast gulf that separates him from the divine, yet he believes that, given time, even these exalted deities would become insignificant in his eyes. Are you not afraid of me? The ice god, intrigued by Chi-Su's defiant stance, inquires. If I recall correctly, deities are prohibited from interfering in mortal affairs. Your strike has already violated this rule. Should you attempt further aggression, it would result in my death and your prosecution by the divine enforcers. Chi-Su, head held high, responds without fear. While his words are resolute, internally he is filled with trepidation, having prepared the teleportation and invincibility granted by the system's favor. Should the situation turn dire, he plans to flee with Xiao Wu, Xuedi, and Du Gubo, although Xuedi's safety is assured regardless. Chi-Su still wishes to take her along, for he had promised to show her the world beyond. At that moment, the elder slowly advances towards Chi-Su, a mysterious golden ice-like substance coalescing in his hand. Chi-Su shields Xiao Wu with one arm, while maintaining a fearless gaze upon the elder. You are correct. There are indeed divine regulations that prevent me from using lethal force. However, my limitations do not extend to others. With a wave of his hand, the artifact, ice spirit, flies directly into Xuedi's grasp. I shall ask you one final time. Either inherit my divine position or face death. The elder maintains a playful demeanor, as though discussing an ordinary matter, despite the oppressive weight of his words that makes Chi-Su acutely aware of the looming specter of death. Chi-Su bursts into laughter, coldly retorting, "Let me tell you this, even in death, I will not inherit your divine position. What concern is it of mine to be high and aloof, indifferent to all? My heart is far from cold." Very well, very well, very well, the ice god replies repeatedly, his smile fading as his expression turns frigid. Throughout history, he has reigned as a supreme deity, impervious to defiance, even from his chosen inheritors. Despite his profound admiration for Chi-Tzu, the latter being the sole candidate to pass his trials, this esteem was predicated upon a foundation of reverence and veneration for himself. Yet, this mere human, this soul master, dared to lay hands upon a being of divine stature. Such audacity crossed the threshold of the ice city's tolerance, prompting him to inflict a wound upon Chi-Tzu with a mere flick of his blade. However, embodying the essence of a patron of talent, the ice god granted Chi-Tzu yet another opportunity for choice. Once Chi-Tzu firmly declined, the ice god's demeanor hardened. His gaze ignited with divine fury, a terror unmatched. "Xuenu, you are to eliminate him," the ice god commanded with a subtle gesture. A beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing directly towards Xuedi. As this luminescence surged into Xuedi's being, she felt her strength escalate to an unfathomable zenith, as though she possessed the power to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Xuedi, a soul beast nearing 700,000 years of existence, could contend with soul masters below the pinnacle of Douluo. With the blessing of divine power, she felt capable of challenging even the most exalted limit Douluo among humanity. Yet, she harbored no desire for such might. Even though the power surged with terrifying intensity, the ice god insisted that Xuedi wield it to slay Chi-Tzu. Staring at the bloodied Chi Tse, Shuedi shook her head vehemently. Kneeling, she plunged the ice soul into the snow, her voice trembling as she implored. "O great ice god, Chi Tse's form is unparalleled through the ages. Undoubtedly, he is the finest heir to your noble divinity. I beseech you to reconsider." The ice god scoffed disdainfully. "What of his talents? He remains naught but an ignorant insect. Before he ascends to divinity, no matter his gifts, he is indistinguishable from the lowly ants of the mortal realm, albeit slightly more resilient. Regardless, all beings should possess a sense of reverence. Even within the divine realm and bearing the mantle of a god, I maintain a heart filled with respect for knowledge. Yet he, a despicable insect, dares to be so brazen. How can he not deserve death? Furthermore, I have already afforded him an opportunity, which he has spurned." The ice god's gaze was as frigid as eternal ice. Chi Tse realized he had underestimated the might of the divine. It was evident now that his misjudgment stemmed from the influence of the battle between Tang San and Qianrenshua, leading to a grievous error in assessing divine strength. He had meticulously compared the power levels of the worlds of Douluo and Douluo, arriving at the following conclusions that contributed to his current misjudgment of divine might. 1. Grand Dome Master, capable of Do-Chi transformation without restriction, versus Soul Saint, martial soul true form. With limitations, the difference is evident. 2. Douling, Do-Chi manifestation, versus Soul Da. Aside from Soul Saints accessing the martial soul true form, there seems to be little further elaboration on Soul Da. 3. Do-Wong versus Tidal Da. The ordinary Tidal Da cannot fly, except for avian martial souls. Those above level 95 are Super Da, while those at level 99 are Limit Do-Luo. 4. Do-Huang versus second level god. Do-Huang can swiftly manipulate the energy of the same attribute. High-level Do-Huang can briefly hover in the void without external assistance. 5. Do-Zong versus first level god. Do-Zong can stand in the void without external aid. High-level Do-Zong can create spatial locks. 6. Peak Do-Zong God King. Chi Tse felt that the God King's prowess was insufficient. Even Do-Zun can open spatial passages. Hence Peak Do-Zong is justified. Chi Tse believed that the combat potential of Douluo had truly collapsed. The works of Tang San Shao excessively exalted the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, while the narrative of Douluo aimed to diminish the Soul Master system. Tang San, a mere title de law, could pierce the heart of the angel god Qianrenshua with the Guanyin Tear, a feat inconceivable for a newly ascended first-level god. This misjudgment of the disparity in power between allies and foes was rooted in Chi Tse's erroneous assessments. In the original text, the explosive power of the Buddha's wrath, Tang Lien, annihilated 76 soul saints and 30 soul Douluo. A staggering feat. The original passage described the sound of the explosion as peculiar, crisp, and enchanting, akin to the clinking of gold and jade. Yet, this delicate sound became the focal point of attention. In that instant, a golden-red tornado silently spread, and 76 aerial soul saints from the Angel Legion, having unleashed their strongest martial soul forms, were rendered motionless mid-air, no longer capable of further action. Blood mist enveloped the scene as they fell, resembling marionettes, blood erupting from every part of their bodies. The terrifying, explosive force of the Buddha's wrath, accompanied by a piercing shriek, effortlessly penetrated the bodies of over 30 soul Douluo from the martial soul empire. Despite the formidable defenses of soul Douluo, the difficulty of nurturing over 30 such beings was immense. Yet, before the might of the Buddha's wrath, their bodies were torn apart like fragile dolls, crimson flowers of blood erupting forth. The peacock feather inflicted severe injuries upon the three offerings, the esteemed title Douluo of level 96, who unleashed their strongest defensive skills. Various sounds erupted simultaneously. Even beings of such caliber could not evade the peacock feather's assault. Despite the peril, the one who launched the peacock feather, Xiao Wu, was astonished. The fear compelled the three offerings to employ their utmost defensive techniques. However, the specially crafted needles of the peacock feather possessed the ability to breach protective barriers, inflicting torment upon the three offerings who found themselves drenched in blood. Tang San's fervent glorification of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons ultimately destabilized the balance of the Douluo Soul Master system. Who is to blame for this? One could attribute it to the mindless adulation of Tang San Shao. For his portrayal of Tang San's obsession with the Tang Sect's hidden weapons led to a catastrophic collapse of the Soul Master's combat capabilities. Had it not been for Tang San's extraordinary level 96, which set a precedent of severely wounding Qian Rinxue with Guanin's tears, Chisu would not have made such a grave misjudgment, believing himself capable of contending with the Ice God. Undoubtedly, this miscalculation stemmed from the Ice God's long-established divinity, contrasted with Qian Rinxue, who had only recently ascended to godhood, compounded by the unfavorable divine foundation aided by Qian Douluo and further exacerbated by Qian Rinxue's intentional leniency. However, even with these factors, it was inconceivable that Tang San could pierce Qian Rinxue's heart with Guanin's tears in their earlier confrontation. Comparatively, while in the realm of Do-Pa, reaching Do Zun allows one to open wormholes. The theoretical understanding of wormholes within humanity remains largely unachievable. In the Douluo Continent, there has been no significant breakthrough in spatial technology. Skills are primarily inherited through martial souls, which can be seen as a legacy of ancestral abilities and knowledge. In contrast, the Dosheng of Do-Pa can create small worlds within chaotic spatial turbulence. The divine realm of Douluo, when facing a temporal storm, does not surpass the chaos of spatial turbulence. With a basic understanding of physics, one realizes that time and space are interconnected. Changes in reference frames can lead to the exile of worlds. These were conclusions Chi-Su had drawn previously, leading to a somewhat dismissive attitude towards his opponents. It was only upon confronting a true deity that Chi-Su recognized that his earlier unfounded conjectures were merely that, conjectures. A genuine deity remains extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 146. Entombed in the ice field, Chi-Su's audacity to confront the ice god with a blade stemmed from his misjudgment of its strength. Inki Chisa perspective. Tang San, at level 96, could spar with Qian Rinxue for an extended period and severely wound her with Guanin's tears. Therefore, he presumed that his current strength, comparable to that of the ultimate Doa, would allow him to exchange blows with the ice god. Although Chi-Su was aware of Qian Rinxue's leniency during their previous encounter, he believed the disparity in outcome would not be substantial. Yet, when the ice god swung its blade towards Chi-Su, he realized the gravity of his miscalculation. A mere casual swipe inflicted upon him the most severe injury he had suffered since arriving on the Douluo Continent. His infallible healing abilities, honed through countless trials, proved utterly ineffective under the influence of divine power. It became evident that although his strength could rival that of the ultimate Doa, he possessed no divine power whatsoever. When compared to a true deity, the gap was indeed vast. Had he been able to undertake the Sea God S9 trials or the Shura S9 trials to acquire some divine power, he certainly would not have found himself in such a desperate situation. At that moment, the Snow Empress, receiving the Ice God's directive, hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "Are you truly willing to defy the will of the gods for a mere human?" The Ice God coldly inquired. "Slay him, and you shall ascend to become the High Priestess of the Ice God." The role of High Priestess holds immense significance in divine succession, typically bestowed upon the most powerful and devoted followers, predominantly humans, with few soul beasts ever appointed. The Ice God's promise to elevate the Snow Empress to High Priestess was clearly an immense temptation. The Snow Empress drew forth the blade of Ice Soul. Trembling as she approached Chi-Su, Douluo attempted to intervene on Chi-Su's behalf. Yet Chi-Su shouted, "Stay back. You will perish." Douluo, brow furrowed and fists clenched, ultimately heeded Chi-Su's warning and refrained from obstructing the Snow Empress. He was not her opponent even in his prime, let alone now. With the Snow Empress empowered by divine might and wielding a divine artifact, any attempt at interference would only result in his demise. Xiao Wu too wished to step forward, but was firmly held back by Chi-Su, who refused to let her confront the Snow Empress. Chi-Su gazed at the Snow Empress with a calm demeanor, He was prepared to accept whatever choice she made. After all, to her, he was merely a recently acquainted human who had slaughtered nearly 10,000 soul beasts within her territory, the extreme north. The opportunity to kill this human while simultaneously ascending to the lofty status of a divine high priestess was undeniably tempting. The Snow Empress averted her gaze, unable to meet Chi Su's eyes. With both hands gripping I's soul, she soon stood before him. I'm sorry, she spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. Chi Su paused, witnessing her resolve. He sighed inwardly. While he held no animosity towards her decision, he would have felt elated had the Snow Empress chosen resolutely. Yet, in a life-and-death predicament, any choice made was understandable. Chi Su's palm clutched the teleportation rune bestowed by the system, ready to flee at a moment's notice. When the system awarded him the invulnerable golden body and teleportation rune, he sensed something amiss. Why would such life-saving items be granted without cause? In retrospect, it seemed the system had anticipated today's calamity. However, as this thought crossed his mind, fear gripped Chi Su. Had he restrained himself from the ice god's haughty disdain and refrained from drawing his blade, such an incident would not have occurred, and he could have claimed the divine blade instead. This implied that the system had accounted for his inability to endure the ice god's lofty demeanor. Such a revelation was unsettling. Now, as the Snow Empress raised Ice Soul high, countless glimmers surged along the blade, as if poised to strike. Meanwhile, Chi Su felt a surge of light within his palm, preparing to activate the teleportation to escape this perilous place. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, he found the Snow Empress hesitating to bring down Ice Soul. Run! She screamed, her voice breaking. The radiant Ice Soul descended, but it did not strike Chi Su. Instead, it aimed at the ice god nearby. Damnable insect! The ice god exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the Snow Empress's defiance. Fury surged within, igniting an inferno of wrath. The ground beneath was instantly fractured, and snow raged down, as if intent on cleansing the world of all existence. The atmosphere trembled, seemingly expressing the divine fury, a truly terrifying spectacle. The soul beasts, having just traversed a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, were struck with terror at this apocalyptic sight, sending them fleeing to their caves. Regardless of whether they were millennia-old or powerful 10,000-year soul beasts, the 7 formidable 10,000-year soul beasts scattered in fear, fleeing the battlefield in disarray. Flee, the Snow Empress commanded, wielding her blade to shield herself against the relentless wrath of the ice god. Yet, the energy unleashed was overwhelming, even with divine power and a divine artifact. She could not withstand it. Blood began to trickle from her lips, staining her once pristine white gown crimson. In that moment, an otherworldly, yet sacred aura enveloped the Snow Empress. Chi Su was astonished by this sudden transformation, a warmth blossoming within him, and without hesitation, he shattered the teleportation rune. Destination: Sea God Island. Puis ceci dans lit de claret. Instantly, an exquisite beam of light erupted from his palm, creating a vast spatial rift amidst the shattered, icy expanse. With a mere thought, he designated Du Gu Bo, Xiao Wu, the Snow Empress, and himself as the teleportation recipients. Regrettably, the 200,000-year soul rings belonging to the Bingjing Jianxi Hu and the Titan Zimo Wang went unabsorbed, destined to fade into the void of existence. Just as everyone was preparing to enter the teleportation portal, the artifact in the hands of the Snow Empress, the Ice Soul, suddenly broke free from her control, redirecting its blade and unleashing a torrent of brilliant light and ferocious energy towards her. In that moment, the Snow Empress gazed upon the radiant Ice Soul with an unsettling calm. She had betrayed the deity she had revered throughout her long existence, and to perish thus was a fitting retribution. Yet, a pang of regret lingered within her, a yearning to explore the world beyond with Chi-Tsai, to witness the confluence of ice and fire he described, to savor the roasted meats and hot pots he spoke of. The world was not solely composed of endless, desolate ice fields, nor just the monotony of daily training. The outside realm appeared to be a vibrant tapestry, though she sensed that she might never have the opportunity to behold it. The world painted by Chizai in their brief exchanges was a place she deeply longed to see. With her eyes tightly shut, she awaited the impending judgment of fate. If there were to be a next life, she wished to explore the world beyond. Her hands clasped in prayer at her chest, as if pledging a profoundly significant wish. At that moment, it was evident that the ice soul had fallen under the direct control of the ice god, and this strike bore the true wrath of a deity. Should the Snow Empress be struck, her demise would be inevitable. Kongji Jihuan. Without hesitation, Chizai employed the soul skill of Kongji Jihuan once more, determined to shield the Snow Empress from the impending blow. Woody Jingshun. This invincible golden body, also a gift from the system, granted immunity to any damage once. Even the lofty gods would be powerless against the abilities bestowed by the system. In an instant, Chizai completed the spatial exchange with the Snow Empress, radiating a golden light, transforming into a diminutive golden figure. When the ice soul, imbued with overwhelming pressure and divine fury, struck Chizai, it met with no resistance whatsoever, as if it had sunk into the abyss without a trace. The ice god furrowed his brow in confusion at this scene, his anger reaching new heights. These insignificant beings repeatedly defied the will of the divine, stirring the ice god's heart, which had remained cold for countless millennia, into a tempest of agitation. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped himself in crystalline armor, his once white hair transforming into an inky black. His presence surged to its zenith. At that moment, the divine pressure belonging to a god was unleashed without reservation across the vast, white expanse of the northern ice field, a terrifying force. All soul beasts in the extreme north buried their heads in the snow, trembling in fear, as if they would be crushed by this overwhelming might at any moment. Ice soul, the ice god bellowed, intent on returning the artifact to its rightful place, ready to personally eradicate these insignificant creatures in his most formidable state. His previous reluctance to unleash his full power stemmed from the fear of retribution from the Divine Council. Any divine interference in the mortal realm was a violation of celestial law, and to strike down mortals with full force was a grave sin, warranting relentless pursuit by the Divine Council. Yet now, the ice god dismissed such concerns, even if he were to be stripped of his divinity. His boundless divine power would still allow him to traverse the cosmos. Regardless, these insolent creatures who had continually provoked his divine authority deserved to perish. However, just as the ice god roared, the artifact Ice Soul, along with Chizai, the Snow Empress, and the others, vanished without a trace. The vastness of the universe became eerily pristine in an instant, leaving only Chizai's furious voice echoing through the void. 30 years of fortune can shift. Do not underestimate the youth, you insignificant beings. The ice god gazed at the now barren northern ice field, his fury unexpressed. He howled to the heavens as torrents of energy erupted from his being, enveloping the entire extreme north. Countless soul beasts perished beneath this surging divine power, transforming into rings of souls. They would never have imagined that this violent rage originated from the very ice god they had revered for generations. The one who slayed them was not an outsider, but the deity they had always believed in, the guardian of the northern ice field. The youth who once slayed dragons had transformed into a malevolent dragon himself. The ice god, who had created the northern ice field, ultimately buried this realm with his own hands. Countless beast blood stained the once pristine ground crimson, with innumerable corpses strewn across the blood-soaked earth. Should a human soul master wander there, they would undoubtedly find soul bones most suited to them. Millennia, eons, countless ages, all were present. Yet whether one could escape this mountain of corpses and sea of blood was uncertain. Countless snowflakes gently descended, blanketing the crimson earth until every body, every soul bone, was thoroughly concealed, returning the once bloodied ground to a pristine expanse of white snow. Many years later, a rumor circulated among human soul masters to ascertain one's luck. One should journey to the northern ice field. If they could unearth a soul bone beneath their feet, it would signify immense fortune. After countless snowfalls, the northern ice field transformed once more into a vast, white expanse, utterly clean. It remained devoid of any trace of soul beasts for a considerable period. The once bustling northern ice field seemed to have been buried by its very creator, now entirely devoid of life. In the sea of soul beasts, colossal ships traversed the sparsely populated waters, arranged in formation. For the observant, the sails bore a prominent character, soul, marking them as representatives of the most powerful force on Douluo, the Wuhuan Temple. Recently, the Wuhuan Temple made a shocking decision that astounded all soul masters across the continent: to assault the legendary Sea God Island. It is known that Sea God Island is said to be the site of divine inheritance, protected by deities, making the Wuhuan Temple's audacity to target it truly astonishing to the various forces of the continent. The two great empires and 7 sects breathed a collective sigh of relief. The Wuhuan Temple had been increasingly aggressive, seemingly aspiring to surpass the two empires and unify the continent. This development provided a brief respite from the long-standing conflicts between the Xinglua Empire and the Tiando Empire. However, there were whispers that the Wuhuan Temple's apparent intention to attack Sea God Island was a ruse, with their true aim being to initiate action on the continent itself. This caused a sense of unrest among the two empires, who, while relieved, were filled with trepidation and uncertainty. To this day, they lacked the strength to counterbalance the Wuhuan Temple, relying solely on the hope that the upcoming war at Sea God Island would significantly weaken the temple, resulting in the loss of many elite forces. Only then would the two empires and various sects have a chance to breathe, rather than live perpetually under the oppressive shadow of the Wuhuan Temple. Yet for the ordinary common folk, the Wuhuan Temple was perceived as a benevolent organization. They not only dispatched personnel to villages for free martial soul awakenings, but also provided subsidies to lower-ranked soul masters. In contrast, it is far more amiable compared to the lofty 7 great sects and the two empires. Chapter 147. Anticipating the return from the north. On the grand ship led by the Wuhuan Temple's fleet, 2 men and a woman stand at the bow, each wearing a distinct expression. The burly red-haired man gazes dreamily at the profile of the woman beside him, as if caught in unrequited affection. Meanwhile, the woman, with her hands clasped, consistently looks towards the northern expanse of the continent, her gaze unwavering despite the ship's course. She possesses long black hair, a tall and alluring figure, exuding an undeniable charm, particularly accentuated by her captivating eyes that shimmer with an enticing glint. Yet, despite her enchanting presence, her expression is not one of flirtation. Rather, her brow is furrowed, hinting at a subtle sorrow, as though she is yearning for someone. The 3 individuals on the deck are the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple: Ulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yan. At the behest of a man in a black robe, they, who were not meant to partake in the war, have been compelled to board the vessel attacking the Sea God Island. Initially, the younger generation of the Wuhuan Temple was sharply divided on whether to join the battle at Sea God Island. One faction, led by Pope Bibi Dong, vehemently opposed their involvement, believing that the youth represented the future of the Wuhuan Temple, and any loss in this conflict would be a tremendous blow to the entire institution. Conversely, the opposing faction, spearheaded by the Grand Offering Qiandaolu, argued that only through this war could the younger generation truly mature and become the pillars of the Wuhuan Temple's future. Ultimately, this debate yielded no conclusive resolution, relying instead on the formidable presence of the man in the black robe and Qiandaolu to compel Bibi Dong's agreement. Consequently, the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple found themselves aboard the grand ship, accompanying the main force in the assault on Sea God Island. Yin gazed adoringly at Ulaina, feeling that she appeared even more beautiful than he remembered. Previously, when Ulaina and the 2 elders, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, ventured to investigate Zhao Wujia's death, they vanished for months, inciting the furious wrath of Pope Bibi Dong, who subsequently confined the elders. Had they not been titled Douluo's loyal to Bibi Dong, Yin suspected she might have even considered their execution. Naturally, Yin was exceedingly concerned about Ulaina's disappearance, losing all appetite for months. However, upon her return to the Wuhuan Temple, not only was she unharmed, but her strength had significantly increased. elevating her to the highest soul power among the trio, garnering even more favor from Bibi Dong. Yet for Yin, this was not welcome news. As their disparity grew, so too did his difficulties in pursuing Hulaina. She had consistently overlooked his affections, responding with indifference, which pained him deeply. After her return, this situation had not improved. Rather, it had worsened. Hulaina seemed increasingly aloof, often lost in thought as she gazed into the distance, her expression unmistakably one of longing for someone. A sentiment Yin understood all too well from his own experiences. In this brief span of 3 months, the goddess he yearned for had evidently developed feelings for another, her gaze deeply affectionate and steadfastly devoted. This realization was a source of great anguish for Yin, yet he found himself powerless to alter the situation. In terms of soul power, the returning Hulaina had surpassed him significantly, and in status, how could he compare to the holy maiden of the Wuhuan temple? The future pope? Disheartened, all Yin could do was quietly observe Hulaina from his side, hoping that one day she might turn her gaze back towards him. However, in Hulaina's eyes, there had never been room for Yin. How could one who had been cherished by a lion ever deign to notice a mere lapdog? Her heart remained steadfastly tied to Chi Su, eagerly anticipating the day he would come to the Wuhuan temple to take her hand in marriage. Yet, the Wuhuan temple's campaign against Sea God Island had interrupted Hulaina's plans. She had intended to introduce Chi Su to her teacher, Pope Bibi Dong, upon his return from the far north, in order to formalize their engagement and secure their future together. Now, however, being forcibly set upon this vessel bound for Sea God Island, she could not fathom when she might return to the mainland. Before departing, she penned a letter to Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, instructing her to convey her whereabouts to Chi Su should she fail to return from Sea God Island, ensuring he would not be left searching in vain. For the first time, Hulaina comprehended the anguish of longing, as if each day someone were etching a wound upon her heart. Nah, the wind is strong outside. It would be wise to return within, Yin finally interjected, his concern evident. Hulaina, without turning her head, waved her hand dismissively, her gaze still fixated on the northern horizon, where the figure of her beloved lingered. "It's all right, brother," she replied simply to Xieyu's worry, not wishing to remain in the dim confines of the ship's cabin, where she could not see the north or the figure she yearned for. Yin was one of the youngest recipients of the purple record medal in the Wuhuan temple, one of its 3 prodigies, and in the original narrative, he harbored feelings for Hulaina. Alongside Xieyou and Hulaina, he was hailed as part of the golden generation of the Wuhuan temple, making his debut as a rank 52 assault system Soul King. His soul ring configuration consisted of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, and he later appeared as a Soul Emperor, wielding one of the most potent dual attribute martial souls, the Fire and Earth dual element martial soul, as the bearer of the ancient martial soul, the Flame Lord. Xieyou is also among the youngest recipients of the purple record medal, one of the temple's 3 prodigies. Orphaned at a young age, he and his sister Hulaina adopted their parents' surnames and inherited their martial souls. Together with Hulaina and Yin, they were recognized by the Pope as part of the Golden Generation. In the original story, he made his debut as a rank 52 assault system Soul King, with his martial soul being the Moonblade, a top-tier weapon martial soul, and his soul ring configuration being the optimal yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. He could unleash the martial soul fusion technique, enchantment, in collaboration with his sister Hulaina, where Xieyou took the lead in combat while Hulaina handled control. In the martial soul fusion technique, the overall concept was primarily directed by Hulaina, and within the realm of enchantment, all sensory perceptions would be diminished by 50%, soul power suppressed by 50%, and all actions impeded by 50%. In the original narrative, the duo's martial soul fusion technique exerted immense pressure on Tang San during the Soul Master competition. However, in the current timeline, Tang San could no longer hope to defeat the Wuhuan Temple's team, and even reaching the finals remained uncertain. Without Xiao Wu, Tang San had lost the opportunity to acquire the 8 spider lances, and without encountering Douluo, he could not consume any celestial herbs, leaving the members of Shrek Academy without the benefits of celestial herb baptism to significantly enhance their strength. On the contrary, Hulaina has significantly enhanced her strength due to the celestial herbs selected by Chi Su and with numerous hidden weapons gifted by him. She is virtually assured of securing the championship in the Soul Master Tournament. In fact, within the original timeline, the Martial Soul team should not have lost. However, the overwhelming protagonist aura, coupled with certain contradictions in the plot, inevitably led to this outcome. It is worth noting that the Douluo Continent is riddled with numerous inconsistencies, and I will highlight a few lesser-known issues. Firstly, why is it stated that a 10,000-year soul beast, upon transforming and reaching level 70, becomes fully human? To the extent that even titled Douluos cannot discern it, the soul beast no longer possesses soul bones or rings. Yet Qinshuanjie's objective remains to eliminate Yin, who has already surpassed level 70. Logically, at this juncture, Yin should have completely detached from her soul beast form, and thus be incapable of performing any sacrificial offerings. Secondly, when Qinshuanjie realizes that Bibi Dong has fallen for Yu Xiaojiang, why is his immediate reaction not to eliminate Yu Xiaojiang, but rather to pursue a more intimate endeavor with Bibi Dong, even if he had intentions to exploit an opportunity with Bibi Dong? What rationale prevents him from eliminating Yu Xiaojiang, especially when he has yet to encounter Huang Jin? The other two members of the Iron Triangle should be easily dealt with, shouldn't they? Thirdly, is the information compiled by Yu Xiaojiang indeed sourced from the Martial Soul Hall? If one were to assert that it is, how could the Martial Soul Hall's records fail to mention that absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring could result in mental attacks? Conversely, if it is not from the Martial Soul Hall, why do so many people accuse Yu Xiaojiang of shamelessly appropriating their findings as his own? It remains unclear whether they are disparaging Yu Xiaojiang or questioning the quality of the Martial Soul Hall's records. Fourthly, why does the Rakshasa inheritance not necessitate the sacrificial high priest to be activated? It appears that both Qian Daolu and Poseidon could remain alive. Yet the three spoonfuls seem to desire their demise. The Shura inheritance also seems to lack a sacrificial high priest, suggesting that Tang San's grandfather should still be alive while others are condemned to death. Fifthly, what exactly is the revenue source for the Martial Soul Hall? This is a point of great curiosity for me. With so many martial soul branches across the continent requiring staff compensation and monthly subsidies for common soul masters. As mentioned in the comments, if these subsidies are funded by the two great empires, what then is the source of their income? Is it merely a windfall? Additionally, the speculation regarding commercial ventures is just that, speculation. Logically, the most lucrative aspect across the continent should be the soul masters, particularly through soul fighting arenas and service fees from auxiliary systems. However, it is evident that the Martial Soul Hall does not employ these methods, rendering the situation perplexing. Sixthly, at what point did Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong become blinded? You assert they are not? If they're not, how could they possibly find Yu Xiaojiang appealing? Bibi Dong, the saintess of the Martial Soul Hall, is among the elite titled Douluos across the continent, having crossed paths with the best. Prior to Qinshuanjie's transformation, he was also a commendable teacher. In light of such comparisons, how could she still find Yu Xiaojiang worthy of her attention? Moreover, regarding Lu Erlong, why does she not favor someone as intriguing and capable as Flandra, yet finds herself enamored with the emotionally stunted and insecure Yu Xiaojiang? Lu Erlong, as the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, should inherently despise irresponsible men. Would her father allow a daughter with decent talent to wander the continent alone? When Yu Xiaojiang left without notice, she should have harbored deep resentment towards him, and upon their reunion, her immediate reaction ought to have been one of aggression, rather than lingering affection. Seventhly, considering that the Martial Soul Hall operates through a hereditary system, why was Bibi Dong appointed as the saintess? Most importantly, the Martial Soul Hall is supposed to serve the angel god through benevolence, collecting faith, which would necessitate placing an angelic soul as the Pope. Qian Daolu, in his simplicity, seems to believe compensating Bibi Dong is more significant than serving the angel god. I am not suggesting that compensation is unwarranted. I merely find it unreasonable to use the position of Pope as a form of reparation for Bibi Dong. Eighthly, if a direct assault could suffice, Why did Qianren resort to poisoning Shui Yi? Moreover, if lethal toxins exist, why employ a slow-acting poison? Given that she has been undercover for nearly a decade, why not act sooner and seize the throne? Furthermore, the poisoner belongs to the Bo family, which implies they should be aware of potential antidotes, especially considering the connection between Douluo Bo and Tang San, who is affiliated with the Haoyan sect. Did they not contemplate that Tang San could bring someone capable of dispelling the poison? Was this infiltration strategy truly executed with such reckless abandon? Ninthly, why is it that Shui Bing can feign ineptitude without facing death? Wouldn't her sudden incompetence raise even more suspicion? While it is understandable that Qianren, being young, might overlook this, how could the two titled Douluos from the Martial Soul Hall remain oblivious? Of course, one of the most illogical aspects of the original text is that the Martial Soul Hall deliberately delayed its declaration of war until after Tang San and the others had matured. In reality, the Martial Soul Hall could have easily unified the Douluo Continent following Qianren's demise and the Haoyan sect's withdrawal from the public eye. Based on subsequent texts, the Martial Soul Hall possessed at least 20 titled Douluos at that time, in addition to the esteemed Qian Daolu and 6 other super Douluos in their service. As for the two great empires, the Tiando Empire, excluding the hidden members of the Tang family, had only 4 titled Douluos: the Poison Douluo, the Sword Douluo, the Bone Douluo, and the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. The probability of them assembling is nearly non-existent. The Xingluo Empire's number of titled Douluos remains unclear. Yet in the absence of the top 3 sects, their situation would undoubtedly be dire, with 1 or 2 being considered fortunate. Such a straightforward matter could easily be resolved through the assassination of titled Douluos. Yet it was treated as an exceedingly complex undertaking, marked by feigned cooperation with the 2 great empires and various displays of goodwill. Subsequently, the Martial Soul Hall's young master, the granddaughter of the Great Offering, and the Pope's daughter, despite Bibi Dong's disdain for Qianren, she demonstrated a protective instinct toward her, were recklessly cast into the Tiando Empire as spies. Rather than diligently training to swiftly accept the angel inheritance, they squandered their time on political machinations within the royal family, diverting focus from their true purpose. The 2 titled Douluos accompanying them appeared so awkward that without Ning Fengji's presence, they could have easily eliminated the Tiando royal family and Douluo Bo in mere moments. Instead, they opted for decades of subterfuge, playing espionage games alongside Qianren in enemy territory. What level of idleness drives one to engage in such foolish behavior? Chapter 148, The Past of Sea God Island. You inquire about the sudden desire of Qian Daolu to attack the Martial Soul Hall. What could be his motivation? Observing Hulaina's indifference towards him, Yin shifted the topic to the assault on Sea God Island. Hulaina, too, felt perplexed. Sea God Island has always been shrouded in legend, with few soul masters ever having set foot there. After years of operation on the continent, why did the Martial Soul Hall abruptly abandon its endeavors to attack Sea God Island? The underlying reasons remain elusive to Hulaina. Furthermore, the Martial Soul Hall had previously taken action against Sea God Island, dispatching 2,000 soul masters in an attempt to recruit those on the island. The outcome, however, was dismal, with fewer than 100 returning alive and 2 titled Douluos lost in the process. This location, referred to by the Martial Soul Hall as Devil Island, is what is now known as Sea God Island. Sea God Island can be characterized as a vast soul beast forest. However, it is unlike any soul beast forest known to soul masters, for it is an island inhabited by many peculiar soul beasts and even more extraordinary soul masters. This realm remains largely unknown within the soul master community. The recent actions of Wuhuan Electric in attacking Haishan Island have unveiled this mysterious locale to the world, revealing its significance as a place of spiritual inheritance. Haishan Island, often referred to as Devil Island by the Wuhuan Temple, earned this moniker due to a past conflict. However, the soul masters residing there, though elusive, are not bloodthirsty individuals. They have inhabited this land for generations, proudly identifying themselves as children of the sea or Hai Hunshi. Their unique martial spirits are predominantly associated with aquatic creatures, leading to distinctive soul techniques that set them apart from others. Situated in the ocean on the western side of the continent, Haishan Island provides an environment where these aquatic soul masters can fully harness their powers. The island is also home to numerous extraordinary soul beasts, thereby resembling a unique soul beast forest. Undoubtedly, Haishan Island is rife with both peril and opportunity. The Haihunshi do not seek violence. Outsiders can reside there if they pass the necessary trials. Yet once one becomes a Haihunshi, they cannot leave. This is the island's law. The previous incursion by the Wuhuan Temple was marked by hostility, resulting in the deaths of several Haihunshi, prompting a fierce backlash. Ultimately, only a little over 100 managed to retreat under the full force of the attack, underscoring the formidable strength of these soul masters. It is clear that the Wuhuan Temple's current assault will not yield a similar outcome, especially as this operation is led by two unparalleled Douluos. Such a team, even in a place of divine inheritance, can only await annihilation, with no chance of survival. The combined strength of these two supreme Douluos represents the pinnacle of power on the continent, and unless a deity personally intervenes, nothing can thwart their advance. This is the confidence that the man in the black robe and Xian Daolu possess in their assault on Haishan Island. Indeed, the inhabitants of Douluo Continent possess their own peculiarities, and Hulaina is disinterested in uncovering the reasons behind them. While Lu Gao struggles with the self-destructing system of the rainstorm needle, Hai Buodong confidently discusses his high-precision holographic projection created through the refraction and diffuse reflection of light, dismissing it as a trivial trick. As Dugu Bo admires the blooming herbs, a small clinic in Qingshan town sees its modest healer engrossed in a botanical encyclopedia available at local shops. While Shrek Academy emphasizes running laps and performing sit-ups as core soul power training, an ordinary blacksmith compares diagrams of human meridians with various low-level combat techniques to optimize the airflow from his forge. In the midst of indulgence in a brothel, Ma Hongjun is oblivious to the patrol team in Wutan City shutting down establishments in the city's corners. Meanwhile, Tang Hao flees with his treasure-potted plant due to a failed romance, while an ancient beast clan negotiates a successful family alliance with a faction in Zhongzhou over drinks. As Dugu Yin grapples with her martial spirit's toxic nature, the previous bearer of the accursed poison body develops a method for concocting poison pills through research, while Yu Xiaojiang cherishes his soul guidance belt. A small marketplace in a remote town offers cooling bracelets crafted from formation techniques at a price equivalent to 6 months' living expenses for an ordinary person. When Tang San's Tang Sect hidden weapons astound the locals, security systems based primarily on battle aura shields have proliferated even in distant towns. As Xiao Wu hears her father-in-law suggest that if not for her son's affection, she would have to transform into a soul ring or soul bone. The elders of the Xiao Dan Tower are scouring the world for the alchemical ancestor to revise documents. Despite its contradictions, Chi Su regards Douluo Continent as a commendable work. The setting of martial spirits, soul bones, soul rings, and soul power levels undoubtedly represents a breakthrough and subversion. The clever integration of Tang Sect hidden weapons with Western fantasy elements was initially well executed. Douluo avoids falling into the tropes of subsequent light novels featuring sudden reversals from ordinary backgrounds, despite presenting a seemingly useless martial spirit. The protagonist's dual martial spirits and innate full soul power clearly narrate the journey of a genius, which is a rarity. The Academy arc shines as a highlight of the narrative, with each of the 7 protagonists receiving thorough character development, making it exceptional among internet novels. The competition arc is equally impressive, showcasing the 7 protagonists' intelligence and growth in overcoming adversaries, rather than relying on sudden breakthroughs favored by authors like Tomato and Shindong. The climax of the competition is masterfully arranged, culminating in victory through wit and the techniques of the Tang Sect, rather than ephemeral breakthroughs. Following a 5-year separation, the trials in the City of Slaughter and the reunion of the 7 protagonists, which includes Xiao Wu's sacrifice, provide a compelling narrative. This segment introduces fresh ideas, and Xiao Wu's sacrifice serves as another peak of the story, with conflicts expertly arranged. Foreshadowing is effectively utilized, demonstrating the author's ability to command the plot. Should subsequent chapters maintain this level of quality, Douluo could be elevated to the status of a masterpiece. Regrettably, the Haishan Island arc exhibits overly conspicuous advantages. It is rather absurd that the youngest titled Douluo, Tang Hao, achieves his title at merely 44 years of age, while the 7 protagonists reach similar heights by around 25 years, including in the notoriously challenging food system. Was it not stated that advancement becomes increasingly difficult? The sudden proliferation of soul masters across the continent raises questions, and the inner demons of Qian Rinxue's ascension to divinity being intertwined with Tang San is perplexing. In the latter parts, Tang San's personal brilliance overshadows the other 6 protagonists. To be frank, the talents of Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, according to their initial designs, should not be inferior to Tang San's. Moreover, granting Tang San dual divinity is excessively far-fetched. Allowing Ning Rongrong or Oscar or Dai Mubai to attain divinity would be far more reasonable and engaging. The characters painstakingly developed in the earlier parts, such as the Master, Flander, Lu Erlong, Ning Fengji, and even Tang Hao, receive significantly diminished attention in the latter sections, resulting in Tang San's narrative becoming a solo performance. While the work possesses many merits, it is unfortunate that Tang San could not sustain the same level of mastery in the latter half. Nevertheless, despite its numerous shortcomings, Chisa still deems Douluo Continent to be sufficiently outstanding. Ultimately, it tells the tale of the 7 protagonists rather than that of a singular superhero, avoiding the common fantasy pitfall of omnipotent beings. By the conclusion, the number of titled Douluos is not overwhelming. There are only 3 legendary extreme Douluos, and the truly elite super Douluos can be counted. Each supporting character boasts a distinct personality and background story, with a multitude of memorable characters that extend beyond mere names. In reviewing the works preceding Do 1 by Gong San, one can discern that, despite their respective shortcomings and distinct attributes reflective of Gong San himself, these literary endeavors ultimately paved the way for his meteoric rise to fame with Do 1. He adeptly captured the essence of writing in the era of online literature, garnering a legion of devoted followers. Identifying a breakthrough point, Gong San has consistently targeted a demographic of middle and primary school students, employing the lowest thresholds of writing to captivate these fledgling readers, transforming them into ardent fans. He established a reading threshold tailored to his own style and magnified its appeal. The brilliance of his settings constitutes Gong San's most crucial writing advantage. He consistently constructs an intricate, comprehensive, and rich worldview that allows the narrative to be perceived from various angles, revealing a vibrant and dynamic universe teeming with potential and life. This world not only invites readers to delve deeply into its lore, but also stimulates their imaginations for fan fiction. By intertwining elements of online literature with gaming mechanics, he successfully crafted a compelling worldview. Gong San entered the field early on when the genres of academy and setting-based narratives were still nascent. His exceptional settings enabled him to capture a substantial share of the market, coinciding perfectly with the interests of readers and the overall quality of his writing, leading to his instant acclaim. At the most opportune moment, he penned a work that epitomized his representation, a true child of destiny. The sequel, Do 2, was a delightful surprise, although Gong San initially had no intention of producing a follow-up after Do 1. The overwhelmingly positive market response compelled him to return to the fray after 4 years, igniting the market once more. He launched Do 2 without any reader expectations, thereby extending the vitality of the Douluo saga. The work is substantial, Do 1 does not overly elaborate on its worldview. Yet the interconnections among its various elements are remarkably tight, imparting an impression of delicacy and robustness. It achieves a relatively perfect standard of completion, a quality that seamlessly transitions into Do 2. While expanding the timeline, worldview, and narrative capacity, he maintains an exceptionally high level of completion, blending the old with the new. And Do 2 shines brightly once again. In the process of creating this new world, he actively upheld the quality of the work, significantly prolonging its life cycle. Rich in elements, he injects fresh components into the worldview in a systematic manner, placing great emphasis on compatibility and narrative potential. The synergy between characters, the worldview, and the settings is tightly woven, preventing readers from feeling detached or fatigued, marking a milestone in online literature. When updating his works, he refrains from delivering a devastating blow to the old versions, maintaining a lineage of continuity and enhancing the content of Douluo, which is a notable strength of Tang San. However, there are also numerous shortcomings, such as a chaotic perspective on love. In Do 1, I found a love triangle involving the so-called Golden Triangle utterly distasteful, especially the logic presented by Flanday in advising Da Shi to accept Liu alone. The reasoning was bewildering to me. How could self-deception lead one to find a genuine haven of warmth in love? The best way to confront a problem is to resolve it. Yet this narrative suggests we simply bypass the issue. Observing Tang San's previous works, I find his perspectives on love truly lamentable, especially given that these works are directly aimed at middle and primary school students. Should we really encourage children to learn the steps of transforming a spouse into a soul ring? The factional conflicts are also rather pale. How did the Wuhuan Dian establish its nation? By harnessing a substantial number of mid to high-ranking soul masters, eliminating several opposing noble families, and uniting numerous vassal states. They brazenly initiated two fronts from the outset, subjecting the populace to a pincer attack. There was no attempt to seize territory or resources, nor any rational allocation of national resources, with armies acting independently. They faced opponents unarmed and without modern weaponry. An intelligence gathering against the enemy was far less efficient than prior to their establishment. It resembled a child's game of make-believe, devoid of any real management. Moreover, the excessive rewards presented in the narrative cater to the children's fondness for the protagonist's heroism, epitomizing individualistic valor. Regardless of the villainy at play, the protagonist triumphs with a single punch, exhilaratingly. Consequently, an entire sequence is crafted solely to provide the protagonist with more weapons, where the process is inconsequential. But the act of handing over the divine weapon to the protagonist's son is paramount. This is why the segment set in the Sea God Island feels particularly discordant. In a horizontal comparison, the depiction of Tang San's south journey through the road of hell and its accompanying rewards appears relatively normal. As he emerges from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, a gruesome yet deserved reward. Yet, when we examine the Sea God Island, the protagonist's efforts in building a sense of crisis fall woefully short, rendering this experience as if Tang San had simply been handed success on a platter. This exemplifies a fundamental flaw inherent in both the Academy and Arena formats, who asserts that effort guarantees reward and, moreover, a reward that far exceeds the effort expended. Even Principal Wang would not dare to operate in such a manner. In Chapter 149, which is tangential to the main storyline, a black-clad man suddenly appears behind the three, his tone laced with an insidious allure. Xie Yue and Hu Liana remain silent, while Yin speaks up first, expressing admiration. Hu Liana, having Bai Bai Dong as a powerful ally, occupies a high position within the Wuhuan Dian, while Yin, despite being a member of the Golden Generation, feels significantly inferior and thus seeks to cling to a strong ally. In truth, Yin and Tang San are quite comparable in their moral standing. Tang San is hardly a paragon of virtue. His actions are driven solely by personal vendettas. Due to his intervention, the Wuhuan Dian was obliterated, stunting the development of human soul masters for 20,000 years, rendering them powerless against the assaults of the Sun and Moon continent. The Wuhuan Dian itself is not at fault. The conflict between humans and soul beasts is merely a reflection of their opposing classes. Humans und soul beasts, and soul beasts retaliate against humans, both acting out of a necessity for their own strength. The racial discord is irreconcilable. Had it been any other 10,000-year soul beast, as long as it was unrelated to Tang San, he would not have intervened. The fact that the Wuhuan Dian acted without interference from other forces is evidence that such actions were commonplace. The soul rings produced by 10,000-year soul beasts yield soul bones, treasures for any soul master. If the Wu Huan Dian does not seize them, other factions will. The elders of the Hao Tianzong made similar demands of Tang San. The Wu Huan Dian merely possessed the ability to reach this level first, seizing the opportunity. Because of the personal grievances of a small faction within the upper echelons of the Wu Huan Dian, the entire institution was dismantled, resulting in countless innocent soul masters falling victim to Tang San's actions. Tang San himself has slain numerous high-ranking soul beasts. Following the logic of avenging his mother by annihilating an entire sect, what of his actions in killing the 10,000-year deep-sea demon whale? That creature possesses high intelligence, a spouse, and children, and later, its daughters sought vengeance against him. How does his behavior differ from that of the Wu Huan Dian? Is he not a butcher in his own right? Moreover, had the Wu Huan Dian not perished, the forces of the evil god would not have risen to wreak havoc across the continent. The Wu Huan Dian's suppression of the evil god forces was remarkably vigorous. Any detection would result in a relentless pursuit, as their divine spirit is the nemesis of the evil god. The three great sects are family legacies that solely nurture their own bloodlines, while the two imperial soul master academies accept only nobles and the privileged, including the later Shi Kao Academy, which only recruits prodigies, rendering it unfriendly to ordinary soul masters. Resources are perpetually concentrated in the hands of few talents. In contrast, only the Wu Huan Dian enrolls commoner soul masters, providing free awakenings, monthly gold for soul power, skills, and resources to facilitate the training of ordinary soul masters, enabling many commoners to rise. This opportunity is invaluable to ordinary individuals, a chance to alter their fates. Tang San himself received assistance from the Wu Huan Dian in his early days, and, objectively speaking, the Wu Huan Dian has positively influenced historical development. If the Wu Huan Empire had achieved unification, the advancement of soul masters would have reached unprecedented heights, and the development of soul-guiding devices would not have been stymied for nearly 10,000 years. Regrettably, there is no what-if. The two great empires have always regarded each other as mortal enemies, with continuous minor conflicts and wars. Even in the absence of the Wu Huan Temple, a day would inevitably come when war would break out between these two empires, a consequence that often accompanies the rise of a powerful regime seeking external expansion. The preservation of basic peace over the years can largely be attributed to the interference and constraints imposed by the Wu Huan Temple on both empires. When it comes to the cultivation of soul masters, the Wu Huan Temple undoubtedly holds a superior position, offering greater advantages and opportunities for the ordinary and lower-tier soul masters. The emergence of numerous soul masters has been pivotal in the evolution of human history. I believe the unification of the Wu Huan Empire carries more positive significance than negative repercussions. The Wu Huan Temple is not at fault. Rather, it is merely cast as the antagonist due to its opposition to the protagonist. In a broader historical context, Tang San and the Tang Sect he represents truly embody a calamity. Because of the Tang Sect, a multitude of ordinary soul masters have not only faced oppression, but have also lost their chances for development. Moreover, Tang San's excessive reliance on external aids is disheartening. Aside from Xintian Gong and Ziji Demon Eyes, which he cultivated himself, everything else has been handed to him. The author seems intent on endowing him with every formidable asset, making it difficult to admire him. While other soul masters toil for decades, even centuries, striving for the elusive black 10,000-year soul ring, he, in his 20s, dons several soul rings of over 100,000 years, effortlessly deploying 10,000-year skills with a mere flick of his wrist. This is simply not worthy of admiration. His advantages are overwhelmingly pronounced, with only BB Dong standing out as a true, resilient protagonist in my eyes. Simultaneously, he exudes an air of pretentiousness and distaste, both within the narrative and beyond. Outside the story, Tang San's relentless self-aggrandizement has utterly tarnished the viewer's experience of Douluo 2, 3, and other related works. If the first installment presented Tang San as somewhat inspirational, one could partially excuse the author's minor flaws. However, from the onset of Douluo 2, his true nature becomes unmistakable. His obsession with his daughter and the numerous distasteful antics aimed at his son-in-law are particularly egregious. The Qiankuan Wenshang Valley segment stands out as one of the most nauseating moments. If one cannot write a love story well, it is better not to write it at all, for the resulting awkwardness leaves the audience wishing to cast their devices aside. Employing the names of friends to concoct a series of distasteful romantic plots, Jiang Nan Nan and Su Sanshi evolve incompletely due to backdoor dealings, creating a scenario where two women become entangled, one undergoing gender transformation, while intentionally sabotaging his daughter and then displaying disdain towards his son-in-law. Upon finishing Douluo 2, my immediate reaction was pure disgust. It is genuinely revolting. Tang San controls everything and all must rely on his benevolence. By the time we reach the realm of the divine, it becomes glaringly obvious that Tang San is the only formidable deity. Failure to appease him spells doom. What of the exceptionally talented Huiyu Hao? With a myriad of superlative soul abilities, Dream Ice Silkworm, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and numerous other enhancements, he is reduced to a mere tool in Tang San's grand design. Even the divine King Ji Dong, despite being a divine figure, is rendered inconsequential, subordinate to Tang San's will. Once a formidable figure who boldly rejected ascension, Zhou Weiqing now kneels before Tang San like a sycophant. They faced opponents unarmed and without modern weaponry. His past self transformed into a mere lackey, all in pursuit of divine survival. The god of destruction, ignoring Tang San's counsel, leads to certain death, jeopardizing the entire divine realm. Mo Hongyun, his lack of effort results in his wife's failure to ascend, while Tang San's family enjoys bliss. Why does he not strive for greatness? But as by Chun Xiang not calling Tang San cousin, the backlash from the Golden Dragon King preceding his demise is laughable. Offering all his power to Tang San's son only to see him explode is hardly a fitting revenge for a creature of the mortal realm. Moreover, the saga of the Tang Sect hero blatantly seeks to glorify Tang San further. The previous protagonists have become mere stepping stones to showcase Tang San's prowess. The legend of the Dragon King has transformed into a narrative centered on Tang clan members saving the world, implying that without them, the Douluo Continent would have long perished. Tang San's transformation mirrors the inflation of Zhang Wei's ego, growing increasingly self-absorbed and eager to flaunt his status. Rather than maturing through fame and success, he has become more inflated, alienating those familiar with him. A comparison with protagonists from similar works, such as Xiao Yan, reveals stark contrasts. Xiao Yan embodies gratitude and loyalty, extending his benevolence not merely to those close to him. When an acquaintance shares a widely known fact, he aids her family tirelessly, even masquerading as a son-in-law. In his academy, he recalls sharing resources with those who had aided him, later risking his life to protect the Yi family. In contrast, Tang San barely acknowledges the kindness shown to him by the master. Upon learning of his abduction by the poisoned Douluo, he rushes to rescue him with his companions, but only offers a single herb as aid, neglecting to provide a defensive weapon. Remembering the master's struggles against the mandala snake, he shows no concern for his mentor's safety. When the master ultimately faces ruin, Tang San offers no words of comfort. While Ningfeng Ji expresses concern for the master's well-being, Tang San's gestures are merely superficial. Those who have aided him, such as the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, the Poisoned Douluo, and Ning Zhongzhu, receive little more than verbal acknowledgments. Even the examiners from Sea God Island, who have granted him unparalleled advantages, are met with silence. For him, the life-saving Pearl of Purple is met with betrayal. After ascending to divinity, he returns only to glance at his disciples. Even his savior is unworthy of acknowledgement. On a larger scale, while the Wuhuan Temple's methods are truly horrific, they merely serve personal vendettas against Tang San's family and have toppled the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School without committing particularly grievous acts. They have established academies where ordinary individuals can ascend based on talent and effort, fostering youth competitions to encourage the younger generation. This approach is undeniably superior to the imperial academies that cater exclusively to nobility while bullying underprivileged children. The Wuhuan Temple prioritizes meritocracy, As long as one is willing to exert effort, success is attainable, as demonstrated by the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple, none of whom appear to have familial ties to the higher echelons of the temple. The most alarming conclusion is that feudal imperialism ultimately triumphs over democracy, reflecting a skewed moral compass. In essence, Tang San epitomizes extreme self-centeredness. His motivations for opposing the Wuhuan Temple stem not from a desire for universal harmony, but from a personal belief that they are the villains. Anyone associated with Wuhuan Temple is deemed untrustworthy. This sentiment resonates with Tang San's internal monologue, which suggests that the vast majority of soul masters, approximately 80% under the control of Wuhuan Temple, are perceived as villains in his eyes. He recalls the tragedy in the Sunset Forest, where a potential title Douluo perished without causing any trouble to a young boy holding a beautiful girl. Despite the boy's inadequacies, the elder sought to protect them on their return home. However, due to the mere presence of a Wuhuan Temple emblem, the elder met an untimely demise. In the realm of Do Pa Song Xiong, a plethora of characters emerge, yet the protagonist's journey remains unimpeded. Numerous supporting figures also bask in moments of glory. Early on, characters like Hai Lao and Yao Lao, along with their wives, exude an aura of sophistication. There is no necessity for the protagonist to be infallibly powerful. What truly moved me was the character Lu Qing in the Academy, who, during the Battle of the Dual Emperors, still had lines to deliver, indicating that the author did not forget the minor characters, thereby enhancing the protagonist as charisma. In contrast, in Tang San Shao's narrative, within just a few chapters, the same character's appearance is described as both unattractive and handsome, revealing numerous inconsistencies that have become overwhelming. The grandeur of Douluo is overshadowed solely by Tang San, with his father having had fleeting moments of grandeur. The narrative ultimately devolves into a realm where only Tang San shines. Moreover, while Xiao Yin laid the groundwork for his development with foreshadowing regarding different flames and maps, Tang San simply ascended the Sea God Island and inexplicably leveled up significantly. It begs the question of fairness. Where is the collective journey of growth promised? In summary, Tang San embodies a selfish and self-centered individual, a frightening archetype if placed in the real world. The readership of light novels often comprises young students who may lack the discernment of right and wrong. The author attempts to portray the protagonist in a more favorable light. Otherwise, it poses a risk of corrupting future generations. At that time, Haoqian Sect could not possibly rival Wuhuan Temple. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's combat capabilities remain questionable. What grounds do they have to withstand the overwhelming power of Qian Daolu, who is a formidable level 99? Having survived for 20 years, Haoqian Sect managed to produce 7 title Douluos, while Tang Hao was left crippled after battle, and his father passed away from grief. To have birthed 7 title Douluos is already remarkable. Not everyone possesses protagonist privileges. How can Tang San criticize Haoqian Sect? In the City of Slaughter, the survival laws are akin to those in the Blackhorn region of Dopa. It's a matter of life and death. Thus, the number of individuals Tang San has slain in duels remains unremarked upon. The crux lies in his own actions, which are appalling. Is he not as evil as those he condemns? After all, he emerged from the same environment. Chapter 150, titled Dual Do, explores the academy theme embraced by both series. The protagonists attend an academy, yet San Shao's portrayal aligns with traditional educational settings, daily classes, knowledge acquisition, and teachers' guiding training. When danger arises, instructors protect their students. In contrast, Tudo's academy resembles a more laissez-faire institution, where students must seek knowledge independently, navigate conflicts alone, and teachers primarily serve as resource managers. The pivotal moments where instructors intervene are scarce, often requiring the protagonist to resolve issues through sheer force. Notably, one might argue that San Shao's academy mirrors compulsory education, with teachers at the center of the student's educational experience, likely influenced by his frequent depiction of elementary school dynamics. Conversely, Tudo's academy is akin to a university, where students do not revolve around their professors. After classes, they seek guidance from senior peers, aspiring to follow in their footsteps regarding opportunities. The presence of instructors becomes significant only during critical battles, where the protagonist often shines through extraordinary feats. Though both Tang San and Xiao Yin traverse the realm of transmigration, Tang San's advantages are markedly more pronounced. He possesses 6 formidable skills from Tang Sect, which have proven to be more potent than typical soul techniques. In contrast, Xiao Yin's advantages are merely early maturity and eloquence, traits that pale in comparison within the vast landscape of transmigration narratives. Their romantic entanglements leave much to be desired. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu share a unique bond in Douluo, Tang San's character was not always portrayed as such. In my youth, I found myself tormented by the relationships depicted in novels like Qin Di and Kuang Shun, particularly the latter's first-person narrative. On the other hand, Tudo offers a more stable relationship dynamic. 2 characters consistently present, without the clutter of additional romantic interests. I acknowledge that Tang San's character has merit, and I was once moved by the depth of his relationship with Xiao Wu. However, my perspective shifted as I began to critique Tang San. In contrast, while Xiao Yin may be viewed as a rogue, my initial impressions during my comic reading days were less severe, as I was not focused on romantic subplots. In terms of family background, San Xiao's protagonists often hail from the offspring of influential figures. Tang San, the son of the continent's greatest talent, eventually becomes the child of a deity. His lineage grants him innate advantages, as illustrated by his blue silver grass, which is far from ordinary. Can any martial spirit surpass a 10,000-year soul beast? The blue silver emperor can certainly teach him a lesson. Conversely, Tudo's protagonists typically emerge from humble beginnings, often the youngest sons of local magnates, surrounded by envious siblings. Their early conflicts revolve around familial rivalries, transitioning to battles against external families, before ultimately departing for the academy, leaving their past behind. San Xiao's familial ties often correlate with the overarching antagonists. For instance, Tang San's father eliminated the teacher and husband of the antagonist Bibi Dong. In contrast, Xiao Yin's ancestry faced downfall due to Wu Huan Temple. Yet those events are distant memories. Moreover, Lin Dong's family bears no ties to the external demon tribe. Furthermore, the family backgrounds of San Xiao's protagonists are often similar, with minimal discrepancies. Tang San's father is a titled Douluo, and his mother a 10,000-year soul beast. While Xiao Wu is also a 10,000-year soul beast, the question of whose lineage is more formidable remains ambiguous. Although Hui Yuhao bears the surname Hua, he is actually a distant descendant of Dai Mu Bai, creating a familial connection with Tang San. The lineage of Tang San's descendants, such as Tang Wulin, boast the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, making them formidable in their own right, akin to the Silver Dragon King. In contrast, Xiao Yan's background is tenuous, with his ancient clan having faded into obscurity, while Lin Dong is a quintessential underdog, ultimately ascending to the rank of a minor lord in the Nine Heavens, winning the affection of the daughter of the sect leader. Mu Chun, although the son of a certain lord, has little connection to his mother's lineage, and now, while Zhou Yuan claims to be a prince of a dynasty, the reality resembles a tale of an ordinary boy winning the heart of a wealthy beauty. Furthermore, it must be noted that neither Tudo nor Tangja Sanxiao excels in the art of political intrigue and power struggles. In truth, fantasy novels tend to lack political depth and emphasize cultivation instead. Tudo makes a concerted effort to steer clear of depicting any aspects involving conflicts of power, resulting in narratives that are often simplistic and crude, relying heavily on the protagonist's strength, charisma, and interpersonal relationships to resolve conflicts. This can be seen as a somewhat clever approach, considering that everyone is human and prone to impulsive behavior. However, for those who do not act on impulse, their dealings remain shrouded in secrecy, leaving the details of negotiations to the reader's imagination. On the other hand, Tangja Sanxiao appears to take pride in showcasing this logical framework, albeit in a rather simplistic and unintelligent manner, leading one to question their own potential for greatness, as if one could only attain such status with a fortunate lineage. The protagonists seem to wield their extraordinary advantages with little restraint. Douluo does not place emphasis on political maneuvering, and although his three works follow a similar trajectory, they ultimately inhabit different realms. The future remains uncertain, yet the realms in the Douluo series are well defined. To surpass these limitations, one must consistently progress beyond one's current level. Previously, a 30-level character could barely defeat a 50-level opponent with a single move, while later, a 30-level character could hold their own against a 70-level adversary, and eventually, a 30-level character could effortlessly contend with a 90-level foe, all while consuming vast amounts of narrative. There is only so much one can write about cultivation. After all, as the audience is already well acquainted with the concept, thus necessitating the inclusion of numerous less-than-intelligent maneuvers, which can be quite frustrating. Moreover, it seems that Douluo leans towards the archetype of a father guiding his child. For instance, in the case of Xiao Yan, whose mother is mysteriously absent, or Lin Dong, whose mother is preoccupied with cooking while his father provides guidance in cultivation. Then there's Mu Qin, whose mother only emerges after significant events, and Zhou Yuan, whose mother also plays a minimal role. In contrast, Tang San tends to favor the lone wolf archetype, exemplified by Tang San. To be candid, if Tang San were not a transmigrator, one might believe that Tang Hao could neglect his son entirely, allowing a mere toddler to fend for himself in culinary matters, much to the dismay of the village chief. Is this truly the behavior of a loving father? Examining Huiyu Hao, his father is a general who seems indifferent to his domestic affairs, while his mother is a maid under the strict control of her mistress. It is rather unconvincing to suggest that Huiyu Hao's parents embody true love when the general's wife merely serves as a strong background character. It would be more straightforward if he were a solitary figure, having had a fleeting romance. Why complicate matters with such convoluted relationships? Consider Tang Wulin and Lan Xuanyu. Tang Wulin, devoid of parents, has yet to return to the divine realm to seek out his mother and father, while Lan Xuanyu, despite having both parents nearby, finds them blissfully unaware of their circumstances. Thus, we see a recurring theme of isolation, even as Douluo's later parental figures become so inconsequential that they resemble solitary characters. Regarding the protagonist development, Tang San prefers to assign characters mentors who may not possess great strength but are intellectually formidable, such as Yu Xiaogong, whose theoretical prowess even commands respect from the Pope. Conversely, Douluo's mentors are often powerful figures who have suffered setbacks, such as Yao Chen, whose abilities have been diminished by betrayal, or the mysterious Jiu Chua, whose growth trajectory remains enigmatic. This indicates a shift from reliance on mentors to a dependence on knowledge imparted by them as the story progresses. Whereas Douluo's protagonists typically rely on external aids until they eventually surpass them. In terms of narrative scope, Tang San's horizons seem rather limited, while Douluo aspires to grander themes but has not quite succeeded. In essence, Tang San's narrative begins with clear boundaries, while Douluo's world remains ripe for exploration. In Douluo, the Wuhu ending appears early on, presenting itself as an initially positive force that gradually reveals its true nature. In contrast, Douluo's antagonistic forces are introduced more slowly, with characters like Sun serving merely as foreshadowing, leaving their origins ambiguous until later developments. When comparing the protagonist confrontations, Tang San, even as a soul master, faces off against formidable opponents, while Xiao Yan, though equally skilled, engages in battles with lesser adversaries. Initially, Tang San competes against contemporaries, but later contends with genuine prodigies, reflecting a significant evolution in his journey. Moreover, Tang San generously bestows divine potential upon his main supporting characters, ensuring that the Shrek's 7 monsters all ascend to godhood, while the second generation, represented by Huiyu Hao's cohort, also reaches notable heights. In contrast, Douluo's antagonistic characters tend to exhibit superior abilities, while his protagonists lack such grandeur, save for their romantic interests and offspring. On the topic of character names, I must inquire about the naming conventions employed by both authors. In Douluo, one finds a village named Xinghuin, led by a foreigner named Jieka, and a kingdom called Shuye in the Tiando Empire, alongside a fiefdom named Balaka. What rationale could justify such peculiarities? How can an emperor, capable of bestowing a beautiful name like Xue Jinghe upon one son, choose something as bizarre as Xuebeng for another? As for Dupo, one must not assume that it is exempt from critique. Why does Xiaoyan, hailing from a traditional Chinese lineage, contend with adversaries bearing foreign names like Jialie and Aoba? Furthermore, the naming conventions seem to reflect a jarring blend of cultural influences, leaving one to wonder if the foreign names were merely a ploy to confuse readers. The latter portions of the narratives feel noticeably lethargic, with Tang San, beginning at level 60, effortlessly coasting to 90, akin to a video game leveling system, while Xiaoyan endures a slightly more challenging journey due to encounters with the Wuhuan Dink's minions. Ultimately, one cannot help but acknowledge the rapid progression of the protagonists. And lastly, the writing style of Tangjia Sanxiao often resembles that of an elementary school student, excessively reliant on exclamation marks, rendering it quite unbearable for discerning readers. It is akin to witnessing a primary school student earnestly reciting a communique, utterly oblivious to the nuances of effective delivery. Thus, they resort to an affected tone, rendering the reading as though it possesses profound emotion, when in fact it does not embody the sentiments expressed within the text. It resembles the recitation of poetry, filled with repetitive phrases that lack genuine substance. The author, Douluo, is akin to a middle school student who harbors a penchant for composing in an ancient style. Otherwise, he could not have coined a term as ominous as terror like this. To be candid, a senior from my middle school once made a similar blunder. While crafting an English essay, he employed a particularly archaic and artistic expression. Unfortunately, rather than receiving commendation, he was penalized when the teacher, caught off guard by the sudden emergence of classical language in an otherwise straightforward narrative, mistakenly believed he had erred. This instance starkly illustrates the dissonance that arises from such an incongruity. Thus, Douluo occasionally interjects a few antiquated terms, yet they are rather limited in number. Regarding the protagonists, it is imperative that the female lead, Sanxiao's heroine, be the epitome of beauty, while the male lead must possess a certain effeminacy that renders him even more attractive than the heroine herself. Consider the evolved Tang San. Hoyuhao does not count, as he is merely a son-in-law, whereas Tang Wulin exemplifies a character who appeals to both genders. Presently, Lan Xianyu also fits this mold, while Douluo's male leads typically hover around the baseline of delicate handsomeness. In stark contrast, the female leads are invariably breathtaking, akin to the likes of Sun Er, Medusa, Ling Qingzhu, Ing Huan, and Luo Li, each a paragon of beauty, ultimately becoming part of the harem of Douluo's male protagonist. Chapter 151. Some reflections from a structural standpoint, the primary issue lies in the lack of design sensibility. Douluo is a web novelist with a notably deficient sense of design. This is not a disparagement, as it is a common trait among many web writers. In simpler terms, they write as thoughts come to them, without a cohesive plan. In comparison, Tang San exhibits a slightly superior sense of design. Perhaps the author, Tang Sanxiao, possesses a rather cunning nature, as evidenced by the protagonists he creates. Characters like Xiao Yin and Lin Dong are imbued with righteousness, effortlessly vanquishing any demonic or malevolent adversaries, primarily relying on various external enhancements, such as Buddha's Fury Lotus and devouring ancestor talismans. Conversely, Tang San and Zhou Weiqing, among others, display a more cunning approach. Zhou Weiqing exemplifies this, as his victories in battles often hinge on intellect and strategy, such as in the instance of the Tang Sect's self-congratulatory skirmish between Tang San and Changong Wei. This illustrates the divergence between the creators and the styles of their respective works. Returning to the issue of design sensibility, Douluo's most significant flaw, or rather trope, is the collapse of the power system. The protagonist frequently encounters a formidable leader at the pinnacle of a particular power stage, generating survival pressure that compels the protagonist to eliminate this boss before advancing to the next chapter. In the Warcraft Mountains, the most formidable figure is the leader of a mercenary group, a veteran still a dome master in his advanced years. Upon reaching the Jialan Empire's top 10 experts, one finds a plethora of Dou kings, with a few Dou emperors that stand out, the pinnacle being Yun Shan, a one-star Do zone. Subsequently, an area known as the Black Corner region is introduced, reputed to be the most chaotic land on the continent, where the most notorious figure on the blacklist is a Do emperor. Upon entering the Jianan Academy, a plethora of minor female practitioners, law enforcement leaders, and other figures await, inexplicably needing to wait for Xiao Yan's return before entering the inner academy, despite the selection process occurring annually. If they are so formidable, why not enter earlier? That's right. The leader of the Black Corner region and the law enforcement head of Jianan Academy are both Do masters. Upon entering the inner academy, it is no surprise that a ranking system emerges, with the most formidable being a peak Do Ling, and the elder serving as the ceiling of power at this stage, also a Do zone. Xiao Yan, after considerable effort, engages in a stalemate with Lu Qing, subsequently entering the treasure vault to acquire a mysterious Do skill. One must ponder the implications of the Academy's president, Mang Tianqi, being a half-saint or a member of the ancient 8 clans, the so-called Monster Academy of the continent. Even recruiting in remote places like Wutan City produces only a limited pool of talent and resources, as Xiaoyan ascends to Do Wang and returns to Jialan. I personally believe this marks the beginning of the collapse of the power system. Do realizes that the protagonist reaches Do Wang by the age of 20, rendering the previously esteemed 10 experts of Jialan seemingly inadequate. Let us hope he remembers the Do Wang elders who accompanied Gu He into the desert in search of Ioa. Thus, the forced elevation of power ensues. Yunlan Zone is assisted by the Soul Palace, resulting in a few Do emperors emerging where previously Do emperors in the Jialan Empire were as rare as exotic animals. Without delving into further details, Yun Shan is defeated, and Xiao Yan becomes a Do emperor. Upon returning to the Black Corner region, one might assume he could assert dominance. Yet unexpectedly, a new faction emerges, led by a Do zone, who poses a significant challenge to Xiao Yan. After vanquishing this leader and returning to the Jialan Empire, the landscape has shifted. Do zone has become commonplace. Notable characters, such as Xiao Yixian and the 3 major factions, reveal that the most potent force within the local realm is merely a 6-star Do zone. I recall the strongest individual in Jialan, Jia Lao, struggling to achieve a breakthrough, while Yun Shan ascended to Do zone only with the assistance of the Soul Palace. It appears that the power dynamics between Jialan and the Black Corner region have deteriorated, giving rise to a new area known as Zhongzhou, featuring 1 palace, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions, all renowned throughout Zhongzhou. It is worth noting that the Do Huang bottleneck, which had plagued Yun Shan and Jia Lao's generation, was effortlessly breached by Xiao Yan after a brief soak. Upon encountering the leader of the Feng Lei Pavilion, it becomes evident that the most distinguished figure within Zhongzhou is a 3-star Do zone. Consequently, Xiao Yan realizes that his growth over the years has been akin to that of a cheat. Merely consuming Ioa results in exponential increases in power. Young individuals within Zhongzhou, who are of comparable strength, are now commonplace. The most formidable monster academy on the continent, Jianan Academy, is merely average in comparison. This pattern of power deterioration becomes the norm. One can observe that whenever Xiao Yan arrives at a new location, a cadre of young individuals of similar strength is readily available for him to practice against or to showcase his prowess. There are also a few ancient monsters, slightly more powerful than he, providing just enough pressure for him to progress. The latter scenario is acceptable, as they are, after all, ancient beings. However, the issue arises when Xiao Yan, having consumed an abundance of precious resources in Ioa, is expected to keep pace with young aspirants. The likes of Jia Lao, Yin Shan, and Su Qian, who have spent their lives struggling against their own limitations, find Xiao Yan, blessed with opportunities, effortlessly surpassing them. How can Do Zun become so commonplace among the youth? Thus, Do Putsang Xiong is entirely a single-perspective narrative, with the protagonist, when prepared to engage in battle, merely selecting a young contender of similar or slightly superior caliber to face him, only to be soundly defeated. When growth is required, an ancient being of greater strength emerges to confront the protagonist, leading to Xiao Yan enduring humiliation and ultimately overcoming the ancient being. before transitioning to the next scene, featuring a young rival of comparable strength and an ancient being representing the pinnacle of power at that stage. Is this structure effective? In truth, it is quite commendable. The scenes can be infinitely varied as long as the power system remains intact. Tu Do can continue writing indefinitely, likely due to the initial design of Do Shi and Do Shang being insufficient. Tu Do has even introduced a new tier between Do Zun and Do Shang, adding a half-saint to further the plot. However, this structure is most vulnerable to regression. Once regression occurs, the power system becomes a laughingstock, and the lack of design sensibility becomes glaringly apparent. Recently, I casually revisited a story in which Sun Er's coming-of-age ceremony revealed that Gu Qingyang's clan mark was of the 9th grade, indicating a potential path to Do Shang. Gu Qingyang, in his 20s or 30s, had already attained the rank of Jiuxing Dozuan. I pondered upon the elderly gatekeepers of Yunshan and Jianan Academy, and then reflected on the grand battle, where the skies were filled with Do Shang. If we compare this to Douluo Dalu, it is akin to Tang San and his companions, who, after much effort, finally ascended to the second-to-last level of Soul Douluo, only to encounter a sudden emergence of a dozen young talents, all at the Soul Douluo level. The situation escalated further when Xiao Yin broke through to Do Shang. As all the hidden Do Shang from various factions emerged, it is perplexing to realize that so many Do Shang existed within their own ranks. Yet during the initial confrontation over a Do Shang relic, they fought as though they had never encountered the world before. When Yao Lao broke through to the half-saint level, it was met with invitations from ancient tribes and space trading conferences, while other factions were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, I genuinely believed that half-saints were incredibly formidable. Moreover, the leader of the Four Directions Pavilion, a mere Sanxing Dozuan, was less renowned than a puppet in Xiao Yan's possession. Speaking of this Dozuan puppet, Gu, Yunshan, and Su Qian left the live broadcast in a huff. Thus, one cannot discern the correlation between age and strength here. After the author established the level of 1100, it became clearer how age corresponded with power. The Shrek 7 monsters remained distinct, without the sudden appearance of numerous monsters from other nations with comparable strength and age. The distribution of power was also well-defined, with the upper 3 sects having around 2 titled Douluo each, while the lower 4 sects only contained Soul Douluo. The 2 great empires each had 1 titled Douluo, whereas the Spirit Hall was somewhat erratic, later revealing a dozen titled Douluo. However, given that this is later in the narrative, one might forgive such discrepancies. Reflecting on this, I realize I may be exhibiting double standards, yet I maintain that the author's work is slightly superior to that of the other. The structure in the early stages of the author's narrative remains relatively clear. Additionally, the author adeptly utilizes established characters, unlike the other who occasionally introduces new prodigies to challenge the protagonist. The author prefers to repeatedly employ a select few characters and adheres strictly to the originally established pace of training. Hence, no matter how hard Huo Wu and Yu Tianheng strive, they cannot catch up to the 7 monsters, as they remain distinct entities without the emergence of new challengers. After reaching level 60, they primarily battled against veteran opponents. I recall when Xiao Yan first consumed the Sanxian Yin fire and achieved the pinnacle of Dozong. A young master from the Tianming sect, also at Dozong's peak, suddenly challenged him to a duel. I was left speechless, despite the author's explanations that this character was a false genius relying on techniques. His introduction served merely as a target for demonstrating the protagonist's prowess. If Douluo Dalu lacked such inexplicable appearances of young talents, its structural integrity would significantly improve, indicating that the author had indeed designed the narrative beforehand. What I wish to convey is merely this. The worldview in the Douluo series leaves me feeling unsettled. It mirrors the reality where one might question why the 2nd or 3rd generations receive more opportunities than the ordinary. They might argue that 10 years of hard study cannot compare to generations of effort, claiming they have not violated any rules. However, upon deeper reflection, one realizes that these rules are self-imposed. They are both players and referees. While in the world of De Zhu Zai, the dragon-slaying youth becomes a dragon himself. In the realms of Do Pe and Wu Dong, They exchange lives for accumulated legacy. Ultimately, what leaves me in despair is that in nearly every narrative, each young dragon slayer eventually transforms into a dragon. After shattering the old world, they seamlessly take control of the new one, procreating, expanding, and gradually dominating the ascending pathways, often sharing their spoils within their circles. Yet, the vast majority outside their circles have demands, and as these demands grow, so too does the intensity of their expression, ultimately leading to an uprising that seems fated. I have yet to encounter a perfect resolution to this vicious cycle in many novels, nor have I seen it in reality. The distinction between Douluo and Dopa Songqiong lies in the differing writing styles of Tang San and Tian Kintudo. Here, we shall not delve into their styles, especially as the latter's recent work has garnered significant attention. In my view, their most significant difference lies within their worldviews. As imagined realms, they embody two main perspectives within the fantasy genre, each with its own audience. From the inception of Douluo to the subsequent Douluo Empire series, the author consistently leans toward depicting the virtues of truth, goodness, and beauty in character portrayals, even to the point of being somewhat stereotypical. The protagonists, whether from humble or noble origins, are clearly delineated between good and evil, surrounded by supportive mentors and friends. One can be certain they represent the righteous faction, and with some refinement, they could serve as moral educational material. This sentiment intensifies in the later work, Absolute Douluo. However, I still find this style unappealing, primarily due to its sense of inevitability. In Douluo, Tang San was chosen by the god of creation, which predetermined his supreme status, rendering any struggle from the antagonist futile. By the time of Absolute Douluo, the protagonist Wu Hao was also selected by Tang San from the outset, making it clear that he would defy the heavens. Yet, I was unprepared for the extent of his talent. Immediately upon stepping out, he was favored by the strongest figures of elite schools, virtually groomed as an heir, while ancient soul beasts flocked to him, albeit with reluctance. I have heard that in the beginning of Long Wang Chuan Sha, Tang San's son takes on the role of the protagonist, which dissuades me from continuing. This realization fills me with despair. The first generation, through their efforts and opportunities, ascended to the highest echelons, and their friends and descendants rightfully occupy the best positions. The second generation, favored and supported by the first, achieves a level nearly equal to that of their predecessors. The third generation, being the offspring of the first, is inherently destined to be the strongest, shielded by the legacies of both the first and second generations, rendering them incapable of falling short of their forebears. In the narrative, divine positions are predetermined, requiring inheritance and transfer for success, essentially monopolized by certain individuals. Moreover, in the sequel, his companions are more or less related to Tang San's friends, suggesting that the second generation is merely chosen by the second. This notion is far more terrifying than any currently discussed rigid viewpoints. Destiny is outright determined by others, rendering any struggle futile. In contrast, Dopa represents an entirely different ethos. With diligence and opportunity, one can break free from the shackles of fate and ascend to the pinnacle, albeit with slim chances and uncertainty. We can comprehend that in every era, some emerge from obscurity, yet some achieve this transcendence. The conditions and sacrifices required for this leap vary for each individual, yet hope remains present. Thus, the characters crafted by the author often rely on their own efforts, even if they initially have guiding mentors. Yet we witness their growth. The best examples are Xiao Yin and Lin Dong, whose growth trajectories are remarkably similar. Their defining characteristic lies in the absence of a clear moral dichotomy. No one can be evaluated through a modern moral lens, as they resemble the heroes of history. Engaging in violence and theft, they would be imprisoned in today's society. Yet in their world, this is their only path. Each character possesses a selfish side, adhering to the principle that one must act for oneself, lest they face divine retribution. This fundamental trait is particularly evident when Lin Dong contemplates a sacrifice in the face of the invasion by the Yuo. Douluo embodies the idealistic aspects of this world, while Douluo, to some extent, reflects its reality, just as those moved by profound emotions dedicate their lives to others. The vast majority of us can merely watch and care for those dear to us. Chapter 152, Matters of the Heart. The romantic narrative in Douluo has often been criticized. Tang San and Xiao Wu, who have grown up together as childhood friends, exemplify this dynamic. In male-oriented novels, the character of Xiao Wu, to a certain extent, serves merely as a plot device. However, it is evident from the text that Tang San's feelings for Xiao Wu are deeply rooted. While some may perceive their relationship as overly sentimental, I personally find their emotional evolution quite natural, especially given the prominence of the male protagonist. Conversely, the arcs of other characters, such as Dai Mabai and Zhu Zhuqing, appear somewhat perplexing. In the physical book I read, the initial encounter between Dai Mabai and Zhu Zhuqing is marked by a lack of recognition. Even if they had not seen each other for a long time, Dai Mabai, as a prince of the Xinglua Empire, should not have been so oblivious. Prior to meeting Tang San, he was undeniably a genius, so one cannot dismiss his superficial attraction merely as a consequence of some tragic backstory. What prompted Dai Mabai's newfound interest in Zhu Zhuqing? Was it her beauty, her engagement, or her potential to merge with his martial soul? Yet, these attributes were not absent before. A contrasting character is Ma Hongjun, who, as one of the most experienced members of the Shrek 7 monsters, finds motivation in his passionate pursuit of the pure and innocent by Qinxiang. After a momentary setback due to her rejection, he finds renewed hope when she tends to his wounds, leading to a transformation in his dedication. Although Ma Hongjun's storyline is brief, it is relatively complete. If it is deemed uncomfortable, it is primarily due to his somewhat excessive nature. Next, we turn to Oscar, who similarly experiences a superficial attraction. Following a conflict involving Ning Rongrong and Flinder, he momentarily relinquishes his pursuit, only to rekindle his hopes as Ning Rongrong's feelings evolve. Over time, their bond deepens, and he embarks on a 5-year journey to win her heart, ultimately succeeding. Now, let us discuss the female characters. The female roles predominantly serve as mere tools, primarily providing excellent partners for the remarkable male characters. They are often portrayed as monstrous geniuses or ethereal beauties. If you reflect on the narrative, you will find that the female characters lack significant moments of triumph or transformation. Their contributions are often glossed over, rendering what should be formidable women into mere decorative vases, accentuating the depth of the male character's affections. Consider Xiao Wu, who is a close combat fighter akin to an assassin, and Zhu Zhuqing, who shares a similar combat style. Both possess formidable skills, yet Xiao Wu's methods are depicted as less effective, particularly as she resorts to using her hair as a whip, leading to a perception of her abilities as lacking in substance. Ning Rongrong is originally designed as a top-tier support character, but in the context of Shrek, where there is another equally formidable support in Oscar, her role is inevitably diminished. Tang San, too, has the capacity to provide assistance later in the narrative, further reducing her significance. Zhu Zhuqing, an assassin, does not surpass Dai Mabai or Ma Hongjun in direct combat, although she can fuse her martial soul with Dai Mabai's. This fusion consumes energy, limiting its practicality. In team battles, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing tend to play peripheral support roles. Their contributions are overshadowed by Tang San, who, with a little effort, could replicate their assistance. While the Shrek 7 monsters collectively exhibit formidable strength, their effectiveness diminishes in the absence of the female characters. Upon reflection, the camaraderie among the team is indeed commendable, yet when one contemplates the overall structure, it becomes apparent that the roles of the female characters have been relegated to mere supporting functions, heavily reliant on the romantic plotlines. Moreover, one cannot overlook Bai Qinxiang, whose talents fall far short of those in the Shrek 7 monsters. While she possesses speed suitable for reconnaissance, her abilities are rendered obsolete by the direct combat style prevalent in Douluo. Ultimately, her role serves merely to complement Ma Hongjun. The portrayal of the so-called genius team is fundamentally flawed, as their positions can be easily supplanted by the male protagonist, resulting in a narrative that feels somewhat disjointed. Lastly, I must commend certain strengths. Despite the critique of character portrayals, the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu, as depicted from the manga to the novel, showcases a profound devotion, with both characters willing to sacrifice for one another. Xiao Wu has even faced death, alongside the trials involving the Titan giant ape and Sea God Island. While the narrative style and language may not fully meet contemporary literary standards, their earnest expressions of love have indeed resonated with me. In conclusion, while there are elements that may appear excessive, I maintain my original stance regarding the romantic dynamics between Dai Mabai and Zhu Zhuqing. The suggestion that Dai Mabai's initial advances were driven by a fear of losing to his brother and subsequently indulging in hedonistic pursuits seems somewhat plausible. However, I still find it superficial. At the time of his pursuit, the Shrek 7 monsters had only recently formed, and their relationships were not yet deeply established, rendering his confidence in his prospects rather unfounded. Moreover, I find it perplexing that during the Sea God assessment, Tang San and Qian Rinxue's encounter is presented with such emotional weight in front of their peers and loved ones. The notion that such a profound bond requires overt declarations of love seems unnecessary and somewhat contrived. Finally, I would like to address the character of Qian Rinxue. The inconsistencies in her character are striking. As the daughter of a pope and a long-standing prince in the Tiando Empire, she should be among the continent's elite youths. With her potential to ascend to either the papacy or the imperial throne, her sudden infatuation with a mere individual raises questions. Would someone raised in such power dynamics truly allow love to compromise their ambitions? Such portrayals of romantic naivety squander the potential of her character. Kao Eliena, a lesser version of Qian Rinxue, shares similar issues, and her character feels somewhat superfluous. Moving on to the second point, Qian Rinxue's mother, Bai Bai Dong, presents a logical conundrum. As a tragic figure, she was respected and trusted by her master, yet she succumbed to darkness after giving birth, which raises no questions. However, after so many years as the Pope, having become the Rakshasa god and igniting chaos across the Douluo Continent, she still believes herself unworthy of Yushao Gang due to circumstances beyond her control. This notion is indeed an indelible shadow for women. Yet, the belief that one's worth is diminished due to such experiences is fundamentally flawed. It is crucial to emphasize that formidable individuals can also harbor psychological scars. Bibi Non, far from being a sheltered woman, is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a Rakshasa god, and a potential tyrant of the Douluo Continent in the absence of a protagonist. Despite her prowess, she remains trapped in self-blame, equating her past with uncleanliness and deeming herself unworthy of love. As the Pope, she could have any man she desires. There is no shortage of talented youths vying for her affection. Bai Bai Dong's character is riddled with contradictions, making it difficult to envision a once great hero now entangled in notions of purity. The underlying logic of her emotional struggle suggests that she assumes unworthiness due to her past, leading her to shy away from asking for acceptance, instead waiting for a future when she feels clean again. Thus, it becomes evident that the world of Douluo is steeped in ancient ideologies. The third concern revolves around Bai Bai Dong's reprehensible mentor, Qian Sunji. How can one who claims the title of Pope employ such manipulative tactics? By forcing her to sever ties with a seemingly aimless boyfriend and coercing her into bearing an heir to prevent her from harming the child? This approach is disturbingly familiar. What if Bai Bai Dong were male? The logic is patently absurd. Bai Bai Dong was already a villain. If she had chosen to eliminate Qian Rinxue, where would that leave you? To gamble on a woman's maternal instincts is akin to wagering a nation's fortune. Such underhanded tactics are revolting and paint her as a despicable criminal. Yet, in the side stories, she adopts the guise of a sage, claiming her actions are for the greater good of the Spirit Hall, which seems utterly implausible. As for Master Yushao Gang, his portrayal is laughable. His weakness is his defining trait, starkly illuminated by the affection of Bai Bai Dong and Lu Erlong. When cast out by the Spirit Hall, he fails to consider the trials Bai Bai Dong endured. Did he simply accept her words at face value? Even if he recognizes his own limitations, he ought to strive for achievements that would earn the Spirit Hall's respect. Instead of merely theorizing, he should take action. Look at Oscar, who, despite being only a level 40 food-type spirit master, dares to risk his life for recognition from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It appears that Yu Xiao Gang's love for Bai Bai Dong is not as profound as it seems. He lacks the audacity of Oscar, who didn't wait for Tang San to provide herbs. He sought the ice and fire yin yang I himself. Alas, only Tang San seems to know how to utilize it, a testament to the protagonist's privilege. The tragic transformation of a wife into a sister on the day of the wedding is disheartening. For years, one might wonder if he ever grasped the situation. Bound by blood, how could he not comprehend the essence of love? Liu ere long dared to defy convention by standing by him, and it is hard to believe he was truly oblivious to her feelings all these years. Did he fear delaying her healing? Was it merely an evasion of reality and a lack of responsibility? Returning to Douluo, one issue is that Tang San is excessively overpowered, adorned with the protagonist's halo. The writing of Tang Jia San Xiao is widely recognized as elementary, and he has never excelled in crafting romantic narratives. Yet, he goes to great lengths to portray Tang San's deep affections, attempting to include the loyalty of his companions, while neglecting the development of other relationships. The romantic lines involving Tang San, Qianren Shui, and Hu Lai Na are painfully awkward, leaving one perplexed as to why Qianren Shui would be attracted to Tang San. The notion of love at first sight feels forced and contrived. The romantic elements are particularly clumsy, as Tang Jia San Xiao previously wrote primarily female supporting characters. Suddenly, he aims to create a deeply affectionate male lead, yet falls into the trap of overzealousness, inadvertently incorporating the author's penchant for harems. Consequently, despite Tang San's repeated assertions of love, the portrayal remains disjointed. Long ago, someone mocked the narrative structure of Qianren Shui's chapter, rendering Tang San's character superficial. The trope of a wealthy heiress falling for a poor boy, culminating in a sibling relationship, is overused. If you harm my beloved, I will destroy your paradise. If you love him, I shall grant your wish. The fickle prince versus the icy princess. How utterly cliché. Years later, revisiting these narratives evokes only awkwardness and disbelief. Chapter 153. Why is Tang San viewed unfavorably? At level 60, he is submissive, yet at level 90, he strikes with force. He criticizes the Haotian sect for being timid in the face of the Spirit Hall, yet he himself did not attack during Xiao Wu's sacrifice. He speaks of gathering strength before engaging. The sect cannot afford to be labeled cowardly. Had they united with the other three sects to wage war, they would have faced formidable opponents, including the 99th level Qiandao Lu, who was mourning the loss of a child, along with the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo. The three sects could not afford to falter, as they lacked the numbers to compete. While accumulating strength is wise, the abandonment of affiliated clans is indeed a misstep. Earlier, he called others elder brother until he surpassed Dai Mu Bai, after which he simply referred to him as Mu Bai, even daring to confront him directly. This is not merely a confrontation, it is a slap in the face. By Chun Xiang, while one might attribute certain actions to divine laws, your interference in the lower realms is undeniable. How can you bear to witness Ma Hongjun languish alone in the divine realm, observing your cousin perish in the Douluo Continent? Ma Hongjun was the first to join you when you established the Tang Sect, following you closely, calling you third brother, and fighting against the Spirit Hall, only to be met with this fate? Gui Douluo, using the sea god's trident to launch a surprise attack and eliminate Gui Douluo in one strike, then turns to Bai Bai Dong to profess disdain for such tactics. Yet, all his hidden weapons are designed for ambushes, according to the Xiantian Bao Lu. Without a surprise element, they cannot be deemed hidden weapons. The indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is an abhorrent topic. Despite your mother and wife being spirit beasts, you raise the banner of justice against the Spirit Hall while secretly launching attacks against their branches, resulting in numerous casualties, including ordinary soul masters like Su Yun Tao, who strive to awaken spirits for impoverished children. Would you even spare a glance at those suffering children? A traditional protagonist can stand tall, but should never oppress the weak. Tang San has managed to assert himself, yet he has inflicted suffering upon those beneath him. Instances such as the level 40 versus 90 situation, the killing of lower-tier Spirit Hall members, and nearly murdering the gatekeeper illustrate this. The appeal of a character like the television version of Sun Wukong lies in his disdain for the Jade Emperor and the Buddha, always mocking the divine, yet never harming mortals. This is a protagonist that resonates poorly with audiences. The second principle is to oppress the strong without bullying the weak. In simpler terms, if someone is being bullied, one may retaliate against the bully, but must not harm the victim. Did Tang San ever bully a strong person? When he was weak, he exhibited great politeness, but who knows what he would do once he became powerful. As for bullying the weak, did Tang San ever regard the weaker individuals? Isn't it a common delight in novels to witness the protagonist triumph over previously insignificant supporting characters, leaving others in awe of such terror? The third principle is to distinguish between gratitude and resentment. One must acknowledge favors and grievances without holding grudges or seeking revenge. In this regard, I believe Xiao Yin has done exceptionally well, as he consistently refrains from needless slaughter. Despite the humiliation of being rejected by Na Lan Yanran, he did not kill her. Even when the Yunlan sect caused turmoil for the Xiao family, he spared Yun Yun and the ordinary disciples of the Yunlan sect. Later, as he roamed the world, he did not resort to annihilation. What about Tang San? When Qian Rinxue showed no mercy, he could have perished multiple times. If Ulaina had not assisted him in the city of slaughter, he would have met his demise several times over. In the end, were it not for Master S' intervention, those two women would undoubtedly have met their end. Let's not even mention the innocent disciples who had no hand in harming his mother. The fourth principle emphasizes loyalty. One should not turn against friends upon achieving success. Xiao Yin, after becoming a Dou emperor, could still engage in light-hearted banter with his former brothers. Would the Shrek 7 monsters dare to strike his chest? Many novels revel in the trope of a triumphant return, where the once great protagonist regards his former comrades as insignificant, leaving them too intimidated to address him by name, opting instead for titles of reverence. However, I, through my words, prove that I am still the same person, not a distant figure. As for Tang San, he is indeed one who demands to be called master, forgetting the bonds of brotherhood. Fifthly, Tang San's frequent appearances throughout the narrative are excessive. He is a constant presence from beginning to end, manipulating the lives of others and even his own children. In contrast, Xiao Yin from De Zhu Zai is portrayed far more elegantly, appearing at critical moments, offering wise words, and then vanishing, leaving his legend to linger in the air. The impression is that he arrives with purpose, only to depart once his task is fulfilled. With Tang San, however, it is always, how could it be him again? As for Douluo, I first encountered it during my early high school years, captivated by its dramatic scenarios. The themes of vengeance for loved ones and unwavering loyalty resonated with me. Yet, as one matures, the once juvenile fantasies become tiresome. If Douluo were to cease, it would be for the best, but the endless sequels only serve to alienate readers. Comparing Douluo to contemporaneous works, it can indeed be deemed a masterpiece in terms of setting, plot, and prose. However, its greatest flaw lies in its failure to conclude, perpetually extending its narrative. My discontent began with the sacrifice of the Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo to save Tang San. Where did Tang San's mercy come from when he first spared Bibi Dong? His initial vows seemed to fade from memory, and the temperament of the Qinsho Ajura is only applied to protect his wife. Does he not remember Bibi Dong's actions against Xiao Wu? What infuriates me most is the Sword Douluo's lamentation over his inability to continue his ascent after losing his arm, while Tang San and Tang Hao can regenerate limbs. Does Chun Xian's life not merit more than being a stepping stone? Is the realization of dreams only meaningful if it saves the protagonist? The subsequent part discusses the sacrifices made for Tang San in Douluo. The Bon Douluo, Gu Rong, with soul power of 95, perished to protect Tang San, enduring Bibi Dong's attack. The Sword Douluo, Chun Xian, possessed a soul power of 97 and died without a trace in defense of Tang San. The sea god Douluo Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island, with a soul power of 99, sacrificed himself to grant Tang San access to the legacy after the sea god trials. The previous Haiyan Tang Chun, Tang San's great-grandfather, also had a soul power of 99 and died after being purified by Tang San. The Titan giant ape, Tianqing Yomeng, is another example. In the later stages, Tang San no longer relied on external aids. He commanded influential figures to pave the way for him. Even the craftsmen of hidden weapons became mere tools for his ascendants. In the later chapters, his demeanor becomes brazen, reminiscent of Tang Hao's assertiveness, especially when he persuades the three elders while establishing Tangmen. Notably, during an examination with Bai Qinxiang's grandfather, he expressed a sentiment that suggested underestimating him would require serious reconsideration. The clan leader of the Min family, with a level above 80, is he merely playing at house? Upon returning to the sect, he embraced Xiao Wu with a tenderness that could be interpreted as romantic, which may be influenced by the anime's portrayal, almost as though she were a divine being rather than a mere rabbit. The first return to the sect was forced upon him due to his father's transgressions, leading to the sect's abandonment of Tang Hao. The second return was filled with disdain, as he declared that the Haotian sect was unworthy of his recognition. While he honored his grandfather's memory, while thoughts may evolve and capabilities may grow, has the Haotian sect truly become so despicable? Lastly, if he is indeed a favored one, why must he sacrifice others' lives for his own glory? Is it to accentuate his beloved status? Regarding Bibi Dong, I may have conflated events surrounding Tang San's intervention and Qian Rinchue's rescue. Yet it remains true that Tang San redirected his attack due to the Sanus' intervention. Otherwise, Bibi Dong's demise would not have been surprising given the protagonist's miraculous aura. I assert that the deaths of those Douluo in service to Tang San were merely narrative devices crafted by the author, alongside the demise of numerous authoritative figures, all contributing to the forced elevation of Tang San to the pinnacle of power. The 50-level Tang San kneels, uncertain of his worthiness, yet willing to dedicate his life to the sect. The 90-level Tang San calmly declares that he speaks the truth. How many in the outside world still recognize the Haotian sect? When mentioned, what do they say? Only 4 words come to mind: a turtle withdrawing its head. Does the Haotian sect truly possess any dignity? Tang San slowly raises his trident, declaring that his father never erred, nor did he. His intent is not to challenge the authority of the 5 elders, but to convey to them, and to every clan member, that all actions taken by the Haotian sect over the past 2 decades have been fundamentally wrong. After attaining divinity, the leader of the Haotian sect devolved into a mere beast. Some may perceive Tang San as a prudent individual, but I assert that he is a wolf, becoming arrogant upon gaining power. I tell you, one must possess integrity. Even Xiao Yan, a mere great Do master, dares to threaten the Do sect. When he returns as a Do Wong for revenge, I have no words. If a great Do master bows and grovels, while a Do Wong unleashes a fierce strike, I would condemn that as well. Regarding the Douluo series, my viewing order was 1, 2, 3, 1, 4. Upon first encountering Douluo, I was impressed by its premise. Tang San's character, having faced numerous trials, resonated with me. Douluo 2 still retained its narrative allure, especially the poignant sacrifices made for love, such as Xiao Wu's, which brought tears to my eyes. In the third installment, Tang Wulin's combination of various abilities represents a satisfying narrative peak. However, during a subsequent rewatch of the first installment, I discovered glaring inconsistencies, such as the absurdity of a level 95 defeating a level 5 divine being, among other issues that rendered it a mere pastime. Yet, by the time I reached Douluo 4, I was utterly repulsed. Although the level cap was raised, the author insists on elaborately detailing the journey from 0 to 130, resulting in a lengthy and tedious narrative. Unlike the first installment, which advanced the plot through time skips allowing for character development, this installment lacks such finesse. Now it is quite remarkable. Every day at the auction, success relies on background and connections, while teammates depend on the protagonist's lineage for sustenance, and the protagonist ascends solely due to this bloodline. There is a lack of hardship and adversity, an absence of life and death struggles. While these may seem trivial, as they stem from the enjoyment of light literature, they can be tolerated. The issue arises from the emotional vacuity, All expressions of sentiment can be distilled into three phrases. I love you, thank you, and for triple X, I would sacrifice myself, often accompanied by thoughts of self-detonation. It seems that without self-detonation, one cannot evoke emotion, rendering feelings hollow. The pairing of Tang Wulin continues into Do-Si, where they are incessantly overly affectionate, repeating sentiments from the previous volume about not wanting another child for fear of conflict with the protagonist's bloodline, only to have a child in this volume without any issue, as the protagonist, now a dragon god, is unyielding. If he is unyielding, why not express this in the previous volume? The characters and dialogue remain unchanged, still that same couple, leading to confusion over the narrative's redundancy. Furthermore, there's a repetitive admiration for the protagonist's father, Tang San, which becomes tiresome when overemphasized. Some elements are best left as subtle highlights rather than overindulged, as excessive repetition detracts from the reader's experience. Additionally, there are inconsistencies in the world building. The divine realm initially comprised 5 main deities, yet in Do-San and Do-Si, it transforms to a scenario orchestrated by the dragon god, who now embodies all 5 divine positions. This alteration, if solely for narrative progression, might be forgiven. In Do-San, it is stated that the golden and silver dragon kings represent destruction and creation respectively, yet in Do-Si, it is claimed that the protagonist must eliminate the residual influences of these divine attributes to achieve purity. The narrative is riddled with such contradictions. Moreover, there is an alarming degree of forgetfulness. In the previous volume, the Tianfen divine hammer was auctioned by the Tianma clan, yet in this volume, it inexplicably appears in the Tianha clan's warehouse, easily appropriated by the protagonist. If it were not for the different authors penning each volume, one might conclude that the author is either negligent or profoundly forgetful. Lastly, let us critique the divine realm. Initially, there were 5 primary deities, with Tang San being one of them. In the side stories, his son-in-law has ascended to godhood, albeit not among the original 5. Now, the grandson is destined to reach the peak of divinity, while the son and his partner are likely to inherit the positions of destruction and creation. This implies that, prior to the amalgamation of the Douluo divine realm and other realms, is essentially a Tang dynasty monopoly. The Douluo series does not merely recruit the exceptional. It is, in essence, a land of nepotism. Do Yi's father is one of the Haotian peaks. Do Er's father-in-law is the sea god. Do San's father is the sea god Tang San, and Do Si's father is the elder brother from Do San, paving a clear path. Such blatant favoritism renders this once pleasurable narrative distasteful. The issues revealed in Do-Si indicate that the author tends to impose preconceived notions when shaping character identities, perhaps believing that love must be vocalized to resonate, hence the incessant declarations of I love you. Gratitude is equated with verbal acknowledgement, resulting in trivial expressions of thanks regardless of the significance of the favor. Embraces are seen as the only form of gratitude, leading to a constant cycle of hugs. For instance, when Tang Wulin declares his intention to propose to Gu Yuna, Ling Zichen, who has harbored feelings for a millennium, simply offers her blessings, prompting a jubilant embrace from Tang Wulin. Given his existing romantic relationship, embracing someone who is clearly infatuated with him raises questions about emotional propriety, not to mention the potential turmoil it may cause the other party. A moment of introspection or remorse would have sufficed. Instead, the insistence on hugs for gratitude is rather off-putting. Thus, I implore the author to refrain from perpetuating emotional sentiments through prolonged depictions of Tang Wulin and his spouse's excessive affection, and to cease lamenting Tang San's reincarnation and the loss of youth. It is high time to conclude this narrative and allow the world to move on. In Chapter 155, setting aside Tang San's character, his reluctance to instigate conflict and such, it becomes evident that there are fundamental issues with his characterization. As the son of Tang Hao and the blue silvergrass, and the husband of the soul beast rabbit, one must consider the inherent contradictions within the world of Douluo. The relationship between soul beasts and cultivators is intrinsically problematic, as the divine bestowed soul rings are limited. To grow stronger, one must slay soul beasts. The scarcity of 100 Year soul beasts complicates this further. The notion that soul beasts cannot ascend to divinity is absurd. If the only goal is to become a titled Douluo, one must question the motivations behind risking transformation and potential demise for the sake of procreation with a human. This lack of ambition is disheartening, especially considering not all transformed soul beasts can serve as mere weapons for Tang San, and their suppression in the divine realm defies logic. Consider the origins of the novel's conflicts. The team led by Qian Xuanji hunting soul beasts poses no issue within the context of the narrative. Some may argue that a Yin's affection for Tang Hao, resulting in her pregnancy, renders her a possession of Tang Hao. However, this perspective was not widely accepted at that time. Tang Hao himself advised Xiao Wu to nurture transformed soul beasts, advocating for their preservation until the need for soul rings and bones arose. As a husband, he expressed conflicting views, yet it must be acknowledged that he alone is recognized as a Yin spouse, and for other soul masters, she represents a vast treasure trove. Thus, the lack of support from his contemporaries is understandable, especially considering that, subsequently, all 100,000-year soul rings and bones belong to Tang Hao. The same applies to Xiao Wu. Following this, Tang San occupies a position of half-soul beast and half-human lineage, with a wife who is a rabbit, creating a fundamentally contradictory stance. He cannot prevent others from hunting soul beasts, as his own advancement necessitates their demise. Moreover, several of his 18 soul rings are derived from slaying soul beasts. Yet he simultaneously seeks to protect his wife and her mother, who are also soul beasts. Many readers perceive his double standards as stemming from the fact that his mother, wife, and her kin are soul beasts. When the Wuhuan Hall threatens them, he reacts fiercely. While this perspective may seem reasonable from Tang San's viewpoint, it appears disingenuous to many readers who feel he is misguided in his moral stance. Furthermore, by categorizing certain soul beasts as evil and imposing guilt upon their hunters, he alienates the audience. According to the law of the jungle, soul beasts are engaged in a cycle of survival of the fittest. The dominance of the Daming and Erming, who occupy prime territory in the Douluo forest, raises questions about their own role as oppressors. Have they not also engaged in the slaughter of soul beasts for their own gain? In light of this stance, Tang San's actions emerge as increasingly contradictory, reflecting a dual standard that is difficult to reconcile, as he embodies a character caught in a precarious position. If Ayin were replaced with a regular human, and Tang Hao, at level 90, sought to slay a 100,000-year soul beast but was thwarted by the Wuhuan Hall, leading to a Yin's demise, and Xiao Wu were also human, their encounter with the Wuhuan Hall while hunting a 100,000-year soul beast could have resulted in a compelling narrative of revenge against the Wuhuan Hall, evoking sympathy from readers. Lastly, the nature of the Wuhuan Hall, whether good or evil, must be assessed through the lens of the characters within the story. In the later stages, the Wuhuan Temple evolved into the Wuhuan Empire. However, the Wuhuan Empire's ability to handle two foes simultaneously is not merely a result of overwhelming top-tier power. It boasts a significant number of lower-tier soul masters. The question arises as to the origin of these soul masters. They cannot simply have traversed from Earth. They must have come from the realms of Tiando and Xingluo. It is perplexing that these two self-proclaimed righteous nations are incapable of retaining their own citizens, which undoubtedly leaves readers pondering. Furthermore, the actions of the Tiando royal family, particularly in the context of slave trading, do not necessarily surpass the misdeeds of the Wuhuan Temple. Both are led by unscrupulous leaders, and the unfolding of the final battle suggests that without the intervention of the protagonist group, Tiando and Xingluo would stand no chance against the Wuhuan Empire. In terms of strategy and strength, they are inferior to Bibidong. In comparison to the Wuhuan Temple, which, aside from pushing the protagonist to train, is notorious for its heinous actions, the latter even obliterated the central continent. Under these circumstances, the protagonist's triumph over the Wuhuan Temple is not met with sympathy. Rather, it is greeted with applause. When Tang San intervened to ensure Tiando's victory, it did not lead to an improved life for the commoners, but instead regressed history. In the second installment, the commoners' plight is even worse than in the first. This scenario could even be likened to colonial rule, leaving a sense of dissatisfaction with a broader perspective. Moreover, regarding the power division before venturing to Sea God Island, it was stated that a Soul Master at level 96 possesses a soul power that is 20% stronger than that of a level 95 Soul Master. This disparity cannot simply be compensated for by the quality of Wuhuan or ordinary soul skills and soul bones, unless there is a fundamental difference in soul skills between the two parties. This calculation implies that a level 99 title Douluo soul power would exceed that of a level 95 title Douluo by a factor of over 2. 6. From a purely numerical standpoint, such a gap resembles that between a soul sage and a soul king. It is predicted that the power difference between a level 100 and a level 99 soul master could surpass 100%. If the mathematics holds, a level 100 would be over 52 times that of a level 95, while a level 96 would be 12 times that of a level 95. Thus, a level 100 is equivalent to a level 96 being 433,333 times stronger, making it plausible for Qian Rinxue to easily defeat 4 opponents. In terms of configuration, the Angel Wuhuan slightly surpasses your Hao Ian Hammer and Blue Silver Emperor. Tang San cannot utilize 2 Wuhuans simultaneously. When considering soul bones, activating 6 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones may provide additional set bonuses, while at that time, Tang San lacked the million-year soul ring and soul bone. Qian Rinxue, adorned with divine attributes, can rely on more than just an external soul bone. As for the soul ring assessment, it is possible to increase the upper limit by 50,000 years, with the sea god augmenting his powers. One cannot claim the angel god to be stingy. At that time, even with a plethora of 100,000-year soul rings, Tang San, who had not yet ascended to divinity, could only reach a half-and-half distribution between 5 and 10. In contrast, upon completion of her assessment, each of Qian Rinxue's rings could potentially be 5,000 years or more, ensuring that her first 5 rings are at least 5,000 years, while her subsequent rings are guaranteed to be 10,000 years, supplemented by a golden 10th soul ring. Given such a vast power disparity, it is inconceivable that Qian Rinxue would not be able to defeat Tang San with a mere flick of her wrist, allowing him to survive for only a brief moment. Regarding Ain, one must question the logic behind the assertion that her soul power surged dramatically upon her pregnancy, coinciding with the moment Tang San's power reached level 90. As for her mother, she had finally matured into her transformed state. Tang Hao, you seem to disregard humanity, as you engage in relations with a soul beast even before fully becoming biologically human. Furthermore, consider what kind of individual Tang Hao is. He was the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Haotian twin stars, essentially destined to become the next sect master of the Haotian sect. To publicly declare that he, the master of Haotian sect, is in love with a 10,000-year soul beast, and to insist that others cannot slay it, raises significant ethical concerns. What follows? Tomorrow, a certain sect elder might claim to be in love with a Titan giant ape or a Tianqing Yomeng. Will the day come when all soul beasts in the Stardew Forest are deemed off-limits to kill due to such claims? This leads to an intriguing question. Why is it that the first installment of the Douluo series, despite its numerous flaws, receives the most criticism? Even if I personally harbor grievances towards the first installment, its narrative and characters remain memorable nearly a decade later, marking it as a successful work. Criticizing the first installment is unwarranted. It contains imperfections, yet it did not detract from Tang San's eventual rise to prominence. In other words, if the first installment were truly as valueless as many claim, what grounds would it have to warrant our attention and the responses of 2 distinguished authors? If I were to assign a score, perhaps 80 would be appropriate, indicating its commendable nature. A decade ago, it was undeniably an engaging read. From a commercial perspective, its value might be even higher, but that is beyond my purview. Turning to the second installment, Absolute Douluo, the character development seems noticeably flatter. The memory of this generation's Shrek 7 monsters pales in comparison to the first installment. One notable strength is the protagonist, Huagu, whose character is well-crafted and evokes empathy, embodying a sense of oppression. However, the female lead's character is disappointingly fragmented, lacking the depth found in many earlier work supporting characters. It seems the intention was to create a fantastical version of Liang Zhu, yet the outcome is perplexing. I find myself struggling to identify a reason for Hua Gu's affection for Tang San, as the character is so hollow that it would be difficult to dislike her. Overall, the second installment maintains a level of quality consistent with the author's prior works, with a relatively complete story and Hua Gu's inspirational journey. The character's standout moments are memorable, and the power system remains intact. However, the legacy of the Shrek Academy and Tang Sect is poorly initiated, giving rise to two unwieldy societal issues that will be addressed in future narratives. If I were to assign a score to this installment, it would be 70. The third installment's sole highlight is the female lead, Yu Jian, who stands as the best among the female protagonists throughout the four series. The concept of the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings consuming each other bestows upon her a sense of purpose and struggle, while her dragon lineage lends her an inherent simplicity. Upon falling in love with the male lead, her character gains the tragic depth reminiscent of ancient Greek tragedy. Yet, apart from this, the narrative is rife with shortcomings, including rampant filler and a chaotic power system. How many characters, aside from the protagonist, can one truly remember from this generation of Shrek? Does this iteration of Shrek possess even a single character whose story resonates? These issues pale in comparison to the hasty and detrimental nature of the narrative's established legacy. In an attempt to directly translate and continue the so-called glory of Shrek and Tang Sect, the author allows a few elderly individuals from a single tree to dictate the future of a parliamentary nation as if it were a village council. The nation's strategic weaponry is treated as toys to be played with, while the pinnacle of technological advancement lies in the hands of independent arms dealers and educational institutions. The spirit of Shrek is portrayed solely through absolute obedience to the Academy, disregarding national commands. All of this serves to illustrate how the sea god has singularly reduced the societal level of Douluo Star to that of 2 millennia prior. And yet this work is labeled as aimed at a youthful audience. If I were to assign a score, it would be a mere 60, as I managed to finish reading it, barely granting it a passing mark. Complimenting Douluo is as arduous as extracting an egg from within a bone. Perhaps it is best to leave it to someone else to handle. Not only does it inherit all the flaws of its predecessors, but it also lacks the fundamental ebb and flow that is essential to a narrative. Even someone like me, who stubbornly wished to explore the depths of Douluo, found themselves forcibly dissuaded. The protagonist, carefree and untroubled, ascends to the rank of a divine king, and the divine king's test merely consists of watching a film. Upon emerging, I find myself unexpectedly pitted against the divine king's boss, who happens to be myself. As for the female lead, what? Does this book even have a female lead? Were it not for the obligatory sacrificial segment, I would genuinely question the significance of that character's existence. If I were to score this, it would be 30, and not a point more. Should you dare to browse the internet for a fan fiction of Douluo, I would wager it would be quite a challenge to find anything inferior to this work. According to my younger brother, even elementary school students have lost interest in it. Regarding Do 5, I spent 20 seconds glancing at it, and it appears to be a book entirely unrelated to Douluo. The author seems to be deluded, believing that the pure and noble Tang San is a reflection of himself, and shamelessly bestowing the main character with his own name. Those who read it in their youth and feel increasingly uneasy about it as they mature can certainly relate. I observed a certain dancing deity mention that the readers of Sanxiao's works are adolescents who will carry a sense of nostalgia into adulthood. I find myself unable to concur with this notion. In my youthful days, I enjoyed the thrill of combat. Yet even then, I found certain pure and noble segments in his writing to be rather peculiar. It was only upon growing older that I realized the underlying issues in someone else's worldview. Given this context, unless certain children develop skewed values in the future, it is unlikely they will harbor any sense of nostalgia. As for the quality of Douluo, I can only remark that early web literature often shared a similar style, yet in his subsequent works, while others have progressed, he remains stagnant or has even regressed. I do not doubt that he seeks assistance, for many believe that the writing quality of those who contribute could surpass his current Douluo series. Moreover, The inclusion of bizarre personal elements in the text renders it profoundly uncomfortable to read. In De Zhu Zai, we see Xiao Yin share a knowing smile. Yet in the works that follow Douluo, we encounter Tang San again. Synopsis: the overworked Chi Su, who has traversed to the otherworldly Douluo Continent, awakens a system. Thus, Chi Su embarks on an extraordinary journey, beginning with his impersonation of an elder from the Tang Sect, confronting Tang San. In this realm, there are no advanced soul-guiding devices, no battle armors, only the purest clash between martial souls. The martial soul remains the sole response for soul masters.